Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A powerful blow was heard on the battlefield. A stream of energy hit the monster. It began to scream in pain. The protagonist jumped on its back. The guy's face was calm. The protagonist jumped off the falling demon. Gusts of wind swirled around him. He grinned at the monster, and the plot told us that this was the 93rd level archer Ian. He held an arrow in his hand and read a message that he had killed an ogre, for which he received almost 6,000 experience. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he would receive about 100,000 gold and take a break. Ian suddenly frowned. He stood in front of a cloud of smoke. A huge monster looked at him. The two-headed ogre began to laugh. The monster with a grin on its face began to roar. The protagonist was taken aback by this. The ogre swung its club. Ian managed to jump away from the attack. He landed on the ground and mentally noted that he survived thanks to the acceleration ability. Frowning, the protagonist read that the acceleration ability would be active for another minute, after which he said that it was bad. The ogre dealt multiple blows, trying to hit Ian, who was thinking that he needed to finish it off in 1 minute. A blue projection appeared in front of the protagonist. He stood in front of the ogre. Looking at his feet, Ian wondered if he only had one trap left, adding that he had no other choice. Watching the monster prepare to attack, the protagonist reasoned that he needed to get the timing right. If he missed by a millisecond, he would be finished. Ian saw a club flying towards him. He jumped away from the attack. Electricity enveloped the ogre, and the protagonist read a notification that a high-level stun trap had been activated. The target would be stunned for 5 seconds and would be vulnerable. Blue mana accumulated around Ian's eye as he spoke about the monster being caught. The protagonist prepared to shoot the bow, and then a message popped up saying that the skills increase critical damage, precise shot and focus had been activated. Young shot the bow and said that that was all. His face was serious. The arrow pierced the monster's body. A loud roar was heard in the surrounding area. The protagonist read that he had killed a two-headed ogre and received almost 100,000 experience. Young moved towards the corpse and said that he had looked at what items had dropped. Standing in front of the projections, the surprised protagonist read that he had received Ogre Warrior shoulder guards and Ogre Warrior shoes, and then said that the chance of getting at least one item from the Ogre Warrior set was the same as winning the lottery, and he had gotten 2 items. If he sold them, it would be at least 5 million won. Luck was on his side today. Surprised, Young asked if the rewards had run out. He looked at the reward with a smile. The protagonist looked at the Crystal of Mulan. He was shocked by what he saw. We were shown warriors of different classes and told that Kylan is the best VR game in the world, which was released half a year ago, more than 10 million active users, an incredibly popular game that completely dominates the gaming industry. Sunlight enveloped the building. Ian got out of the capsule and told us that when he bought a VR capsule for 10 million won to play Kylan, using the money that his parents gave him for school and all his savings from his part-time job, everyone told him that he was crazy. He had glasses on his head. The protagonist pulled an arrow onto the bowstring and continued his monologue about how, despite the fact that he started playing 2 months after the release of the game, he leveled up an impressive archer in just 4 months. While killing monsters, Ian told us that hunting monsters as an archer brings him about 200,000 won per hour. He has already earned several million won playing this game. The protagonist introduced the new character classes and noted that the problem was that a major update to the game had recently been announced. A new region and 3 new classes would be added. All the players in Kylan were very happy about this news. However, the blue sky surrounded the city. The guy held his hand in front of his face. Clenching his fist, he screamed that they should not care about this. In order to start playing for a new class, they need to delete their current character. They have gone too far. After which the protagonist added that they will just go hunting and collect items when the new region appears. Maybe they can earn money to pay for tuition if they are lucky. The plot tells us that this was their plan. Mulana is an item that can unlock a hidden class for NPCs. Ian introduced the Mulana crystal and noted that it is an item that can unlock a hidden class for NPCs and added that it is an incredibly valuable item. In other words, he was very lucky to get it. Holding his head, the protagonist said that the problem is that it can only be used by characters below level 10 who have not undergone class change. Disappointed, Ian said that he found it too late. If it could be sold, he would get 10 million. But this is unacceptable. He will have to delete his character if he wants to use it, but delete his character after receiving all this money. The exhausted protagonist wondered what to do. He was talking on the phone with a friend who asked if Ian was kidding and wanted to delete his level 93 archer. Frowning, Barry exclaimed that his character is one of the best in Korea. He is in the top 1,000 players and the top 100 among all archers, and then clarified whether the protagonist is ready to lose all this. Looking at the phone, Ian replied that this is a chance to open the first hidden class among new players. He can't just throw this item away. Barry said with a displeased expression that he should already know a little about the new hidden classes that were revealed and asked if he knew that there was a player with the sniper class in their guild, to which he was told that the protagonist knew this and had recently gone hunting with him. Barry asked with a serious face if the protagonist thought that this sniper was much better than his archer, to which Ian said that there was quite a big difference in their levels, so he couldn't say, but he definitely had an advantage over the archer. Holding his neck, the protagonist stated that their attack range was incredible and their attack power was very strong, but their rate of fire was quite lame. He believed that he had the hardest time fighting large crowds of mobs. Confused, Barry replied that this was true. What he wanted to say was that even if it was a hidden class, it didn't mean that it would be stronger. An angry Barry asked why the protagonist would want to lose everything and start from scratch when he could easily earn 1,000,000 a day just by hunting. Ian turned to his friend with a smile on his face. He asked Barry with a satisfied expression why he was playing this game. Barry was taken aback by this question. Pointing his finger, the protagonist said that this was the main answer. He said with a satisfied expression that playing as the new hidden class would be a lot of fun. Barry grinned and said that in that case, he wouldn't stop this idiot. They looked at each other with a smile on their faces. It was evening. We were transported to a sunny game city. The merchant was sitting on the floor. Ian's face was serious. He walked up to the man. The merchant turned his attention to the protagonist and asked what he wanted. Crossing his arms, Ian said that he was looking for a potion of rebirth. The man grinned and said that the protagonist was lucky and had come to the right place. Holding the bottle in his hands, the merchant said that he had just gotten it. Ian took the potion from him. The old man grabbed his hand. He asked with a satisfied look if the protagonist knew that once he drank it, he would lose all the power that he had received and it would never be returned. The protagonist answered with a satisfied look that that was why he was going to drink it. Looking at the moon, Yan thought that this was the most expensive rebirth potion. Sitting on a rock, the protagonist assumed that he could have better attributes if he was lucky. Inspecting the potion, he read that this was a potion brewed by ancient alchemists. After drinking it, the character would be reset, his level and all attributes would be reset. Holding the bottle in front of him, Yan reasoned that he would earn even more money with his new class. He drank the potion. He was suddenly taken aback. The plot takes us to the training center of the city of Trombone, which stood under the sunny sky. The man watched the guys who were training with dummies. The old man turned his gaze and said that it was impossible. Yang launched powerful attacks at the doll and received messages that his flexibility had increased due to training, his agility attribute had increased by 1. He had survived damage that was close to its limit, his vitality attribute had increased by 1, he had been enlightened due to long-term meditation, and had received an increase in intelligence by 1. The dumbfounded boys discussed that they did not know how many days the protagonist had been training without resting. They had never seen such a diligent student, and he was an adventurer seeking true strength. Ian concentrated the energy in the blade while thinking about the update coming tomorrow. A bright beam of energy glowed in the sky. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. He appeared in the Gam City. Ian, looking satisfied, came to the conclusion that he first needed to find the Summoners Guild. Approaching the building, the protagonist noticed that he had arrived. He opened the door and asked if there was anyone inside. Ian stood in an empty room. Holding his chin, he thought that there was no one there and it looked like he would be the first. The protagonist climbed the stairs. The protagonist arrived at the Summoner Class Change Center, where he stood in front of the Guildmaster, Kine. Looking at the man, Ian said that he wanted to change his class to a Summoner. Holding his chin, Kine replied that the path of a Summoner is not easy, not everyone is given the ability to control furious monsters. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist stated that he knew this, but he believed that this class was as strong as it was difficult to master, to which he received a positive response. Kane said with a serious expression that he thought Yang was a suitable candidate. Extending his hand, he once again clarified if the protagonist really wanted to change his class to a Summoner, to which Yang replied that he did. Looking at the crystal, the protagonist suggested that he should give it to him now and asked him to take it. Dumbfounded, Kane looked at the crystal. The joyful protagonist concluded that Kane knew that this was a crystal left by the continent's hero, Mulan, to which the man remarked that Yang was much more interesting than he thought. The joyful protagonist asked in his mind to be given the hidden class. Kane extended his hand and offered to do him a favor, to which Yang replied that he would do whatever it took. Looking at him, the man said that a blue-eyed wolf had recently appeared in the Ramad Plains. His son had recently changed his class to a summoner and said that he wanted to make the blue-eyed wolf his familiar, but Kane wanted the protagonist to capture it. Taken aback, Ian asked again. The protagonist imagined the wolf and mentally noted that it was a rare monster above level 40, and then wondered why such a strong monster was involved in a level 10 player's class change quest. Holding the scrolls in his hands, Kane noted that since he was busy with his duties there, He would not be able to go himself, and he was ashamed to say it. But his son was too weak to restrain such a monster. He would give him 5 magical binding scrolls. Ian should tire the wolf out as much as possible and bind it with these scrolls. Kane added with a serious expression that the wolf that appeared in the Ramid Plains was still young, so it should not be too strong. A projection appeared in front of Ian, saying that the goal of the quest was to capture the blue-eyed wolf because the son of the master of the Summoners Guild said that he wanted to tame it. And it was also said that it appeared in the Ramid Plains, and as a reward, he would receive the Summoner class monster Tamer. The surprised protagonist thought that it was a hidden class. Ian looked at Kine with a satisfied expression and said that he would bring him the wolf at any cost, and the man said that he hoped that he would return with good news. Looking at the protagonist, Kine noted that if he failed, he could immediately return to get help, and Ian thought that the quest would not be lost if he failed at once. The protagonist turned around and began to leave. Moving through the deserted area, Ian thought that the monsters in the Ramid Plains were on average level 10. Even if it was a blue-eyed wolf, it should not be too strong since it was still young. He ran at a high speed and noticed that even though he was level 10, his attributes were closer to level 30 players. He should be able to do it. A projection appeared in front of Ian while he was saying that he would take a look at this stallion. He saw what this wolf looked like. Stopping, the protagonist asked if the wolf was level 20, noting that it did not matter to him since his attributes were high, but he had to fight a level 20 on 10 anyway. He picked up his bow and asked if the hidden class quests were always this hard, adding that at least he would not have to worry about being killed in one hit, which could have happened if he was level 10. Ian prepared to shoot and said that he would start. The arrow flew towards the wolf. The arrow hit the wolf's body. It began to growl from the injury. The monster ran towards the protagonist. Dumbfounded, Ian came to the conclusion that he could die. Holding his chin, the protagonist began to think. He swung his fist. The protagonist punched the wolf in the face. The frightened wolf suddenly calmed down. Flexing his fist, Ian declared that he would beat it up first. He began to beat the monster, after which a notification appeared that the monster's health must drop to a certain level before binding. The protagonist unrolled the scroll and used bind. Holding his chin, Ian asked what he should do if he was sure that the wolf would die if he hit it again. The protagonist fed the wolf and came to the conclusion that it needed to be healed a little so that it would not die. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was time to return to beating. The monster was dripping with cold sweat. The sun set behind the horizon. Ian tried to bind the wolf again. Light streams of energy bound the monster. Holding the scroll in his hands, the protagonist noted that he was finally able to bind it. Beating always works. Frowning, Ian noted that he had spent quite a lot of time and that probably many users had already changed their class to a summoner. He needed to hurry. The protagonist returned to Kine and stated that the wolf was stubborn. Picking up the scroll, Ian added that he had tamed it. The dumbfounded man asked if the protagonist had tamed the blue-eyed wolf. Frightened, Kine reasoned that the first quest of a monster tamer should have been a failure, but he had succeeded and it was incredible. Confused, Ian asked if he could now become a monster tamer, to which he received the answer that this was not so and that a monster tamer was not suitable for him. Confused, the protagonist asked again. Kine stood up from the table and asked if the protagonist wanted to follow the path of a master. Smiling, Ian read that Guildmaster Kine was amazed by his potential and wanted to guide him along the path of a master. Standing in front of the projection, the protagonist mused that he had never heard of a class change quest being so rigged, and then saw a message that if he accepted Kine's offer, he could become a taming master. Smiling, Ian mentally assumed that a taming master was a much higher level than a monster tamer. After saying that he wanted to become a master, streams of energy enveloped the protagonist and a notification about the class change and new attributes appeared. The guild building was shining brightly. Ian calmly noted that he had become a taming master. Standing in front of the screen, he mused that the first thing he should do was tame the summoned beast. He imagined the monster and declared that he would tame the blood wolf like in the trailer. The smug protagonist emphasized the fact that he should become the first in Kalen. The sunny sky enveloped the wasteland. Ian was surprised. He saw the guys standing in front of the blood wolf and said that there were already those who had transferred to a new class. It looked like they were trying to capture the monster. Standing in the crowd of people, Yan noted that he did not think that anyone would be faster than him and he would see how things were. The guys prepared to attack. Magic enveloped the monster. The man frowned and cried out that the wolf's health was almost at 0. The girl opened the scroll and tried to seal the wolf. A blue magic circle appeared under the monster. He jumped out from under the seal. The monster ran away from the people. Watching what was happening, Yan reasoned that it must be a thorn to meet a blood wolf after he missed him. It's good that he managed to watch them. Apparently, capturing a high-ranking monster is really difficult. The protagonist thoughtfully noted that it would take a long time to find wolves and that it would be better to catch any monster he came across first. He stood near a cliff. Keeping his hand on his hip, Ian emphasized that he was also curious about how many wolves he could capture with his leadership stat. He noticed a pack of wolves. The protagonist took his hand and noted that he would start. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The protagonist sealed the monster. He said with a smile on his face that he was the first to go. He looked at the taming information and the monster's characteristics. Taken aback, Ian noticed that the monsters had personalities because he had sealed a timid wolf. He stood in front of another monster. The sun was gradually setting behind the horizon. Looking at the projection, the protagonist noted that he would look at what its personality was. He was suddenly taken aback. His next captured monster was an agile wolf. Studying the characteristics, the protagonist reasoned that this one had the same level as the other, but its attributes were noticeably higher and they were called differently. With a serious expression, Ian concluded that monsters of the same type and level could have different attributes. Looking at the pack of monsters, the protagonist declared that he would see which of these wolves had the highest attributes. Smiling, Ian remarked that he would catch them all day. Drawing an arrow onto the bowstring, he thought that he would capture the wolves that had the highest attributes. The protagonist's face was dissatisfied. He flexed his hand and received a message that he had received the title of Wolf Specialist for capturing a large number of wolves. He was taken aback by the notification that with the title of Wolf Specialist, he would be able to determine the strongest wolves without capturing them. Standing in front of the projection, Ian wondered if they could do this for all the monsters, adding that he was asking too much. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist created a magic seal. He began to analyze the monsters. The wolves' levels appeared above their heads. Ian's gaze fell on a wolf of level 11. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if he should catch this one. The enraged monster began to roar. He rushed at Yan. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face. Yan beat the wolf. He began to capture the monster and said that now it knows its place. The protagonist began to examine the characteristics of the beast. He noted with a satisfied look that it was surprising, because the monster is level 11, but its attributes are higher than those of level 13 wolves, and it can also evolve. Waving his hand, Yan noted that he did not need other wolves, he needed to focus on training this one. He knelt in front of the monster and called it Lu. A smile appeared on the wolf's face. The embarrassed protagonist read that Lu's loyalty had increased by 5. They ran through the desert together while Yan said that it was time to hunt. Sunlight enveloped the tall building. Sitting at the table, Barry said that their Lotus Guild had become much weaker. When the protagonist left, he said that he was changing his class to a summoner and he was curious about his progress. He began to read the information about the summoner class. Taken aback, Barry asked what was with these headings. He pressed the keyboard and said that he would take a look. Barry introduced the warriors and read that the summoner class is very fun. But there is a very big drawback. They gain experience very slowly. The summoned creature takes some of the experience, so the level up is very slow. Confused, Barry said that this is just the beginning, so it is natural that there will be a lot of complaints, but everything looks pretty sad. Ian reset the character for this, but it seems true that the level up is very slow at first. He looked at the laptop screen. Frowning, Barry noted that it may take a long time for the protagonist to reach level 20 and join the guild. We were transported to Kylan, a wasteland surrounded by the evening sky. The protagonist prepared to shoot his bow and received a message that he had reached level 20. Young released an arrow. It hit the fox. Lu rushed at it. He approached the fox. He opened his mouth and began to roar loudly. Lu began to bite into the fox's back. The fox pushed him away. Lu's face was fearless. They continued to squabble. Smiling, the protagonist said that his level and attributes were lower than the red fox, but he would attack without any fear, and then asked if it was because of his personality. Yang prepared to shoot and said that Lu was doing well. Lu was furious. He knocked down the fox that was hit by the arrow. Standing over its corpse, Yang received a message that he had slain the monster and received almost 300 experience. Frowning, the protagonist came to the conclusion that their experience was divided equally and he needed to level Lu up to at least level 15. He began to train the wolf. Yan threw him a stick. The protagonist wrapped him in bandages. A blue aura enveloped Lu, after which Yan read that he had reached level 15. He walked up to him and shouted that he was ready. Looking at the satisfied wolf, the protagonist reasoned that they were leveling up slower than he thought, probably because the experience was divided equally, but it was a lot of fun to train with Lu. He hugged Lu and noted that the wolf was getting much stronger with each level up. Looking at the screen, the protagonist suggested going bear hunting. He stood next to Lu and said that they could now move on to the next hunting location. Yan watched the bears. The angry monster began to growl. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that due to the improvement of the mastery, the initial summon was raised to the 2nd level. He received 3 skill points and learned the active ability Blessing of the Berserker Warrior, and learned the passive ability Novice Tactics, after which Ian noted that they did not grind in vain, and now he will see what these abilities are. The protagonist read on the message that the Blessing of the Berserker Warrior casts the Blessing of the Berserker Warrior on him and his comrades for 20 minutes, increasing the attack power by 30%. Using it on a pet will increase the attack boost by 100%. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that this is not bad. He read that novice tactics increases the attribute's leadership and taming by 10%. Smiling, Ian suggested that he could capture the bear. Standing above the bears, the protagonist said that he will try to catch them and he wonders if there is anyone stronger than Lu. The blue aura from the capture ability bound the monster. Looking at the projection, Ian declared that it worked, his leadership had increased significantly thanks to the newbie tactics, and now he would compare attributes with Lu. The protagonist began to compare the characteristics of the beasts. Ian saw that Lu was much stronger and asked if he was really a wolf. The confused protagonist wondered when Lu would evolve. Touching the wolf, Ian said that it was time to farm. He and the wolf rushed into battle. Pointing his finger, the protagonist ordered Lu to attract this bear. The wolf began to run around the monster. He bit the bear on the head. A massacre began between the beasts. Lu ran around the bear, dealing multiple attacks. The wolf dodged the attack with a satisfied look. Holding a bow in his hands, the protagonist reasoned that this newbie tactics is really good. Lu perfectly understands what he needs from him. The wolf dealt a crushing attack. They stood over the monster's corpse. A happy Yan read that Lu had leveled up to 19. Closing his eyes, the wolf began to howl. The protagonist stroked him and asked him to continue growing, because soon he would have no equal. Taken aback, Yan thought that they were leveling up too slowly. He would need to take quests when he reached level 20. He began to exit the game and said that that was all for today. The life of a gamer requires careful planning. The night sky enveloped the building. Wiping his head with a towel, the protagonist noted that he needed to check the forum before going to bed. He assumed with a satisfied look that some losers were complaining right now. The protagonist sat down at the computer. He started a lot of negative comments about how leveling up takes too much time and stated that leveling up for the summoner is slow. It's true, but there is too much whining. Raising his hand to his chin, Ian asked if there were any reviews from people above level 15, noting that in order for a summoner's skills to improve, he needed to reach at least that level. He was surprised that there were no such players and noted that he was level 20. There should be many players above level 15, but there were none. He introduced the sorcerer and noted that there was a level 13 player he wanted to check. Ian noticed the possession ability of the player and read that the summoner absorbs the soul of his pet. 30% of the creature's attributes are transferred to the summoner. The absorbed creature cannot be summoned in battle. Frowning, the protagonist said that he did not have this ability. Looking at the player's avatar, Ian reasoned that this ability of the Horog, one could say that this is the bread of the summoner, and since the experience is not divided, the leveling goes much faster, after which he asked why absorb a pet that can fight on its own, because the attributes are not completely transferred. Holding his head, the protagonist added that even the level of the summoned beast does not increase. This is the most interesting thing in the game for the summoner. He does not have this ability, but he does not really want it. The protagonist was suddenly surprised, after which he asked if the summoner's abilities are different from his. Sitting on a chair, Yan noted that in this case, he has an ability that ordinary summoners do not have. The protagonist drank water and remembered that there is a beginner's training. Looking at the monitor, Yan said that he did not have much information, but to sum it up, he imagined throwing a stick to a wolf and asked if it was easier for him to pump up his pet if the taming master has fewer combat abilities than an ordinary summoner. Smiling, the protagonist added that he was moving in the right direction. Standing up from the table, Yan said that he should try to capture a rare or unique chair monster. The night sky enveloped the building. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. The protagonist climbed into the virtual reality capsule. He began to immerse himself in the game and noted that he would pump Lu to level 20 before the sun rose. Yan appeared in the forest. Standing next to the wolf, he declared that he would do it. The protagonist took the bow in his hands and activated the skills. They were preparing to attack the bear. The shot hit the bear. Lu pounced on him. He began to bite into the monster's neck. Lu walked away from the bear, and Yan read that they had received more than 500 exp. The surprised protagonist cried out that he could not hunt there for an archer until he reached level 35. His farming speed is much higher than them. They killed bears one after another. Yan and the wolf ran into battle. He was suddenly taken aback. Standing by the cliff, the protagonist noticed a huge beast and noted that it looked bigger than the others. A blue sight appeared near its eye. Looking at the beast, Yang read that it was a jet black moon bear, after which he cried out that it was a unique monster and that was great. Sitting on his knee, the protagonist wondered if he could capture it. He read with a dissatisfied look that his leadership was too low to capture this creature, after which he stated that he had released the previous bear, but his leadership was still not enough. He jumped off the cliff. Yang rushed into battle and said that when he got to the city, he would need to buy more magical binding scrolls. The protagonist fired his bow. The arrow pierced the bear's chest. Enraged, Lu began to roar. The bear rushed at him. Yang thought with a smile on his face that now that he was almost as good as him, level 38 monsters were no problem at all. The wolf dodged the monster's devastating attack. Its eyes glowed with a dim blue light. Lu grabbed the bear's neck. The satisfied protagonist read that they had defeated the bear and gained over 1,000 experience points, and Lu had now been promoted to level 20. Standing in front of Lu, Yan stated that the full capabilities of Kylan were only unlocked after reaching level 20. Guild registration, dungeons, imperial quests, and so on, all required level 20. Looking at the projection, the protagonist remarked that he would look at what items he had received. He saw that he had received moon bear meat, bear hunter's warhammer, and a jet black necklace. Examining the items, Yan stated that he had never seen such an item before. He noted with satisfaction that he was using an identification scroll and asked for an appraisal of his necklace. A pink aura enveloped the pendant. A message popped up about the item, that the coal black necklace is a necklace of unknown origin, made of obsidian, as black as the depths, looks insanely expensive. The joyful protagonist shouted that he had a good necklace from the auction, but this is much better, his first good loot since the reset. Ian held the book in his hands and said that his items are not bad. He will look at how much Lu's attributes have increased. Attack has increased by 4, defense by 2. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if monsters become significantly stronger with increasing level, adding that this is not the case and something does not add up. He looked at the book and thought that there is no pattern in the growth rate, and the developers could not make it random. Sitting on the ground, Ian came to the conclusion that he needs to find out how this works. He was suddenly taken aback and realized that it depends on the potential. The protagonist looked at Lu and noted that the secret is in the attribute of potential. Training increases the potential of the wolf. Frowning, the protagonist exclaimed that every time the potential increased by 10, the growth rate of the attributes increased. He knew it, the beginner training was too strong. Looking at Lu, the protagonist pointed out that the hidden class had unique abilities, after which he stated that each monster had a potential attribute and it determined the growth rate of their attributes when they leveled up. Looking at the wolf card, Yan added that in other words, the monster class itself was raised by the potential, and the ability beginner training raised it. The protagonist seriously noted that he would spend all his skill points on training. He began to study the average training, where it was said that the selected summoned creature receives the status of training for 15 minutes. A pet with the status of training improves its understanding of the owner's commands. The potential of the pet will increase with repeated training. With the increase in potential, the ability average training will increase, after which Yan said that he did not think to spend skill points on capturing the bear and he is glad about it. Sitting on his knee, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he is glad that he solved this riddle. Lu's potential should soon become 100. Looking at the time, Yan said that he spent almost an hour. He stroked Lu and said that he needs to gain experience faster. The protagonist took a sandwich and noted that if he were as diligent in his studies, he would probably already be a doctor or a lawyer. Looking at the monitor, the protagonist noted that there is no point in thinking about it now. Taken aback, Yan screamed about the video of the Dark Sorcerer. He looked at the old man, whose army consisted of skeletons. Someone called the protagonist. He took the phone in his hand and added that it was an unknown number. Bringing the phone to his ear, Ian heard someone ask him if it was him and then answered yes. The phone told him that it was a teacher's assistant in the virtual reality department of a Korean university. The confused protagonist greeted her. Frightened, Ian heard that the head professor of his department was asking him to call him back because of his grades. Holding his head, the tearful protagonist wondered if he was being expelled. The protagonist looked at the balcony and asked what would happen if he did not call the professor. Ian held the phone to his ear and listened to him say that he would send the grades to his home, and of course, they were not talking about his place of residence. The guy looked ahead in confusion, thinking that his father should not see his grades. Imagining an evil Darth Vader, he decided that he would be forced to return home at the height of his youth. Ian worriedly put his hand to his forehead and said that he would call him. The guy closed his eyes and said that he should call him, but where was his number? Looking at the phone, he said that he heard him looking for it. The protagonist held the phone in fear and listened that he was definitely a new student. Ian listened in fear as the professor asked if he was okay, why he was not involved in the life of the faculty at all, how he managed to find himself on the verge of expulsion at the end of the first semester. The guy looked at the window and asked if it was because of 3 failing grades in a row. He should only have 2. Dave sat at the table with a smirk and said on the phone that it was true, but now he was thinking about giving him a 3rd. The protagonist squirmed in rage and thought that he was threatening him and why he was doing this. Smirking, he asked what he needed to do. The professor held the phone to his ear and said that first, he needed to come up with an excuse for not participating in the life of the faculty. Yang looked down in alarm, wondering if he could say it was all because of the game. How should he answer him? The guy smirked and said that you see, the reason he chose the VR faculty was because he admired the unlimited potential of VR. One of the reasons for the popularity of VR was the game Kylan. The protagonist remembered how he pulled the bow and said that that's why he decided to study VR from the inside. He didn't just play. Putting his hand to his temple, the man listened as he studied the incredibly detailed virtual world available in Kylon. Yang frowned when he heard the professor ask about his level. If he worked so hard, he should have gotten into the ranking of the best players in Korea. The guy imagined himself in the game and said that he was originally level 93, but because he had recently reset his character, he was now level 20. Sitting at the computer, he listened as Dave asked him if he thought he was stupid, if he thought that because he said it with confidence he could avoid problems. The guy mentally noted that he was trying to avoid problems. Frowning, Ian challenged him to a bet to prove whether he was lying or not. The professor held the phone to his ear and told him to continue. He sat at the table and asked if he was really going to try to reach level 93 before the next semester. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked if he could reach level 93 before the semester started, wouldn't that prove he had it? Smiling, the man replied that of course he sometimes plays kill in himself. If he succeeds, he will solve his problems with his studies, but if he fails, he will not only retake the exam, but Dave will also talk to his parents about his future. Ian looked away in alarm, hearing that he should participate in the life of the faculty. The man held the phone to his ear and said that if the guy wins the bet, he will give him a pass in his subjects regardless of attendance. The protagonist happily looked ahead and clarified whether he would keep his word. He clenched his fist with a smile and said that he will try his best. The guy climbed into the virtual reality capsule. Ian stood in the stream next to the wolf. He looked at Lou and called him. Stroking the wolf, the protagonist said that they will have to work hard. The protagonist raised his head and said that he was planning to get his previous level back before the end of the semester anyway. And since he avoided retakes, he would be able to do it, and he would also get credits without attending. He would definitely do it. Ian stood in front of the building and said that it was time to start. He walked up to the man at the counter and said that he wanted to join the guild. The guy smiled and said that he wanted to join the Lotus Guild. The man raised an eyebrow and said that the desired level to join the Lotus Guild was 60. He could place his request to join, but he was not sure if they would consider it. Did he really want to continue? The protagonist smiled and thought that the guild leader was his best friend and he was close with all the main members, so it did not matter. The man looked at him with a smile and said that he placed his request to join. He would be automatically registered when the guild master accepted. The guy looked at the screen and asked if he should message Barry so that he would accept the request. Putting his hand to his lip, Ian said that he was offline. Well, not that he was in a hurry, he would accept it anyway. The protagonist dissolved into space and thought that he needed to go to the auction house next. He needed to buy equipment. He looked at the glowing building and said that this was the advantage of being a successful beginner. He would change all the equipment for the best items he could find. The guy crossed his arms in the room and said that the bonus attributes of the summoner class did not add to his combat attributes, but to the attributes that help with summoning, such as taming. Sooner or later, pets will become his main power. He looked at the weapon and asked if there was something here that would improve the attributes of his pet, for example, an item enchanted with strengthening. Ian looked ahead in surprise. A window popped up with information about the bandage of Mother Nature. The protagonist tapped the screen and said he would definitely take it. Looking at the bandage in front of him, he said that summoner items were finally on sale. Maybe there were more Mother Nature items for summoners. The guy looked at the screen with a smile and said he would look for Mother Nature. He was surprised and cried out that there were more. The system showed Mother Nature's staff, which gives improvements to pets. Putting his hand to his chin, Ian said that this was a dilemma. He uses a bow. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the item, saying that he would buy it. He can't use a bow forever. He raised his hands in front of the weapon on the screen and said that it was still quite early, but it would be nice to get used to a different fighting style. The guy stood with the staff in his hands and thought about how strange it felt to hold it. Summoning a wolf, Ian said that the average training works even in cities, so it is better to use it on cooldown. Smiling, he said that it was time for quests. We see a street in the city where a stranger was shouting that this guy is a summoner. Girls were standing in the crowd near the protagonist and said that his pet is a pathetic wolf. It probably has a low level. The protagonist looked down and thought about the fact that he would take on a quest to clear the goblin camp. During this quest, the experience for goblins is double. He will receive all the experience won. Looking at the man, he said that he was an NPC for the quest. The guy approached him with his hand raised and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ian stood in front of him with a smile, asking how things were and thought that it seemed like the character's attitude towards him had not reset. Frowning, John said that he was just about to say that they had some problems because of the goblin camp. Their cleanup team did not cope with them. It seems he knows a good mercenary who can help. The protagonist smiled and replied that he would personally take care of this. He happily opened the screen. The system announced that the quest clearing the goblin camp in Sommer Canyon was starting. The guy smiled and thought that it seemed like he remembered correctly. Ian frowned and said that it was a group quest. Who should he invite? It was unlikely that there were newbies below level 40 in the guild. The guy asked if it was possible to postpone the cleanup until he found a group. John raised a finger and said that of course he could do it for him, and asked if he could take care of the Goblin Scouts. A message popped up saying that it was necessary to kill the Goblin Scouts in Summer Canyon. Turning away, the guy said that he would do it and thought that the road there and back would take 30 minutes. It was a little annoying, but okay. Ian crossed his arms in front of the screen and said that Barry was online. The protagonist was writing to a friend to accept his request to join the guild and he would catch up with him soon. Standing in front of the screen, the guy asked in messages if there was anyone in the guild around level 40. He pressed the screen and thought about what he would ask in the guild chat, because it was better to find an assistant from the guild than someone random. The main character wrote in the chat that he came back and said that it was only level 20, nothing special, he would soon return to his original level. He asked in the conversation if the guys knew anyone around level 40. Ian looked displeased at Barry's message asking why he was looking for level 40. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy wondered if everyone would be shocked if he told them about the quest with the goblins at level 20. The protagonist said in the chat that he plans to do the quest clearing the goblin camp, but it's a group quest, he needs one person. Someone who can stand up for themselves in the goblin camp, although, not even that, anyone who wants to go with him to the camp, he can handle it alone. Looking at the screen, the guy answered that he is level 20, but he has a very strong pet, so he thinks he can complete the quest, or rather, it will do everything for him. He read with a grin that the guys wrote that luck is on his side. This explains how he got to level 20. Ian turned away and Carl wrote that he has a friend of about level 45. The thing is that she has a production class, so her combat abilities are small. The guy said in the chat that her combat class is a priestess and the production class is like a cook. Although she is a priestess, she is unlikely to be useful in battle. She is not very good at the game. The protagonist was typing messages with displeasure and thought that he just needed someone to start the quest. He didn't care what skills he had. Ian wrote that he had things to do, so he would leave the chat, let Carl text him when he got in touch with her, and thought that he liked texting guild members, but not as much as grinding. Clenching his fist, he decided that he needed to finish the previous quest before Carl texted him. We see clouds in the blue sky. The protagonist looked at the waterfall. The guy was watching the leopards from behind a tree. Looking at the beast, he decided that it was a level 30 monster, a Karkan. Ian stood next to Lou with displeasure and thought that it would be nice to get hold of the Karkan. This ball of fur was a little lacking in coolness. The wolf stepped on the ground. The protagonist turned around in surprise. Frowning, he wondered if he could hear his thoughts. The boy extended his hand to his companion and asked if he knew how dear he was to him. Lou closed his eyes in displeasure. Yang looked at him in confusion and thought that he was truly upset. The wolf quickly spun around in front of him. The protagonist looked at the glow in fear, wondering what was going on. He frowned and realized what was going on. Lou was surrounded by many lightning bolts and the system said that this was evolution. The protagonist smiled and thought that he was finally evolving. Yang stood in front of the glow and wondered why he was evolving now. What was the requirement for evolution anyway? Smiling, he thought that his potential had reached 100, his appearance would change if he evolved. The boy stood in front of the wolf and thought that it would be great if it became bigger so that he could ride it. There was a flash in the middle of the forest. Lou stood on the ground menacingly. The protagonist looked at him happily. The wolf walked forward and the system reported that it had evolved into a wolf with a blood-red mane. A window popped up informing him that his skill level had been increased as a result of pet evolution. Raising his hands in front of his companion, the boy laughed. The wolf happily approached his master. Ian stroked Lou with a smile and said that he loved him. The system showed the wolf's characteristics. The protagonist happily looked at the screen and thought that the rank had changed from common to rare and that he could still evolve. Would his rank change to unique if he evolved again? The guy stood in front of the screen laughing and thinking that this class was definitely some kind of abnormal. He happily stroked the wolf and said that he would not choose a Korkan even if there were 1,000,000 of them. He would only choose him. Touching Lou, Ian asked if he could carry him on his back. The companion sank to the ground. The protagonist saddled the wolf. Looking down, he asked Lou with a smile to go ahead. The guy happily jumped on the beast. The wolf quickly ran through the forest. The plot moves us to the Summer Canyon on the trail. The protagonist sat on the wolf discontentedly and said that it was somehow gloomy there. He turned away and said that he didn't understand why Kylan was so realistic. Young stroked Lou's face and asked if he was supposed to deal with 10 goblin scouts on his mission. The guy held out his hand with a spell and said that now that the wolf had become so cool, they couldn't stop there, it was time to have fun. A vortex surrounded Lou and the system reported that the guy had activated the Blessing of the Wind and the Berserker Warrior. The protagonist stood in front of the goblins and told Lou that he should attack the 3 goblins first, and he would follow behind him. The guy watched the monsters in the canyon and thought that with all the buffs, the wolf's attributes couldn't be less than some pathetic goblins. Looking at the running beast, Yang thought that its combat artificial intelligence should be incomparable to ordinary monsters. The guy smirked, thinking that he also now had 2 unique abilities. Liu ran forward quickly and the system reported that vulnerability detection was activated. The wolf growled furiously. The frightened goblins looked at him and said that it was a bloody wolf. The pet bit the monster's head. Liu cut off the goblin's head and the game reported that he died of bleeding. The protagonist looked forward furiously and wondered how it happened that a level 40 monster died with 1 blow. The wolf raised its head menacingly. The goblin with a club screamed angrily. Yan looked forward in surprise. The monsters were beating up the screaming Liu. The pet suddenly turned around. It dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The guy clenched his fist and said that it was great. The wolf was beating up the enemies furiously. The goblin looked at its ally in surprise. He was sweating profusely in fear. Liu closed his mouth angrily. He ran past the enemy and the system reported that a critical hit had been made. Yan looked at the pet in shock and called for it. He approached the wolf and thanked him for his efforts. The guy hugged his friend with a smile. The protagonist stood next to the beast and said that it was time for the second round. The guys were standing in the forest in front of the monsters. Ian lay down on a rock in front of the fighting pet. He looked in surprise at Carl's message offering to talk. The guy waved to the wolf and said that this was enough, let him come to him. The protagonist read the messages with a smile that his girlfriend had written to Carl in the game and agreed. He looked at his friend's message with a smirk and asked who he thought he was. The protagonist wrote messages in the chat about how he had just cleared Tamer Canyon on his own, killed all the goblin scouts in the outer camps, and raised 5 levels in half a day. Ian smiled and thought about reaching level 100 in 2 months. Putting the staff on his shoulder, he thought that he would reach level 50 in 15 days and 80 in the next 15 days. In the remaining month he would level up to level 100 and win the bet. The guy looked at the screen with displeasure and thought that this bet would help him a lot because her name was Rena. He asked the girl in the chat if she was Carl's friend. The protagonist looked at the canyon and wrote to her that since she was in the city of Lucan, she should stay in the forge. He would be there in 10 minutes. The plot moves us to the city to the houses. Ian stood on the street and asked if there was a forge somewhere around here. He turned around with a smile. The guy looked ahead with interest and sighed. The protagonist approached Rena and said that she had been told about him. Smiling, the girl said that she had heard a lot about him from Carl. She put her finger to her lips and said that they were not exactly friends, but close comrades. Ian happily stood in front of Rena and said that he was also ready, asked if she had any special reason to do this quest with the goblin camp. The girl said that there was a quest that she wanted to do, but in order to take it, she needed to complete the quest with the camp. This was a quest from the castle's cook, Duke Trappin, but she needed to complete this quest to enter the castle. The protagonist looked at her in confusion and asked why she needed a quest from a cook. Rena smiled sheepishly and replied that her artisan class was a cook. Standing at the forge, Ian admitted that he had heard from Carl that Rena had a cook class. The girl turned her head to him, agreed and explained that in fact she was also a cook in real life, to which the guy said that he had heard that this was not the easiest class, but he thought that it should be a little easier for Rena since she does this outside the game. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, and after the cook noted that it was also more fun, he thought that in the end, real skills affect how good a person is at game classes. They walked on together, and Ian said that she was the first cook he had met anyway. The protagonist smiled and asked her to cook him something delicious next time. Rena smiled back and agreed. John turned his attention to them and realized that the protagonist had found a member of the party. He held up 2 fingers and noted that 2 people might not be enough, but decided to trust the guy's choice since he knew his strength. John stood in front of Ian and Rena and told them that the main group had just left, so the 2 of them could catch up if they hurried, and recommended that they work together. A window appeared with the E difficulty quest Tamer Canyon Goblin Camp Subjugation, the gist of which was that Raphael, the leader of the vigilantes of the city of Lucan, asked a group of at least 2 people to join the enslavement team and help in clearing the goblin camp, and the reward was promised gold, which was calculated proportionally to the contribution to the clearing and double experience for killing goblins while the quest was ongoing. Ian sighed tiredly and noticed that the description of the mission had changed slightly, and assumed that it was because he was late, but the fact that the rewards remained the same made him happy. In front of Rena, there was also a system window, and when asked if she received the quest, she answered that she did. The guy waved his hand at her and decided to go straight on his way. The girl was scared when she saw Liu appear. The protagonist touched him and urged the cook not to worry, because he was his pet, not a monster, and she was surprised, but Ian did not understand what was wrong. Rena smiled and wondered if the protagonist was a summoner and asked if he had already taken on such a difficult quest when it had only been a couple of days since the new classes were introduced. The protagonist put his hand on his hip and nervously replied that he was just a little lucky because this wolf was not quite ordinary and he could level up quickly with it. And this pet was strong enough to deal with a group of goblins, and then thought that this was just a terrible excuse, but decided that Rina would not believe him if he said he was only level 25. The cook put her hand on her cheek and admitted that she envied Ian because she was level 45 but still ran away when she encountered goblin scouts. The guy was shocked that she believed her so easily, after which he thought that it probably had something to do with her skills as a craftsman, because the cook class is not 100% studied and there are many variables, and he thought that there is no point in caring about goblin scouts at level 45 if she is a craftsman. The girl waved her hand, thanked him for the kind words and said that she still preferred to cook than fight, so it was fine with her, after which she changed the topic to the wolf, which, in her opinion, looked cool. Besides, she had never seen anything like it. The guy pointed somewhere with his finger, laughed and noted that at the moment there was only one on the server. Rina adjusted her hat and asked if it had a name. She greeted Lou with a smile, finding the name cute when Ian told her his pet's name. The cook turned to the side and asked if Lou would like some treats, and the protagonist confirmed that he probably liked to eat. The girl took out a piece of meat. The protagonist, seeing and smelling the smoked steak, wanted it too. The wolf bit into the dish and after eating it, his vitality increased by 200 units for 20 minutes. A system window appeared in front of Ian, and Rina asked what was wrong. The guy leaned towards the window and asked if Lou's stats had increased due to the effect of her cooking. The protagonist turned to the girl in shock after she explained that when cooking skills reached an advanced level, the food cooked gave a buff depending on its type. He thoughtfully read the dialogue box and noticed that with Lou's HP just under 14,000, a bonus of 200 was significant, and so decided to befriend the cook. The guy then got angry at the wolf for eating everything by himself. Ian scratched the back of his head and asked if there was anything for him, but the girl replied that she didn't have anything right now. He was very upset, and the girl said that she would make him something after the quest and asked her not to be jealous. The protagonist loomed over her and declared that it was a promise. The group gathered in Summer Canyon. The knight knelt down on one knee and informed the leader of the enslavement, Hugo, that hired reinforcements had arrived. The man saw Ian and his companion and noted that they were just in time. He leaned forward and thanked them seriously for coming. The boy accepted the thanks just as confidently and thought it was great that they weren't late. He looked around and realized that the other players seemed upset for some reason. He and Rina had walked forward after the protagonist decided it didn't matter since they would be fighting separately. Dust rose up on the field. One of the red-eyed goblins screamed. Hugo pointed at them and exclaimed that they would exterminate the monsters of Summer Canyon, then ordered all units to attack. The goblins attacked, and the humans readied their blades. Rina was worried, so she checked with Ian if this was really okay. The boy turned to her and repeated that everything would be fine, and instructed her to just do as he told her. But the cook was unsure since he was supposed to be the only fighter on the cleanup team's side. The protagonist placed his hand on his belt and noticed that the girl would actually be useful as well, as her shield attack dealt quite a bit of damage, remembering that due to Rina's fear. Her shield skills were very well developed. He looked ahead and came up with a simple plan where the girl would tank the damage and he would deal it, deciding that her level was relatively high in the goblin camp. The guy's eyes sparkled and he also thought that Rina's mastery of the Shield of Brightness was comparable to a level 60 skill, meaning that she was not afraid of death. Ian glanced at the cook and considered that as soon as she attracted more goblins, he and Lou would take all the experience, and since she was here with him, the guy decided that he could make the best use of her because she was essentially a meat shield. The girl smiled at the protagonist and said that she trusted him. The protagonist approached Lou and advised him to trust the wolf instead of him, after which he thought that with this plan, Rina would also gain a lot of experience if she didn't die. But the probability of her dying was 0. He frowned and tried to convince himself that it wasn't because of the cook's incredibly delicious cooking. The goblin jumped on them. The girl surrounded herself with a shield. The monsters began to attack the barrier, and when he asked how much longer she could hold out, Rina told Ian that he shouldn't worry and said 10 minutes. The protagonist smirked and noted that the cook was better than he thought, and assumed that he was too worried about someone level 40 because she was fine. Lou rushed into the crowd of goblins, gaining experience for killing them, despite the fact that they are much stronger than the goblin scouts, and even considering that the experience is divided between the 3 of them, Ian decided that he had too much of it. The protagonist was shown 2 messages about leveling up to 26, then 27. He smiled greedily and remarked that it was amazing. Bare steep cliffs. A guy saw the protagonist beating up goblins and wondered who he was. He was nervous and surprised because the protagonist looked like a summoner but was already high enough level to be here. Edward touched his head and motioned for Luke and Greta to come and look at this, and his friend asked what was going on. The guy pointed to the ongoing battle and clarified what they thought about it. Greta closed her eye and said that it was a summoner, but Luke realized that was not the problem and remarked that to hunt here, the protagonist had to be at least level 40, but his wolf's combat abilities looked like level 60. Edward raised a finger and added that the summoner class was released not long ago, so he did not believe in level 40 and thought that the protagonist was level 20 at most, and the girl agreed with him. Luke frowned and remembered reading on the forums that the verified top 1 player had reached level 17 or 18. Lu threw a few more monsters, and their group wondered what kind of wolf the protagonist was using. Luke assumed a thoughtful pose and suggested that it could be an artifact with summoning magic. Edward snapped his fingers and said that he had an idea about that. He smirked and explained that looking at the fight between Ian and Rena, one could conclude that they were newbies. Plus, he thought the protagonist did not have offensive spells since he used his staff in hand-to-hand combat. His comrades tensed up and Greta suggested that Edward was suggesting that they become player killers. Luke extended his hand towards her and nervously asked her not to be so loud, and she apologized. The girl folded her hands on her stomach and asked the party leader if he was being too rash, and thought that it was not worth it if they did not get good equipment after killing them, since the penalty for killing a player was quite severe and it would not be easy to restore the lost reputation. Edward raised his fist and urged them to think about it again, and calculated that one magic summoning artifact would bring them at least 20 million gold, which was 6-7 million for each of them. Luke stepped forward and exclaimed that this amount of gold exceeded 40 million won. The party leader put his palm forward, noted that this was true, and thought that if they did not do it now, they would not have to worry about their equipment until at least level 80, and then asked the guys if they really wanted to miss this opportunity. He raised his finger and added that he also had a brilliant plan. Lou growled, beating up a few goblins along the way. Ian opened the system window and found out that he would soon reach level 30, and wondered what 2 class skills he would get, considering that players gain them every 30 levels. He clicked on something on the screen and read that the forum said that these abilities were 100% random, but in fact, he knew that this was not true and one of them would be related to the most advanced skill. The protagonist looked closer at the skill tree and added that the second ability would definitely be random. He smiled and already decided which ability would be best for him. The dialog box gave a description of the active skill of level 3 medium training, which imposes a temporary status training on one of the pets, during which the animal better understands the orders of its owner and has several additional buffs. The goblin missed when he tried to hit the protagonist, who at that time noticed that this skill increases potential and assumed that he would get one ability related to it. Ian hit the monster on the head and hoped that this random skill would not give him anything related to farming. Rena, who was holding a shield, warned the protagonist that she had 5% of holy power left. The guy swung his staff and shouted to the wolf to help the girl and protect her. Lou immediately rushed to the cook. He instantly appeared in front of Rena and dealt a critical hit to the goblin scout, instantly killing him and the goblin warrior and bringing the owner quite a lot of experience. The girl stroked the wolf and thanked him. The protagonist began to get annoyed, seeing how this ball of fur got along with Rena, and was upset that Lou was not so nice to him. He shed a tear and decided to deal with it after completing the quest. The wolf turned his head, confused. A fierce battle was taking place in the canyon. The goblins had gathered in a camp and were panicking. One of them, with a staff, came out of the tent, indignant that humans dared to set foot on their territory. He bared his teeth and ordered to kill all the intruders. The monster raised the staff above his head. A powerful spell fell to the ground. The warriors took a direct hit, and some managed to survive, getting off with only burning armor. Hugo, watching the destruction, assumed that it was the chieftain. He tensed up and ordered all the guns to be loaded, so that the battle would end with victory over the enemy and nothing else. Ian confidently looked ahead when he received a notification that the allies' morale had increased by 30%. The warriors ran forward with enthusiastic cries, receiving a 10% stat buff for 20 minutes. The protagonist waved his staff forward and motioned for Lou to attack. The wolf easily killed several goblins. The chieftain stared at this in shock. Lou was running towards him. The goblin chief spread his arms and exclaimed that Lou was just a beast raised by humans. The next moment, the wolf dealt him a critical blow. The chieftain's shoulder exploded, and the system reported that his health had been reduced by 0.7% of his total health, and that he would take periodic bleeding damage for 10 seconds. The leader of the enslavement raised his fist and called for a joint attack, then roared. Projectiles approached the chieftain from all sides. The ground exploded. Smoke billowed out. A battered goblin emerged from the smoke, and the system warned that he had 30% of his total health left. The chieftain opened his mouth wide and screamed, and the system explained that he had received the berserker status. His tongue lolling out, he went on the attack. Yang gritted his teeth, dodging his blow. He turned his attention to what was happening in front of him. The guy slipped, and the system reported that he had been hit by a chain explosion and received a moderate amount of damage. The protagonist fell. He looked at his burning arm, noticed that it hurt and that he needed to heal. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped him, and the system notified that a member of Rina's party cast a healing light on him and restored a lot of health. The protagonist smiled, realizing what had happened. He turned to the girl. Yang glanced at the cook and thanked her, and she responded with a silent smile. The boy summoned Lu and ordered him to attack. He moved the staff aside, and the wolf growled. The beast raised its head, and the protagonist warned the others to be careful and asked them to continue luring the chieftain towards themselves. Yang created a bow. Lu ran forward. The protagonist pulled the bowstring. He confidently looked ahead, trying to find the enemy's weak point. The goblin leader spread his arms and spread fire, calling on everyone to die, and the protagonist realized that the enemy had become much more aggressive and that there was no time to fail. The chieftain even burned one of the warriors. Lu approached the monster from behind. Yang took aim and decided that it was high time to attack. His arrow took off. It overtook the humans and flew towards the goblin chief. The boss saw a flash in the sky. He opened his mouth and roared. The arrow pierced him through. Then it stuck into the ground. The chief fell, shrouded in white flames. The beaten warriors frowned, not fully understanding what had happened and whether the enemy was dead. But then the system congratulated them on killing the goblin chief and completing the goblin camp quest. They raised their hands and weapons up, happy that they had done it and completed the quest. The protagonist looked to the right and read the messages he had received about defeating the boss, gaining a huge amount of experience, increasing fame due to making the greatest contribution, and completing the quest condition of subjugating the goblin camp. The guy looked at the windows in front of him, announcing his promotion to level 30. He saw a special red message warning about the opening of class skills, as well as the unlocking of the special skills. Assign a skill to summon and spatial distortion, which caught his attention. Hugo distracted Ian from his thoughts. He extended his hand to the protagonist, said his name and thanked him. They shook hands and the man said that they did not suffer serious losses thanks to the protagonist, and therefore considered himself in his debt. The guy replied that they succeeded only thanks to the bravery of Hugo's guys. The leader of the enslavement glanced over their backs and urged the guys to be careful when returning. He turned to his subordinates and loudly wished them luck. The man raised his fist and shouted that they had completed their mission and that it was time for them to go home. Ian patted Lu, sighed and was glad that it was over. He sat down on the ground and decided to take a look at the new skills. The guy read the description of the skill. Assign a skill to summon, which, as he expected, was related to potential. He folded his arms and thought about giving the skill assignment to Lu, and then wanted to check its potential. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and noticed that the wolf's potential was only 6, while it took about 100 to evolve. He put his hands on his hips and decided that he should give the pet an ability to increase this stat. Ian sat down on the ground again and thought that he needed to help Lu evolve as soon as possible, but he knew that it would affect his skills. He looked at the description of the second skill, Spatial Distortion, which allows you to swap places with your pet, which is desirable to activate without taking damage during use. The protagonist looked down and noticed that it was a little disappointing that he did not get an attack or slowing skill, but he figured that it would definitely come in handy in battle, so he was pleased with such cool skills. Rina raised her hand and called out to Ian. She bowed, thanked the guy and said that they won only because of him. The protagonist waved his hand and praised the cook, who, in turn, said that she could not have done it without the guy. Lu approached them, and the protagonist called for thanks to him because it was he who did the main work. The girl turned away and admitted that she was very surprised at how strong the wolf was when she saw him in action. She approached Lu and thanked him for today. Ian turned around, noticing someone approaching. Edward and his guys approached and apologized, and the protagonist wondered who they were and why they were here. The guy who came up extended his hand and said that he was glad to meet him, after which he said his name and admitted that he was too busy with the quest, so he did not have the opportunity to meet the protagonist. Ian shook his hand and introduced himself. He thought about it when Edward offered to join his group and complete a couple of quests. The guy smirked and said that they knew about a hidden quest that was a continuation of the mission to conquer the goblin camp, and the protagonist assumed that he was talking about the priest's quest. Ian frowned and thought that he hadn't planned on doing it because of its difficulty, but now his level was much higher. He looked closely at Edward, not understanding why these guys, 2 of whom were at least level 50, needed him, because there was a big difference between them. The protagonist tilted his head and pretended to be interested in the hidden part of the quest, but in fact he decided that something was wrong and that more information was needed. Edward looked Ian in the eye and explained that this was a quest to kill the goblin priest, whom they found in the tunnel behind the barracks and who only needed to be killed. But he was afraid that even though the priest was much weaker than the chieftain, the 3 of them would not be able to handle it. He put his hand forward and shared his thoughts about the protagonist having a powerful summoning artifact, and thought that if he and Rina joined them, they would definitely cope. Ian smiled slyly when he realized that the 3 thought that he was using the artifact. He smiled wider, realizing that since artifacts were very expensive, these players wanted to kill him to make a lot of money for themselves. The protagonist put his hand on his hip and stated that he understood everything and that he agreed to help the guys, thinking that it would be nice to have fun with these idiots. Columns of smoke rose above the canyon. Ian and Rena frowned and looked ahead, and then contacted in a private chat. The girl, without turning to the protagonist, asked why he was writing, and the guy warned her that she should be ready. The guy turned to the suspicious guys and noted that it sounded great, but asked them to wait while he consulted with his girlfriend. Edward smiled and said he agreed. Ian turned to Rena and asked her what she thought about what she heard. The cook silently looked at the guy who wrote in the chat that the three seemed to want to kill them, and then asked if he thought they encountered player killers. Ian looked seriously at his companion and sent a message that they were probably going to kill them after the fight with the priest, but thought that they were not really interested in Rena. The protagonist glanced at Edward, and the girl in the chat asked Ian what they should do, and immediately agreed to play along when he asked. The cook turned to Greta and the guys and said that there was no reason to refuse, because this was a secret mission, which meant that everyone would benefit. The villain gave a thumbs up and exclaimed that this was great, thinking what idiots his victims were. Ian turned his head to his friend, who asked what the plan was, after which he replied that there was no need to worry and that everything was already thought out. The guy looked ahead, his eyes sparkled, and decided that they would have a wonderful time. Edward was playing with the fire with a grin, Greta glanced at the guys, and Luke had a predatory expression on his face. The man was sitting on a high cliff. He stretched and noticed that the air in Kylan was very refreshing. The man named Dave smiled and said that this virtual world was beautiful and its creators were real geniuses. He relaxed, looking into the distance, and decided that he needed to convince his friends to go camping in this game. The man put his hand in his backpack and found food. He bit into a kimbap and admitted that there was nothing better than him on a camping trip. Dave looked up and remembered something. He created a small magic circle and summoned his pet, Wolfie. A figure of a wolf appeared next to him. The beast raised its head and howled, and its owner noted that it always did that. The man handed Wolfie a ham and offered him a snack. The wolf closed his jaws around the meat, and Dave said again that it was very nice here. The man tilted his head slightly to the side and thought. He frowned and thought that the guy was probably still playing. Dave remembered Ian, who had been nervous while talking to him on the phone. He scratched his chin and decided that he should have clarified what class he was, and hoped that the protagonist was not a summoner. A light lit up the dark cave. It went deep inside. The group entered the battle, and Rena was telling Ian which side to watch, and he was telling her when to use healing. Edward glanced behind him and thought that the quest would soon end and the priest would soon appear, which meant it was time to begin. His plan was to attack the protagonist from behind while he and his friend fought the mini-boss. He imagined himself standing on a mountain of gold after obtaining an artifact worth tens of millions of won. Ian saw Edward's stupid smile and thought he was an idiot for not even being able to hide it. He turned to Rena and warned her that the boss would appear soon, and she asked what she should do. The protagonist pointed out the prison-like cage in front of her and explained that once someone entered, a 5-second countdown would begin until the boss appeared, after which all entrances and exits would be closed. He showed Rena something on his fingers and said that once he gave the signal, she should run towards the exit. Lou rushed forward as soon as he gave the order. He opened his mouth and scared the goblins away. Ian turned to Edward and asked if he could handle it if they sped up, and Edward replied that everything was fine. The villain grinned slyly and noticed that the protagonist really had no idea about anything, and decided that it would be even easier for him. The protagonist turned his head towards him and realized that everything was going according to plan. The group approached the cage. Edward explained to Ian and Rena, who were walking behind, that a priest and 2 berserkers would appear here, and then suggested that they begin. The protagonist turned to Lou and said that he would go first. The wolf stepped into the boss area, and his master began the countdown. The guy noticed that the grate was starting to lower. Rena approached him. The protagonist took her hand, seizing the moment. He jumped back with it in his hands, and the cage lowered. The exit was closed. The leader of the group rushed to the grate and exclaimed at Ian and his friend, not understanding what they were doing and why they did not go in. The protagonist grinned and said that he was not as stupid as Edward imagined him. He pointed his finger at the conspirator and stated that he knew from the start that they wanted to rob him and take the summoning artifact. The villain sweated and hesitantly asked Ian what he was talking about, trying to figure out how he knew. The protagonist waved the 3 of them through the bars and wished them luck, adding that he no longer had a reason to play along. Edward grabbed the bars of the cage and called the protagonist a dumbass, since he and his friend would not escape from here either. He stuck out his tongue and said that the path would not open until the boss or the players were defeated, and then stated that once they easily finished off the priest, which would not take long, they would kill the 2 of them. Ian picked up his staff and thanked the group leader for confessing everything. He opened his mouth and loudly ordered Lou to devour them. The wolf immediately attacked Luke, dealing a critical hit to him for 32% of his total health. The leader of the group turned around in panic, and Greta screamed, while the system reported that Luke would receive periodic bleeding damage for 10 seconds. Edward was furious at this dog. Ian, who had been watching this with satisfaction, cancelled the summoning. Monsters with red eyes emerged from the depths of the cave. The leader of the group turned to them and cursed. Goblins emerged from the fog. The protagonist threw up his hands, and the villain insulted him and promised that as soon as they defeated the boss and got out of here, the guy would die. Ian sat down on the ground and said that he would wait. Edward clutched the bars with his hands and cursed, and the monsters behind him growled, after which the system reported that the boss had appeared. The goblins on either side of the priest were armed with axes. The leader of the group held his sword forward and gave the order to his comrades to focus on the boss and postpone killing Ian for now. He summoned a shield and told the protagonist that he would come for him soon. The protagonist smiled and noticed that even Edward's phrases were like cliched villains. Rena turned to Ian and asked if everything would be okay. The protagonist turned his head to her and offered to help her if she was worried, but the girl did not understand what he meant. Edward clashed with enemies in hand-to-hand combat. Axe clashed with axe. Greta clashed with one monster in an intense fight. The group leader received a powerful blow to the shield. He frowned and made a slashing attack on the goblin. The priest raised his staff and read something in an incomprehensible language. Luke grabbed the spear and said that he would take care of it when Edward pointed out that they needed to kill the priest before he cast the spell. The spear appeared in the air. It pierced the priest's shoulder. The villain smirked and thought that it was an item from that bag. Suddenly, he heard someone use Barbarian Warrior's Blessing. The axe-wielding monsters were enveloped in an aura, and the system explained that due to the skill activation, the attack power of the vicious berserker goblins was increased by 35%. Edward turned around and saw Rena casting a spell. The girl raised her staff with a smile and cast an additional Blessing of the Wind, which increased the agility of the enemies by another 42%, while the guy was shocked by her actions and her decision to buff the monsters. The cook turned to Ian and asked if this was enough, and he offered to heal the goblins some more. Rena waved her staff, agreeing to do so. Edward and the others panicked and loudly asked to stop. They raised the white flag and the system reported the quest has failed. At night in the city, Ian, Rena, and Lou returned from the quest. The protagonist checked the system window and noticed that they had a lot of good things for the three losers. He turned his head to the girl and said that they could go to the auction house to sell the loot. Rena became nervous, looked away, and thanked the protagonist for completing the task thanks to him and for the large reward she received. The guy extended his hand to her and thought that she deserved it, but admitted to himself that he did not think that they would receive an expensive necklace of a goblin priest. He imagined a gold pendant with stones and was a little upset that they had to split the proceeds, but decided that everything was fine because he had other items. Ian scratched his cheek, remembering Rena's reaction to this, and although he did not expect that she would like it so much, he thought that it was worth it. The cook looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, who suggested that they hurry to the auction house. So, the three of them went on. A tall, narrow building. The shopkeeper put a bag of money on the counter. Ian happily picked it up, received a message about purchasing 660,000 gold, and noticed that they were all sold at a high price. He took a coin out of the bag and concluded that the auction house commission had already been deducted from his profit. The guy looked down and thought about something. He took out an incomprehensible stone from his pocket, the kind that a group of player killers had dropped. The protagonist tossed it in his palms, felt that it was warm, and assumed that it was intended to be used as a hot compress in the winter, and although the description of the item was useless here, he really did not want to throw it away. Rena waved at Ian and announced that she had finished buying ingredients. The guy turned to her and offered to go finish the quest, and she agreed. The light was on in the guild building. John stood in front of the two of them, admitted that he was glad to see them and that he had heard a lot about them, and Ian was flattered, after which the system congratulated him on completing the quest, in which the protagonist had contributed the most and received an SS rating, as well as 56,700 gold and almost 2 million experience, which increased his level to 34. The protagonist glanced at the report in the system window and noticed that these were incredible numbers of experience and money. Rena winked and said that she had leveled up to 46, and Ian congratulated her. The guy turned to John, remembering that he had something to tell him. He took out a necklace with a round pendant and said that he had actually met a goblin priest behind the camp. Taking a closer look at the sparkling decoration, the guildmaster was very surprised and admitted that it was truly incredible, after which the system notified the protagonist about completing the quest with a B+ grade, receiving almost 700,000 exp and raising to level 35. Ian grinned, happy about another leveling up. John smiled at him and said that the enslavement team had been tracking him for a month and asked how the two of them found him, to which the protagonist replied that he was just lucky. The man reached into his pocket and decided that this could not be simple luck. He took out a scroll and declared that Ian had the right to do this. The protagonist tensed up, seeing the glow. The scroll opened and embers flew off it. The boy read the message that appeared in front of him about receiving a recommendation for checking the mercenaries of the Lucifel Empire, which was another reward for the quest. John handed the document to Ian and explained that with it he would be able to pass the exam for a mercenary in the Empire, and advised him to go to Mulan as he saw great talent in the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the scroll in his hand, thanked the guild master and promised to definitely pass the exam, but in fact he decided to take the paper only in case he stopped by Mulan. John gave the same scroll to Rena and asked her to continue fighting evil for the sake of peace in the kingdom of Lucifer. The girl took the document and asked Ian why she needed it, and he told him what the guild master explained to him, but the cook did not know what Mulan was. The guy turned to her and explained that there were actually 5 main continents in Kylan, but only 3 were currently accessible, the one they were currently on, in Kolinar and Malacca, which had been released recently. The girl imagined a throne room when Ian added that there were 2 major empires in Kolinar, one of which was the Empire of Lucifer, and Mulan, named after the hero who founded the state, was its capital, and then said thank you for the information. The protagonist took a thoughtful pose and thought that he should have no reason to go there until level 50, and then Rena wanted to ask something else. She came closer to Ian and asked what the benefits of passing the mercenary exam were, and the guy answered that firstly, after successfully passing it, NPCs would be more willing to assign different quests, and secondly, new requests would start appearing in the mercenary guild every day. The protagonist raised a thumbs up and added that the mercenary's rank would depend on combat skills, and Rena noticed that this was quite useful. The girl turned to Ian and admitted that she was going to devote herself to cooking for some time, so she did not think she would need the scroll anytime soon. She confidently clenched her fists, thinking about the kitchen, and said that she would like to work on leveling up her skills. The protagonist smiled and concluded that cooking was a priority for Rena and thought that her culinary level was at the top of Kylan's. He remembered how the girl fed Lu meat and how much his stats improved from eating it. The guy, being in the real world and checking the forums, did not notice a single mention of this type of leveling, which once again proved that the production class was underestimated. Ian scratched the back of his head and asked his friend how well she knew about cooking, and the girl thought for a while. She gave him a thumbs up and admitted that she was an advanced level 1. The protagonist was shocked, as he knew that even for a blacksmith, the most popular artisan class, the highest level currently was advanced 3, while Rena thought that she had to work much harder to master more complex skills faster. He smirked and concluded that if this girl was at that level, she was definitely among the best players, and said that he had heard that leveling up an artisan was very difficult, and called Rena simply amazing. The girl blushed, looked away, and thanked Ian, and then hoped that he would keep his promise when he asked her to write if she needed help again. The protagonist scratched his temple, agreed, and was afraid that he had said something careless. He saw a system window with a friend request from Rena. The protagonist reached for the accept button without thinking, and the cook was grateful again. The girl's eyes sparkled and she handed Ian something. John felt awkward when she explained that she had prepared it while she was waiting for the guy. The protagonist opened the box and found an appetizing-looking dish inside, which he was happy to see and thought that Rena was definitely an angel. The girl smiled sweetly and hoped that Ian would not think that she had feelings for him. The guy closed the box and, still smiling, said that he had been waiting for this for a long time, but Rena replied that it was nothing compared to what he had done for her. The girl winked and said that she was leaving since she had played enough, and they said goodbye. Ian waved at her. He clicked on the system window and found out that there were about 5 hours left until bedtime, and since he had done a lot today, he decided that he could treat himself to dinner. The guy gently took the box with both hands and thought that he might even order himself some fried chicken. Clouds floated across the sky. Yan was racing towards Lu. He gritted his teeth and urged the wolf on. The pet left furrows in the ground, but his master wanted to get there faster since they were running out of time. The protagonist was visibly nervous, since the delivery was late and he had spent more time than he expected. The sky suddenly stopped moving. Yan pointed to a ship in the harbor for Lu. The wolf raised its paw and growled approvingly when the guy said that they needed to get to that ship dock. The protagonist looked ahead tensely and remembered that he had been here before, but it was a long time ago, and this time his goal was to get to the island of the deep to summon the ice golem. They ran along the wooden scaffolding, and Yan showed Lu the direction. The ship raised its anchor, but the protagonist thought that they still needed to do this. He held on tightly to the wolf's fur. The pet ran as fast as it could, and its owner urged it not to give up and not to stop. Lu jumped. They both ended up in the air. The ship's crew was shocked by what they saw. The wolf didn't reach them. It was too far. Ian pushed off his pet's mane. It soared into the air. Then he looked at Lu and cancelled the summoning, after which he stood on the deck. The guy adjusted his cloak, sighed, and noticed that he had barely made it. The crew members looked at him with their mouths open. The protagonist turned away, and since he was embarrassed, he preferred to watch the wonderful weather. The ship moved further out to sea, and Ian thought that he would never get used to it, after which he was greeted. A mysterious figure from behind asked if he was a summoner. The protagonist turned around and saw a group of 4 people. He tensed up, confirmed, and clarified who was asking. The guy who asked the question smirked in response. Ian noticed that right now it was just him and this group on the ship. The four of them had an evil aura about them, and one of them said that they were just curious. The protagonist summoned his weapon, assuming that they were player killers. He flinched. The guys surrounded him and started asking him to summon that cute, big, cool wolf again so they could pet it, and they were also curious about its breed, and Ian realized that he had made the wrong conclusion. The protagonist put his weapon away and remembered the way these people were looking at him. The ship was moving forward. The protagonist put his finger to his chin and asked if they were going to a desert island. The guy with long hair, Haynes, pointed at his comrades, said that they were, and told him that these two were sorcerers and that they had come to help with a quest to obtain cold magic. He looked Ian in the eye and asked if he was going there on a quest too, and he answered in the affirmative. The mage put her hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop being so clingy when he asked if there was a summoner quest on the island. The blonde bowed and apologized for his behavior, but Ian assured him that everything was fine, after which Haynes admitted that he was very interested in the summoner class, and that he had a friend of this class named Lauren, who was leveling up quite quickly. The guy held out his hand, holding a cube with a summoning egg in it, and explained that Lauren told him that she had recently found one, so he was wondering if Ian had heard of it. The protagonist became more serious and asked what it was. Haynes raised a finger, added that it had not hatched yet, and concluded that that was all he knew. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought about how golden rat snakes appeared in the level 20 hunting grounds, which meant that Lauren hadn't reached level 30 yet. He lowered his head, smiled slyly, and wished to see that egg, and guessed that he could get the boss egg. Ian touched his chin and decided that it sounded good, but he reminded himself that he had to be on guard. The ship cut through the waves. The water ahead was frozen. The shore was covered in ice. The protagonist and the wolf looked over the side. He looked ahead eagerly and noticed that they had already arrived at the desert island. The ship approached the land. It stopped on the shallows. The guys got out on land and immediately began to shiver, and Haynes admitted that this was his first time here, but this place seemed creepy to him. Not to mention that it was very cold, since the entire island was made of ice, and his companion agreed with him. Ian hugged himself and thought that he had been here before, but this place still impressed him. He sneezed and concluded that he should have dressed warmer. Haynes and the others waved to the protagonist and his furry friend and walked away from Ian, who wished them luck in their search. The guy put his hand on his hip and motioned for Lou to go ahead, and the pet supported him. There was a group of creatures under the hill. The protagonist walked to the edge of the ice floe. The wolf approached him, and he decided that it was a good place to hunt, filled with ice golems. They made a stop after Ian said it was time to get to work, but first they needed to prepare. The guy put his hand in the bag, looking for a snack from Rena. He pulled out something and asked Lou if he wanted to try it. The protagonist threw it into the air and the wolf obediently caught it with its teeth. The pet was covered in a strong aura, and the system explained that after he ate the meatball, his vitality increased by 100 and his agility by 20 for 40 minutes. Ian petted Lou and noticed the wolf's buff, which, as it turned out, not only increased vitality, but also lasted twice as long. He took out another ball and wondered if he should try it too. He covered his nose, feeling that it was raw meat, which smelled terrible. He remembered Rena saying that it was only for Lou, and understood why the girl said to give it to the wolf and that the treat would not suit him. The protagonist opened his box and exclaimed that this was his. He took a bite and admitted that it was very tasty. After eating it all, Ian fell on the ground and felt like he was in heaven, and the system explained that it was a tender premium steak and that the protagonist's vitality increased by 500 and defense by 30 for 1 hour. The protagonist read the notification and noticed that the effects of this food were better than meatballs, but he expected nothing less from Rena's cooking, after which the guy suddenly received a system message that he had eaten food cooked according to modern standards for the first time, due to which all his stats increased by 3. Ian frowned and opened the system window to check it. He also opened the status window to his left. The protagonist looked at his photo and the list of stats, and noticed that all of them actually increased by 3, even the class ones. He tensed up and calculated that if 7 of his stats were increased by 3, then, therefore, in total he was able to get 21 points, which is equal to a 4-fold increase in level. Ian gave a thumbs up and decided that Rena was really amazing. He smiled predatory and thought that he should bring her a grill so that she could cook him something else. The guy walked forward with Lou, intending to beat these living icicles. At the fountain in Trombone in the Lucifel Empire, 3 people were transported here. They were Edward and his companions, who were immediately discussed by passersby who knew that equipment and items are lost upon death, and assumed that these 3 had failed the quest. They opened their inventories and began to curse because Luke lost his very expensive lizard armor, and Greta lost her Halio necklace, which increased her attack range. The leader of the group was annoyed and cried when he saw that he had nothing left because he did not have time to remove his equipment. He gritted his teeth and remembered Yan and Rena, who deceived them and was sure that the main character was a weakling, because if only they had not fallen into his trap, everything would have been different. Veins bulged on his face and he noticed that the offenders did not know that he was in a powerful guild which is in the top 30 best. Edward pointed his finger somewhere ahead, declared that he would show the protagonist the power of their guild, and promised that Ian would be in big trouble, after which he exclaimed that he would not allow him to appear on Kalen again. The protagonist bent over, stretching his back, and wanted to take a break since he had been farming for over 10 hours. He sat down on the ice and Lou lay down next to him. The guy offered the wolf a meatball, and he immediately jumped up. The pet snatched the treat from Ian's hands. The protagonist smiled nervously, seeing how Lou ate the whole thing in one go. He held out another ball of meat in his palm, noticing that they were too small for the wolf. The pet put its paw on the guy's hand, who thought that Lou had eaten his fill and did not want any more. The wolf shook its head. The protagonist petted the pet when he realized that it wanted to share and praised it for caring, calling it a good boy, and then explained that these treats were for the wolf while there was food left for himself as well. Ian opened the system window to look at the statistics of the ice golems he had caught today. 3 windows appeared in front of him with information about the taming of Lou and 2 more level 37 stone creatures, meaning that the protagonist could catch 1 more. He looked closely at the numbers and noticed that both had better stats than normal ice golems, but he wanted something even better. The protagonist glanced at Lou and added that he at least wanted a pet with the ability to evolve. He got up from the ground and suggested that they continue, since his plan was to find something good before leaving to make up for all the time they had spent here. Another group of ice golems. Ian and the pet were hiding behind an ice floe. The guy saw something unusual. Above one of the golems, a name was written in large letters in gold. The creature rose to its full height, and the protagonist thought that he was lucky today because he was found rather quickly. The protagonist waved his hand, intending to send Lou forward. Suddenly, a turtle emerged from behind the piles of ice. Yang shuddered, not understanding what it was. The monster was wandering ahead, and he used appraisal on it. An image of an abyssal turtle appeared in front of the protagonist, and he admitted to himself that he had never heard of such a species. The guy leaned closer to the window, surprised that this monster was unique. He stood in a thoughtful pose and concluded, judging by its appearance, that it was just a useless turtle with a big head, which looked cute, but the possibility of its help in battle was doubtful. Yang summoned his staff, deciding that it did not matter and that he should still catch the turtle, since his intuition told him not to miss such a chance to get a unique and unknown monster. He stopped, noticing something. The guy took a step, came closer to the turtle and realized that it could die with 1 hit, after which he wondered if its huge head could fit into the shell. He flashed his staff and decided to check. The protagonist hit the monster on the shell. The monster tensed up. Then it pulled all its limbs inside. Lou sniffed the shell in confusion. The guy also did not understand what was going on. Yang created a magic circle for capture, surprised that was all. 2 red messages appeared in front of him stating that the monster could not be captured. The protagonist was shocked by the result, because this had never happened before. He took the staff with both hands, assuming that he needed to inflict damage, and after the action was done, the system reported that Yang removed 1 unit of health. Then the guy thought that this attack was too weak. The protagonist swung and hit a few more times, each time receiving the same notification. The boy wiped his chin, trying to figure out what was wrong, considering he swung quite hard, but still dealt 1 damage, and thought it was some kind of joke. He looked at Lou doubtfully and commanded him to bite the turtle. The wolf pounced on the prey. He sank his fangs into the shell, but still dealt 1 damage. The pet burst into tears, but Ian could not imagine what the monster's defense was. The protagonist sat down next to the monster and thought about what to do. He smiled when he had an idea. The boy took out a meatball, deciding to try to lure the monster with food, after which he began to call the turtle and warned that it would regret it if it did not come out for such a treat. The monster pulled its head out of its shell, and Ian noticed that it worked. The protagonist placed the meatball on the floor and told the turtle that it should come to him if it wanted to eat it. The monster slowly moved towards the guy, who was pleased with the result. It approached the meatball and prepared to bite it. The turtle got angry when Ian took the food away from it. It was annoyed, and the protagonist called it to come with him if it really wanted the treat. The guy, who was holding the meat with 2 fingers, promised the monster that if he came with him, he would be able to feed it something even more delicious than meatballs. Ian took out 3 more meatballs with his other hand. He twirled the treats in his palms and declared that he would give the turtle exactly that much once they made a contract. Then there was a flash of the creature being captured. The protagonist clenched his fist, happy that he finally did it, as the system congratulated him on catching the abyssal turtle. He opened the system window and admitted that it would be easier to charm a celebrity than a single turtle with a giant head. He saw something unexpected in the description. Ian smiled, because, as it turned out, this monster could evolve. The turtle's stats window contained information, in addition to numbers, about its innate skills Water Ruler, which allowed it to absorb all water-type attacks and heal proportionally to the damage received, and Shell Hide, which allowed it to hide in its shell and increase its defense by 5 times. Yang put his hand to his chin and admitted that he couldn't believe that he had managed to find such a monster here. He smiled more reservedly and remarked that it was incredible, after which he saw something else. The guy's eyes widened, noticing the very high defense, and at the same time the small numbers of the other stats, as well as the Shell Hide ability. He put his hands on his hips and compared it to the defense of a level 100 monster, which explained why neither he nor Lu could damage it no matter how hard they tried. The protagonist looked down at the system window and decided to test the turtle's potential, but was immediately disappointed when he saw its minimal agility. He raised his hand and thought that the monster's potential was 0 and its intimacy was 10, which was somehow wrong. Ian turned his head and supposed that he should trust the turtle's unique rank and that it could evolve. He looked ahead and thought that no one knew what this monster would be like after evolution. The protagonist raised his hand and performed the summoning. The turtle appeared from the magic circle. For some reason, its cheeks turned red, and the system suggested giving it a name since it was the first time it was summoned. Ian approached it and thought about the name. He assumed a strange pose and decided that from now on, the monster's name would be Ben. Ben got angry because he didn't like the name. The protagonist clenched his fists and was indignant that the turtle would act like that. He got angry at Ben in response and said that he liked the name and didn't care. The protagonist and the wolf stood on a hill. The guy frowned and shouted to Lu that it was time to hunt. The protagonist's pet targeted an ice golem with a golden inscription. The living pile of rocks slammed into the ground. The wolf opened its mouth and growled. Then it grabbed the enemy. The golem gritted its teeth. Lu jumped away from it as it turned. Yang smirked and praised the pet for its good work, then urged it to continue weakening the enemy. The golem's eyes glowed even more brightly, and the boy realized that something was wrong. Ice steam was coming out of the enemy's mouth. It raised its foot to step on Lu. The protagonist became worried and shouted at the wolf to dodge as he realized that the golem was trying to use the ice wave skill. The monster slammed the ground, giving it a strong momentum. Yang jumped up and shouted at the wolf to do the same. He glanced to the side and thought that the golem would be inactive for a while after using such a powerful ability. The boy had not yet put his feet down, but he already thought that he had a chance. He smiled. Then he jumped above the monster's head. The ice golem noticed him. The protagonist swung his staff. His opponent looked scared. Ian was ready to end it. He dealt a strong blow to the golem's head. After the attack, chunks of ice broke off from the monster. The protagonist landed, and his opponent's head was smoking. His and Lu's eyes glowed red as they rushed into a joint attack. The two of them struck. Ian smiled and attempted to capture it, which was successful. He fell to the ground, breathed a sigh of relief after such a successful capture, and complained that it was very difficult to find a pet he liked. A window appeared with a description of a level 38 ice golem with the innate abilities Ice Wave, which slows down enemies in the radius and deals relatively little damage to them, and Frozen Body, which increases the owner's stats by 30% but makes him vulnerable to fire attacks. Having looked at the description with a satisfied face, Ian noticed that the hidden potential of the monster was 75, which meant that the effort was worth it, after which he decided to name the golem Biggie because it was big and reliable. He rose from the ground and concluded that all the preparations were complete and then realized that he had lost Ben. I looked behind the ice cliff. The guy found him. The protagonist picked up the turtle that had caught the fish and decided that he needed to increase the speed of pumping because he spent 2 whole days looking for the golem, after which he decided to go to the snowy mountains of Krupaya. Duke Trappin's castle, decorated with a statue of a spearman. Rena was humming songs in the kitchen. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and hoped that this time she had succeeded. The dish in front of her literally sparkled, and the system congratulated her on the successful preparation of lobster cream soup. A plate with a dish appeared in front of the girl and she was happy that she did it. And then the system reported that Rena cooked a luxurious meal for the first time and that therefore her fame increased by 12-0. The cook took the cream soup in her hands and thought that a little more and she would be able to cook a dish worth more than 10,000 gold. She touched her head and decided that now was the time to rest a little. Rena smiled sweetly and noticed that she was progressing much faster in the kitchen of the Duke's castle. She ran her finger over her lips and thought about how Ian was doing. She was scared by the system window that appeared next to her. The girl wrote to the protagonist in the chat with a smile that she had cooked in the Duke's castle and had just finished, and he guessed that Rena meant Duke Trappin. The cook stood in front of the stove again, and then Ian, after thinking for a while, asked him to help her out. She tilted her head in bewilderment and was surprised that the protagonist needed help. The hero looked at the board and wrote that he was planning to run over to her place and eat something delicious. Rena looked at the message and replied that yes, of course, she had prepared a lot of things. The girl put her hand to her mouth and wrote that she was looking forward to their meeting. She looked away and thought that she was worried about the excess food. Lucky that Ian wrote to her, hoping they would meet soon. After a moment, she widened her eyes in delight and continued to think that it was not because she wanted to see him or anything. It was not like that at all. The light fell on the stairs. The hero lowered his head and said that they would see if there was any useful information. Looking at the breaking news, he said that they had obtained new information about the summoners. The screen said that there was good news for the summoners. She heard that it was the fox that attracted so many people to the Calympus Hills. Yes, that's right, her name was Coco. The man smiled and said that it was a beautiful name and that he had heard that Coco was different from other foxes. It was true. The protagonist spat out the contents of his mouth when the girl on the screen replied that yes, she had the item can evolve in her personal information window. Ian grinned furiously and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The information about evolution had already been made public. He rubbed his chin and said that it was really only a matter of time. In fact, he was glad that it took them longer than he thought. A wolf and a man appeared before his eyes, and the thought occurred to him that he thought that a huge number of people had already changed their summoner class, so it was only natural that there would be people who had tamed a monster that could evolve. Ian put a spoon in his mouth and said that it would be difficult to evolve it without training skills. He looked at the screen and asked if there was anything else. Then his eyes widened and he asked about a unique class monster. The first decorated unique class monster appeared on the screen. Ian put his hands behind his head and said that he had caught it much earlier. He raised his hand and continued to say that if they had tamed it at level 23, he thought they had barely managed to do so with the help of their guild or friends. The protagonist stretched and said that he would go study Ben. There were people walking around the large square. A guy was carrying a huge bag down the street. Sweat was pouring down the hero's face and he said that so much, and she really didn't want anything in return. Rena smiled and replied that it was nothing compared to him helping her with her class quest, which resulted in her being able to get that necklace, so it was the least she could do for him. Looking at the inventory, Ian said that wow, some of these dishes look really good. The girl flew up to him. Ian said that thank you very much. He didn't even know how to thank her. Rena replied that then. She towered over him fiercely and asked if he could fulfill 2 of her requests. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and replied that of course, whatever she wanted. Rena said that okay, her first request. She picked up the paper and continued to say that if he planned to hunt in the northern region, could he collect these ingredients? Ian replied that yes, of course, he would try. The guys looked away and Rena said that then her second request. The girl smirked and the thought occurred to her that she seemed embarrassed to ask him about this. I wonder what kind of request this is. The guy thoughtfully continued the thought that he really hoped that this would not slow down his leveling. The girl's eyes widened and she asked if he could help her with her school assignment, and the hero asked again. Rena smiled and said that Carl had mentioned that he was studying at Korea University. Ian raised his finger and said that yes, he was a freshman and he thought that the assignment, she needed something outside the game. Rena shyly continued to say that in fact, she was also studying at the same university. She was a second-year student in the Department of Hotel Culinary Arts. Ian looked away and said that I understand. Then he thought that it turned out that he and Rena would be able to go to the same university and that she was his senpai. The girl looked away and said that he liked to try delicious dishes. She would like him to try the dishes she cooked and help her choose the best among them. She needed to make her own recipe for the school assignment. The hero coughed and said that she wanted him to try her cooking and give her feedback. Rena looked back at him and said yes, they couldn't do without him. Ian stood still. Then he put his hand to his face and thought, what the hell? Why did Rena ask him to help with something like this? She didn't have any friends who could help her. Ian thought about the girl and thought that it wasn't that strange, considering her unusualness. The sun was shining on the street and he thought that for now he would focus on preparations. There were signs hanging around the protagonist and he said that this time the quest would be quite dangerous and there was very little information about it. He needed to get the best equipment he could get. Ian grinned and continued saying that he looked good. He thought he would buy it. No, he didn't need such nonsense. The guy smiled and said that almost everything was left, only the weapon remained. He clicked on one of the signs saying that he wondered if there was a bow similar to the items in the Mother Nature set, as he thought, with his current level, it was simply impossible to buy a high-level bow. He looked at the signs and said that there was no bow with a familiar enhancement enchantment. He would try to expand the search criteria. Then he zoomed in on something and asked what it was. The Ancient Summoner's steel gloves appeared in front of him and he said about the Ancient Summoner's steel gloves. He bared his teeth furiously and exclaimed at this ability. The high mountains were covered with snow. The monster's eyes flashed and someone shouted that Biggie, the ice wave. OK ran next to Ian and the hero shouted that he would attack from the front and let Lou attack from behind. A monster towered in front of the protagonist. He clenched his fist and swung at Ian. A strong explosion occurred from the impact. A board appeared in front of the hero's eyes saying that vulnerability scan was activated. Enemy weakness was detected, accuracy increased by 19%. Critical hit chance increased by 23.5%, 97% bonus damage when attacking a weak spot. Ian made a fist and thought, okay, he trusts him, his item is worth 900,000 gold. The hero frowned and shouted that he needed to go. He jumped high and cast a vulnerability scan spell. Then he delivered a sharp blow to Biggie. A bright light poured out of the protagonist's glove. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that the game was worth the candle. He does not regret buying them at a premium price. Information about the gloves appeared. It was heard that he was especially interested in his innate ability. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that just a minute, can these gloves strengthen Ben? If this ability is activated, will it mean that he too? Ian hid in his shell. Gritting his teeth, he said that thank God it required a physical condition. Jokes aside, instead, he would try the new skills he had obtained after reaching level 30. The monster in front of him screamed loudly. Suddenly, the hero used spatial distortion. The troll struck Biggie. Moving to another point, the protagonist shouted that it was working. Looking straight ahead, he said that even such a powerful monster as Biggie received more than 1,000 damage with just one hit. These ice trolls of level 60 are really at a certain level. A crosshair appeared on the monster. It was heard that it needed to be killed before it recovered. Suddenly, Ian struck the monster. Notifications appeared that he had dealt critical damage. He lost 596 units of health. Looking at the creature, the protagonist thought that he should just continue in the same spirit. What for? A message appeared that the ability path with the help of steel gloves was activated, borrowing the ability of Berserk Pet Lu. The protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked away furiously. The troll screamed angrily. Yang lowered his head and thought that he had become more agile and stronger. Notifications appeared that attack and agility would be increased by 30% for 15 minutes. Defense would be reduced by 30%. Swinging his hand, the hero thought that but in this state he would finish it off with one blow. The damn debuff reduced his defense by as much as 30%. Monsters with a long attack animation have a gap after each blow. Jumping up, he thought that now, messages appeared that he dealt critical damage to the ice troll. The power of his attacks would be increased for 5 seconds. The protagonist struck the troll. He smirked and looked away. Ian hit the monster again. Suddenly the troll fell to the ground. The hero stood in the smoke. A message appeared that he had defeated the ice troll. 1,060 experience points were received. A fire was burning in the middle of the forest. The people looked at each other. Looking at the girl, the guy said that they had to cordon off the area since there was a chance that they could run into ice golems here, whose levels were higher than 100, to which she replied that it was understandable. Good work. Holding a glass in her hands, the girl said that the northern region was quite dangerous, but she thought that going on this expedition was a great idea. Now they had a base for their guild, to which Barry replied that he agreed. Smirking, he said that although they chose this area as a base only because there was no more free land left in the southern region, now their problem was whether they could protect this base or not. The girl clenched her fists and said that they would do their best. In the next 3 months of peace, they would use all their strength to develop their base. They should call all the guild members to the base after the expedition. The guy frowned when he heard that they would only hunt in this area from now on. Raising his finger, he said that there was only one person who was unable to farm in this place, to which she asked that one person, who? Smiling widely, Barry said that Ian, of course, he needs to continue training in the southern region. He is probably already in the northern region. Looking away, the girl said that not long ago he sent her a message asking her to share information about the northern region with him. He said that he was going to hunt in the snowy mountains of Krupia, so he wanted to find out about it. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what was going on, what was his current level, to which he was told that she didn't know either, but it was better for them if he leveled up quickly. Barry looked away and wondered what the hell he was doing. He had no idea how he managed to do it. A view of snow-capped mountains opened up. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the side and said that they were leveling up for too long. Frowning, he added that now that the experience was divided between the four, the farming had really slowed down, although they had all finally passed level 40. The protagonist looked at the notification and said that they would see. I hope Biggie's potential reached 100 soon. He put his hands on his hips and added that what the hell, he had already reached 100. Why hadn't he evolved then? Wasn't the main condition 100 potential? Crossing his arms, Ian said that it definitely had to be at least one of the conditions. Maybe it needed something else besides potential, level, but Lou was only level 20 when he first evolved. Putting his hand to his face, he added that maybe the level requirements were different for each monster. Well, it was not something he could deal with now. The turtle stood on the ground. He could hear that he was thinking, now he should use the training skill on Ben. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that but where the hell did he go this time? A view of snowy mountains opened up. He could hear that if something happened to him, a system message would appear. Where is Ben? He would give him a meatball. Peeking out from behind the mountain, The protagonist said that there he was. Watching the pet, he asked what he was doing there. Looking at the notification, Ian asked what he was eating. A message appeared that the pet Ben would absorb the mandrake. His potential increased tenfold, all characteristics increased by 5. Picking up the pet, the hero asked what the mandrake, he ate it. Kneeling down, he added that it was a rare medical material that increased all stats by 5. Smiling, the protagonist said that if he found something like that again, he should definitely bring it to him. Okay, in return, he would give him a meatball. Looking at Ben, Ian asked what he was going to. Suddenly, he looked surprised. Looking at the entrance, the hero asked what. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said what it was. The entrance appeared. A notification appeared that he was the first to find a hidden dungeon. It was heard that he was the first to discover it. Looking at the notification, the protagonist saw that the chance of items dropping in the dungeon was doubled for the next 5 days, to which he said that this long journey to the northern region was worth it. He gritted his teeth when he heard if he wanted to register a new dungeon. After he did so, his fame would be increased by 500, to which he replied no. If he did so, all the players nearby would come running here. Smiling widely, the protagonist thought that he didn't want to share the double chance of item drops with anyone. Looking at Ben, Ian said that good job, finally he was of some use. Standing still, he thought that well, it's time to start exploring this dungeon. The creatures were standing in the middle of the corridor. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it seemed like a normal dungeon without any pitfalls. Smirking, he said that difficult dungeons are full of dangerous traps and secret ambushes. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he didn't feel well. What was it? It seemed like he sensed a ghost. Suddenly, the wall suddenly exploded. The monsters rushed forward. Their eyes lit up brightly, and a question was heard about an ambush. Suddenly, the golem used the ice wave skill. A blow flew at the monsters, and notifications appeared that the ghost dragon had lost 235 units of health, and the ghost dragon's speed would be reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. The creatures screamed furiously. The golem swung his hand. The monsters angrily screamed at him. The hero's eyes widened, and he wondered what the hell he should do. Luke couldn't use the berserker ability yet. Looking at the wolf, he said that he should take on the left dragon. The main thing was to buy him time, even if he couldn't attack him. The protagonist's fist lit up, and a message appeared that the path ability was activated using the ancient summoner's steel gloves. Jumping up, he thought that he was lucky. A bright glow emitted from his hand, and it was said that the ice wave ability was being borrowed. Suddenly, the protagonist struck. An ice wave rushed forward. The monsters screamed loudly. The creature looked to the side. A notification appeared that the ghost dragon had lost 635 units of health. The ghost dragon's speed would be reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Lowering his head, the wolf heard that now, first, they would deal with this dragon. The protagonist looked at the monsters. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that from what he understood, these monsters were an offensive type, although their attacks were powerful, but their defense and survivability were lame. Jumping up to the monster, the protagonist added that he would deal with them one by one as quickly as he could. The creatures quickly ran towards him. Looking around, they growled. Looking to the side, Ian turned to Lu. Jumping up, he shouted that they were dodging. The wolf quickly ran forward. The hero looked to the side and said that damn, this will not be easy. Looking at the monsters, he thought that if this continues, they will be stuck here for a long time. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Looking at the pet, he said, "Damn Ben." A glow appeared around him when he heard that he should raise his damn shell and distract them. Stop playing around. Suddenly, the pet jumped up. Looking at him, Ian thought that he could really do it. The monsters looked at him in fear. He heard that, "Come on, this is his Ben, just like him." The creatures swung their hands sharply. Ben hit his head. They struck him. A message appeared that he had received critical damage. Looking at his beating, the hero said, 1 damage. Grinning, he added, "Great job." He knew he could handle it. His damn defense is amazing. Looking away, the protagonist said, "They can do it." The creatures rushed forward, hearing that everyone should attack. They stood in front of the glow. Wiping his forehead, Ian said that they did it. Looking to the side, he added that they had gone all the way to the lower level, but there was some kind of different atmosphere here. The hero asked with wide eyes that this was not a summoning magic circle. Was the dungeon boss about to spawn? Frowning, he told them to prepare to attack. A bright glow appeared in front of him. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that the ghost of an old man. Standing in front of him, the man said that it seemed like he was their summoner. Ian glared at him. The room appeared. The thought arose that he was not a monster. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked what was so and who he was. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that the first one to challenge the test was the summoner. It must be fate. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Standing in front of the man, he asked that his name was Oakley. Looking at him, he replied that yes, that was his name. Frowning, Ian asked what was good and why he was here. Looking straight ahead, Oakley said that he was afraid. He could not answer this question yet, to which he was asked again. The man smirked slightly. Raising his staff up, he said that if he passed his test, then he would reveal all the secrets to him. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. He stretched his arms out to the sides. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked what the. Holding the staff in his hands, the man shouted that he should listen to his call. Suddenly, blue rays appeared. Ian turned around in amazement. An explosion thundered behind them. Someone appeared from the smoke. The creature's tail appeared. He took a step forward. The dragon's head was visible among the smoke. With wide eyes, the hero asked what the Chaos Dragon. Raising his hands, he shouted loudly, to which the protagonist said that he was more than twice the size of the ghost dragons on the first floor. The dragon glared at him. He could hear that it was level 75, heroic level. It was mocking him on how he could defeat this monster. Crouching down, Ian thought that he would have to recall his pets if their health reached a critical state. Suddenly, the dragon attacked. A notification appeared that its body was groaning in fear of it. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that even if he died, he would take it with him. A message appeared that all stats would be reduced by 5% for 10 minutes. Pointing to the side, Oakley shouted for him to attack this man. The dragon breathed in flames and roared. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that seriously, this monster can use a fire-breathing technique. Turning his head, he shouted for them to run away. The dragon sharply breathed out flames. The flames spread throughout the room. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. Someone appeared among the flames. Yang was hiding behind his shell. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was close. He couldn't believe it. Even Ben with his insane defense had lost a third of his health. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that if he was the same type as those ghost dragons, his defense and vitality should be low. Dodging the attack, he shouted for an ice wave. Looking at the dragon, the protagonist shouted for Lu to use Berserk and attack from the flank, and then thought that he would never give up until he reached his limit. Frowning, Yang used vulnerability search. Sliding on the ground, he wondered what was going on. The dragon looked away. Turning his head, the hero shouted for them to dodge. Biggie raised his hands. Suddenly, the dragon hit him with its tail. The pet's hand was cut off. A thought about him appeared. The golem looked at him in surprise. A message appeared that Biggie's pet had received a critical hit. The protagonist looked at him in amazement when he heard that he had lost 4,782 health points. Taking a step forward, he shouted, "What the hell? This is too much even for a level 70 boss." The golem lowered his head when he heard that he should go back. Ben jumped on Ian's shoulder. The dragon was attacking the wolf. His name was heard. Suddenly, Lu dealt a critical hit to him. A message appeared that the dragon had lost 1,776 health points. He would receive 355 damage per second due to the bleeding status for 10 seconds. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought, "Good, very good. He found this dragon's Achilles heel. Good job." The wolf looked at him in fury when he heard that he should continue attacking. Lu began to strike the dragon. The monster screamed in pain. He raised his head up. A blow flew at his tail. Suddenly, the dragon struck back. Taking a step forward, the protagonist shouted loudly that no. Frowning, he used spatial distortion. Suddenly, Ian jumped up. Ben raised his hands. The protagonist struck the monster. The dragon sharply swung its tail. Reflecting the blow, the protagonist wheezed. Looking at the notification, he saw that Ben had lost 118 units of health. Gritting his teeth, Ian thought that this damn dragon deals a critical hit every time it attacked, and yet Ben's defense was incredible. He only lost 118 units of health. The dragon screamed furiously, and the hero told Lu to tear it to pieces. The wolf dealt a critical hit to the monster. It was heard that it was excellent. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that he had more than half of his HP left even after a critical hit. He froze, and the monster swung its tail. Yan frowned. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The hero flew into the wall. He gritted his teeth in pain. A notification appeared that he lost 521 units of health when he hit the wall. Looking to the side, the protagonist wondered if he could win. He did not want to die. A level 70 heroic class monster was really strong. Looking angrily at his hand, he added that he would lose his precious experience if he ended up like this. The entry restriction was for as much as 24 hours, so much. Standing in the smoke, Yan said that he had to save at least Lu. He could not lose him, no matter what. Looking to the side, he added that where was he? He needed to call him back quickly. The dragon grabbed the wolf. Lu began to run away from him. Stretching his hand forward, the hero addressed the pet. The wolf was striking the dragon. A notification appeared that the damage was increased by 36% due to the attack on the enemy's wounded area. The monster lost 3,269 units of health. Looking at the messages, the protagonist thought that the increased damage was due to the attack on the wounded area. Putting his hand to his face, he added that it meant that if you attack on the wounded area, additional damage will be dealt. How could he not know about this? He does not think that other players know about this. Yang gritted his teeth and thought that in any case, now is not the time to think. The wolf stopped abruptly. Taking a step forward, he exclaimed, Blows began to fly at the dragon. A thought arose that his name was flashing, which means he had less than half of his HP left. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this was his chance, or maybe not. On the contrary, this means that after all this he managed to destroy only half of his HP. The dragon opened its mouth. A thought arose that a fucking monster. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he should soberly assess the situation, whether he could even gain the upper hand. Looking at Ben, he sighed. Ian turned around and spoke to Lou. The wolf began to disappear after the phrase that they were good, cancel the summoning. Gritting his teeth tightly, the hero said that he did not have time to restore stamina with first aid, so if he got tired when the battle dragged on, he would not be able to dodge the dragon's attacks any longer. He would not be able to win the battle relying only on Lou. Standing in front of the dragon, he added that he must minimize his losses. Suddenly, the monster screamed loudly. Taking Ben in his hand, the protagonist said, "That's right, let him come here." The monster stood on its hind legs and screamed. Squinting, Ian thought that the level loss and the 24-hour login restriction were the same. The dragon screamed loudly in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was incredible. Raising his staff, he said that was enough. Suddenly the dragon began to disappear. The hero froze in amazement in front of it. Notifications appeared that he had cleared the Chaos Dungeon, received 133,769 experience. The level was increased to 69. With wide eyes, the protagonist wondered what was cleared. Putting a hand to his face, he added that it meant that he was not destined to defeat the Chaos Dragon in this dungeon. Sitting down on the floor, Ian asked what the hell. Walking up to him, Oakley said that it was incredible, truly incredible. He fought the Chaos Dragon so well. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what was so incredible. He lost. Standing in front of him, the man replied that no, to begin with, it was a summoning that was impossible to defeat. Congratulations, he passed the test, to which he thought, seriously, he was making a fool of him. Let him wait, the test. Pointing forward, the man asked what his name was. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist replied that it was Ian, to which he replied that he understood. Putting his hand forward, Oakley asked that he wanted to become his disciple. The path of a dragon tamer appeared. Looking at the message, Ian thought that it was a dragon tamer. Grinning, he added that they should wait. What kind of a hidden class is this? Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that he never thought that he would ever be able to get something like this. Looking at him, the man asked what he thought. Did he want to become the successor of the legendary dragon tamer? Looking away, the protagonist thought that a dragon tamer sounded quite scary, but he wondered which was better, a master tamer or a dragon tamer. Lowering his head, he added that he easily unlocked the master tamer class at the beginning of the game. A dragon appeared behind him and Ian thought that unlocking the dragon tamer class was not an easy task anyway. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was fine. He wanted to change his class to a dragon tamer. Looking at him, Oakley said that it was great. The dragon tamer was a great class. He assured him that he would not regret this decision. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he blessed the birth of a new dragon tamer. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Looking at his hand, the man said that this was impossible. What happened? With wide eyes, the protagonist asked what was going on. Notifications appeared that it was impossible to change the class to a lower one. He failed to change the class to a dragon tamer, to which he thought that he failed to change the class. Adjusting his glasses, Oakley said that I understand, he is already on the path of a tamer. Standing in front of the protagonist, he said that he knew he was not an ordinary tamer because of his blood red wolf familiar, but he did not think that he was a taming master, to which he thought that is, a taming master is actually a higher rank than a dragon tamer. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked what his Lu was special, and then thought that he would try to gather as much information as possible. Maybe he would learn something useful. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what Lu was, saying that it must be the name of his wolf. Putting his hand to his face, he said that his Lu was definitely a rare level blood red wolf, but its strength seemed to be higher than other specimens. But this was only possible if the tamer had an unusual approach. Ian froze, thinking that he was able to accurately determine his level and status. It was impressive, even for an NPC. He thought he was a legendary dragon tamer for a reason. Standing in front of the man, he asked what he could ask, why he was waiting for the challenger so much, to which Oakley replied that of course, he almost forgot about the most important thing. He was just distracted by the peculiarity of his class. Grinning, the hero asked what about the most important thing, and then thought that he knew it. There should be a reward for passing such a difficult test. Standing next to the man, he added that he almost left empty-handed because of this damned old man, to which the man replied that yes, he will go with him. The golem opened his eyes wide. The guy struck him. Gritting his teeth, he said that he did it. The guy smirked and said good job, so they have met the minimum requirements to enter the village, right? To which Barry replied yes, they have reached a territory value of 1,000 units, and he added that it was good, let's go. The guy smiled when he heard about the territory upgrade. The Lotus base was upgraded to Lotus Village. The leader of Lotus Village was automatically appointed as the guildmaster. He laughed and asked what the hell, said that he became the leader of the village. Barry frowned and said that this was the guild base upgrade they had been dreaming of. Looking to the side, he added that he wondered if Ian was okay. The view of the mountains opened up, a sigh was heard. The protagonist looked tiredly and said that 10 hours of sleep in 5 days made him want to sleep even in the game. His mind was foggy and his eyes were bleeding. Taking a step forward, he asked why he agreed to this. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he was beginning to regret it. Standing on the cliff, he asked what the forced mission was. Looking at him, the man replied that it was true, those who passed the test could receive a reward along with a mission that could not be refused. Ian put his hand to his face when he heard that he wouldn't have a choice, to which he thought, damn, the risk is too great. If he loses or refuses the quest after accepting it, he will lose reputation units. Looking at the man, he asked what he thought. He can't tell him in advance what kind of quest it is, to which Oakley replied that he can't until he decides. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that he can't refuse. Smirking, he said that great, he will accept this quest. Looking straight, the man replied that he knew he would accept. A message appeared that he accepted Oakley's offer. It said about the traces of a forgotten ancient monster. He accepted this quest. Looking at the message, the protagonist thought that the difficulty is B, but he hasn't even reached level 50. Isn't that too much? Well, at least there is no time limit. Looking straight ahead, Young added that but if he can't form a party during the quest, does that mean he can't do anything in a party until he completes the quest? Maybe it's impossible to do alone now, but it will be possible after he levels up and becomes stronger. The man looked down. Handing over the crystal, he said let him take this, to which the hero asked what it was. A notification appeared that he had received the Divine Dragon's Soul Stone. Looking straight ahead, Oakley said that in truth, he was a summoner who lived 1,000 years ago. The man stood near the dragons. It was said that in his era, there were legendary monsters that no longer exist, such as his pet that he had been with for a long time, as well as his best friend, the battle dragon, 1,000 years ago. He was the leader of the dragon tamers that have long been gone, and the battle dragon was one of the 5 divine dragons. Oakley extended his staff forward. It was heard that 10 centuries ago, a settlement of dragon tamers in the northern continent, Perlania Valley, was attacked by evil dragons, resulting in countless dragons and tamers dying. The evil dragons were too many, and their master was stronger than the battle dragon. A crystal appeared. It was said that this was why he had to escape and hide here in the Krupia Snow Mountains, because he had a debt to his comrade. The evil dragons would not allow them to escape, so he had no choice but to seal himself and the dragon here underground. Looking to the side, Oakley said that this was why he lived for 1,000 years in this place where not a single glimmer of sunlight could be seen, all for the sake of reviving his dear friend. Looking at the crystal, the protagonist asked, that is, he can help him if he takes this to the spatial mage. Raising his hand up, the man replied that the spatial mage would tell him how to return the soul of the battle dragon to this world. He originally planned to make him continue the legacy of the dragon tamers by passing on the dragon's soul to him, because then he would be able to leave this world without any regrets and he would become his faithful companion. Lowering his head, he added that however, he never imagined that there would be someone with a class higher than a dragon tamer. He resigned himself. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked that only dragon tamers can restore the soul stone, to which Oakley replied that no, however, only the innate skills of a dragon tamer will allow a battle dragon to be reborn into a new dragon. Looking at him, Young asked that if he is not a legendary dragon tamer, why does not he do it himself, to which the man replied that he is sealed, and for the same reason cannot use his abilities to do so. Young looked down and thought that damn, a familiar with the title of Divine Dragon would definitely be powerful. What a waste. Well, but that must mean that the Taming Masterclass will be even more impressive. Looking at the feather, Oakley said that in any case, if he gives this soul stone to the spatial mage, he will find a way to return the battle dragon in some other way, and let him take it. This is his reward. A feather appeared. A notification appeared that he received a tamer feather ornament. He heard that it was an artifact left by the leader of the dragon tamers. However, he must find a spatial mage to dispel the seal on the artifact. Only then will he see its true power. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that thanks, he will find this spatial mage at any cost, and then thought that it sounded cool. This feather may be useless now, but he was still going to complete the quest. A glow appeared around the man and he said that in order to find the spatial mage, he needs to go to the eastern part of the southern continent. There he will find the spatial magic tower. Finally, he no longer regrets anything and can rest in peace. Standing in front of the glow, the protagonist heard that let him resurrect the descendant of the divine dragons in this world. Holding the crystal in his hands, he said that it feels like he took a really incredible quest. I bet the difficulty of this quest is much higher than rank B. In addition, the quest has a side task related to the spatial mage and the stone. Holding the pen in his hands, Ian said that he was on fire. Looking at the message, he said that it was a sealed item, but perhaps he will check. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked what the hell, legendary class. Information about the item appeared, to which he thought that it was simply incredible. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the increase in stats alone was amazing, and it was tied to his account. He would have no analogs if this seal was removed. The stats were shown, and he thought that these parts about sealing were quite unpleasant. However, there was a catch. It might seem pointless to capture many monsters, but people were playing soccer, and he thought that if his familiar ran out of health during the battle, he could swap it out for another one, just like swapping players in sports. Monsters appeared behind the protagonist, and he thought that taming dragons was a tamer's dream. He would definitely tame a dragon someday in the future, so the lowered stat requirements were great news. Holding a pen in his hands, the protagonist thought that he would complete this quest no matter what. With his eyes wide open, he said that he had to be at least level 70 to complete a B-rank quest without a party, so he should work on his level now. Looking at the monsters, Yan said that but he hadn't slept for 5 days. Lu suddenly rushed forward. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed, the creatures were attacking the dragons. Suddenly, a devastating explosion occurred. A notification appeared that the level had increased. He had reached level 50. Looking away, the protagonist said that let them just look at them showing off. Good job. A message appeared that he had received the ability of summoning magic. He had received the ability of spirit magic. Sitting down on the ground, he said that he was so tired. He had reached level 50 before his dungeon pioneer buff had worn off. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that everything that was theoretically possible was possible in practice, but what were the abilities of summoning magic and spirit magic for? Did they belong to the summoner class? Stretching, he said that well, he didn't think this was something he could handle right now. He needed to sleep urgently. Standing still, Ian heard that he was the first summoner to reach level 50. He had received a reward. The Summoner's Tower would be built. The contribution was increased by 5,000 points. Summoners of the Empire could now receive class-related quests in the tower, to which he said that he was the first to reach level 50. He felt that he had done something amazing. Looking at the notification, he saw that the Summoner's Prophet quest had been activated, to which he asked what kind of quest it was. An Imperial quest appeared. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that the Imperial quest was a special quest that would bring him great fame and rewards, as well as contribution points, and with high contribution points, he could get a noble title. Clenching his fist, he added that he knew that he was generously depriving the players who were advancing with rewards. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared and said that he was too sleepy. As soon as he connected, he would immediately go to Mulan, so it was time to sleep. The view of the capital of the Empire of Lutzefel opened up. Suddenly the earth shook. A cry about an earthquake was heard. People looked at each other in surprise and asked again. A glowing sphere appeared in the air. It was heard what it was. Suddenly the building began to be built, and someone shouted that a new tower was being built. A tower for one of the new classes. What class was it? The tower was being completed. It was heard what it was. Players paid attention to the notification. It was said that a level 50 summoner appeared in the Empire. The Summoner's Tower will be built in Mulan. The tower fee has been increased. Empire summoners can now receive quests. People looked surprised and asked what the Summoner's Tower was. The first of all the new classes appeared, and the man said that they were kidding. The first to reach level 50. Who is this summoner? A view of the building opened up. The protagonist was lying on the bed. Leaving the room, he said that he had not slept like this for a long time. Food was standing on the table. It was heard that he would first have breakfast, at the same time, read the formulas. The laptop was next to the food. It was said that why are there so many new messages today? The forum appeared, and the protagonist asked what dozens of pages of messages overnight. Looking at the laptop, he added that the Summoner's Tower, it seems, everyone is impressed by his achievement. Grinning, he added that everyone is going crazy. Ian started eating and asked what it was. It sounded like he knew the identity of the level 50 summoner that they were all interested in, to which he asked where from. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that usually such messages are clickbait, but pointing to the screen, he added that he just can't resist checking. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was him. Suddenly, Ian moved into the game. Angrily looking down, he said that he was angry. The hero furiously said that these damn idiots, fake, seriously, seeing the messages about him. He abruptly summoned Lu. Grinning, the protagonist said that he was his good one. If Ben was as good as him, he thinks he would summon him too. Stretching his hand forward, he summoned Ben. Suddenly, he appeared. Putting his hand to his face, Ian asked that he missed him. The pet looked at him angrily. Looking at him, the hero asked him what he was upset about carrying him on his back, and then thought that it looked like it. Putting his hand forward, he added that he had nothing to fear when he was behind him, asked that he was not going to protect him. Seriously. The protagonist crouched down and said that if he protected him, he would give him 3 meatballs in the morning and 4 in the evening. Got it. The turtle smirked, and he said that he was good and then thought that he was cute. A notification appeared about a new message. Looking to the side, Ian asked if it was Barry. The guy gritted his teeth and greeted him. Putting his hands forward, he asked what the hell he did. Frowning, the guy asked that he was the summoner who reached level 50, to which the hero thought that he was the only person who understood him. Looking at another notification, he added that someone else besides Barry sent him a message. Seeing the girl's message, the protagonist thought that she knew that he was the level 50 summoner and immediately wrote to him. Grinning, he added that even Barry doubted it. Rena was a really good person. It was not for nothing that he decided to help her. Clicking on the notification, Ian said that yesterday he reached level 50 and immediately went to bed, so he could not answer. He entered the game literally a couple of minutes ago. Closing his eyes, he said that it seems that she is not online, maybe Barry is online. A correspondence with his friend appeared. The hero put his hand to his face, reading that there was only a week left before the opening of the Imperial Arena, that he was thinking about staying at level 50 and participating as a noob. To which he thought that exactly how could he forget about the Imperial Arena? If he wins, he can get 50,000 glory points. Raising his hand, the protagonist said no problem, a week was a long time, but he thought he would just do something else besides leveling up, to which the guy replied, okay, good luck, see you soon. He smirked and said, in that case. Yan looked at the turtle. He picked it up and asked what they would do. He said, yep, they would do the Summoner's Prophet quest. A view of the Summoner's Tower opened up. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that this was a sign of his achievement. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he was really proud to see this tower, and it was well decorated. The protagonist approached the building and said, okay, he had a lot of free time, so he would do something else before going to the Emperor. Raising his head up, he added that this place looked a lot like an archer's tower. Ian started to walk up the stairs, saying that this meant that the Artifact Exchange Center was probably on the 5th floor as well, where he could exchange his earned contribution points for items or skill books. Smiling widely, he added that this was it. The girl stood in front of him and said that this was the Artifact Exchange Center. How could she help him? To which the protagonist replied that he would like to look at the other artifacts inside. The girl smirked and replied that she understood. Maybe she would know his name. She would check his contribution points. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that his name was Ian. Stretching her hand out to the side, she said that it was okay, let him wait for a few minutes. Smirking, the girl asked that so he was a prophet. Standing in front of her, Ian wondered why she was so happy about this and then replied that she was. Taking his hand, the elf said that he should follow him. They have many artifacts and spell books that he can get in exchange for contribution points. By the way, he currently has 5,000 contribution points. Pointing to the side, she added that he should take a look and tell her if there is anything he would like to receive. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that good, he will see what they have. Looking at the artifacts, he added that he should look through all the options. The protagonist took the steel sword of the ancient summoner and thought that this item is the same type as his gloves that he recently bought at the auction. Looking at the item, he added that 350 points are treasure. Well, about the cost of this item, B-level quests give about 200 and 400 contribution points, so it is not that expensive. A feather appeared. A thought arose that I wonder if there is something similar to that feather here, and that he can buy it with contribution points. It seems that the first time he saw a legendary rank item was at level 80 in the Archer Tower. Looking at the artifacts, Young said that that was all. The girl smirked and asked that he did not find anything to his liking. Putting his hand to his face, the hero answered that yes, nothing really interested him, and then thought that maybe he should not spend contribution points now and buy something worthwhile later. Taking a step forward, the girl asked that in that case, how about checking the skill books and spells in this room, to which he asked again. Lowering her head, she answered that yes, she is sure there is something here that will interest him. The elf smirked slightly. Looking to the side, the hero said that alright. A view of the top of Krupia opened up. The monster screamed furiously. Jack raised the knife up. Suddenly, it rushed forward. The guy swung the weapon. A blow flew at the monster. Its health began to drain. A message appeared that the ice troll's defense was lowered. Looking straight ahead, he asked if he was alive. An ice cliff appeared. Jack looked to the side and said that well, that can be fixed. He quickly ran behind the monster. 2 blades appeared in his hands. The creature looked to the side in fear. The guy swung them sharply. A glow appeared around the blade. Jack struck the monster. Looking straight ahead, he said that is expected from a level 65 ice troll. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that he thought it would take another half a day to reach level 50. Taking hold of the mask, the guy said that by the way, he was still level 49, and yet there was a new summoner user who reached level 50 a few days ago. Yes. He gritted his teeth and added that their classes were compatible. He couldn't wait to see him. Rushing forward, the guy said that there were 4 days left until the opening of the Imperial Arena. He had nowhere to rush. Suddenly, he jumped up. Jack was flying over the gorge. He began to fly down. The guy landed at the very bottom. The bird suddenly rushed upward. It cut the air with its wings. A glow appeared near the man's hand. He gritted his teeth tightly. Grinning, the hero asked what this book was. People were standing in the square. Looking at the books, the protagonist said that he started by buying these two. Information about the wall of flame and the galvanic wave appeared. Pulling the book forward, he said that this skill is not bad, its attack power is relatively small for a heroic skill, but additional effects such as paralysis are very useful. The skill characteristics were displayed. It was heard that it seemed that this was how spirit and summoning magic were used. Perhaps he would start by learning them. Gritting his teeth, Yang used the skill book. The book opened. Notifications appeared that he had learned the lightning spirit summoning skill using the skill book. He had learned the galvanic wave skill using the skill book. A glow appeared near his hand and he asked what it was. Suddenly, a bird appeared in the air. It flapped its wings. Looking at it, the protagonist said that the lightning spirit, a message appeared that it was the first time he summoned the lightning spirit, he could give it a name. Looking straight ahead, he asked that he should give it a name. Raising his head, the protagonist said that his name would be. He shuddered in fear from the bird. Wide-eyed, Yang said her name. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that her name would be Jakey. Smirking, he said that it was quite a simple and cute name. Stretching his hand, the protagonist said that let her come here. Looking at the bird, he made an analysis. Information about the lightning spirit appeared. It was heard that it meant that it could not be used in battle. This explained why leadership was not required for it. Jakey looked straight ahead. It was said that he believed that he just needed to think of it as a guide, which was required in order to use lightning-type summoning magic. Raising his hand, Yan said that it was very nice to have a strong spirit from the very beginning, but pumping it from scratch was even more pleasant. A view of the city opened up, and it was heard that it was time to meet the emperor. The protagonist walked across the square. Suddenly, weapons were displayed in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the guard asked what the purpose of his visit was. Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist thought, what? Before resetting his old character, he could easily enter any place. He needed to show them a pass or something like that. Grinning, he added that oh yeah, the light of the prophet. Putting his hand on his chest, Yan introduced himself. Looking at him, the guard heard that he came here at the personal invitation of the emperor. Closing his eyes, he replied that he should wait. He would go and ask the commander, to which the hero replied that of course he would wait here. A castle appeared. An appeal to the prophet was heard. The man extended his hand and said that he was Charlie, the guard commander. He had not warned the guards in advance, so he made him wait. He deeply apologized for his rudeness. The protagonist grinned and thought about how it was. He was so polite because it was an imperial quest, and then said that it was okay. His name was Ian. Pointing to the side, the man said that he would take him inside, let him follow him. They walked along the corridor. Looking at the guard commander, Ian wondered what level the head of security was. An image of a man appeared. The thought appeared that he was about level 90. Extending his hand forward, the hero made an analysis. Looking at the characteristics, he thought that it was amazing. The protagonist put his hand to his face and thought that the captain was level 115. Even the top 1 player of Kylan seemed to have not yet reached level 120. Looking down, he added that what about the guards? Frowning, Ian thought about how the average level of the guards varied between levels 104 and 107. It was simply astonishing. He thought that this was why the leading guilds could not establish their base on the continent of Kolinar. The guards appeared, and the thought arose that if they interfered with the affairs of the empire, the entire guild would be destroyed. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that their guild had decided to establish a base in the northern region, not here. Walking forward, he added that he needed to quickly raise his level and help them. He needed to secure the land around the base. A view of the entrance to the office opened up. Sitting at the table, the man asked that he was Ian. Sitting opposite, the protagonist answered that yes, that was right. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he expected to see an old man with gray hair. The man crossed his arms. The thought arose that but he really was young. All information about him was hidden. The hero looked at him and said that he heard that he wanted to see him, to which he was told that he was right. When he heard that such a brilliant person like him appeared in their empire, he immediately wanted to talk to him in person. With his eyes widened, the protagonist said that it was clear. A notification appeared that he met with Emperor Celias within the allotted time. He completed the quest Prophet of Summoning. His fame increased by 1,250. The man smirked. The thought appeared that he would get 1,250 fame just from meeting him. The imperial quests were really on another level. Holding a cup in his hands, the emperor said that he was very excited to hear about him. He knew why. Adjusting his hair, he added that he had been looking for an experienced summoner like him for a long time, to which Ian asked what and for what. The guy glared at him furiously and asked that how dare he interrupt the emperor. Celias waved his hand and said that it was okay. He was an adventurer who was not familiar with imperial etiquette. Looking at them, the hero thought that it was close, and the guy said that nevertheless. Looking to the side, he added that he thought that he would not be able to withstand even one blow from his blade. The guard's weapon appeared. The thought appeared that his sword was clearly of the highest rank. Frowning, the emperor asked what he knew, what mythical creature symbolized their empire. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, he thought that a mythical creature. A portrait of an animal appeared. He heard that it was a griffin. Well, there are many who do not know this, but it seems that he is well informed. Closing his eyes, Yang thought that they have a griffin painted at every step. He gritted his teeth when he heard that about half a year ago, their empire found a griffin nest in the Sikar desert, and of course, got an egg, to which he thought, well, griffins really do exist. Crossing his legs, the emperor said that, however, the problem is that this egg has not hatched yet. Grinning, he added that he would like him to find a way to help the egg hatch. Information about the quest appeared. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, how should he know how to nurse it, and how should he hatch the egg? A portrait of the animal appeared, and the hero thought, what is he, the mother of griffins, and how should he hatch this egg? The protagonist frowned, thinking about the fact that the time limit is unknown, and how to understand this at all, and where should he even start. Sitting at the table, Ian thought about how the stakes were too high, he couldn't afford to lose his closeness to the emperor, and then said that yes, he would try. A message appeared that he had accepted the quest. Sighing, the protagonist said that things were only getting worse and worse. He had accidentally received 2 global quests. A memory of the crystal appeared, and he thought that at least he knew where he needed to go for the quest of the traces of a forgotten ancient monster. The man smirked and said that he wanted him to find a way to help this egg hatch, and the protagonist thought that, to be honest, he didn't fully understand the essence of the quest, what exactly he was supposed to do. Stretching his hand up, Ian said that in any case, he couldn't handle them now. First he had to take care of the arena that Barry had talked about. Looking at the message, he added that there were 5 days left before the opening of the Imperial Arena. He needed to increase his level of new skills, asked what location he should choose then. Grinning, the hero said that he would go to the ant lair. Looking to the side, he asked about the message. Clicking on the notification, the protagonist said that it was Rena. A correspondence with a girl appeared. A view of a coffee shop opened. Grinning, the girl said that she was sitting in a cafe near the school and was planning to discuss her task with a friend. Looking to the side, she added that she was wondering if he would have some free time later so that they could have lunch together. Grinning, Ian thought about lunch with Rena. To be honest, he had not been to a cafe for a long time. He closed his eyes and added that no, skills first. The protagonist put his head down and said that he would forgive her. They would eat another time. He had just arrived at the ant lair, so it was a bit of an inconvenient time, and then thought that he had to lie. Looking at his phone, the girl said that I see, then let him send her a message when he finished farming. It might take her a while to read it, so she would give him her number, to which he replied that of course. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist thought about how instead of having lunch, he was going to hunt. That's who he was. A view of the gorge opened up, and someone exclaimed in surprise. Standing in front of the ants, Ian said that as he expected, there were a lot of mobs here. Looking straight ahead, he added that here is his precious experience. Raising his hand up, the hero said okay. The creatures rushed forward, hearing the command. Biggie swung, hearing that he should attack first. He looked forward angrily. A message appeared that the pet had received 201 damage from the giant ant, and then received another 376. Hearing the command, Biggie used an ice wave. A blow flew at the ants. They screamed in pain. The wolf rushed forward, hearing that now, let him go. Lou screamed furiously. He began to attack the ants, and the hero praised him. The protagonist looked at Ben. He frowned. The pet looked forward angrily. Then he sighed. Suddenly, the turtle grew in size. Grinning, Ian said that now he didn't even need to tell him what to do. Good job. Stretching his hand forward, he added that it was time to try out the galvanic wave in battle. Putting his hands out to the sides, the protagonist used the galvanic wave, and then thought that he should just throw them at the ants. The protagonist waved his hands in front of the ant. The spheres with lightning hung in the air. Gritting his teeth, Ian asked what was wrong. Why were they flying so slowly? Standing in front of the ants, the hero asked what they could hit with such speed. The sphere flew past the ant. The creature, standing in front of the protagonist, asked that he really thought they would get hit by it. Looking at his hand, he said that he needed to wait a little bit first. Clenching his fist tightly, Ian added that there was no other choice. Rushing forward, the hero shouted that he would just make sure they hit. He ran towards the ant. The protagonist angrily gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he struck the monster. A notification appeared that the galvanic wave skill had dealt 1,179 damage to the giant ant. The ant's head was cut off. A thought arose that the paralysis had not worked. The probability was 15% right. Suddenly, Ian struck the monsters again. Looking at the notifications, he thought that yes, that's it, this skill is best for farming. Standing in front of the ants, the hero said that good, now the real grind will begin. He laughed and added that he loved this kind of farming. Looking at the message, the protagonist said that he finally got 99.9%. It took him a whole day, and he could have reached level 51 if he had killed a few more. Standing near the pets, he added that it was fine, they would be back, and then asked where Ben had gone. Stretching his hand forward, Ian asked what he was doing. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he should wait. No, this. Ben was eating plants. The protagonist waved his hand and cancelled the summoning. The pet evaporated, and he sighed. Ian gritted his teeth tightly. Hearing that he had destroyed the giant ant egg, he had received 36 experience points and then received another 32 experience. A message appeared in front of the hero that his level had been increased to 51. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Clutching his head, the protagonist shouted that no, he was level 51. Ian lowered his head down. The hero opened his eyes wide and said that he was too greedy. He should have stopped hunting at about 98%. He would bring him to his deathbed. Damn Ben. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and asked what he should do. Raising his hand, he added that well, he had worked hard, it was time for him to rest. Putting his hand to his face, Ian said that it seemed that he could only lower his level by committing suicide, that is, by killing himself. Closing his eyes, he added that he would hide all the items that could drop after death. The hero looked at the sword and said that this item was not particularly important to him, so he would use it. Lowering his head, he added that now he should stab himself. The protagonist pinched himself. He closed his eyes because of the pain. Notifications appeared that he had lost experience due to death. His level had been lowered to 50th. He would not be able to connect to the game for 24 hours. People were walking around the city. Looking away, Ian wondered what he should talk about alone with Rena. It would be extremely awkward. Looking at the girl, he added that she wanted to meet in the cafeteria, right? The girl looked away. The thought occurred to him that he didn't know that such a beauty was studying at their university. Walking towards her, the hero thought that she was a celebrity. She was too cute and beautiful. Standing in front of him, Rena asked that it was him, to which he replied that yes, and asked that she was Rena. She smirked and said that yes, it was her. He looked exactly like in the game. It seemed that he didn't customize his character at all when he created it. Looking at her, the protagonist said that yes, he was not one to care about appearance, and then thought that she looked much more beautiful than her character in Kylan. The girl closed her eyes and said that she tried to make a beautiful character, asked that that's why he didn't recognize her. Yes, he was disappointed, to which Ian thought that he thought, in real life she looks much more beautiful. He smiled broadly and asked if they could have lunch, said that he had not had breakfast this morning, so he was very hungry now. A cafe appeared, and it was heard that of course she knew a place, they would go there, yes of course. The girl looked at the food very carefully. Flames flew out of the hero's mouth. They said goodbye to each other. A view of the balcony opened up. It was heard that he was tired. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he had used up all his energy. Women really are very terrifying creatures. Grinning, he asked what and still, when would he have lunch with such a goddess again? Looking at the capsule, Ian said that he would return to the game. He still could not connect there. Grinning, he added that nevertheless. Looking to the side, the hero said that it was cool. The capsule was closed. A view of the stadium opened up. A loud scream was heard. The people shouted enthusiastically. It was said that hello to everyone, this is YTBC, a representative game broadcast in Korea. Pointing to himself, the guy said that it was nice to meet you, he is reporter Haynes, and the girl said that she is reporter Louise. Looking at the stadium, the reporters said that there are a lot of people today. Isn't it? Of course, the arena has become much hotter than a month ago. Although this is not even the top league, 3 new classes have been added. How does he think which class will demonstrate the strongest abilities? Looking to the side, the guy said that he thinks it will be the assassin class. It is a class that has much higher offensive power compared to the dark sorcerer and summoner classes. The protagonist looked at the stadium. It was heard that it looked like the first preliminary match was about to begin. People walked towards each other. It was heard that it was the assassin, a new class in the first match. His opponent was a warrior. Jack pulled his sword forward. It was said that it would be a beautiful sight. Do not look away. A notification appeared that the match would begin in 5 seconds. The protagonist lowered his head down. Frowning, he thought that the killer, I wonder how he will fight. People stood in front of each other. Loud shouts were heard for them to begin. The guy swung his sword and shouted. Jack froze, looking straight ahead. The warrior swung his sword at him. A bright beam appeared from the blow. The guy moved behind his back. The thought arose that the invisibility skill, he must be preparing for a surprise attack. Suddenly, Jack struck the warrior's back. Looking to the side, Ian thought that damn, he is good. The guy's eyes lit up, and he added that this killer caught his attention. Looking to the side, the warrior sighed. He frowned and thought that they were kidding. He lost almost half of his health. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy added that he still couldn't just give up, let him die. The warrior swung his sword and shouted about the blast wave. Jack threw the blades at him sharply. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. The attacks were flying straight at him. He screamed loudly in pain. Jack took a step forward. People enthusiastically shouted about the victory. Notifications appeared that Jack won the match. He would get double points for winning this match. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that this was incredible. Looking down, he added that this guy was really good. The guy looked at him. His eyes suddenly lit up. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Jack stood still, appeared to be looking at him. Frowning, Ian thought that maybe he imagined it. The guy's eyes lit up. They looked at each other. He closed his eyes and walked away. The thought arose that there were many rankers in Kylan that no one knew. He should be on guard. Sitting at the table, the hero asked what he should take with him. The warriors were fighting. It was heard that all the other matches were a complete disaster, so there was no point in watching them. Looking at the message, he said that it would be better if he never saw this. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that he knew that these were preliminary matches of the Rookie League below level 50, but it was still terrible. Looking at things, he added that he was ashamed that he had ridiculed him for his skills. Compared to them, he was the god of the game. It was heard that the next match would be with him. Getting up from his chair, Yan said that finally, it was said that as soon as he heard his name, then he should not hesitate and go to the waiting room. Pets appeared behind him. People were standing in the stadium. Enthusiastic cries were heard. The hero frowned, hearing about the greatest dark sorcerer. Jimenez grinned slightly. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that Biggie would be his trump card. The sorcerer raised his hand. It was heard that he looked at him, no, at him. The girls smiled. It was heard that he would transfer them to the paradise of dark magic. Let him destroy this summoner. The guy put his hands out to the sides, hearing that he was the first place among dark sorcerers, to which Ian thought that the top one among dark sorcerers, he is the best summoner. Grinning, he added that if it was an assassin, he would have problems, but with a dark sorcerer, he just needs to be careful with skills like Bone Prison and AoE debuffs. Looking at Lu, the hero thought that in addition, their life points are lower than those of ordinary sorcerers and archers. He will act aggressively. Stretching his hand forward, the mage asked that he was Ian, said that he was glad to meet you. Frowning, the protagonist answered that he was, and then thought that this guy was too greasy. Shaking his hand, the guy said that it was nice to meet you. It was heard that the match would start in 5 seconds. Looking straight ahead, Young told Lu to focus on him once the match started, understood, and then thought that his opponent would most likely also attack with all his might from the start. Raising his head up, he added that summoners are considered very weak, since without their pets, they can be said to be useless. Taking a step forward, the hero thought that but he has a few trump cards up his sleeve. Hearing that the match had started, the protagonist jumped up and thought that here he is. Looking to the side, Jimenez asked in surprise what, and then thought that he expected to fight against. He just rushes in. Suddenly, he used the Bone Prison skill. Jumping up, the protagonist thought that he had foreseen this. The wolf looked up at him. With wide eyes, the guy thought, what kind of joke is this? He is definitely a summoner. He looks more like a top assassin. Smiling, Ian thought that it was easy to dodge if he could see what kind of skill it was. Besides, he had put almost all his points into agility. The hero was approaching the mage. Gritting his teeth, he activated the ability to search for vulnerability. The wolf rushed forward and shouted, activating the berserker skill. Suddenly, the sorcerer summoned a skeleton warrior. Raising his staff up, he shouted for them to stop them. The skeletons looked straight ahead. They could be heard to stop them. The monsters lined up in a row. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he was waiting for this too. Stretching his hand forward, he summoned Biggie. He shouted furiously. Shouts were heard that it was a golem, an ice golem. This guy was crazy. Frowning, Jimenez asked what the hell? Impossible. Stretching his hand forward, Ian answered no. It was possible. Suddenly, an ice wave flew at the skeletons. Particles flew in the air. The blows flew at the skeletons. The guy gritted his teeth. Shouts were heard. What was that? Amazing. Such tension. What an incredible match. Not even 30 seconds had passed. The wolf ran forward at a rapid pace. He was approaching the guy. Lu circled around the guy. Notifications appeared that he had dealt a critical hit. The mage had lost 3,157 health units. Jimenez would receive 515 damage per second due to the bleeding status for 10 seconds. He had lost 2,576 health units. Stretching his hand forward, the guy thought, this fucking wolf, what the hell, how can it deal so much damage? And it is used by a summoner who is not higher than level 50. Running up to him, the protagonist shouted that he was too slow. Lightning appeared around his fist. He struck the guy. The protagonist stood still. People looked at him in surprise. A message appeared that the player Jimenez was eliminated from the match. As his health fell below 5%, the player Yan wins. Standing in the stadium, the protagonist heard shouts that this is incredible, awesome. The commentators froze in amazement. It was heard that it was incredible. It is hard to believe that summoners are so strong. Is it possible that this summoner got an incredible hidden class? Haynes smirked and said that this is an incredible fighting force, especially this giant wolf with a red mane. He killed the first in the ranking of Dark Sorcerers Jimenez in just 3 hits. Looking at the hero, he added that most likely he had a pet that specialized in agility, but it was still an incredible sight. Wiping the blood, the guy thought that damn, he was too self-confident because of his class. He even wore gloves like a complete noob in the game, so he thought that. Clenching his fist, he added that he couldn't believe he was eliminated in the first round of the qualifiers. Even though he was the #1 dark sorcerer in the game, he could have won if he hadn't been so careless. Looking at the hero, the mage wondered what he was thinking. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that if this dark sorcerer was the #1 in the game, he was disappointed. He was just terrible anyway. The pets followed him, and he added that no one should look down on summoners in Kylan now. Lou, Biggie, and Ben stood and watched. Around them they were saying that this electric skill was great, also asking where to catch a wolf like that. They drank coffee until a girl told the guy that the beginner league was at an unprecedented level. Haynes agreed with her. He started drinking and saying that the two guys developed their characters differently than the rest. Raising a thumbs up, he continued, because he thought he had seen this summoner and his wolf before. He opened his mouth and remembered that he had met him before. It was the guy he had met on the ghost ship when they were going on the wizard's quest. Louise smiled and said that it was incredible luck. The guy agreed with her. Taking her hand, he said that the next match would soon start and they needed to go. Jack grabbed his scarf with his finger. He looked at the screens with a serious face. His eyes widened and he smiled when he saw something on the screen. The guy showed a fist and said that they were now on level 64. Walking, he continued that if he won, he would get 100,000 glory as well as a full set of level 50 items for the summoner class, and when he finished, he would continue grinding. The audience shouted for Ian to show everyone. Behind the main character, there was a wolf. For the audience, Lou was cool and the turtle was cute. The girl stood with a bow in her hand. Her face was dissatisfied. The guy and Greta were standing not far from each other. For him, the girl seemed familiar. Raising his finger up, he remembered that she was on a quest with goblins and also wondered if she was above level 50. Pointing at the girl with his finger, he thought that she was above level 50 and how could she participate? The girl bared her teeth and called him a shameless bastard because he liked the Helios necklace. The Chief River spread his arms and said that he did not understand what she was talking about because he sold them at auction for a good price. Greta stood with a sword in her hand saying that she would make a stake out of it. The guy began to mock, saying that he was afraid. The spectators looked at them and said that they apparently had old quarrels and this would be interesting. Pointing at him with her finger, she said that his insolence would end because she knew his secret. He asked to surprise him. With a serious face, she began to say that the wolf was not actually a pet, but used the sealing artifact to control it. Ian with a calm face asked what she was talking about. Haynes was shocked because this could become a sensation. The girl said that his wolf was very strong for a level 50 summoner. They looked at them. The guy continued that with such a magical artifact it is easier to win in the league as a beginner. The girl said that even in this game the rich get richer and the poor poorer. Grinning her teeth because she believed all this time, she irritated him. The spectators were talking and the main one asked if they really believed her. Louise pointed her finger at him and asked him to stop talking because she would ignore his wolf and finish him off. Sighing, he said, "Damn you, the match started in 5 seconds. Looking at her, he said that he would finish her off in 30 seconds. Berserker and Ian ran at her. Louise started shooting at them because she had foreseen the actions. The arrow flew straight at them. He moved away so that the arrow would not hit him because he knew about this powerful skill. Running faster, the girl began to think that the damage was small, but he apparently thought that he would escape from the homing arrow. A shield appeared in her hands, which was hit by an arrow. Louise smiled because it was good. Broken arrows lay on the floor. The homing arrow hit Ben. Only 1 unit of damage was inflicted. The girl was shocked by the damage and she did not hit. What the hell, pet? The main character smiled and said that this was his turtle protection. He was already near her, then asked her what he was going to do. The girl muttered and turned away. Ian smiled with all his teeth and looked at her. Near Louise was a wolf and the main character. She stood with a bow. His fist lit up with a bright flame. Behind him was Lou. She screamed and was pierced in the chest. The building had many windows. At that moment they said that the main character had won. Raising his hand up, he thought that it would be great if all the opponents were weaklings like that. Ian stood next to his pets. He made it to the semi-finals. Looking at the screen, he said that all the previous matches were easy. He hoped that there would be a worthy opponent in the semi-finals. A magician came out of the corridor, holding a stick. A small child came out of the shadows, wearing a hat. He walked past the main character, realizing that appearances are deceiving. Ian pointed to himself and introduced himself. The child sighed and closed his eyes. Touching his head with his hand, he said that apparently he finally got a strong opponent, but if he loses, he will be sad because he is the greatest wizard on the continent. His eyes became big. He smiled from ear to ear. Speaking to himself, he said that he will put an end to sins. Ian turned his head away and did not understand what he was talking about because it was the syndrome of an 8th grader. They stood opposite each other. The guy thought that he was a dark sorcerer while referring to the fact that he is a summoner. The boy pointed to himself with his finger and said that his name is Michael, and the one who will soon be gone should not introduce himself. The protagonist scratched his head and wondered if he was beaten. There were clouds in the sky, and the match was starting in 5 seconds. Skeletons appeared around. The child was casting a spell for his servants to bring victory. The skeletons had different guns, clothes, there weren't many of them. Their eyes were shining brightly, but the guy thought they were painted black. Ben bared his teeth, and the guy bit his lip. He understood that the guy had a hidden class, and that's why he could summon skeletons he hadn't seen before. Ian looked into the distance and didn't know what skills the opponent would use, because he should have watched the Dark Sorcerer matches in advance. The spectators watched while the match was starting. The skeletons stood there until the boy gave the order to attack. The monsters ran at him with swords, shields, and helmets. Michael cast a spell while the protagonist was being attacked. He was slowed down by 20%. Moving away from the skeleton, he understood that he would not be able to finish the match quickly like the others, and in this case he would fight to the end. Lou ran while the boy asked him to run away. A bright lump of magic appeared in his hand. He ordered Biggie to make an ice wave. The pet screamed to make an ice wave. The wolf ran at the skeletons while his allies were behind. There was a blue aura near the skeletons. Also yellow lightning. The summoned skeletons received the paralysis effect and will be slowed down by 30%. The eye was glowing. He smiled and said that everything was fine. Michael smiled and a pentagram appeared near his finger. He understood that it would not be easy. Ian ruffled his feathers because he did not understand what it was. The boy pointed his finger at the main character from whom smoke was coming out because his luck had run out. Ian was alarmed because the Justice of Darkness is the basic skill of a dark sorcerer, who is very fast but can predict its trajectory by the hands of the caster. The boy smiled and said that it was not bad, but he felt sorry because he had to face such an opponent. The main character put his hand on the floor and understood that the 8th grader syndrome is incurable. The skeletons were moving towards him. His pupil became larger because now he had a chance. Biggie clenched his hand into a fist and began to perform the skill of a strong blow. The monster did not even touch the skeletons, which is what the child thought. The boy grinned and asked if it was real. Lou was standing behind Biggie and this was a real attack. The wolf moved towards the skeletons. His eyes were bright, his mouth was slightly open. He killed all the skeletons he saw. Michael did not understand what was happening. The heads of the monsters broke with a crack. The child threw their heads away from himself. Sweat broke out on his face, but he predicted this too. Taking a wand in his hands, he began to repress the dead. The wolf ran. While delivering a critical hit, Michael received 2,272 damage. Smiling, he understood that he had gotten it. Lou began to scream while he paused, then the skill of repression of the dead worked, which returned 276 damage, and the wolf himself received 6,270 damage. The main character began to bare his teeth and look at the red screen, because the wolf's maximum health was less than 8,000. There was a red aura near Lou because he received more damage. The main character put out his hand where the screen appeared. He began to try to return the wolf, because at this rate he would die. Touching his hat, he understood that the pathetic wolf had great damage, but little health and no one could pass by his all-seeing eye. The guy had dark hair. He thought that he should have initially destroyed the skeletons, because he did not expect that he would have to fight without his pet. Sighing, he began to understand that his opponent also received great damage and he had a chance. He also had his hand on his hat and also asked if he would allow him to predict his future actions, because with his brilliant mind it was easy. He also had a stick in his hands and decided to ask if he thought about losing a lot of health. Sighing, he called the skill of soul absorption. Stretching out his hand, he said that thanks to the skill, his health points were restored. With a smirk on his face, he asked how he was going to defeat him without a wolf. Sweat began to appear on his face, because if he did not act carefully, he would lose. His face was dissatisfied because he was thinking about what to do. Opening their mouths, they said that this was the greatest battle and their fight was breathtaking. His hand was in a fist and he decided to ask who she thought would win the match. Louise smiled because she was not sure and it was too early to talk about the outcome of the match. Turning towards the sound, he thought about what was going on. There were a lot of people and they were shouting that it was impossible. Biggie appeared near the main character because he had just recalled his pets. Looking at the arena, they realized that this was not the only pet he had, but it was the strongest. His face was pleased and a blue shield appeared on his hand. The spectators were screaming very loudly because they did not understand what was happening. The child was in shock because he did not understand how he had recalled his pets. Putting his hand to his head, he thought that apparently the opponent realized his weakness and decided to give in, deciding to accept his concessions. Jan sighed and did not understand what he was talking about. Pointing a finger at him, he said that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would teach him a lesson. Michael replied that he was going to let him give in. Starting to bare his teeth, he could not come to terms with the fact that he was called a scoundrel, while Jan understood that he had provoked him. Ben was on his shoulder. He looked at him. The turtle flew away with a serious face. He looked at the turtle in bewilderment. With sweat on his face, he asked if he had any more pets. The protagonist shed tears because he thought that Ben was helping him for the sake of meatballs, but he stood up bravely to protect him. Putting his staff to the turtle, he decided to get rid of the turtle. The wand glowed with dark justice. Ben stood while there was an aura near him. The dark justice skill was applied to him. A barrier formed near the turtle. She had a serious face, and the guy was looking at her. Michael raised his staff and told his skeletons to go forward. Ben was near the opponents, and the child said that he would take care of her later. The turtle paid attention to the words because Michael decided to kill the bastard first. The skeletons ran at the protagonist because the child said so. For Ian, this was predictable. He began to dodge his opponents. The child, with a smirk on his face, asked what he wanted to achieve by running away from him. Ben's eyes lit up. 2 copies of the protagonist appeared near Michael. It was a spatial distortion. Looking back with a puzzled face, he saw him. Suddenly, Jan's hand was near his back. Michael dropped his staff and fell, screaming at such an event. Squinting his eyes on the ground, he said that he was fine. Jan stood next to him, looking with an evil smile. His hand was near the child's face while he was screaming. Giving him a flick, Michael began to cry. His mouth was open and his eyes were wide because he fell from the arena. The spectators screamed at the top of their lungs because Michael was eliminated according to the rules. Raising his hand, the man said that the summoner had won. The girl and the guy were delighted because it felt like he was just playing with him. His face was dissatisfied because Jan won even without the summoned wolf artifact. Turning his head, he thought that he was tired of the artifact topic. Michael cried on the ground, saying that it was his victory. The main character asked him not to cry because he looked even more pitiful. The child began to cry even more and asked to forget what happened. It was night. Some windows in the building were lit up. People were sitting at the computers. One of the girls leaned back in her chair. Sighing, she asked if it was the newbie league again. Closing one eye, she said that she had lost count, and why were they rushing to watch the league that hadn't ended yet? Agatha replied that the forums were going crazy. Putting her hand to her lips, she asked in bewilderment what was going on there. The main character had his pet standing next to him, as everyone had expected. Jack entered the arena. They called him the best killer. He beat his opponents, and to think that he had thought so high with the help of basic killer skills. The protagonist understood that it would be very difficult. His thoughts were disturbed because he was not greeted. Having extended his hands and introduced himself, he offered to put on a great show. Jack looked with a serious face because the final match of the Champions League would soon begin. The spectators shouted that these were the best killers. Having stretched, they were told that the match would begin in 5 seconds. Having looked at his opponent, he understood that this was not the best opponent for him. His hands turned blue. Also, if he did not find a way to cope with this invisibility skill, then he would not have a chance. There was a purple aura near the guy. He needed to strengthen his senses and dodge the first attacks with the help of reflexes. Ian's hand turned yellow, and the match began. He had to defeat him before he activated invisibility. His opponent was determined. Having extended a knife with his hand, he looked at him. They looked at each other until Ian understood why he did not use the invisibility skill. His pets were standing near the guy. While Jack was swinging his gun, he assumed that maybe he was saving it because of the long reload of the skill. He swung at the main character while he was looking at him with an uncomprehending face. A smile appeared on his face because, considering his caution, he probably considers him his equal. He ran at Ian while the same aura was near him. The wolf screamed while the guy screamed to disperse. Looking at Biggie, he told him to act now. He looked at him again and screamed again. An ice wave appeared near his pet. An ice storm was near the enemy. He was also standing with a dagger in his hands. His eyes became larger. There was still an ice aura nearby. In his hands was a dark purple aura. He used a shadow jump to bounce off the ice. Leaning slightly, he disappeared. Biggie was behind Jack. Sweat ran down his face because he realized that the enemy had a hidden class associated with shadows. Jakey and Lou were near Ian because that was not all. His hand turned yellow. His smile became wider. The wolf closed his eyes while the main character called him. Lou was worried, and this did not work. The spectators were screaming. It was heard even in the city. Putting his hand on the ground while the enemy was trying to approach, he understood that he could not dodge in the air. After all, any skill has a recharge time. Having dodged the attack, Ian did not understand how he did it. In his hands was still the same dagger. How suddenly, from the hand flew many daggers towards the main character. Looking at this, he began to understand that he must have been mistaken. A ball appeared in his hand because the enemy knew that this was not an obstacle. Jake's eyes lit up. He looked at Ian. The knives became shadowy. He was in shock. Shadows appeared near him, but he tried to defend himself with a serious face. Opening his mouth, he began to receive critical damage from the knives, eventually receiving 4,560 units of damage. The knives cut him while he was surprised by the damage. Jake looked at him with contempt. Opening his mouth, he wondered where such power came from. Lu opened his mouth and began to scream. Together, they advanced on the enemy. Transparent balls appeared near the wolf. Jake was near him. The balls were everywhere. Having started to fight, they were calm. At this time he received 1,795 units of damage. Jake was beaten while he screamed. At this moment he received damage and also slowed down by 30%. The main character still had a ball in his hands. He thought that losing was not in his repertoire. Clenching his hand into a fist, he began to rejoice that the paralysis worked. The guy with gray hair began to think. Ian had balls in both hands because he decided to use himself as bait so that Lu could hit. Moving towards him, he took damage, but the enemy would have received it many times over. Looking at him, he thought that killers have no more lives than dark sorcerers. Jake's face was in the shadows. Having struck him, he dodged. The guy looked puzzled because it was invisibility. The protagonist looked everywhere to understand where he was. Turning back, he understood everything. Jake was behind. The guy had sweat on his face. Starting to turn around, he decided to hit him with balls. Having hit him in the chest with his hand, he lost 1,217 units of health. Jake closed one eye because he was hit. In his hands was a dagger which he decided to pick up. He hit the protagonist with his hand. The dagger that was there gave critical damage to Ben, who lost 27 units of health. In front of the enemy was Ian, who was holding his pet and praising him. Having pushed him away, he swung his hand. Having missed, he was hit while Ben watched it in fear. Ian was hit, which caused him to receive critical damage and also bleeding. Opening the screen, he performed the first aid skill. His wounds began to heal, restoring 843 units of health. Jake looked at him because he was excellent at using his skills. Beads of sweat ran down his face because he had too little health to turn the fight in his favor. Having run, he decided not to give up. The eye was black and concentrated because he decided to put the maximum into the last attack. Squinting, he continued. Jake looked at him with a smile on his face. They were standing in front of each other, magic in their hands, a pet standing behind them. The wolf was also standing behind and watching. He decided to stomp his foot, running with all his might. Having run near the enemy, he struck. Suddenly, Jake was surprised because behind him was a wolf. His eyes were glowing. Opening his mouth, he began to growl at the top of his lungs. Lu bit his shoulder, dealing critical damage. Jake looked at his wound while taking 630 damage per second. Two claws appeared behind him, which were near his shoulder. The protagonist smiled because that's what he needed. Ian stood behind the wolf while Jake stood opposite them. If he dragged out time, there wouldn't be much health left. His eyes turned purple. He was sure that he could block his shadow attacks. Running towards each other, the enemy threw a dagger. Concentrated, he understood that he needed to hold out for a couple of seconds and then Jake would receive all the remaining damage from bleeding and the last attack would decide everything. Swinging, daggers flew out of his hands. It was a shadow throw of blades. There were many of them, flying from all sides. The protagonist began to dodge them. His eyes turned bright yellow. His mouth opened and he shouted for Lu and Biggie to run to attack. They began to act, but Jake tried to dodge. Jumping up, he began to use the shadow throw of blades. Near his face was a dagger. His hand glowed with a purple aura. The protagonist paused and did not understand what it was. Daggers were moving towards his feet. The guy was struck by the attack of the shadow throw of blades. He lost because his health fell below 5%. Taking hold of his head, he realized that he had finally reached it. Fireworks appeared above the building. People were shouting in victory. Raising their hands, they looked at the fireworks. Sighing, he began to think about why he lost. In front of him stood the winner, Jake. They decided to shake hands while the spectators praised the winner. Looking at the chests, he realized that he took second place. Sighing, he said that he fell into the trap of his opponent. Remembering the battle, he realized that he did not know him and should not have fought him head-on because he counted on his pets. Looking at the screen, he realized that after a fight there is no waving fists and decided to win next time. Continuing to look at the screens, he decided to see what he received. Smiling, he said, "Opening chests is always exciting." Waving his hand between the awards, he thought about which one to open first. Looking at them, he decided to open the chest with jewelry. He pressed the open button. He received a dazzling summoner ring, heroic by class. Smiling, he said that additional regeneration of spirit mana is very good. He remembered how magic appeared in his hand because his spirit mana was not enough for the power surge. Putting his hand on the second chest, he decided to see what was there. In the chest was a dazzling summoner longbow. It also had a heroic class and when dealing critical damage to an enemy, it restored 3 units of spirit mana. Looking at the screen, he realized that the item was better than expected, but there was one problem. Fantasizing about what he would do with a bow, he realized that he would not be able to use the communication skill, he would lose the enhanced critical strike of the pet and the leadership buffs that the gloves give. Taking his chin, he began to think that the regeneration of spirit mana and the reduction in the recovery time of skills were very tempting. He scrolled through the screen, deciding to use the bow, but to leave the gloves in reserve. A bow appeared in his hands, and now if there was a big hunt, it would be easier to level up since the recharge time of skills was greatly reduced. Holding the bow in his hands, he decided to check what Lu was capable of. Smiling at him, they increased his training to an average level of 8 and the potential of 50. Near him was a dragon and a wolf because he understood that if he got a new strong pet, he would be able to train it well. He began to think what he had forgotten. Screaming, he remembered that there was an argument. He had to reach level 93 before the end of the holidays. The man and the boy were talking on the phone. He asked if he wanted to level up before the end of the semester, and if he won, he would give him the best grade in all subjects. Thinking about it, he realized that there was a month and 10 days left until the start of the semester. Counting on his fingers, he realized that there were 50 days left in total. Crying and screaming, he realized that he was finished. The sun was shining, they were fighting in the mountains. A wolf with red eyes was fighting a bear. Approaching him, he realized that he had reached level 62. Making a fist with his hands and smiling, he praised himself. Pulling himself up, he realized that he had done it quickly, but he needed to speed up. Looking at the leveling on the screen, he said that the class skill he received at level 60 made hunting faster. Explosive potential could only be used on pets and also improved combat skills. Taking his chin with one hand, he realized that increasing the potential doubled the pet's combat abilities. Ben was at level 61, Lu at 63, and Biggie at 64. Starting to look for a more difficult place, he looked into the distance, thinking. He decided to go to the Forkle mountain range and also do the B-class quest that he received. Grandpa was standing with a staff in his hands. He said that those who passed the test could receive a reward along with a mission that could not be refused. He had a feather in his hands. He continued to say that in any case, if you bring the soul stone to the spatial mage, he will find a way to return the battle dragon in some other way. Ben was sitting on his shoulder. He decided to go to the spatial mage tower as soon as he got to level 70. Ian was sitting on the wolf. He asked him to go to the Forkle mountain range. In the house, someone asked if the cereal was over. Looking at the package, he realized that he had already finished it. Taking the phone in his hands, he decided to order food. While ordering, I decided to look at the information about the monsters around the Forkle mountain range. There was fire in the dungeon. There was a lava witch. She attacked with constant fire damage in all directions and hit the area. She was all black, her eyes were shining brightly with fire. The guy was surprised because her innate ability was an area attack. The guy was standing next to her because many of her parameters were unknown. There was a photo of her on the laptop because this was the skill of the Kingdom of Fire. His face became angry because he wanted her. Closing his eyes, he realized that she was rare. There was a smile on his face. Before that, he developed fighters of the normal class, so he wanted to capture a rare class and develop it. Putting his hands on each other, he thought how much time it would take. Looking at the laptop, he realized that if he grabbed her, the pumping speed would increase at least twice. Closing the laptop, he decided that this information was enough and he needed to eat and sit down in the game again. Scratching his head on the wolf, he realized that he had not been here for a long time, but spent a lot of time. Poking at the screen, he realized that the robber's lair was nearby. Looking at the mountains, he told himself that this was a good place to hunt and the monsters should be about level 68. They stood near the edge of the mountain, then asked Lu to go to another place. Jumping off the wolf, he began to look around because this gorge was wider than he remembered, but the plan had to work. In the mountains, he called Biggie. An ice pet appeared near him, whom he asked to move the boulders. Biggie took the stone, starting to move it in the other direction. The guy walked away from him and began to say that he was worried about not moving them and asked the pet to sit here. A little lower were the guards. He asked if the wolf saw them. The wolf barked, and Ian asked to sneak up on them and then wait for a signal. The wolf ran in their direction. The main character also ran, but in the other direction. He began to go down the mountain. Looking to the right, he decided to use arrows. Ian was going down the cliff. He thought seriously about using arrows this time. A bow appeared in his hand. His eyes were shining brightly. The protagonist and Lu walked down the cliff. He pulled the arrow onto the bowstring and noted that now that he had the bow in his hands, the power surge was applied to the arrows, and it also had a paralysis effect, which was very convenient. The guards were taken aback by what he saw. Yang took aim, thinking that he needed to hit them right now and not give them the opportunity to counterattack. After firing the arrow, the protagonist said that this was the perfect moment. The shot hit the guard in the head. Looking at the wounded warrior, Yang received messages that the mountain bandit sentry was receiving the paralysis effect. He was slowed down by 30% and received 50% more damage from electricity attacks, The recovery time of the power surge skill was reduced. The protagonist called out to Lu with a satisfied look. The wolf rushed at the second guard. A grin appeared on Yong's face. Lu grabbed the warrior's shoulder. The guard stood on the tower, dumbfounded, shouting that they were under attack. He took off his mask and shouted that everyone should run to the gate. The warrior started ringing the bell, shouting that they were under attack. The protagonist looked at the wolf and ordered him to come to him. A cry was heard from the settlement that they needed to prepare for defense. Watching the warriors, Ian thought that this was great and they took the bait. A crowd of guards rushed at him, saying that this fool was running away. The protagonist looked at the sky. He ran next to Lu. The guards were trying to catch up with him. Ian suddenly stopped and assumed that all the warriors were there. He called Lu to him with a satisfied look. The protagonist turned his attention to Biggie, who was hiding behind a rock. Jakey was circling around Ian. Ben was sitting on his shoulder. The protagonist watched them and asked if they wanted to do something cool too. He asked Jakey and Ben to do it another time with a smile on his face because there was always a chance. Ian looked at the warriors, who loudly asked who dared to challenge them, the Forkle Mountain Bandits. Looking back, the protagonist clarified if they were trying to be tough and then asked Biggie to jump. The golem jumped off the cliff. It was flying towards the bandits. Biggie's face was furious. Biggie dealt a powerful blow to the ground, which crushed all the warriors. Looking at the opponents who flew to the sides, Ian received a notification that the pet Biggie dealt more than 2,000 damage to the enemy Forkle Mountain Bandit, after which he noted that therefore it is necessary to think with your head. Grinning, the protagonist read that Biggie received about 3,000 damage due to falling from the cliff, after which he stated that this makes the ambush useless, but there is nothing to worry about. Biggie sent an ice wave at the enemies. The guards tried to escape from the powerful magic attack. The bandit was shocked. He cried out with a tearful look that the guys were idiots, because first they needed to kill the fat golem. The man started to run away from Biggie and asked why he was rushing at him. Lu rushed into battle. He ran past the bandits and pushed them aside. Projections appeared in front of Ian, which said that Lu's pet had dealt a critical hit to the enemy Forkle Mountain Bandit, and they would receive 1,000 damage per second for 10 seconds from the bleeding effect. Smiling, Ian noted that even the damage numbers from bleeding were more than 3 digits. They died 5 seconds after Lu bit them, which was very good. The surprised protagonist read that Forkle Mountain Bandit received the dazzling mark effect. He saw red marks above the heads of the opponents. Ian grabbed the bow and shouted that it was 5 seconds of reload time and it was time for him to light it. The dumbfounded warriors shouted that they needed to run. The protagonist asked with a serious expression if there had always been so few of them, noting that before it seemed to him that there were much more bandits there. The man stood in front of the bandit. He swung the axe. He cut the bandit down and asked if he knew who he was talking to. Looking at the man, the soldiers shouted that it was the chieftain. Looking at the muscular man, Ian wondered where this one was from and if these were bandit sorcerers, whose average level was 70. The chieftain's eyes were shining brightly. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that it was no wonder that everything was going too smoothly, but he was not going to run away from them. Ian stood in front of the man. He took the bow in his hand. Looking at the warrior, the protagonist shouted that he needed to deal with him first. The sorcerers behind the leader created magical barriers. The sorcerers used a joint spell. Streams of flame flew out from the magic circles. Biggie blocked the protagonist from the streams of fire. Looking at the shocked Biggie, Ian said that it was unlucky that these sorcerers wielded fire. Turning around, the protagonist asked if he should retreat because Biggie would not survive this. Looking at how the golem blocked the magical projectiles, Ian reasoned that there was no way out now. Biggie would die there. He would have to fight without him for almost a whole week. He needed to recall him before he died. The protagonist saw with a smile on his face that the golem had almost reached the next level. Lu rushed into battle while Ian said that the wolf should attack those who were hit by the arrow, and the golem should move back a little. The protagonist concentrated on the enemies. He noticed how the sorcerers created a sphere of fire. Biggie hid behind a rock, and Ian wondered in his mind if this was an improved fire skill, adding that if they hit Biggie before he leveled up, he would be finished. The protagonist looked at the mage and shouted for Lu to kill him first. The sorcerers released a fireball. Ian looked at the burning golem and noted that the pet Biggie was taking damage from the ability Fire Burst used by the rogue sorcerer of Mount Forkle. The pet would lose more than 700 units of health per second. Enraged, Lu attacked the mages. A blue aura enveloped the golem, after which the protagonist saw a message saying that Biggie had reached level 65. Smiling, Ian exclaimed that this was great, Biggie's health had fully recovered and it was time to deal with the rest. Standing behind the golem, the protagonist wondered why it continued to glow. A powerful stream of energy created an earthquake. Taken aback, Ian asked if Biggie was evolving. The monster's eyes were glowing brightly. A powerful explosion was heard. The golem's body began to transform. Biggie became even larger and armor appeared on his body, after which a message popped up that Ice Golem Biggie had evolved into Abyss Golem. The joyful protagonist exclaimed that this was something familiar, after which he asked if it meant that monsters from the deep island received the prefix Abyss, reaching a unique class, noting that Ben was also an Abyss turtle. Ian began to cry with joy when he saw that Biggie had even improved his training skill, which was growing at a snail's pace. The enraged chieftain shouted loudly that they needed to attack, and the protagonist noted that they didn't even let him check the status window. Young suddenly frowned. The golem's fist began to glow brightly. It dealt a powerful blow. It killed the warriors in one blow. The protagonist was puzzled by this. Biggie concentrated streams of energy in his hand. The energy turned purple. Young, dumbfounded, examined the mana and asked what it was. A powerful surge of energy threw the warriors aside. The protagonist watched him and shouted that it was cool. His evolutionary form was much better than he expected, and then wondered if the Abyss Golem was really that strong. Yang, angry, shouted that it was time for them to finish. The night sky enveloped the canyon. The protagonist sat down on the ground and stated that he was tired, but still happy that Biggie had evolved. He looked at the golem and guessed that it was due to the level up, and then asked if level 65 was a condition for evolution. Looking at Biggie's stats, Ian noticed that Lou evolved at level 20. He added with a sad expression that it was a pity that he could no longer evolve, while Lou retained the ability to evolve even after evolving once. Shaking his head, the protagonist said that it was still very cool. Biggie had skipped the rare class and became unique, and he also had incredible defense. Ian said with a satisfied face that the difference between the classes was especially noticeable when compared to Lou, although the wolf still had much higher attack power and agility. Touching the projection with his hand, the protagonist noted that he would look at the innate abilities. The protagonist read the information about the ability Bottomless Abyss, that Biggie throws his hands forward and releases a powerful shockwave in a cone-shaped area at a distance of 20 meters. After the shockwave, an abyssal vortex appears for 10 seconds, sucking in all enemies in the area of effect. Enemies hit by the vortex will take damage equal to 35% of the pet's attack parameter every half a second. At the end of the action, the vortex will explode, dealing damage equal to 150% of the pet's defense parameter, after which Ian said that it does not recover that long and will be useful. The protagonist learned the ability Abyssal Defense, which increases the defense parameter proportionally to the lost health. When the health level falls below 10%, the pet receives a shield for 10 seconds equal to 50% of the pet's maximum health. Ian seriously noted that this Abyssal Defense is also good. He shook the dust off his shoulder and said that he learned enough and rested. So, the protagonist smirked and asked why he didn't search the mountain bandit camp. The night sky enveloped the building. Rena was standing behind the kitchen stove. She was holding a pie in her hands and announced that it was ready. Standing in front of the table, she shouted that it was wonderful and the pies looked absolutely delicious. Holding her chin, Rena suggested that Ian had run out of meatballs and she would have to make them next time. She wondered with an embarrassed look what the protagonist was planning. A powerful explosion echoed through the mountainous area. Biggie was throwing boulders at the warriors. Ian and his pets were killing the guards who were screaming and asking for help. Sighing, the protagonist noted that he needed to rest and heal. In any case, he needed to find something. Ben approached him. Ian held a meatball to him. He asked with a satisfied look if Ben knew that this was his last meatball. He haughtily emphasized the fact that he would have to ask Rena to make something even tastier the next time they met. Touching the projection, Ian stated that the most important thing was to reach level 70. Barry wrote him a message asking how he was doing. They discussed in the correspondence that the protagonist was finishing unfinished quests. He preferably needed to reach level 93 before the start of school. Displeased, Ian asked why Barry was writing to him if he was terribly busy. The protagonist looked at Ben and asked if he was asking why Ian was wasting his time there if he was terribly busy. The protagonist looked away. The protagonist took out his bow. He began to aim and stated that this was why he was wasting his time there. A whirlwind of wind surrounded the arrow. It flew past the trees. Smiling, Ian noted that he had hit the target. The bird screamed loudly. It jumped up and flapped its wings. The bird's eyes were shining brightly. It was flapping its wings, creating gusts of wind. Looking at it, Ian called it Clofia. The protagonist stood over the unfortunate bird and said that it was a great source of usefulness. Blue mana sealed the bird. Ian looked at the characteristics of Clofia, level 72. Touching the screen with his finger, the protagonist said that as he expected, thanks to its high agility, he would be able to greatly increase his agility with the possession skill. Standing in the thick of the forest, Ian said that this thing requires a lot of leadership, and he did not have much of it. He would need to quickly get rid of it and increase his leadership. He calmly said that he would return to hunting. A crowd of warriors stood in the middle section of the Forkle Mountains. The man frowned. His gaze fell on Ian and his monsters. Biggie concentrated dark mana in his hand, using Bottomless Abyss. He released a clot of mana at the enemies. The dumbfounded warriors began to be sucked into the small black hole. Light energy emanated from the protagonist's hands, while he reasoned that during the action of the bottomless abyss, the effect of the bracers becomes really useful. Yang released a discharge of energy and noted that with them, he can also use 2 electric spheres at once. Electric energy struck the warriors. Standing in front of the cloud, the protagonist emphasized the fact that mass grinding is the most enjoyable part of hunting. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was time to return to the bow because long-range attacks are better suited for mass grinding. He had a smirk on his face. Standing behind Lu, Yang thought about finding him. The man was standing in front of the stairs. Pointing his finger, the leader of the bandits asked if he was the one who attacked them. Looking at the leader who had a smile on his face, the protagonist wondered if he was level 80, adding that when he was there before the reset, he was definitely level 75 or so, not to mention that he had changed his weapon to a crossbow. The leader had a crossbow in his hands. Ian watched it closely and thought that if necessary, he could probably escape thanks to the increased agility from owning Clothia, but he didn't know what to do now. Clutching the bow in his hand, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he should be able to deal with it. The enemies with a long-range attack had less health, so if he dealt with it quickly, everything would work out. Frowning, Ian called Biggie. He and the golem prepared to attack. Lu jumped over their shots because the protagonist asked him to deal with the leader. A powerful stream of energy moved towards the enemies. The leader was puzzled by what he saw. He cried out in a furious tone that they had dared to underestimate him. Ian noticed the bandit leader put up a magical barrier in front of him, and then noticed that he had an area of effect aura. Usually only tank bosses had such skills. His aura reflected Biggie's attack. Frowning, Ian thought that he needed to kill the bandit leader as soon as possible. Lu ran along the roof while the protagonist cast various spells. An enraged wolf rushed into battle. His face was furious. The warriors ran towards him. The wolf was heading towards the crowd of warriors. A powerful blow was heard. The bandits were shocked. Lu began to bite them. The bandit leader watched the fight. He was shocked by what he saw. The man aimed his crossbow at the wolf. The protagonist shot him and screamed that the leader couldn't do it that easily. The arrow grazed the leader's shoulder. The wolf jumped towards him with lightning speed. The stunned man screamed that it was a stupid mongrel. Lu hit the bandit leader with his paw. It hit the man's shoulder, after which Ian read that the wolf dealt a critical hit to the enemy bandit leader of the Middle Forkle Mountains. He lost a huge amount of health. Thanks to the critical hit, the bandit leader will receive increased damage for 5 seconds. The protagonist cried out with a satisfied look that he took off half of his health with just 2 hits. There was a crazy grin on the leader's face. He waved his hand. Lu flew back from the powerful blow. Looking at the projections, a dumbfounded Ian said that one single blow dealt almost 6,000 damage. And this is not even an arrow hit, even considering that Lu's defense is lowered due to Berserk. This is simply absurd. The puzzled protagonist wondered if that buff really affected his attack stat that much. Biggie was standing behind Ian, who asked to throw him there. The protagonist took out a bow from his inventory and remarked that he knew it was dangerous, but it was still worth doing. The bandit leader was preparing to shoot with a crossbow. They aimed the arrows at each other. Smirking, Ian declared that he would get him. Red and blue energy flew past each other. The red mana reached the protagonist's back. The protagonist's shot pierced the bandit's chest. Ian stopped, looking satisfied. Frowning, the protagonist supposed that it was a little thoughtless, but definitely worth it. A dark cloud of mana was aimed at the bandit leader. Biggie was standing next to Ian. The dark energy flew at an incredible speed. The bandit was shocked. A powerful blow was heard. Lu ran across the battlefield. The bandit was stunned by the attack. Enraged, Ian said that this was the end. He and Lu dealt the last blows to the man. A loud scream was heard in the area. A huge amount of energy was emanating from the bandit. The protagonist stood in front of the chest and said that he had gained a lot of experience. He hadn't expected anything else from the boss, and he wouldn't let the loot go. Lu suddenly started barking. Ian turned his attention to the guards who were shouting that this bastard had finished off their boss and needed to be killed. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, suggested that if they fought with their current amount of health, they wouldn't leave alive. He shouldn't overestimate himself. Clothia was flying next to Ian. Gusts of wind surrounded the protagonist. He flew into the sky, saying that he was lighter than a feather. Flying away from the bandits, Ian said goodbye to them. The bandits were upset by this. The protagonist looked at the dumbfounded Lu and Biggie and then said that he would call them off. Sunlight enveloped the rock. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, noted that he hadn't reached level 70 yet, but had already gained a lot. He ran between the rocks saying that he needed to contact Rena and get food for the pets. The castle was illuminated by the sun. We were transported to the Mulan auction house, near which there were many passers-by. Ian appeared there. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that Rena said that she would be somewhere there. Pointing his finger at the guy, Ian asked how he was doing, adding that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The embarrassed protagonist turned his gaze to Rena, who said that she hadn't seen him in the game for a long time. Standing in front of her, the protagonist answered that it was true. Closing her eyes, Rina said that she was busy with admission and had no time to play. Because of this, she couldn't even watch his tournament matches. Holding the back of his head, Ian said that everything was fine. It's good that she wasn't there. He probably would have been too busy even if she had come. Besides, he didn't manage to win. She stood in front of the protagonist and said that taking second place was already cool. The guy followed them and thought that he felt like a third wheel. The protagonist asked with a satisfied look if everyone in the guild was now above level 95. Holding his head, the guy replied that Fjallon was now above level 100. Puzzled, Ian emphasized the fact that the level of the top players back then was probably already above level 120. He needed to work harder. Looking at the protagonist, the guy said that it took a lot of time and effort. Their starting location for the guild was large, so it was not easy to cope with all the monsters there. It would be even better if Ian was there. Pointing his finger, the protagonist asked to wait a little longer because he was already level 69. The guy with a slight smile on his face asked if the protagonist was sleeping at all. Rina asked him to not overdo it with a satisfied expression, to which he replied that he had his reasons. Turning around, Rina asked to see his new friend who liked her meatballs, to which Ian clarified if she meant Ben. Raising his hand, the protagonist called Ben. A small turtle appeared on the ground. Rina, embarrassed, declared that he was very cute. She sat on his knee and greeted Ben. She was shocked. An angry Ben was kicking. Rina, with tears in her eyes, assumed that he did not like her. Sighing, the protagonist asked if Rina had anything similar to meatballs with her, to which Rina said that there must have been something left over from when she was grinding his skill level. She held the meatball in her hands and told him that it was an improved recipe. Rina gave the meatball to Ben. The turtle was delighted with the taste. She hugged Ben and assumed that he was happy. Watching them, Ian wondered why Ben always acted like this if everything always ended like this. Holding out his hand, the protagonist asked Rina not to give him meat anymore because it would spoil him. Ian took the box from her and said that if she gave them to him, he would give them to Ben when he was hungry, to which he replied that Rina was sure he was treating him well. He looked at the turtle with an angry look. The guy looked at the protagonist and asked why he didn't give him another one, after which Ian said that he couldn't do that because after this one he would be given more. Holding out his hand, the protagonist turned to Ben. He stroked Ben and told him that on the northern continent there was another turtle and they said that he was the coolest turtle in the world. The guys listened as the angry protagonist said that this pissed him off. Frowning, Ian noted that it annoyed him because, as far as he knew, there was no one cooler and more handsome than his Ben. The tearful protagonist suggested that the turtle got his title because he had gotten too fat. The protagonist petted Ben and added that this is why he cannot give him many meatballs. Looking around the city, the protagonist asked for a little patience, noting that he will make him the most handsome turtle in the universe. Ian arrived in a desert area. Sitting on Lu, the protagonist said that he will probably soon be quite far from Mount Forkle. Wiping sweat from his face, the protagonist said that judging by the heat, he is approaching a flaming plateau. Standing at the cliff, Ian noted that it is unlikely that this lava witch will like Rina's meatballs. This place is really inhospitable. But he has no other choice. He fought with the scorpion and said that he needed to level up and it didn't matter how, he urgently needed level 90. The scorpion's tail was torn off. Lu began to gnaw on it. They arrived at the dungeon of the burning plateau and stood in front of the entrance. Ian's gaze fell on a lit torch. Entering the dungeon, the protagonist emphasized the fact that it was even hotter there. He looked at the spirits and assumed that it was because of these lava spawns. Examining the monsters, Ian looked at their levels. The protagonist noticed a girl and noted that she was a lava witch. Taking a bow in his hand, the protagonist said that he should not underestimate her guards. They can be very dangerous if they attack 10 at once. If he wants to get the lava witch, he needs to get to the very bottom floor as soon as possible, because the number of rare monsters increases with the depth of the dungeon. While looking at the demons, Ian stated that he would like to meet a monster of unique rank or higher. Biggie prepared for battle while the protagonist said that he should follow him and could aggro all the lava spawns if he went ahead, so he should be careful. The protagonist looked at the wolf and asked to kill the one the arrow hit. Ian looked around. He prepared to shoot. The protagonist looked at his rival and said that if he wanted to get the lava witch, he needed to get to the lowest floor as quickly as possible. He imagined the girl walking and thought that the number of rare monsters increases with the depth of the dungeon. He would like to meet a monster of unique rank and higher. Looking at Biggie, Ian told him to follow him, but to be careful, he could aggro all the lava spawns if he went forward. The guy looked at the running wolf and ordered him to be ready. When he shot, the pet should kill whoever it hits. The protagonist pulled his bow with a smile and activated the power surge. The arrow quickly flew forward. The projectile hit the lava witch. The protagonist stood behind the running companions and activated the explosive potential. Lu growled furiously. He slapped his paws at the rival. Clenching his fist, Ian said that this is great. The guy stood among the pets and told them to go to the lowest floor. He was climbing the stairs with columns. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and decided that it was strange. The protagonist looked at the enemies, thinking that the color of most of the monsters had changed. He had seen some on the 5th floor, but there were many more of them here. Looking at the smiling corrupted lava witch, the guy thought that she was probably for some quest. Ian ran away from her in the room and said that he would not touch her for now. He looked away in surprise and asked what the hell was that. The protagonist stood in front of the doors and said that he thought that there were only 10 floors. Opening the door a little, the protagonist said that he should take a look. A lava flow appeared in front of him. Ian stood with his pets on the cliff in front of the lava. Frowning, he clarified what it was called. Was it a lava fall? There were reports that he was the first to discover the source of the lava, a squall of furious heat. His affinity with fire-type monsters would not fall below 30. Turning to Lou, the guy said that he had never heard of such a thing. Was he really the first to discover this place? He watched the lava splash and asked what it was. Steve rose from the lava in front of the guy and said that someone worthy came here. Covering one eye, Ian wondered if this was a quest. It seemed like he would not attack right away. The protagonist introduced the pets and thought that it must be a hidden area that only the summoner can enter, which is why he was the first to get here. The monster approached the guy and said that he was the guardian of the lava source. The protagonist looked at him seriously and introduced himself. Steve stood in the lava and said that it was time to get down to business and asked if he could clear the lava source and deal with the problem. Frowning, Ian thought about the fact that he knew it was a hidden quest. In that case, he had no reason to refuse and replied that he would be happy to help in any way he could. The guard looked at him and said that he was pleased to hear that. Standing near the cliff, he said that the guy first had to do something. The protagonist looked at him in shock and clarified what he had said. Steve looked down and asked to bring him at least 20 corrupted lava witches. The protagonist looked at him in confusion and asked what he wanted. The guy looked at the window with information about the quest and thought about 42,000 experience for each witch. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if this was really as much as they give for killing 12 regular lava witches. It was incredible. The guard stood in front of the guy and asked if he could do it, because the more witches he could catch in this time, the better. Looking at the floating crystal, he asked to take this binding stone. Ian looked at the object seriously and wondered if this was really the binding stone. Smirking, he replied that he would do it. There was no need to worry. The protagonist sadly extended his finger to the stone and asked if it was really only 3 hours. Steve looked at the guy happily and said that he believed in him. The wolf growled furiously and the system reported that there were 2 hours left. Half an hour later, Ian shot the witch. Dark energy struck the rivals. The guard clenched his fist and said that time was almost up. The protagonist ran towards him along the cliff and asked him to wait. Steve stood in front of the guy and said that he was just in time, specifying how many witches he was able to catch. Ian, out of breath, extended the stone and replied that he had collected 31 witches for him in total. The guard looked at the stone in surprise and said that it was incredible, grandiose, really incredible. He underestimated him and asked for forgiveness. The protagonist smiled, thinking about the fact that he had more than 1 million experience. He would hardly have earned so much in half a day, and here he received it in just 3 hours, and asked if he needed to do anything else. Steve smiled and replied that there was much more. The protagonist looked at him with fear and thought that for some reason he had a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, the sun was shining in the city. Celias was sitting in the office at the table in front of Hank and calling him. He sat in the chair and asked if he had heard of the summoner prophet. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that he had not, but if His Majesty thought that he was too slow, he could go and meet him in person. Celias raised his hand and said that there was no need for that. Their scientists had been struggling with this for a long time, so he did not expect him to cope with it in just a month. Frowning, he noted that there were only 4 months left until the national anniversary. His Majesty introduced the griffin and said that if it appeared on the day of the holiday, it would really impress the people. Taking a cup and saucer, Celias said that he would wait 2 more months. The man put his hand to his face and said that if he didn't hear from him, he wanted Hank to find him. The protagonist climbed the mountain and asked what the hell this was. He turned around and asked when this quest would end. He had been doing it for over a day. Frowning, Ian said that if he was disappointed with the reward, he would be furious and didn't care if he was a lava guard or anything. He would smash everything to hell. The guy hit the rock with an ice pick and said that because of this, he couldn't even hunt. He looked at the bag with crimson moss. The protagonist furiously hit the ice pick and said that he would smash everything. Notifications appeared that he had successfully collected the crimson moss root and completed the quest. Trying to catch his breath, the guy begged to say that this was it. The protagonist looked at the mountains and screamed that he needed to hurry up and turn in this quest. He came to the cliff in the lava source. Holding out a backpack with moss, the guy said that he brought everything. Steve took the bag and asked to wait a second. Tired, Ian sat down by the column, thinking that if he gave another quest for gathering, he would simply abandon this quest line. He had to gather herbs 5 times in a row. Clasping his hands in a lock, he thought that it didn't matter if there were more quests, He just asked that they not be about gathering. A lava explosion occurred in front of the guy. Ian looked ahead anxiously and thought that he would really be the first player in Kylan who died from a dungeon explosion. A lot of lava flowed down the walls. The protagonist looked at the lava fall and thought that it stopped shaking. Was it really over? He looked down from the cliff and thought that the color had changed. A bright explosion occurred. Steve rose from the ground and shouted that the lava source was finally cleared. His eyes were shining and he was saying that it was all thanks to his hard work that he finally found peace. Ian smirked and said that of course he was very happy to hear that, but he should give him a reward quickly, something really cool and useful. The guard replied that he tried hard, it was not much, but let this be his reward. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy thought that if he had been doing hunting on top of all this, he would probably be a level higher, and he was a little disappointed. He looked at the notification that he had received the lava binding stone. Steve was holding the staff and telling him that the stone contained one of the guardians that protect the lava core. He was thinking of giving him someone else, but since he worked so hard, he would give him his favorite. The protagonist clicked on the screen and thought about the guardian. A window appeared with information about the taming of the king of lava dragons. Ian gritted his teeth in shock and realized that this was a heroic type monster. He looked at the stats and said that his attack stat was almost 2000, and he had a breathing ability and an area attack passive skill called Lava Lore. His power was limited by the fact that he couldn't evolve, but it was the best pet he could ask for to level up. It was incredible. The protagonist tapped the screen, saying that he would gladly make a contract to make him his pet right now, but he didn't have enough leadership, so he had to go to town and buy some leadership boosting item. If that didn't work, he would have to destroy the contract with Cloffy. Ian stood in front of Steve and thanked him, adding that he would be happy to use the dragon. The guy came up to the door with a smile and said that he had to go now. The guard dissolved and said goodbye to him. The protagonist happily imagined the dragon. We see a school from which a voice was heard saying that the call could not be made. It was necessary to leave a message after the signal. Barry was furiously holding the phone and saying that for some reason his friend was not picking up. He should come to school. Today was the beginning of the semester. Putting his hand to his lips, he suggested that perhaps he fell asleep in the game capsule. This morning he checked. 50 hours had passed since he logged in. The guy took the backpack from the table and asked how long he had been grinding, because if he did not answer after the lecture, it would be better to go check what happened to him. Barry walked along the corridor and asked what level he was now. The plot moves us to the snowy mountains. Ian glanced at Ben on his shoulder. The protagonist was sitting on a red dragon. Gargoyles were flying in the clouds. Biggie furiously extended his fist. The guy was flying on a dragon towards a bottomless abyss. He looked to the side and called his pet. The dragon released a huge flame. The monsters were burning in the lava. The protagonist looked at Lou and shouted at him to catch up with the one running away. The gargoyle dodged the wolf in flight. The monsters were hovering in the sky. Ian jumped off the rake and ordered to catch them. The surprised gargoyles were flying. The dragon swung its paw furiously. It threw the monsters aside. The protagonist happily looked at the screen and said that he finally reached level 90. He clenched his fists with a smile and said that he could now get a unique class skill. Ian clasped his hands with tears and asked God for it to be a skill that would help him level up. The guy remembered how he had been talking on the phone with displeasure and decided that he needed to have time to get to level 93. Introducing the professor in the chair, he said that today was the beginning of the semester, but for now there was a transition period, and the day of the beginning of specialized classes would be soon. The protagonist looked at his hands in panic and said that he had less than 10 days left. Ian sat among the pets, upset, and said that he did not even have time to sleep. He was very tired. Pressing the screen, the guy said that he really wanted to be given something that would greatly help with leveling up. He would not even ask for anything like explosive potential. The protagonist pressed seriously and mentally begged. Notifications popped up that he had received the skills Assimilation and Link. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy asked what it was. A window appeared with information about the link. Ian looked thoughtfully at the screen and said that it was not bad. He had seen a similar skill on the forums about the Dark Sorcerer class. Frowning, the guy asked what it meant. The health of 2 link targets will be averaged. Looking at the pets with their health, he called the link. The protagonist watched as the wolf and Biggie exchanged some health. Looking at the companions, he said that it turned out to be true. They equalized the amount of health in percentages, regardless of its amount in units. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this could be useful in some cases, but it was a double-edged sword, so it should be used with caution. He put his fist to his lips and asked what kind of skill assimilation was. A window with information about the skill appeared. Ian thoughtfully looked down and said that it looked like his stats would equal the pets. It was interesting. Tapping the screen, he said that they should try. The protagonist looked at Ben and said that his stats were the most disproportionate, so it would be best to test it on him. He picked up the pet in his hands and said that they should try the new skill. Smiling, the guy activated Assimilation. The protagonist anxiously clenched his teeth. There was a flash in the middle of the mountains. Ian looked at his hands warily and said that outwardly nothing had changed, but what about his stats? Looking at the screen, he said that he had 1,500 defense, attack and agility almost at 0, but almost at the level of Biggie. Ben suddenly laughed. The protagonist looked away and asked what was going on. The guy looked at the screen with displeasure. He looked at the icon of himself in Ben's body and said that he looked like this now. Ian pressed the screen in confusion and said that he wanted to deactivate and return to an attractive appearance. Sighing, the protagonist decided that he would need to use this skill on Ben less often. The guy grabbed his elbows and said that thank God, today he will already get the required level. He is falling off his feet from fatigue, a short break, and continue grinding. The plot moves us to a Korean university, which was illuminated by the sun. Barry approached the stairs and said that he did not even read his messages. The girl came up to him and called him by name. Rena smiled sweetly and asked if it was really him. The guy looked at the happy girl and wondered if she was from his course, maybe studying theater, and she was a rising star. Barry smiled shyly and asked if it was Rena. Looking at the shy girl, he thought about how he knew that Ian was an eccentric. He made himself a character that looks exactly like him in real life. Rena closed her fingers and asked if he knew where the main character was, to which he replied that he did not come to the university. Closing her eyes, the girl said that he was probably sitting at home and playing now because it was a transitional period. Barry stood in front of the girl upset and thought that Ian would be reprimanded at the university. Meanwhile, the guy stood in the mountains and cast a spell of dark justice. He dealt a powerful attack on the monster. The skeletons in armor ran at the troll. Michael stood among the warriors and ordered them to move forward. Putting his hand to his face, the boy said that he would soon level up. He was already level 85, so this stupid summoner was probably already level 80 by now. He clenched his fists in tears and said that he was infuriated by that cowardly fool Ian, even when he just thought about him and that ridiculous turtle with a huge head. Putting his hand under his robe, the boy said that he was a shameful summoner, so he must have already reached level 85 by some dishonest means. Michael looked at the doll in the form of the protagonist. He raised his hand with a smile and said that he would get what he deserved. Extending his hand with energy, the boy used the curse of the undead. He stood silently with his hand extended. The system reported that this was an unsuitable target. The skill could not be used. Michael sadly bowed his head. Covering his eye with his hand, he said that he needed to become stronger to defeat this coward, if only he had not been caught up in the weekend. The boy stood behind the skeletons with a smile and thought that he should do better. Michael sat on his knees in the school in tears and thought about being punished for not doing his homework assigned during the holidays. He needed to prove that it was worth it. We see the school building where roll call was taking place. The sun's rays illuminated the windows. The teacher stood in the classroom and asked if Ian was there. Dave imagined the protagonist and thought about this bastard not showing up for the first week of classes. Frowning, he thought about the first week being a transition period, so it wouldn't affect his grades even if he didn't show up. However, his main classes were the same, so usually everyone attended. Barry sat tensely at his desk and thought about what was going on with the professor. He turned around and wondered why Ian hadn't shown up yet, because it was a very important week. Dave stood by the board and asked if the protagonist was there. He exhaled and said that in that case it was time to begin. There was a noise from behind the door. Jan leaned into the doorway and said that he was here. The protagonist winked and told the professor that he had arrived. The protagonist stood to the side of the man who said that it was great, adding that he could sit down. Ian walked up to his comrades when he exclaimed that he made it just in time. Barry looked away with displeasure and asked the guy where he disappeared to, adding that he didn't even answer his calls. The protagonist looked tired when he answered that he had reasons. He held the phone in front of him when he said that it was all for this. Barry looked seriously in front of him. The display showed a character when he asked about Ian really reaching level 93. The other students looked at them with displeasure and asked them to be quiet, then they apologized. Other guys were sitting behind the guys when Barry said that he was crazy because it had only been a little while since his reset and he had already reached level 93. Then the protagonist cursed and answered that he was really good. Ian smiled slightly and asked his friend to admit that he was jealous. The guy's face was sweating as he answered yes and then asked him what he was going to do next. The dark-haired guy was holding the phone in front of him as he exclaimed that it was great and that everything was ready. The display showed a notification that a message had been sent to Professor Dave. Ian's friend opened his mouth wide and asked him why he had sent this to the professor, to which the guy replied that he wouldn't know. The man looked away. There was a phone lying next to his hand. Dave chuckled, looking ahead. The protagonist's mouth fell open. He was holding the phone in front of him when the message came. The display said that he needed to go to the professor's office after class. The next notification said that he was already late. Ian brought his hand to his face and asked what it meant. There was no one in the hallway. The guy was sitting in front of the professor. The protagonist looked away worriedly and asked what he wanted to ask. Dave frowned and said that they would first talk about what his picture meant. Ian placed his hands on his lap. He brought his hand to his face and explained that it was his character's status window in Killen, adding that he was sure he would understand since the professor was also playing the game and that he was level 93. The man looked away thoughtfully as the boy wondered what kind of reaction that was. The protagonist's eyes sparkled as he asked if Dave had forgotten about their bet, adding that he had reached the level they had agreed upon. He sat in front of the professor, who replied that he had assumed they had agreed that the boy would reach that level before the semester began, and then asked if his memory was failing him, adding that that was why he had said Ian was late. They were sitting across from each other when the main character said that the thing was that he actually reached level 93 before the semester started. But since he had been playing for over 50 hours, he had slept until yesterday because he needed to rest for today's classes. Ian spread his arms wide when the man asked if the guy really thought he would believe that, adding that he wouldn't fool a child with that, and the man replied that it was true and that he swears on God and asks him to believe him. The professor was sitting in front of him when he thought about how they hadn't signed a contract, so if the man refused, there was nothing he could do. Dave pictured the hooded character, thinking about how he couldn't believe that the guy actually reached level 93 as a summoner, and how didn't the official stream say that the highest leveled summoner only reached level 78? Ian curled his lips, saying that he needed to convince him, while the professor thought that although he was late, it was still quite impressive. The protagonist folded his arms in front of him, when Dave realized that if this guy was not lying, he could use him to collect data. The man looked forward and asked about his plans for Sunday. The guy and the wolf appeared on the burning plateau when he exclaimed that he was finally free. Ian imagined the face of the professor, who asked him why he was so surprised, and then added that they would meet in Kylan, and that he needed to come to the city of Lobos at 2 o'clock on Sunday. Then the guy said that he was going to convince him. The wolf stood behind him when he asked why he suggested meeting on Sunday, assuming that Dave thought he faked the picture. The protagonist smiled and said that he was having a much easier time anyway, now that he didn't have to level up, and that he needed to finish the quests he had put off, and then wondered where to start. He imagined a tower behind him as he said that the quests he needed to do at SOP were the Dimensional Magic Tower and hatching the Griffin Egg, and that he didn't have enough information about the second quest right now, so he would do the first one. There was a ravine in front of them as he suggested to Lai that they head to the Dimensional Magic Tower. There was a shining crystal at the top of the tower as Ian said that it was his first time there. He paused at the entrance as he added that it felt empty, and that he didn't think that was why players came there. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead. A portal opened in front of him. A system notification appeared, asking if he wanted to enter the upper levels of the Dimensional Magic Tower. The guy began to disappear into the portal as he answered yes. He looked ahead confidently and asked what it was. A white road appeared in front of him as he assumed that there was another portal at the end. Ian took a step and wondered if he should just go straight ahead, then added that it was too easy. A bright flash appeared in front of him, then he asked what it was. There were huge trolls in front of him as he wondered why they appeared there. The monster's eyes were glowing as the boy asked what those barriers were. There was a portal behind the trolls as Ian assumed that he needed to defeat the monsters that appeared on each floor, adding that it was more difficult. The monsters looked ahead, growling loudly. The protagonist looked away, thinking that this was very presumptuous. A golem appeared behind the boy as he called everyone. He looked ahead confidently and ordered them to defeat the monsters. The wolf and the golem rushed towards the trolls. The monster opened its mouth and roared. The bark bared its sharp fangs and growled. The monsters headed towards the wolf and the golem. He clenched his fist, opening his mouth. The golem extended its hand in front of itself, attacking. It and the wolf struck their opponents. Clouds floated across the sky. Young opened his palm in front of himself and called the bird very noisy, and then said that he wondered how much more work he would have to do for this miracle to evolve. He looked at the system window in front of him as he said that it had long since reached 950 units of spiritual power, and now the mark was stuck at 975 units, adding that it was going fast at first, but then it slowed down too much. The protagonist smiled as he said that there were only 25 left, so it would not take long. Streams of energy appeared behind him as he exclaimed that this was great, and suggested that they continue climbing. Young walked out of the portal on the top floor of the Magical Dimension Tower. There were many bookcases in front of him. There was a girl sitting at the table when he assumed it was a human. She turned around, looking back, and exclaimed that a visitor had arrived. Then Ian thought that she was a dimension sorceress. The girl stood in front of him and said that she did not remember the last time she had guests, and that he must be a skilled traveler since he managed to get there. To which he answered in the affirmative and thought that although she seemed arrogant, she was surprisingly friendly. System notifications appeared that he had completed the quest Traces of a Forgotten Ancient Monster, and that he had received 567,000 experience points. System windows appeared in front of the protagonist when he thought that the experience was not particularly much, but at least it was something. The girl looked at Ian, who introduced himself and said that he was a summoner and came there at the request of the dragon tamer Oakley. Then she asked if he meant the legendary dragon tamer, adding that she never thought that the day would come when she would hear his name again. There was a lamp on the table when the girl asked the guy to sit down, explaining that they had a lot to discuss. The protagonist sat in front of her when he said that she needed to finish her research to awaken the soul stone, to which the girl replied that it was true. Ian looked away, thinking that he might learn something about the dragon god from this quest. Julie opened her mouth and asked the guy what he would say. She touched her finger to her mouth and said that she hoped that he would help her, adding that she was afraid that he would not be able to refuse her. Then the protagonist apologized and asked again. A system window appeared, talking about an ancient relic, and that in order to awaken the dragon god's soul stone, the dimensional sorceress Julie needs to finish the magic device she is developing, and that she requires several ingredients, so he will have to collect the fragments of the ancient relic that are behind the dimensional door that she will open, and that there are 6 different types of fragments, so he will need to collect 1 fragment of each type. It was also mentioned that the quest difficulty is A. The quest requirement is that you cannot form a party while the quest is active. The time to complete is 3 days, the reward is unknown, and it was also said that he cannot reject this quest. Then the protagonist wondered why this is so. Ian bent one finger, thinking that maybe he had the same conditions because it was the same quest line and that the difficulty of the quest had increased to a rank, adding that it wasn't like he was going to give up, but it was suspicious that he couldn't reject it. Julie stood in front of him when he asked if she really wanted him to collect the relic shards, to which she replied that he was right. Then the protagonist said that he would start right away and asked where he should go. The girl held her hand in front of her as she asked him to wait for a minute, adding that he didn't know what the relic looked like, so he would need something. A magnifying glass appeared as she exclaimed that she found it. Ian held it in his hand when he asked what it was. Then Julie explained that it was a tool that could identify an ancient relic, and that the 6 types of relics he had to find were very similar in appearance, so he would need this thing to differentiate them. The dimensional sorceress pointed to a portal when she said that it would lead the boy to the ruins of a dungeon that were in the ancient Arnonville Empire. The girl introduced a creature in a cloak when she said that he would have to defeat monsters called the grave robbers ghost there, and that he would receive relic fragments from them. Then Ian repeated her words and said that he understood. Julie stood behind the protagonist when she added that she asked him to use this identifier when he found a relic fragment, and that his task was to collect all 6 different relic fragments in 3 days. The boy looked away with a smile and said that he understood and that he would not let her down. There were columns towering to the side of him. He looked ahead with determination and said that the ruins of the dungeon of the ancient Arnal Empire were gloomy, adding that it was now called the Kaiman Empire and was one of the 2 major powers on the continent of Kolinar. Ghosts appeared in front of the guy. Then he suggested looking at what level the monsters were, and then said that the early 90s were the best for him now, and asked where the grave robber ghost was, since he was not there. System notifications appeared that he was the first to open this dungeon, and that the experience he received in this dungeon and the drop rate of items in this dungeon would be increased for the next 5 days. The ghost monsters smiled ominously as Ian repeated the words from the messages and exclaimed that it was wonderful and that it was a pity that he could only enjoy it for 3 days, adding that they should have made the quest time 5 days since they had exceeded the rates and that he was looking forward to it. The protagonist turned to the wolf, calling it, and told it that they would hunt while they searched for the grave robber ghost. Yap opened its mouth wide and growled. Ian clutched his weapon and exclaimed that he couldn't escape now. The cloaked monster looked at the wolf. Yap continued to chase after it. The protagonist put his hands out to the sides and used the possession skill. The guy looked askance and smirked, saying that here he is. Ian hovered in the air in front of the monster. The ghost's eyes sparkled. The protagonist put his hand out in front of him. A fragment fell to the floor, then the guy exclaimed that this was great and that a shard fell out of it. Ian was holding it in his hands when he said he didn't want to dirty it. He brought a magnifying glass to the shard and asked the system to identify it, saying it was the 4th piece he didn't have yet. A system notification appeared saying the item was called the 5th ancient relic fragment. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist. Then he said it was really annoying and that he had gotten another duplicate, and then asked if they had scrolled the drop rate and how many times he had already dropped it. The guy fell in front of the wolf when he said he had been hunting for 2 days, but he still had 5 unique shards, and asked what kind of quest this was and why the odds of these monsters appearing and dropping shards from them were so low. Ian stretched his hands out in front of him and exclaimed that even the forums didn't have anything useful. He imagined himself sitting in front of the computer as he said that all he had learned was that the drop rate was increased for grave robber goblins, which were similar monsters if their bags were not touched, and that if he hadn't learned that, it would have been really bad, adding that he was really dizzy from all of this and that there wasn't much time left. A system window popped up in front of the guy, telling him that he had less than 4 hours left. The protagonist looked at the system window thoughtfully as he said that judging by how fast he was killing them, he could probably only get 2 more shards in the 3 hours that remained. But he had no idea if he would be able to get the 4th shard, considering that he had failed to find it 5 times already. He frowned as he looked down as he cursed and said that he was finished and that he didn't know what to do, adding that if he knew that it would be like this, he wouldn't have wasted his time hunting on the first day and would have immediately looked for the grave robber ghosts. A bird appeared in front of Yang as he summoned it and said that he would do his best. Lai and the boy ran after it as he told her to look around and report back if she found a grave robber ghost, adding that the only good thing was that there were no monsters attacking from afar, so he could easily use Clofia since no one could attack it. The protagonist looked to the side and asked what it was. The creature in the hat was the spirit of a level 95 ancient summoner. Then the boy thought that it wasn't a grave robber and that he hadn't seen such a monster before. Yang frowned, looking serious as he thought about how he only saw unique rank monsters there at most, not heroic rank, and whether to pass by or not. The protagonist stood behind the ghost, thinking about how it was humanoid and undead, so he couldn't capture it, and how it would take him 30 minutes since it was a heroic rank monster, adding that he felt sorry for his precious time. The ghost in the hat turned to them as the guy told the wolf to take it, exclaiming that he couldn't just pass by a heroic rank monster and that it had double the experience and item drop rate. The bearded ghost closed his eyes and spoke in an unknown language. A magic seal appeared in front of him as he used the summon. The predators bared their sharp fangs. Huge monsters appeared behind the ghost. Yang gritted his teeth. The monsters rushed towards the wolf, growling loudly. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth and ordered Lai to retreat. The wolf rushed to fight the monsters. The eyes of the ghost summoner flashed. He put his staff to the side when Ian thought about whether the ghost mob could summon. The golem swung at the monster when the boy thought about whether something like this was expected from a heroic rank mob, but now they could not retreat. The protagonist looked forward, gritting his teeth. Lai's eyes flashed when he ordered everyone to attack. The wolf rushed forward and growled when Ian ordered it to do so. The animal turned its head to the side. A saber-toothed monster approached it. The monster's eyes glowed, then it growled. Lai deftly dodged the attacks of the beast. They hovered opposite each other. The protagonist stood to the side of them, thinking whether, as a summoner, the ghost knew the weak points. The boy turned his head to the side and ordered Lai to retreat. Biggie and Rake looked forward as they were ordered to attack. The ghost summoner monsters opened their mouths. Dark energy appeared in Biggie's hand as he was ordered to use Bottomless Abyss. White energy burst out from the monster's mouth. The golem extended his hand in front of him. The opponent's energies collided. Sweat appeared on Biggie's face. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and addressed the golem. The boy suddenly looked away. The dragon rushed forward, letting out a roar. It attacked the monster, which roared. Yang closed one eye and cursed. The tail slapped and sent rocks flying. The boy jumped away from the monster as he said that it was winning. Dust rose around him. A monster appeared behind him. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that he knew it would happen. Ben appeared on the boy's back. The monster sank its fangs into the shell. The monster was behind Yang, who said with glee that this was his pet's power. The boy held a bow in his hand when he thought that at this distance he didn't even need to aim. The monster hovered above the protagonist. The boy fired the bow. The arrow pierced the monster's body. The monster opened its mouth wide. Something in its body glowed as the monster roared. The boy smirked and asked if he knew something. Yang smiled, looking forward, and exclaimed that he had already won this battle. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and called out Lai. The wolf rushed forward. The summoner's ghost widened its eyes. The beast opened its mouth and growled. It loomed over the ghost, who screamed loudly. The hat began to fall off the monster's head. The ghost began to disappear in front of Yang, who cursed and said that he was holding up well, and that it couldn't be helped that the monster was a heroic rank, adding that he should probably just keep hitting it until it died. The bearded ghost opened its mouth and screamed. The protagonist smiled contentedly and exclaimed that this was exactly what he meant. System notifications appeared stating that a new item, the Ancient Summoner's Staff, had been obtained, and that the Ancient Monster Encyclopedia had been obtained. A system window appeared with an image of a staff listing its stats, and saying that it increased the attack power of summoned pets by 32% and critical damage by 46%, and that it could fire a magic sphere that costs 5 spirit mana, deal damage equal to 200% of the summoning power, and restore the spent spirit mana when hit, and that if the staff was equipped, the ancient monster's affection for it would not drop below 30, and that this staff was used by a famous summoner of ancient times, so the higher his summoner ability, the stronger the staff's effects. Ian looked at the system window when he exclaimed that the heroic rank item was pretty good, and that he got one attack skill that was enhanced by the summoner's power, adding that although the monster encyclopedia was not very useful, it should significantly increase his DPS since basic attacks turned into growing magic damage. Lai came up to the guy when he summed up that in any case, the idea to defeat the heroic mob was not bad. The protagonist turned to the pet and asked him about what happened. The wolf turned his muzzle to the side, then Ian asked about the bag. The dark-haired guy looked away when he remembered the quest for the relic shards. He was standing in front of the system window when a notification appeared that he had a little more than 3 hours left. Then the protagonist exclaimed that almost 30 minutes flew by and that this could not be. He bent his arm in front of him, starting to run when he asked about where they were hiding, adding that they would find the grave robber ghosts and that they were the villains with the quest items. The guy looked away, smirking. The protagonist was sitting on the steps when he said that it was dangerous. He opened his eye, thinking that if he was so unlucky, he would have definitely failed the quest because he had less than 3 minutes left. Ian was sitting in front of the girl, who asked if he had collected the relic fragments, to which he answered yes, adding that absolutely everything. Julie smiled and said that he had met her expectations, and that she was worried that he would not have time. A bag appeared when the system notifications appeared that he had completed the ancient relic quest, and that the completion grade was C, and that he had received 8,757,500 experience points. Ian was in front of the system windows when he cursed, exclaiming that he had never even gotten a B rank before. The girl was holding a bag in her hands when he said that the quest was now complete and he was very tired, adding that he was mentally exhausted as well and that he would probably take a break. The protagonist was sitting at the table when he said that he was very tired and that if he fell asleep, he would disconnect from the game. Julie smiled widely and offered him to take a look, saying that she had finally finished the magic device and that it was all thanks to the adventurer, and then thanked him. Ian stretched, yawning, and said that fortunately it didn't take that long, and then replied that there was nothing to thank him for and that he was just glad that the experiment was a success. The dark-haired boy looked ahead and asked if he could use the magic thing to awaken the dragon god's soul stone now that it was ready, deciding that he didn't think it would be that easy. The girl looked ahead thoughtfully and replied that unfortunately no, and that they didn't know if the device was working properly, so it was too dangerous to use it right now, adding that it might malfunction and explode the soul stone. The protagonist looked away and said that she was indeed right. Yang imagined the black dragon, thinking that the dragon god most likely had incredible combat performance, and his rank must be legendary, and that if this soul stone exploded, he would not be able to sleep for 4 days. Julie turned to the guy and said that therefore she thought it would be better to test it on the soul stones of other ancient monsters, and then they would use it on the dragon god's soul stone. Then he asked her again. A system window appeared, talking about resurrecting an ancient monster, and that the dimensional sorceress suggested that the magic device needed to be tested on other monsters' soul stones before using it on the dragon god's soul stone. So if he collected the ancient monsters' soul stones that Julie asked for, she would be able to resurrect the ancient monsters from them using the magic device, and that he had to enter the dimensional gate that she would open and collect the required ancient monster soul stone fragments, and that there were 10 types of these fragments in total, so he had to collect one of each. Then it was mentioned that the quest's difficulty was there was no time limit for completion. The quest requirement was that he was not allowed to form a party while the quest was active, and that the reward would be the ability to obtain an ancient monster with a rank equal to the quest's completion score, and that he could not reject the quest. The protagonist grabbed his head and exclaimed that it was another quest to collect some strange things and that he couldn't even decline it. Behind the crying guy stood Julie, who asked him not to be sad when he said that this game would kill him and that at least this time there was no time limit. Many houses were visible when someone said that he thought he said that they would meet at the gate. The entrance was open. The guy walked under the bars, thinking that he caught himself thinking that he hadn't asked the professor for his player ID. The man looked at Ian, who said that it was awkward. Then Dave said that he had finally arrived. The 2 images of the professor opened their mouths when the guy thought about whether it was really him. The man frowned, looking forward when the protagonist decided to check his ID. Dave stood in front of him when the guy thought about whether he was just using his real name. The protagonist's face began to sweat as he turned to the professor, who replied that it was student Ian. Dave looked away and asked why he couldn't see his ID and level. The dark-haired guy smiled contentedly and asked him to wait, explaining that he would set his profile to public and wondered if he really didn't believe his screenshot. An image of the student appeared in front of the man, when he exclaimed that he was already level 94 and then wondered if Ian had decided to level up further. The protagonist was standing next to Dave when he answered in the affirmative, adding that he had tried hard this summer and that he was cool, to which the professor replied that it was definitely commendable. The guy looked ahead and asked the man if he could leave since he had checked his level, meaning he had won the bet. The man looked at Ian and asked her to wait, adding that he thought he should go with him. The student wondered if it was right now and was told that refusals were not accepted. Clouds floated above the buildings. They stopped in front of a wooden building when the boy asked the professor where they were, explaining that he had not seen this place before, to which Dave replied that he had heard that the main character in the class was a summoner. Ian turned his head to the side and said that it was. The professor had his back to him when he called him to follow him, adding that he should see something. The man looked away when he said that, then the boy would immediately understand where they were. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked about whether he would really know it only if he looked for himself. The doors to the room opened slightly. The student and the professor exchanged glances. They were standing inside the building when the boy looked around. In front of them were pens with animals when Ian turned to the man. Dave opened his mouth and said that this was the monster breeding center. The protagonist walked behind the professor when he asked him again and wondered if this place really existed, to which the man replied that he was lucky to meet an NPC in the Summoner's Tower who told him about this place, adding that his name was Ralph, if he remembered correctly. They stopped in front of the animal pen. Then Dave said that when he first found this place, it was still under construction, and then they gave him quests to find wolves, foxes, bears, and other monsters. Ian looked away with interest, thinking that he heard something about doing the quest to build a facility, then you can start it yourself, and that maybe it was some kind of hidden quest. The professor was standing in front of the bear when he said that anyway, after he finished that quest, the monster breeding center was ready and now he was working in it. Then the student turned to the man and asked if he had accidentally received some kind of system message about how to build the monster breeding center after completing the quest. Dave was standing in front of the guy when he asked how Ian knew about this, to which he replied that it was usually done so that users would have enough skills to start the facility. The professor smiled while looking forward as he said that since the boy already knew about it, it would make the conversation easier, adding that as he said, he had obtained the skills to build a monster breeding center, but he was still not satisfied with the conditions. Dave stood in front of the protagonist, who asked him about the conditions, and the man explained that it was the monster indexer that Ralph had given him, and that he could only fulfill the condition to obtain the skill to build a monster breeding center if he registered at least 50 of them. The dark-haired boy's mouth widened as he thought about whether he hadn't been given something similar after completing the Magic Tower quest. The professor had a book in his hand when Ian realized that this thing looked completely different because it didn't have the function to register monsters. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist. There was a book between the man and the student when Dave explained that in order to add more monsters to this indexer, he needs to catch them, but with his current skills, he can only collect about 30 monsters. The professor handed the book to the boy and said that's why he wants him to take this indexer and register the required number of monsters. Then Ian asked if he really wants him to do that. A system window appeared, saying that the skill rank of the monster indexer is normal, and that it can register the monsters it catches, and that catching one type of monster gives him at least 100 fame, and the rarer the monster he catches, the more fame he gets. Dave closed his eyes and exclaimed that there was still some left, before the boy began to fulfill his request. An animal appeared next to the professor when he summoned it. Then Ian thought that it was very large. The furry predator bared his teeth as the protagonist thought about how he knew that black wolves were normal rank wolves, but he had never seen one that big, and that it was almost as big as Lai. Dave crossed his arms over his chest and asked the guy why he didn't summon his own. Ian looked ahead in confusion and asked again, asking if he really had to do it right there. The wolf stood in front of its owner, who began to speak. The professor looked ahead intimidatingly, warning that otherwise the protagonist would not be able to defend himself. Ian looked worried as he asked the man again. Energy appeared in Dave's palm. The dark-haired guy clenched his teeth and summoned Lai. The pet appeared in front of the professor's wolf. The animals walked towards each other, growling. Dave looked ahead, grinning. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He looked away and asked the man why he was doing this, because he had just asked for help. The teacher looked ahead confidently and replied that it seemed like his pet had evolved as well. The sun was shining on the buildings as he apologized for scaring them, explaining that he just wanted to see his pet, and Ian asked again, repeating his words. They stood opposite each other when Dave reminded them that they would talk later about why the student hadn't come to class during the transition period, and the protagonist said that it seemed like he hadn't forgotten, and that it was probably inevitable. The man looked at his wolf and said that this monster breeding center raised pets that players trusted him with, and that his own had evolved into a black claw wolf there, though he wasn't exactly sure why. Ian touched his chin and replied that he understood, and that meant his wolf had evolved as well. Lai was standing next to him as he added that his pet had also become a more advanced red-maned wolf, thinking that perhaps this was where monsters trained, awakening their potential and causing them to evolve, just like his training skills. Dave opened his palm and said that if the boy helped him, he would let him use this facility whenever he wanted, and then asked how he felt about that. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully, thinking that he didn't know if training there would be better than with his skills, but his skills had a cooldown, so he could leave pets he wasn't using there, and that as the breeding center level increased, it might gain other functions. The boy stood in front of the professor as he answered that he would help him, and Dave asked if that was true, adding that it was great, and wondering why he made that face. Ian's eyes sparkled as he asked if he could ask for a favor in return. The man opened his mouth and asked him again. There was a blue sky above the houses. The Tower of Magic towered in front of him. He bent his arms above himself and said that his whole body ached, guessing that it was because he hadn't slept properly lately. He remembered exchanging glances with the professor when he told him that if he built a breeding center near their guild base, he would do his best to help, to which the professor replied that he would do it, it wasn't that difficult of a task, after which Ian said that it was very good that Dave accepted his request so easily. There was an image of a book in front of the protagonist as he wondered if he should register the pets he already had before he started the quest. The tome opened as he asked the system to register his pets. System windows appeared around Ian, telling him that he had registered the red-maned wolf, abyssal turtle, and abyssal golem, and that his fame had increased. The boy looked at Ben, wondering why his registration had brought him the most fame, since even compared to Biggie, who was also a rare rank, it was almost 10 times more. The protagonist looked at the system windows, guessing that it was because Ben had the potential to become a powerful monster after evolving, or perhaps it was just a system error. Ian raised his hand to the system window, saying that he had finished registering and that he could go do other quests. The red-maned wolf appeared. They stopped in front of the portal, when the boy asked Lai if he agreed that today would be a great day if he discovered the dungeon on the other side first. The cliffs appeared behind them as the system notifications appeared, stating that the protagonist had entered the Arnobil Plateau, that he was the first to discover it, and that his fame had increased by 100,000. Ian noticed the system windows, stating that the experience gained in this place and the drop rate of items in this place would be doubled for the next 10 days, and that he had received the title of Time Traveler. The boy grinned contentedly, exclaiming that it was incredible, and that he had finally received a worthy reward, adding that this was a quest he could not decline. He bent his index finger and said that his quest reward would depend on the rank of the quest evaluation, which meant that the rank of the monster's soul stone was most likely related to the quest evaluation and the reward he would receive. The protagonist confidently looked ahead and said that he would capture the soul of the strongest monster he could find, adding that he needed to thoroughly check the place, and that he had a pioneer buff for 10 days. Clouds were floating above the cliffs when the guy turned to Lai, saying that they would now level up at a crazy speed. They stopped near a cliff, then Yan suggested going down the cliff, adding that there were high-level monsters down there. The ravine was crawling with shell monsters. The protagonist turned his head to the side and said that he would take a look. His pets appeared next to him when he asked them if they were ready to fight. The dark-haired boy smiled and said that he wondered if it was time for Lai and Ben to evolve, adding that they were both great pets. A bird appeared in front of him as he added that he thought Jakey would evolve soon too, since his spirit points were almost at max. Yang moved his hand to the side and ordered the pets to move forward, saying that he had never fought such monsters before, so they would first see what they could do. His foot left the ground as he used the Soul Link skill. The boy and Lai rushed down. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he used the wolf synchronization technique. His eyes glowed. The red fur glistened. The pupils narrowed as Yang wondered what it was. A bright flash occurred. The boy, being a werewolf, spread his arms out to the sides and screamed loudly. He looked ahead with a wild gaze, thinking that he had become similar to Lai, and that synchronization with him was probably the best option for him, both in appearance and in general. Werewolf Yang looked away and ordered Biggie to run forward. He pressed his paw into the ground. The protagonist held the staff in front of him. His eyes lit up when he ordered Biggie to use the skill Bottomless Abyss. The golem stood behind the wolf when the beast was ordered to rush in. The pets headed towards the monsters. The wolf opened its mouth when it was ordered to tear them apart. The dragon bared its sharp teeth. The monsters in front of him were engulfed in flames. The monsters' shells were ablaze. Werewolf Yang held the staff in front of him, mentally cursing and thinking that their defense was so strong that he couldn't take away even half of their health. A cloud of blue energy rushed forward. The system messages appeared, saying that his magic sphere directly hit Klopsis's soul and dealt 2,770 points of damage, and that he directly hit the enemy and recovered 5 points of spirit mana. The werewolf's eyes lit up as he thought that he really couldn't hit them properly, and then asked how they felt about that. Electric shocks attacked the monsters as the protagonist used the power surge technique. There was a blinding flash. A white light appeared in front of Yang. The werewolf looked forward in shock and asked how this was possible. He opened his mouth wide. A bird appeared above him as the system notification appeared, saying that Jakey's pet spirit points had reached their maximum. The winged monster spread its wings wide. It grew in size, leaning forward. The lightning spirit spread its wings and screamed loudly. The system notification appeared, saying that Jakey had evolved from a low-class spirit to a mid-class spirit. The werewolf looked away and exclaimed that his pet had evolved, adding that it was screaming the same way and guessing that the flash was its evolution, then decided that it was time to check its stats and open the information window. A system window appeared with an image of the lightning spirit Jaka, which stated that when the spirit points reached the maximum, the pet would evolve into a high-class spirit, and that every time the pet used lightning magic, it would gain some spirit points. It was also mentioned that the higher the level of the summoning magic, the longer the time the pet would be summoned for, and that its innate ability was to convert 10% of the damage dealt by spirit magic into life. The protagonist exclaimed that after evolving to a mid-class, Jaka had innate abilities, and that he could now steal the opponent's health, and then guessed that it made his pet a vampire of sorts now. Ian looked at the system window thoughtfully as he said that it was a pity that electricity control did not deal damage, so his attack value was quite low. But a skill that restored health was a very useful thing. Jakey looked away as the protagonist said that it was cool and called him over. The lightning spirit circled in front of the guy, shouting loudly. Ian looked away carefully. A red-maned wolf appeared next to him. A blush appeared on the beast's face as the protagonist thanked it for its hard work. The dark-haired guy looked ominously to the side and asked why they didn't destroy everything there, since Jakey had evolved and received an innate ability. In front of him were frightened monsters. There were shards on the table, shimmering in the light. The girl stopped in front of them and asked what they were and how he got so many soul stones. Ian stood behind her as he answered that it was something like this. Julie looked at the protagonist and thanked him for completing her task so quickly, adding that it was no wonder Sir Oakley sent him to her. The system notifications appeared stating that the Ancient Monster Resurrection quest had been completed, and that the SSS completion rating had been reached, as well as that 20,457,500 EXP had been obtained. The dark-haired boy smiled, thinking about how much EXP he had received and that it had definitely been worth it. The girl timidly looked ahead and asked him to follow her, explaining that she would show him the process of resurrection from soul stones. They stopped between two columns. Julie and Ian were standing on the red floor when the boy asked about this place, to which he was told that they performed resurrection from soul stones there. The girl held a bag in front of her when she suggested to begin. The shards rushed towards the altar. They began to form a solid crystal. The entire room was illuminated with white light. Energy was radiating from the stone. The protagonist opened one eye. There was a blindingly bright flash. They were standing in front of a huge crystal when Julie said that she was curious about what kind of creature it would be. A monster with a shell appeared. The girl smiled brightly and exclaimed that this was a great success. Ian looked at the system window, which said that he had successfully resurrected the ancient monster Clopsis. System notifications appeared, saying that his fame had increased by 500 for resurrecting a normal class ancient monster, and that Clopsis would now be found on the continent of Kolinar. The protagonist looked closely at the system windows when he wondered if it was possible that if he successfully resurrected an ancient monster, it would start appearing in the wild. They were standing in front of the huge monster when the boy thought about how, thanks to him, a new monster had appeared on the continent of Kolinar and how strange it felt. Julie spread her arms out and suggested continuing to resurrect other monsters in the same spirit. Ian looked happily at the saber-toothed monster and exclaimed that it was a success. A turtle appeared above the boys, then they decided that this was also a success. Tears flowed from their eyes when they failed. Julie had a stone between her palms when she announced that the last one remained. The crystal shone brightly. The silhouette of a monster appeared behind it. The striped beast looked to the side. It opened its mouth. System notifications appeared that he had successfully resurrected the ancient monster Harlequin, and that his fame had increased by 30,000 for resurrecting an ancient heroic monster, and that Harlequin would now be found on the continent of Kolinar. The girl spread her arms out and exclaimed that she never dreamed that she would see such a legendary monster with her own eyes. The protagonist looked away hopefully, thinking that he wanted one for himself. Julie turned to the boy and thanked him for his efforts, adding that she had only seen all these ancient monsters in books before. Ian closed his eyes and replied that he had gained a special experience thanks to her. The girl pointed at the striped beast and began to speak. She stood in front of the protagonist when she said that she wanted to entrust it to him, and then asked if he could take care of it for her, adding that she had never met such a skilled summoner. The dark-haired boy smiled widely and replied that of course he could. A system notification appeared stating that he had obtained Harlequin's capture stone. A system window appeared listing Harlequin's Tier 1 stats, stating that his innate abilities were Claw Strike, which gave a 10% chance to stun an enemy when attacking. Wind Guardian, which increased agility for 2 minutes at the cost of all other stats, with the increases to all other stats stacking and added to his agility. White Tiger's Fury, which made all primary stats disappear and increased agility by 50% for 10 seconds if the enemy was stunned, and that he was a familiar spoken of in the myths of the Arnobil Empire, and that he was agile, courageous, like the wind, and was often called the Blood Tiger due to his scarlet coat with black stripes. Ian looked pleased as he looked at the system window when he asked if it was only a level 1, then said that he could raise it as he wanted using his own method. He imagined the monster evolving to a level 2, when he added that the ideal method, in his opinion, was to raise the hidden potential to 100 until the level increased, after which its abilities would greatly increase. A bright flash occurred in front of the boys when the protagonist summoned Harlequin. The dark-haired boy looked forward and exclaimed that he needed to give it a name. A striped beast appeared in front of him when Ian wondered what to call it. They looked into each other's eyes when the protagonist said that it would be called Harley. Julie stood behind the beast when she said that Harlan liked the traveler very much. The boy's eyes were closed when he replied that he liked it too, and that Harley was an excellent beast, completely worthy of the title of familiar. The girl's eyes sparkled as she reminded him that it was time to fulfill their true goal. Young imagined a huge reptile as she added that she was of course talking about the dragon god's soul stone. The protagonist looked away. They were standing in front of the altar when the boy thought about him. Yang looked at the stone in his hand and said that she was talking about this thing. The crystal shimmered in the light as he wondered what it was. The protagonist held the stone in front of him, cursing in his mind and thinking that it was definitely different from the other soul stones, especially the size. The girl opened her palm when Yang asked her to take it, then she said that it was amazing. The crystal shone above the altar, light energy accumulated around it. The dark dragon's eyes glowed as Yang thought that he would finally be able to see the dragon god, and if it really was him, then he must be of a rank that the boy had never seen. The protagonist raised his hand to his mouth, thinking that it wasn't even about a pet, but that there had never been a monster of that rank in Kailan. A blinding flash occurred. Yang opened his mouth in surprise, wondering why it took so long, adding that he was starting to get nervous. The dark-haired boy covered his face with his hand. He opened his eyes slightly, gritting his teeth. The protagonist looked forward, thinking about what it was. An egg appeared above the altar, then the girl exclaimed that it was a success. It was covered in scales when the system congratulated them on restoring the dragon god egg. The boys were standing in front of the altar when the boy asked again. Julie hugged the egg to herself and explained that if it hatched, then Mr. Traveler would be the first summon in 100 years to tame the dragon god. The sorceress suddenly faltered. The egg flew out of her hands. Ian opened his mouth wide and screamed. He ran towards the egg. The guy grabbed it with both hands and thought that this was great and that he caught it. The egg fell to the floor. The protagonist grabbed his head, mentally exclaiming that this can't be happening. He put his hands on the floor, crying when he thought about how much he had done to restore it, and now it just broke like that. The egg was lying on the floor when Ian exclaimed that it didn't break. The guy held it with both hands when he added that the floor broke, and then wondered if the egg was really that strong. Julie stood in front of the protagonist when she said that she was very sorry and that it would be a real disaster, to which he replied that he felt better and thought that it was good that it was so strong, but he still had to be more careful with it. A system notification appeared stating that he had completed all of the traces of a Forgotten Ancient Monster series quests. Ian looked at the system window thoughtfully, wondering how bad it was that there was no bonus experience, and then asked if they were saying that the dragon god's egg itself was the best reward. System notifications appeared stating that the seal on the legendary item Dragon Tamer's feather had been removed, and that its stats had been increased, leadership had been increased by 150, and bond had been increased by 200. The following system messages stated that he could now capture monsters without a leadership limit, but if the threshold was exceeded, they would not be able to be summoned into battle, and that the leadership required to control dragon-class pets had been halved, and that the affinity with dragon-class pets had been increased. The protagonist smiled as he looked at the system window and exclaimed that it was great, thinking that unlimited summoning and halved leadership for dragon-class pets were incredible, and that they were cool properties. Julie looked at the guy worriedly, assuming that he had hit his head hard when he fell, while he was thinking that with this thing he could summon 2 heroic pets at once, and that there would still be leadership left. A system window appeared in front of Yang as he decided that he would look at what was being written about him. The system window that appeared talked about the dragon god Karse's egg, and how he was one of the 5 legendary dragon gods that guarded the ancient Arnal Empire, and how Karse was called the war dragon for his destructive power, and how he had the highest attack stat among the 5 dragon gods, and how his whereabouts were unknown after the battle with the evil dragon Khalifa. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that it was a pity that Karse was resurrected as an egg instead of a dragon, and how, because of the imperial quest for the griffin egg, he had been searching for information about pet eggs, but he still hadn't found any leads. The dark-haired boy had the system window in front of him as he thought that this wasn't bad either, and that since he now had a griffin egg and a dragon egg, he needed to figure out what to do with them. Julie looked at Yang, who asked her if she knew how to make these eggs hatch, to which she replied that of course she did. The girl looked at the boy incredulously, who asked if she really knew and if she would tell him how. Then Julie asked if he didn't know, reminding him that he was a summoner. The protagonist imagined how eggs were hatched when the girl explained that it was easy, and that the mother took care of the egg until something hatched from it, adding that to be more precise, it should be a pet that laid the eggs. Sweat appeared on Yang's face when he thought about the wrong thing to ask, and that he needed to find someone who knew more. The dark-haired boy raised his hand to his face, thinking that maybe he should find a female griffin in the Sikar Desert, but going there now would be suicide, since the monsters there start at level 130, and that it would be better to ask that guy who was a knight commander or something. The protagonist bent his index finger and asked if there was another option other than having the mother hatch the egg, explaining that he would hardly be able to find a mother for the dragon god's egg. Julie pointed at the boy and said that she now understood that it was not an option. Then he thought about how even the NPC did not know about this, and who came up with this quest. The girl raised her hand to her face and added that she did not know the answer to his question, but she knew a summoner who could give an answer. Ian asked if she could tell him where to find him, to which she replied that the man had died 300 years ago in the Arnaville Palace. Then the protagonist asked if she was serious, to which Julie replied that he had helped her, so she would open a dimensional door for him to meet his soul, after which he thanked the sorceress. They exchanged glances when the girl said that for a moment she thought he was going to curse, to which he replied that he would never do that, and that her imagination was running wild. Julie opened her palm and said that the man's name was Iriel, and that he was the greatest summoner in the ancient Arnaville Empire, and that perhaps this man knew the answers to his questions, and the protagonist thought that the name sounded like a girl's. The girl was shown in profile, and Young thought that judging by the way the sorceress spoke about her, she must have been old. Julie bent her hand and asked if she could ask him a favor before he left, and Young replied that he was listening. A system window popped up, talking about the reproduction of ancient monsters, and that the Dimension Sorceress doesn't want the monsters they resurrected to go extinct again, so they must reproduce, and that she wants the boy to learn about the reproduction of monsters from Iriel, an outstanding summoner of antiquity. It also mentioned that the difficulty of the quest is A. The quest condition is that the player must resurrect a male and female from soul stones during the quest resurrection of an ancient monster. There is no time limit, and the reward is the skill book hatching a pet from an egg for summoners only. The protagonist looked at the system window sadly, thinking that she doesn't want them to go extinct again, but there was a message that the resurrected monsters will start appearing again on the continent of Kolinar. The dark-haired boy clenched his fist, thinking that this was the skill book he needed, and that it was just in time, and that the god of the game was clearly on his side, because if he finished this quest, he would finish the Imperial quest. Julie was in front of Ian, who exclaimed that of course he would help her, and she thanked him. Clouds floated over the snow-capped mountains on the Norman mountain range. Someone was sitting in front of a blooming flower. The girl looked ahead thoughtfully. She was sitting among the snow-capped trees. A beast crept up on her from behind. The monster, growling, jumped forward. She looked to the side, opening her mouth. An arrow rushed forward. The girl turned around, looking back, and screamed. The wolf swung his paw while the arrow was flying at him. The boy ran up to him, shouting to the girl. The arrow hit the monster, causing him to scream. The guy started shooting, asking the girl to take care of herself. She looked back and saw a monster. She had a staff in her hands, which lit up. The blow from the staff hit the wolf. Having loaded the bow, he decided to strike. The arrow hit him right in the stomach. The monster fell dead while the guy was watching him. He stood with his foot on its body. Having loaded the bow, he pointed it at the animal. The wolf began to scream at the top of its lungs. The guy smiled and also aimed at it. In the mountains, they heard how they said that everything was over. Jevane embarrassedly said that he warned her that it was dangerous and the local monsters were a couple dozen levels higher than her. The girl covered her mouth and thanked him. Putting her hands on her head, he asked how much longer she would have to collect the ingredients. She asked to be patient a little longer. She sat down and started collecting herbs, because to reach the next level in cooking, she needed exquisite ingredients. She also wanted to take Ian, but he had an important quest. Jevane smiled and asked what she was thinking about while working and why she needed so many ingredients. He kicked his foot and asked how much she cooked. The girl looked at him with disdain and answered that she needed to cook a lot of food, and he answered if she wanted to pamper him like that. Clouds were floating near the mountains, and she said nothing to him. It was night in the real world. A global system message was sent about an ancient summoner. The guy read the messages and realized that he was better than he thought. Remembering what he looked like, he couldn't wait to grow up faster. Making a fist, he realized that he needed to quickly go get the skill book. It was already evening, clouds were flying in the sky. Walking further, he realized that he needed to be on guard because it was unknown who he might meet. Opening his eyes and stopping, he was surprised. Standing near the lake, he realized that it was too quiet here. Looking back, he began to think about where to look for Iriel. He opened a new location, namely the Forest of Love, and his fame grew by 1,000 units. Opening the screen, he saw wedding rings. When putting on an item, relations with elves improved, and also intimacy with monsters increased by 50%. Grinning his teeth, he realized that they were the same level as the dragon feather headdress, but their abilities were amazing. Ben was on his shoulder. He had never seen such items before, and the reduction in recharge for a second was unique. Opening his mouth, he was surprised because the second ring was only suitable for men. He also thought about who to give the second to. Jan sighed and thought about Rena. Opening his mouth, he realized that they did not have such a relationship. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought, because if you do not give the second ring to anyone, then all you will get is 30% to charm. Walking further, he met a horse. Moving away, he thought that it was a monster. There were 2 horses near him. They had a golden horn on their heads. The protagonist realized that they were probably unicorns. Looking at them, he said that they were heroic rank monsters and that they were level 170th. The unicorns were kind, and they began to walk away from him. Opening their mouths, they showed him their tongues. Closing his eyes, he asked Ben what they were doing. Standing on the path, he wondered why they were level 70, because if all the monsters here were of that level, then he had nothing to do, but he couldn't retreat when it came to a book about hatching. Sighing, he began to think that they were probably not going to attack him and whether it was worth moving on. Looking at everyone, he realized that there were only sweet couples here. Gritting his teeth, he began to understand why the place was called the Forest of Love. Sitting on the ground and starting to cry, he began to say that it was easier for him to fight the endless hordes of monsters. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and asked if he was Yan. The guy turned to her. Then he asked who she was. Widening his eyes, he asked if she was an elf. The girl was smiling, with long earrings on her ears. It was evening outside. The leaves had already begun to turn yellow. The guy opened his mouth and turned around. There was a large tree behind him. Iriel was standing next to the main character, who asked him how he liked the Forest of Love. He started talking, saying that it was incredible because he had never seen anything like it, and also asked if he was like that because a summoner was courting him. The girl winked and took it as a compliment. He grabbed his chin and began to say that he had to deal with many monsters. Pointing at the unicorns, he asked why the local monsters avoided him. The girl hesitantly put her hand to her face. The guy looked at her and said that he was very curious. Opening her mouth, she decided to tell him. The guy's heart almost flew out from the realization that he was smelling of loneliness. He sat down on the ground and started crying. The girl tried to cheer him up, saying that it was not his fault. They sat down. She asked what the griefer wanted from her. He started saying that she wanted to know from her how monsters reproduce. Smiling, she said that she could help with this. Stomping her skill, she began to speak. They stood up. She asked again if he wanted to know. The guy was surprised. Iriel smiled. Scratching her head, she said that in order to support the population, he would need her knowledge. Looking at him, she continued that, frankly, she asked to understand whether she would use it for evil. He asked again, perplexed. Her eyes widened, because if she passed on her skills, he would be able to artificially reproduce monsters, but this goes against the laws of nature. The guy closed one eye and said that in nature, all animals can reproduce if they meet a suitable pair, but it takes a lot of time. The girl said that her skill shortens the duration of the process. The boy started drooling because the breeding time was reduced. She closed her eyes and said that it could be used to breed monsters, like animals on a farm, so she asked him why he needed the skill. Ben was sitting on his back, and he thought that indeed, if someone wanted to use the knowledge as they wanted, they could breed monsters, like on a farm. Looking at his pet, he said that he promised never to abuse this skill because monsters were like younger brothers to him. Iriel smiled, because it was a relief for her. She closed her eyes and said that he apparently did not have enough skills to learn this yet. After all, in order to learn, he must master the art of courtship. The boy cried because he was alone. He had to connect the hearts of 2 fairies because they were the only ones without love. Surprised, he asked if he really wanted to connect their hearts. Ian and Ben went further along the path. Scratching his head, he began to understand that the difficulty of the quest was not specified, probably because the quest was so difficult that it did not fit the existing difficulty levels. Having stroked the pet, he said, praised it. Approaching the house, he asked if a fairy really lived there. Jan approached the boy, who asked if he wanted to help him. Whitson looked at him, and the main character understood that he was still a child. Having greeted him, he said that he would help him, but the boy felt a strong smell of loneliness. Blood came out of his mouth. In his head it was that 1 head is good, but 2 are better. Jan forgot about the question that the boy asked. He asked how long he had been alone. With his eyes closed, he said that about 7,000 days. Whitson smiled and said that he had been alone for 55,027 days. The protagonist had blood coming out of his mouth. He said that he would help him. The child was embarrassed because Jan would help him not to be alone. They came to a tree. It was light. Elves were sitting in a clearing. There were baskets of mushrooms near everyone. The boy was glad that they agreed to collect mushrooms together. The girl and the boy were sitting nearby. The boy lay down on the ground and watched him, hoping that the quest would be easier. He watched him with a smile. Opening his mouth, he saw that Carol was embarrassed. He got angry because they were silently collecting mushrooms. There were clouds in the sky. He had a question: why were they leaving now? In the house, he asked why he let her go without saying a word. The boy cried because when he tried to speak, his lips refused. They were sitting at the table. Ian realized that it was more difficult for him than he thought. There was a ball on the table. They looked at it until the boy asked what it was. Looking thoughtfully, Whitson began to speak. An image of a girl appeared in the ball, and it was a message from her. Ian put his hand next to the ball and thought if NPCs could send messages. He slammed his fist on the table and told him to answer exactly as he said. They hurried him until the boy knew what to answer. The protagonist raised his hand and told her to tell her that he got home without problems. Taking it in his hands, he said that he got home without incident. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The sun was shining through the window. Scratching his nose, he said that he was pleased to know that Carol also got home without incident. Ian looked at him thoughtfully, mentally telling himself that even evil monsters don't live in this forest. The girl said sullenly that if he was so worried, he could have walked her. The boys looked at each other thoughtfully. Whitson started to cry because he thought that the girl was starting to get angry at him. Ian grabbed his chin because at this rate it would get even worse. Looking at the ball, he knocked. There was a notification in the ball in which they wrote whether she was sleeping. Touching the ball, he asked why he was asking if she was sleeping if they were talking now. Saddened, he realized that he shouldn't have written it. Stroking Ben, he thought that he should have guessed from the very beginning that this would be impossible. Calling the boy, he began to look at him. The ball was also on the table. He was surprised because he was told to confess. Starting to cry, he decided to refuse. The protagonist began to get angry because Whitson said that there was nothing worse than confessing with a message on a crystal ball. With a serious face, he understood that this was his last chance. Carol was in the ball and the guy was typing messages about a walk. The message was sent. Sighing, he understood that he should have done it right away. Whitson began to have traces because a request for a video chat came. Getting up from his chair, he told him to reveal all his true feelings to her and he would wait outside. The protagonist stood on the street and sighed heavily. Showing a thumb up, he wished him luck. He and his pet began to cry because they failed the quest. A boy ran up from behind, calling him. With a smile on his face, he said that everything worked out, they would go for a walk together. Raising his hands up, he thanked him, then the quest ended and the charm increased by 20. Ian was surprised by this event. Approaching a large tree, he notified that he had returned. Ariel smiled because she had already been told everything. Touching her hair, she said that she would share her skills with him. An unusual object appeared in her hands. She really hoped that he and the griefer would succeed in breeding ancient monsters. He received the skill and now can distinguish the gender of any monster. Taking the object in his hands, he began to examine it, assumed that the window with information would have an additional section for gender. Opening the screens of his pets, he began to examine them. He was serious because they were all males. The girl stood. She was asked if there were more males. She answered negatively. She began to say that, with a couple of exceptions, all monsters have an equal number of representatives of both sexes. Leafing through the notifications, he understood that he was probably just lucky. Smiling and spreading her arms where the ball appeared, she asked to accept it. Having passed it to other hands, she said that with this crystal ball he can send her messages whenever he wants. With a confident face, she asked if she could ask him for help later. The shadow of the demonic dragon Khalifa gave her to listen to her requests. The guy was in complete shock from the item. After all, he heard this name from the legendary dragon Tamer. Putting his hand to his lip, he asked what it was and whether it was necessary to increase the level when you become a master. The girl turned her head and said that she would think about it after she accepted the quest. He looked into the ball because if it was useful to her, he would do everything in his power to help. Ariel thanked him. Ian was near the building. Entering it, he saw Julie. She asked if he had finished the preparations. The guy answered in the affirmative because he received the skill of breeding monsters. Being near the exit, she said that she knew that they would help him and asked to come with her. They were in a room where there were animals. Stopping near one of them, he said that she was missing a couple of monsters. Spreading her hand, she said that she only keeps herbivores because it would be safer without predators. The two monsters were embarrassed until the girl suggested breeding monsters of opposite sexes. The guy agreed. Opening the screen, he began to register them as pet monsters. He began to think about how to use this skill. Saliva flowed from his mouth. He hoped that there was no age limit. An aura came out of his hand. He asked Ben what it was. A pentagram appeared near his fingers. Opening his mouth, he said the skill of breeding monsters. The two monsters approached the pentagram. It lit up. The monsters became more visible. The egg appeared. Everything around was red. It appeared near him. He worried in vain. The guy successfully used the skill of breeding monsters for the first time and also gained more knowledge about the ecosystem of monsters. Smiling, he was glad that he could finally complete the quest with the griffin egg. Looking at the screen, he realized that he had received a new title of Master of Breeding Monsters. The skill made it easier to get sympathy from monsters. Biting his finger, he said that the coolest thing was that he didn't need to activate the skill to get all the bonuses. Looking at the monsters, he could do the same with all of them. Looking at the monsters, they were not in the skill because both were males. It was sunny outside. In the building, they were glad that the classes were over. People were packing their things because they felt wooden from sitting for a long time. The guy asked where Ian was in such a hurry, and he answered that he was going to play because he needed to finish the quest. There he raised his hand and asked what the quest was. Ian also raised his hand and said that he was doing an Imperial quest, so he was very busy. Surprised, he asked what kind of Imperial quest it was because the other guy had been trying to achieve it for a long time. Ian asked why he needed it. He answered that the Imperial quest greatly increases fame, because someone from the guild needs to receive noble status and then they can improve the territory. The main character replied that if he told him that he had more than 50,000 fame, he would definitely get a kick. The guy put his hand on Ian's shoulder. He wished him luck and said that he would go on with the quest. It was light outside. He thought that if the egg hatched, he would need to devote more time to the guild. Approaching the land of breeding ancient monsters, he was happy. In his hands was the egg of the dragon god. The egg began to freeze, and he could hatch the dragon god from it. The egg was large and beautiful, also shining beautifully. The hatching of the monster began. The eyes became stars from surprise because he thought that everything would go differently. Ben and Ian looked at him with a mesmerizing look. Suddenly they were surprised because the egg remained like that. Starting to poke at the screen, he did not understand why it took so long. The egg was level 0, hatching was 0%. Lazav was happy on the screen because he didn't need to do another quest or look for an item. Scratching his head, he asked what the inscription unique next to the legendary class meant. Smiling, he decided to finish the quest anyway. The sun was shining, the building had a dark roof. There were guards in it. Entering it, a man was sitting on a chair. On the table was a griffin egg. Celias sat, looked, then asked how to make the egg hatch. The guy with a smile on his face answered that for this he had received the skill of hatching monsters. The man answered that it was wonderful. There was another man next to him, and Ian was thinking how the crazy monster had become even stronger if he couldn't make the egg hatch. Walking further, he thought, because he had told them that he had acquired the skill of hatching monsters, not griffins. A pentagram appeared near him and the egg, hoping that everything would work out the first time. Reaching out his hand to the pentagram, he used the skill of hatching a monster. Celias hoped that the griffin would hatch. The egg glowed with a bright flame. The guy looked and realized that it did not hatch like a dragon egg. Looking at the characteristics, he realized that the egg was also a legendary class. Putting his hand to his chin, he realized that it did not have a unique note like the dragon god. Celias looked at him because he was asked a question, namely, where the strongest winds are. The man asked why he was asking him about this and how things were going with the hatching of the griffin. An egg was flying near his hand. He said that the process itself had already begun, but in order for the griffin to hatch, one more condition must be met. With a serious face, he asked what the condition was. He replied that pet griffins possessed the power of the wind. For the egg to hatch, it had to absorb the power of the strongest winds. Hank began to think where such a place was. Then he said that they were probably talking about the Celestial Mountains, namely the top of the Celestial Mountains altar, their highest point. The man closed his eyes and agreed because he had explored every corner of the continent. The Celestial Mountains were in the sky. Yang began to bare his teeth and think how he could get there, because around them lay a wasteland where monsters of level 130 and higher roamed. They would kill him there, because going there was suicide, especially considering that he did not even know their maximum level. He spread his arms and thought that he needed to avoid this, perhaps even abandon the quest. He looked at the man and decided to think. An evil smile appeared on his face. He began to think whether he should go there alone. He had a request to His Majesty. There was land in the sky, the sun was shining brightly, birds were flying, and Biggie was asked to make a bottomless abyss. Lou was also fighting enemies. Rake was giving off flames from his mouth. It was lava breath, which was very powerful. There were guards who went on the attack. Lou and the egg ran. Running up to the enemy, he used bloodlust. He bit the bird on the neck. After that, he ran on while inflicting critical damage. The protagonist was delighted because he inflicted 15,000 damage in one hit and Rake's lava breath inflicted 20,000. Bloodlust was an active skill and the recovery time was only 15 minutes. Grinning, he was glad that he was not alone. Then he explained to the man that he was weak and could not reach the heavenly mountains alone with the griffin egg. He needed help and strength. Celias was surprised by such a request. Yang smiled and agreed that he needed his majestic power, which he possessed. Hank looked at him with displeasure. The pets were fighting, because in the game the expedition began in one day, although there were fewer participants than expected, but the level of the Royal Guard started at 150. Looking at Hank, he thought, what level is he? Probably higher than 200. The man hit the bird and dealt him 10,500 units of damage. Looking at the screen, he smiled, because the experience is divided between the group members. He gets 10,000 for one monster, and his pets also received it. The man looked at the main character surprisingly. Then he called him, and Yan was scared. Hank looked with disdain, saying that he was not as useless as he thought. The horse was carrying an egg, and his pets were very helpful. Laughing, he thought, if the level is low, then he can't help. Hank waved his hand and ordered to stop the battle. The guard stood near him. He ordered to rest a little and prepare for the next battle. Putting his hand to his chin, he asked why rest, if they don't even suffer losses. The man raised his sword and replied that when they crossed the ridge, they would find themselves in a heavenly desert. He sighed and said that they would meet mummified monks. He opened his mouth and continued that the battle between them would not be easy. It was night, the lights were on in the windows. Kate asked how long they had been defending the base, and they told her about a month. There were flags on the map, and she continued that with these wars for capturing bases, the northern continent would plunge into chaos, and any guild considered the base as a source of prosperity. She was worried that if a large guild decided to attack, then the average guilds would have a hard time. He raised his finger and said that if they upgraded the base from a village to an estate, they would solve the problem. After all, with an estate class, they would be able to put NPC guards and also fortifications like towers. The girl looked out the window. She did not know this. Kate looked up and said that then it would be better to avoid wars until everything calmed down, and they agreed with her. Barry also looked out the window because they could only hope that Ian would finish his quest in time and return to help them, and until then they had to protect the base at any cost. The protagonist sat on the dragon with Ben. He asked why it had become so cold. Starting to whine, he asked if it was because he had not slept for a long time. The guards were standing because they had reached the Celestial Mountains. Suddenly, a monster began to attack Hank. Taking a sword in his hands, he decided to hit him. He hit him, the monster squealed. He looked at the guy and warned that the mountains were extremely dangerous. Spreading his arms, he continued that they could meet monsters of level 190th, so they needed to be careful. Ian understood that having come all the way, he could not fail. He heard a sound from behind. He turned his head. The guards stood up. Because they had to prepare for battle, they had to move quietly and not attract the attention of other monsters. Hank on horseback explained that monsters walk in packs. Balls were flying in the sky, and there should be 5 monsters nearby. He also asked to look around. The monsters ran at them. Their eyes were red. A purple flame flared up near the building. A man was racing on a horse and shouting that he would lead the attack. All the knights should protect the eggs, and Ian, they answered that yes, sir. Hank bared his teeth angrily. The monsters were screaming and rushing to attack. A moment later, there was a devastating explosion. The man's eyes widened and he exclaimed. He turned around at the monsters and wondered why these creatures were running away. Then he turned around and continued to think about what kind of monster had scared them. A huge creature appeared in front of Hank. Looking at the monster, he thought, what is this? A dinosaur? A pterodactyl? It is even bigger than Biggie. The monster was flying straight at the man and he shouted to the knights to follow him. Hank turned to the protagonist and shouted that they should distract this creature from the front. The man frowned and shouted that in the meantime they should grab the egg and run to the altar. His gaze fell on the egg and someone shouted that they understood. Ian grabbed the egg. The bird flew towards him and shouts were heard that they were attacking. The thought arose that he really was an incredible person. The protagonist frowned, shouts were heard, and he thought that he needed to hurry while the knights were distracting. The hero's body began to transform and he shouted that synchronization, Lu, increased agility. The huge creature walked heavily forward. The paw slid along the ground. Energy swirled around Ian and he said what happened. The guy stood between the columns and asked in bewilderment that there was no wind here. Signs appeared in front of the hero saying that he was the first to discover the source of the wind, the heavenly altar. His connection with the wind element increased by 5%. His resistance to the wind element increased by 10 units. The attitude of the wind monsters towards him will not fall below 30. His fame increased by 15,000 units. Ian exhaled angrily and said that this was just like when they discovered the source of lava. No, seriously, it was almost the same. Only the element was different, which meant that if he wanted to hatch a fire element monster from an egg, he should go back to the fire lands. The protagonist examined the egg and said that in any case, he needed this egg to hatch as soon as possible. If he delayed even a little longer, the knights would be significantly reduced, and the emperor would probably be furious. The egg suddenly lit up and he exclaimed that here, now let it hatch. The light spread throughout the entire space. It blinded the hero and it was heard that it was working. It was working. Ian smiled and a board appeared above him with information that the hatching was 11%, and said that it had grown to 11%. When it reached 100%, the egg would hatch. Ian put his hand to his lips and looked away. The huge bird was rushing in the sky and a cry was heard that the knights had lost. The protagonist covered one eye and said that faster, faster, before that monster came back. What? Why is the hatching scale growing so slowly? He looked down at some sounds and continued to say what is this? He didn't have this in his inventory before. The hero picked up the stone and looked at it in bewilderment. The protagonist frowned and asked, seriously, did he have something like this? Then a memory appeared in his head and the hero said that this was the thing that dropped from those PCs during the priest's quest, but why was it glowing? Suddenly the egg rose into the air with a bright glow and he exclaimed in shock. The stones were swirling around the egg. The sign said that a wind purification item was being used. Yan bared his teeth and exclaimed what was happening. He hadn't given the command to use it. Suddenly the egg began to crack and Yan screamed loudly. A moment later it burst. The light blinded the protagonist and he covered his eyes. The egg was breaking into pieces. The bright light inside it was coming out. Signs appeared with inscriptions that he had hatched a griffin from an egg. He had hatched a legendary rank monster from an egg for the first time. His leadership skill had increased by 100. His intimacy skill had increased by 50. The hero joyfully shouted that finally. He clenched his fists in happiness. Looking at the monsters, he said that there were 2 of them, twins. A window of information about the griffin appeared in front of the hero and Ian said that he was only level 1 like Harley. But all his parameters, except for defense, were already higher, agility was almost twice as high, and the royal roar was an incredible skill. Ian thoughtfully looked at the board and said that they were of different genders, but there was no difference in parameters. Looking at the griffins, the guy said why he had to go through such a test. If there was only one monster, he could give it to the emperor without doubts and hesitation. The protagonist extended his hand to the monster, saying that perhaps the gods themselves had given him such an opportunity because no one would know anything. A magic sign appeared in front of Ian and he said that he was caught. He looked around and said that there was no turning back. Suddenly, the ground around the columns trembled. A huge monster appeared in front of the guy and he exclaimed that he was already here. Ian ran away screaming to save the summoner. The light was on in the huge house. Yang put his hand to his face and thought, why doesn't the emperor come? Has he understood something? Someone entered the room and called Yang. The man gritted his teeth and said that he had done a great job. The hero bowed before the emperor and replied that he was not worthy of gratitude. Let him thank his knights. They fought bravely. He owed many things to their valor and thought that for now he had gotten away with it. The emperor grinned and said that of course, in any case, the griffin he had brought would be taken care of by the court summoners. Thanks to it, they would be able to proudly present the royal griffin, the symbol of the Lucipal Empire, on the day of the founding of the state. The hero looked at the man and replied that of course, if his citizens knew that the peace of the imperial family was guarded by a real griffin, they would be delighted. The emperor replied that it was true. A great job. In front of the guy's face appeared signs that the Lucipal Empire quest, hatching a griffin completed. The score of completion was 5. He received 19,912,000 experience points. He leveled up to 103. He received 100,000 glory points. Looking at the emperor, he thought that he leveled up in just 3 days, and he was also given 100,000 glory points. Yan smiled and continued to think that this is why top players have more than 100,000 glory points, and said that now he should mind his own business. If he needs his help again, let him know, and thought that he needs to raise his griffin. Suddenly, the man extended his hand and told him to wait. The emperor put his hand on his shoulder and told him to wait a minute. He should get something else from him. The hero clenched his teeth in fear and thought that he should get something else. Damn, did he really get caught? The man frowned and said that he should get gratitude from him because he had prepared a gift. The protagonist smiled broadly and asked what the gift was. He would gladly accept anything from him, and then thought, I wonder what kind of gift, hopefully a legendary item. A sphere appeared in the man's hand and he said that he was handing it to him because he had served for the glory of the Lucipal imperial family. Suddenly an image of a griffin appeared and the thought arose of what it was. Yang looked down in amazement. His eyes widened. He thought that notifications had appeared that he had completed an S-rated imperial quest and therefore received the title of Baron. Now he could have up to 20 NPCs as servants. Now he was an aristocrat of the Lucipal Empire and an enemy of the Kaiman Empire, and then added, what else was that? The title of aristocrat, Baron. The hero froze in amazement and thought, let them wait. He was now at odds with the Kaiman Empire. What did that even mean? At least that was good. Looking at his hands, he continued that he should get out of the imperial palace and log out before sorting out all this. The man smirked and asked how he liked it. Did he like his gift? The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that in exchange for it he would receive his loyalty, to which he asked again. He gritted his teeth and wondered why his body was moving on its own. Kneeling down, Ian said that it was an honor for him. He would not let him down. The hero's eyes widened, thinking that the game system was controlling his body for him. The man smirked, thinking that at least they would not take the griffin. The view of the fortress opened up. Notifications appeared that a member of the Lotus Guild received the title of Baron. The fame of the Lotus Guild increased by 15,000. The Lotus headquarters has the ability to upgrade from a village to an estate. But to upgrade, the owner must be a user with the title of aristocrat. A question was heard, what, Baron Yang? Smirking, Kate asked what Sir Yang. Stretching out his hand forward, the guy said that they were all set. And then he just received a new title, now they can start upgrading. This guy is so timely. Barry closed his eyes and said that he could not believe it, asked what kind of quest he completed, that he immediately received the title of Baron. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what he was talking about. Isn't Baron the first title you get? He smiled broadly and replied that he heard that after completing the Imperial quest, you can get the title of Knight or Baronet. Looking to the side, the guy asked that isn't Baronet and Baron the same thing. Looking at Barry, Kate asked what was going on. Sir Ian got one title higher than Baronet. Isn't it better for them? To which he replied that it was. The girl smiled broadly and said that when Sir Ian arrived here, they would immediately upgrade the headquarters to an estate. I wonder if she would have to return Ian to the position of Deputy Guildmaster. Putting his hand forward, Barry said no way, he doesn't have enough knowledge for this, he is always busy farming, and Jevane said no, she should remain the Deputy Guildmaster. The girl chuckled at what she heard. She spread her arms out to the sides and asked what? But isn't Sir Ian offended by this? Grinning, Jevane asked that people like him are generally offended by anything. She had known about it for several months, and only now does she care, and the guy said that they will go, they need to finish the job. The equipment was on the table, an approving answer was heard. Snow-capped mountains appeared. The protagonist was sitting on a wolf. He looked at the bird. Smiling broadly, he asked if he was hungry, then he would have something, they would see where this meatball was. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that yes, he would get some too, then looked at him happily. Ian gave him a meatball. Putting his hand to his face, he said that if he returned to the guild, he would probably have to develop the territory first. Looking to the side, the hero added that he thought that if he trained NPC soldiers and used them for farming, the efficiency would increase many times over. Finn appeared. It was heard that since he did not have enough leadership to register more monsters, he should focus on developing the ones he already had. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he did not know when the dragon god's egg would hatch, but he was sure that he would find a way to increase his leadership by then. Looking at them in surprise, he asked if they had already eaten. Looking at the pets, Ian thought that he should just let them look at them. Ben smiled, thinking that perhaps Finn was not so greedy for food. Grinning, the hero thought that he seemed to like her very much. Pointing to the side, he said that they would go further, there was not much left to go, to the guild headquarters. A view of the village houses opened up. The professor stood near the animals and said that the monster breeding farm was definitely on the right track. Smiling widely, he added that it was difficult, but worth it. The man looked to the side and asked that he would have to leave soon, why hadn't he come yet? Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Grinning, the girl said that she brought what he asked for. Looking straight ahead, he said that yes, food for monsters, thanking her. The food appeared. It was heard that it smelled simply delicious. If he was hungry, he would definitely eat it, simply incomparable. Rena asked again in surprise, hearing that by the way. Looking at the food, the professor said that he thought that Yan would come to the headquarters earlier. The girl turned around and said that then he should have told him about it. Village houses appeared. It was heard that seriously, Yan had not even contacted all this time. Taking a step forward, Rena said that he should have told him first that he had returned. She closed her eyes and added that but now she could ask about traveling to the northern continent together. The girl looked at the glow and asked what it was it somehow connected with Ian's return? Suddenly she happily said the hero's name. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. He was holding a piece of jewelry in his hands. The girl opened her eyes wide and wondered what it was, what rings. Tears appeared in her eyes and she added that, what was going on? A view of the village opened up. Raising his hand up, the guy asked how she was, said that they had expanded their headquarters very well. Smiling widely, he added that they should praise him already, to which Ian said that yes, he had done a great job. The buildings appeared. It was heard that they would inspect everything before upgrading the estate. Right, if they just upgraded it right now, internal errors might appear somewhere. Raising his hand up, the hero said that he thought the first thing they should build after upgrading was a training center. Barry held out his hand and asked if he thought it was too risky, wouldn't it be better to build a barracks to increase the estate's defense capabilities? The protagonist smirked and said no, low-level soldiers were good for training, and even if there were hundreds of them, a single mage could incinerate them with an AoE spell, to which the boy replied that it wasn't that he was wrong. The guards stood in a row, and it was heard that but if they built the guild properly and assigned high-level NPCs to command, the military might could be increased and powerful characters could appear. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that that's what Sir Ian was talking about. They first needed to build a training center to train NPCs who would attack the soldiers, and thus increase the level of their troops, right? The hero grinned and said that if they had a suitable player who was over level 100, had 800,000 fame, and had a title higher than him as the owner of the estate, they could build a suitable guild headquarters for him. Barry looked to the side and said that that was right. They would not hesitate. Holding the pendant in his hands, he said that he would upgrade to an estate. Messages appeared that all the conditions for the upgrade were met. The Lotus Guild headquarters had been upgraded from a village to an estate, and was upgrading to an estate. A glow appeared throughout the village. The houses began to upgrade. Everything began to transform. The view of the estate opened up. It was heard that everything had changed so much. What a view! A notification appeared that the Lotus Guild headquarters had been successfully upgraded to an estate. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he did not know that the upgrades looked like this. A message appeared that the landowner title would automatically pass to the player Yan along with the baron title. Wishes to accept. Barry grinned and said that he accepted. The hero looked at the emblem. Notifications appeared that he had become the landowner of the Lotus Guild Estate. After the basic settings of the Lotus Guild Estate were loaded, you can start managing internal affairs, to which he said that great, perhaps he would start managing the landowner's internal affairs. Looking to the side, he added that Rina was here, he should talk to her, he needed to entrust her with managing the kitchen, and also give her something. Rings appeared, he heard what it was, the thought arose that it was a reward for the quest, but he could not give it to anyone except Rina. Grinning, the girl shouted his name. The protagonist looked to the side. He handed her the rings. She froze in amazement. Raising his eyebrows, Ian said that no, it was not what she thought, not what. Estates appeared, he heard that it was for her. Rina asked him what she wanted, to which he replied that he meant it was a quest reward. The protagonist smiled widely, and it seemed she could use the item as a favor. Turning around, the girl wondered what was going on. Maybe it was just a useless trinket as a gift, maybe she was seeing too much in it. Looking away, the protagonist said that he meant she didn't have to accept it if it was too much for her. Rina looked at him and replied that no, it was fine, and asked him what he was getting at. Reaching her hand forward, she wondered what she hoped. She hadn't expressed too much desire to accept it. What? These properties? And it's called a wedding ring? What if it was an engagement ring? The girl raised her eyebrows and said that it was a ring he had won too. Grinning, the protagonist replied that yes, that's his. Rina closed her eyes and said thank you, she would wear it. Looking straight ahead, Ian thought, great, now he could get rid of the level 50 ring. Notifications appeared that all the conditions had been met. The wedding rings of the Forest of Love were unlocked. The blessing effect was applied. All combat stats were increased by 20%. The recovery time of all skills was reduced by 1 second. Now he could summon his partner once a day. Looking at the notifications, the hero thought how the stats had grown. Cool. Looking at the girl, he added that since he had given this ring to Rina, it turned out that he had a girlfriend. Smirking, she thought that she had worried in vain. She really thought that he was not interested in her. Barry closed his eyes. A view of the village opened up. It was heard that they had completely forgotten about them. Good for them. A huge palace appeared. The guy was sitting at the table, and someone said, "Here comes the deputy lord." Jevane looked at him and said that the new building was just his respect, to which he asked why he came. Since he came, then let him help. There are so many things to do. Looking at the notifications, he added that he would probably help, since he was asked what Ian was saying here, how, he already left, to which Barry replied that he went to the Forland pool, probably farming the dungeon. Smirking, the guy said that they need to quickly sort everything out and follow Ian. Looking away, Barry asked what the two of them did. Does he think they can clear it together? To which he replied that they cleared it together yesterday. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they were both warrior classes, and he has a lot of damage, and he is a tank and almost does not cause damage. To which Jevane replied that he will just give out more damage, and if they die, then the penalty is small. In any case, this dungeon is limited in time. Barry smiled broadly and said okay, they'll just finish their business and then they'll go. The view of the room opened up. It was heard that he thought they'd be able to clear it out. He had no idea what summoners were like in battle, so anything was possible. Sitting at the table, the guy said that he, of course, didn't know for sure, but he was sure that Yan's pets would be able to protect her, so everything would be fine. The palace appeared. It was heard that okay, they'd figure it out faster, to which he was told that it was good. A glow appeared in the cave. It was heard that they should be careful. The monster raised its weapon up. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. The creatures growled furiously. The tiger struck the monster. Gritting his teeth, the hero said back. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl said that she should distract them while she used her magic. Looking at her, the protagonist said okay. Frowning, he added that he was going forward. The monster swung its weapon furiously. Looking straight ahead, Ian turned to Harley. The tiger looked at him. He jumped up, hearing that he should dodge. The monster screamed furiously. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Stretching his hand forward, he screamed that he should get it. In fact, a blow came flying. Jumping up, the protagonist screamed that he missed. Grinning, he added that he didn't. Looking to the side, Ian screamed that he was going to attack. The tiger ran behind the monster. It was heard that he should attack while moving. The tiger struck him. It was said that he should attack as hard as possible and stun him. The creature screamed loudly in pain, and the hero screamed that it was great, back. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that yes, he was stunned. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that if he continued to attack, the monster's eyes lit up. Gritting his teeth, Ian thought that he had already woken up. Damn, his defense against stunning was too strong. The creature swung its weapon. The thought arose that there was no choice. He would have to attack further until everything was over. Looking to the side, the hero heard that he should distract him. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. The girl's eyes lit up and he thought that Kate was probably preparing to cast something lethal. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that great, he needed to buy her some time. The monster opened its eyes in surprise. Looking to the side, Ian shouted that it was here. A glow appeared on the creature's body. The thought arose that it was the same. The monster opened its mouth. The thought arose that it looked like it would be extremely powerful magic. The girl extended her staff forward, and the hero thought that he needed to dodge. Damn, Kate. The protagonist frowned and added that if he dodged, the entire attack would go to her. A glow appeared around the girl, and the thought arose that she could not move while casting the spell. Ian slid on the ground. The monster stretched its arms out to the sides. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that let it continue to cast, he would try to stop its blow. An attack was flying towards the creature. Putting his foot forward, the protagonist wheezed. Frowning, he thought of Ben. Notifications appeared that the pet's innate ability was activated. He absorbed the enemy's blow, restored 0 health units. Ian gritted his teeth and thought, hooray, Ben's innate ability worked. They had never used it before, but now it came in handy. Looking straight ahead, Kate heard the command, to which she replied that yes. She abruptly released an attack on the monster. The creatures rushed forward, hearing that everyone was attacking, so Lou could use Bloodlust. The monster started getting hit. Notifications appeared that the dungeon tomb of the fallen hero was cleared. It was heard that hooray, they did it. Messages about the tomb appeared. It was cleared. He will be registered in the Hall of Fame. He took first place. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that let him come here. They will eat chickens. Grinning, the main character said that he should wait. There is an important matter. Now he will tell the rules of the war for the territory. Looking at him, Barry replied that well, yes, this is an important matter. Stretching her hand to the side, Louise said hello, and Haynes did the same. The guy grinned and said that at the moment they are on the battlefield of the brave. As many of them know, in this place the guild wars are taking place. Today the first war for the territory begins here, and that is why they are here. The girl stretched out her hands and said that to clarify, the battlefield of the brave is the virtual space of Kylan, which is not indicated on the map. The battlefield appeared. It was heard that when the guild war begins, all guild members who participate in the battle are transferred there. Even if he is not a member of the guild, but is ready to spend some coins, he can become an observer on the battlefield of the brave. Covering one eye, she added that now, until they start broadcasting the battle between the first-ranked guild of the Korean server, Dark Runa, and the fourth-ranked guild, Oakland, they will analyze the rules of the war for territory. The guy smiled broadly and said that he should listen more carefully. He will write it down, to which the hero replied that he definitely should. Let him wait. The rules of the war for territory appeared. Additional conditions of the battle arose. Looking at the TV, Barry said that it would be more difficult than regular territory wars, to which the protagonist replied that yes, the consequences here are much more serious than losing the guild's fame and a couple of places in the ranking table, as in regular guild wars, probably because we are talking about territories. Frowning, he added that the most important thing is that one player can only participate in 2 battles against one guild. This is protection against some pumped-up player dragging all the battles for his guild. Looking to the side, the guy said that for sure, which means that even if he is strong enough to influence the outcome of the battle alone, he will not be able to win alone. A room appeared, an offer to eat was heard, to which an approving answer was received. Looking at the notebook, the protagonist thought that it turns out that during territory wars not only the skills of the guild members are important, but also the NPCs. He frowned and added that he had the title of Baron, so he could register a maximum of 20 NPCs for service, and a dead NPC would be revived a week after his death. The protagonist looked away and thought that since he knew this, he should register NPCs for service as soon as possible. Ruins appeared, and someone said that it was well done. Looking away, the girl said that thanks to him, they easily cleared this dungeon, to which Jack replied that you are welcome. Smirking, she added that but why hasn't he joined a guild yet? With all his skills, he could join even the top guilds, to which the guy replied that he just likes to play alone. Turning her head, the girl asked that if he decides to join, how about their Kaiser Guild? Looking down, the guy asked what the Kaiser Guild is. Are they by any chance among the top 10 guilds? The view of the ruins opened up. It was heard that it was true, although now they are in 13th place, before they were in 8th, so how about joining them? Raising his hand, Jack said that he thought that for now he did not want to join anything. Looking at him, the girl replied that it was a pity. Frowning, the guy replied that if he decided to, he would let her know about it first. Selena smiled and asked if it was true. She said that it was great. He promised. The guy stood still and thought that maybe now was the time to join some guild. But if he joined a big guild, he would become nothing more than expendable material. Looking at the notifications, he added that in order to avoid this, he needed to develop enough to have enough influence in the guild. Looking to the side, Jack asked what the Hall of Fame was. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would see who had the best dungeon clearing score, and then asked to see the ranks. Notifications with guild rankings appeared. Lowering his mask, the guy asked that the Forlin dungeon could be cleared in half an hour. Frowning, he added what kind of guild lotus was this, a whole 3 minutes difference between first and second place. Looking at the messages, Jack said that the Darkruna and Titan guilds were always close in pursuit of first place, but this was the first time he heard of the Lotus Guild. Putting his hand to his face, he added that but I swear I heard of this player named Ian somewhere, let them wait, and this is the guy they were with in the finals of the Hand League. The guy gritted his teeth and asked that but now he should be level 100 or so. How could he get to first place? Did he really get to level 110 or so? Looking away, he added that even if it was so, the fact that the loser was ranked above him hurt his pride. Jack smirked slightly. Taking a step forward, he said that he couldn't sit idly by. The guy put the mask on his face. He froze and thought about Ian waiting for him. The view of the estates opened up. The protagonist was walking in the middle of the street. He looked to the side, hearing the question of what he had come here for. People were standing in front of him. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he was here, asked why the monster breeding farm had already been launched. The professor gritted his teeth and replied that as he saw it, after the appearance of the Summoners Guild, it turned out that there were quite a few summoners. He himself understood there was no end to the clients. Yan turned his head and asked what NPC summoners even come here, said that he had to register them as NPC subordinates, but they said that they could come here from the Summoners Guild. To which the man replied that if he was talking about that cute girl, then she was somewhere over there, the blue wyvern that she left, over there. Putting his hand on the door, the hero said that thank you, see you later. The girl grinned. It seemed that maybe this NPC was giving some kind of quest. Looking at her, Dave thought that she often looked at the farm, but in his opinion, she was an ordinary cute NPC girl. Putting his hand to his face, he added that yes. The man grinned and thought that Rena asked him to tell her when Ian arrived. Looking at the notification, he wrote that Ian had just arrived at the monster breeding farm. The professor looked at the correspondence with the girl. Suddenly the message disappeared, and he asked again in surprise. Closing his eyes, Dave thought that it seemed that he had expressed himself a little incorrectly. Raising his hand, he said that he was sure that everything would be resolved somehow. A view of the city buildings opened up. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that first he should understand what kind of NPC she was. Information about the girl appeared. Looking at the notification, he added that great, he could not find a better NPC. The protagonist took a step forward. Looking at Siri, he greeted her and asked if they had met before, to which she replied that he should forgive her, she had not noticed that he was here. Raising his hand, Ian said that it was okay, in fact, he came to talk to her about something. Siri asked again, her eyes widening in surprise. The hero smirked and replied that yes, he should wait. Looking away, he thought about registering her as a subordinate NPC using the Seal of Dominance. Holding the amulet in his hands, the protagonist asked if she would accept this, saying that he could use her help in the future. Looking at him, the girl asked that he wanted her to help him. A notification appeared that he had offered the summoner to become his subordinate. Siri's eyes widening, she asked that he thought that she could be useful to him. Holding the amulet forward, Ian replied that of course, that was why he was making such an offer. The girl froze, looking straight ahead. Looking down, she said that she would gladly agree. Siri looked closely at the amulet. Messages appeared that he offered the novice summoner apprentice to become his subordinate. At the moment, the player Yan has one subordinate. The subordinate's talent class is heroic. If he banishes her, he will lose 17,000 glory. Grinning, the hero thought that Siri has a heroic talent class, incredible. She closed her eyes, hearing that let her serve him faithfully, to which she responded approvingly. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that now he was leaving. Let him call if he needed anything. Let him continue to level up. The protagonist raised his hand up. The girl looked at him angrily. Suddenly she opened the doors, and he thought why there was a sudden cold breath. Rena's eyes lit up and she asked who it was. Frowning, she added that they seemed to be getting along, to which Ian asked what the hell, and then said that she was talking about that she was just an NPC, he had taken her as his subordinate. Looking at him, the girl said that a subordinate, an NPC subordinate. She raised her eyebrows, hearing that yes, that's right, he was in the process of recruiting NPC subordinates. Looking away, Rena asked what but why he had decided to choose a young, pretty girl as his first subordinate. The hero smiled in embarrassment. He had to explain this misunderstanding to her for more than half an hour. A view of the tower opened up. The protagonist came out of the portal. The girl was looking at the book, and he thought that the Sorceress of Dimensions, she probably had an incredibly high rank, but since she was an NPC, would he be able to take her as a subordinate? Smirking, the girl said that he was here, to which Ian thought that he was sure nothing would work out, but what was he losing? Standing in front of him, she said that she had heard news about him not long ago, to which he asked again. The hero was surprised to hear that about him becoming a baron. What else? To which he thought that how did she know, and then asked how did she know about it. The girl raised her eyebrows and replied that she had connections in the royal palace of the kingdom of Lucipol. The books were lying on the table. It was heard that she understood. A thought arose. What? Where did Julie have connections in the royal palace? Really? Looking at her, the protagonist called up the information window. Information about Julie appeared. Frowning, Ian thought what level is she, since she is shown with a question mark. Looking to the side, he added that maybe she has a level like Hank, that monster man, and she is also a countess. Her title is higher than his, a baron. The protagonist grinned and thought, damn, he can't have someone with a higher title than him as his subordinate, and then asked, so she's an aristocrat of the Lucipol kingdom. Julie looked at him and replied that it was true. The previous emperor had given her the title of countess. The lamp was on the table, and it was heard that since then she sometimes helps the wizards of the royal palace. He looked at the girl and said that she was simply incredible. The protagonist cried and thought, what a shame, he should try later when he gets a higher title. A view of the palace opened up. The room inside appeared. People were sitting at the table. Looking to the side, the girl said that when the protective period ends, a war for territory will begin. Barry closed his eyes and said that, well, what can you do compared to the rank of their guild? The class of the territory is much higher, so there will be many applicants for their lands. And the guy said that their guild has become stronger, and since they are in a position of defending, there is no need to worry too much. Polaris, the enemy guild, is about the same rank as them. Looking straight ahead, Barry said that it is true, 70% of wars end with the guild defending its territory. Asked that yes, does anyone have useful information about the Polaris guild? Raising his hand up, the guy answered that he does. Looking to the side, he said that one of his friends seemed to be a member there and, unlike them, their members are constantly changing. From the old-timers, let one leader and his deputy count. The rest stay for a short time. There are about 200 people there, but it is unlikely that even a dozen will be counted who have been sitting there since its foundation. Suddenly the girl hit him on the head. Looking at him, the protagonist said that since they were constantly recruiting new members, they probably lacked teamwork in battle. Most likely, even if some of the members were really strong, the rest were not so much. Barry smirked and said that it would be easier to win than they thought, to which the protagonist replied that no, that didn't mean anything. If they were diamond class, then the core of the guild must have incredible combat skills. A fortress appeared. It was heard that if you look at the recent territory wars, most of the defending guilds surrendered during the Battle of the Brave and instead focused their efforts on defense. A rulebook appeared. It was said that maybe they should use a similar strategy. Yes, it was the most classic strategy with minimal risk. They only need to win 3 times, right? Ian stood up and said that but he had an idea. He smirked and added that they could act contrary to established strategies. The girl asked in surprise. The people at the table froze. The guy looked at the notification in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist saw that the participants of the first battle in the war for territory, there was only one participant. Looking to the side, Kate said that it was the same. Barry looked in surprise and asked what he was doing. Was he going to fight in the first round alone? Wouldn't he overexert himself? Rena looked to the side, hearing that everything was fine, all the NPCs would fight with him. The Polaris Guild believed that they would surrender on the battlefield of the brave, so they would use the smallest number of participants. Grinning, the protagonist said that this is how they would act against them. Let them not worry, I am sure they have 2 victories in their pocket. The battlefield of the brave appeared. Looking straight ahead, Ian thought that here he was on the battlefield of the brave. The NPCs stood in a row. The hero took a step forward. Standing in front of the enemies, he thought about the fact that he would have to manage not only the summoned pets, but also the NPC subordinates, so he would have to be extremely careful. A notification appeared that the guild war would begin in 30 seconds. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that these idiots came to fight without even hiding their levels. Looking at the enemies, he added that he didn't see anyone above level 100, maximum 95. Most likely, there were stronger participants somewhere there who hid their levels. Smirking, Ian thought that since he was the only player on his team, he thought they were underestimating him. Raising his hand, the guy asked what he saw. Was he right? To which the girl replied that yes, he was right. She didn't think that the Lotus Guild would so obviously surrender on the battlefield of the brave. Smirking, he added that he couldn't wait to begin, to which she replied that the last blow was hers, even if he didn't think of stealing this frag from her. Looking to the side, Kate said that it seemed like the average level of Polaris Guild members was around 90, to which Barry replied that it looked like that, judging by what they were wearing. Most of them were low level, even those who hid their levels, but there were a lot more of them than they thought. He didn't even know if Ian could handle them alone. Frowning, he thought that he believed in him. A notification appeared that the battle would begin in 5 seconds. The protagonist frowned. The countdown began. The opponents looked at him. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he would pretend that this was just farming. A glow appeared around him, and a command was heard to begin. Grinning, Ian summoned his pets. Stretching his hand out to the side, he summoned the rest. Hearing the command, the monsters appeared. The people shouted enthusiastically, and the girl asked what and why Ian didn't summon Biggie, to which the guy replied that it was strange, Biggie was his best tank. The protagonist smiled widely. Raising his hand, he shouted for them to listen to his commands, to which they responded approvingly. Standing at attention, the protagonist gave the command to begin. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what was happening. He was a summoner. Ian frowned. The enemies rushed forward. A cry was heard that they were attacking. Forward, let them destroy this summoner. Raising his hand, the hero thought that now. Stretching his hand forward, he summoned Biggie. A golem appeared behind him. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of creature it was, to which he was told that she, too, was seeing something like this for the first time. Raising his hand up, the protagonist used the Royal Roar skill. Hearing the command, the golem used the Bottomless Abyss skill. A purple glow appeared near his hand. The sphere suddenly flew forward. Looking to the side, the guy asked what the hell was going on, to which he was told that it was hard for him to move. Edward looked at them in surprise and asked what was that slowdown? The pet suddenly rushed forward. Grinning, the protagonist said that now everyone attack. Frowning, he turned to his pet. The dragon used the fire-breathing skill. Flames flew straight at the people. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that damn, he took half of the health with one attack, it was a damn trap. The bird spread its wings, hearing the command. Suddenly, it used the spray skill. The people dodged the attacks and screamed for help. Pulling out his sword to the side, Edward asked what the hell, where did these monsters come from? They weren't told anything about them. Looking to the side, he shouted that they were retreating. Let the ranged fighters attack the first golem. They needed to get rid of the debuff. Arrows flew at the monster. It was heard that they were attacking. The golem reflected the blows. Frowning, Ian thought, damn, they say an old eagle is better than a young raven. Even though Biggie has huge defense, half of his health was already knocked off. Grinning, he added that, however, it was within his expectations. Looking to the side, the hero turned to Siri, to which she paid attention. Putting her hands out to the sides, she used the summoner's healing and restored 60% of the health of Biggie's pet. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that it was impossible, they spent so much energy and he was completely healed, to which the girl replied that they would lose like this. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what this was. Putting his hands forward, the hero asked why this fool was here again. Waving his hand, he added that he should catch the gift. The protagonist abruptly launched an attack forward. The guy looked at the sphere in surprise. Suddenly, the attack flew at him. Edward's eyes widened as he shouted. Notifications appeared that his magic sphere was directly hitting the player and dealing 7,720 damage. A purple glow appeared around him. Messages appeared that he had directly hit the enemy and restored 5 units of spirit mana. He had destroyed the player and earned 3.7% of the battle reward. Looking at the explosion, the protagonist asked why this fool was still fighting. It made him feel uneasy. Suddenly, a bright light appeared around him. Ian's eyes widened in surprise as he asked again. He lowered his head and added that this was not an attack. Then what was this? Birds were attacking people. Suddenly, everything was covered in purple light. Standing still, the protagonist said, what the heck, I've never seen anything like this before. Looking to the side, he added that it probably wouldn't affect the outcome of the battle, but still. Stretching his hand out to the side, the protagonist shouted for them to disperse. The wolf jumped up, hearing them to surround them. The thought came that he ordered them to do this in advance. Looking at the people, Yang thought that everything would end even faster than he expected. The girl gritted her teeth, and he added that this one was there too. Frowning, the hero turned to the pet. The bird flew up. Looking straight ahead, he asked what he saw. The pet's eyes lit up when he heard the command to kill. Suddenly, Finn rushed forward. The girl looked in surprise. Looking to the side, she asked what the hell was that. Suddenly, the girl used a storm arrow. A blow flew towards the griffin, and the hero shouted his name. The pet's eyes widened. He received damage from the wind elemental attack. He looked at the girl furiously. A notification appeared that the innate ability of the Wind Guardian was activated. Finn's attack power increases by 30% for 3 minutes. Gritting her teeth, she shouted that the hell. People enthusiastically shouted that this is what they call a first-class summoner. He is simply incredible, it seems to them, or it is imbalanced. Everything around was covered in flames. Messages appeared that all members of the Polaris Guild were defeated. He received 100% of the battle reward. His participation brought 63,400 glory. The Lotus Guild won the first battle. A view of the starry sky opened up. A small village appeared. In the center there was a huge palace. People were sitting at the table. Raising his fingers up, the guy said that he was just something. Raising his eyebrows, the player said that in general, he did not have much hope, but he was like a dog to a heating pad. Grinning, the protagonist said that he said so, and they did not believe him, to which he was answered that no, they did not doubt him. Looking to the side, Jevane asked that he did not know what he would tell him. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that. The guy smiled widely and said that they had only lost 5 fighters in this battle. Raising his hands, Adam said that well, Ian had won them the first turf war. He felt much better knowing that they were one win ahead. Smirking, Kate asked if that was true, and given what Ian had said, she thought they could count on a second victory as well. Looking away, the guy said that was exactly it. They needed to field the participants before the second battle, so they would not have time to recover. The second victory would be easy. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said no, it would not. The people froze at the table. Looking away, the girl asked what he was talking about. Placing his hand on the table, the protagonist replied that he was talking about the second battle. Lowering his head, he added that it would not be as easy as the first. Frowning, the protagonist said that the only reason he was able to win so easily was because of that. He stood in front of the people. It sounded like he was alone and that they had greatly underestimated him, but he was sure that they would be much more careful preparing for the next fight. Rena raised her eyebrows and asked what that meant. They could lose this round. Looking at her, Ian replied that no, of course not. Smirking, he added that he would give them even more of a beating this time. Looking down, the hero said that it wouldn't be that easy, but that didn't mean that he couldn't win. A view of the building opened up. A room appeared. Barry looked at the protagonist. Raising his hands up, he said that he thought he would fall asleep right in the middle of class, to which the guy replied that it was surprising that he had even paid attention to his studies today. Closing his eyes, Ian said that well, the professor said that if he continued to sleep in class, he would give him absences for all the classes he had missed, which he had forgiven, so. Barry smiled and said that yeah, he had a good reason, to which the hero replied that he did. Looking away, the guy said that but he really thought they could just leave the turf war after the third battle tomorrow, to which the protagonist replied that yeah, they'd just give up, they'd still end up winning in the end. The participants of the battle appeared. It was heard that if the enemy guild spent all their forces on the first two battles, they would have nothing left for the third battle, which meant they would win. Raising his hand, the guy said that, well, yeah, it looked like a great plan. Looking straight ahead, Ian was thinking that he would like to participate in the territory war more, but since one player can only participate in 2 battles, an egg appeared. A thought arose that he did not suspect that the hatching speed of the egg increases with victories in the territory war. Just 2 victories brought a whole 5%. The hero looked in surprise. A thought arose that it must be the energy that increases the hatching speed. He stood still and thought that thanks to this, now he only needs another 11%. When this territory war is over, they will visit a couple of nearby low-level guild headquarters. Turning his head, the protagonist addressed the guy. He smirked and said that, well, he actually wanted to ask him something. Barry looked at him and asked what it was. The guy spat out his water, hearing that he seemed to say that he was experienced in matters of relationships. Holding the bottle in his hands, Barry asked what and why he was asking. Ian looked away and asked what he said, that he had never been alone and that he had a girlfriend in high school, to which he replied that, yeah, that's right, he did. Raising his hand, the hero asked that so, that means he hadn't been alone since birth. A stairwell appeared, and it was heard that, okay, so that's what he wanted to ask. The protagonist looked at the girl. The question arose that he thought that Rena liked him. Ian smiled widely. The guy's eyes widened, thinking that, of course, he knew that he hadn't had a relationship, but how could he be such an impenetrable idiot? He grinned and added that yes, she was already speaking directly about her attitude towards him. Barry sighed heavily. Looking at the hero, he replied that well, there was such a possibility. The protagonist clenched his fists with joy. Buildings appeared. It was heard that hooray, finally spring had come to his street. A thought appeared that good luck to her. A view of the barn opened up. Ben smiled broadly. He reached for the meatballs. Looking at him, the girl asked what else he wanted. The turtle reached for the food. It was heard that she objected. He looked surprised, hearing that he would have time to eat everything before Ian arrived. Ben opened his eyes in fear. He nodded several times. Grinning, Rena said that Ian would scold if he found out that she gave him so many meatballs. Sitting down, she added that so he would have to eat them very quickly. Okay. Looking away, the girl said, okay, at least Ben is happy. Finn turned his head, hearing that and what about him, let him try. Grinning, Rena asked what he liked once more. Griffin exclaimed happily. The girl closed her eyes and said, now let him try this. Finn looked at her. Holding the chicken in her hands, she thought that he was picky, hoped he would like this. The protagonist heard sounds from the barn. Suddenly the door opened. Taking a step forward, he said, oh, here he is. Ben began to cry. Then he looked away. Grinning, the girl asked that he was already here. Raising his hand, the protagonist answered that yes, he was examining the internal systems and found out that. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, looking at the turtle. Gritting his teeth, Ian wondered what was wrong with him. Frowning, he asked that he would not answer him. Suddenly the hero's eyes lit up. Looking at the turtle, he asked him what he liked about the delicious dinner. Ben looked at him in fear. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked what he was doing. The turtle began to cry, hearing that he had stuffed his mouth with something, eaten it all, and left nothing for his wonderful owner. A view of the village opened up. Looking to the side, Ian turned to the girl, to which she responded. Grinning, he asked if he wanted to go somewhere together. The girl looked at him in surprise and wondered if it was really a date. Houses in the village appeared. Lightning appeared in the air. The attack flew at the monster. Rushing forward, the creature screamed loudly. The protagonist's eyes widened. He sharply extended his hand to the side. The monster was defeated. The girl looked straight ahead. Grinning, the protagonist suggested going farming today, not in the Norman Mountains, but in the Poreless Plateau, to which she thought that it would be a date. He raised his finger and said that although the monsters there were of a painfully high level, he would easily protect her. Rena closed her eyes and thought that he would protect her from this butterflies in her stomach. Looking away, she objected. Ben whistled. It was heard that it was normal that he was walking here alone. It was not dangerous. Snow-capped mountains appeared, and the hero answered that no, it was not dangerous at all. Even if monsters beat him all day, he would not lose even half of his health, to which she asked how this was possible. The protagonist turned his head and said that his characteristics were completely focused on defense. It would be difficult for him to inflict even 10 units of damage with a normal attack. Looking at the turtle, he added that if he ran into monsters, he should hide well, as usual. Putting her hand to her face, Rena said that she wanted to ask him something, why he didn't give Ben enough meatballs to eat. Raising her eyebrows, she added that there was a reason for that. Grinning, Ian replied that about that, to which she asked what was the matter. Let him tell her right away. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what or if he was just bullying him for no reason. Raising his hands up, the protagonist replied that of course not. She knew how much he loved Ben, why would he do that? Looking straight at her, he added that to be honest, the thing was that he didn't have enough of his meatballs to begin with, so he wanted to save them. Looking at the turtle, the protagonist said that but when he started giving Ben more, he started getting fat. The girl grinned, hearing that it was so heavy to carry him on her shoulder. Tears appeared in her eyes and she replied that she understood. If that was the case, then nothing could be done. And then thought that he was just unlucky to meet a terrible owner obsessed with farming. Poor Ben can't even eat meatballs to his heart's content. Frowning, Ian asked what, said that he thought Ben met monsters or found something. He needed to check quickly. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that they would hurry then and called Finn. Extending his hand to the girl, the hero said that she should go, to which she asked that she fly on horseback with him. Rena, wide-eyed, asked that it wouldn't be hard for him, to which he replied that he shouldn't worry. They sat on the griffin together. Grinning, the protagonist gave the command. The bird flew up. It was heard that it was heading for Ben. The griffin was flying among the rocks. The view of the palace opened up. A notification appeared that the Lotus Guild was winning the battle in the territory war. The guy exclaimed happily, and Kate said that she thought they had another week until the next territory war. Barry smiled widely and said that they would have a level 3 army, and the defense system would be fully prepared by then. So in a week they would be able to defend themselves even against an even stronger guild. To which he was told that, but she was a little embarrassed by the feeling that they won without doing anything. Looking away, he continued that he knew he felt the same way. Ian came up with everything himself, and they just followed his plans. Well, anyway, thanks to him, their guild has already grown by 2 ranks. Several castles appeared. It was heard that Ian also suggested continuing and attacking other guilds to capture their territories, to which he was asked again. With wide eyes, the girl asked that they had enough resources. Looking at the notifications, she said that if their key players were missing during these attacks, and another guild was attacking them at the same time, to which she was told that well, it hadn't been decided yet, and she might think it was a dangerous idea, but he was sure that Ian had a plan. The guy held out his hand and said that in any case, they should farm harder now. Ian would soon catch up with them in level. He seemed to have already caught up with him. Grinning, he added that he was 1 level ahead of him, I think. Barry frowned and thought that Ian was a fool. Did he play all night long and not sleep? Grinning, the girl asked what exactly. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked what it was. Standing on the ledge, he added that Ben had found a strange cave. The protagonist stood in front of the portal. A notification appeared that he had found the Bloody Path dungeon first. A cave appeared. Messages appeared that for the next 5 days he would receive twice as much experience. The probability of finding items would be doubled. Ian smiled and thought that he was lucky. Probably even the pets of lucky players find the dungeon. Looking at the girl, he asked that he wanted to start the dungeon right now. Smiling widely, she answered that yes, he would protect her. If so, then she was for it. The hero looked at her in surprise and said that of course he would protect her. They looked at Ben. The protagonist frowned and said that okay, they would go. The wolf took a step forward. Ben glared at him. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the cave. The monster screamed furiously. The wolf growled angrily. The monster hit the ground with its hands. Rocks flew up. The pet lowered its head. Suddenly, it jumped up. The wolf attacked the creature. He struck sharply. The monster raised its head up. It was heard that it seemed like this tunnel was long. They had already come so far, but it still did not see the end. He was right. It did not look like it was possible to go to the next level or anything, so we just need to move forward. Looking away, the girl said that yes, she would like a change of scenery, perhaps there was no brighter place, to which the hero replied that he just wanted more monsters, why did so few appear at a time? He smirked and added that he needed to farm as much as possible while they were getting double experience. But it was too easy, to which Rina thought how could he call this farm easy? There were monsters above level 120. The girl took a step forward. They were standing in the middle of the cave. Suddenly, many monsters appeared from afar. Looking at them in surprise, the protagonist thought that it was a howl. He had never heard this sound before. The monster took a step forward, and he added that he should wait, something familiar. The wolf's eyes were glowing red. Gritting his teeth, Ian asked what was what. The wolves looked at him angrily. Lou growled furiously. The thought occurred to him that they looked exactly like him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he hoped they were not long-lost relatives or something. Looking to the side, Rina asked what red-maned wolves could lose relatives be found in the wild. Frowning, the protagonist replied that they should be more careful this time, have him move a little further back, to which she replied that it was okay. Smiling widely, Ian thought that there were 7 of them so far, but more might appear during the battle. A glow appeared around him and he said, "Here they are." Suddenly, the wolves rushed forward. The golem looked through the fog, and a command was heard to go forward. A glow appeared around Biggie. Suddenly, he waved his hand. The blow flew at the wolves. With wide eyes, the protagonist said that he knew that they would go in the direction of the attack, and now they were all in one place. Biggie used the skill Bottomless Abyss, hearing the command. Suddenly, he stretched his hand forward. A glow appeared in front of the beasts. The wolf looked furiously. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist summoned 2 pets. The griffin abruptly rushed forward. The dragon breathed out flames. The flames spread throughout the cave. The tiger and wolf rushed forward, hearing the hero's voice. Harley used the Wind Guardian skill. A notification appeared that the pet's agility increases by the amount of all other characteristics combined. The tiger growled furiously. Suddenly, he jumped up. A blow flew at the wolves. It was heard that Lou should hold on. Frowning, Young shouted Harley's name. The hero stretched out his hand to the side. A sphere appeared on his hand. The protagonist jumped up and shouted that he should get it. The beast growled furiously. He bit the wolf. The protagonist watched the battle. Harley struck the wolf. The beast flew into the wall. The creatures looked angrily. It was heard that they hit them so much, but none of them died. Looking straight ahead, Young said that they really had a high level. Grinning, he added that but even that. The hero snapped his finger and said that he would not save from mass damage. The girl closed her eyes. Flashes from blows appeared. It was heard that everyone was attacking. Notifications appeared that he had destroyed the red-maned wolf and received 142,300 experience points. He received 4,122 gold by destroying the red-maned wolf. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that great, experience is good. A message appeared that he had received a fragment of a blood sphere. Looking at the message, he asked what a fragment of a blood sphere was, some kind of quest item. There was nothing about it in the information window. Ian looked at the girl and asked if she could heal his pets, to which she replied that of course. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that he probably should have taken his subordinates with him. If Siri were here, she would have easily restored the pets to full health. Rina looked at him angrily and asked if she thought her emergency treatment was not effective enough. The protagonist looked at her with fear and turned to her. He turned his head and asked what she was talking about. Looking at him, the girl replied that she was talking about nothing, she just sensed someone in his thoughts. Looking away, Ian asked again. The girl frowned when she heard that no, he was not thinking about anyone else, honestly. Grinning, she replied that it was okay, she believed him. Grinning, the hero replied that they would go on, forward. They were walking through the cave. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what that was. He froze and said that the path was closed. Looking away, the girl asked what they should do. They were going back. Looking at the passage, Ian replied that he did not think it should be closed here. Rina put her hand to her face and asked again. The pet appeared near the hero and he told him to try using the spray on the passage. The griffin inhaled air. A glow appeared around him. The blow flew to the wall. The hero exclaimed from the wind blowing at him. The entrance appeared. It was heard. What is he doing? Damn, it was in vain. Suddenly they looked in surprise. Standing in front of the wall, the girl asked what it was, a statue of a wolf, to which the protagonist replied that he was not sure. It looked like some kind of temple. Frowning, he thought about what this meant. He thought that as soon as they revealed the secret of this glass ball, the stone wall would open. A notification appeared that you can use the blood sphere item. Grinning, the protagonist asked what the blood sphere was, probably the fragments that he found earlier, combined. Taking the sphere in his hands, he said okay, he will use it. A glow appeared near the gate. Messages appeared that the House of Blood was completely restored. The seal of the blood gate was broken. The sphere flew straight to the entrance. It was approaching the wolf statue. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. Ian and Rina looked at it. With wide eyes, she asked what they could see. Standing behind her, the hero told her to stop. There was something inside. A bright light appeared from the passage. They covered their faces with their hands. A huge creature appeared, and the protagonist thought that it was a werewolf. With wide eyes, he added that it was the boss of the dungeon. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that this was a monster of level 128 and heroic rank. He was not dreaming, and why was he so huge? The werewolf growled furiously. Standing in front of him, Ian said that he was approaching. Stretching his hand to the side, he told Biggie to attack. The golem stretched his hand forward. The werewolf extended his hands to him. Suddenly he jumped up. He screamed furiously. A scream was heard that no. The werewolf struck the golem. Notifications appeared that the pet received a critical hit. Its health was reduced by 12,740 units. Frowning, the hero thought that the critical attack dealt 10,000 damage in one fell swoop. The werewolf put his hands out to the sides and he turned to Biggie. Suddenly, a bright purple sphere appeared. Lou rushed forward, hearing the command. He struck the monster. Messages appeared that the pet dealt a critical hit. The monster's health was reduced by 5,870 units. Frowning, the protagonist thought that even Lou's critical hit dealt less than 6,000 damage, although this monster does not specialize in defense, but its level is simply incredible. Gritting his teeth, he added that. The werewolf looked furiously at the wolf. Suddenly, they rushed towards each other. The monster stretched out his hand forward. A blow flew at Lou. A notification appeared that he was attacked. His health was reduced by 9,760 units and then by another 8,598. Looking straight ahead, Yan thought that Lou was almost dead. If this blow was critical, he would have died already, and then cancelled the summon. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that how dare he hurt his Lou, and then summoned his pets. The griffin and dragon flew up. The werewolf screamed, being covered in flames. The protagonist watched the battle and thought that yes, he was pretty battered. For a boss, he did not have that much health. The werewolf stretched his arms forward. A thought arose, what the hell is this? Looking surprised, Yan added that he looked dangerous. The werewolf struck the dragon. Notifications appeared that Rake received a critical blow. His health was reduced by 29,760 units. The monster screamed furiously. A message appeared that it was absorbing Rake's health and restoring 44,640 units of health. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that absorbing health, what kind of cheating creature? The werewolf growled menacingly, and he cancelled the dragon summon. Frowning, the protagonist thought that there was not much strength left. He could not waste any more attacks. Waving his hand, he shouted for everyone to retreat. Ian looked at the girl and thought that she had been strengthening them all this time. Rena opened her eyes wide. A thought arose that if she helped with healing, she thought Biggie would be able to withstand these attacks. The hero looked at the golem, thinking that from this point of view, it was time to use speed tactics. He needed to defeat him before he restored his health again. He frowned and shouted loudly for Biggie to block him from the front, and Rena did not stop healing him, to which she responded approvingly. The monster rushed towards the golem. Spreading her arms to the sides, the girl used the health recovery skill. The golem's eyes lit up. Harley suddenly appeared, hearing the command. Suddenly, he struck the werewolf. A message appeared that he was activating his innate ability Claw Strike. The monster was stunned for 1 second. Grinning, the hero said that the stun worked. The tiger struck him again. Blue rays appeared around the werewolf. Biggie's eyes glowed yellow. He took a step forward. Suddenly, he reached out towards the monster. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he knew it. Raising his hand up, he spoke about the skill maximum power. Putting his hand in front of the monster, Yang said that all his spirit magic was gathered together. Lightning flew at the monster and he shouted for him to receive. The werewolf screamed loudly in pain. A notification appeared that he defeated him. He received 997,710 experience points. Grinning, the hero thought that almost 1,000,000 experience, and the girl asked if he was okay. Turning around, he replied that they almost died. By clicking on the notification, the protagonist said that he should wait. First, he should look at the loot. Coins appeared. A message appeared that he received 32,145 gold from the monster. An ornament appeared. It was said that he received a necklace. A view of the sphere opened. He received it for the victory. Looking at it, Jan thought that it was a spirit sphere. A glow appeared around it. Suddenly, a werewolf appeared. A notification appeared that he received the spirit sphere of Fenrir, consumed by madness. Looking at it, the hero asked what was that. Fenrir looked furiously. It was heard that where he was. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. The wolf also looked at him and asked who he was. A huge monster was standing near the guys. The girl was surprised because he was talking. He had red eyes. Harlot greeted him and explained that he was the leader and guardian of the blood tribe and asked not to compare him with ordinary wolves. They stood and looked at him until the wolf called him a summoner. Smiling, he confirmed that he was the summoner. Another monster was lying nearby. The protagonist was thinking about what he was up to. The smile fell from his face because in the end he was the one who killed him. Opening his mouth, he said that he wanted to thank him. Yan was surprised by this. The monster with red eyes continued and said thank you for freeing him from the shackles of madness, and although his powers were limited, he still won, so he respects his strength. Sweat ran down his face from excitement, but he thanked him, also thinking how strong he was without restrictions. There were pets standing near the main character, and Harlot felt sorry that there was no one from his kind among his pets, because otherwise he could have given him great help. He looked at him with disdain and asked what kind of help he was talking about. Lu stood there while Harlot said that depending on the nature of a particular beast, he had the ability to make representatives of his kind stronger. Yan looked at him, also wondering if he was really hinting that Lu could evolve. His pet growled while the guy asked if his pet was from his kind. He opened his mouth and said that if a wolf had a mane and belonged to a bloody tribe, then it could be a direct descendant. But he did not see him among the pets. Yan looked at him and asked him to wait 20 minutes because he could not summon Lu now. Closing his eyes, he said that he would be able to maintain this form for another 9 minutes, and then he would be forced to go to the spirit world. The main character and the girl were surprised. He got angry and thought about why the game was made exactly like this, because he almost found out how to evolve Lu. The monster replied that thanks to his spirit he had gained freedom, so he would reward him in kind. A screen appeared, saying that he had received a bloody mark. Yan liked it, but he wanted to evolve his pet more. Harlot looked at him intently, then asked to treat him with care. He waved his hand and said goodbye. From behind, he was asked if he wanted to come out on the other side. If so, he could do a favor, because there was a creature whose spirit was deprived of freedom. A notification appeared with a quest where it was necessary to free the spirit of the bloody Harlot. Looking at the screen, he realized that this was Category S, and he saw a post about how a level 130 player had failed him. Hesitantly, he decided to try because there was no time limit. Smiling, he believed in himself. Harlot began to rejoice and thank, and also hoped that he would be able to free his brother, who had been imprisoned for over 100 years. There was a tunnel, which if you walk for 10 minutes, you can get to the coast behind the cliff, and if you go north along the coast, you will get to the town and also ask to find Ikale. Raising his hand, he asked if this is a person, if he has been imprisoned for more than 100 years. Putting his hands on each other, he said that Ikale is probably alive, this is their only friend. There were more fangs in his mouth, and he is the one who defeated his fate. They entered the tunnel. The guy was with a girl. Coming out of it, they saw the sun and the area itself. Near the reservoir there was a city. Jan asked if there was really a settlement in this corner of the world. She confirmed, saying that the city was also large. Near the fortress there were houses, and the guy thought that if he had not yet found this city, it would be surprising if it did not belong to some country or guild. The city was called Oliver, did not belong to anyone, and the population was 2,000 people. Looking at the screen, he was surprised because the city did not belong to anyone and therefore he could register it as a new guild headquarters. He held a stone in his hands, then said to establish headquarters. The city on the coast could not be established as a headquarters because it did not have military power, and the settlement must have a loyalty level of more than 70%. Sighing, she said that otherwise it would be too easy. He would not quickly raise the loyalty level. The girl smiled and said to go already. He agreed. There was a ship near the shore. People were walking around the city, doing their business. Waving her hand, she said that she would go first. Opening the screen, he decided to see what items he still received. The bloody sign item was heroic, it was a talisman. Poking his finger at the screen, he was surprised because he had never seen such an item. Having made a pentagram, he called Lu. Wolf and Yang began to hug because they missed each other. Taking the ball in his hands, he thought about how to use it. Having shouted to carry it, the ball was installed in the forehead of the pet. There was a red aura near him. The wolf had a ball in his forehead. He understood how it was worn. Looking at the screen, he was surprised because the characteristics were incredible. It was night, the windows were glowing. Approaching the house, he realized that this was the same house. Lanterns were burning in the house. There was also a flashlight on the table. He asked if anyone was alive. A girl with a book came up. She realized that he had come guest. Looking at her, he was surprised. The girl had light hair and looked like a griefer. She had gray eyes. From the window, it was visible that it was already morning. Remembering the griefer, he realized that they were very similar. Perplexed, he asked if they were twins. She had a hot teapot in her hands. She confirmed and asked why she would lie. There were cups on the table. The protagonist understood that the griefer looked like she was no more than 30. Taking the tea, he understood that this granny was clearly not old, and could they really be twins? Looking at him, she said that apparently he did not believe her yet. Closing his eyes, he explained that she looked older. Ikale replied that her sister was a sorceress of dimensions and was able to control time, so it did not affect her much. The light was on in the windows. He realized that this looked like an explanation. In her hands was a cup. She said that Harlot was released. One hand was on the table. She decided to ask if he told him that she knew where Orville was. The guy confirmed. Looking at him, she decided to thank him. With her mouth closed, she continued that the wolf was the savior of this city and also her old friend. She remembered how the magician and the wolf fought, because Orville and Harlot were heroes who saved the city from dark magicians. A red aura came out of her mouth because they won but received a curse that bound their spirits. With her mouth closed, she said that before madness consumed them, they decided to seal themselves. Then she closed her eyes because she wanted to free Orville. She paused. Yang looked at her and waited for her to continue. Vorcha said that Orville was stronger than Harlot. Even if he managed to defeat him, it was not a fact that he could defeat Orville, and she could not say where he was. The girl was surprised. The guy asked how he could convince her, or rather how to defeat him. Showing a finger up, she asked if he was a summoner. The guy opened his mouth and confirmed. It was still night outside. She said it was beautiful. There was a flame near the mountains. The monster ran from Yin while he had a bright ball in his hands. He hit it, and he thought what kind of hard work it was. He put his hands to his face and listened to her. She was saying that not long ago an old summoner arrived from across the sea on the eastern continent, and if he could find out the mysterious ability he possessed, he would believe him and tell him where Orville was. He wondered in surprise what mysterious ability she was talking about. A notification about a quest appeared. The difficulty category was unknown, and it was also necessary to capture 100 monsters. He was shocked by how many he would have to fight. There were stars in the sky. Monsters with fangs and red eyes stood on the ground. The guy ran and asked if they needed to be captured and brought. It was good, because there was an artifact that removed the restrictions on the number of captured monsters. Running up to the monsters, he decided that the beginning had already been made and it was necessary to bring this matter to an end. It was already day above the town. People were walking near one of the houses. Approaching it, he asked if he was here. Entering inside, he saw a grandfather. Smiling, he asked if he was Oliver. The same one confirmed. Walking further, he greeted him. Smilingly answered that he understood. Rocking on a chair, he said that it was good that he came to him. Standing up, he said that he would need more space to give what he brought him. Embarrassed, he answered that he was going. They came to the sea. The main character summoned monsters, namely an ice troll, a yeti, but he could not summon more. The monsters were still standing because he could not summon more than 20 at a time. The grandfather looked at him and asked if he wanted to tell him that there were even more of them. Smiling, he answered that there were 100 of them. Surprised, he said that they usually caught 6 at a time and then came again. He created several pentagrams and made the creation of the spirit sphere. Grandfather walked away a little. White balls appeared near him. This was the end of the quest. The skill of holding the spirit allowed to seal the spirits of captured monsters. The color of the sphere was determined by the rank of the monster enclosed in the sphere of the day, and the level of mana was determined by the characteristics. Oliver looked at the spheres, while the main character read the abilities on the screen. He was interested in what kind of soothsayer and what for the strengthening of the spirit. Grandfather turned to him and said, now that he knows how to hold the spirits, he will tell him about the strengthening of the spirit. Ian looked at him because they asked him to carefully watch his hands, because he will not show it a second time. A spark appeared near his hand. A large pentagram appeared in the air, as well as 4 small ones. Surprised, he thought what he was doing. Spheres flew into one of the programs. They became more blue. The balls stopped near the pentagram. Smiling and raising his hands, he was glad because everything worked out. Balls flew near his hand. Then he said, this is what the strengthening of the spirit is. Ian looked at them and realized that the blue spheres are of a higher rank than the white ones. Oliver brought one of the balls to him. Looking at it, he asked to try. The main character was very surprised. Oliver looked at him angrily and said that he would succeed. He sighed and thought about what to do. There was a white sphere near his hand. He waved his finger and a spark appeared. The sphere began to grow larger. His body moved on its own. He received the ability to strengthen the spirit and also completed the quest. In his hands was a ball. He asked if it was a strengthened sphere. Oliver clapped his hands and congratulated him because he quickly learned and now can talk to spirits. Clenching his hand into a fist, he was glad because it was cool to be the first in something. He flew on a bird, shouting for Orville to wait for him. Lydia understood that he needed to prepare everything and at the same time check the ability that the oval possessed. Sitting on the ground, he looked at the screen and read about creating a talisman. Taking a brush and paper in his hands, he said that in order to draw a sphere, 3 spheres are needed, so about 30 talismans need to be made. Having drawn the animal, he decided to try. Smiling, he liked the masterpiece, but it was an unsuccessful creation because he had to draw with soul. The sheet fell from his hands in surprise. Having outlined several sheets, he could not. He had an unsuccessful creation of a talisman. Desperate, he was left with 1 sphere and 0 talismans were created. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that this was not an easy task. Smiling, he realized that he was good at difficult things. The monster had a hole in his chest from a blow. The guy called the girl and asked for help because she graduated from the design department. In the game, he tried to draw a symbol that the girl made for him. In his hands, he still had a brush, trying to draw with a serious look. He drew 6 times on the sheets and created. Smiling, he successfully completed the creation of the talisman. The composite talisman was a rare class. For each attack it restored health in the amount of 3% of the damage inflicted. In his hands was a sheet. Lu approached him. On his forehead there was a mark the same as in the picture. It was night in the city. Ikale stood leaning on the table and said that she did a great job and could now tell her where to find Orville. Raising her finger, she said that no matter what happened, he should go there during the day because the monster becomes stronger at night. She told him to go to the southern edge of the Poreless Plateau, to the peak of the moonlight, because Orville was imprisoned there. Having flown to the mountain, there was a stone with a picture. He extended his hand and called all his pets. Near Ian stood his pets because Ikale gave him a sphere and told him to place it on the altar. The spheres landed on the altar. The mountain began to collapse around him. Finn was on his back. He cancelled the summoning of some of the pets. The others ran to Ian. A rock collapsed behind them. The pets looked at this while the guy sat on Finn. Smiling, he asked if this was all. A red ball appeared at the height. The pets looked at this because he was studying the black threads. There was Orville with red eyes. There was a red ball burning in the sky. There were fragments near it. Lu fell to the ground. Orville used the innate ability of creeping darkness. The monster screamed with all its fangs. He used the ability again. The world plunged into darkness. Yan said that it would be pointless when to come. He had a staff in his hands. He decided to use it first, and Lu asked to stay away. Orville was level 120th. The guy thought he would defeat him. The monster's paws opened. He screamed very loudly, ran up to the main character and decided to hit, but protected his staff, calling Finn. The pet flew up to the monster from behind and hit him, losing 13,250 units of damage. Holding the staff, he said that they would cope. The wolf growled. A black and red aura came from his body. He used the innate ability of the onset of darkness, and the speed of movement increased by 50%, also ignored 70% of the level it. The guy was surprised because the onset of darkness will last 3 minutes. It was also dark above the village. Only the red sun was visible. The girl looked out the window and realized that it looked like the onset of darkness, and apparently Orville gathered his strength. She uncertainly understood that Yan would not win alone. He had a shield in his hands. He sighed. They stood opposite each other not far away. He understood that he had cancelled the call of Biggie and Rake and was thinking how to cope. The wolf had large fangs. The guy wanted to win and needed to do it before he used the onset of darkness again. The monster had a red ball in his hands. Then he threw it at the main character. Moving away from him, the ball began to act. The wolf pounced on Yan. The staff fell from his hands. The main character was thinking what to do. Yan fell to the ground. The red ball was still glowing in his paw. Closing his eyes, he said that he was probably finished and deserved a penalty for a day, but he had to evolve Lu. Suddenly, Lu attacked Orville. Seeing this, he created a pentagram and decided to cancel his summoning. The pet was still biting the monster because it was impossible to cancel the summoning. He looked at him in confusion and did not understand why it was impossible, because this had never happened before. Orville hit him in the head and he had 0 health left. The protagonist screamed and did not understand why he could not cancel the summoning. After thinking, he did not understand why the death message did not appear. An aura appeared near Lu. It was evolution, so there was hope for victory. After looking and thinking, he wondered why Orville did not attack while he was evolving. A red ball appeared near them. The monster said Harlot's name. The ball began to act. Lu stood up and said that he was not Harlot. He evolved into a bloody Fenrir. Ian squeezed it in his hand. He was shocked because the pet speaks and stands on 2 legs. Orville opened his mouth because he was at a loss. He ran and started screaming for him to die. They were face to face. The monster tried to hit. Lu was able to move away from the attack. Showing his hand, he asked Lu for help. Tiger ran at the monster and hit him. Finn flew up and used spray. Opening his mouth, he understood that it was not enough. Lu shouted that he would free his soul, then used bloody justice, and due to low health, his characteristics were increased. The guy was shocked because when health falls below 50%, all damage inflicted on the enemy will be restored in the form of health, and bloody justice will last 5 minutes. The wolf ran to his opponent. He hit him with his paw. Jumping, he decided to make another blow. Falling, he took Orville by the head and hit the ground. Lu stood next to him and looked at the body. Yang was amazed by his abilities because they defeated Orville and also received 1,100,027,423 units of pain. The ball fell to the ground. Orville picked it up and thanked them for freeing his spirit. Lu and Yang smiled because they almost died. Standing on the ground, he was sure that they had already received 1 relic of the Blood Tribe from Harlot, and now he would give another from the Dark Tribe. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought about what it would be. The wolf pointed up and asked to look. There were 3 balls at the top. He was surprised. Orville looked and said that he had not seen the moon sign for 100 years, and in comparison with this, His power pales. Yang was surprised and asked again. He answered that this was the power of the moonlight that spread across the continent. Smoke appeared from the mountains. This smoke flew to one of the spheres. The sphere fell to the ground, they were standing next to it, and the object of the blood sign was absorbed by the pet and disappeared. The sphere turned blue. It was very bright, which is why the protagonist closed his eyes. Bringing his hand to his face, he looked with one eye. Lu appeared. He evolved into a royal Fenrir. He was level 120, he was healed by 25% of the damage inflicted on the enemy. The sphere fell to the ground. Orville hoped that he had fulfilled his role. Raising his hand and smiling, notifications popped up that he had received a lot of experience points and the quest was completed. Lu looked at him and congratulated him. The protagonist stood next to him and decided to ask if he was talking now. The pet confirmed. Stroking him, he praised him for the victory. Looking into the distance, he asked if he should visit Ikale, because suddenly she would give him a related quest. It was light outside. Ikale clapped her hands and congratulated him on receiving the royal Fenrir. Squeezing her fingers, she asked for a request. Ikale's request was that he had to deliver a document to the kingdom of Lusolol. Smiling, the protagonist agreed. Pointing his finger at the sky, he said that they could now go to the royal palace. Looking, Lu said that he wanted to farm with him in the dungeon. Barry appeared on the screen, calling him. He listened carefully because a mass event had appeared. It was necessary to upload a video of the passage of the dungeon to the information board of the event. Surprised, he opened the code because for the victory they would give a capsule of the latest model, which increases synchronization by 2%. The protagonist asked to gather everyone from the guild. Barry asked why, because there was still a lot of time. He said that they needed to train because even if they trained all night, it might not be enough. He told Lu to go because it was time to get down to business. The professor was late at school. The girl was looking at the computer screen. It said that they had completed the dungeon in 15 minutes. She was surprised because even though she was above level 100, she couldn't have reached the third phase in 50 minutes. The cursor was on playback. She was thinking whether to watch it or not. She was embarrassed because there was a loud sound. The guys came up to her and asked her what level she was. One of the guys was surprised because it seemed impossible to complete the dungeon in 15 minutes. They also asked her to turn on the video. On the screen was a video in which the guy told Lu to smash. The summoner seemed familiar to them because he always slept on the back desks. Yan waved his hand and they remembered his name. The main character was depicted on the monitor. The plot moves us to the LBSOFT office, where the girl was standing near the table and asking if he was going to watch the video. The guy was sitting at the table with a smile and said he wanted to watch together. This player was just crazy. They watched as Ian extended his hand and cast a spray spell. The griffin attacked a crowd of skeletons. The girl leaned towards the screen and said that he had destroyed all the mobs in the first phase with a single AoE. He was really good. The guys looked at the grinning protagonist calling Lu. Suddenly, a menacing wolf appeared. Looking at the monitor in shock, the girl said that this was a royal Fenrir, the final form of wolf evolution. This player is a summoner, incredible. They watched as Lu ran furiously through the enemies. The girl looked in delight and said that this can't be. He cleared almost everyone in the second phase alone. Here comes the royal Fenrir. On the screen, Ian stood next to Kate and said that as long as the door is open, he is invulnerable. Let her use icing later. The doors slowly opened. An evil monster emerged from them. The doors closed again. The girl extended her hand and used freezing. She looked at the people in front of the ice and shouted that the freezing would last for 2 seconds. The monster's body was frozen in ice. The protagonist grinned and said that it would be more than enough. Lu rushed forward furiously. He jumped up over the enemy. The wolf quickly swung his paw. The pet sharply cut the monster's ice crust. The girl slammed her fist on the table and shouted that it was a shock. It couldn't be even faster than 15 minutes. Maybe we should look for their contacts. The first place prize would definitely go to them. The plot shows us a house under the sun's rays. Ian sat at the computer with a smile and said that it looked like the walkthroughs were pretty good. Looking at the video on the screen, he wondered if he should play a little more. The guy looked at the window with information about the quest and decided to go finish it. The protagonist was walking through the city in the game and said that they needed to get to the royal palace, but since he didn't know what quests might be related to this, he probably needed to take Siri with him. If she had healed them last time, then Biggie wouldn't have died. The protagonist was looking at the building. Looking at the happy girl, he offered her to go with him to the royal palace, to which she agreed. Ian stood in front of her with a smile and asked if it was true. He looked around anxiously, wondering if Rena was nearby. We see the palace from which a voice was heard, saying that he brought him a letter from Mikhail. Celias was sitting with a letter in his hands and asking if he knew a place called the Pascal Archipelago. The man was sitting at the table in front of the guys and telling them that although he was a great adventurer, he hardly visited a state that was at war with them. Frowning, Ian asked if he meant the Cayman Empire. The ruler introduced the islands in the ocean and said that the Pascal archipelago consists of 18 small islands. On one of them is the Pascal dungeon, a prison of the Cayman Empire. Recalling the people behind bars, he said that their prisoners of war are kept there. He wants the guy to free them. Celias introduced the stranger in chains and said that they should especially try to free a swordsman named Caesar. He is one of the strongest swordsmen in the Lucipal Kingdom. The protagonist looked at the window with information about the quest and thought that this was the first time he saw a reward in the form of service points. He nodded with a smile and agreed. Introducing a labyrinth, the man said that the Pascal dungeon is not easy to find, since they do not know which of the 18 islands it is on. Even if they find it, there will be many soldiers inside, and it is arranged very intricately. The king frowned and said that it would be very difficult, but he had no one else to ask. Ian stood quietly and thought that it was difficult. He clenched his fist in joy and decided that difficult meant fun. Celias imagined clouds above the ships and said that in 10 days the fog over the Calabius Valley would clear. Putting his elbows on the table, he said that at that moment the war with the Cayman Empire would continue. The guy should bring the prisoners of war before that happened. The protagonist looked at the monitor, thinking what it meant that it would be in 10 days. After all, that was the day when the new update was released. The king sat seriously in front of Paul and said that he would send 3 galleons and a mighty knight with the guy. Let him return unharmed. The ships cut through the waves. Ian felt sick overboard. Wiping his mouth, he asked why they had added seasickness to the game, then calmly shook his head from side to side. The protagonist turned to him with displeasure and said that he didn't feel bad only because he had just summoned him. They would see how he would feel later. Looking at the indignant pet, he asked if sea turtles really didn't get seasick. Jan held on to the side and said that they would take a look. The boxes were crashing against the waves. The protagonist and his pet were vomiting overboard. Looking at the sunset, the guy asked what was going on. He wiped his mouth with displeasure and asked if he really had to go back from there alone. The man looked at the boat and said that he wouldn't, but the cargo boat could only hold 5. Pointing his finger at the guys, Jan said that Siri, Paul, he and the captain would go. Roland looked at him seriously and said that he couldn't go. The guys were sailing on a boat to the island. The protagonist walked with the team on dry land and said that thanks to Finn and Rake, they easily found this place. Looking at the grate on the mountain, he said that without them, everything would have taken much longer. Jan looked into the passage warily. He looked at the crowd of knights inside and asked why there were so many guards. Putting his hand to his cheek, he told his friends that this entrance was the most obvious. They should use it. If there was a commotion, they could easily escape. The guy looked at Paul and offered to leave one alive so that he could lead them, to which he replied that he should be left to do so. The knight hit his shoulder on the bars. He knocked down the entrance. The guards surrounded Paul and told him to get ready for battle. The knight swung his spear with a shout. He smiled among the corpses and said that everything was ready. Ian looked at him happily and said that it was cool and asked if he wanted to go into his service. The guy stood sadly in front of the corpses and said that he had asked to leave one alive. Pointing his hand forward, the protagonist said that anyway, since he was so strong, it was okay, they should go. Suddenly, he was surprised and asked what was going on. The protagonist looked at the empty hall and said that it seemed like something was wrong here. The man approached Caesar in chains and said that he had been here for 10 years, and that Lucipal had clearly forgotten about him. The knight looked at the prisoner and said that there had been a prophecy recently, saying that the fog over the Calabius Valley would clear. Clenching his fist, he said that if they united, they could unite the continent of Kolinar. Caesar smirked and said that even though he was not in Lucipal, Hallam and Julie were there, he would not come close, he was just a fool and a coward. Jake punched the guy in the face. Looking at the prisoner, he asked if he thought he was still the strongest swordsman in the Empire. The man raised his hand and said that he would rot here, and the rats would eat what was left of him. The protagonist looked at the many doors in the dungeon. Putting his hand on her waist, he told the girl not to worry, he had a plan. The guy put the turtle on the ground. Ian extended his hand and ordered Ben to go forward and find someone. The pet slowly crawled forward. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion and shouted that the turtle was a genius, he found so many people. The guys stood in front of a crowd of guards and the guy said that these were unlikely to be the prisoners they were looking for. Paul swung his spear and said that these fools were stronger than those who stood at the entrance. It would not be easy for him to cope alone. Many corpses lay on the ground. Ian looked at the gate and said that now the path splits into 3. The protagonist looked at Ben worriedly and asked him to find the prisoners this time. The turtle stood in front of the guards, embarrassed. The dead knights lay on the ground. The boys stood in front of a crowd of guards and Paul said that it would never end, and the deeper they went, the stronger the guards. Ian looked up seriously and asked what was there. He was examining the hole in the ceiling and asking what it was, why there were plants around the hole. Smiling, he said that he understood everything. The guy stood among the boys and shouted that he would go up, and Lou and Rake would stay with them. The protagonist looked up worriedly. Ian rushed into the sky on a griffin. Looking at the grass from above, he decided that he thought so. The protagonist looked into the hole in the ground and said that this is it. The guy was sitting on one knee and telling the pet that when he came down, he should use spray. He would attack from below and Finn from above. Smiling, he told the beast not to worry about how he would go down. The protagonist happily jumped down and called Harley. He rode the tiger past the guards. Meanwhile, the griffin fired a blast of energy at the enemies. Ian pulled out his staff and aimed a mana sphere at them. Bright flashes hit the guards. We see a crack in the wall. The protagonist walked among the rebel. He looked at the chained Caesar in the dungeon. Frowning, Ian thought about this character. The protagonist was surprised to hear a stranger say that he looked like a player from the kingdom of Lucipol, but he came all the way here. A girl in a hood walked up to him and asked if he was on a quest or something. The protagonist smiled and answered in the affirmative, thinking that he was probably from the Kaiman Empire. If they had to fight, it would be a real pain in the ass. Ian stood in front of Lily and said that they could not fight, and each of them would just complete their quest. There was no point in fighting anyway. The girl smirked and replied that he was right, but now she wanted to have fun. The protagonist parried the blow with his staff. He held back the attack with all his might. Ian released a charge of mana. The guy stretched out his hand anxiously, thinking that he should deal with him quickly, and used Wind Guard on Harley. The protagonist looked at the pet's paws and thought that apparently this type of class is a warrior. With this agility, he should win. Lily held the sword with a smile and said that she did not think that there were summoners who use Harlahans as pets. Ian on the tiger dodged the attack. Looking at the crack in the wall, he thought that his sword cut the wall like butter. It is impossible to catch even one blow. The protagonist pulled out a staff with mana and thought that he needed to finish the fight in 2 minutes while the Wind Guard is active. Lily deftly dodged the blow. Suddenly, the tiger hit her hand. The system reported that the pet deals a critical hit to the Phantom Void. The protagonist bit his lip and thought about the message. Should have the player's name were unknown. Why was there Ghost Void? Was she not in the main body? Lily created many clones and said that his tactics were very impressive. She would also show something. The Kappas released dark mana using a deadly wave strike. The protagonist looked down in confusion and thought that if it hit, he would be finished. Looking at Finn, he called him. Yang flew on his pet above the attack. The guy looked down and thought about how far it hit. If not for Finn, it would have definitely hit. A very powerful ability. The protagonist watched as Harley attacked his opponent and thought that she was recovering for quite a long time. The tiger swung his paw. Frowning, Yang launched a mana sphere. Many flashes rushed towards Lily. An explosion occurred on the mountain. The system reported that the unknown person received a critical hit. The girl raised the sword with a smile and said that she was shocked. She did not think that the summoner could be so powerful. Putting the sword in the sheath, she said that she was sorry, but she finished her quest. Smiling, Lily dissolved, adding that they would see each other. Ian threw his hand behind his head and said that there was no need to get into a fight at first. He also had a quest to do. Where was Caesar? The imprisoned guy looked at him sadly. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought about how he scared him, how long he had been looking. Caesar looked at him desperately and said that there was little time left. Let him bring the key to the shackles. It was hanging over there. The shackles fell to the ground. The knight held his wrist and said that now they could get down to business, and asked to give him the sword. The protagonist looked at him in confusion and asked what he was going to get to. Jake and the guards came in and said that he would not stay here. Caesar grabbed the guy's sword and called the man. The system reported that one prisoner of war out of 77 had been rescued. A video notification about the event of a naval battle between the Kaiman and Lucipol empires appeared on the internet. The countdown was over. Harley knocked down the lock with his paw. The protagonist released many people and told them to go south, where a galleon was moored. The guy looked at the message about the rescued and thought that almost everything was saved. It was good that he had signaled the ship in advance that it was ready. Ian looked at the screen in surprise. A window popped up with information about a sudden event in which it was necessary to stop the Kaiman Empire's naval reinforcements. The protagonist looked down seriously, thinking about the naval reinforcements. He looked at the broadcast on the internet and thought that the whole operation was classified, as they found out. Meanwhile, Caesar ran with a sword to the enemy. They clashed swords. Jake flew back. He stood in front of the guards and ordered them to retreat. The man looked at his opponent and said that today he would defeat him one-on-one. Jake quickly swung his sword. Caesar stubbornly held back the attack. He calmly held the sword in front of him. The man looked at him and asked if he would continue to fight with a broken sword. The surface of the sword was covered with cracks. The guy was accumulating mana in the sword. Swinging, he said that this was more than enough. Caesar quickly struck with the sword. The helmet bounced to the ground. Wounded Jake lay on the ground with a smile and said that he cut his armor with a broken sword. He looked after the guy and said that he really was the greatest swordsman of the empire. Caesar looked at the broken sword and said that it was not so bad either. Ian anxiously ran up to him and said that he was already finished and asked him to help him because the fleet of the Kaiman Empire was coming to help. It was almost here. The knight looked at him seriously and asked to bring him a new sword. The protagonist looked at him indignantly and shouted that it was a great sword. Did he really think that the summoner always had a bunch of swords with him? Looking at the screen, the guy said that he had a sword that he received from Orville. Caesar looked at the window with the sword and said that he liked it. The protagonist held the sword and said that he could give it to him, although it was a legendary class and only for warriors, but it was made in such a way that it returned to him. Closing his eyes in embarrassment, he said that in that case, he probably would not be able to use it until he began to serve him. Ian put his hand to his chin and said that it did not look like he dreamed of joining his service, so he would look for another sword. There was a rusty first-level sword. A notification popped up that the invincible swordsman wanted to join his service. Caesar stood seriously behind the guy and said that they needed to hurry because there was little time. The system reported that he was accepting an invincible swordsman into service. The talent level was mythical and the stat level was legendary. Young pressed the screen in shock and said that he was surprised by the mythical level. The protagonist watched the swordsman and wondered if this was how they behaved in service. The army walked across the clearing. Roster asked with a smile who it was. Looking at the crowd of guys, he asked if it was Caesar himself. Frowning, the man said that if he was standing here, it meant they were a little late. The swordsman grinned and replied that they were very late. Caesar swung his sword seriously. He stuck the weapon into the ground. Frowning, the guy said that if he crossed this line, he would be finished. Roster lowered his head and said that he shouldn't be so arrogant. Even if he defeated one of the greatest swordsmen, did he really think he could handle it alone? He stood with the army in front of the guys and said that the odds were not in their favor. The man extended his hand and ordered them to attack and punish every scum from Lucipol. The protagonist called Biggie and activated the bottomless abyss. A burst of mana struck the opponents. Caesar quickly jumped up. He swung his sword furiously. The swordsman unleashed attacks on the enemies. Yang looked up in shock, wondering if this was the ability built into the sword. He barely had time to get it, but he had already mastered it. The guy looked at the messages that he had completed the quest and reached a new level and thought that it was worth it. The protagonist stretched his arms and said that he was very tired. It was probably time to finish. Looking at the window with the quest, he said that the time limit was 1 day. It was better to start right now. Many ships were sailing on the ocean. The guy parried the blows with his shield and called for Lu. The wolf quickly jumped out in front of the enemies. Yang watched the live broadcast on the internet. The comments were actively discussing the battle. The guy read what the viewers wrote about his pets. The commentators tried to guess the level of the protagonist. The protagonist tried to catch his breath and thought about how much time had passed. He should rest, but they did not stop attacking. He furiously released mana from his staff and decided that he was already tired. The guy approached Ian and said that the Lucipol Empire fleet was approaching. The protagonist looked at the approaching ships and said that he probably would not die after all. Leaning on the side, he said that the Kaiman fools were retreating. Notifications appeared that the guy had completed the quest and reached level 126. The system's voice was heard above the city asking for the player's attention. We see a fountain and the game informs us that there will be short-term maintenance work to install an update. It is necessary to exit the game as soon as possible. Celias was sitting at the table in front of the guy. Ian yawned and said that this is great. He is already falling asleep. The quest is complete. It is time to go out and sleep. The protagonist was lying in the capsule and said that he needed to get to bed, but he did not even have the strength to get up. Meanwhile, the girl pressed the doorbell. The protagonist was lying in a closed capsule. Rena was standing at the door and saying that he was not there, as if he had said that he would be home today. She entered the intercom code and asked if she could come in. The girl looked in the door shyly and asked if Ian was sleeping, after which we were transferred to a room and we saw a shiny capsule in the middle of the room. Ian, happy about this, showed a finger up and was amazed by its beauty, after which the protagonist put his hand on his friend and said that he was very grateful that he helped him connect. The girl, holding her hands behind her back, smiling, said that she did not have a capsule, even an old model. Ian looked in her direction, was surprised by this, and then offered her his old capsule. The protagonist's friend was surprised by this and with a ridiculous look plunged into his thoughts. He realized that if Ian sold his old capsule, he would earn at least a couple of million on it, after which he assumed that he fell in love with the girl. Their mutual friend fixed her hair with a smile and said that everything was fine because she had money, but her father did not want her to have a capsule. They stood in the middle of the room in front of the capsule, and Ian decided to sell his old capsule. The girlfriend and the protagonist stood opposite each other, and the girl offered to leave his old capsule. She would be able to come to him and play. Ian liked this option, and he agreed. The protagonist, standing with his friend, said that he was putting her the code for the door, and the friend said that he would tell her father everything. Then we see him sitting near the wall, his head down, and there was a huge dent in the wall. The girl, looking at Ian, was very happy about this and said that she would call before coming to play. Afterwards, we are transported to the same room and we see how the girlfriend opened the doors, asking if Ian was sleeping. She looked at the bed and realized that he was not there. The girl was awkwardly running around the capsule with her hand outstretched and calling out to the protagonist. The girlfriend was running around the capsule and calling out to the protagonist. Then she stopped, touching the capsule with her hand, and guessed what was inside. The capsule began to open. The girlfriend was standing next to the open capsule in which Ian was. The girl bent down to the capsule and, looking at the protagonist, asked him why he was sleeping in the capsule and not in the bed, because it was uncomfortable. Then we see how Ian grabbed the girlfriend by the waist, after which she fell into his capsule and they lay in an embrace. The girl awkwardly looked at Ian and realized that he was sleeping. The protagonist hugged his girlfriend and an idea came to her mind. She closed her eyes and pressed herself against Ian and assumed that she was like a soft toy. She would not be able to wake him up because he was sleeping very soundly. But the girl was not upset by this and continued to hug the protagonist with a smile and realized that nothing could be done about it. Then we are transferred to the street and we see a house. Ian wakes up in a capsule and watches as he hugs a plush rabbit. He slowly got up from the capsule and wondered what this rabbit was doing. Then he looked at the table and saw that there was something lying there. He took a note on which was written from his girlfriend that playing games was very cool, but sometimes you also need to go to school. There was a ready-made breakfast nearby, which looked very appetizing. The protagonist, looking at the note and the ready-made breakfast, assumed that it was his girlfriend who came to see him. Then he, holding chopsticks in his mouth, thought whether to go to university today or not. Afterwards, we are transported to another place and we see a huge university building. Yang, walking along the corridor, turning his head, was trying to find a girl. Then he took out his phone and decided to call her as his friend ran up to him, waving his hand. The comrade grabbed the protagonist by the hand and ran forward. They ran into the assembly hall, where there were a lot of people. It was the university's esports tournament, and Yang was participating in it. There were a lot of people around the protagonist, and he told his friend that he did not even register, but the friend replied that he did it for him. Yang, folding his arms near his chest, looked intently at his friend, and the friend said in justification that forgot to warn him, after which the light in the assembly hall came on, and the administrators said that the esports tournament of the University of Korea was declared open. Then we are transported to Yang and his other comrades standing, holding weapons in their hands. Near them, there were also groups of people in full combat readiness. It was a confrontation between virtual reality and narrative design. Then we see a hooded man walking forward. Then a blonde guy suddenly appears and attacks the masked man. Then we see something fall in front of the armored guy with a sword. Then the blonde guy appears with lightning speed and kills the enemy with his foot. The students in the assembly hall were standing and discussing how good he was, then they assumed that he was the guy from the video. A student, looking at all this, was surprised and said with a smile that she was his fan, and that guy was the one who won first place in the new event. Ian sat and held VR glasses in his hands, and the administrators of the esports tournament announced that the VR department won, and the best player of the match was Park. The protagonist began to walk down the stage to other people, and he was immediately recognized. He raised his head in surprise and looked up. Many students were happy to see him, and many asked to take pictures with him or exchange numbers, and someone asked for an autograph. The protagonist immediately started running away, asking for you to stop chasing him, because it was too much, but a crowd of cheering fans were chasing him with their wishes. Ian barely managed to hide from the fans looking for him, and he was lost in thought. He did not understand what suddenly happened to them. Then he reached into his pocket to take out his phone. Ian put the phone to his ear, and the guy who called him said that he was uploading a video to Ucast. The protagonist stood and talked to the guy, and the guy told him that someone released a video on the internet from the Guild War, where he alone fought 30 opponents at once. Then we see the Ucast logo. The guy said that he edited the video a little and re-recorded it, and he was able to make some money from it. He called Ian to share the profits with him. Ian was surprised that he was able to make 3 million won. It was about 10% of the total amount. He realized that it was not so bad. Then the protagonist's friend suggested that he send him his game recordings, and he would edit them and post them online, and they could split the profits between them. Ian was surprised by this, and with a smile on his face he went into thought. He realized that he could earn money just by playing the game. He thanked him for the offer and said that he would think about it before calling and making a decision. Then he closed his phone with happy thoughts, after which one of the fans noticed the protagonist, and he realized that he had closed his phone too tightly, with a dissatisfied look. Then Ian again tried to hide from the crowd of fans, saying that they should stop following him. After that, we see a map of the first continent without a penalty for killing players. It was an update of the central continent. Many masked warriors, holding sharp claws in their hands, headed to attack in the middle of the desert. It was the rank 1 Dark Rune Guild. Another squad with various warriors were also ready to fight, and the masked girl said that this was the wasteland they had to go through to get to the central continent, after which she realized that it was too easy. Then we see a spacious wasteland that was illuminated by the sun's rays. It was the rank 2 Titan Guild. Another squad with warriors was also heading through this wasteland, and a red-haired girl with a serious face said that you should try to drink water more often, or they will receive a negative effect from thirst. It was the rank 2 Greatness Guild. Then we are transported to another place, and we see a guy with glasses and said that getting to the central continent is much more difficult than he actually thought, to which the girl, holding a book in her hands, said that for now they will observe the situation. It was the Guild Oakland of the 4th rank. The guy was sitting at the table, holding his hands in front of him, told his comrade that when the other guilds continue their way, they will only have to walk along it, and it will not be difficult for them. It was the Guild Lotus, and then we see someone flying across this wasteland on a huge animal. Ian, looking ahead, asked his comrade, probably not on the way, after which he realized that their path is easier because Caesar knows well where they need to go. Then a system message appears in front of us, where it was said to find Holdrum's cup in the historical place of Sikar. The difficulty category of this quest was SS rank. If a player from the Kaiman Empire gets the cup 1, the quest will automatically fail. Ian was deep in thought and he realized that he would be the first to find it. Then we move to another location and see the protagonist standing near the door of the sand castle. Many system messages appeared in front of him, saying that he was the first to discover the Sikar historical site and that he would now receive 100,000 fame. The reward for the monster inside the historical site would be doubled, and the Lotus Guild would receive 100,000 fame. The protagonist was smiling and looking forward, happy about this event. He looked up with a smile and said that this was a great start. Then we see the beautifully shimmering sky. Someone was walking through the desert and wondering. We see this sand castle and angry cries again. The guy with red hair and a hat was extremely unhappy with this situation, and he wondered who was able to get here before him. He gritted his teeth in anger and lost in thought, he decided that he would destroy them. After which we see the protagonist and his companion walking through the sand castle, saying that he felt a chill run down his spine. Then we see the sunlight illuminating the sand mountains. The masked guy asked if his companion knew where they were going, to which he simply replied no and left. The red-haired guy looked ahead with a smile and said that he preferred to follow the trail of darkness and nothing else, to which the partner said that it was cool. After which a purple sphere appeared in front of them, which emitted a dark aura from itself. The dark aura continued to mock and fill everything in its space. The guy in the hat extended his hand forward with a smile and longed to feel it. Then he extended his hand in front of himself and looked at the aura in surprise. A purple sphere with some kind of drawing appeared in his hand. Then a system message appeared. It was Holdrum's crown. In order to master the power of immortality, he had to bring the dark aura of Holdrum's crown to the wooden banks. He had to defeat Holdrum and take his crown. It was a hidden quest of difficulty. And then we see a sand castle. Ian and his friend walked forward, and he asked if they would soon enter the tomb with the mid-level boss. After which we see closed doors in the tomb. The protagonist looked forward with a serious face and realized that there was still someone in the tomb. He was lost in thought and realized that they once entered a historical place, but there was still someone here. Ian and his friend stood and looked ahead, as there were many doors behind them. For this he did not understand how this was possible. Then he and his friend opened another door again, and they were surprised by what they saw there. Ian and his friend stood in the corridor and saw a red-haired guy in a hat in front of them. They looked at each other with ridiculous faces and were surprised by this meeting. Then we see how in the past the protagonist looked at the red-haired guy's lying body with a smile. The guy in the hat lowered his head with a smile and began to laugh evilly, and the sinister aura left him. He still continued to laugh, and Ian and his comrade assumed that he was a fool. The red-haired guy with a smile on his face clenched his hand into a fist and said that he could finally pay him back for that humiliation. After which he immediately fell to his knees and raised his hands up in front of Ian and his comrade. He was kneeling and crying with requests not to kill him, and Ian with an arrogant face told him to kneel down and raise his hands. The guy thought and did not understand why he was so strong. Ian raised his hand to his chin and thought. He realized that this guy was stronger than he actually thought, and it seems that he knew a lot about this dungeon. The guy in the hat continued to kneel with his hands up and answer his questions. The protagonist looked at him with his hands up and said that he was pretty cool, but the guy did not understand why he was saying that. The boy became embarrassed by all this, looking away, and Ian said that he was able to capture all these monsters, so he was quite smart, and he also knew the layout of this ancient dungeon very well. Ian walked up to him and sat on his knee. He said that he would like to work side by side with him, after which he asked if he had any wishes. The red-haired guy put his hands behind his head and said that he would buy Holdrum's crown from the protagonist. With a smile on his face, he extended his hand and said that this crown was the most valuable artifact. Although he did not know what it was, he would then take the rest of the junk that they could find. The guy in the hat smiled contentedly and said that he did not need anything else except the crown, and Ian's eyes at that moment sparkled like stars. The protagonist, along with his comrades, stood up and with a smile on his face said that they needed to move towards the boss of the dungeon. He and all his comrades moved forward and saw a destroyed wall in front of them, behind which there were strange drawings. One of the comrades said that the boss was here, and the protagonist, standing in front of the destroyed wall, assumed that this was a gate. The red-haired guy, confidently looking forward, said that he sensed darkness. Then he took the black sphere that he had received recently and stuck it inside the wall, after which the walls began to move apart and a passage opened. Ian and his comrades stood and watched as the passage opened. A second later, a dark, strong energy began to come through this passage. Then we see a scary boss who was all in armor and sat on a throne holding a cup in his hands. It was Holdrum level 270. Ian immediately looked at all this with an exclamation and shouted that he wanted the cup, and the red-haired guy shouted for the crown. Ian looked down, clenching his fist, and said with uncertainty that he was level 270, and the guy in the hat looked at him with a smile and, chuckling, told him not to worry. He put on his glasses and extended his finger up. He said that this ancient boss was a very old emperor of the giants of the central continent. Then we are transported to the time when people were happy and celebrated a joyful event. He held a dark sphere in his hands and was a great ruler who brought an era of peace to the continent. But he became a puppet of an immortal, and by the end of his reign, he was able to defeat us in the central continent. After which we see the crown of this very king, which was surrounded by dark energy. The king wanted to get the crown to regain his power on this earth. He continued to sit on his throne, holding a cup, and wore the crown on his head, because this crown contained all the power that he had collected for many years. The red-haired guy furiously walked forward, holding a dark sphere in his hand. He said that he had come to take away from him this very power that he had collected for many years. He squeezed the sphere in his hand, and it began to shine, because he is the heir of the Dark Immortal, and it was he who came to fulfill the contract made 1,000 years ago. After which we see how the monster grimaced, and a dark aura began to come out of him, and he himself began to scream furiously. Then we see system messages. The contract of the Lord of Darkness and the Immortal came into effect. Holdrum's characteristics were reduced by 40% for 10 minutes, and he also temporarily loses his sight. Yam, looking at this whole picture, smiled and praised the red-haired guy, because it was really not bad, to which the guy said that this is the least that the heir of darkness can do. After which the protagonist stretched out his hand forward, and his comrades also stood in front of him. They shouted that they will defeat this last boss quickly, because then everyone will get what they came for. Many skeletons ran forward and began to climb up his legs. A stone golem in armor grabbed his other leg and tried to fight him. A ferocious wolf moved forward to attack him with its claws. The great king, looking at this whole picture, received many blows from the heroes. A second later, he looked up with his ferocious gaze and began to scream. He began to concentrate all his energy in his body, and his skull began to shine, and the scream intensified. Then a system message appeared that the protagonist's comrades began to lose health. Ian, looking at the whole situation, thought about it with a sad face. He realized that this boss was really strong, and if it weren't for his teammate, he would have had a hard time, because he and his comrades were no match for him. Then the protagonist looked to the side and realized that his teammate was not there. He started to turn his head and noticed his friend lying on the rocks with his hands behind his head. He continued to lie there and with his eyes closed told him not to bother him because of some other weakling. Ian clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the guy's satisfied face, and said that he was too strong for them, and he asked that they dealt with him, to which he replied that it was too tiring, and until he had legendary armor or something like that, he would not help because he was tired of this rack. With a dissatisfied face, he looked at the picture of shiny armor and asked if it suited him. Then the protagonist's comrade looked at him with a smile and thanked him. A second later, he put on armor and, holding a sword in front of his face, walked forward. The guy, holding a shining sword in his hands, from which all the energy emanated, quickly walked forward. He swung the sword, fluttering his long hair, attacked the king. The shockwave was so powerful that it cut the king's skull in half, and his crown fell down. The mighty boss was defeated, and only the cup and crown remained from him, which fell down. Then we will see the shiny rewards from this battle. Ian walked up with a smile and picked up a shiny cup. Then a system message popped up, where it was written that Ian completed the quest Find Holdrum's cup in the historical site of Sikar level SS, and Ian shouted with a smile that they did it. Also, the red-haired guy was very happy and held a shiny crown in his hands. Then a system message popped up saying that Holdrum's crown had chosen the strongest person in the room as its new owner. After which we see how the crown moved from the red-haired guy's hands to the protagonist's comrade, who was putting the sword behind his back. Jan's comrade looked up and saw how a shiny crown appeared on his head. Then a system message appeared saying that Holdrum's crown had chosen a subordinate as its new owner, where he looked at this whole picture and was extremely dissatisfied. Then we see how the protagonist and his comrades were standing in the room of the defeated boss. Jan's comrade was wearing the crown, and he, looking away, said with a smile that this crown really knows what a person is worth, after which he asked his friends if they saw how beautiful he was. The guy with red hair, looking at this whole picture, was dumbfounded. He thought and realized that if he did not have Holdrum's crown, then he would not be able to complete his quest in any way. The guy in the hat clenched his hands into a fist and said with displeasure on his face that they had not agreed on this, looking at the protagonist. Ian looked at this whole picture and thought. He realized that he could not even think that everything would turn out like this. The red-haired guy was so angry that he began to bite his lips. He did not understand what to do now, and he would not be able to cope with this blonde in battle, and his comrades said that they could complete the task differently. He pointed his finger up to the crown and said that it was the tool with which the immortal controlled Holdrum. So if they all were near the owner of the crown for 100 days, then they would be able to absorb the aura of darkness and place it in the wooden bank. The red-haired guy, clenching his fists, was happy and said with a smile that it was actually an incredible relief for him. He looked at the protagonist's comrade, who said that he would not give him permission to even come close to him. He grimaced, looked away and said that he was unpleasant. This unpleasantly surprised the red-haired guy. He immediately clenched his fists in front of him and angrily began to shout that how dare he say such a thing to him, the future Lord of Darkness, because he will gain the power of the most immortal, and the protagonist's comrade said that this is exactly why he was unpleasant to him. Ian poked his comrade with a smile and said that why shouldn't he help him at least once, but he did not understand why he needed it. Ian covered his mouth with his hand and said in his ear that he was very unlucky in life and, judging by his words, he is not quite normal mentally, to which the comrade actually confirmed. The guy with long hair, looking forward, said that if this is really so, then he will think about it if he accepts his conditions. The red-haired guy with tears in his eyes looked forward and asked what condition he was talking about. The protagonist's comrade crossed his arms and said with a smile that he would have to serve him, but if he becomes stronger than him, then he will give him his own freedom, and since he is a descendant of the immortal himself, then he should not have problems with this. From this, the red-haired guy was angry. He clenched his teeth and plunged into thought. He realized that this was incredibly humiliating. But on the path to power he had no choice at all. He will gain that power and will be able to mix this blonde guy with dirt. The red-haired guy opened the system message and said that he agrees to his conditions. Then we see how an incomprehensible green creature moves towards the protagonist's comrades, who stood and did not notice him. The green turtle-like creature moved forward and made strange sounds. She smelled some kind of odor and continued to make sounds with a touching face. She continued to follow the smell, and drooling came out of her mouth. She approached some kind of passage. Then she began to move away, after which we are transferred to another place, to the central continent, where the Titan Guild was. We see a huge destructive powerful explosion of the wasteland. We see how a girl with a cold-blooded look swung her sword to strike, after which she swung her sword and hit the enemy, knocked him into many pieces in the air. Then something fell to the ground. A second later, many enemies were cut by the sword, and the red-haired girl with the same cold-blooded look held her shiny sword, with which she pierced all the enemies. The girl stood up and put her sword in its sheath, and behind her fell the remains of monsters. She looked to the side with her stern cold-blooded gaze. Then we see someone standing in the wasteland. In front of his feet were many remains of monsters. A guy looked at this whole scene and could not believe that they came to Chakran. This guy was the deputy guild leader of the Titan. The red-haired girl and the guy looked ahead at the many corpses, and she was completely sure that the Dark Rune Guild was here. Then we see a blonde girl in armor looking through binoculars. She said that she noticed someone ahead. The red-haired girl turned her head and looked ahead in surprise, and the deputy guild said that this was the same historical place and she was finally able to find it. The girl was lost in thought with a puzzled expression and assumed that it was a dungeon, but then she realized that it was a war tower. We then see the bright rays of the sun shrouding this war tower. We are then transported to the Dark Rune Guild headquarters, which was in the wasteland of the central continent. An unknown person asked the hooded girl if she was able to find out anything about the cup. The masked girl looked ahead and said that she found it. Then the guild leader turned around in a mask with long hair and asked where it was. They stood opposite each other, and the subordinate said with her head down that it was in the central region in a historical place called Holdrum's too. After which the girl said to take 30 people, set out on this expedition, and she would follow them. The masked and hooded archer extended her hand and said that there was a small problem. Then we see a sand tomb with red flags near it, and the girl said that there was a player who got there earlier, and judging by the banners, his guild was from the Lucipal Empire. The guild leader put her hand to her mask and thought. She was surprised that there was someone in the Lucipal Empire who was able to get to the central region so quickly. The archer looked ahead and said that the faster they went there, the faster they could get that very cup, but the girl said that there was no point in rushing. Then she walked forward and said that they had time. Then the guild leader walked forward, let down her long hair and said that they only needed to not lose their trail. She looked ahead with her attractive gaze, said that they would deal a blow to the Luciple Guild that they could not withstand, and they would be able to leave with the cup. Then we see Ian's tired face. He looked ahead and opened the system window. He was deep in thought and realized that everything except the cup was just garbage, but at least he had a completed quest. Then a lot of system messages popped up in front of him, saying that he got the Hold'em Cup and he was able to complete all the quest conditions, explore the historical site of Sikar, and he also successfully completed the quest, received 25 million XP. He also received 100,000 fame and created a new related quest. Then a system window appeared in front of him, where he needed to create a headquarters using the Hold'em Cup because the holy water inside the cup would help him speed up the growth of the headquarters on the central continent, and also it would shorten the time to create the headquarters. He needed to create a headquarters using the cup, and if he lost the cup or it was stolen, it was automatically considered a failure, and if he managed to return the cup, the current, it will start again. Ian pointed his finger at the conditions in the system window and realized that if the conditions were like that, then there were others who could steal the cup. Ian, looking at the system window, raised his hand to his chin and put his enemies who also wanted to take his cup. He looked at his comrades who were kicking the red-haired guy and realized that if he assessed the situation like that, he was in trouble, because even if he created a headquarters, there were no guarantees. He looked at the system window, reading all the conditions, and realized that even if they failed the quest, he first needed to level up. He looked at his comrades who were standing aside and told them to move on. The protagonist looked ahead and did not understand where his pet went. He decided to cancel the summoning, after which a red system window popped up, saying that it was impossible to cancel the summoning of the pet. Ian looked up and didn't understand what had gone wrong, and the system window popped up again, saying that the pet summoning failed. The protagonist started looking around the room while his comrades were standing, and he couldn't find his pet. Then we see a pet looking ahead with a smile. His name was Puck Puck. He was going for a walk right now. He was walking through the caves towards the delicious smell that was enticing him. He fell to the ground and looked ahead. He realized that it was too high up there. He started climbing the rock with difficulty, but he had to climb up there because he believed in his strength. Then he was able to crawl to the top, and there was an alluring red flower. He looked at the shiny red flowers and said with admiration that he had found what he was looking for. This aroma was very strong, and he couldn't resist. He approached these flowers and began to sniff them with affection. Then he bit the flower and started to rise up, after which a system message popped up saying that Ian tried to cancel the summoning. Then the pet started to rise up and glow bright blue, after which the pet stopped glowing and started to fall down, and the system message said that the summoning cancellation did not work due to the power of the 1,000-year-old rainbow color. The turtle fell to the ground in front of beautiful flowers. The protagonist's pet got very angry and with an unpleasant face began to imagine his evil owner who would mock him, because while he ate the flower, he tried to cancel the summoning. After which we see how the pet looks forward in surprise, but thanks to the power of the flower, he was still there and he did not understand he was like this. The turtle began to look in all directions and tried to find someone, and in front of him appeared an incomprehensible creature who said that he had never met such a beautiful turtle. Then he started screaming angrily because he didn't understand how this was possible. Then we are transported to another place and we see many houses. Ian bent down and started petting his turtle, telling a story about how on the northern continent there was another turtle named Buck Buck, and everyone said that she was the most beautiful turtle in the world. The protagonist's comrades listened to this story with a ridiculous look, and Ian could not calmly hear about it. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and with his pet were extremely unhappy with this, because he knew that there was no one cooler and more beautiful than his pet. The protagonist put his hand to his mouth and began to cry. He assumed that Buck Buck got his title because his pet had gotten too fat, so he was not the most beautiful turtle in the world now. The method ate too many meatballs. The protagonist started to pet the crying turtle on the head and decided that he can't give him many meatballs and he should understand why he does this to him. Then we see the sunlight falling on the roofs of the houses. Ian asked to be patient with him for just a little while and he will make him the most beautiful turtle in the universe. Then we are transported to the turtle. We see its displeased look. He was lost in thought and did not think that he would be able to find it in such a place. In front of him was a beautiful yellow turtle, which was glowing with its charm. The protagonist's pet was standing near a shiny flower and looking at another beautiful turtle. Then the protagonist and his comrades ran up to the yellow turtle. Ian looked ahead and said that his teammate felt his trail, and thanks to this, he was able to find him. The protagonist looked down and saw a shiny yellow turtle. Ian looked ahead with a ridiculous look and could not understand what kind of turtle it was. The protagonist looked at its iridescent shell and assumed that it was Buck Buck. The yellow turtle looked at it with a smile and said that the protagonist reminded him of his name, and he was very touched by this, and as a token of gratitude, he would give him a precious treasure. Yang knelt down and extended his hand in front of the turtle. He was lost in thought and thought that he would hand him the treasure like this. A second later, the yellow turtle opened its mouth with a ridiculous look and pulled out a yellow sphere on its tongue. Yang took this yellow sphere in his fingers, which was covered in pet drool and was all glowing. The protagonist stared at this sphere, holding it in his hands, after which a system message appeared saying that he received the turtle spirit. The system message said that it was a talisman, the class of which was legendary. The restrictions on use were the ability to wear depending on the pet if the item is worn by a pet of the ancient turtle species. Then it gave the wearer the use of the innate ability Water Curtain, and it also contained secrets that allow the ancient turtle to ascend and become a dragon turtle. Ian turned his head to the side in surprise and plunged into thought. He could not believe that this allowed him to evolve his pet into a dragon turtle, after which we see a huge dragon which could turn into a small and uncomprehending puck. The yellow turtle looked at the protagonist with a sad look and said that he slept for a very long time and therefore does not remember much. The protagonist knelt down in front of the iridescent turtle and opened the system menu. He decided to help him restore his memory, after which a system message popped up which said that the golden turtle backpack woke up after a long sleep in an ancient historical place, the tomb of the giants, but because of the long sleep, he could not remember his past. The protagonist looked at all this in surprise and again went into his thoughts. He just wanted to ask how to evolve his pet, and he gave him a whole quest. Ian, with a smile, looked at all this and accepted this quest because for him it was just great. Then we are transferred to another place in the tomb, and we see many pillars. Comrade Ian was lying on the floor with his eyes closed, and next to him was his crown. He opened his eyes and plunged into thoughts. He realized that everyone had gone to look for this ridiculous turtle. He was very bored. He got up and looked ahead with a decision that he would go get some air. Then we see how the red banners stood near the mycelium. The protagonist's comrade went outside and raised his hand up to stretch. At this time, behind the tomb stood a hooded assassin, holding a claw in his hand. He looked forward with his piercing gaze, holding a weapon in his hands, after which he immediately moved forward, swinging his claw to strike. At this time, the long-haired guy stood and did not understand what was happening, after which, with a completely calm face, he opened his eyes and saw how the claw was near his hand. A second later, he was able to dodge the enemy and then lost sight of him, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist's comrade instantly appeared behind his enemy and was preparing to strike. He grabbed his hand, thereby disarming him, after which, with a confident face, he struck his hand with his elbow. The assassin did not expect this, and tears came through the mask and then began to scream in pain. The long-haired guy, without wasting the opportunity, clenched his hand into a fist and was ready to deliver the next attack. A second later, he was in the air, delivered a crushing blow, from which the enemy's mask broke in half. At this time, his claw flew up. The protagonist's comrade confidently grabbed him in the air. The assassin who tried to sneak attack was lying on the ground and groaning miserably. The protagonist's comrade stood up confidently, holding a claw in his hand on which the rays of the sun were shining. Holding the weapon in his hand, he pointed his finger forward and addressed the assassin. At this moment, many masked assassins were standing on the mountain and watching what was happening. The long-haired guy at the same time stood, pointing his finger forward, and an assassin was lying in front of him. At this time, the masked archer was watching what was happening. He frowned and lost in thought. Of course, he knew that they were strong enough to pass this dungeon, but he did not think that they would be so superior in strength. The protagonist's comrade repeated his question with a smile. Many people stood holding weapons in their hands, and the masked girl grabbed her sword with the order of the date and the cup. The protagonist's comrade continued to point at them, holding a weapon in his hands, and offered to take the cup of power with a smile. The masked girl, holding a sword in her hands, ordered her warriors to go forward and kill him. The long-haired guy stood in a stance, expecting an attack. Many warriors ran towards him. The protagonist's comrade jumped back with lightning speed, leaving only dust behind him. He instantly appeared on top of the enemies, fluttering his long hair. At the same moment, almost all the warriors began to scream in pain and were defeated. Many of them, looking at all this, began to scream in fear. The protagonist's comrade crossed his arms in front of his face and was completely confident. After that, he rested his foot on the sand. He stood in front of the assassins, putting his hands on his belt, and they were surprised by his speed. Many ninjas at the same second headed towards the long-haired guy to strike with their claws. The long-haired guy stood calmly at the same time and watched as the enemies approached him. He stood and was illuminated by the rays of the sun, while many enemies were closing the distance. He looked to the side, fluttering his hair, and watched everything that was happening with a smile, after which he became wary and looked sharply to the side. He waved his hand and hit one of the opponents, after which, moving as if in a dance, he hit several more, and then, with an unperturbed face, he hit another assassin with his claw. The girl in the mask quickly walked forward and did not understand how he could just destroy all her guildmates. Through the mask, she was angry and clenched her teeth. She took her sword with both hands and began to swing. She was extremely unhappy with everything that was happening and tried to hit him with a blow from above, and he in turn calmly stood and looked down. The protagonist's comrade calmly stood in his stance, not showing his face. The masked girl tried to strike, knowing that while her mistress was on her way, she had to delay him as long as possible at any cost. Then she struck a devastating blow that emitted a bright light. The girl was in the air, swinging her sword to strike the protagonist's comrade, while her comrades were lying on the ground, bleeding. At the same time, the long-haired guy smiled, knowing that he had everything under control. The girl struck a slash at the long-haired guy, but at that very second, the two attacks crossed each other. The protagonist's comrade looked ahead with a smile, fluttering his hair, while the assassin in front of him was bleeding. The masked girl was shocked by what was happening and began to cough up blood. The guy looked at her with a smile and said that he forgot to warn her because he did not have a cup with him at all. The guy stood on the sandy ground, and behind him, the assassin fell to the ground. The girl looked forward completely exhausted and understood that she had gotten into a rather unpleasant situation, and asked her mistress for forgiveness. The long-haired guy stretched out his hand in front of him and looked at the broken claw and was unhappy about it because he had broken his weapon once again. After which he went forward, picking his nose, and threw the claw on the ground, wondering if there was another good weapon somewhere, and then decided to go to the Lord. After which we are transported in time and see a beautiful sunset, and that very claw was sticking out of the ground. This incident among the members of the Dark Plane Guild became quite famous under the name Nightmare of the Central Continent. Then we are transported again and see a bright blue sky and a high tower. A team of people were heading forward in full armor. The red-haired girl looked at her comrades and realized that they were lucky enough to have that very quest. She looked ahead, smiling, and realized that in the last quest, a friend told them about the Tower of War. She remembered standing in front of a man lying on the ground, and pale blue energy was coming out of him. She looked at him in a hood in surprise and called his name. The beaten guy was lying on the ground and apologizing for the fact that they could defeat him, and therefore he would not be able to help her achieve her goals. He looked at her with his devastated gaze and realized that, however, in return, he would be able to tell her about the Tower of War. Then we see that same high tower again. Then we see many pedestals, behind which were very valuable things. In this tower you could hunt a monster or buy rare artifacts, but to enter there, you needed to have at least 5,000 service. The red-haired girl with a serious face looked to the side and realized that the item she needed to find there was the pharaoh's banner. After which a yellow banner appeared in front of us, on which was depicted a pharaoh, and the earth around was burning, and everything was in burnt ashes. The girl with her comrades walked and looked at the pedestals. She realized that the artifact that doubled the training experience of soldiers in the headquarters was something she really needed, and as soon as she could get it, the Kaiman Empire would definitely win the war. After which she was surprised, her gaze changed, she saw an item of incredible rarity. She looked at the book behind the counter, which was all shiny. This skill book will of the Desert Warrior. Then a system message with information appears in front of us, where it was said that, by concentrating the mind, anyone can create a curtain of swords, and when receiving a sudden attack, the chance of creating a curtain of swords was 15%. The curtain blocked 300% of the attack and returned 150% to the enemy. When creating a curtain of swords, the attack power and the river increased by 10% and by 15 hits, and he could also reflect up to 10 attacks. The girl, looking at this book, put her hands to the glass and realized that this was a very legendary ability. If she can get this book, then she can greatly raise her characteristics and more. She clenched her hands into a fist and realized that she would spend all her service points on its acquisition. Then she will not be able to get for the pharaoh and thus will not be able to complete the quest. She looked at it with a thoughtful expression and couldn't decide if it was okay to spend all her service points when a big war was about to start. And even though she wouldn't have the opportunity to come across this book again, she didn't know what to do. The red-haired girl stood near the counter and looked at the artifacts with her comrades. After that, system messages appeared in front of us, where it was written that she was able to purchase the skill book Will of the Desert Warrior and she lost 12,000 service points. The girl took the book in her hands, and it was all glowing, and the system message also said that she had 375 service points left. The girl, holding the book in her hands, remembered her sworn enemy, the masked assassin, and understood that if she became stronger, then her entire guild would become much stronger, and then she would be able to defeat her opponent. After that, we see how the red-haired girl with her comrades walks away from the war tower. Risa and her companions continued to walk forward with unperturbed faces. After that, we see many counters with artifacts again. Then we see a ring that was behind the glass. On this ring, there was a ship depicted, and it was shining brightly, and its class was legendary. After which we see sand mountains and a blue sky. Ian and his companions stood with their hands folded and observed the situation. After which someone raised their hand and called out to him. The protagonist's friend and the girl came out of the cave with a smile, and he asked how long they had been waiting for him. Ian looked at them with a smile and was very happy to see them back. Suddenly, the protagonist was asked in a good mood if they had missed anything. The protagonist, smiling, replied that he had been able to take the cup and complete the quest, but he was curious about something. Ian's friend put his hand to his chin and realized that he needed to find the magic pearl of a turtle named Back, but the protagonist did not understand how this turtle could exist. The girl raised her finger with a smart look and said that she had heard about this for a long time, and there were such characters that only appeared when a person had a suitable class. Ian's friend, looking to the side, raised his hand to his chin, realized that he understood why the hidden characters' names fit the situation. At this time, the red-haired boy with an evil look stretched his hand forward, exuding an evil aura, said that his darkness was pulsating strongly and he wanted to meet the enemy as soon as possible to test it on him. After that, Ian immediately offered to farm a little. The protagonist's friend looked at the grumbling boy in the robe with a serious expression and asked who he was. Ian, looking at the dissatisfied red bald guy, said that he was one of the servants, but he was angry that he had to serve someone. After which Ian turned his head to the side and remembered his comrade. Then the protagonist and his team headed forward in the hope that their mutual friend would be able to find the way, and the little mage at this time was extremely dissatisfied with everyone, saying that he would become the Lord of Darkness. A second later, the rocks began to crumble and a lot of dust began to fall from them. Ian stretched his hand forward and summoned a red monster to use fire breathing. The red dragon immediately flew into the air, gaining fire energy, and at this time, a giant scorpion came to the protagonist. The dragon opened to fall, and from there, bright and powerful flames began to pour out. At this time, the scorpion sank Rusty into the ground, causing it to crack, after which a huge stone with flames began to fall on the scorpion. Then we see that someone was behind the falling boulder. It was Ian's friend, who was seriously swinging his hand to strike. A second later, he dealt a strong chopping blow to the scorpion, from which it began to scream. Then the girl took the staff in her hands, concentrating bright purple energy in her left hand. She stood there, casting the spell Mage's Blessing, causing her robe to shine brightly, after which the cave began to collapse, and rocks began to fall from above, and then a system message appeared, saying that the attack power had been increased by 30%. The protagonist's friend at this time made another attack, cutting off the scorpion's sting, and also leaving behind a bright blue wave. The red-haired boy, holding a staff in his hand with an outstretched hand, began to create death knights, from which an ominous aura emanated. He wished for the despair of darkness to give the enemies agony. Yang looked at this whole situation with fear and began to call his comrade. Then two warriors rushed towards the scorpions. The scorpion received many different blows, and two warriors at this time rushed. Lightning fast completed a series of attacks, after which we see a system message where it was said that they were able to defeat the scorpion monster. Yan, looking at the system message, was extremely pleased that most of the farm was behind him. The protagonist, pointing his finger at the system message, looked at his pet, who was lying on the ground. The turtle at this time looked away with fear, realizing that something was approaching them. Yan and the reddish guy were very scared and felt that something was wrong. The two warriors also looked at each other with apprehension. The girl, holding a staff in her hands, stood next to the dragon and heard someone scream, after which there was a blow, from which everything above was in smoke. The warriors looked up with incomprehension. Then someone's hand with long claws came out of the ground, after which the monster began to crawl out completely. The warriors stood and watched as a frightening monster crawled out of the ground, which had a bright yellow amulet on its head. After which we see a system message where it was said that the Horror of the Sands was a hidden boss of level 200 who could master the magic pearl and many other abilities. The monster looked with his stern gaze. His pearl on his forehead shone brightly as if illuminated by the rays of the sun. Yang looked at all this in horror, thinking. He realized that this was the same magic pearl that he was intently hunting for. The monster half emerged from the ground and looked at the protagonist and his comrades. He swung his hand to deliver a strong attack. Yang, looking at all this in horror, shouted to his comrade to dodge, and the warrior at this time managed to jump back to dodge the attack. The protagonist shot his hands in front of himself with a displeased look. He understood that such a wind was coming from the enemy. As if he was about to be carried away, he needed to think of something and do something. He immediately began to shout to his friend to feed all the damage. He looked at his comrade and saw him standing under the monster holding a shield, which formed a yellow dome from the rocks that fell from above. The blonde guy with a tense face, holding the shield, said that he could not block all this debris because it was very difficult for him and Ian had to do something with this Godzilla. The protagonist stood with his hands clenched into fists and thought about what he could do because the enemy was too high a level for him to defeat him without another friend. The red-haired boy began to scream in fear that this monster began to crawl out of the hole, and then the monster immediately spat forward, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Godzilla crawled out of the hole and looked forward while the protagonist's comrade stood to the side. Ian and his team stood a little further and looked forward at the monster. Then Godzilla opened its mouth and began to gather powerful bright red energy to attack. Ian looked at all this with fear and assumed that he was about to blow out everything with fire, and if he hit anyone, they would all die instantly. The protagonist turned his head to the side in horror and ordered everyone to run away from here. After which we see system messages, where it was said that his comrades began to petrify due to the action of the skill fiery breath of terror of the sands. The girl mage and the red-haired boy, along with Yan, looked at this whole picture with complete silence on their faces. The monster began to concentrate a fire sphere in its mouth to deliver a fatal blow. It coldly looked forward, illuminating everything with its shiny stone in its head, after which it opened its mouth with red, furious eyes and began to give everything a deadly flame. It opened its mouth even wider and continued to blow out everything with its attack. Then we see a system message appear saying that Ian began to comment on the actions of the skill fire breath of terror of the sands. Ian stood near the cliff and realized with horror that the enemy was simply blowing him away. Despair appeared on his face, and he clenched his teeth. He was lost in thought. He realized that, most likely, this was the end for him. Then a system message appeared, saying that the effect of turtle spirit of the pet Puck Puck was activated. After which we see the turtle, who with complete confidence in himself stood on his hind legs and looked at the terrifying flames. Then he began to inflate with a ridiculous look. After which he began to pour a strong stream of water that filled the entire space. Ian looked in surprise as his pet levitated in the air and was surrounded by bright blue energy and poured water all around. He was lost in thought and realized that his pet was able to activate the turtle spirit that he was able to get from back and thus was able to completely protect himself from the fire breath. Then we see how drops of water began to fall on the red-haired guy's hat. He looked up in surprise and stretched out his hand forward. He realized that his water breath made it rain in the cave. Ian began to cry from this, looking at the turtle, who was showing him a thumbs up. He realized that his pet was the coolest and the best. The protagonist looked forward in surprise as he noticed something was wrong. He saw his teammate walking forward with a serious look and realized that the turtle was pretty good and had a pretty big head. Ian said his name with a smile and asked where he put the armor and weapons he gave him. The long-haired guy looked at the protagonist's team in surprise and said that he put them in the inventory so that they wouldn't get covered in sand, which was quite a lot here, and he also didn't expect it to rain here. Ian started crying again and said that he was a good boy, but was unhappy that he came late enough, and the long-haired guy in turn said that he was just warming up. After which we see how a large Godzilla stood and looked at all this, and steam came out of its mouth. The long-haired guy, looking at all this with a wet head, said that he would deal with this monster, and added that it was not Godzilla, but the horror of the sands, which absorbed the power of the magic pearl, although not completely. The protagonist's comrade lay down on the ground and began to pick his ears. While Ian looked at this situation with displeasure, he said that he would not do anything, because he had already warmed up, and then a nasty rain began to fall, but if you can give him something in return, then he changed his mind. The protagonist clenched his fist and began to remember with discontent all those moments that were with the long-haired guy. He realized that he constantly demands and sucks things out of him. Ian looked away while it was raining around and told him to deal with it himself. The long-haired guy at this time continued to lie down and watch everything that was happening. And Ian with his team and his pet were ready to engage in battle with the monster, but he was able to find a way to defeat him. The protagonist realized that summoning a stone golem and a blue hawk was the best idea. He put his hand forward and a blue circle appeared in front of him. At the same time, the red dragon began to cover itself with a bright blue aura. Ian took the staff in his hands while the blue hawk stood behind him and used the cancellation of the summoning. The protagonist looked forward and shouted to his warrior to use the bottomless abyss. The stone golem at this time stretched his hand forward and began to scream loudly, concentrating all its power into a purple sphere. He struck with a brightness sphere that flew forward, and rubble began to fall everywhere. The protagonist's friend looked at this whole scene with a smile and happiness and said that the rubble was being carried away. He stood with the stone golem in front of the ferocious monster, who was screaming furiously. He decided to absorb all the damage that it would do. Ian looked away and told his comrades to distract him with their abilities while they helped with this. The red-haired boy said with a smile that he usually does not take orders from those weaker than him, but since the protagonist needed his dark energy, he will use all his strength in the fight. After which, he pulled out his staff forward and gave the order to all his warriors and skeletons to move forward to attack. The warriors began to slash at Godzilla. At this time, Ian climbed onto the blue hawk and told the girl that when he flies, she should use a positive effect on him, which will increase his abilities. Then the hawk and Ian jumped into the air. They quickly shot up, cutting through the air. The hawk spread its wings and began to flutter above the monster while Ian held the staff in his hand. He looked down at his target and realized that although his opponent was a level 200 terror of the sands with a magic pearl, but if they could hit all at once, he would not have a chance. After which the warrior moved forward and so with his claws, leaving a red shockwave. Then a system message appears in front of us saying that the Terror of the Sands is losing 8832 units of health. Another knight slashes, using all his strength. System messages began to appear in front of us saying that the Terror of the Sands is losing more and more of its health, after which he fell and his body began to bleed from the cutting wounds. Then a system message appears saying that Ian's strength was increased by exactly 30%. Yang looked forward, holding a staff in his hand that was shining brightly and collecting all the magical energy. He realized that he had enough strength and decided to take another desperate step. Another huge bird appeared in front of him, from which lightning emanated. Yang, being on a blue hawk, extended his hand to the side and summoned this creature to defeat the enemy. He extended the staff forward and used the skill of electricity control, after which everything around him began to sparkle with lightning. He used the mana sphere and directed the staff, charged with mana and lightning, forward, being at this time on a blue hawk, and above was a bird that spewed lightning. At this time, due to the rain and lightning that went in this cave, small drops of water began to attract electricity to themselves and fell with incredible force down. Yang directed the staff down, and lightning rays were directed towards the enemy. The sand monster at the same time looked at this entire attack and did nothing. Ian looked down and realized that the rain conducting electricity and charged mana spheres should help him defeat this enemy. At the same moment, the monster felt the full force of this attack and began to scream in pain, because this attack hit all of its open wounds. After which we see many system messages, where it was written that the Horror of the Sands received the paralysis effect caused by the control of electricity and began to lose a lot of health at a time. He opened his mouth and began to scream from the bright lightning that struck him. Then we see smoke coming from the protagonist's attack. Sand Island at the same time lay on the ground completely suppressed and burnt, and the bright glowing pearl lay on the ground at this time. Then we see many system messages, where it was said that Ian was able to defeat the hidden boss of the Horror of the Sands, and he was able to get 5,587,798 experience points. And he was able to defeat one Terror of the Sands. His fame was increased by 30,000 points, and he would also receive the title of Dragon Slayer. Yang was flying on a blue hawk at this time, along with another summoned monster. The protagonist looked ahead, and the system message said that he had interrupted the evolution of the Terror of the Sands. Then the system message said that the golden dragon turtle's magic pearl had fully recovered its power. Then the blue hawk landed on the ground, lowering its leg. Yang knelt down next to his hawk and reached for the shiny pearl. He realized that this was what the turtle was talking about, and he knew that this was what could change his pet's evolution capabilities. He picked up the bright and shiny sphere in his hand, realizing that this was the magic pearl he had been hunting for so long. After which a system message appeared in front of him, where it was said that he was able to get the magic pearl. Then we see Ian's pet, who stood with his hands folded in front of him and was wearing black glasses. Ian realized that now that he was able to get it, he would be able to evolve Puck Puck. The protagonist picked up the golden sphere thinking that this was a magic pearl. Maybe he should first take a good look at this thing. Then he squinted his eyes thinking why he went out of his way to get it. A system message appeared in front of him, which contained a description of the magic pearl of the golden dragon turtle. Ian's stomach gurgled and he wondered what to do with this strange thing, and he also had not eaten for a long time. Frowning, he looked at his friend and said that he wanted to have a snack, so let him figure it out himself. The boy answered that he should. A second later, he stretched out his hand in fear, watching the protagonist disappear. And then for a few seconds he opened his mouth wide and looked ahead in surprise. They carry him to the capsule. Ian, closing his eyes, says that he is incredibly hungry. He gets up and adds that he needs to order something today. A girl appears behind him, looking sarcastically ahead and laughing. The protagonist turns around in surprise. The girl runs up to him and, grabbing his hand, smiles. After which she turns around displeased, asking why he was so surprised. He seemed to have said that she could cross whenever she wanted. Ian nervously looked away, answering that she came to have lunch with him. The girl looked at him and then said that it was not exactly for that. She extended her finger forward, answering that today she would pull him out of the world at any cost. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and the girl menacingly told him to get dressed and that they were going on a date. Ian turned pale and then asked what she was talking about. His cheeks turned red and he cried out in fear. We are transported to a park. A girl presses herself against the protagonist. Ian, looking at her, asks what she wanted to do at the amusement park. Smiling, she replied that she loved to ride. Then she grabbed his hand. Pointing to the carousel, she said that they needed to go there. Ian, smiling, replied that he agreed. Some time later, the protagonist holds a treat in his hand. The girl moves away from him and takes out her phone. Then the two of them ride the slide. She raises her hands and screams loudly. The protagonist calmly looks ahead, remembering how fast he rode the bird. Sometime later, closer to evening, they were holding hands, watching the fireworks. Explosions are happening everywhere, lighting up the sky. The protagonist, raising his head, says that he needs to tell her something. The girl turned around and smiled, thinking that he had finally decided to confess his feelings to her. Yan, looking at the fireworks, said that if she found someone's thing but she really needed it, what would she do? The girl's face turned pale and she thought that this was not a confession. After which she looked away, saying that she did not care how much she needed this thing, she needed to return it to the owner because it belonged to him. Yan looked at her in surprise, after which he smiled slightly, and his cheeks turned red and he replied that she was certainly right. The girl turned around to look at him with a smile. They were standing in the middle of the street. Looking at his girlfriend, he said that he was very glad to spend this day with her. She replied that she had also had a fun time thanks to him. Smiling, she asked that tomorrow he would play all day. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that he still had unfinished business. The girl, smiling, asked what he thought about today. The protagonist, looking ahead, replied that he had already said that everything was great. She fixed her hair and also blushed, and she replied that she was not talking about what he would say. The protagonist looked ahead embarrassedly, replying that she looked cute. After which the girl turned around, raised her hand and laughed, saying that she was grateful that she would go well and help him get home. Then Ian watched as she slowly moved away from him. He looked in her direction with a smile, and then he turned around abruptly, after which he quickly walked home. Suddenly his cheeks turned red. We are transferred to a brick house. There is a capsule in the room. Then a small turtle appears in front of us. The protagonist slowly walks towards her and she says that he returned unharmed. Smiling, she added that it was a magic pearl. What happened to it? The protagonist took out the sphere, saying that he brought it to her. The turtle, looking ahead, smiled and then thanked. Suddenly, Young pulled his hand back. The turtle looked menacingly in front of her, asking what he decided to play a prank on her. The protagonist, looking at the sphere, replied that he would be honest with her. He really wanted to give it to his pet, even though they had agreed to give it to her. Smiling, he put his hand on his belt, adding that it belonged to her. The turtle turned pale, after which her cheeks turned red and she said that he really was a wonderful person. Lowering himself, Young pulled out the sphere, telling her to take it. Then he thought that she must have been furious. Smiling, he imagined the angry turtle, and she said that she was grateful to him for his honesty. She almost lost her patience and could harm him. After which the turtle absorbed the sphere, adding that it was easy to control the mind, but not easy to cope with emotions. He rejected temptation and grief. Although he may not have been decisive, but she appreciates that he told the truth, and now she can regain her former glory. A yellow aura appeared around the turtle. The protagonist covered his eyes from the bright flash, shouting that it was incredibly bright. A huge paw appeared, after which Ian saw several huge heads. He opened one eye, thinking that this was all, after which his face turned pale. In front of him was a huge three-headed dragon and he said that this was incredible. Looking at his comrade, he thought that this is what he really looks like. The protagonist, fearfully stretching out his hand, imagined a sea monster in his head, thinking that if he used a magic pearl, would his pet really become so cool. A system message appeared that the hidden quest, the Golden Turtle's request, was completed. As a reward he received armor from the scales of a dragon turtle. His fame increased by 200,000. Ian, looking at the system message, said that why didn't he give him the golden turtle egg? Then he raised his head in surprise, hearing the dragon's words that he had an offer. The dragon narrowed his eyes, saying that his kindness touched him. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly. A purple aura began to emanate from the dragon, and he added that he no longer had a soul, so he no longer needed to guard this place. Therefore, the dragon bowed, adding if he could join him. The protagonist looked fearfully at the system message, which said that the golden turtle dragon wanted to become his pet. Then he thought that his pets, even at first glance, already understood that he would not be an ordinary pet. He remembered how he stretched out his hand to charge his staff, thinking that he knew that it was not in vain that he broke his ass for this magical pearl. Then a girl appeared in his memories, and he thought that of course nothing would have worked out if she had not given him that advice. Smiling, he said that he really did. Then he confidently looked forward, adding that he would accept him with open arms, thinking that he was incredibly lucky. An island appears in front of us and we are informed about the current situation on the central continent. There is a huge army on the field. These are the guilds of the Empire, Dark Rune and Titan. Justifying their reputation, they occupy first and second place among the top guilds, occupy and develop bases in their territories. Then 3 men appear in front of us who fold their hands, and we are informed that on the other side the guilds of another empire have just created an alliance and began to equip their bases. After which we are transferred to the desert and we are told that this is a new continent and a lifeless desert. It is incredibly difficult to develop here due to the meager resources and food. A map appears in front of us again and we are informed that since these guilds spend money from their own headquarters. 2 girls appear in front of us who look menacingly in front of them, and we are told that there is another empire whose guilds occupy first and second place in the ranking, and it turned out to be incredibly strong. The protagonist stood in front of his team. The fat man, looking angrily ahead, said that things were very bad, the other guilds had already set up bases, and they had only just formed an alliance. Smiling, Ian stretched out his hands, answering that they wouldn't have been able to do anything anyway even if they had hurried. The monsters on the central continent were around level 130. Even if they took the base, they still needed to protect it from the monsters, but since the subordinates had arrived, it was worth looking for a place. The protagonist looked at the dragon, asking if he knew any bases, and he replied that he had never heard of such a word. Ian raised his head in surprise, thinking that he probably didn't understand the terms that only players used, after which he asked what he knew of somewhere in the village where many people lived. The dragon looked at him, and replied that he knew that, although it had been a long time ago, he wasn't sure if they still existed. We were transported to a lost settlement. The protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, says that there is no base here, but they did not find it. Yan, looking at the counter with barrels, saw a system message that a military trading post. He received 3,000 service points. Thanks to the points he received, he can trade at this trading post. Smiling, the protagonist called up the system message, thinking that, no matter how sad this situation is, in fact, they are only gains because he figured out the meaning of service points that he received all this time. Then he looked at the smiling dragon, thinking that he is really useful. He knows the central continent, and although sometimes he can act like his other pet, the characteristics are simply incredible, and the class is legendary. He called up the system message with his characteristics and carefully looked through it, thinking that he is still cool even though he cannot find the base. Then the protagonist sighed in displeasure, saying that he expected some ancient item or artifact, and all that could be traded was food or resources, which would only be useful to them if they had a base. The big guy, looking at him, asked what he was talking about the Tower of War. Ian looked ahead in surprise, answering that he did not understand what he was talking about, although he was the one who led him to the tomb. Frowning, he added that how did he know so much about the central continent, he hoped there were no secrets between them. The guy wiped his sword, answering that it was because he lived on the central continent until the Empire captured him. Hearing this, all the protagonists cried out in fear, and Ian, frowning, asked why he said this only now. The guy answered that he did not ask and therefore forgot. After which he raised his sword above his head, adding that in general there is such a place, the Tower of War, where you can exchange your service points for ancient items or artifacts. Smiling, the protagonist replied that then right now he will take them there. The guy, lowering his head, replied that this is impossible. The Tower of War is in the western region, which means that it is captured by the Empire. We are transferred to a giant tower. The girl is sitting at the table, looking at her friend. Smiling, she says that they did not agree on this. The red-haired girl, and apparently looking ahead, replied that she does not understand what she is talking about. The masked girl furrowed her brows and replied that it was a battle between two empires. Didn't they agree to share information? She never thought that her friend would single-handedly take over the war tower like that. The girl smiled and replied that she didn't understand what she was talking about. She thought that the Darkrune Guild was so focused on taking over the territory that she forgot to mention it. She clenched her fists, thinking that the battle between two empires was keeping them away from catching up. The masked girl furrowed her brows and replied that in that case. Then she folded her arms, asking if it was okay if she used the war tower right now. Hearing this, the red-haired girl's body trembled and she replied that of course, and then thought that their losses would be much greater if she refused and the Darkrune turned away from them. Slamming her fist on the table, she continued to think about how she still couldn't forget about the other empire, how much she needed to think about, she needed to control herself. After which the masked girl thanked her interlocutor, thinking that if it weren't for her mistake, they would have captured the tower by force. After which their eyes met, and they looked at each other menacingly. We are transferred to some time later. Someone sits down on a bench. The red-haired one is dissatisfied, frowning, thinking that she is doing so, although they were not able to examine the war tower well. Looking away, she thought that if they get an artifact or a legendary item that they missed. Suddenly, someone approached her. The girl, looking menacingly in front of her, said that she was grateful that she let her use the tower, but it seems they were late, there was nothing useful for exchange. She raised her hand and, leaving, added that they would see each other next time. The red-haired girl, smiling, lowered her gaze, thinking that it was good that nothing was found for you. The girl in the mask, calmly walking forward, opened her eyes wide, thinking that her friend was an idiot. She missed such an incredible thing. After which she lowered her gaze to the small emblem. Looking at the icon, a system message appeared in front of her that she was receiving the Magellan icon. The guy pointed his finger at the map, saying that this was the current situation. He, menacingly turning around, added that he did not think that they would be able to capture the base. The protagonist raised his hand, answering that no, they had waited long enough. The longer they waited, the greater the gap between them and the Kaiman Empire. The girl, looking at him, answered that the business territories had already been captured. Would it not be better for them to wait and capture the base when it was destroyed? The protagonist grabbed a small wooden figurine with his image on it. He then placed it in the center, saying that they would capture the territory on the front lines. His comrades, discontentedly surrounding him, shouted that this could not be. The girl, clenching her fists, replied that he knew how dangerous it was. If they were drawn into battle, they would be finished. Ian sat down on a bench and, smiling, replied that the risk was high, but the competition was small, and they would not have to spend a huge amount of effort to capture the base there. The Lucipal Empire was on their side, so they would not have to worry about them. They would only need to fight off the Kaiman Empire. The fat man, looking ahead in fear, replied that if the Empire continued to attack them, and they could not suddenly find themselves without food and resources, besides, how could they stand up to two top guilds? The protagonist folded his arms and replied that he had a great idea for that. They are bringing us to the gate. A huge blue crystal appears and we are informed that the time left to capture the base is 4 hours and 30 minutes. The guy, smiling, looking ahead, said that thanks to the construction cube, the construction was going pretty fast. The girl, holding out her hand, replied that the work had paid off in full, but she was not sure whether it was worth building a base on the front lines. Ian, looking at them, replied that everything was fine, just let them trust him. The guys stood opposite each other, and the protagonist said that the subordinates had arrived, he would go greet them. In front of the protagonist were his comrades, and they waved at him with a smile. The knight, coming closer, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ian, slowly approaching them, said that he was grateful that they came. Smiling, he added if the girl had a little leadership. She answered that she did. What was the matter? The protagonist, stretching out his hand to her, said that he had a new pet, but lacked leadership. Could she hold the dragon? She replied that of course, it was an honor for her. Ian frowned and thought that thanks to the dragon tamer, he essentially no longer needed leadership. But he lacked leadership to summon all the pets. Since the dragon is a powerful tank, he thought they would not need it much. He imagined his pets and himself in his head with a smile, thinking that if he left one of them with the girl, he could use it as a second tank if she was around. The girl looked at him with a smile. Then a large one appeared in front of the protagonist. Apologizing to him, Ian asked if he could stay with the girl for a while. Looking at his pet, he added that he would come back for it when he became stronger. The girl approached the golem, telling it to take care of her. Looking at them, Ian replied that it should listen to her and not cause trouble. We are transported to the base. The girl looks at the base in the middle of the desert. With her arms folded, she asks her friend who the idiots are that are building a base on the front lines. She replied that they will now say 107th place, the Lotus Guild from the Lucipal Empire. Frowning, the masked girl said that she is bored, so they are the perfect victim. The archer, looking menacingly ahead, replied that if they attack their base now, the guild from Lucipal can come to their aid from the rear. Why don't they use Magellan's badge from the war tower? The girl turned around in surprise. Then, spreading her arms, she replied that she understands. She was defeated by some strange guy, so now all the members of the guild are low level. She picked up the badge and added that this was also not bad. They needed to test it to see how strong these desert warriors were. A badge appeared in front of us and we were told that it was an item that could only be obtained when they were acknowledged by the desert warriors of the central continent. A desert squad appeared in front of us and we were told that those who received this badge would be protected by the desert warriors, and all NPCs in the central continent would become their allies and the faction they belonged to, and the owner of the badge would also gain the ability to command the desert warriors. The girl frowned and turned around and said to take them down. A desert warrior with red eyes appeared behind her. He grabbed his weapon, and then he pulled out 2 shining blades. The archer looked at him and wondered in fear when he appeared here. Looking at their new ally, she continued to think that he was incredibly powerful. Someone rang the bell. The riders rushed forward, and someone shouted that the desert warriors were approaching. They should prepare for battle. The guy looked menacingly ahead. The protagonist, standing on the walls, watched the approaching threat. He turned to the guy, asking that the desert warriors were not neutral. The guy replied that it was Magellan's badge. Frowning, he added that it was an item that allowed him to command the desert warriors. It fell into the hands of someone from the Kaiman Empire. The guy stepped aside, and the protagonist shouted that it was unfair to command level 120 mobs at will, and wouldn't he help them? The guy replied that he was leaving. Approaching the door, he added that he owed a lot to the desert warriors. The protagonist, looking at him, thought that if the problem was that Caesar's loyalty stat was only 3, it was surprising that he hadn't punched him yet. Looking menacingly ahead, he thought that perhaps nothing could be done. They would have to somehow stop the desert warriors themselves. There was a bright flash, and the protagonist shouted, "Summon!" A dragon, a wolf, and a tiger appeared next to him. The girl, looking at him, asked what this was the new pet. The desert warriors stopped. He looked at the huge dragon, thinking that it was a golden turtle. Squinting his eyes, he continued to think that if the golden turtle dragon, guarding the treasure, was wandering the world, it meant that they had defeated the vengeful spirit. Looking back, the guy shouted to his warriors not to relax because they were facing skilled opponents. The protagonist, smiling, thought that there was one combo he wanted to try. Stretching his staff forward, he sent the wolf into an attack. The guy swung his saber, then he struck the enemy, but at the last moment the latter put up a block in front of himself, causing a bright flash. The desert warrior's hand shook, and a strong energy began to flow from the wolf. A system message appeared that the skill dragon turtle defense was activated. The warrior looked ahead in fear, shouting at his sword. Then a second later, the wolf knocked the blade out of his opponent's hands. Yang extended his staff forward, and the tiger opened its mouth, in which a blue aura began to appear. The wolf's eyes filled with fire, and a system message appeared that the agility of all allies was increased by 30. He was using Fenrir's Wrath. He entered rage mode, all stats were increased by 50, and the probability of a critical hit was increased by 20. The wolf jumped at his opponent, swinging his claws. He struck with all his might, opening his mouth wide. The desert warrior opened his mouth, from which blood gushed. He wondered if this was really a pet. Looking at the wolf, from which a strong aura emanated, he wondered how this was possible. Forward, destroying the ground beneath him. Then he pushed off with all his might. He pounced on the soldiers, tearing them apart one by one. The boy bit his teeth, thinking that he had defeated all of them, the desert warriors, if they could not cope with the pet. He extended his hand towards the protagonist, shouting that the summoner must be killed. A knight appeared in front of Yang, who, waving her spear, pushed the guy aside. He turned pale and opened his mouth wide. The knight smiled and, looking ahead, said that, as Yang predicted, they were following him. The protagonist, riding a tiger, replied that this was beyond any doubt. The wolf looked at the defeated desert warriors. The archer, who was watching this, said that they lost to the guild in 107th place. Were the desert warriors really that weak? Then she looked to the side in surprise. A dark aura emanated from the girl in the mask. She menacingly looked forward. The girl silently lowered her head. Then, stepping aside, she thought that first the archer lost, and now the desert warriors. The losing streak continues. Her eyes flashed with anger, and she thought that this was a disgrace to the Dark Rune Guild. Turning around, she said that you should send a message to the Titan Guild. When the time comes, they will begin. Frowning, she added that it will be a hunt for the bastards from Lucipol. We are transferred to the desert warriors lying on the ground. A purple aura emanates from them. The protagonist and the task watches the spheres that slowly fly towards him. Then he absorbs them. Closing his eyes, a system message appeared in front of him that the hatching progress is 91%. Smiling, he said that this is great, another pet will appear soon. Pointing towards the castle, he added that now they need to go back. He took a few steps forward. Then, turning around, he looked at the knight, thinking that it was good that he was nearby, but without him, it would be difficult to protect the base. Frowning, he continued to think that they needed to come up with a plan. The guy appeared. Putting his hands on his hips, he thanked him and said that they did not even have to interfere. The girl added that she hoped for this because he told them to guard the base from the inside. The protagonist, smiling, asked if nothing happened. Then he looked menacingly in front of him. He lowered his head. A second later, looking at his comrades, he turned to them, saying that he would tell the truth. These desert warriors were stronger than he thought. If the dragon had not joined them, they would have lost. Raising his hand, he added that therefore he had to do something, and his comrade would watch the base for now. The latter answered with a smile that of course. And the protagonist, stepping aside, answered that he would return. We are transported to the capital city of the Lucipol Empire. The guard, with his mouth wide open, shouted that the queue for the quest of the central continent is here. The protagonist ran up, seeing a huge queue, thinking that everyone had gathered here for the central continent. Ian joined the queue. The guard looked around in surprise, and someone shouted that the adventurers going to the central continent should come here. The protagonist, lowering his head, thought that the queue was too long, how long he would have to wait. Suddenly, a guard approached him, smiling. He asked that he was not by any chance Baron Ian. He answered that yes, it was him. The guard put his hand on his chest and, smiling, replied that he was not sure that he remembered him, but he was with him during the search for the Griffin and the rescue of prisoners of war. Confidently looking ahead, he asked what brought him here. Young turned away and replied that he wanted to go to the front lines of the central continent, but there was an incredible line. The guard pointed at himself, telling him to leave it to him. He would take him straight to the captain. Two guys were watching this conversation. One of them asked who this guy was. The Imperial soldier recognized him and was currying favor. The big guy replied that apparently even in the game connections decide everything. Suddenly the guy widened his eyes. He raised his finger, remembering the protagonist, saying that this was the man whose video was top 1 on the information board. The big guy folded his arms and replied that he was talking about that summoner. I think he had a nickname of Young or something like that, and he was top 1 in the summoner rankings. The protagonist, smiling widely, extended his fist to the guard. The guy, watching this, said with displeasure that it hardly mattered, but he thought he was level 110 or so. Suddenly, someone came up to them from behind and said that his level was now above 130. In front of them was a girl in a pink cape. Looking at her, one of the guys asked where she was from and how she knew him. The girl began to take off her cape, her cheeks turned red, and she, smiling widely, said that she was the official top 1 summoner. The guys were immediately distracted by her, looking ahead in surprise. The girl raised her hand, saying that summoners can be judged by their pets. People may not know this because Ian adjusted his parameters to hide his statistics. Imagining the protagonist in her head, she added that according to official data, Ian is the most powerful summoner. We are transferred to the castle. The door opens slightly. A man sits at the table, looking ahead in surprise. He smiles. You ask what brought Ian here. The protagonist, going inside, answered that he wants to fight on the front lines of the central continent. We are transferred to the base. The girl, looking at the guy, asks what he is thinking about here. Disappointed, lowering his gaze, the fat man replied that he does not understand Ian, no matter how hard he tries. Smiling, the girl replied that he should not worry. Crystals, she added that everything will be fine. We are transferred to the battle and are told that the war between the empires continued. In these battles, the Kaiman Empire continued to win. The Lucipal Empire suffered defeat after defeat. The protagonist clenched his teeth, and we were told that therefore Ian had to return to guard the base again, but he achieved what he wanted. We appear at the market, and we are told that thanks to the service points he accumulated, Ian managed to complete the construction of a fortress with 3 rings of walls and a military trading post. The protagonist's military base appears in front of us. The guy looks at the built castle. Turning towards Ian, he says that thanks to him, the construction of the base is complete. He asked him what he had done, frowning, and the protagonist asked him in surprise, "What do you mean?" To which the boy imagined mountains of gold in his head and replied that even though he had a lot of service points, he would never have the money or manpower to build a fortress of that size. The protagonist smiled and replied that if you only wanted to, you could find a way. He raised his hand and replied that he needed to explain the most important part, which was money. He imagined a desert in his head and added that accumulating funds was the hardest thing to do when he was in the middle of a barren desert. He imagined a world map and added that that was why all the other guilds were using their headquarters funds to expand their base. An image of a building appeared in his head, and he added that of course, they basically did the same thing, but with one difference. That difference was a landmark. He imagined a man petting a pet and said that he had founded a monster breeding nursery with a professor some time ago. Hearing this, the boy turned pale, asking what all this was and how many summoners there were in the game. Ian told him to listen to the end. He imagined how he sat at the computer all night, saying that he had posted all the guides on how to become a summoner on the information board. The secrets of monster evolution, which every summoner with pets needed, could be found in the monster nursery. As a result, the growing number of summoners settling in the lands caused a sharp influx of money. He remembered looking at the happy citizens, after which he imagined how the builders quickly worked on the building, saying that, in addition, they were opening a second monster nursery in the town that he recently noticed. Listening to this, the boy frowned, answering that this was incredible, but what about the workers? Suddenly, a girl with pink hair appeared. She folded her arms and smiled, saying that she could explain it. Then she winked, looking ahead. The guy looked at her in surprise and said that it was unbelievable, but what about the workers? Grinning, the girl said that it was. Crossing her arms, she added that she could explain. The girl winked at Barry. He looked at her in amazement and asked that it was the famous summoner Lauren. Grinning, the guy asked what such a beautiful creature was doing in such a hole, to which the hero asked that the place where he had put his blood, sweat, and tears turned out to be a hole. Lauren grinned and said that well, to get straight to the point, the labor force was provided by her golden summoners. Barry asked again in surprise. The creatures appeared. The golden summoners are a group of about 20 summoners. The girl summoned a snake. The thought appeared that they were incredibly talented, as well as high-class specialists, the dream team of all summoners. Lauren looked at the hero's photo. It was said that but in fact they are secret fans of the unofficial top 1 summoner Ian. The girls grinned. Their group was called Love Ian. The girl raised her hand and said that the organization Love Ian began to actively help since Ian, whose characteristics are hidden from others, posted on the information board. This is a touching story about how they helped. Barry gritted his teeth and said that just think, Lauren, the favorite of all players, founded a club of his fans, to which the hero replied that he was also surprised at first. The guy looked away and asked what, but it's normal that she helps him for free, to which the girl asked what I mean for free. Of course, they get an appropriate reward for it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he gave her some amulets, all of them depict Ben. The girl began to jump and scream that the amulets with Ben, Ian's most famous pet, to which the guy replied that so, in other words. With a thumbs up, he added that he had obtained the manpower when he met Lauren and Murin and had made Olivia Village, which was short of soldiers, part of his domain, and was building another monster breeding farm to finance it further. Ian gritted his teeth and said yes, that was it, to which the girl replied that she was asking him to take care of her. The food fell to the floor. Looking away, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise. He froze, looking at the girl. Rena glared at him and asked what he was doing here. Looking at her in fear, the protagonist asked what it was. Frowning, he shouted that it was not what she thought. The girl grabbed the door handle. Looking away, she said okay, whatever, let them have fun. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement as he wondered why Rena was here. He thought she was not at the level to get here yet. Barry smirked and said that she said she was bored with the Northern Territories and wanted to come here, asking if he hadn't said that. Ian glared at him and said that he had. The view of the buildings opened up. The Dark Rune Guild base appeared. The girl smirked and said that it looked like it would snow on the central continent tomorrow since he was suggesting to strike Luciple first. Lily crossed her arms and added that she thought he wasn't interested in the Luciple Empire. The girl looked at her silently. She frowned and thought about how she couldn't tell them about their losing streak. As soon as they found out about it, they would immediately try to overtake them and take first place. Sitting at the table, the girl said that okay, she liked the idea. If they struck them with a united front, they wouldn't need a strategy, to which she was told no, they would do it like this. The map appeared, and it was heard that their guild would attack from the front. Blair extended her hand and said that the Titan Guild would go around and deal with the Oakland and Greatness Guilds. The girl looked at her in confusion. Frowning, she asked that there was some reason for this. If the Dark Rune Guild attacked from the front without them, there would be significant losses. Maybe she was afraid of Oakland or Greatness. The girl asked with wide eyes that no, of course not, it would just be a massacre. They would stick to the strategy tomorrow. The robot, hanging in the air, said hello. Grinning, the guy said that it was the commentator Kailana Haynes, and the girl said that it was Louise too. Looking straight ahead, he added that by now there had been many battles on the central continent between the Kaiman and Luciple empires. Leaning on the railing, Haynes added that today was the first time the Kaiman Empire guilds had announced an invasion to them. The commentators. The girl closed her eyes and said that was right. The Kaiman Empire was steadily advancing. They assumed that they would be able to completely take over the central continent. A huge army appeared. It was heard that they could now see the number of fighters of the Kaiman Empire. It was the top one guild, Dark Rune and the Desert Warriors. Standing on the tower, Haynes said that it was simply an incredible view, to which Louise replied that it was amazing that the Desert Warriors joined the battle together with the Dark Rune Guild. The rumors that Blair owned the badge must have been true. The people were holding weapons in their hands, and it was heard that on the other side, the Luciple Empire fighters. It was strange, wasn't it? Which guild owned this base? To which the girl said that it was the Lotus Guild, which was in 95th place. They probably only recently entered the top 100. Clenching his fist, the guy asked if the Oakland and Greatness guilds, which were in 3rd and 4th place, would support them. The guy appeared on the screen. Someone was watching him and said that yes, of course, they would support them. Frowning, Harry asked what would change even if they sent reinforcements. The guy adjusted his glasses and answered that he was right. Sitting at the table, he added that it was useless for the guild in 95th place to send reinforcements. It would do nothing. The guy looked away. Roy was watching them carefully. The protagonist and his friend were standing on the balcony. Looking away, Barry asked if he really thought they could stop them if other guilds would send reinforcements. The protagonist crossed his arms and said no, there would be no reinforcements from other guilds, but not to worry. He smirked and added that they had some too. The girl was sitting on a horse. She held out her sword and said to hold it, to which she was asked what, this sword. The man, holding the sword in his hands, said that this sword was enchanted to summon. Blair turned her head and said to attack the back gate with it, to which she was told that it would be done. Looking straight ahead, she added to listen to her command. The army rushed forward, hearing them crush these bastards. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy wondered what was starting. Lowering his head, he added that they would lose. This was a dark rune, the battle would be hard. Suddenly, someone touched him. The hero grinned and said that he should enjoy it. It was a game after all. Barry smiled slightly. Looking straight ahead, he said okay. The guy raised his hand and shouted for the fighters to get ready for battle. Frowning, he added that they should also launch the tower. The cannons on the towers began to fire. The girl looked straight ahead carefully. The people screamed in fear. The guy gritted his teeth, lowering his head. A charge appeared in the cannon. Suddenly, it fired. The people raised their heads up. The shell flew at them. A loud scream was heard. The guys screamed in fear. The man in the mask opened his eyes in surprise. Then he looked away. Explosions began to sound everywhere. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that the defensive tower of these bastards is not just a tower, they pumped it up to the maximum level. She frowned and added that they would lose half their strength before they got past the gate. Suddenly, a projectile was flying straight at her. Blair extended her hand forward. A pentagram appeared in front of her. There was a devastating explosion. A glow appeared around the girl's hand. She grabbed the harness. The girl suddenly rushed forward. Suddenly, she jumped up. Blair swung her hand. Frowning, she said that it was a sorcerer's technique. Suddenly, the girl used the skill Phantom Magic. She landed on the ground. A notification appeared that Blair had destroyed the defense tower of the Fiora base, which belonged to the Lotus Guild. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that their troops could now enter. She looked at the defense of the fortress. Blair's eyes widened, thinking that they were completely crazy. How much did they spend on this damn base, and where did they get so much money? The statue appeared. The thought arose that these defense bases in the center, never seen anything like it. She grabbed the weapon and thought that the more she thought about it, the stronger the chain reaction in her head. Frowning, the girl added that but now the main thing. Putting her hand forward, Blair thought that destroy them all. Stroking the pet, the main character said that what should be expected from the head of the top 1 guild. He smirked and added that although he had put a lot of effort into it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that in any case, they couldn't just let her destroy the walls, asked what was moving out. The quiver with arrows lit up. The staff shone brightly. He sat on the griffin. Suddenly, the pet jumped up. The griffin quickly cut through the air. A view of smoke opened up. Smoke appeared in the fortress. Clenching his fist, the guy said that the battle continues, both sides. Weapons were lying on the ground. The warriors were unconscious. Many enemies were lying on the ground. It was said that they suffered significant losses. The guy lowered his head. Adam was lying on the floor. Monsters and people were defeated. People were standing in front of the back gate of the Lotus Guild. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that she said that she would give a signal when she was inside, but why haven't they heard anything yet? And also, holding the binoculars in her hands, Jenny added that the guy. People were standing at the gate. The thought occurred to her that the most terrifying bastard she had seen in a long time, if this monster was a member of the Lotus Guild. Caesar frowned. The thought occurred to her that he was also protecting the back gate. She shuddered when she heard that the gate was open. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that no, there was still a tiny chance of winning, because she had the sword that the lady gave her with her. The back gate appeared. People were lying on the ground. The man looked surprised when he heard that the gate was open. Putting his hand forward, he shouted a command. The people rushed forward furiously. The guy froze, looking straight ahead. Taking off his mask, he sighed. Barry gritted his teeth and said that now everything is in his hands. The people ran out of the gate. The girl looked at them in surprise and wondered what was going on. They still had too many defense towers for their forces to break through. She frowned and exclaimed. Looking at the griffin, Blair thought that this was a bastard. The protagonist smirked. The thought appeared that he was a key member of the Lotus Guild. People looked at the gate in surprise. The opponents froze in surprise. They heard something. The gate closed, but then there was another wall behind the wall. They need to climb over these walls, shouldn't they fight? Looking to the side, the girl shouted that no. Holding the staff in his hands, the hero said that it was too late. He raised his hands up and added that this was retribution for his guildmates. The statue's eyes lit up. They glowed blue. Lightning began to radiate from them. A bright glow appeared in the sky. An attack flew at the people. A notification appeared that the Desert Warrior was receiving 35,161 units of damage. He was receiving 32,878 units of damage. Lightning flew among the people. Damage notifications appeared. The statue's eyes stopped glowing. The man was lying on the ground. Many warriors were defeated. The man looked straight ahead angrily. Lightning struck the warrior. The thought appeared that he had managed to stick his swords into the ground, diverted the electricity, and received half as much damage. The protagonist looked in surprise and thought that he had a pretty good reaction. The people were unconscious. The thought appeared that but the guys from the guild were not in a condition to fight him now. Grinning, the protagonist added that so what? The man was spinning his weapon in the air. A scream was heard. The guy's eyes lit up. Suddenly a blow flew at him. Paul landed on the ground. He looked at the man in fear. The knight was breathing heavily and asked why he came to lose again. Looking at him, the boy replied that his face was surprisingly well animated for someone who would die in one hit. Suddenly, he used the Desert Warrior's will skill and added that he would not lose like that time. Suddenly, the man rushed forward. Looking scared, the knight thought that it was too late. The back gate of the Lotus Guild appeared during the electric shock. The girl covered her face and wheezed. Frowning, she thought that there was no doubt, that was for sure, and then said that let the soldiers prepare to attack. The people stood in a crowd. The thought arose that the signal from the mistress, it was heard that they would break through the back gate. The girl ran on her horse, thinking that the sword that the mistress gave her contained a pet. The people stood in front of the gate. The thought arose that even he could not withstand them. A glow appeared around the sword. A summoning spell was heard. Suddenly a bronze giant appeared. His eyes lit up brightly. The giant swung his hand. It was heard that let him see. The fist flew forward rapidly. It was heard that the power of the guild was a dark rune. Stretching his staff forward, the magician spoke of the abyss of darkness. Notifications appeared that the bronze giant was affected by the skill abyss of darkness. His movements were slowed down by 30% for the duration of the skill. Frowning, Jenny said that it was useless. Flames appeared around the knight. His eyes lit up. The girl looked at him in fear. The giant stretched his hand forward. The knight abruptly thrust his sword in front of him. Looking up in surprise, the girl said that how is that possible, and then thought that how could he so easily cut a bronze giant above level 200. The giant fell to the ground. Caesar pulled his sword to the side. A thought appeared, what is his level then? He threw the weapon over his shoulder. Notifications about the defeated players appeared. Looking to the side, the magician thought how stupid he was. Even if he received the power of an immortal, he would not have a chance to defeat this bastard. The 301st level appeared. It was said that this bastard. Caesar grinned, and the guy thought that he was a monster. The knight looked at the weapon in amazement. Jumping up, he asked what was what. The man grabbed the weapon. A sword swing appeared. Barry struck the guy. The thought arose that the skill reduces the damage received. He received 5,201 damage. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that damn, too little, and he was preparing for the blow. The spear flew forward rapidly. The knight threw the weapon forward. The man opened his eyes in surprise. The guy looked to the side, and the man received 65,212 damage and died. Paul grinned slightly. The girl frowned. A glow appeared around her and she said that they were. Looking away, she added that they were fucking freaks. The hero looked surprised, hearing about a sorcerer's technique, to which he asked again. The griffin screamed loudly, and ghost magic was heard. The protagonist began to fly down, thinking that damn, Finn died from one hit from this thing. A notification appeared that Finn received 31,989 damage and died. The pet grabbed him, hearing the command. He was holding Ian by the cloak. Putting his hand out to the side, the hero thanked him, and then shouted about the summoning. Suddenly Lou appeared. Ben smirked. Their names were heard. The girl looked at them. She looked down. Crouching, Blair said that it was useless. Frowning, the protagonist thought about what to do. The situation is so-so. Gritting his teeth, he added that she had enough strength to kill Finn with one blow. Ian attacked downwards. The thought arose that he should forget about fighting with mana spheres and air shots. The dragon appeared. The thought arose that although he had a rake, his defense was weaker than Finn's, so the same awaited him. Raising his staff up, the hero spoke of the blessing of the wind and the blessing of the barbarian. Notifications appeared that Lou's attack power was increased by 30, Lou's agility was increased by 42%. The pet gritted his teeth. It was heard that the defense of the dragon turtle, Fenrir's Wrath. A notification appeared that the dragon turtle defense skill redirected all damage received by Lou. The Fenrir's Wrath skill increased all characteristics by 50%. Grinning, the protagonist thought that yes, Lou was pumped to the maximum, now it was worth trying. The girl looked down. Raising her hand, she said about the blessing of the sorcerer. A purple glow appeared around her. The sword emitted a glow. Blair looked forward furiously. She slightly raised her hand. Notifications appeared that all stats were increased by 80% for the next 3 minutes. Skill damage was increased by 100%. Barry looked at her in fear. The hosts froze in amazement. The protagonist smirked and said, okay. Looking up, he added that he thought he would have to take it back. The guy and girl looked at him in surprise. Gritting her teeth, Louise said that Blair had turned into something scary. Frowning, Haynes said that it was exactly like that. Maybe this was the first time she saw something like this. I'm sure some of the viewers didn't understand either, so he'd explain. The monsters looked at the girl furiously. It was heard that her class was a hidden class called a sorcerer, which allowed her to wield both magic and a sword. The girl turned her head. It was heard that it was still unknown whether this class belonged to the category of magicians or warriors. The magician grinned. It was said that, but to be honest, the top 1 swordsman and the top 1 magician might lose their first places. The guy raised his finger and said that, and outwardly she changed because sorcerers use dark magic, which may have transformed her. Raising her hands, the girl said that it was scary, to which he replied that it was because of dark magic, and she added that it was not. Louise put her hands to her chest and said that it was. The girl stood in front of the hero. It was heard that incredible power. Ben grabbed his head. The wolf was sitting by the wall. The 3-headed dragon was defeated. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist wheezed. Blair stood right in front of him. Frowning, she said that until now he had spoiled his blood, but now, swinging her sword, the girl screamed that he would die. A glow appeared around the staff. A shield was heard. Rena raised the staff up. Looking in surprise, the girl wondered what support. Where did it come from? Notifications appeared that the Love Forest engagement ring skill was activated. With the help of a blessing he called his partner. Grinning, the hero asked what he was so surprised about. Raising his hand, he added that they had only just begun. Rena was holding a staff in her hands. Smiling widely, the protagonist thought that it was good that he had apologized to Rena when she had gotten offended at him. The girl frowned. A thought appeared that she found it suspicious that there was not a single support class player among the entire guild. She glared furiously and added that they were hiding them for such an occasion, and she was a priest, what a nasty thing. Looking away, Louise asked why Blair's attack could not overcome the skill of this priest. After all, there was such a big difference in their levels. Surprised, wide-eyed, Haynes said that the sorcerer uses dark magic, but the priest's magic seems to be for the sorcerer. The girl touched Blair. It was heard that a hidden countermeasure. The girl said through the mask that he was such an idiot. While striking, she asked what he thought he could counter her with a noob priest. The hero looked at the weapon, hearing that even despite the incomparable difference in strength, level, and skills, let him watch his defense crumble. Blair looked furiously and shouted that when she breaks his defense, she will bury him along with this girl. The protagonist smirked. Hearing about the magic boost, a notification appeared that the sorcerer's blessing had expired and its effect was ending. Frowning, the girl wondered what was happening. Her blessing had ended and his defense had become even stronger. Were they waiting for his buff to end? Smirking, Ian said what to do now. Kate looked away. It was heard that they assumed that things would turn out this way and saved high-level support. The hero was sitting on the ground. It was heard that it seemed. The girl looked at him in surprise. It was said that now they had the advantage. Her eyes lit up and she shouted that he should shut up. The girls frowned and shouted to dispel the shield. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they should switch places, then exclaimed in amazement. He found himself in front of the girl. The turtle screamed in fear. She hid under the shell. Blair hit him with her sword. Frowning, she said that of course he could escape. A message appeared that Ben was getting a critical hit and was getting 3 points of damage. Taking a step forward, the girl asked what was happening. Only 3 points of damage. Taking an arrow in his hand, the hero gave the command to the turtle. Ben puffed out his cheeks. Suddenly he fired an attack at the girl. Water flew at her and she thought, damn, she can't see anything. Rena stretched out her hand forward. It was heard that enchantment to bestow sacred elemental magic. The staff emitted a bright glow. The protagonist pulled the bowstring and summoned Jakey. The attack flew forward sharply. The bird was rapidly gaining speed. She used the skill electricity control. The girl looked at her in surprise. Looking down, she wheezed. The arrow stuck in her hand. A notification appeared that she was receiving a critical hit from Ian and was receiving 66,126 points of damage. The effect of electricity control paralyzed her. Her movements were slowed by 30%. The guy grinned and shouted that Blair was hit. Did Ian really manage to turn the game around? Holding the sword in her hands, the girl said that it was just that. Extending the weapon forward, she added that he hit once and dared to think that he won. Grinning, the protagonist replied that yes, one hit. The knight took a step forward. He looked at them, hearing what separated victory from defeat, to which he asked again. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked that she was the only one left. Frowning, Blair thought that she was talking about him. If he appeared from behind, it looks like Jenny was defeated. Stretching her hand forward, Rena spoke about healing. Barry held a shield in his hands. A notification appeared that they were healing. The girl knelt down. A thought appeared that and also a tank and Dee Dee who defeated the guy. She has a paralysis debuff. Fighting with all of them will be too difficult. She what? Looking straight ahead, she added that she lost and then laughed. Raising her head up, Blair laughed loudly. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that how funny, today she admits defeat. She looked furiously and shouted that but swears to repay them for this humiliation. The girl took the sheet in her hands. Tearing it, she said that return, a dark rune. A blue glow appeared around her. People began to evaporate. The girl was covered in blue light. All the warriors lying on the ground lit up. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought that the guild's general returned scroll. Okay. He fell to the ground. Grinning, Ian said that it was all over. The guy widened his eyes and said that it wasn't. People turned around, hearing that it was incredible, the Lotus Guild. Hines enthusiastically shouted that they managed to defend themselves from the top 1 guild dark rune. It was a real miracle. The girl wiped her face from drool. Clenching his fist, he added that no, it wasn't just a miracle. Looking away, the guy said that all this happened. The hero pointed to himself, hearing that it was thanks to the top 1 summoner, Ian, who was in the Lotus Guild, and his unusual strategy, to which he asked again. Gritting his teeth, he thought that well, it was his strategy. The protagonist sighed and thought that even though he had hoped to simply survive, a win was a win, no. Clenching his fist tightly, he added that he couldn't relax. The girl looked at him furiously, and the thought occurred to him that the Dark Urn Guild held the top spot because Blair was simply obsessed with winning. Walking straight, Ben turned to the hero. Grinning, Ian asked him why he was so scared. Yes, he said that thank you, he survived thanks to him. Looking straight, he said to switch places. Ben exclaimed in fear. The turtle took off her glasses. She swung her hand. The pet hit the hero in the face, and a notification appeared that he had received 3 units of damage. Ben stamped his feet furiously, grabbing his face. The protagonist said that when will he grow up, evolve and become stronger, and someone turned to him. He looked surprised. With his head down, Buck asked what he knew about Ben, to which the protagonist asked that he was fine, to which he replied that he was fine. Putting his hand to his face, Ian said that Ben, he is a big-headed turtle and he likes meatballs. Looking at him, the pet said that I understand, let him tell him everything from the beginning. Bubbles of water appeared. It was heard that Ben belongs to the kind of creatures of the abyss, deep-sea creatures that lived in ancient times. For their ancient kind there are 2 ways to become stronger. The turtle looked at the sun. It was said that the first way is to use a magic pearl like the one he returned to him, but if someone is going to evolve in this way, he may not ascend, and even get side effects, to which the hero asked what is the big deal about ascension. The dragon appeared, and Buck said that the dragon turtle, when ascended, becomes a deity of dragon turtles and a true divine entity, so it is so important. Waves flew around the turtle. It was heard that since Ben belongs to the family of deep-sea creatures, he can easily control the water element. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist asked what is the way to become stronger without a magic pearl, to which he was told that the spirit of the turtle enclosed in his body. Looking at the sphere, Buck said that he needs to collect 3 turtle spirits and bring them to the altar of water. The object hung in the air. It was heard that the spirit of the turtle can be created by Ben, or someone else from their family can give it. That's all he knows. Frowning, Ian thought that it would be difficult to make Ben stronger, but he needs to strengthen not only him. The players appeared. A thought arose that after so many battles, he felt it again. The summoner class is too weak to fight against players. Looking at the notification, the hero said about the inventory. An egg appeared. A notification appeared that the hatching progress was 93.7%. It was heard that although everything could change when it hatched. Looking away, the protagonist thought that but this time he did not kill anyone himself, and Blair was able to leave, so nothing was over yet. Looking at the gate, he said okay, whatever, he'll rebuild the base for next time. Looking away, the girl said that this one was a first summoner. Standing by the wall, someone said that she came back after almost losing everything, including her soul. The girl smirked at the manners. She told her to attack them from behind. Looking straight ahead, she replied that she had found her behavior suspicious the last time they met, so she decided to dig deeper. Blair frowned at the fact that she had missed Holdrim's crown, and when the desert warriors died and were penalized, she resurrected them only to be destroyed. It seemed like she was a punching bag now. Glaring at her, she replied that she should shut up and say what she wanted. The girl looked at him in surprise when she heard that she was here to destroy the Dark Rune Guild and take first place. She smirked and replied that of course not. Even if they were to fight for the top spot right now, rumors would spread and the Luciple assholes would band together to seize the title and the resulting chaos. Taking a step forward, the girl asked that she didn't expect the Lotus Guild base to be a real fortress. Didn't she wonder how they managed to build it without being a top guild? Blair frowned and asked how. Smiling widely, the girl replied that they had monopolized a military trading post. She would lend her troops to them to strike back, and in return. Looking straight ahead, she asked that she would have to seize the post for them. Okay. Hearing the laughter, Blair froze in amazement. She frowned and said okay. She agreed. Holding the arrow in her hands, the girl thought that she knew from the beginning that she was being cunning, but she knew so many details. It meant. The guy looked at her in surprise. The thought arose that there was a traitor among Luciple's people. Sitting at the table, he said that they really protected themselves from the Dark Rune, asked if a bright streak was really coming for Luciple. Looking straight ahead, the man said what he thought. It was too early to talk about it, asked why not start helping the Lotus Guild with reinforcements. Frowning, the guy said no, it was too late for that was the worst thing. Harry asked again in amazement, what were they talking about? Wouldn't it be useful for them to block all enemy forces on the front lines? Sitting at the table, Martin said that they were quite high in the top, high enough to occupy 3rd and 4th places among all the guilds. Since they stood aside while the guild from the 90s of the top fought on the front lines, he thought that now everyone was throwing dirt at them. Frowning, he added that what was even scarier was that they were getting stronger. In a week they had risen from 100th place to 90th, and who knows where they would grow now that they had managed to defend themselves from the Dark Rune. The guys found themselves in the jaws of a monster. It was heard that very soon they would be devoured. Leaning on the table, Harry asked what they should do. Roy looked away. Grinning, the guy answered that it was very simple, they had to strike first. The gate appeared. It was heard that it was finally ready. It took a whole week to repair the base. Well, at least they got service points and glory for defeating the Dark Rune. Grinning, the protagonist said that although, of course, they got a lot of them, perhaps they can aim for the top guild. Standing in front of the turtle, he added that he thought that now all that was left was to raise the level, which means, putting his hand forward, the protagonist shouted that he should find a hidden dungeon. The dragon grinned and said that Ben did not have such an ability. Scratching the back of his head, Ian asked that then somehow it turned out to be out of place. Yes. Walking forward, the man asked what he was looking for, where to raise the level, to which he replied that well, yes, he knows such a place. Putting his hands in his pockets, Caesar said that he restored his memories and remembered something, to which the hero thought that this was okay, but why did he look like a bum, and then asked what and where this place was. Looking straight ahead, the knight said that the altar of Salamis. The dragon lowered his head and asked what he wanted to say. What? Smirking, Caesar replied that yes, that's exactly what he thought, a tribe that has been made up of only summoners since ancient times. People and monsters appeared, and it was heard that it was the altar of the Salamis tribe. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and thought that this was unbelievable. Raising his eyebrows, he added that if this was the altar of the ancient summoners, there should also be a bunch of legendary artifacts or legendary monsters there. Smirking, Caesar asked what it meant, decided. Crossing his arms, he added that they were going to the altar of Salamis. The protagonist objected, holding out his hand. Frowning, he asked what he really was going to go looking like that. Looking down, the knight asked again. His hair appeared. His entire body was covered in dirt. Looking at his hands, the man exclaimed and said that he was such a bastard. He was lying on the roof. Someone grabbed the edge. The magician gritted his teeth and asked why he was lying there, said that he should hold on tighter. The knight, holding him on his shoulders, answered approvingly. The man looked away. Looking at the guy, he said that it was him, like himself. The magician looked at him in surprise. He clenched his fist tightly and thought that he followed this bastard day and night to get the power contained in that wooden amulet. Gritting his teeth, Michael added that for the next quest he needed to free himself from him. Closing his eyes, he shouted that he should fight him. Caesar looked at him. Grinning, he asked that he decided to try to free himself from slavery. Raising himself, the man said okay. Looking at the magician, he said that he should show what he can do. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what it meant that he lost, that's why he looks like that, to which Caesar asked that he was stupid, why would he lose to him? Walking through the desert, the protagonist asked what it was, why he looked like that. The man stood in front of the magician. The knight suddenly rushed forward. Suddenly, he used darkness slash. The man deftly parried his blow. Grinning, he said that he was so kind to him. The magician looked angrily and thought that he decided to block the murderous attack with a newbie's dagger. Swinging his sword, Caesar asked that it was his turn now. The sword approached the knight. The thought arose that it hits even without delay. Michael pulled his staff forward and shouted about the abyss of darkness. The man's foot dug into the ground. He swung his weapon sharply. Gritting his teeth, he asked what was what, and then he thought the ground had gone out from under his feet, and he had delivered a crushing blow instead of a short lunge. The knight looked straight ahead. The magician's eyes widened. An explosion occurred in the middle of the desert. Michael closed his eyes. Suddenly, he came to. Sitting next to him, the man said that he finally woke up. Because of him, he got dirty. A tear appeared in Michael's eye. Looking at the notification, he called up his inventory. The guy began to take out a rope. Looking at him, the man asked what he was doing. The magician was dragging the knight along. Frowning, he said that he should not look for him anymore. The man looked at him in bewilderment. Clutching his face, he shouted that he did not know where he went, but that he should come back within a week, to which Michael thought that the heartless freak he thought meant something to him all the time they were together, and he so mercilessly delivered a fatal blow. He clenched his teeth tightly when he heard their master say that the Kaiman bastards might come back so they shouldn't go far, to which he thought that when he got the power of an immortal, he would take revenge no matter what it took. The man was watching him. He looked away. Walking straight, Caesar said that this is how it happened. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that they fought like schoolchildren. Frowning, the man said that they came. Surprised, his eyes widened. The protagonist wondered what was what. He extended his hand forward and added that there was nothing here. Looking at the man furiously, Ian shouted that seriously, this is just a desert. Suddenly, he began to fall down. The hero fell into a hole and shouted. The man looked at him. Suddenly, he jumped up. They fell down together. The protagonist clutched his head and exclaimed. A notification appeared that he was falling from a great height and taking 10,525 damage. The sand softened the fall, so the damage was reduced. Ben was falling from a great height and taking 1 damage. Kneeling, the man said that here they were. Looking straight ahead, he said that it was. Turning around, Caesar added that the altar of Salamis. The hero looked in surprise and thought, which was fascinating, even somehow uncomfortable. He looked at his hand in amazement. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he had given him a hand when he fell, and he was not such a bastard. He heard that he should apologize, to which he asked again. Looking at him, the man said that he was talking, let him apologize for doubting him. Looking down, Ian thought that no, he was still the same, and then apologized. Kneeling, the hero asked what they should first rummage around the altar. He looked to the side and exclaimed in surprise. Standing in front of the gate, the protagonist asked what and what they should do. It did not seem like the gate would open itself. Putting his hands on the gate, the man said that his power was useless here. Looking to the side, he asked that he would open it, understood, to which Ian responded approvingly. The man opened the doors. A glow appeared from them. He grinned slightly. They stood in front of the glow. Covering his face, the protagonist exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, he thought that the light was gone. Stretching his hands forward, Caesar sighed, and the protagonist said that this was so. A view of the room opened. The book stood on the table. It was heard that the Salamis altar. They stood in front of the man. A notification appeared that he was the first to discover the Salamis altar, the place of ancient summoners. His fame increased by 100,000 units. His leadership and intimacy indicators, as well as combat characteristics, increased by 10. Ian asked again, his eyes wide with surprise. The man looked away, wondering who this creepy old man was. Waving his hand, Caesar said that it had been a long time since he had seen him. He had aged so much that he barely recognized him. The man smirked and replied that he hadn't changed at all. Standing behind the knight, the protagonist asked what he knew him about, to which he replied that it was. Looking away, he continued that the only one who had survived the battle with him was Eclipse, the guardian of the Salamis tribe. Crossing his arms, the man laughed loudly and said that it seemed like he really had become a ghost after the battle with the Titans. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought that if he had survived the battle with Caesar, shouldn't he be incredibly strong? Pointing at the hero, Eclipse asked who this kid was who had taken a summoner as his apprentice. Looking away, the knight replied that he was just a shitty master whom he served. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what he offered him, that he began to obey him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that well, he just gave him a legendary item. The man asked what, and that's it, his eyes wide. Smiling widely, he added that oh yeah, it's true. Turning his head, Eclipse said okay, he'll take his word for it. Looking at him in surprise, the hero wondered what it was, a battle of wills. A room appeared, and the man asked what but why they came here, to which the protagonist answered that for sure. Looking to the side, he said that he heard that the Salamis tribe was a flame of summoners. Eclipse turned around, hearing what that meant, he was a summoner too. Frowning, he asked if he was a summoner. Ben exclaimed in surprise. The man smiled widely and said yes, he was Eclipse, a summoner and a valiant warrior of the Salamis tribe. Covering his face with his hand, Ian thought about how strong the wind was. Squinting, he added that but what did he mean by summoner and valiant warrior? He has a dual class or something. Standing in front of him, Caesar said that stop fooling around, they. The man looked surprised to hear that they came for the Salamis trials. He took a step forward. The hero looked at him in surprise. Putting his hand to his face, Eclipse said that of course, to which he asked what it was. Smirking, the man said that well, it seems like he is skilled enough, apparently he will be able to pass the trials. Wide-eyed, the protagonist thought about the trials, he had never heard of them. He gritted his teeth and asked what he meant by passing the trial, to which the man replied that he passed the trial. Ian was surprised to hear that it meant that he would be tested. The conditions of the Salamis tribe trial were shown. Frowning, Eclipse asked if he thought he could pass the Salamis tribe's test. The protagonist smirked and said of course. The doors began to open. They looked at the exit. Looking to the side, the man said to be careful on the way, and the protagonist thought that it was surprising that there could be a hidden passage in such a place. The man took a step forward. Notifications appeared that he had arrived at the first stage of the test. He could not use his pets in this place. His pets would be transferred to an alternate subspace, all stat bonuses would disappear. He could only use the equipment and skills he had received. The protagonist looked at the pet in surprise and shouted. The exit from the altar appeared. The man raised his head and laughed, and then asked what he thought. Closing his eyes, he said that the Salamis tribe would only recognize him as a true warrior when he overcame obstacles without his equipment and pets, to which Ian asked again. Looking at him in surprise, the hero thought, okay, a real warrior, he is a summoner. How can he fight if he cannot summon? Smiling, Eclipse said that it all depends on his skills. He is a summoner himself, but he went through a similar situation and overcame obstacles, to which the protagonist thought that yes, because he is an NPC and he has such a story written, a ghost. He looked at him in surprise, hearing that now he should choose. Raising his hand, the man said that here is the weapon with which he must pass this stage. A notification appeared that he can choose a weapon for this stage. Each chest contains a different type of weapon, and he will not know what is inside until he makes a choice. Surprised, widening his eyes, Ian thought that if it is random, he should just choose any, and then said that he chooses the one in the center. A message appeared that he chose the third chest. The hero folded his hands. Lowering his head, he thought that now he can only pray, let it be a bow or a staff. A glow appeared from the box. A light appeared around the sword. The protagonist looked at the weapon in surprise. A notification appeared that he received a two-handed sword from the third chest. Lowering his head, Yan asked what the Spirit King's two-handed sword of justice was, saying that it even looked powerful. The item information appeared. The hero's eyes widened, seeing that all the effects of the two-handed sword were blocked. Looking straight ahead, he said that but it still had an attack value of 1,500 and then asked again. The protagonist froze in amazement and asked what 1,500, why this sword was so powerful. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he did not know if he could fight with this sword with such a frail body. Okay, let him show what he can do. Looking down, the hero thought that he was a summoner. Looking straight ahead, Eclipse said, and now he will explain the essence of the test. The Selamus tribe divided warriors into 5 different categories depending on their abilities in battle. A pyramid appeared. It was heard that from the lower classes, craftsman, soldier, priest, advisor, to the pharaoh, the highest class. The protagonist held a weapon in his hands. It was said that now they will call the spirit of a warrior with the same abilities as him. When he defeats him, a warrior of a higher class will appear, so let him get ready. Yang frowned and said that the same characteristics and abilities, so it was only about physical capabilities. Grinning, he added that okay, he is always ready for the pharaoh, to which Caesar asked what's with this. Smiling, the man said that he liked his mood. They will begin. A bright glow appeared under them. Someone was holding a weapon in his hands. The guy clenched his teeth in fear. Caesar looked at him in confusion, hearing that now they would watch. The hero stood in front of the warrior, heard that he should try to hold out. Frowning, he thought about the old saying. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward. The guy clenched his teeth. Swinging his sword, Ian thought that he should strike first and victory would be his. Suddenly, he struck. The guy spat out blood. The man exclaimed with his eyes wide open. The hero smiled widely, thinking that the trials of the Selamus tribe were beginning. A bright glow appeared. The warrior looked in amazement. Crossing his arms, the man laughed and said that this bastard was good. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he was lucky that it worked. The sword stuck in the sand. Grinning, he said that he knew that the strategy of striking first and victory would work for sure. Looking away, Ian thought that but he was able to use this strategy due to his agility and the huge damage of his weapon. If that asshole could reflect his attack, with such a slow sword he would definitely miss the blow. Notifications appeared that he had a crushing victory over a tribal warrior. The class will be promoted to the soldier class. The battle will continue with a warrior of the priest class. The hero opened his eyes wide and asked again. Standing in front of him, the man said that it was great. Smiling widely, he said that okay, let him choose something else. Precious items appeared. Weapons stood on the rack. Grinning, the protagonist asked what this time he was given to choose himself instead of random loot, to which Eclipse replied that it was true, he could choose himself. Frowning, he thought that his options were a dagger, gloves, spear, staff and bow with arrows, and then said that what a variety. Putting his hand to his face, Yang thought about how convenient it would be to use a bow. If he couldn't use them against the advisor or pharaoh classes, it would be dangerous. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that if he passed to the next stage, the weapon would disappear and he would have to choose a new one of the same type. Eclipse smiled widely and said no. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that it was entirely up to him. The hero looked at him in surprise. Watching the man, he thought that the old man was senile. Looking away, the protagonist thought about what he meant. Judging by his words, even if he won with another weapon, he would not know what weapon he would get next time. Then it was decided. He calmly said okay then a notification appeared that he had chosen the Spirit King's longbow of justice. Holding the bow in his hands, Yang said that he chose this and then thought that he would choose the weapon he felt most confident with. The weapon information appeared. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that he would like to be given it as a reward for the quest. The man stretched out his hand and said that he had chosen a weapon. Let's begin. A notification appeared that a warrior of the tribe of the priest class had been summoned. The man's eyes lit up. A flame appeared near him. Pulling the bowstring, the protagonist thought that he should apologize for doing this right after he was summoned. Smiling widely, he added that he would attack him first. Ian abruptly released the arrow. The projectile flew towards the priest. The girl lowered her head. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. The arrow flew past him. It pierced the wall. The girl turned around. A cut appeared on her face. Blood began to flow from the wound. She clenched her teeth angrily. Looking at her angrily, the hero said that damn it, and then thought that perhaps, starting from this stage, such a strategy does not work. He pulled the bowstring. The priest looked angrily. The arrow flew forward sharply. The girl shot an arrow in response. They began the battle. The protagonist stopped abruptly. He gritted his teeth. Shots flew along the wall. Suddenly, the girl fired a shot. Ian pulled the bowstring. The shots collided with each other. The flashes from them lit up brightly. The blue arrow cut through the red one. The man grinned and said that his master was very good. Caesar looked away and asked what he would think. So what? Said that nothing surprising had happened in the previous tests. The hero shot a bow. It was heard that he wondered why he decided to stay with him. Putting his hands in his pockets, the knight heard that he must have an endless source of legendary items. In general, he remembers little from the past. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the Kaiman Empire captured him. He lost everything and endured long torture in prison. The hero looked at him, it was heard that, and then he came to save him. Caesar looked away. It was said that at first sight he felt something from him, felt that he could be somehow connected to his past. The protagonist smiled and said that but it was made in such a way that it returns to him, so he probably won't be able to use it until he serves him. It was heard that there was an opportunity to learn about this shitty lord. The man smirked slightly and said that rather, he said, time is short, and he went to serve to find out what this feeling meant. Eclipse laughed and said that how like him. Surprised, he asked that he let him wait. He thought he said that he lost his memory, but how did he find this place? Caesar, looking at his hands, said that as soon as he stepped on the ground of the central continent, his memory, albeit bit by bit, began to return to him, even if here could be part of his memories. The hero put his foot on a stone, and the man asked what? He had already finished. A notification appeared that he had defeated a warrior of the priest class. The class would be promoted to the advisor class. The battle would continue with a warrior of the pharaoh class. Grinning, the man said that it was simply incredible. Even he at his age could not fight like that. Holding the flask in his hands, the protagonist said that he should summon a weapon and a warrior of the pharaoh class. A message appeared that health was fully restored. Grinning, Eclipse said that there was no need for that. Yang looked away in surprise. The man grabbed the weapon. He clenched his fist tightly. The hero looked at the ghost in amazement. The flask with the potion fell to the ground. Eclipse extended his weapon forward and said that he was the final stage of the Selamis tribe's test, a pharaoh-class warrior. Let him prove his strength. A notification appeared that the battle against Eclipse, a pharaoh-class warrior of the Selamis tribe, was beginning. The protagonist's eyes widened and he wondered what kind of incredible strength this was. He frowned and asked what it meant that he actually survived the fight with Caesar and that it was just an old man's story. The man's eyes lit up and he said that he didn't have to defeat him, let him just prove his strength. Eclipse rushed forward and shouted that he, extending his weapon to the side, Ian shouted. The sword rushed forward. The protagonist suddenly jumped up. He jumped away from the wall. The man grinned and said that his legs were certainly fast. The protagonist's eyes widened and he shouted that the weapon, wouldn't he give him a new weapon? Eclipse gritted his teeth and said that it was definitely a weapon. Smiling widely, he added that okay, let it be a nice bonus. Looking up, the man shouted that he would allow him to use all of these weapons to their full potential. The hero looked at him in surprise. Equipment appeared. A notification appeared that he was getting the opportunity to use all of the Spirit King's weapons of justice. The weapons were on the rack. It was said that all of the effects of the weapons of justice were unlocked. Swinging, the protagonist thought about what was going on with such a handicap and then said that he should change them. Flames emitted from the weapons and a two-handed sword was heard. Approaching the enemy, Young thought that this was doable and the effect of the flame of justice was activated. Frowning, Eclipse asked if he was now ready for battle. The hero smiled widely and replied that yes, let him get ready. The man swung his sword sharply. The hero looked at him in surprise. He deftly blocked the blow. The protagonist smiled and thought that the block with a broad two-handed sword and then said that change. Suddenly he pulled out a spear forward and Young thought that the spear attacked with a longer range and then shouted about it. A notification appeared that the Spear of the Spirit King's Justice, each attack has a 10% chance of activating the Glacier of Justice. The man dodged the blows. He raised his weapon up. Eclipse looked furiously. Looking at him in amazement, the hero thought that now there will be a strong attack. Swings of a sword seemed. The protagonist dodged a sandstorm. It was heard that change. Squeezing the weapon, he shouted about the staff. Looking surprised, the man asked what dodged. It seems his legs are not just fast. A pentagram appeared under him. Ian slid on the ground and thought that it was good that he had studied all the effects of the weapon in detail beforehand. And now a notification appeared that the Spirit King's Staff of Justice, each attack has a 60% chance of activating the Spirit King's Shadow. The weapon began to change. After the phrase change, a glow appeared around the weapon. It was heard that there was a bow and arrows. The protagonist took the bow in his hands. Pulling the bowstring, he thought that he was attacking from a distance with a bow. Shots rushed forward. Frowning, the protagonist said about changing weapons. Rushing forward, he took the daggers. A message appeared that the Spirit King's Daggers of Justice, each attack has a 60% chance of causing his opponent to bleed. Yan's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that he would use the daggers to deal with him. The man smiled widely. He grabbed the hero's hands. Looking down, the hero said about the change and then thought that in case of surprise. A glow appeared around the hand. A glove was heard. A thought appeared that he should respond with another surprise. A message about the Spirit King's Glove of Justice appeared. The protagonist swung his fist. He abruptly struck the man. A blue beam flew at the man. Then another one. A bright glow emitted from the glove. Closing his eyes, Eclipse wheezed. Looking at him, Ian said about the change. A beam appeared near his hand and he said about daggers. The hero looked at the man furiously. Red beams crossed. The protagonist struck the man. Smiling widely, Ian thought that that was it. He clenched his fist tightly. Suddenly Eclipse hit the hero. He flew straight into the wall. The hero took a step forward. He grabbed his hand, breathing heavily. Frowning, the protagonist thought that only 3 units. A blow flew at him. A thought arose that from one single blow he had only 3 units of health left. The man's eyes lit up, and a thought appeared, what but what? The man smiled broadly, and the hero thought, what kind of fierce ability is this? Eclipse stepped forward and said that the test was not over yet. A message appeared that the will of the warrior of the Salamis tribe. All combat stats were increased by 40% for 20 minutes, and all non-combat stats were combined to strengthen the selected combat stat. The man stood in front of the protagonist. Looking at him, Ian wondered what kind of fierce ability this was. Frowning, the protagonist thought that all stats were combined to strengthen another stat. The man hit him. A thought appeared that this was why he accelerated so much. Now Eclipse was definitely faster than him. Eclipse smirked and said that his attack was quite fast and effective, so he decided to match his speed. Suddenly, a shot flew at him, and he added that he did not have much time left. Blood began to flow from the man's wound. A message appeared that Eclipse was taking 825 points of damage from bleeding. Beams flew around him. A message appeared that Eclipse was taking 717 points of damage from the Storm of Justice. Smiling widely, the hero thought that he was receiving damage from past attacks, so this was a battle. Suddenly a clock appeared above them. The thought appeared that it was a battle with time. The sword fell to the ground. The thought appeared that Eclipse had thrown the weapon. Blood was flowing from the man's mouth, and the protagonist thought that he was constantly receiving damage. Ian looked at him in amazement and thought that even though he would die from one poke. He held the dagger in his hands. The thought appeared that he had a skill with which he could change the weapon for long-range combat. The man swung his hand, and the hero thought that if he continued fighting and dodged, he would definitely be able to. The blow flew sharply against the wall. The protagonist began to run away from it. Eclipse's eyes were burning brightly. Gritting his teeth, Ian said to change, and then thought that there was no time to think. Looking to the side, he said about the staff, thought that he needed to limit his movements again and break the distance. The hero stopped abruptly. The man swung his weapon at him. The weapon stuck in the ground. The protagonist stood in front of Eclipse. Purple hands reached for the man. A view of the settlement opened up. The man stood around the corner. The knight was inspecting the streets. The guy took off his mask and sighed. Looking to the side, he said that he did not understand why he was doing this. The yellow flag rose up. The base of the Oakland Guild appeared in the eastern edge of the central continent. The man entered the room. Turning around, the guy asked what was the matter. Harry, looking straight ahead, heard his name. He was holding the door handle. He heard why he was locking the door. Harry looked at him and replied that he had a request. He wanted to ask him as his employer. Jack looked to the side and asked what kind of request, to which he was told that in short, this is what happened during the meeting of the guilds of the Lucipal Empire. People were sitting at the table. Roy slammed the table and shouted that he didn't even want to listen. Hit them, why do that when they were on the same side? Martin exclaimed, looking straight ahead. Grinning, he said that to be honest, they were selling information about the Lucipal Empire to the Titan Guild. The guys looked at him in surprise. Martin smiled. It was heard that a while ago, when they happened to find out that the Lotus Guild had sole access to the military trading posts, they sold this information to the Titan Guild at a pretty good price. Frowning, he said that they told them that they would form an alliance with the Dark Rune Guild, whose attack ended in failure. A notification appeared in front of the guy and he said that they offered a very favorable deal. The price of the deal was 50 million won. Harry swallowed nervously. His eyes widened. He asked what kind of deal this was. The guy lowered his head and said that the subject of the deal was the layout of the Lotus Guild base. They wanted to know everything that was inside, down to the number of cannons. He extended his hand to the side and added that the only problem was that their guild consisted only of mages. It would be difficult for them to get such information alone. Martin smirked and asked what he would say. Roy looked away, hearing his name. Harry gritted his teeth, hearing his name. The guy smiled and said that the Lucipal Empire was doomed to lose. Since things were going this way, why not get rich before they lost? Roy stood up from his chair and said that all this damn thing was making his ears bleed. He looked away and said that from now on, he should consider that they were leaving the alliance, becoming Kaiman's loyal dogs themselves or who knows what else. Martin lowered his head and asked what and what he would say. The guy hesitated nervously. Smirking, he asked what and what he should do. Looking straight ahead, he said that this is what happened. He has an assassin class asking for help. Taking hold of the mask, Jack thought that he came here as a mercenary since it was difficult to continue playing alone on the central continent, but it seemed like a time bomb. He should get out of here after this order. A glow appeared around him. Suddenly, the guy evaporated. Jack used the shadow movement skill. Rushing forward, he thought about what they were saying. This is the Lotus Guild. What a huge base. They have a fortified watchtower. Everything is pumped up to the maximum. The guy flew past the buildings and thought that they also have access to a military trading post where you can easily replenish your resources. The cloak fell to the ground. A thought arose that perhaps that is why the famous Dark Rune was unable to break through inside. The guy appeared from under the cloak. Kneeling, he said that it would be time to leave soon. Two bright flashes appeared. Jack opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, the tiger struck him. The guy slid along the ground. Frowning, he asked who this crazy guy was. Jack looked at the spear in surprise. Pulling the weapon forward, the protagonist said that yes, he was a little crazy. Smirking, he asked that but who he was. Looking away, the guy thought, damn, why now? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked that he was training the ability to remain silent. Why did they meet this suspicious guy right after that test? Looking away, he added that it was probably a sign from above to test his new weapon. The spear stuck into the ground. The man swung his fist. Hands reached for it. They clenched their fists. A notification appeared that he failed to restrict the enemy's movements with the shadow of the Spirit King. Looking in surprise, the protagonist thought that he failed to restrict the movements. Damn, at this rate. Eclipse's eyes lit up brightly. He extended his fist forward, the thought that he was finished. The protagonist closed his eyes. The man flicked him. Sitting on the ground, Ian exclaimed. The man grinned and said that the test was over. Great job. The hero grabbed his head and asked again. Notifications appeared that he was recognized as a warrior of the Salamis tribe of the Pharaoh class. Congratulations, he successfully completed the test and received the Pharaoh class. With his eyes wide open, he asked again. The man laughed loudly and said that he congratulated him. He passed the test with great success. Sitting in front of him, the hero asked what but didn't he lose. Standing in front of him, Eclipse asked what and he didn't tell him, said that he just had to prove his strength to him. Frowning, he added that he didn't have to defeat him. Let him just prove his strength. The man chuckled and said that he physically could not win this battle. Although it was quite dangerous for him, he fought as he should. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he was probably right, but for some reason it irritated him. Sighing, he added that although he lost, he thought he fought with dignity, but the main thing was that he finished the quest. The man snapped his finger and asked that since he received the Pharaoh class, he was entitled to a reward, right? Raising his hand up, he added that here is a reward for a warrior who has passed the test. An unknown box appeared. A book appeared from it. The protagonist looked at the items in surprise. A notification appeared that he received a chest with the Spirit King's Justice weapon and a book of skills of the will of the Salamis tribe warrior. Looking down, Young asked what, isn't this that strange skill? Information about the item appeared. The hero widened his eyes and asked what, how come using it was risking his own life? He said that it probably wouldn't be fair if such a cheating skill had no limitations. Holding the box in his hands, he added that it was the long-awaited one. Opening the box, the protagonist said that it should be the bow he had used before. Grinning, he added that he should open it. A glow appeared above it and Yan asked again. Lightning flew around the spear. The handle of the weapon appeared. The hero looked at the weapon in surprise. Information about the Spirit King's Spear of Justice appeared. The man widened his eyes. He laughed loudly and said that he was something of a summoner, that is, a warrior of the Salamis tribe. Frowning, the protagonist asked what was so funny. Putting his hands on his hips, Caesar asked if he was okay, to which Eclipse replied that yes, he was fine, and Ian asked what was wrong. Looking straight ahead, the knight said that it was the Spirit King's weapon of justice. The man smiled widely, and it was heard that it was the spear that the best warrior of the Salamis tribe, Eclipse, used. Standing in front of them, Ian asked what, he thought Eclipse was a swordsman, to which he replied that he was confused. Caesar looked away and said that if Eclipse had wielded a spear, he would have died in 5 seconds. The protagonist smirked and wondered if that was why he fought barehanded in the end, because he did not wield a sword, and then said that anyway, thank you very much, he uses it wisely. The man held out his hand and said it was too early to thank him. There was a condition he had to meet to properly wield the weapon, to which the protagonist asked again. A bright light was emitted from the spear, and it was heard that justice was an evolving weapon. Looking at the weapon, Ian asked what a weapon that evolved was. The Salamis tribe trials appeared. Frowning, the protagonist thought that perhaps this evolution system depended on completing the quest, but if the level limit was 200 plus and the difficulty was SSS, it would be better to do it later. Eclipse put his hand on his side and said that he thought the will of a Salamis warrior would live on for centuries, to which he replied that his body. Eclipse grinned and said that he shouldn't worry, he was just returning to where his family was waiting for him. Holding out his hand, the protagonist turned to him, and the man added that it was almost time. Caesar scratched his head, hearing that he should take care of the last warrior of the Salamis tribe, to which he replied that it was okay. Eclipse smirked and said goodbye. He disappeared and said that it was their last will. Raising his head up, Ian said that he had disappeared, asked that they were also returning. Looking away, Caesar said that he had. The hero laughed loudly and said that if he did not answer right now, he would receive a death sentence. Looking at him, the man thought that Eclipse should forgive him. It seemed that this guy was crazy. The guy froze and said that he was going back to Oakland. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked again. Jack suddenly disappeared. It was heard that he had disappeared. Looking straight ahead, Ian asked that but he heard him. This asshole said Oakland. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that the fourth top guild in all of Kailan, the Lucipal Empire Archer Guild, the Oakland Guild specializes in espionage and reconnaissance. The hero raised his head and thought that this guild had also infiltrated their base. This was not good. He needed to tell him, let him strengthen his defense. The guy took a step forward. He walked around the room. Stopping, Harry sighed. Suddenly, Jack appeared in front of him. Grinning, the guy said that he was back, asked what about the information about the Lotus Guild, to which he replied that he had scouted. Waving his hand, Jack said that he was found by Summoner Yang. The guy looked at him in fear and thought that Yang, a key player in the Lotus Guild, and then asked that he had defeated him. Holding the scroll in his hands, Jack said that no, there was something monstrous next to him. He decided that it would be better to run away, so he was here. The guy grinned and replied that it was very good, because, clutching the scroll in his hands, he added that in 4 days the Lotus Guild base would be engulfed in flames. The mage walked straight. Looking at him, the knight asked him what he understood, why he left so boldly, but what he would do now, to which the guy replied that he did not know. Putting his hand to his face, he thought about the fact that his contract with Caesar was still in force, so he could not leave for another continent. Frowning, Michael added that this meant that he still had business on the central continent, but there were not many activities for playing alone. Suddenly, an explosion was heard ahead. Looking surprised, the guy asked what was going on there. They would go and see, to which the knight responded approvingly. Suddenly, the mage looked to the side. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted that forward, let the tail attack. The monster stood in front of a huge scorpion. The creature growled furiously. The scorpion waved its tail in front of him. The scorpion's stinger appeared. The monster bit him sharply. The guy frowned and shouted about it. He was looking at the battle. Michael looked out from behind the rock and thought that this guy was completely out of control. It seemed like Ian was really good at what he did. Gritting his teeth, he added that he looked like he had just reached level 100, but what was he doing on the central continent? Looking straight ahead, Alfie said let him look. He had a strange feeling about that belt. Michael said with wide eyes that it was the same. The guy raised his hands. The thought that the contract of the Dark Lord arose. The mage took a step forward, and the knight asked what he was doing. Frowning, he shouted that this is what it took to gain the power of an immortal, the contract of the Dark Lord. He would save this guy and find out how he got that belt. Looking straight ahead, Alfie said that he was with him. The scorpion attacked the monster. It was heard to let it run. The scorpion looked forward furiously. The beast grabbed its head and growled. It was heard about cutting the darkness. Suddenly the knight swung his sword. A beam appeared in front of the scorpion. Its tail fell to the ground. The creature grabbed its head. The knight pulled the weapon forward. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the magician said that okay, apparently, he will not have to interfere. The guy cried and said that thanks to him for the help, he is so cool, he has never seen such a powerful dark magician. Michael smiled widely and said that for his strength, scorpions are just pathetic bugs. Laughing, he added that he can praise him more. Looking straight ahead, the magician asked, okay, who is he and why is he farming here? The guy grinned and said his name was George, a summoner, and this was his pet, John. Looking to the side, Michael introduced himself and said that he was almost the Lord of Darkness, and this was Alfie, a tinkin of darkness, and the knight introduced himself. Frowning, he asked what and where did he get this belt. Taking hold of the belt, the guy asked what it was, said that he got it from a skeleton warrior when he was going through the Dark Slayer dungeon. It was somewhere on the central continent. Smiling broadly, George added that if he wanted, he would buy him the same one at the auction. Looking straight ahead, the guy was thinking about the Dark Slayer dungeon. He had gone through it 20 times, and the belt had dropped from some random monster, and then he said that this item was bound to its owner, it could not be bought at the auction. Gritting his teeth, he added that since the belt was bound to the owner, it would not fall off even if he killed the guy, nothing could be done. Raising his eyebrows, George said that there was a thing in the game store to sell bound items, asked that he could give him his belt if he did not mind. Frowning, the mage asked what was what. That thing cost 300,000 warriors. Looking at the notification, the guy said that it was not that expensive. He would now give him the belt. Michael, widening his eyes, thought that he should wait. This guy. The guy smirked, and he added that he was wearing one of the best items. Raising his hand, he said that he sent it. Let him check. Looking straight ahead, the mage hesitated. He threw himself into the guy's arms and shouted about his brother. Michael began to cry and said that if he wanted to go through any dungeon, he should just say so. He would become his locomotive. A view of a huge building opened up. The girl stretched out her hand and shouted for him to stop. Looking to the side, Mina asked if something was urgent. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that the professor canceled today's lecture, to which she asked again. Looking at Mina, Clara asked that she really didn't know what day it was, to which she asked that it was today. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that yes, it was today. The gate appeared, and it was heard that the Kaiman Empire was against the Lotus Guild. A view of the dome opened up. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that everyone was so prepared. The top 1 guild, the Dark Rune, appeared. The members of the top 2 guilds smiled. The man gritted his teeth and said that the fucking cross-eyed ones, he will take revenge on them. Holding swords in his hands, he thought about the desert warriors. Looking away, the protagonist thought that compared to them, Caesar turned his head and wondered if that bastard wouldn't show up at the end. Paul closed his eyes. Siri looked straight ahead. The Lotus Guild members looked straight ahead. The flag with the hero's face appeared. The hero's fan group exclaimed. The man stepped forward and said that they were here. Roy looked straight ahead angrily. Ian entered the room. The man from the number 5 guild, Valor, had a serious face and introduced us to Roy. The protagonist thought with a smile on his face, thinking that they might not be in the top 3 or 4 guilds like Radiance and Oakland, but they were the only guild that wanted to help them. Ian looked at Roy and thanked them for helping them despite the alliance being broken. The man smirked and said that he wanted to apologize for them coming so late, and then noted that the protagonist could ask for whatever he wanted. The protagonist looked back and said that was great. He said with a satisfied expression that they were starting a war. Lily was riding a horse. She looked at Blair and spoke to her. Lily smirked and asked if she thought the Lotus Guild base had become stronger since his last siege. Blair frowned, wondering if Lily was trying to get a reaction out of her with her sources of information, and then answered that she was not. Furious, Blair said that Lily would have a military trading post, she only needed the head of this summoner. She ordered to get ready with her eyes glowing. The protagonist extended his hand, summoning his pets. Purple energy began to emanate from Blair as she used the sorcerer's blessing. Roy, with a serious look, ordered to prepare a defense. Lily, with a satisfied face, asked all the troops to prepare for battle. Furious, Blair screamed that it was time to attack. A crowd of people ran towards the castle. Stunned, Barry said to block them. Ian flew on a griffin. Lily swung her blades. She destroyed the cannons. A smirk appeared on the girl's face. An angry Blair gathered energy in her hand. She directed the magical blades. Barry covered himself and the warriors with a dome, which reflected the attack. He and Roy frowned, trying to hold back the blows. Lou pounced on Blair. She grabbed the blade. Blair tried to block the werewolf. Lou knocked her down. There was a powerful blow. The protagonist was flying in the sky. He watched the fight and said that Lou was doing well, but since they were fighting Blair, he would not be able to hold out for long. Ian noticed Lily and asked Finn to follow her right away. The protagonist landed in front of him. The protagonist stood in front of him and stroked the griffin. Lily smirked and asked if they had met before. Looking at her, Ian replied that they had and that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist remembered Lily saying that things were bad the last time they met. He greatly underestimated him, not knowing who she was. Stretching out his hand, Ian said that because of her, he almost failed his quest. Holding the staff in front of him, the protagonist noted that in any case, she had destroyed a lot. Ian looked at the griffin and asked him to go to the opponents who had gathered at the gates of the fortress. A magic seal appeared near the protagonist's hand when he summoned Harley. A tiger appeared in front of the protagonist, after which he cried out that Lily would not be able to pass it. There was a grin on the girl's face. Caesar was sitting on a horse. Kate approached him and said that the preparations were completely finished. Caesar, with a slight smile on his face, asked to open the gates of the fortress. A huge number of warriors stood in front of the gates. The gates began to open. The warriors were taken aback by what they saw. They saw the silhouette of a huge monster. Girls were walking next to Caesar. The man grinned. He cried out with a mad look that Caesar had finally come out and was now going to die. The knight frowned at what he heard. The man rushed into battle. The guys were taken aback and discussed how it was too obvious a trap. But these fools don't listen because they are NPCs. The guy jumped up from the ground. He was flying towards Caesar and his army. The snake headed towards him. The guy suddenly got scared. His hands were tied. The snake had bound him with its body. The knight prepared to throw a spear. The dumbfounded warrior asked to leave him alone. The knight imbued the spear with blue energy. He threw it at the man. The protagonist stood in front of Lily. Lou watched Blair with a furious look. Blood was streaming down the man's face. Caesar took out a blade from behind his back. He swung it and asked them to attack him. Caesar called them Kaiman's bastards with a satisfied look. The camera was flying in the sky. Haynes got up from the table and asked what Lotus was doing. He was shouting with a dumbfounded look that something was wrong. Lotus shouldn't have opened the gate and released their fighters right now. Archers were shooting at the warriors who were trying to climb the wall. A projector was shining on the wall. Mina and her friend were sitting at the table and discussing that this NPC had just acted like a troll. Watching the fight, Mina said that she had seen them before. She imagined herself sitting in class. Mina turned her gaze to Ian, who was snoring. He was talking in his sleep. Mina was taken aback and asked again. She paid attention to the main character's drawings. She noticed that they depicted a battle plan. The girl closed her eyes and screamed that Clara didn't know anything. Confused, Clara stretched out her hands and asked Mina to calm down first. The girl with a serious look said that this was all part of Ian's strategy. Caesar was riding a horse. There was an enemy army in front of him. He was surrounded. Mad Caesar swung his blade and wished for the warriors to die. Caesar's eyes glowed red. People were scattered by his powerful blows. Caesar ran through the crowd. A bright aura emanated from him. Caesar was furious. The griffin flew above him. Finn created a powerful whirlwind, which scattered the warriors. Heinz brought the microphone to his mouth and said that this cool NPC, like in the previous battle, was demonstrating amazing power, and then asked Louise who this NPC was. Looking at the screen, Louise replied that if her information was correct, this was the invincible sword master, Caesar, whose legacy could not be found anywhere for a couple of centuries. Stunned, Heinz wondered if the Lotus Guild even had subordinate NPCs of legendary rank. Stunned, Heinz said that they could. He smiled and declared that Lotus would be able to win the War of the Seats. Louise screamed in horror for Haynes to look at the screen. He was in shock. The griffin was flying above Caesar. Haynes was surprised and asked what was going on and if they had eliminated everyone yet. Louise looked over and said that although everyone was focused on Caesar, they should not forget that the people and NPCs near the gate were not ordinary citizens of the game either. Lauren smiled when the message appeared that she was the first among the summoners. Paul's face was calm. Kate sighed with satisfaction. Rena was confused. There were many monsters behind Siri. Haynes watched the moment when Kate froze the enemies and told that as the viewers can see in the replay. When she used her mass control magic to immobilize the opponents, the Spear of Thunder and Lauren's familiars used powerful attacks to destroy them. Paul rushed past the enemies. There were huge monsters behind Siri. Louise looked away. Looking at Rena, she said that on top of all that, they were all under various buffs from the dishes of the newbie chef Rena. Beads of sweat were running down Louise's face. She looked at Heinz and said that each of them was in an extremely advantageous position. Heinz was surprised by her words. Clara pointed her finger and said that making Caesar the initiator to destroy the enemy troops and return to the base to restore HP and MP looked like a hit-and-run strategy. Nina said with an embarrassed look that here is Ian. Lily ran towards him. The protagonist managed to dodge the powerful blow. He smirked, thinking about dodging the blow. Lily suddenly attacked him, after which a notification popped up that the protagonist received a critical hit of more than 74,000 points of damage from the Illusion of Emptiness attack. Frowning, Ian reasoned that he dodged and wondered what kind of skill name it was. He tried to block Lily's attack. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he had only attacked her once, but he heard two different sounds from the spear strike and the sword strike. He thought he understood what was going on. Ian began to jump back. He said with a smile on his face that the last time they met, he noticed that something was wrong with Lily. Watching her, the protagonist said that it turns out that she is a hidden class. Lily replied with a satisfied look that he guessed and that she is an illusion knight. A clone appeared next to her, after which Lily said that she can create clones to attack. Dumbfounded, Ian thought that she has a continuous attack with two swords and in addition, a continuous attack with a clone. The protagonist introduced the guy and emphasized the fact that he remembered one anime and it was quite unusual. If he was a summoner who could not fight one-on-one, he would die simply defending himself from attacks. Holding the spear in front of him, Ian declared that it was time to fight back, after which he called out to Ben and Harley with the thought that he was an unusual summoner. Lily stood in a fighting stance and offered to finish what they started. She cried out with a satisfied look that she would attack first. Lily with a clone ran at him. The protagonist tried to dodge their attacks. Harley swung his paw. Young tried to stop. He thought with an enraged look that he was barely able to block all the attacks, so he couldn't even try to counterattack. Sitting on his knee, the protagonist thought that he would use his specialty and get rid of her clone with speed. An angry Young called out to Harley and used Wind Guard. The tiger began to growl. A blue aura enveloped the protagonist, who received a message that his ally's agility had increased by 30%. Young made a powerful dash. Lily was taken aback by this and noted that the protagonist was fast. The protagonist aimed his spear at the girl. Lily smirked, emphasizing the fact that Young had an opening from behind. She swung at his back. They both thought with a satisfied look that they needed to make one strike right now. Lily hit the protagonist's shell with her blade. She was taken aback by the fact that she couldn't deal any damage, and the protagonist read that Ben had taken 1 point of damage. Frowning, the girl wondered if she had only dealt 1 point of damage. Ian stabbed the clone with his spear. Taken aback, he wondered if that meant one of those clones. He was standing surrounded by 3 girls. Lily, looking pleased, suggested that they both had some tricks up their sleeves. Looking back, the protagonist replied that this was complete cheating. Many clones were holding blades in front of Ian. Lily, looking pleased, said that if the protagonist was going to fight her, he would have to summon all of his familiars. Stunned, Ian thought about how hard it was for him to fight one clone, and now there were 4 of them. He looked at the girls and thought that he was in a tough situation. Lily's blades began to emit red energy, and she then used infinite illusion attack. Lily, enraged, rushed at him. Many corpses lay on the ground. There were cracks in the wall. Siri said with a smile that she had done a good job with Paul. She watched Caesar and emphasized that he was somehow terrifying in this battle. Caesar's gaze was empty. Paul narrowed his eyes and said that considering that Caesar had been tortured for a long time in the Khayman Empire, it was no wonder that he had a thirst for revenge in his heart. Dark energy emanated from the gate. Purple mana enveloped the corpses. Yang closed his eyes and wondered if this was the end. Lily's clone suddenly turned around. They stopped. The dumbfounded protagonist noticed that it had opened. He swung his spear. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Ian pierced Lily's body. Lightning struck the girl. He was shocked. The confused protagonist wondered if this was the effect of the spirit of the king's judgment, and he was glad that he had mistaken the energy and attacked Carcius' egg. The protagonist noted with a smile on his face that the fact that they had summoned this energy meant that their strategy was going according to plan. Finn flew towards him. Satisfied, Ian stated that the griffin had come just in time. He jumped on it. The protagonist flew away from Lily. Harley began to gnaw at the remaining guys. Turning around, Ian said that he was a good boy. They flew through the sky. The protagonist swung his spear. Lily was furious at this. He watched the protagonist and thought that he could not believe that the situation had turned upside down with one strike of the spear. Grinning, Ian suggested that they destroy another one. He threw the spear at the clone. Lily reflected his attack. The protagonist, taken aback, emphasized the fact that this was not an ordinary sword aura. As Lily swung her blade many times, Ian came to the conclusion that this was a sword aura that was spreading everywhere. He furiously noted that in order to reverse the course of events, he needed to use this skill. The dumbfounded protagonist called out to the tiger. Harley began to disappear, and Ian read that he had received more than 800,000 damage and was recalled. Beads of sweat ran down the protagonist's face as he reasoned that Harley was defeated immediately in this skill. A man appeared next to Lily. Ian opened his mouth and said that the same skill was used by the bandaged fool, which meant that this girl had also passed some kind of test. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist added that she also got rid of all the clones to avoid massive damage. She has an excellent sense of combat. Lily looked at him with a serious expression. Frowning, she suggested that they end it. She jumped on Finn. Ian waved his hand and shouted for Finn to use spray. The griffin created a vortex around itself. Lily was furious. She tried to fly further. A red aura hovered around her. Lily rushed past Finn and dealt him a powerful attack. The griffin began to scream in pain. Ian began to fall down as the griffin disappeared. Lily was furious and said that this was the end. She swung her sword and sent streams of red mana at the protagonist. The protagonist was taken aback by what he saw. A cloud of dust rose. Lily landed on the ground. The guy noted with a satisfied look that it was all over. Ian stretched out his hand. He grabbed the girl by the face. A powerful energy came from the protagonist due to the ability Warrior Salamis will. The protagonist swung his fist. Lily created several blades. She reflected Ian's attack with her sword. While the protagonist held her back, Lily pointed out that it was pointless. No matter how many times he attacked her, she could just deal more damage. The girl pointed the dagger at the protagonist. A scratch appeared on Ian's face and a notification popped up that he had taken 10 points of damage. Taken aback, Lily wondered if she had only dealt 10 points of damage. The protagonist began to strike and try to break through the girl's veil. The blades cut his body, causing negligible damage. Cracks appeared on the blade from Ian's strikes. Stunned, Lily emphasized that a little more and the situation would become dangerous. A clone of the girl appeared at the side of the protagonist. The clone prepared for a powerful attack. Her face was furious. The double made a powerful blow to the ground. Ian was taken aback by this. Lily broke free from his grip. She jumped away from him and said that now it was time to say goodbye. The protagonist fell into the abyss. There were many cameras in the room. An excited Haynes reported that it had been 2 hours since the battle between the Dark Rune and the Titan had begun, and they could see it on the screen right now. The warriors were standing in front of the castle, and Haynes said that they had seen the first broken wall of the Lotus Guild and the defense towers. He was surprised. Lily had run away from the protagonist, who was buried in the ground. Only his hand was sticking out of the ground. It began to move. Ian crawled out from under the rubble. Kneeling, the protagonist received a message that the skill will of the warrior Salamis had been deactivated after the timer expired. He rushed forward. Lily ran through the fortress and wondered what kind of person was hiding behind this fool, because he was not simple at all, especially for a summoner whose defense was usually lower than other classes. In any case, the most important obstacle was removed. Now all that was left was to get inside. She quickly moved on. The guy was sitting in a cave and saying that this fight was much more intense than one could imagine. He looked at the blue projection. There were many corpses lying on the ground. A huge monster was standing behind Michael. Looking at the sky, Rena began to heal Ian. She noted with a satisfied look that everything was ready. The protagonist looked at her and thanked her. He began to leave from there and asked Rena to help Lou. Ian stretched out his hand and summoned the rake. He sat on the dragon and asked Rina to hold on tight. They flew up into the sky. Many corpses were lying on the ground. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. Rake was standing behind. Enraged, Ian asked what happened. The guy's corpse was lying on the ground. The protagonist could not move from surprise. Lu's face was furious. The plot takes us to the beginning of the battle between Lu and Blair. The werewolf was flying at her. Blair grabbed her sword. She tried to protect herself from the wolf. They were falling down. A powerful blow was heard. Lu began to strike the girl many times. Blair managed to grab her sword. She threw the werewolf aside. The guy was covering himself with a shield. Lu was fighting against the girl surrounded by warriors. Enraged, Blair assumed that the wolf was eager to die. Veins appeared on her face from anger and asked if he got enough last time. Lu stood in front of her and answered that it was not so. Looking at him, Blair noted that this wolf could even talk, so he must understand that his beloved summoner and his priestess were now too far away to protect him. Blair introduced the main character and Siri. Lu answered with a furious look that this was true, and since there was no one there, he could show her his true power. The werewolf's eyes began to glow brightly. We were shown Lu being surrounded by wolves and told that he was the Supreme Fenrir and the king of all wolves, but even when he ascended from Blood Fenrir to Supreme Fenrir, he couldn't use his real power. He held his hand in front of him. There were chains around Lu, and the story told us that it was because he had seen those possessed by bloodlust with his own eyes. Ian stood surrounded by pets while we were told that because Lu knew that the protagonist and his teammates could become victims, he controlled his powers, which he could only release when he was completely alone. There was a red core in the monster's chest. The wolf began to howl, and then a notification popped up that he had released the powers of the Supreme Fenrir. His eyes began to glow yellow. Blair looked at him and declared that this was child's play. The wolf charged at her. He made an attack around himself. The warriors around Blair staggered. She tried to watch Lu's movements closely. Her blade was broken. The wolf's hand was steaming. The opponents looked at each other and thought that the fight had just begun. They jumped at each other. Lu was flying at her. Dark energy enveloped Blair's sword. They attacked. Lu was furious. Blair kicked him. The wolf flew to the side. He began to fall to the ground. Lu fell. The girl created a magic seal in her hand. Her eyes were shining brightly with purple light. Using Ragnarok, Blair created magic circles all over the battlefield. Blades began to appear from the dark space. Lu was taken aback by what he saw. The guys rushed to help. They put up shields to protect him from the attack. Turning around, Hars asked them to protect Ian for their victory. Their shields were broken. Lu stood in a cloud of dust. Touching his chest, Blair used Cursed Mask. A mask appeared on her face. The enraged wolf began to howl loudly. He jumped up from the ground. The girl was moving towards him. Lu was preparing for a powerful attack. His eyes were full of rage. Their attacks collided. Blair landed on the ground. She stood in front of the wounded wolf. She began to leave from there saying that Lu did well for a familiar, but his master and the Lotus would lose today. The wolf began to cry and say that he was sorry. He began to disappear. The protagonist stood with the guys among the corpses. Lu was dissolving into space. Barry's corpse was gradually disappearing. Yang anxiously leaned over and called out to his fallen friends. The system reported that due to the death of Lu's skill activator, the invasion of darkness was deactivated and the sky was clearing itself of darkness. The sun lit up the sky again. The guys stood in front of the coughing guys. Rina quickly pulled out her staff. She released green mana on the man, applying a heal. The protagonist sat down next to him and asked if he was okay. Roy frowned and said that he couldn't stay here right now. Blair went inside. Ian and the turtle looked at the screen in surprise. Gawain wrote messages about how he needed to come here urgently. The second defense gate had just opened. He had no idea how they knew that the mechanism was in the basement. The protagonist clenched his fist in displeasure. He was kneeling in front of the man and telling him that the second defense gate had just opened. He had no idea what was going on. Introducing the two guys, Roy thought that those guys had finally done it. He looked ahead and talked about Splendor. Frowning, the man told him that Splendor and Oakland had teamed up with the Titan. The protagonist imagined the guy and thought that then the assassin who returned to Oakland last time helped them open the gate. The situation could not be worse. Ian looked up angrily, thinking about the worst thing. Of all the familiars he only had Rake and Ben left. What was Caesar even doing now? The guy looked ahead in surprise. He was shocked. The main character looked dumbfounded into the distance. A crowd of guys were fighting furiously. Caesar silently looked ahead. The enemies were attacking Gawain. The girl sat anxiously near the snake. She closed her eyes and roared loudly. Caesar stood motionless. The man was suddenly pierced by a sword. Blair swung the magic circle. Siri cried silently. Tears fell on Paul's face. The beaten knight lay on the girl's lap. The swordsman desperately looked ahead and wondered where this anxiety came from. Lily stood in front of the monsters. She looked at the approaching paws. The girl dealt many blows to the enemies. The monsters coughed up blood. Lily looked at them with a grin. Meanwhile, Kate was trapped in ice. Her face was covered in ice crusts. Caesar looked down in alarm and thought that he had that feeling again. Remembering how he stood in chains in front of Ian, he realized that he had the same thing when he met the Lord. Lily was walking up the steps. She approached the exit. The girl stood in front of the guys with a smile and called them. Lily stood next to her ally and said that she opened the gate, as promised. Pulling out her sword, Blair said that she cleared out all the monsters. The girl looked at Caesar and said that only this monster remained. Frowning, she said that he had not moved all this time, it seemed frozen or bugged. Lily smirked and pulled out her sword to him, saying that then they just need to cut off his head. Blair swung and used the phantom technique. The friend created a crystal and activated a continuous attack of illusion. They pulled out their weapons. A bright flash illuminated the fortress. Blair looked ahead in surprise and asked what the hell was that. The plot moves us to the magical Tower of Dimensions, to the top floor where the girl was sitting at the table. She was filling out paperwork. Julie turned around with a smile and said that he had finally woken up. Meanwhile, on the northern continent, Oakley was walking away from the dungeon. Looking at the flash in the distance, he asked if he had really woken up. The old man calmly looked ahead and said that he was his old friend and one of the 5 divine dragons. Oakley introduced the formidable Carseus. We see the powerful paws and tail of the beast. The war dragon looked ahead seriously. He opened his mouth furiously. The girls looked into the distance in fear. The main character was sitting on his knee next to Roy. Rena looked away in surprise and asked what was going on there. Ian looked ahead in shock. The stunned guy was dripping with sweat. He raised his glowing hand. The protagonist looked at his hands with mana in confusion and wondered if this was all the energy of Carseus, which belonged to the fools from Kaiman, whom Lu killed. Suddenly, the egg began to glow and the system reported that the energy needed to hatch the dragon was collected and one of the 5 legendary dragons was hatching. A frightened Ben began to disappear and the game said that due to a lack of leadership, all the previously summoned familiars were recalled. The guy looked at the disappearing rake and called him. The guys covered their eyes from the bright flash. Ian looked up in surprise. He looked at the flying dragon and said that it turned out that this is what it was, the dragon of war, Carseus. The pet's eyes were glowing. Looking away, the dragon asked if he woke it up. The protagonist looked at him in shock and answered that it was true. Carseus looked ahead and said that he felt a soul similar to his in the distance. Young looked at him in surprise and wondered what kind of soul was like him. The familiar looked at the guy and said that he would go there first and that he should follow him. He growled furiously. The 2 girls looked at him in fear. Lily looked away tensely and wondered if this was not a dragon, but a real dragon. Blair sighed mockingly. Frowning, she said that this dragon looked scary. Looking at Carseus, the girl noticed that he was only level 1. Blair raised her hand with mana and said that she did not know how this stupid summoner managed to tame a dragon, but they still had a chance in the competition. Carseus rushed forward furiously. The protagonist turned to his friend and offered to follow him. The dragon flew above the fortress. Lily held the swords with trembling hands. Gritting her teeth, she wondered if there was any point in this. Shouldn't they gather an air team and go after him together? Blair looked away warily. The dragon calmly lowered his gaze. Caesar looked at him. Carseus was flying above him and asking if he could borrow his power. Smiling, the boy said that it was because of him that everyone was so worried and agreed to lend it to him. The dragon smiled and said that he was grateful to his other self. The swordsman smiled calmly. He raised his hand with mana particles. Carseus caught the energy with his paw. Caesar suddenly staggered on his horse. He fell to the ground. The protagonist ran towards him, worried. The boy lifted his head weakly. Smiling, Lily said that this stupid dragon attacked his ally. Blair looked away and asked if her eyes were just for beauty. The dragon was enveloped in dark energy. The girl looked at the 302nd level familiar in surprise. Lily looked at him in shock and thought about the fact that his level had increased sharply, which meant that the dragon had not attacked him, but had absorbed him. Blair looked ahead with alarm and said to prepare for battle. Carseus opened his mouth. Frowning, Lily shouted that he was going to exhale. Everyone should go to cover. The dragon created a flash of light. The guy looked ahead and activated the pit of darkness and death. The girl looked at the ground in confusion and asked where the swamp came from. She stood with her foot on the clone's hands. Lily jumped up. Somersaulting in flight, the girl used the phantom technique. A magic circle appeared under Blair. She flew up on a huge sword. The girl looked down in alarm and said that they were getting out. Michael looked seriously and used the grave of the dead. A skeleton's hand appeared from the swamp. Many hands clasped together. A cage of bones appeared around the people. Lily turned around in panic. Blair crouched down. Carseus released a huge flame. The girl looked back in surprise. Her friend looked at the light in fear. The bones flew apart. The roar of the dragon broke the cage. The flames quickly enveloped the city. Carseus' breath dissipated. The familiar opened its mouth. Shocked, Yang looked ahead. He and his friend stood in front of a cloud of lightning, asking if all of this was real. A notification popped up saying that the Titan and Dark Rune guilds had been completely destroyed. The guys looked at the destroyed city from the mountain. Michael walked in front of the girl, calling her to join him. He looked down angrily, thinking that they would see each other again soon. Caesar lay on the ground, confused. He looked at the crack in the ground and decided that it was close. Shaking the dust off his shoulder, the swordsman said that they gave a great fight back and his strength returned. The guy imagined a cage of bones and thought that in the end, this brat helped them. Caesar scratched his nose, thinking that he had become quite strong. He couldn't wait to meet him again. Yang clenched his fists furiously and asked what was so great about it. That stupid dragon destroyed their entire base. Carseus looked away in surprise. The protagonist smiled at his friend and thought that his strength was impressive. Thanks to him, they were able to destroy two of the strongest guilds of Kalan. He stood next to Rina and told them that they could no longer fight them. Since they had received enough trophies from the Fools of Cayman, they would need to rebuild the base and level up while they were recovering. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and said that this was true. Looking at Caesar and the dragon, he asked what connected them. Ian introduced several guys and thought about the fact that at the beginning of the birth of Kalan, there were 17 gods with different powers. 5 of them descended to the human world in order to stop the invasion of the demonic kingdom. Remembering how the man released mana, he thought about the fact that, however, those gods could not directly affect the affairs of people, so the god of war, Caesars, divided his powers. The boy imagined Carseus and thought that some of the power had been given to him. Remembering the serious Caesar, he thought about how the human, the hero of Lucipol, the invincible knight, had also been given powers. The protagonist imagined the battle of dragons and thought that in the end, Carseus had fought the demonic dragon Khalifa, whose master was Oakley from the northern continent, and had died. Ian imagined how the hand was reaching out to the boy and thought about how the god of war, Caesars, was afraid that the same fate would befall Caesar and sealed his memories, causing Caesar to become a wanderer in the human world. The protagonist remembered the swordsman and the egg, thinking about how after some time, the seal fell off and the memories returned to Caesar when Carseus hatched. Imagining the god, the dragon, and Caesar, the boy thought about how, thanks to their connection through the great god of war, Caesars, Ian put his hand to his chin and thought, is this really the story? He looked at the dragon in the helmet and thought that this story does not give him anything. The problem is that he needs to make Carseus as strong as before. The protagonist watched as the familiar put boards on the wall and thought that he should help him unlock the secret potential at level 100, but he borrowed Caesar's power and leveled up on his own. Looking at the confused dragon, the boy thought that he was now the one who lacked 2% of strength. Of course, this does not make a huge difference. He crossed his arms, thinking that if he summoned this creature, then the path is closed for other familiars, because he lacks leadership and needs support. Ian stretched his hand up and sighed heavily. The protagonist put his hands on his waist and told Carseus that it was enough. He smirked and called the dragon to go ask Caesar for help. The plot takes us to the Titan base, where there were tents. The stranger looked forward in surprise. Blair knocked him away with her sword. She frowned furiously. Lily looked at her warily and asked what she was going to do now. The girl spread her arms and said that they couldn't defeat them, although almost all of Kaiman was with them. Maybe there were some other ideas. Blair looked at her menacingly and asked if she was so stupid that she was already giving up. The girl opened the entrance to the tent and said that they would come up with another strategy and attack, so let her go to the meeting. Turning around, Lily said that she was fine and asked Selen to replace her and tell her later how everything went. The girl left the base. Blair silently watched her go. Meanwhile, the protagonist woke up in the capsule. He stepped on the floor, smiling. Ian said that at least with Caesar's help, Carseus was able to reach level 100. The central continent is the best for leveling up. The guy put his hand in his vibrating pocket. He happily picked up the phone. Selena was sitting at the table and talking on the phone that she was a podcast host, calling about the fee for viewing the video of the second siege battle. The protagonist walked around the room with a bottle and answered that she said that the video would be posted tonight or tomorrow. What would the income be? The girl looked at the monitor and said that she would find out the exact information when the video was already released, but from a full-fledged video. The income is expected to be around 8 million won, and the music video will collect about 12 million won, and it will all go to him. She shyly pushed the phone away, hearing him ask if it was really that much. Raising his finger, Selena said that he was now one of the first in Kylan after all. Thanks to him, she was able to hire a team of editors, using all the income. Ian closed his eyes with a smile and thanked her. Clenching his fist, he asked where he would spend all this money. Perhaps he should put it on his parents' bank card. The guy put his hand on the chair and said that it did not matter, they would think that he stole it. He would just spend it to eat something tasty with Rina. The protagonist happily sat down at the computer, saying that he had not checked the community for a long time since he had won the battle. He read comments on the screen about how his allies were incredible and Lotus was the light of Luciple. Introducing the dragon, he read that everyone liked Lotus and wanted to join it, but Blair was very strong. Ian put his head on his hand with a smile and said that he was good. The guy imagined the two guys and read in the comments that the best players hid, they were disgusting. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought that it really didn't make sense that the Lotus Guild, ranked 41st, was defending itself from Kaiman, while the coolest guilds of Luciple, Splendor and Oakland were defending themselves, and they had set them up by joining Titan. The protagonist remembered Roy saying that Splendor and Oakland decided to join Titan. Imagining the formidable dragon, Ian thought that in reality, if it weren't for Carseus, they would have lost. This thought infuriated him. The guy looked at the window and asked how they dared to deceive them, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The protagonist madly flexed his fists and said that he would take revenge on them in the most brutal way. Sitting on a chair, he thought. His eyes became serious because he said that he would take revenge. Taking the mouse in his hands, he thought that he needed to dig something up and also wondered if there were any rumors. Surprised, he looked at the monitor screen. Then he smiled, sweat running down his face. His face became villainous, his eyes widened because he found what he wanted. The sun was shining, the tents were closed. The guy and the girl were reading the documentation. Opening his mouth, he said that the whole empire was chattering about the deal. Blair looked at him seriously, then asked again where they got this nonsense from. Frowning, he heard that the deal was with the Titan and not with the Kaiman Empire. In black gloves, he took the knife in his hands. Getting up from the chair, he presented the knife to her head. Opening his mouth, he asked her to shut up, because she also agreed with this. She looked the other way and remained silent. Sitting on a chair, the girl said that although he was annoyed by the whole situation, there was no point in making a show because she could have died. Looking at him, she asked what about the deal with the Titan. Smiling, he replied that their strategy was to make the deal profitable for them. Looking at her, he said that there was a post in the community about the Lotus in which a spy was wanted, using this as an advantage when the Lotus got involved in the war. There were people on the map because they were able to crush them and defeat 3 guilds at once. Blair thought that this was definitely a winning strategy, and if she was lucky, she would be able to eliminate everyone without lifting a finger. Standing up and pointing at the piece of paper, he said that they needed perfect training for each fighter to carry out the plan. She asked how to do it. Spreading his arms, he said that they needed to push the Lotus as much as possible to participate in the battle, and they would capture all the bases in the area. The guy was sitting near the dragon at that moment, while Clark was saying that the Lotus would disconnect from everyone during the war and it would be completely destroyed because it would be at a dead end. There was wool on her clothes. She laughed. Folding her arms, she said that she liked the idea, then decided to carry out the plan. A few days later at the Lotus base, the guys were sitting opposite each other. Ian, looking at them, asked that a post appeared in the community that Oakland and Splendor were going to attack them. Barry furiously confirmed, because it was not enough for these bastards to set them up. Kate spread her arms and asked if this could be a plan to resist the forces of Luciple. Putting his hand to his chin, he began to think. He removed his hand and smiled and said that it seemed like both. There were people near the abyss because Oakland and Splendor were now driven to the edge of the cliff. They had a staff in their hands as well as a bow, and who knows what else they will do since they have nothing to lose. He began to say that this was a good opportunity to restore Kaiman. Raising his finger up, he continued that all the bases in the area, except for theirs, were captured, which is quite significant evidence. Barry opened his mouth and asked what they should do now. Putting his hand to the triangle, he asked not to panic because he had a great strategy that he had already thought out. The guy picked up a book and began to wonder. Opening it, it lit up. He was surprised. The sun was out, there was a wasteland nearby. The girls were walking on the floor, their mouths were covered with a mask. Blair was angry, her eyes were red. Opening the door, light appeared. Everyone began to look at her in bewilderment. 2 girls came in, one of them was angry. Blair walked further, a sword on her back. Approaching the guy, she took his clothes. Face to face, she asked why several days had passed since the post was published, and Lotus did not even move. Lily looked at her and asked her to calm down because they force us such an outcome. Barbara raised her hands and said, since Kaiman captured 80% of the entire central continent, then Lotus will have no choice but to answer. Taking a dagger in her hands and presenting it to one of the girls, she asked her to close her mouth because the master did not allow her to speak. Surprised, she asked if she really wanted this. The guy opened his mouth and said that everything was fine and asked him to calm down. Showing a finger up, he said that if one of the situations they foresaw and if they do not move, then they just need to be captured. The sun was shining. He continued that they had many more bases. All they needed to do was to strengthen their forces and attack at the right moment. Looking at her again, he said that time was on their side. She let him go. He exhaled. Blair looked at him and asked him to take responsibility for his words. Jenny held a dagger in her hands and looked at him. The girls left, slamming the door loudly. The guy looked desperately while the girl stuck her tongue out. They were wondering what they were up to. Yang created a pentagram and summoned Carseus. The dragon appeared and looked at him. Opening the screen, he began to look at the information. He had abilities that increased the attack power of allies within a radius of 150 meters by a certain percentage, depending on the number of opponents. Smiling, he said, who knew that he had such a skill. He stretched out one of his hands, pronouncing the skill. Everything around the dragon turned red. Muscular arms and legs appeared. He had black hair and a beard. Ian was very surprised by this. The man had not used this form for a long time and he was a local. All his stats were reduced by 30% because of this form. Carseus looked at his hands because he had not used this form for a long time. Surprised, he asked if this was his standard appearance during polymorph. The man said that it was not standard, but it was more comfortable. The main character looked at him. Carseus wondered what was wrong. Handing over a paper with photographs, he asked if he could transform into these people. Carseus took the paper in his hands and said that he could. There was a red smile on his face. Smiling from ear to ear, he was happy. A week earlier at one of the bases, Harry was in a building. A red scarf was around his neck. Clenching his hand into a fist, he realized that they were in complete ass. Angry, he realized that he should not have listened to Martin. Having passed, he thought that thanks to him, the community was filled with rumors about their help to Lotus and a deal with Titan behind their back. Gritting his teeth, he continued to think that the hired assassin had escaped in time, and they had fallen before the Valiant in the ranking. Looking down, he saw someone. Martin was standing below with a staff in his hands. Looking at him, he thought about what he was doing here. There were guards who said that they needed to verify his identity. Martin raised his hand at them. One of the guards did not understand what was happening, when suddenly he began to scream because they were being attacked. Harry ran to him and asked him to stop. Martin showed him the middle finger and smiled. The guy with sweat on his face looked at him in surprise. Exhaling, he looked at the sky. Opening his mouth, he began to speak to the Oakland members. Angrily told them to arm themselves and attack Splendor. People with staffs were walking around the base. They stopped and looked in one direction, when suddenly something flew from behind. He began to scream that it was an ambush. Harry stood with a bow. The others were also armed. Shooting said that they should get inside. Two guys took the ropes and twirled them. At the end of the rope was a sharp object. They grabbed the tower with this object. Two of the guys were already climbing the ropes and said to climb faster. Stepped on the boards in the tower. They wondered because a bright flame lit up in front of their feet. Harry with sweat on his face understood that it was a trap. They were in shock because chains appeared near them. Looking up, they looked at them. There were golden chains around them. Harry grinned and understood that this was bad because the body did not move. A leg stepped near them. It was Martin, who asked why they did this. He was angry, then called the name of the guy with white hair. Harry, looking at him, said that he was the first to attack the members of his guild and ran away. Sighing, asked why they did this. Because they did not have time. Martin stood next to the seated man. Martin said that 2 days ago the members of his guild were attacked by a hail of arrows on the Scorpion Fields. Looking at the guy, he called them cowardly because it was Oakland's tricks. Harry was angry because he did not understand what kind of nonsense this was and why their archers would do that. The guy looked at him. He asked why they would go so far for scorpions. He ran his hand over them and removed the chains. Putting his finger on his glasses, he said that apparently someone wanted to quarrel them. He had a bow in his hands. He asked if he was sure. The guy with glasses replied that it was just a suspicion. Near the tower, there was a guy and Ian. They were eavesdropping on them. The protagonist, with his mouth closed, thought that they had guessed faster than he thought, and in any case, they still suspected each other. Looking at the tower, he was pulled by the hood while he was thinking that this should buy enough time. Barbara had a screen that she asked to look at. There was a quest for an immortal Dark Lord. The reward could vary. Caesar said with a serious face that it seemed like the guy was able to get the quest and that's why the quest window opened for her. The protagonist looked at the screen and asked if he had subordinate quests displayed. The reward for the quest was 200,000 glory points. He opened his mouth in surprise because the difficulty was SSS rank and it was not inferior to the test of the Tselemis tribe, and also as a reward he got a legendary chest with summoner equipment. Sweat ran down his face because he didn't think that it was possible to just ignore it. Ian poked at the screen to get to the messages. Smiling, he heard a voice that called his name. Thomas listened to him with a serious face. The protagonist said that he had a cool task. The guy tensed up. Ian asked not to fool around because Caesar was his subordinate and he was Caesar's subordinate, so the quest came to him too. Thomas sighed and asked what he had in mind. Smiling, the main character asked him to participate in the quest. Tykev said on the screen that he did not think that the quest would benefit him because the quest was for dark magicians. Tykev also told Jan not to worry and asked to talk when they were free. Starting to get nervous, he agreed. Making his hand into a fist, he hit the tree. He hit the tree with force. There was a man and a monster near it. Opening his mouth, he began to scream and ask what happened. Showing his fist, he said that other people would join their quest. Thinking about Caesar, he wanted to get rid of him as soon as he finished the task. Hearing this, he asked who he meant. His eyes shone, and with a cry he asked if he meant the summoner Jan. Making his eyes bigger, he said that they would come together, apparently. He was happy in the jump because he would finally see him. Thomas asked in surprise if he liked this guy. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he agreed because he was the strongest summoner. The three of them went, and the guy still wanted to meet him. It was sunny, no one was walking around the base. Barry was sitting and writing documents. Kate came up and asked how long it had been since he saw the main character. The guy replied that something interesting happened and he left. Opening his mouth, he asked what was wrong. Scratching his mouth, he said that she just had a question about the next update of Kaylin. Clenching his hands into a fist, she asked what was written in the book that he showed them last time. Putting down his pen, he said that their plans were described there. Looking at it, he continued that the future of the Lotus was there. Surprised, she said about the plans. Opening his mouth, he confirmed that he was talking about the Lotus. Confidently said that they were going to give up the fight for the central continent. Surprised, the girl asked him again. She started screaming and asking what they would do with what they had built. Her hands were on the table, and he continued that right now, 85% of the central continent belonged to Kaiman and they could do nothing using only towers and power. After all, when Kaiman was ready to attack their base again, they would clean up the northern continent. Then they would take over the nearby territories of the Lysipal Kingdom. She spread her arms and said that in that case, other guilds would resist. She put her hands to her chin and said that because of the rumor that they were the only guild that could resist the Kaiman Empire, they could use this recognition to their advantage, and they would help Yan become the Grand Duke who founded the Lotus Principality. Not understanding what he was saying, she said that the plans were too unrealistic. She pointed her finger up and asked him to listen to the end, because then they would be able to use magic towers, specialized defense towers, and another continent. She was surprised to think that this was the only principality founded by the Kylan Guild. Having become excited about the idea, she agreed. There was an army, because if they declared that the principality was standing, then Kaiman would definitely try to attack, because they wanted to unite the continents. Getting up from his chair, he asked what their current rank was. Looking at him, she answered that it was 11th. Opening her eyes, she understood what he meant. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that the rank of their guild was under constant control. Opening his mouth, he continued that even when they became stronger, they should continue to hide their strength. His hand was burning from the way he clenched it, but he continued that they should defeat Kaiman when they were ready. There were two guys in the wasteland. Yang touched the sand and said that there was an ominous atmosphere here. Even the sand was gray, but nothing could be done because these were the lands of the immortal. They looked into the distance, where the mountains were. Ian turned to the guy and asked if he knew anything about the immortal. Caesar looked at him and said that he knew a little. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought. The immortal had a staff and dark eyes. He was a dark lord who controlled zombies, making them his minions. He was the creation of evil. Thousands of years ago, people and zombies joined forces to fight demons. The immortal stood, his eyes glowing. Ian looked at him and asked about demons. Caesar answered that demons were from the demonic kingdom. The zombie reached for the ground, because his home was a dungeon and people also had to protect their territory, so their goals were similar. Showing a finger up, he said that the goal of demons was to take over the dimension. One of the magicians stood, because in order to communicate calmly with zombies, they created a clan of dark magicians. The immortal was the main one among the dark magicians. Thomas walked. In some places he was wearing skulls. Raising his hand, he said that he had not seen him for a long time. Pointing at him, he continued that he had now become more menacing and had also grown up. Thomas looked at him and asked him to shut up and follow him. Surprised, he asked where they were going. With a serious face, they answered that they were going to the dungeon to kill the immortal. Opposite them were monsters. Lu ran to attack, because he was ordered to do so. He began to attack his opponents. Then he stood on the floor. The pet looked at his hand. His eyes were burning. The guy looked at them and was surprised by the protagonist's game, because he was in excellent shape. Smiling, he was happy for Lu, because he felt better and the fight was the first after his summoning was temporarily blocked from that battle. Clenching his palm into a fist, he decided not to stand aside. Summoning John, he told him to attack. One of the monsters threw a bandage on him. The bandage was transported near the pet's leg. John fell to the ground. His eyes widened. Tears came out of his eyes. George screamed, looking at his pet. Looking at him, I thought that he did not look like a strong opponent. One of the monsters made an attack of a ghostly blow. Raising his paw, he struck. In his hands was an eye. He read the curse of the dead's revenge. Raising his hand up, the ball flew. The opponents were weakened. The monsters looked down, because it was hard for them. an explosion occurred near the paw. They cleared the 36th floor. Caesar was lying on the floor and was surprised because the guy had become stronger. In his hands was still an eye, and he justified the title of a black magician summoned by the immortal. Ian laughed because Thomas was stronger. He also asked if he had stopped the girls last time, namely Lily, who was sitting on the floor, also Blair, who had a pentagram in her hand. Looking at the guy, he praised him. He replied that this was enough because he just did not want the idiot to die at the hands of others. He looked back with his eyes. Caesar also calmly looked lying on the floor. Closing his eyes, he thought that this idiot is not so easy to kill, even if you try. He had a spear in his hands. He thought that in any case, the first buff he found ruled, because thanks to it he easily leveled up and increased his leadership stats. Smiling, he realized that he could even summon Lou and Carcius at the same time. There were two guys next to him. He suggested finishing faster and hunting properly. They were in the Immortals dungeon on the 100th floor. Looking at the door, they were scared. There were skeletons on the walls. This quest was of SSS rank difficulty. The pets were tired and their strength was running out. Looking at the door, he wondered if they would be able to defeat the Immortal in this state. Looking back, he turned to Caesar and asked why they should kill the Immortal if he was their ally. Scratching his head, he said that he was an ally for now. He smiled. His eyes were green. Caesar continued, since the war with the demons had come to an end, the Immortals could become enemies at any moment. The monsters stood with armor and weapons on, and he asked if the number of zombies had increased. The guy continued to say, smiling maliciously, that the Immortal was plotting something. The disheveled protagonist thought that they were attacking before anything bad happened. The protagonist looked at Thomas, who had already decided to open the gate. He had a sphere with a skull in his hands. His hands were bandaged, and he had read the spell of the Dark Lord of the Immortals. The door began to open, and the guy said that the successor had come for his legacy. The Immortal opened his mouth and asked if he had ever seen the real kingdom of the dead. The guys were shocked by these words. They were in complete darkness, and one of them shouted for them to take care of themselves. 3 of them were surprised because they hadn't seen anything. The protagonist began to get nervous because he hadn't seen anything. A foot stepped on the floor. Holding a staff in his hands, he said that if he found it, he would prove that he really wanted to see their kingdom. George was worried. He clenched his hand into a fist. John's mouth was burning with a red flame. Thomas still had the ball in his hand. The monster stood with a gun. His eyes were purple. Ian stood with a spear in his hands, nervous. Lou had yellow eyes, then spread his paws. The Immortal opened his mouth. One of his eyes glowed green. He wanted to lead him to the kingdom of the dead. Ian quickly prepared a magic circle since he did not expect to have to fight immediately when they arrived, and called Carcius. The dragon began to appear nearby. His huge body stood in front of the Immortal. The Immortal raised his head and immediately recognized who he was dealing with. Ian took the spear in both hands, and the enemy noticed that Carcius was a descendant of the Dragon Master in the north. The magician put his finger to his chin and thought that it was strange, since he did not feel the hero at all. Yang glanced to the side and wondered what this meant and if the Immortal was asking if he was a hero like Caesar. The enemy's eye lit up. He looked at the relaxed Caesar and said that he felt like a hero. The boy pointed at himself and asked if that was true. The mage created magic in his hand and admitted that he had a lot to say, but he didn't think he could let Caesar participate in this fight. The pets were shocked to see the boy disappear after the enemy asked them to wait outside, after which the system warned that the character had been removed from the dungeon boss fight. The Immortal tilted his head slightly and promised to take good care of his comrades' dead bodies. Traces of teleportation appeared on the surface. Caesar extended his hand in confusion. He scratched the back of his head and said that he didn't really want to fight in this battle. The boy, standing alone under the moon, thought that he should just go home since he was thrown out. The column of smoke from Caesar's disappearance had not yet disappeared. Ian became very nervous, seeing that he had lost his cheat. He looked at the Immortal, who admitted that he did not know how the protagonist managed to get a divine dragon. Carcius' eyes flashed red as he smirked and thought that he would make a fine skeleton, and cursed at the mage. The enemy looked the other way. Thomas was shaking all over, and the Immortal advised him, his successor, to learn to adapt better to the darkness. The protagonist clenched his fist, declared that there was too much talk, and sent Carcius and Lou to attack. The pets rushed forward. The mage stuck out his finger and thought that he would not need this wolf. Lou's paw approached his face while he was talking. The Immortal lay down in it like a rag doll. Then he slammed his back into the wall. The enemy coughed up blood. Lou jumped up. He slashed the air with his claws. The mage almost lost consciousness. After his collision with the ceiling, rocks began to fall from him. Yang aimed his spear. The weapon flew upward at high speed. It pierced the Immortal through and through. The enemy dropped his staff and began to fall. He crashed to the ground in front of the protagonist. The mage lay there and did not move anymore, and the system reported that he received more than 9 million damage from the heroes. George and Thomas opened their eyes in surprise that Yang completely destroyed the Immortal. Suddenly, The enemy began to rise unnaturally. He leaned on his staff. Then the skull on his weapon glowed purple and he commanded the dead to rise. A bony hand crawled out of the ground. The skeletons continued to emerge from their graves. The mage smiled and used soul absorption. The dead began to gravitate towards the immortal. The one who summoned them licked his lips when he was thus healed and noted that the boys lacked patience, since they had attacked in the middle of a conversation. Thomas sweated and explained that this was a skill for absorbing the dead to restore health. His pupils turned black and he exclaimed that they first needed to get rid of the skeletons. Ian pointed at them and urged his pets to get rid of them. The dungeon boss smiled strangely and said that he would not allow this. Carsius and Lou suddenly became nervous. The mage raised his staff and cast a curse. George and Jan were cursed with old age. The wolf tensed up from weakness as he felt exhaustion. The protagonist fell to his knees as his vision was distracted and the system reported that Carsius had escaped the curse due to his scales, while Thomas and Alfie had escaped due to their immunity to darkness. The immortal hovered above the ground and noticed that some of Ian's pets had resistance to his magic. He lowered his staff and said that it didn't matter. The mage summoned a crowd of the dead to kill the boys. The protagonist gritted his teeth, not knowing what to do as there was no point in fighting with such a debuff. He looked at his palms with a blurry vision and realized that he couldn't concentrate on the fight due to the curse he had received and decided that Carsius, Thomas, and Alfie were the only ones who could fight. Ian turned to Thomas and loudly asked him what the dark mage's weakness was. The boy, casting a spell, told the protagonist that it was one very powerful blow. He frowned and exclaimed that they needed to kill the enemy with one powerful attack so that he could no longer absorb the souls of the dead. Ian looked up at the immortal and thought that the dragon's breath would help, but he figured that if they used it in the dungeon, they would not be able to hide and they themselves would suffer no less. He gritted his teeth and thought about how to deliver this powerful blow. Thomas caught his attention and said that he had a plan. He turned his head to Ian and warned that they would have to risk their lives. The protagonist's mouth fell open in shock. He dropped his hands to the ground and asked what kind of plan this was. Thomas, surrounded by skeletons, answered that it was about the revenge of the dead. The protagonist remembered an event from the past and assumed that his friend was talking about the reflective skill he used in the Colosseum. Thomas held up 2 fingers and said that the conditions must be met in order to use it. The first condition is that the immortal must be directly hit. The second condition is that they must endure the attack. Thomas approached Ian and explained that he and Alfie could do it, but because black mages had a passive skill of darkness tolerance, they could not deal significant damage to each other. George and Jan were upset and felt useless when Thomas added that they would not be able to withstand the attack due to the curse of exhaustion due to them being low-level beginners. The protagonist looked up at the black mage, who pointed out that if Ian had dealt the most damage to the enemy, then the immortal would hit him the hardest and it would be easy for him to taunt him. Ian looked away and asked if he really just needed to attack the mage, and Thomas was indignant, not understanding where he was looking. The black mage tensed up and asked if the protagonist was sure he could handle it, considering he couldn't see anything. The protagonist smiled and said that it was worth a try, but asked to calculate the time correctly. A huge paw fell behind him. Carsius picked up the spear on the floor and handed it to Ian, who thanked him in return. The boy took the weapon in his hands and decided to try. He was covered in sweat because even though there was confidence in his voice, he understood that this was a rather dangerous plan. The protagonist looked at the immortal under the ceiling and noticed that he had to carry out the attack while blinded. Thomas's face was distorted with tension because he needed to strike at the right moment, and Ian should unconditionally believe in him. The protagonist paid attention to the damage he had received and thought that in his current state it would be quite difficult for him to withstand the attack. He raised the tip of the spear up and realized that he only had one chance. The boy leaned forward and shouted for Carsius to fly towards the immortal, and calculated that the dragon would be able to cover this distance in 3 seconds. The pet approached the enemy. The mage smirked and thought it was reckless and said that no matter how many times he was attacked, it would not change anything. Yang tensed up, opened his mouth, and, choosing the moment, used spatial exchange. The dragon's body glowed. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in its place. The immortal panicked and pulled back as he did not expect this attack. He darkened and used the deadly snake. Flashes enveloped the protagonist when he used electrical manipulation. Thomas raised the eye-shaped sphere and used the revenge of the dead. The summoned snake pounced on Yang, who was armed with a spear. It came closer, but the guy could not see well. The monster grabbed the protagonist by the neck. Yang coughed up blood, and the system reported that he received almost 1 million damage. The spear flew far away while he was fighting the snake. Something powerfully fell to the ground. Carsius was dumbfounded. Lou was shocked. George and John were also stunned. Thomas and Alfie stood still and were nervous. The dark mage tensed up and really hoped that the protagonist had succeeded. Ian was lying on the ground, still sparkling with electricity, and the system explained that he had used the will of the warrior Selamus, thanks to which his resistance to magic had increased significantly, and that he had 2% of his health left. The immortal sweated and wondered how this was possible, since he thought that his opponents could do nothing. Suddenly, he felt much worse. He looked down and realized that the vengeance of the dead had been cast on him. The enemy looked at Thomas, sitting next to Ian, and was amazed that he, this sneaky black mage, had activated the skill at the perfect moment in such a short time. The immortal lost his balance again. He fell down, and his skeleton saw it. The enemy, lying down, put his hand on his stomach and admitted defeat, and the system notified that he had received almost 1,200,000 damage from the undead's revenge. The skeletons approached the mage. George pointed his finger at this and thought that the immortal was trying to use soul absorption again. Thomas, without taking his eyes off the enemy, said that this was not so, and in fact this was the death of the black mage. The immortal panicked and floundered, demanding that the dead not come near him and reminding him that he was their master. A bony hand reached for his face. The mage stretched his hand up and screamed while the skeletons tore him apart, and then the system warned that the immortal was dead and that all his curses were lifted. Thomas's face did not change, since he still could not believe that they had won. Ian closed his eyes and called his comrade an idiot, because if it weren't for the ambulance, he would have died, and then the system reported that his health was slowly recovering. Thomas raised his palms and concluded that their plan had somehow miraculously worked, and the protagonist noticed that he was right. The protagonist smiled and praised his partner for how perfectly he had hit the timing. Thomas blushed. There was an explosion. The immortal pounced on the boys with a scythe and declared that he could not be killed so easily. Ian covered his head with his hand and cursed when he realized that the enemy had turned himself into an undead, and besides, he could not dodge. The immortal, whose skull had lost its flesh, called for the protagonist to die. A figure appeared in front of the boy. Thomas looked back at Ian and smiled. The protagonist sweated profusely, watching this. The immortal was an instant away from striking the black mage, and the protagonist shouted out his comrade's name. Thomas closed his eyes in fear. He opened one eye. Then he saw something amazing. Caesar pinned the enemy to the ground with his body. He plunged his sword into the immortal's back. The skeleton sweated and turned its head towards the hero. The knight tensed up even more. Ian raised his fist and exclaimed that he had come just in time. The enemy's skull separated from the body, and as soon as he started to speak, Caesar crushed it, after which the system congratulated them on killing the immortal and, at the same time, clearing the dungeon. The protagonist ran towards the hero. He addressed him with admiration and admitted that he thought he had gone home. Thomas reached for the black mage's staff. He looked at it with a smile, and the system informed him of the completion of the hidden long quest Dark Lord of Immortality of SSS difficulty, of receiving 300,000 fame, 8,250,000 experience, and of acquiring the item Immortal's Power. Suddenly, the ball in his hand began to glow. It appeared in the mouth of the skull at the top of the staff. Dark energy began to envelop the guy. His eyes flashed, and a dark stream rose into the air. Thomas confidently looked forward, and the system notified that he had successfully changed his class from Dark Mage to Dark Lord. Ian looked in surprise at his comrade receiving a new class, but suddenly Thomas asked why he was saved. The protagonist was torn from his thoughts. The Dark Lord darkened and menacingly asked Caesar why he pulled him out of this trap. The knight folded his hands in his pockets, sincerely not understanding what was going on. Then Thomas demanded not to try to deceive him, and reminded him that last time the hero attacked him as if he wanted to kill him. Caesar assumed a thoughtful pose and tried to remember. He abruptly opened his eyes when he realized that Thomas was talking about that time. The knight clicked something in the system window. A message appeared in front of his interlocutor stating that their master-servant relationship had been severed. The Dark Lord gritted his teeth in irritation. He waved his hand back and protested, thinking that Caesar didn't even deserve a proper fight. The knight crossed his arms and retorted that it was all one big misunderstanding. He looked away and explained that he only wanted to scare Thomas that time, but because of his skill, his foot slipped and the blow was much stronger. The hero became a little haggard, remembered the recent past, and added that he only intended to mock him a little and terminate the contract, but since the servant did not appear again, he was unable to do so. He closed his eyes and prepared to say something in conclusion. Thomas forgot about his emotions when Caesar apologized. The knight raised his palm. He extended it to the boy and congratulated him on becoming a hero. The Dark Lord loosened his grip on the hand with the staff. He shook his former master by the hand and said that he forgives him this time. Then they smiled at each other, and the system reported that Thomas had become the second legend of the Central Continent. George happily, and Ian not so much, applauded him. The protagonist opened the chest and decided that since everything was settled, it was high time to check the rewards. He received a tattered black cloak and thought that it was not bad. The system gave a description of the legendary rank Dead Man's Shadow Cloak, which can only be worn by a summoner and gives about 2,000 units of defense, and also had a special property, namely the ability to instantly hide the owner in the shadow at a critically low level of health, making him invulnerable, and a note that it is not intended for long-term use. The protagonist turned to George and noted that if he was also a summoner, then he should have also received a legendary chest, and his comrade confirmed that he had received the Earrings of Leadership. George showed them on the palm of his hand and clarified whether they were useful if they only raised his leadership status by 15,000, and Ian even got upset because he needed them the most. The protagonist raised his fists and called on the interlocutor to stop bragging about what he received for quests. George pressed something on the screen, wanting to share it with the protagonist, although he said that he should not. To Ian's surprise, a message appeared in front of him about the transferred quest The Wish of the Dragon Tamer Oakley. A more detailed description said that this is a hidden long quest of SSS difficulty for the player recognized as the soul of the immortal to find the spirit of Oakley wandering the lands of the continent of Malraka, after which it is necessary to pass the test. Ian realized that this was a mission from that grandfather, and suddenly a warning came that it was not possible to share the quest. George angrily pressed, not understanding what was wrong, and the protagonist told him that he did not need to transfer the quest to him. The protagonist put his finger to his chin and added that in any case, he thought that Oakley disappeared after he did something with his grandfather's inheritance. Suddenly, the eye in the staff opened and asked how Ian knew this person. All the boys turned to look at it. Thomas pointed at the thing in shock and assured that it was she who said it, not him, after which the staff laughed and said that it would not die so easily. George and the protagonist frowned, worried that the immortal was still alive. Caesar stopped them with his hand and said that everything was fine. He looked at the staff and explained that he did not feel any power in it, so he decided that it was safe to listen to him. The defeated black mage explained that he transferred his soul from the skeleton to this staff before his physical body disintegrated, and repeated his question about Oakley, adding that he was only interested in this. Ian smiled stupidly and replied that they had met once, but he was not going to tell them that he had received the exact same quest before, as he wanted to keep his secret work a secret. The immortal looked down and said that he realized that the protagonist was not an ordinary summoner when he saw that he had a divine dragon and that Iriel's energy was emanating from him. The guy was surprised, but remembered that this was the name of the girl from the Forest of Love. A system window appeared in front of him, and the immortal asked him to do him a favor. The staff gave him a hidden quest demon movement of class S for a summoner who has the spirit of a divine dragon, which is related to the quest Shadow of the Demonic Dragon Calf, which requires finding the cause of the appearance of demonic energy and uniting the forces of the continent so that the tragedy of 1,000 years ago does not happen again. And there was also a hint that in order to get information about the demons, it is necessary to find Iriel. Ian tensed up because he realized that they killed the entity that was preparing for war with the demons, and therefore felt guilty. The staff flashed its eyes and called on its heir to listen to it. Thomas became nervous, but began to listen. Skull smiled as best he could and asked the boy to take his post in the war against demons. His eyes still glowed for a few moments, but then they went out. The Black Lord shook his staff, but the immortal did not appear again. He glanced sharply to the side. Caesar gritted his teeth in anger. The veins on his face bulged, and all because he heard about demons. A brick house. A square lamp was burning inside. Ian was sitting at the computer. He turned on a short video. In its intro, a title appeared, Kylan, War of Dimensions. A dimensional portal appeared in the snowy area. The same portal appeared in the desert, as well as throughout the continent. Creatures of other species were supposed to attack people by passing through these gates. The purple portal to the demon realm should open first. Dark humanoids with tails, demons, were waiting inside. They had red eyes and a predatory smile. People would fall to their knees before them, because travelers are not suitable for fighting monsters from other dimensions. Only those who are eager to become stronger will see the light. A glow will appear in front of them, and this will allow them to gain a dual class. Mages will raise their staffs, simultaneously controlling dragons, and swordsmen will be able to control blades with the help of levitation, merging two classes, and only those who do this will be able to eliminate creatures of other dimensions. In conclusion, there was a call for players to create a dual class, adding a new class to the old one, and prepare for war against monsters. The protagonist removed his hand from his cheek and noticed that this was mentioned in the update. He thought about a mage shooting red lightning and a swordsman with flying swords. The guy thought about how a summoner carries a bone to a three-headed dog and asked himself what would be better to choose with his class. He stared at the screen and suddenly realized that if you look closely, These demons were not monsters at all. The protagonist thought of a creature with fangs. He punched his palm because he understood why Caesar was so angry. Ian chuckled and admitted to himself that he was even scared by his unexpected anger. He remembered how the knight had clenched his fists a while ago. Then Caesar asked him again gloomily about the demons. The protagonist sweated and asked why he was so gloomy. His interlocutor lowered his head and answered that there were people who had achieved great achievements during the war with monsters from another dimension. Ahead, apart from the rest, stood a man with a fluttering cloak. Caesar explained that they were called heroes. It turned out that he himself was that man. His armor and sword were disfigured because due to the fact that the heroes were in the epicenter of the battles, they knew about monsters from dimensions like no one else. Each of them, Eclipse, the Immortal, Oakley, and Caesar himself were preparing for the war in their own way. The knight frowned and asked how they would get to the Forest of Love. Ian made a cross with his hands and said that it wouldn't work right now. He put his hands on his hips and explained that until the Immortal's dungeon buff wore off, they had to go through all the trials. The protagonist pointed his finger at Thomas and George and said that they should go with them. He smiled and punched his palm and urged them to move on. Sitting in his chair, Ian noticed that due to the rounds in the dungeon, they were able to get closer, and as a bonus, they also raised their level a little. The leg of the chair moved. The guy got up from the computer and thought that, among other things, the main reward was the Ring of the King's Spirit, which he was glad about because with this thing he could increase his leadership stat. He dreamed that thanks to this, he would be able to summon Carseus, Lou, Finn, and Harley at the same time, and if he had George's Earrings of Leadership, he would be able to summon Ben and Puck as well. Ian glanced at the VR capsule and admitted that the progress was obvious. He reached for his glasses and decided that it was time to go to the Forest of Love. The guy put them on and entered. A flash of light. The Lotus Base, built of sandstone, the central continent. Ian checked the information from the system windows and said that the Forest of Love was in another dimension, after which he asked if he should go up to the magic tower and ask Gripper to send them there again. He looked away and thought. The protagonist remembered how Ariel offered him something. She gave the guy a crystal ball and explained that with its help, Ian would be able to contact her at any time, and the protagonist did not understand why she was giving him such a thing. The protagonist waved his hand and opened the inventory. He put his hand inside the window. Then he pulled out the orb and exclaimed that it would be useful. The protagonist gave it to Caesar and asked him to hold it. The sphere lit up in the knight's hands when Ian called out to Ariel. The elf noticed the orb in her room. She looked at it. The girl blushed when she saw Caesar's abs and didn't understand what it meant. The guy approached the crystal orb and asked if he could hear it, and Ariel screamed. The elf covered her face with her hands and asked the protagonist to get dressed. Ian met Caesar's eyes and was surprised because he was dressed. He saw his subordinate's naked torso. Then the protagonist imagined the knight showing off his muscles and understood everything. After a while, a portal appeared in front of him. He told Caesar, who was now dressed, that he didn't expect that you could get to the Forest of Love by rubbing the orb 3 times. The protagonist stepped on the grass. Ariel was waiting for the guys ahead. The girl raised her shoulders, noticing that the guys had arrived. She was wearing a bandage on her leg. The elf fixed her hair and congratulated Mr. Young on returning to her forest. Then she smiled reservedly. The protagonist looked around, and Ariel suggested continuing the conversation at her place. The unicorns were drinking water. The elves were spending time together under a tree. The protagonist looked at Caesar and noticed that at least he didn't feel that uncomfortable now that he had started dating a girl, unlike him. He saw how nervous the knight was, who had been single for 1,000 years. Caesar looked away and asked if the atmosphere was always like this, to which Yang replied that it was. Then the knight took out his sword and exclaimed that they should all be killed, but the protagonist stopped him and called him crazy. The unicorns huddled together in fear. All 3 sat down at the table. The tea was hot. The elf took the cup with both hands and said that she knew why the guys came, namely for information about demons for the immortal. She put her finger to her chin and asked why the protagonist did not turn to Sir Caesar, who had managed to take part in the war against the demons. The knight rested his cheek on his fist and replied that he did not remember everything in detail. Ian waved his hands, laughed and said that his friend was a little unusual. Ariel covered her mouth and agreed with him. An awkward silence ensued. The girl folded her palms together and asked when the protagonist would fulfill her wish since he had taken up the immortal's request so quickly. Ian remembered the description of the hidden quest, the shadow of the demonic dragon Khalifa, and realized that he had forgotten about it. He burst into tears and mentally apologized for being so weak, even though he was leveling up as fast as he could. Ariel stood up from the table and admitted that she was joking, then asked them to wait until she brought something. The boys looked after her, interested. She laid out worn items on the table. Ian looked at it and did not understand what it meant. The elf slightly lowered her head and said that it was a scroll containing information about the war and a gourd that was used during the war 1,000 years ago, but warned that the information about demons was extremely confidential and that the scroll was currently sealed. She added that the gourd was an artifact created with ancient dark magic, designed to seal the souls of demonic monsters inside when hunting. Ian raised his hand and asked whose souls he should catch, thinking that Ariel meant those who lived in the demon world. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. It contained a clarified description of the quest, The Shadow of the Demon Dragon Khalifa of S difficulty, with a new requirement to collect 200 souls of Rakhams in the gourd and return to the elf. The girl raised her finger and explained that if the protagonist caught low-level demonic monsters, Rakhams, and brought her 200 souls, then she would be able to unseal the scroll. Ian jumped up from his chair, as he could not believe that they could go to the demonic realm right now. Ariel waved her hand, confirmed, but warned that this place was different from the Forest of Love, after which she said that she could open the gates for the guys that would send them to the outskirts of the realm, but added that they could not stay there for more than half a day. Ian scratched his head in frustration, as he thought that this time was not enough for them. The girl sadly admitted that she would like to keep them longer, but due to the fact that she was not a demon, opening the gates to the demonic realm took a lot of her strength. The protagonist raised his fist confidently and declared that even so, he was ready to go there right now. The Ubisoft office building. The guests were sitting in front of a huge screen. The host moved her hand to the side and announced the end of their presentation on the third update of Kylan, after which she thanked everyone who came. The people in suits mostly applauded. The man with the luxurious watch rubbed his beard. He settled into a comfortable chair and thanked the director Kim for the report. This man's name was Andrew and he was the president of Ubisoft. Andrew looked to the side and asked the director if she saw a big difference compared to the last update. The girl answered with a smile that the fact that the content will change depending on the decisions of the players makes a huge difference, and noted that in the original content there was a lot of freedom. But she believed that if you look closely, in the past, players could only move within certain limits. Kim raised her finger and visualized that before, it didn't matter how the players played, because the direction of movement was the same for everyone, and the difference was only in time and result, whereas in the new update, depending on the players' decisions and their abilities, they can get to a completely different platform. The man tensed up and asked for an analogy. The director presented two system windows with drawings of swords and a shield, and gave an example that in the first part of the content, which includes the demonic realm, players will choose a battlefield based on the preparatory quest somewhere on the continent. She thought about how a monster attacks travelers, and said that they do not know if the war will take place in the human realm where people play the game. Then she imagined an army of people invading a world where demons live, because that was also possible. Kim raised her hand and added that the outcome was impossible to predict even for the Team Development Center, but she believed that ideally, if players completed their quests as predicted, the first war would be with an invasion of the demonic realm. Andrew smiled and noted that if humans did not do so, the invasion would occur in their world. The girl folded her hands at her waist and confirmed that depending on the battlefield, the content components would change. The man leaned forward, admitted that this was very original, and asked when players would have access to the side quests. The director, smiling, explained that the quests had already been distributed across the continent, but warned that the demonic realm was still in development, as they expected players to get there in the next 2-3 weeks. A worried employee burst into the room and shouted that they were in trouble. Kim turned to the manager, Eugene, and asked what was wrong, then reminded him that she had asked him not to come in during the meeting. The guy closed one eye, apologized, and said that a difficulty related to the demonic realm had appeared. He sweated profusely and said that someone had moved to the map, which was still in development. Kim panicked. Eugene was dumbfounded. Andrew stared blankly at the floor, and after a few seconds, he shouted loudly that he did not believe it. Meanwhile, Ian and Caesar encountered a horde of rats. There was a whole crowd of rats. The guys stood with their weapons drawn. The protagonist frowned and assumed that these were the Rakhams that Ariel had spoken of. One of the rats opened its mouth. The protagonist put his spear on his shoulder and suggested that they finish here quickly. The blade pierced the monster's body. Ian killed the Rackham with a weapon and Lou with his paws. Caesar finished the fight and turned to Carcius. All four of them gathered in one place. The knight seemed disappointed, so he asked Ian if he was sure that these were demonic monsters, since the ones he knew weren't that weak. The protagonist, who had a rat disappearing behind him, didn't even doubt it. He looked into his subordinate's eyes and thought that the reason why the monsters were so weak was because of this. The guy took a step. He turned his head and noticed that there weren't that many enemies for the demon realm. A purple window appeared in front of him. It contained a message about entering the temporarily open area of the 127th demonic dimension, about gaining temporary magic resistance of 99, and a warning that from now on, the protagonist would absorb 99% of damage from all enemies. The protagonist looked down and thought that this trial appeared because the map of the demonic realm was still in development. He opened two windows and decided that if they were given magic resistance for the test, then the developers probably lowered the difficulty in order to collect the necessary data for a quality analysis. Ian noticed, checking Ben's stats, that the magic damage reduction was also applied to all subordinates and familiars. He smiled, concluding that he was now the king of the demonic realm. The protagonist tried to cover up his stupid smile, as he could not believe that the perfect Kalen had an error. He looked ahead and waved his hand. The demon jumped right at him. It sank its teeth into the protagonist's arm, after which the system reported receiving an attack from the Rackham and absorbing almost 10,000 damage thanks to its strong magic resistance, which reduced its health by only 95. Ian swung his spear at the rat and exclaimed that although he was low in level, he could easily kill them, after which the monster squeaked. Blood splashed. The protagonist stood next to the enemy's corpse and thought that if he didn't have such an advantage, he would have to try hard to kill these Rackhams. Caesar looked at the protagonist indifferently and asked what magic resistance was, which made them so much stronger. Ian scratched his temple and replied that even if he explained, his subordinate still wouldn't understand. He looked up to the sky and said that right now they just need to destroy these rats. Ubisoft office, evening. All the workstations were occupied. Kim crossed her arms over her chest and admitted that she couldn't believe that someone was able to reach the demonic realm right now. Then Eugene asked what they should do and whether they should contact the server team to close the server. The girl sighed heavily and told the manager that they wouldn't be sitting here now if there was such a possibility. She opened her eyes and reminded him that Kylan was a fully immersive capsule-type VR game, so if the server was closed by force, it could affect the physical condition of the players, and if that happened, their entire team would be fired immediately. Eugene was very scared. The girl folded her arms under her chest and thought about the president of the company personally witnessing this incident. Andrew was simply shocked then. He constantly performed on stage, being the best planner in the gaming industry for several decades, and therefore decided to participate in every step of the Kylan update, which led the game to its greatest success. The director trembled, because she still could not forget that expression. Andrew angrily turned to Kim and gave her a chance to correct her mistake using everything she needed. The girl shuddered, remembering this. She continued to look at the floor, trying to bring herself back to her senses, but suddenly Eugene made a worried sound. The director looked at him plaintively and asked what this time. The guy turned his head to her. He said that Ian, that bastard, was farming all the demonic crystals. The protagonist picked up another stone and admitted that he couldn't believe that Rackhams dropped such things. A description of low-rank demonic crystals appeared in front of him, with which one could, without fear of equipment breakage, upgrade it to rank +5, although the probability of improvement was extremely small. Ian peered at the stone, squinting, and noticed that at first he was very upset that he couldn't get experience here, but then, having discovered that such things could be obtained here, he changed his mind. He lowered the crystal and called for a boost. The stone began to glow next to his spear, and the guy waited for his weapon to lower. The protagonist covered himself from the bright light with his hand. The spear began to shine brighter. The system displayed a window congratulating him on the successful upgrade of Spirit King's Justice from +2 to +3, along with which all his stats increased. Ian literally danced with his weapon in his hands, as he was happy with such cool buffs. He was watched from the game office. Kim was in despair and she really didn't like that the protagonist was making the situation even worse by breaking the balance of the game. The protagonist rubbed his cheek on the spear and calculated that if these crystals increased stats by 10% after each buff, then with a buff to rank 10, the stats would become 2 times higher. Lou turned to him, said that he had already killed about 200 such monsters and asked how much longer he would have to do this. Carsius joined in the question and added that the monsters didn't even give them experience, and their attacks were too weak, so the dragon didn't understand why the owner was telling them to dodge. Ian sighed. He looked up at Carsius and explained that they all had very high magic resistance right now, so they didn't take damage from the demons, but the next time they came here, they would have to fight enemies without this buff, then explained that if they memorized the monster's attack patterns, it would be easier to fight them in the future, and then called the dragon a fool. The dragon was dumbfounded, completely shocked by what he was called. Caesar turned to Ian and suggested that they would hunt here until the portal closed, but the protagonist objected. The boy confidently replied that he was going to stay here forever. Eugene and Kim were frozen with fear. The manager looked up and asked in shock how long he was going to stay there. The girl closed her eyes and concluded that they would not be returning home today. She frowned and called for a meeting to be called so that they could find a way to throw the player Ian out of the demonic realm. A group of rats attacked the protagonist again. The protagonist looked at them tiredly because they no longer posed any danger to him. He had already determined that the weak point of the monsters was their left eye. The guy looked closely at the enemies and noticed that their left eyes were lighter than the right ones, and that they were much more vulnerable than the rest of the body. He easily dodged the monster's jump since he had already studied how they attacked. Young and the Rackhams turned to one side. The demons were dumbfounded and squeaked. Lou, Carsius, and Caesar were waiting for them on this side. The protagonist turned away while his comrades killed the enemies. He had long ago collected 200 Rackham souls in his gourd and also knocked out 140 teeth from them. Based on the description provided, these teeth had a unique rank and could be either sold in the store for an impressive amount of money or used to combine with other ingredients to create a new item. The dragon lowered its head and asked the master how much longer they had to hunt, and then complained that it was very boring. Lu looked at him, calling him a newbie, and said that it was not so bad. Besides, he liked this place. Ian put his spear on his shoulder and announced that they would hunt here until he wanted to sleep. Standing in the middle of a reddish landscape, he suggested going forward. The protagonist threw his hand forward and finished summoning Lu and Carseus. Then he raised his palm and summoned Finn. The protagonist and Caesar sat on the griffin's back. They flew forward under Ian's loud offer to explore the demonic realm. High sloping cliffs, a huge monster opened its mouth. The protagonist smiled in response and the knight frowned. Having defeated the enemy, they moved on. They went on with Harley, Carseus, and Ben, and thus reached zone 120 of the demonic dimension. Yang glanced to the side and noticed that the place was completely destroyed. He looked down and asked the tiger to stop for a minute. The boy pointed to the gate and noticed that it looked different. Caesar, as usual, looked at him indifferently and said that it was not a gate, but a magical summoning seal. The dragon opened its mouth and agreed, adding that he felt a huge power coming from the seal. Yang began to get a little nervous because this thing was so huge. He panicked when he saw something coming out of the seal. This creature had a mask, red hair, and huge muscles. It raised its 6 eyes to the sky and roared. Compared to the protagonist, it was gigantic and therefore had every right to be outraged that humans, creatures of another world, entered a demonic dimension without fear. The protagonist was insanely scared and cursed loudly, and his pets shared this feeling. He regained his composure and tried to understand what was happening here. Then he pointed at the enemy and said that he was the one to be afraid of, and then asked who he was. The monster looked down and said that he was one of the 12 guardians protecting the passage to the demonic dimension. He bared his teeth and added that his name was Bill. Ian summoned a spear and noticed that the demon's passage was located in a different place. Bill clenched his teeth. He blew a stream of steam from his mouth and admitted that the protagonist was making a sharp joke, and then hoped that he was capable of more than just words. The protagonist tensed up, said that it was so, and called the monster, whom he called a brainless monkey, to attack. He darkened, because even though he was brave, he was afraid of this bastard. Caesar was level 322. Giant Bill was full of power, and also had a level of 350. He swung his fists, then he hit the ground with them hard. Dust rose. Ian stood in a crater and was untouched. Bill looked at his fist to see what was going on, and the system reported that the god of the demonic dimension had used his unique ability, Blast Wave, and the protagonist had taken critical damage. But thanks to his enormous magic resistance, he had absorbed almost 300,000 damage and taken 895 damage. The protagonist looked at his damaged weapon, cursed silently, noticing that even with such a buff, Bill had dealt so much damage, and concluded that otherwise he would have died from one blow. Yan and his comrades glared at the monster, and the protagonist thought that they should assume that they did have resistance. He raised the corner of his mouth and turned to the guys, then demanded that they get rid of Bill. Carseus swung his fist. The demon went on the defensive. He was actively sweating and grunting. Caesar jumped up. Harley lunged toward the giant's leg. The tiger sank his teeth into it. 6th floor of the Game Development Planning Department of the Ubisoft office. Kim stepped into the doorway. She walked in and asked how the situation was. Eugene looked back and asked if the meeting was over, then explained that the player Ian was currently fighting in the 120th Demon Zone with the Gate Guardian Bill. The director folded her arms across her chest, tensed up, and remembered that this was a high-ranking demon that was in the top 100 monsters of the dimension. But she was sure that Bill would be able to detain the protagonist. She darkened. From the outside, it seemed like a group of people were mocking the monster. The demon sat sadly on the ground while being attacked. With tearful eyes, he tried to understand what was happening and how a person could be so strong. Ian prepared to stab him with a spear. Lightning pierced Bill's body. He fell to the ground. The protagonist stood on the back of the monster, from which he received recognition of his strength. The demon opened his mouth and shouted loudly that if he had not lowered his defense, he would have easily won. The protagonist smirked after these words. He put his palm towards his comrades and asked them to stop. Bill broke out in a cold sweat and asked what he was doing. The guy lowered his hands down and admitted with a smile that he wanted to fight the enemy one-on-one when he would have full defense. He put his hand on the demon and began to heal him using first aid. Carseus was nervous and did not understand what the owner was doing. Harley felt the same. Caesar tensed up and thought that Ian had finally gone crazy. The protagonist looked back at his comrades and assured that everything was fine and that he had a plan. And then the system reported that the health of the defender of the gates of the demonic realm had been restored. Bill got up from the ground and admitted that he had never met such an impudent person before and warned that the desire for victory in Ian's power would lead to his death. The protagonist raised his head, said that he was the best warrior of Salamis, and declared that this time he would fight the monster on his own without the help of his familiars. Smoke rose above the field. It was coming from the defeated Bill. The demon rose from the ground, exclaimed that it was impossible and demanded to do it again. The dragon pointed at itself in fear when Ian offered to fight in his master's place, and then called him a fool again. Carseus soon defeated Bill, who continued to insist that it was impossible. The protagonist frowned and called out to Harley. The tiger hit the monster's ear with its paw. The ear shook. Bill was lying on his back. Night, Ubisoft office. Kim's face darkened and she noticed that for some reason the player Ian kept reviving the demonic protector instead of just killing him, and she assumed that the guy no longer wanted to explore this world. Eugene, who had bags under his eyes, thought that the protagonist was figuring out the enemy's attack patterns, and thought that the guys thought that they would not be able to get experience or fame from the enemy, and probably suspected that the things they would get from killing him would be confiscated from them. The manager turned back to the monitor and added that Ian was most likely fighting Bill only to study his attacks. The girl was annoyed and upset at the same time, and the only thing she was interested in was when the protagonist was going to let them go from work. The demon flashed with lightning. The protagonist smiled sweetly, calculated that this was his 63rd victory, and asked if the monster wanted more. Bill fell to his knees and replied that there was no point. He bowed to the ground and said that he would like to serve the protagonist as his master. Ian was dumbfounded and asked to repeat. The monster raised its head and admitted that it was amazed by the guy's strength and therefore wanted to serve him. Ian grinned in surprise. He looked happily at the demon and agreed without hesitation. It was 4 in the morning, the Ubisoft office. Eugene and Kim were staring blankly at the screen. The manager turned to the girl and asked if they were moving in the direction they had discussed at the meeting. The director responded and said nothing. She continued to stare at the screen and concluded that they could only watch now. The 5 employees sat around the table. Everyone turned their attention to Kim, who announced the topic of discussion at their meeting. She raised her finger and said that their task was to kick the player Ian out of the unfinished map of the demonic dimension. The girl added that although they had restricted the protagonist from earning experience and fame, he still received items from completing the world and progressed through the content of the demonic realm. The protagonist received many found stones, with the help of which he improved his weapons. One of the people present raised their hand and asked if they could ask the player to leave the location after deleting his items in the buff system if they had already blocked the gain of experience and fame. Kim threw up her hands and said that it was impossible, because Ian honestly went through the game content, and it was obviously their fault that they did not foresee such a scenario. Another raised hand. Eugene turned to the director and suggested trying to make a deal with the main character. The girl got a little nervous and asked what he meant. The manager smiled and said that they could leave Ian's items and buffs in exchange for non-disclosure of information about the demonic realm. Kim's pupils narrowed. She got up from the table and decided that this was a great idea since they were rushing to prepare for the update deadlines. The director darkened and said that in this case, she would transfer full responsibility to Eugene. The boy, still with his hand raised, became agitated, and Kim ended the meeting. They all left, leaving the manager in the office, and the girl thanked everyone for their hard work. Eugene was left alone and realized that the others had simply assigned him to deal with this problem alone. Ian stood in front of Bill. The protagonist clicked on the system window, not understanding what was going on, as messages appeared in front of him saying that he could not make the gatekeeper his subordinate because he had not yet met the circumstances that would allow him to become the master of the demon, and he could not tame him either because he was humanoid. The protagonist scratched his temple, apologized to Bill, and said that he did not think he could become his subordinate. The monster began to cry and thought that it was because he was too weak. The guy put his palm forward and urged him not to worry because that was not the case, and then suggested that it was because he himself was not a demon. Bill pointed to the side and said that in that case he was calm, because if he went in that direction, he could end up in a real demonic realm. He lowered his head and asked to listen to his request. The protagonist looked up and said that he was listening carefully. A window appeared in front of him describing the SS rank quest, a favor for Bill, to complete which he needed to deal with the problem of the appearance of infected demons, which the gatekeeper was killing, but there were more of them every day, and offering a significant reward. Ian carefully read what was written and clarified what kind of pure demon blood was included in the reward. Bill became very gloomy and explained that it was literally pure demon blood. The protagonist was shocked when he heard that if he drank it, he could become half demon. He remembered seeing something similar in the trailer of the game. The guy grinned, realizing that this was a mixed class. He hesitated and thought, because middle-class demon stones are good, but pure demon blood is as cool as the Murin crystal, but he didn't know if it was a guarantee enough to change his occupation. He looked at Bill in front of him and promised to try to solve this problem for him, after which the system reported that their relationship had increased to the maximum level. The monster smiled, because he was very grateful, and added that the guy should take these things. He handed the protagonist a red ball and a scroll, and the system explained that these were the seal of a high-class demon and a map of the demon world. The demon lowered his head and added that if the protagonist had this seal, then lower and middle-class demons would not be able to touch him. Yang smiled and said thank you for such a gift. Bill remembered the infected monsters and said that they exist in all places of the demonic realm, but most of them live in zones 115 and 107. The protagonist's eyes were red from lack of sleep and stuck together, but he decided that he had to hold out at least until the end of this quest. He waved at Bill and said goodbye to him. Ian turned to Caesar and thought that it was good that they had another quest, but his companion was not happy. The protagonist stopped and turned to the night, but he was silent. He looked up at the sky and saw a four-winged creature. The guy looked down and realized that time had stopped. Suddenly, the protagonist received a message from reality asking to talk to him. Ian tensed up when he saw this text and thought that he knew that they would contact him somehow, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. He put his finger to the window and said that he was ready to talk. Then he pressed it, and he moved to another space. The protagonist looked around and was scared. Eugene bowed, greeted him and said that he was glad to meet him, after which he introduced himself as one of the system operators of Kylan. Ian rubbed his neck, greeted the manager and agreed to talk, but warned that he could not talk for long because he was very busy at the moment, and then asked what was going on. He looked at Eugene as confidently as possible since he was going to defend his position. The manager chuckled and replied that he was also busy thanks to someone. He looked away and asked to pretend that Ian did not hear this, but the protagonist paid attention to his gigantic level 500. The guy imagined how their fight would end if it happened, because he would not even be able to use his resistance to demons since the game master is not one. Eugene frowned and assured that he would not take up much of Ian's time, after which he apologized on behalf of LBsoft. He bowed and explained that due to incorrect content calculations, the protagonist had progressed too far in the game, and the guy replied that everything was fine. Ian felt rather awkward, and he also thought that if the manager was so polite, it would be difficult for him to pretend that he did not understand anything, and then asked what the interlocutor was proposing now. He lifted his heel off the ground. His coat flew into the air. The protagonist grabbed Eugene by the tie and hoped that he had not come only to apologize to him. He smiled proudly and decided that he must remain vigilant in order to make the most of the situation. The manager raised his hands and replied that this was certainly not all, because at LBsoft they admit their mistakes. He intercepted Ian's hand and said that instead of paying for the damages, they wanted to offer a deal. Now Eugene moved into a dominant position. The protagonist looked at his caught hand and was amazed by the strength of the interlocutor, after which he clarified what kind of deal it was, and the manager replied that everyone could benefit. Eugene gestured with his hand and reminded them that the general update would be released in a few days. They both looked up, seeing a demonstration of new content, for the release of which the developers had a few things left to do, but the manager admitted that they could not continue working due to Mr. Yan being in the location. The protagonist came to his senses and coughed. Eugene looked the interlocutor in the eyes and said that therefore they wanted to offer a deal on the condition that he quit the game, and the protagonist asked what he would get in return. The manager brought up the demon resistance scale on the screen and said that they could keep 5%. Yan turned to the window with the scale and was surprised that the deal was so profitable, thinking that it was much better than he imagined. However, the protagonist replied with disappointment that the problem with resistance was that it increased gradually when fighting demons, so he was unsure if 5% was worth that much, on the principle that one should be more persistent in such situations. Eugene raised his hand and agreed that resistance could be increased through quests or fighting demons, but he thought that Ian's manner of speaking was annoying. He spread his hands and pointed out that it was hard to increase this stat even by 1%, so 5% was not such a small number, although he did not understand why he was saying this, since he was sure that the protagonist already knew everything. The protagonist presented cards with the stats of the various resistances and asked if there was a maximum level for all of them, and Eugene replied that it was 30%. Ian looked at the manager with confidence and asked to be allowed to have another 5% on top of the existing 30%, in which case he would immediately log out of the game. His interlocutor frowned, calculating that if he allowed this, the maximum resistance stat of the protagonist would be 35%. Eugene put his finger to his chin and wondered if he should agree to this condition, considering that such a stat was quite possible to achieve. He put his hands on his hips and decided that they could make such an exception. The protagonist became nervous when he saw that the manager agreed so easily and suggested that he should have asked for more. He remembered about the enhancement stones, rat teeth and the rest and asked what would happen to them, to which Eugene replied that as soon as Ian disconnected from the game, all the items he received would disappear from his inventory since this was the demonic realm quest zone, which meant that the item codes would be erased by the system. The protagonist turned around and looked at his cloak, after which he clarified what would happen to the items that he enhanced with demonic crystals. The manager waved his hand and said that they would allow him to keep the power-ups and also keep the quests that Ian had already received. The protagonist was annoyed because he had spent hours powering up these things, but he pretended to be grateful to Eugene for this. His interlocutor relaxed, apologized for interrupting the protagonist's gameplay and asked when they should expect him to disconnect. Ian bowed, urged the manager to disconnect first, and promised that he would finish his business and exit the game as soon as possible. Eugene looked at his watch and sincerely asked to disconnect in 10 minutes. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and assured that he would finish everything in 5 minutes, and there was no need to worry. The manager prepared his fingers to snap. He snapped and said goodbye to Ian. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself falling into lava. He closed his eyes and screamed. The guy continued to float in the air, and his screams became quieter and quieter. Caesar stood behind him and noticed that it was disgusting, after which he asked what it was, and only then did the protagonist realize that he was back. Ian got up from the ground. He took off his pants, and the knight was shocked by what his stupid master was doing. The guy completely undressed, made Caesar take off his clothes too and said that if they take the stones from him, he must use them all. The crystals glowed brightly when he used the power up with them, after which we are brought to another place and we see open curtains on the window. Then the blue capsule began to open and smoke began to come out of it. Then Ian stood in the middle of the room and stretched his arms up. He looked at his phone, where he and his girlfriend were walking in the city and hugging, after which he is not surprised that he almost immediately passed out to sleep. He walked forward in the room with a smile on his face and his hands behind his head. He realized that he had really made a great deal and he had no idea that it was possible to add such an option to his fully enhanced and superior item. After which we see bright green rays that were emanating from the item that they were trying to enhance. Then we see the system messages saying that Ian was able to enhance the item by +5 points and get an excellent class item. After which Ian, with a bare chest, looked at the new robe with a smile. Because he was able to fully enhance it, he was finally able to end this suffering. After which he threw the shiny robe on himself. Being in the blood-red forest, he realized that when his clothes were fully enhanced, he could create a white aura. He looked at his superior cape again and lost in thought. He realized that it was too eye-catching when it was shining so brightly, and he did not want to attract too much attention to himself. He opened the system messages, holding the staff in his hand, and realized that he had already opened all the information about himself in the settings, so he would never need to wear such a thing. He realized that this was a great relief for him. In here you can turn off the glow effect for any things in the settings. After which he squeezed his spear in his hand. Then a system message with information about the thing appeared in front of us. It was the Justice of the King's Spirit. When Yen dodged an opponent's attack, there was a 15% chance that he would be able to injure the enemy with 30% of his attack power, and a 30% chance of restoring his health was equal to 10%. He, smiling, took the spear in 2 hands and realized that he had an additional option for dealing damage and restoring, because other things did not have such cool options even with an excellent class. Although the option is conditional, it always perfectly suited his playstyle, which was built mainly on the characteristics of mobility, dexterity. Ian was lying on the bed, his arms crossed over his stomach, and his eyes were very tired. He realized that in any case, the speech was the ultimate price. He closed his eyes and fell asleep with the understanding that it was an excellent find. After which we see the air conditioner on the ceiling. Then we are transferred to another location. We see how 2 people were sitting at a table with a mug of tea, and one of them was reading a book. The blonde guy leaned his head on his hand and realized that so far they managed to defend the Kalan Empire, although in fact they were in real danger once. The guy with glasses, reading the book, expressed an interesting thought. Since those of the Kaiman Empire left the battlefield in order to complete the quest of another world, he is grateful for their stupidity. The blonde guy sat opposite him and was dissatisfied with something. He understood that there were only 5 days left until the mass update, and he asked if they would forgive here all this time, to which the long-haired guy with the book said that nothing could be done about it, because without them Lucipal would go quickly enough. The guy opposite nervously tapped his fingers on the table and asked his comrade if it seemed to him that the Kaiman Empire would capture the next update at such a rate. The guy with glasses slammed the book in front of him and said that it was only temporary, because the number of things that the central continent would not work out were no joke, and they did not know what would open on the new continent, what would await them there. He was afraid that something terrible and incompatible with their current specializations could come out there. After which he imagined a dark demon mark that was surrounded by a dark ominous aura, and after all, regarding the new continent, it was possible that people would receive high-ranking rewards that usually could not be obtained through normal means. The blonde guy looked at him keenly and asked his comrade if he was right then. After which the guy with glasses asked if they could do it one. After which we see many people, warriors with banners, who were standing and waiting for the battle on the sandy ground. And opposite them, there were other archers and magicians who were preparing to start the battle. The guy with glasses realized that they could form a military team to prevent the war, and a team of another world to advance on the continent of another world. After which we see a huge monster that looked very much like a fly, from whose head there were horns sticking out, and on the ground there were many warriors who were going to fight it. Then the blonde guy came up with an idea and clenched his fist. He decided that they would switch teams every week, although their progress would be slow under these conditions. But then they would be able to prevent the war on the central continent and advance much further on the continent of another dimension. It was a good enough idea. He folded his hands in front of him in a lock and with a confident expression decided to believe in his comrade one last time. Then we see a bird sitting and looking forward. After which we see two birds sitting on the roof of a building and looking into our protagonist's room, where a capsule was visible. Ian was sitting in the capsule at this time and put on virtual reality glasses. He decided that it was time to start a new day. After which we see bright blue glare. After which they began to dissipate, and a bright light began to appear. We then see the protagonist stretching his arms out in front of him and looking around the place. At this time he was on a beautiful lawn and behind him was a huge forest. He assumed it was the forest of love and he must have been forcibly removed from the demonic world to end up here. He began to turn his head around and look around. He realized that it was hard to look at all this pinkness after looking at the darkness of the demonic dimension where everything was blood red. He thinks that his comrades were teleported back to the base while he was here. He then stretched his finger forward and opened the system menu where the scroll and his gourd were. He looked forward with a smile and was glad that they were all right. All that was left was to meet the person he needed. We then see how in front of us was a huge arch illuminated by bright rays. Ian was standing in front of the door with his hands folded on his waist. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the door, after which a happy girl opens the door. She stood in front of the protagonist, folding her arms, and said with a smile that she was worried about him since he did not return for a long time before the gate closed. Ian, smiling in front of the girl, put his hand behind his head and laughed. He apologized to the girl and said that he was a little late in the demonic world since he had some problems there. The girl opened the doors and pointed inside with her hand. She said that she was very glad that the protagonist was alive because it was quite a difficult mission, so she invited him to go inside. Then we see how there was a squeaker with a piece of cake on the table. Ian and the girl sat down at the table and began to drink tea with cakes. The blonde friend took a cup and began to drink tea. She held the cup in her hand, smilingly asked if Ian brought all the souls of Rackham. Ian held a scroll in one hand and a gourd in the other, and said that he found all the necessary ingredients. Then a system message appeared in front of us, saying that Ian had successfully cleared the demon movement quest. His fame had increased by 50,000 points. It also said that Ian had received 100,000 gold, and considering that his class was lower than his level, the girl's sympathy for him had decreased by 3 points. Ian was dumbfounded by this. Sitting at the table, he couldn't understand that all this happened only because of his class. He assumed that it happened because he had completed the quest too late. Ian pointed at his head with an awkward face, sitting opposite the girl who was holding the scroll. He was lost in thought and realized that it didn't mean anything, because he had received much more than he had lost, and he didn't think that losing 3 points would have much of an effect. After which the girl, sitting at the table, with indescribable happiness held the scroll and gourd in her hands. She couldn't believe that this really happened. He was able to collect 200 souls. Then she stretched her hand forward with full confidence and began to concentrate bright energy. She decided with the protagonist's permission to begin restoring the bundle. After which we see a piece of paper on which red even was depicted, and they began to shine from the influence of magic. Then we see how a book with the initials of a demon appeared, and at this time the girl was reading a spell. Everything in the area was carried away by the sides. Ian looked at all this in horror. There was bright energy around him. He did not understand what was happening. After which the girl, smiling, handed him a book on which the initials of demons were depicted. Ian took this book in his hands and asked what it was. Then a system message appears in front of us, where it was said that Ian received the thing Ancient Guide of Demonic Monsters. The girl put her hands in front of her and held an incomprehensible stone in her hand, into which she poured her energy, and from this it began to glow brightly. She asked Ian to let her explain everything about his demonic kingdom, which preceded this guide. From her magical powers, terrible demons began to appear, which had 4 arms and 6 eyes. Ian looked at all this in surprise, and different animals began to appear from the book. The protagonist was so shocked by this that a mouse that appeared from this book was reflected in his eye. Then we see the night sky of the Forest of Love and the windows of the castle, and near the castle doors, a bright light was shining. Ian was sitting at the table unconscious, pointing his finger forward, holding the book near his hand. He opened his eyes and decided to summarize. From what the girl said, he realized that it was very cute, because while he was watching this, he understood everything. In front of us appears a vampire in a red cloak and a six-eyed demon, from which ominous energy emanated. Demons could be divided into nobility and aristocracy in their hierarchy. There were also some completely normal demons that didn't stand out in any way. One of them wore glasses and held a sword. And while the demonic monsters could be divided into upper class, middle class, and lower class, one of them was depressed and looked down. Then we see how the entire area was covered in fire, and also these titles for demons were not given at birth, they were obtained in official duels. Then we see a guy in a cape who looked with fear at the body of a demon that was lying on the ground. The barrels were broken. Then we see how a hawk and a ferocious animal looked at each other, because demonic monsters also had classes, and they used the class system like animals in the human world. After which we see a huge bear whose eyes were filled with rage, and behind him were demonic wings, because those whose class was equal to the legendary. They were incredibly smart and could even talk to people like him, because any species could become half demon if they tasted pure demon blood. Then we see how Yang stretched out his hand in front of him, and around him was a lot of demonic energy which he accumulated in his hand. After which a huge banner appeared which had a demon skull on it, like in that very book, and he would be endowed with a new form of energy, which was called demonic energy, and he would also be able to then associate himself with heroic class demonic monsters. And lastly, such people would even be able to participate in official demonic expressions and rule over the demon hierarchies. Ian opened his eyes, lying on the table, looking at the book, and went into his thoughts. He was most worried about the fact that the author of this book about demonic islands was an ordinary elf summoner who became half demon by drinking pure demon blood. He imagined in his head an old bearded elf, who at that time was a half-demon elf, one of the most dangerous. After which we are transferred to the street, and we watch the beautiful night starry sky. And the castle doors at that moment were brightly shining and illuminating everything in the area. Then a system message appeared in front of us, where the advancement of Demons 2 was told, which was hidden. The manager of the Forest and Love and the master of summoning strongly believed in Yan for the restoration of the ancient demonic guy, and she would like him to penetrate the demonic realm and be able to disperse their further plans. Yan had to penetrate the demonic realm number 100, which was the city of Wrath, and meet there with the Seraph, a demon of half-royal blood. The difficulty of the quest was the maximum, and this quest could not be refused. The protagonist at this time was sitting at the table next to the Book of Demons. He put his hand forward on the system message and tried to get acquainted with the quest. He poked his finger into the system menu and immersed himself in thought. He realized that he was able to get this quest from the girl when he was able to get the ancient demonic guy, but he did not understand what kind of quest could include a half-demon aristocrat. He imagined a cold-blooded vampire with blue eyes in his head, with a bright purple ruby shining near his neck. He assumed that, judging by what the entity told him, he was a hero in the guise of a man who was able to become half-demon and was catastrophically strong. He leaned on his hand with a sullen face, sitting at the table, and realized that he could not do anything, because there was very little time left before the renewal of the demonic realm. And he tried to open the gate to the demonic as much as possible earlier to try it out, but all his attempts failed. After which we watch as the girl with a ridiculous expression put her hand forward, trying to concentrate mana into it, while Yang watched all this, but she did not understand why nothing worked for her. Yang looked towards Sempron with a knowing look and immersed himself in thought. He realized that it would be difficult, and he needed to level up, because there was very little time left. After which we see how the protagonist, sitting at the table with his friends, looked at the map, and at that time he raised his hands up. He understood that he had to return to the central continent to convey the information to his comrade, and he was able to come up with a strategy for this. Then Ian immediately jumped up and slammed his hands on the table. He was completely confident in himself. The protagonist stretched his hand forward, sitting with his comrades at the strategy table. He talked about the demonic monster, and how he was able to return to the central continent the next day and explain what happened in the past few days, although this information was strictly confidential and very serious. His comrades sat with clouded faces and did not understand what was happening, because they could not understand a word. Ian immediately stood in front of the dumbfounded friends and raised his hand above his head, and the other gracefully held his shiny spear and was dressed in his beautiful cape. Then a brightly glowing artifact appears in front of us. Yan understood that in any case, during all this time of their meeting, he would be able to set the main goal and become number 1 in the guild ranking. And then they would finally be able to leave their 10th place, although now they did not have enough strength to enter the top 5 gels. And at this time, just below on the desert plains, there were many more artifacts that were broken and scattered all over the earth. Ian decided that he would be able to increase their strength to the maximum, and then even the top guilds would not be able to bypass them in strength. The protagonist was lost in thought and imagined how he sat behind a huge throne, which was brightly illuminated by the sun's rays. He understood that together with his comrades they would be able to create a new independent nation in the same way as we see how. The long-haired guy, kneeling in front of the protagonist, held out a crown to him. Ian, smiling, leaned on his hand at this time. Then we are transported to another place the day before the update of the demonic realm, and we see a cutting of the restaurant. At this time, outside the window, we see how Ian and his friend were sitting at the table and eating. The girl took a glass in her hand and began to drink the drink. She, sitting at the table opposite the protagonist, said with a smile that she could not believe it, because they closed all the silvers because of this event. And she was also delighted that a new update of Kylan was coming out soon. Ian added that he was also very excited. Still, the girl smiled and became embarrassed. She said that they would be able to enjoy their date to the fullest, after which her eyes became much more serious and her expression was frightening. Ian looked at her, smiling, holding his hand behind his head. He understood her hint and said that he liked everything. After which he stretched out his hand forward and with a smile offered to go to his house and play Kylan together. She somehow happily agreed to this offer. After which Jan put his hand in his briefcase and asked to wait a little. He looked at the girl, who was surprised that Ian handed her the notebook. He said that he was able to collect some information on that quest to enter the demonic world, and he also knew about all the ingredients that could be useful to the girl. He said that he could help her in this way. He continued to hold the green notebook in his hand and said with a smile that as soon as the girl could completely finish, she should call him, because he would collect information about the demonic dimension. The girl was very happy about this event, and also, hugging the notebook to herself, she thanked the protagonist. After we watch how they sat outside the window and happily talked, and the girl covered her mouth with her hand. Then we are transferred to another place, and we watch a brick house. After we see how in the middle of the room there were two open capsules, and inside sat Ian in virtual reality glasses. A girl was sitting next to him. He immediately suggested to start playing quickly, because there was exactly 1 minute left before the server opened. Ian lay down in the capsule with a smile, and the girl, looking at him from her capsule, was surprised that he liked Kylan so much. Her thoughts were interrupted by the opening of the server. After that, the capsule closed. The protagonist's close friend put on virtual reality glasses, and they began to shine, and Ian was lying next to him. His glasses were also shining with a red light, and then they began to enter the game. Then we see a lot of bright blue particles. At this time, the white-haired girl, folding her hands on her waist, turned towards the door. She turned around and smiled, glad that her friends had returned. The protagonist looked forward with a good mood and held a blue spear in his hand. Then a system message appears in front of us, where it was said that the user Ian successfully entered the demonic realm for his first time. After which we see how two people were standing on the street while it was snowing above, and a little higher there was a system message, where it was said that Ian was able to enter the demonic realm. The blue-eyed girl smiled, holding her hand clenched in her chest, and she was very pleased with this. At the same time, many of Ian's friends were also standing and were happy about this event. Then we see how the knight with a stern face stood and looked forward. Also, the guy with glasses and his friend were looking up with caution. The red-haired girl at this moment looked out the window with a smile and realized that her friend would lose her mind from this, because she had extreme problems with aggression. Then we see how someone began to swing his hand. Then the girl in the mask delivered a crushing blow to the wall, from which fragments flew in all directions, and her eyes were completely filled with rage. She stood and looked forward heavily, breathing through her mask, and everything around her was in a dark, terrifying energy. She did not understand how this was possible. Then we see the system messages appear in front of us, where it said that Ian was able to successfully enter the demonic realm, one among all players, and therefore he received 300,000 glory. Also in the system window, it said that he received the title of Demonic Realm Pioneer, and his experience and rewards will be doubled for a whole week, and all his drop rates of various items will be increased by 50% for all items above heroic rank. At this time, Ian stood and looked at many system messages with a smile. He realized that the recovery of the Discoverer and the new dimension gave a very good status, and it was also very different from the same situation with the various dungeons and lands he visited. He put his finger in front of the system window, where the demon skull and the scale were depicted. He realized that his bonus in the form of 2% resistance was a pretty cool positive effect. He continued to look at the system message. Immersed in thought, he realized that he no longer had resistance at 99%, and now he will have to go through fire, water, and copper pipes in order to get at least one Racoma. After that, he stretched his hand up and shouted a call. Then a bright blue energy began to concentrate in the air. A second later, a huge blue dragon appears from the air. Then, an incredible huge white monster appears after him, who looked forward with a tan. Also, a huge hydra appears in front of them, 2 heads of which were on top and opened their huge mouths, and the 3rd head calmly looked forward. Then Ian shouted that it was time for them to start hunting, and we watch as the white monster rushed forward. The protagonist pointed his spear forward, and the dragon ran with him. And also the white summoned creature led forward to the light, swinging its claws. At this time, huge furious rats were running at them, of which there were an incredible number. After which we see how 2 dragons stood opposite each other and looked forward with their fierce gaze. At this time, Ian stood and held a spear on his shoulder, and next to him stood a huge white and fierce wolf. And on the ground at this time lay many defeated mice, from which blue particles came. One of the dragons opened his mouth and said that finally it was all over. The light hydra looked ahead at this point and said that it was hard enough and he thought their master was going to continue hunting. The dark dragon looked at the other one and assumed that he thought so too, and then asked what they were supposed to do, because he thought that he wouldn't let them rest properly again next week. At this point, we see the protagonist's pet lying on the ground and eating a flower. The 3-headed hydra looked around and said that he envied Puck Puck because he also wanted to rest like that. The summoned pet stood next to Yan, and the dragon asked if he hadn't rested enough because he had been constantly on the battlefield lately. The hydra awkwardly lowered its heads and said to take her word for it. Doing something like that after a long rest was much worse than just lying around from not wanting to work, and it was like getting up on Monday after a weekend. The dark dragon looked at the other and asked questioningly what the word Monday meant, and the hydra answered, saying that the protagonist's beloved told him about it. After which we see how many tired people with suitcases and briefcases were going to work sadly, because this was about those very depressed individuals, and all this was because they were going to their work. The light dragon raised his heads in surprise and imagined this picture. He realized that on Mondays after they had just rested, they were forced to go to work. Although they did not have their own desire, but after a sweet rest they did not want to go to an unloved job even more, which is why everyone basically hated Monday. The dark dragon turned his head and said that it sounded logical. After that, they raised their heads up together, and the hydra said that the heavens in the demonic world had the most unpleasant shades of red that one could imagine, but at that time they were simply inside all the events. The dragons looked at Yan, who was holding a spear on his shoulder and the white monster standing next to him. He was lost in thought and realized that these two had made a complete circus. The protagonist began to grumble discontentedly, while a beaten ferocious animal was sitting next to him, which stuck out its tongue. The protagonist asked how dragons could call hunting work, after which he called them too lazy. A second later, the ferocious white wolf began to lick the owner, who was smiling contentedly, and then said that he could not wait to go hunting. At this time, Yan began to stroke the contented pet, and the dragons talked to each other. One of them suggested that Back was sick and he could not want to hunt either, he was out of his mind. After which the snow white wolf bared his teeth and began to lick the owner, and with a ferocious face said that he smelled strongly of blood. Then they are transferred to another place, and 4 hours later we watch a team of knights who were walking forward. Ian stands with his animals, smiling, raised his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. If an hour he would give them his task. The girl in iron armor accepted her task with a smile, and she could sort all the heroic rank items separately from the rest of the falling items. Another rather knight, pressing his hand to his heart, also accepted his task because he could lure demonic monsters and attack them. And the long-haired guy, who stood there with a stone face, was told that he could hunt with them. He looked at Malch with his imperturbable gaze and said nothing. A second later, he put his hand on the train and said that he didn't want to do this, and from what he heard, the other knights didn't understand what was going on, and Yan, clenching his hand into a fist, was unhappy with this. And the long-haired guy, looking at him, said that normal class monsters were too boring for him, and if the protagonist wanted to go with him to hunt rare class monsters, then it would make sense for him to go with them, otherwise there would be no point in it. Yan, clenching his fist, with a completely dumbfounded expression on his face, said to the knight that this would never happen, because rare class monsters had too little falling experience, which he really needed to pump up his powers, because compared to the amount of time they needed to spend finding them, much more could be achieved. The other knights at this time, smiling, looked at the dissatisfied long-haired knight, after which Yan extended 2 fingers forward and opened the system menu with his rank and characteristics. He carefully looked at the window that appeared in front of him and plunged into his thoughts. He realized that now he had 179 levels, and the official first place was 181. He brought his hand to his chin and continued to think. All this time he thought that by this time he would already be strong enough to achieve his goals, but he needed to work very hard and strive for that. But a second later he realized that there was another person in first place. Then we see a mage girl who stretched her hand forward, and in the other she held a staff. She covered everything around her in fire with her power. Ian stood and looked at the system window, thinking, putting his hand to his chin, because usually this girl was a famous mage and she always took first place. but now he missed some information. The protagonist bent over in the field, looking forward with a serious face. He did not understand that this girl just up and left the game, although there was a possibility that she just hid her information from other people, but if so, then there must have been a reason for this. After Ian stretched 2 fingers forward and closed the system menu, blue particles began to disappear in front of his hand. He realized that if the famous mage girl did not leave the game, then he was 100% sure that she was definitely 1 or 2 levels higher than the player who was in the top 1 in the rating at the moment. He clenched his fist and with full confidence he realized that he needed to try much harder to achieve his goals. Then we see a bright pink glow that looked like a barrier, and the magical power was coming out of it. Then someone took a step on the ground. A girl came out of the bright pink lighting and covered everything around with her aura. She said that the demonic realm looked much better than she thought. Then a red-haired poppy in a completely red robe appears in front of us, walking forward and holding a staff in her hand. She was the mistress of the red flame. She lowered her head a little lower and smiled, covering everything around with her fierce fire, because she used to be a participant of Splendor and number 1 in this game. She lowered her staff down, from which a bright light emanated, and raised her hand up, pointing her finger at the sky, and everything around above was struck by her red flame, because she was also the first mage of that very red flame. Then a huge red scaly hand with long claws appeared from above. The red flame lord looked at this hand at this time and stretched out her finger to its claws and touched it, and also when she was on the central continent, she was able to complete the red dragon quest and created 1 legend, due to which she was able to inherit the will of the red dragon, the sun dragon, which gave her fierce strength. She looked forward with a smile and said that she was very curious about where Ian was now, who was the first player who was able to enter the demon realm, and she also entered the demon realm as the heroine, the red flame lord. She thought with a smile and realized that she did not know how the protagonist was able to enter the demon realm so quickly, but she finally decided for herself that she was not going to retreat for a second under any circumstances. Seconds later, we see Ian suddenly run forward, swinging his spear towards the scaly monsters. The protagonist jumped forward and delivered a piercing attack to one of the monsters, and the others, seeing this, were horrified. His spear pierced through the lizard, and it opened up to fall and began to scream. Another snake, seeing this, stretched out its hand with sharp claws forward and began to hiss threateningly. Ian looked to the side with his piercing gaze and noticed the attack. The huge snake delivered its strike, but Ian managed to dodge to the side. Then he began to swing his spear and almost hit the monster. The protagonist jumped into the air and began to gather all the energy in the strike of his spear, while the monster, unaware, looked away. The protagonist's spear pierced through the snake's chest, and it opened its mouth with terrible screams, and everything around began to shine brightly. With such a powerful blow, rocks began to fall from above, while the other snake stood there in complete shock. Then the long-haired guy immediately rushed towards the next snake with lightning speed, which could not keep up with his speed. He immediately appeared behind his opponent and, with a slash, cut off the monster's head, leaving a bright blue trail behind him. The protagonist's comrade raised his head, having struck, while the monster fell lifeless to the ground. Ian looked at his comrades, while many defeated enemies were lying on the ground. Then a system message appeared in front of us, where it was said that due to the secondary ability of the King's Spirit of Justice, he was able to recover 10% of his health after dodging the enemy's attack. Ian, smiling, holding a spear in his hand, looked forward while his health was recovering. He exhaled and said that a week had already passed since his comrade's arrival in the demon realm. At this time, the defeated monsters on the floor began to disappear, and bright blue particles appeared near them, after which Ian suggested to advance on their quest. He opened the system menu with a smile and said that the current and theme quests were quests from his comrades, and he would only be able to advance on the quest after he could finish the quest of his other comrade, so he decided to start with him. Then he was lost in thought, looking away while the system windows were in front of him. He imagined himself as that demon and realized that if he wanted to complete the quest, he would need to go through the area that one person was blocking, and he hoped that the area of his attack zone and his behavior patterns had not changed in this update. After which he looked forward again with hope. Continuing to think, he realized that thanks to the resistance, he was very easy to defeat, but if he was not very confident in his victory now, it was not the best idea to go there. Then we see a lot of rock and brightly produced magma that flowed down the rocks. The teammates at this point understood that no one cared, and since the quest that was the protagonist remained, then their relationship should remain the same. Then we are transferred to the demonic realm of Zone 120 and see a bright red sky. The city in this place was completely destroyed, and the buildings were under or on top of each other, and there was not a soul around. All the destroyed buildings were deserted, and the cars were abandoned. The protagonist and his comrades walked forward, and he, looking around, realized that there was no one he was looking for here, and that same huge summoning seal was not here either, which is why he realized that they could just pass by and deal with the infected monsters. Ian looked away warily and immersed himself in thought. He realized that he was entering this zone for the first time, and he had better be on guard so that nothing happens to his team. Then we see how the ground starts to crack and someone starts to crawl out of it. A second later, there was a bang and a blast wave passed through the ground, stones started to fly to the sides. Then something flashed past in front of Ian, and he winced, and he also received a cutting wound. Then we see how the monster opened his collar, which was quite shabby, and his body was quite muscular. Ian was very surprised, looking at how 3 lizards appeared in front of him, who were standing and waiting to fight him. A second later, one of them moved forward and opened its mouth to deliver a deadly attack. Ian's face became wary, he put his hand to his bloody chest and was lost in thought. He was shocked that such a monster could cause him so much damage. The protagonist's comrades immediately grabbed their swords and were ready to attack, but Ian extended his hand forward and said that everything is under control. He continued to stand, stretching out his hand, which was covered in blood. He said that he would try to deal with these monsters on his own. He stood in a fighting stance and looked at the 2 monsters, whose level was 263. He began to think and realized that he saw these monsters for the first time in his life and realized that they were called Trachis. The ferocious monsters bared their claws and growled menacingly, preparing to strike again. Then we see how the protagonist's blood slowly dripped onto the floor. He realized that if his resistance was lower by at least 1%, he would die immediately. After which he stretched his hand forward and began to concentrate energy in front of him. He used a summoning spell, and a blue circle of mana appeared in front of him. All his battle beasts were alerted and ready to begin the battle. Then we see how 2 dragons, looking fiercely around, were summoned. Ian stood next to the white wolf and blue hawk, holding a spear in his hands. He was glad that his summoned creatures were next to him. He looked ahead, smiling, and realized that it was a complete taiga. 2 dragons opened their fierce mouths and went forward. Ian realized that one of his pets used the turtle dragon's defense, and he was able to activate absolute defense. The hawk at this time was also beside himself and began to scream furiously. At this time he used spray and made it difficult for the enemy to enter. The dark, confident dragon looked at all this. The protagonist ordered him to cover his comrades. Ian smiled. Holding a spear in his hand, standing next to the fierce wolf, he ordered him to attack them in close combat as soon as he had the opportunity. Then we see how Ian continued to smile because he had everything under control, and his hair began to glow brightly with a yellow light. He used the will of the warrior Salamis, from which it gave him many bodies. He stepped forward and shattered the ground beneath his feet, causing rocks to fly apart. Young also rushed forward to defeat his opponents while his pets were behind. The monsters were standing in a fighting stance and waiting for an attack. The hawk flapped its wings and flew forward at lightning speed. The monsters continued to stand still and prepare to defend themselves. Yang quickly approached one of the opponents and struck him, but he was unable to keep up with his speed, which surprised him greatly. The protagonist swung his spear with a confident face while the monster watched this situation in horror. The protagonist struck multiple times with his spear, but the monster deftly dodged them. Then the protagonist's opponent looked forward furiously and realized that this was his chance to counterattack. He swung his hand so hard that he left a bright red trail behind him, but Yang managed to dodge the attack in time. Then the monster swung its arm back again, but the protagonist was able to dodge it again. The monster continued to swing its arm, and the protagonist dodged it, holding a spear in his hand. Then the enemy quickly ran forward towards the protagonist. He quickly closed the distance and was near Ian, then opened his mouth and began to scream furiously. Ian looked forward with an unperturbed face while the enemy's claws were aimed at him. The enemy struck again, but Ian deftly somersaulted and found himself behind his enemy, beating his cloak. The protagonist straightened his legs, stood up to his full height, holding a spear in his hands, turned his head and looked to the side. He exhaled. Then we see system messages in front of us where it was written that the secondary ability of the King's Spirit's Justice was activated, from which he was given a positive effect that when he dodged an enemy's attack, there was a 15% chance that he would be able to injure the enemy with 30% of the attack power. Then we see a few more system messages where it was said that when he dodges an enemy's attack, there was a 30% chance to restore his health. Then in front of us there are a lot of system messages where all the positive effects and percentages of our protagonist were listed. Then we see how the monster stood with its head raised and glowed with a bright green light, and bright lightning wriggled from above and below. It opened to fall and began to scream loudly because it was taking incredible damage. Then the protagonist's pet quickly walked forward, wriggling in a snow-white mane. The monster continued to stand in agony, and the entire area was filled with lightning and a strong aura. A ferocious wolf rushed forward, attacking its prey. The protagonist's summoned pet stood on its hind legs, and there were 2 more enemies around until one of them fell dead. The monsters, seeing what had been done to their comrade, ran towards the white wolf with their mouths open, growling loudly. Then one of them opened its mouth and began to concentrate its power, causing everything to glow a bright pink. The white wolf stood and looked forward at the blurry shadow of its enemy. At this time, another monster opened its mouth to bite the pet's hand. The monster had furious eyes and walked forward, growling. The snow white wolf did not lose his head and struck the enemies, causing them to collide with each other. He began to growl loudly, gathering all his power in his hands, causing a very strong aura to hang in the air. Then we see the system messages, where it was said that due to the turtle dragon's defense effect, they received an incredible amount of damage, because Buck was in his invincible state due to the absolute defense. The system message also said that Buck did not receive any damage at all. The three-headed hydro raised its heads and looked forward. It too was endowed with this very defense effect, causing it to glow with a bright orange light. The ferocious wolf extended its hand forward and was ready to strike with its claws. It delivered a slashing blow to the monster, causing it to scream in pain. The wolf stood up after its strike, and the monsters fell to the ground dead. After which, many system messages appeared, saying that the protagonist was able to defeat the Trachis. Ian, smiling, looked forward and began to express his opinion. He realized that it was much easier than he imagined, but due to the fact that he was able to pump all his stats into speed for the first time, his attacks became much weaker. After which he looked at his chest, where he was cut, but there was nothing there, and his clothes were all shining. He plunged into thought and realized that thanks to his secondary ability, he was able to heal his health and deal damage, simply dodging various attacks of monsters, which did not cause him any difficulty. He looked thoughtfully forward, putting his finger to his chin, and continued to think. He realized that from this battle he was able to take away and remember the weaknesses of his group much more than in ordinary battles. The protagonist of the show of thoughts, and began to imagine a huge blue shield in his head, because in fact the role of their tank was performed by Buck and his golem, who was now with other people. After that, he imagined all his pets and realized that without them it was very difficult for him to defend himself. He began to think about who was their main warrior, who dealt more damage, imagining that he was standing with his comrades, holding weapons in his hands, and on top were crossed swords. He also pictured all of his pets, who could do pretty decent damage. Then he started thinking about their support, imagining a cute blonde girl who kept her hands behind her back, because she was the only person on their team who could buff and heal their familiars. Ian was lost in his thoughts the whole time, holding his hand to his chin. He realized that he had too many of those on his team who could do decent damage, and there were very few supports who could help them in battle. After which he stood and pictured his teammates, realizing that it was a miracle that they hadn't gotten this far, and he decided to move his reliable comrade to a tank and decided to find a supporter as soon as possible who could help them and heal in battles. Then he moves to another place, and we see how another team was walking through a cave, and a guy with a bald head, clenching his hands into a fist, smiling, was pleased that he was able to end up in the demonic realm. This was the 37th Guild Beakdu. The guy with a mustache continued to shine with happiness, clenching his hands into fists. He expressed his opinion that finally after a long time they were able to get in with their comrades after the update, because 10 days had passed since then. His forehead was shining brightly, which reflected glare to the sides. He looked into the depths of the dark cave and realized that they were told that in the demonic realm, each zone was a separate region, and this meant that he could now be with his team on the outskirts of these lands. Then he turned to his bald comrades and raised his hand up, enthusiastically saying that they should all try 100% in order to increase their level. The team at the same time supported him, raising their hands up and loudly shouting words of encouragement. One bald guy hesitated and looked away. A second later, their bald commander was attacked by many monsters who were ready to tear everyone to pieces. A second later, they jumped on one of the people and started to bite his head, and his comrades started to run away in fear and screamed in fear. The bald guy confidently stood up, holding one of the krises in his hands. He shouted words of encouragement to his comrades that they should not let them intimidate them, because they can deal with these monsters just like it was shown in the post on the site, and then they can become rich with the help of demonic crystals that they can be in these places. One of the guys looked towards the PC with a smile. His head was bitten by a monster. He was happy that they could get demonic crystals. The other knight in armor was lying on the ground, covering his head while he was bitten and trampled by monsters, but he was motivated by the fact that they could become rich. The guy with the mustache looked forward furiously, clenching his hands into a fist, and motivated his fighters, who had fire in their eyes, and they were ready to destroy any monsters to reach their goals. The most important of them pointed his hand forward, showing where they needed to go, and many people immediately rushed to the crowd of monsters. The update of the demonic realm had already passed 10 days, and there were several high-ranking guilds that were able to enter the realm and do what they were supposed to. Then we are transferred. In front of us in the middle of the destroyed city there appears an unknown crystal, from which dark energy emanated, and dark particles were flying around. Ian looked up with surprise and a little fear and realized that it was a crystal. It was incredibly huge in size, and it was very creepy near it. The protagonist stood in front of it with his comrades, who did not understand what it was. Then we are transferred to another place in Zone 115, where the bright red sky was shining, the clouds were getting thicker. There was not a single soul in the area, and everything was filled with bright red particles with destroyed houses. The protagonist held a spear in his hand and with his comrades walked forward along the road. Ian exhaled, looking ahead and immersed in thought. He realized that 10 days had passed since he was able to get into the demonic realm, but he was still in Zone 115 and did not know how to get out of there. After all beaten, and he looked ahead and continued to think, he realized that on the way here he was able to meet various monsters, as well as a large number of demons and infected demons, which his other comrade mentioned in his quest. Then he imagined himself in the head of the demonic minotaurs, who screamed fiercely, raising their heads up. He also imagined many different other monsters that pose a danger to him, because of which he could not move further. Ian turned to his comrades and suggested that they rest a little, because they had been on the road for a long time. After which he extended his hand forward and a system message appeared in front of him. He was glad that they had made some progress with the quest he had received. Ian thought that he would be able to upgrade a mid-grade magic crystal by catching rare infected demons, but it was not that simple. After which he took the bright red crystal between his fingers and looked at it. All this time he thought that he was collecting valuable resources, but he only came across a mid-grade infected magic crystal. After which he threw it to the ground in anger, understanding that if he did not refine it, its price would only be equal to a stone. Then, infected demons appeared in front of us, which looked like ferocious dogs, and they also emitted demonic threatening energy. Ian did not understand where these infected demons came from, as if there was no end to them. Ian confidently clenched his hand into a fist and looked forward. He understood that in cases like this, he needed to find the root of the problem in order to completely solve it. He confidently put his hand in front of him and formed a magic circle of mana in front of him and used the summon. Then the protagonist's pets began to appear from the circle, leaving behind bright blue particles. Ian stood in front of his pets and with an outstretched hand ordered them to watch the entire area here and report to him if they saw anything suspicious or dangerous. Ian looked towards the collapsing buildings and his pets flew to reconnaissance. Ian put on his black glasses with a smile and realized that this was a great time to rest. After which we watch as the dragons, along with the hawk, flew past the collapsing buildings and patrolled. The dragon looked to the side in flight and asked the hawk if it seemed to him that their master was using them too often. The hawk looked at his comrade and agreed with this. The dragon, looking at him, simply remained silent. After which he tensed up a little and, continuing to look, realized that he did not understand anything that the hawk was saying. Then he got angry and, looking at the hawk, once again confirmed his words and then suggested doing what they really had to do. At the same time, we watch as Ian calmly lay in black glasses and sipped a cocktail. Then a blue hawk flew up to them and watched as the protagonist and his comrades lay on a yellow blanket and rested. Ian stood up with a smile, took off his glasses. The protagonist's pet nodded his head in response. Ian stood up and clapped his hands. He realized that he needed to stop resting and get back to work. At this time, the long-haired guy was lying on the blanket and snoring, and his night comrade was looking at him. Ian, looking at this whole picture, got angry and told the long-haired guy that he knew that he was not really sleeping, but was just pretending. The protagonist's comrade was also unhappy about this. Then we see the huge crystal again, from which ominous energy emanated. Both our heroes stood and looked at all this. Ian, looking at this ominous crystal, put his hand to his chin and was lost in his thoughts. He understood that at first glance it was clear that something was wrong with it, and this crystal was actually needed for some business. The long-haired guy hesitated and grabbed his weapon with his hand while standing behind our hero. He took out a sword and pushed Ian, saying that he should share. After which, with an evil face, he swung his sword to strike. He made a sharp and chopping blow to the crystal, from which Ian squinted, and everyone around was shocked. Then we see system messages, which said that our heroes attacked the demonic realm seal crystal, and the seal crystal's stamina was reduced to 7984. The system messages also said how much stamina the crystal had left, and the NPC who was trapped inside the crystal took 155 damage. It also said how much health he had left. Ian was extremely angry about this and with an angry, dissatisfied face began to yell at his comrade, because he did not understand what he was doing and why he, without coordinating this with anyone, began to attack the crystal. The long-haired guy with an unwavering face looked at the protagonist who entered, who was clenching his hands into a fist and was extremely dissatisfied with the situation. He said that it was clear to the naked eye that all the problems were in this crystal they stopped at, and it clearly needed to be broken. Jan stopped getting angry and clenched his fists and asked what his comrade was talking about. Then a system message appeared in front of us, saying that the NPC had 14,277 health left. Jan looked at the system message again with a surprised face. Then he raised his head up and continued to look. The crystal was so huge that it went high into the sky. The protagonist and his comrades looked at the crystal in which the Serbian was imprisoned. Jan gritted his teeth and started pointing at his head with an awkward expression, trying to remember the information he needed. He became lost in thought and remembered lying on the table, looking at the book with the demonic brand. He realized that he was most interested in the author of the book about demons, who was an elf summoner who also became half-demon after using pure demon blood, after which he imagined a strong half-elf half-demon with a gray beard and long hair. Ian, with a strange expression on his face, raised his head and realized that he had guessed what the matter really was. Because half-demon and half-elf were summoner, this was the same summoner that the girl was talking about. At the same time, the protagonist's comrade, stretching out her hand forward, said that then it was possible to carefully cut the crystal so as not to hurt the person who was inside. Ian looked at her with a smile and said that this was the best solution, and he would be able to summon as many familiars as possible to deal with this crystal as quickly as possible to speed up their time. Ian stretched his hand in front of him, began to concentrate all the energy, and then a bright blue circle of mana appeared in front of him. He used his familiar summons, and then we watch as they hammered the crystal together so as not to damage the person who was trapped inside. From their fruitful work, the crystal began to crumble into many small pieces that fell to the ground. Ian was quite tired from doing this task, and looking ahead, he realized that it was finally over. The protagonist and his comrade stood and looked at the half-destroyed crystal, which was cloudy in the middle. Then a system message appeared in front of us, where it was written that the seal crystal's stamina was 0% left, and everyone was happy that they were finally able to crush the crystal. Ian sweatily looked away with a smile and was surprised. He said that it was too tiring, and he almost died while doing this work, and he also asked what kind of things even have 3 million health, because it was an incredible amount. Then we see something coming out of the middle of the crystal and glowing brightly. The glow became stronger each time, and then the crystal began to crumble, and bright blue rays began to come from there. The rays were so strong that they began to blind the protagonist's eyes, and he tried to close them with his hand. Then a system message appears in front of us, where it was said that they were able to awaken the soul of Serbian, which had been imprisoned in the crystal all this time. Then a system window popped up, where it was written that the quest to open a dual demon class was activated, within which there was a hidden class of demon tamer summoners. Then a bright blue beam appears in front of us, from which a long-haired man with elf ears came out. Jan lowered his hand and looked at the whole event. Then the man who came out of the crystal touched the ground with his foot. He stood in front of our heroes and asked if they were able to free him. The man in the green uniform and white cape put his hand on his chest and thanked the protagonist for being able to defeat his soul that had been sleeping in this place for so long. There was a black mark on his face like a birthmark, and his eyes were black. He looked forward with a smile and asked what his name was. Ian looked towards the elf who had just awakened with a smile and introduced himself. He looked forward thoughtfully and expressed his opinion. He expected to see some old man from the crystal, but the guy who came out actually looked much younger and more attractive than he imagined. The blonde guy looked forward and thanked the protagonist again for saving him and also apologized for his ignorance, after which he offered to listen to his story. Ian looked forward with a smile and lost in thought. He realized that this was definitely the quest, and then agreed to listen to the story. The boy who had just awakened looked forward and pressed his hand to his chest. He said that out of all the summoners that could possibly exist, he was the one person who could become a demon interrupter, and he also possessed countless demons, and he also studied them and collected the resources he needed for this. He told how he sat in his lab at the table and wrote down the information he learned, and behind him were many capsules that contained various demonic beasts. He told how he looked at all those masked demonic beasts and experimented on them, and also studied their insides, because demons turned out to be much stronger and more intricate in their origin than he imagined, which is why he studied them for the longest time, and he wanted more and more to get a demon that would be stronger than the previous one. He stood in his lab, and around him were many corpses of demons. In order to get a strong legendary class demon, he tried very hard again and again, but constantly suffered failures and defeats. After which a threatening dog appears in front of us, whose eyes were incredibly filled with rage, and he himself was a very strong opponent. The guy said that it was then that he was able to create this very hellish dog, a demon with the highest rank, who could defeat any enemy, of which the guy could once master. After which he looked to the side and told Ian that it was then that he made his main mistake. After which there was a huge capsule with liquid in front of us, in which was the same dog, to which various tubes and masks were conducted. The guy said that it was then that he began to test the hellish dog to bring out a creature much stronger than he could be, and his experiment was to cross two different demons and combine their abilities and characteristics. Then we see how the hellish dog was spinning furiously and was full of strength. The guy said that it was then that he stood and looked at his creature, which he created. It was a dog with dragon wings. It was then that he was able to cross successfully, but the demon itself was not superior to his previous ones. After which we see a huge creature with an eye, which was in a capsule with liquid. The guy at that time was standing in his laboratory and watching this capsule. It was then that he realized that continuing his experiments would lead to better achievements, and then he would be able to create one legendary class demon from a devil dragon. Then we watched the baby dragon, which was in the capsule, and on its stomach there was a bright red eye. The guy said that then he continued to cross different legendary class demons, and that is why they could watch various demons that were terribly strong. After which we see how in a huge capsule there was already an adult dragon, which looked very frightening. The scientist stood and continued to watch the capsule and experiment on it, because when he was able to become a teacher, he forgot his sense of proportion, and in order to create a mythical demon, he continued to cross the devil dragon with other legendary class demons, and the mythical demon was his most terrible creation, because its very existence was a terrible catastrophe for all living things. Then we see how the dragon woke up and broke the capsule with his hand, while the scientist was watching all this. The dragon got out of the capsule and looked forward with its clear eyes. The scientist, looking at all this, was very scared and realized that as soon as this very demon was born, he sealed it in a huge magic crystal. Then we see how the dragon put his hand over the scientist and began to transform him into a crystal, after which a magic circle appeared under him and his legs began to turn into crystals. After that very moment, the dragon got free and destroyed everything in its path, covering everything with tongues of flame. The guy said that then he was able to destroy his laboratory and disappear without a trace. The protagonist stood all this time with a dumbfounded expression on his face and lost in thought. He realized that this was the same guy that his comrade told him about. The scientist stood at that time, clenching his hand into a fist and looking down with a depressed face. He admitted that his greed led him to create a global crisis and troubles throughout the world. Yang looked forward and said that then the guy might have known something about the infected demons that appeared in his circle. The long-haired guy looked forward and asked what kind of infected demons our hero meant. Yang put his hand forward and asked him to wait a little, after which he opened the system window in front of him. He clenched his hand into a fist and a purple aura began to appear in front of him. The scientist stretched out his hand and took the claw of one of the infected demons, and his hand was soaked with evil energy, after which we see a huge destroyed building in the middle of a bright red sky. He said that this was the problem of his laboratory, which the demon destroyed after its release. Ian looked ahead in horror and could not believe that this was all in for the laboratory. The blonde guy, looking ahead, said that this was really so, because when crossing demons, he needed a chaos seed so that he could control their magic. He plunged into thought and imagined in his head that very seed that had that very sinister infected energy, because demons who fell under the influence of an unrefined chaos seed went crazy. When they came into contact with it, they grabbed their heads and tried to cope with their powers. Some of the demons could not cope and maimed themselves, scratching with claws. Ian looked surprised and asked what chaos seed he was talking about. Then a bright purple crystal appeared in front of us, which enveloped all its evil energies. The scientist who crossed the demons said that, to be a little more precise, he used a chaos stone, or rather the ingredient that was needed for this, because if you cleanse this very stone, it becomes a seed. Ian thoughtfully lifted his chin link, and in his other hand he held a mallet. He was lost in thought and realized that this meant that in the end the problem was that very stone. The protagonist with his team of familiars stood around the blonde guy who said that in the depths of the mines there were still his laboratories, and there were whole deposits of those very stones that he used. He said that he specially fenced off that very place from demons, but since the freed demon that he created got out and destroyed everything, then he had a huge chance that the demons were able to get to those mines. Ian grinned and opened the system message, stretching out his hand forward, and lost in thought, he realized that this was all the matter. If they could close off those very mines, then the quest that he had to complete would be completed. Then a system message appeared in front of us, where it was said that the favor for the gatekeeper of the demonic realm 1 was ongoing, and one of the 12 gatekeepers of the demonic world had been suffering from trouble for a long time, and he was completely confident that our protagonist would cope with his problem. Also, if Ian refused this quest, then the relationship with the gatekeeper of the demonic realm would deteriorate greatly. Then the system message said that now the protagonist was in the city of Wrath. Ian, thoughtfully looking at the system message, realized that the location was updated again, and he also assumed that the reason could be that he was able to pass by the location that was being protected. A system window was opened in front of Ian, and then he looked to the side and asked how they could block the mine to solve their problem. The blonde guy stretched out his hand forward and said that he would tell them one way, but then they should listen to his small request. Ian and his comrades looked forward and agreed to fulfill his request, after which the system window appears again, where it was written about the beginning of demonic in chemistry, because one half-demon half-elf summoner wanted the protagonist to complete his work of crossing demons. But demonic alchemy is not subject to everyone, but only a talented summoner who can cope with this task. He had to go to Zone 107 of the demonic realm and find a destroyed laboratory and clear the territory of demons. Ian, pointing his finger at the system window, said that he just needed to clear the entire factory of infected demons, after which he plunged into thought and realized that he needed to question him, because he could suddenly evaporate. The half-elf half-demon stood in front of him, folding his hands near his chest, and said that he would go with him and help him. The long-haired guy looked at the protagonist and asked why he couldn't do it himself, because that guy had a lot of departments in this world that he had done. The dragon looked at all this and agreed, because the scientist himself had made this problem with Christie into a demon, and now he had to solve it himself. Ian looked at all this with fear and asked why everyone was so negative about it, because his task could disappear at such a rate. The scientist, with a smile on his face, threw his hand behind his head and said that he wanted to do it himself. But he didn't have anyone in his possession, that's why he couldn't, and the monsters that he tamed were now hanging out in an unknown place. Ian looked away and with a naive smile said that they would be able to solve this problem until the task disappeared, after which he laughed and said that there was nothing terrible here and they didn't have to do anything, help him, and they still had to solve the problem with the infected demons. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly and lost in thought. He realized that they were doing great, and they quickly figured out this task and find the person they needed in the city of Wrath, and then he can become half-demon by absorbing pure demon blood. After which we see how Ian, standing in a hood, stretched out his hand, summoned a magic circle of mana in front of him. He realized that it was then that he could change his class to a hidden demon tamer. And then we are transferred to the demonic realm of Zone 11, where there was a huge building and bright red clouds, after which a powerful explosion was heard in the building, and everything was filled with fire. Ian stood in a fighting stance, holding a spear, and at that moment a huge centipede was rapidly heading towards him. Ian, with a completely calm expression on his face, looked forward and was ready to attack. The centipede attacked the protagonist, but he deftly jumped back and dodged the attack. At that moment, he jumped back in the air, threw his hand back and swung his spear to pierce the monster. He stretched his hand forward, and a bright green electric light was heard in front of him. Then the centipede closed the distance and opened its terrifying mouth right in front of Ian. It was able to attack Ian, but he managed to put his hands out to somehow block some of the damage. Ian held his hand, trying to block the attack, but he was not very successful. After that, the centipede struck a powerful blow, slamming Ian into the ground. The long-haired guy at that moment quickly ran forward to strike with his sword. He walked through the centipede, struck a cutting blow with a rapidly high speed. The centipede, having received a cutting blow, began to scream, and green liquid began to flow out of its mouth. At this point, Ian was sitting near the wall and holding a shield near him, looking at the defeated demon. He exhaled and said that he felt a strange feeling, because the further they went, the stronger their opponents became. Ian continued to sit near the wall and watch the demon cut in half. At this point, his comrades were standing a little lower and asked if our protagonist was okay. The half-elf half-demon leaned over to Ian and extended his hand to him with a smile. He said that the reason why the demons were getting stronger was because their addiction was getting stronger with each approach. In human language, for them it was something like a stimulant. Ian stood up, holding his beaten pet in his arms, and the long-haired guy said that if they continue at this pace, they will get to Zone 110 of the demonic realm. After which we observed that behind the destroyed city there was a terrifying place with huge rocks. Ian and his companions stood and looked ahead. Ian and his companions walked forward through the ruined city, and the half-elf, half-demon, at that time, stretched his hands up, trying to encourage them. Ian at that time looked ahead with a tired look. He and his companions looked disapprovingly at the summoner, who was smiling like cement and did not understand how he could talk so much incessantly because it was already too much. After that, the half-elf, half-demon, smiling, pointed his finger up and said that Lufflow's weak point was his back thighs, because they had a very fragile spine, and that is why, if even the slightest force was applied to them, they would writhe in agony. Then we see a bright red moon that illuminated the destroyed buildings. He also said that there was another demon named Hekaron, and when they met these demons, they needed to look into the eyes, because then they would be able to notice the shine in his pupils, and thanks to this, he would be able to go berserk. Ian looked at the half-elf with a smile and realized that everything he told them would be extremely useful to them in battle. Then the protagonist looked forward in fear and asked what it was. Then a bright purple circle of mana appears in front of us. Ian and his comrades stood up and looked at what was happening. The half-elf half-demon said with a smile that they were able to arrive at the gates of Zone 109, and in order to get to the next zone, they needed to pass one of the 12 guards. Ian was stunned by what he heard. And the summoner said with complete happiness that our protagonist could easily pass it, and it should have been too easy. Then the half-elf stepped forward towards the mana circle. Ian grabbed his hair in fear and started shouting loudly for him to wait a bit. The summoner was about to take a step at that moment, but stopped at Ian's loud shout. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and held his head with the other. He was lost in thought and started thinking about what they should have done, because when he fought his previous opponent, he had a positive effect that gave him 99% resistance, and that was why he was able to easily pass him. But if he also had to fight a similar enemy with the current group, he realized that they definitely didn't have a chance. He, holding his hand near his chin, grimaced, because he understood that they would simply be destroyed to pieces. After that, holding his hand behind his head, looking at the summoner, he laughed with a smile and said that now it was a bit problematic because he didn't feel very confident. The half-elf, half-demon stretched out her hand, asking if he was not the person who was able to defeat the main gatekeeper when he passed by the 100-second perfect. Ian, awkwardly holding his hand behind his head, said that when he passed, but that was when he was just very lucky. The summoner, with a stone face, thought about it, looked ahead. Then he opened his mouth and said that she had one more way. He looked ahead, folding his hands in front of him, and said that that was when they would have to obtain the seal of the guardian who protected the 120th zone. Ian put his finger forward, opening the system window, while the guardian stood thoughtfully, holding his hand near his chin. He said that in order to obtain the very seal that they needed for the further journey, they could with the same chance meet the sunrise in the demonic realm, but Ian said with a smile that he had that very seal. After which he took out a red core with a demonic brand, holding it in his hand. The protagonist stood contentedly holding the seal in his hand while the guardian watched all this with a very enticing face. He realized that it was a high-ranking seal, and also could not believe that the protagonist had such a rare thing. Ian looked forward, said that as soon as they could pass through the zone with the help of this item, then everything would work out. The guardian stood in front of Ian and held his hand near his face with a smile and said that everything was easier than they actually thought. Then, standing with the protagonist's comrades, the elf pointed his finger towards the grave. Near the magic circle there was a tombstone where strange hieroglyphs were depicted, and there was a hole at the top. He explained that he only needed to put the seal in that very hole, and then they would be able to proceed further. Then Ian confidently walked forward holding the seal in his hand. He crouched near the inclined plate and inserted it into the hole. He adjusted the seal with his finger, and it confidently went into its position. After which everything around began to be covered with red lightning, and the protagonist and his comrades were terribly surprised by what was happening. At the same time, the mana circle, which had previously been purple, began to change its color and illuminated everything with a bright light. Everything around the circle was blazing, and lightning struck in the area. The mana circle continued to increase its illumination, and the lightning formed a bright funnel. Ian looked ahead in surprise and was shocked that they had succeeded. He smiled shyly and plunged into thought. He realized that right now they would be able to pass zone 110 without a fight, and this was simply magnificent. The protagonist confidently walked with his comrades, clapping his hands, and decided to confidently go to their goal. Then we watched zone 107, where there were many walls that looked like a labyrinth. Ian started to turn his head, looking around, and assumed that it was a labyrinth, and the half-elf, half-demon explained to him and said that he was right, because that was why he built his laboratory in the 107th zone. He told him that the aristocratic demons and the demons of royal blood were looking for someone who was stronger than any demon nobility. Then he plunged into thought and began to imagine in his head how the demons whispered information to each other, and the summoner at this time clenched his hands and summoned green circles of mana, fighting with demons. He said how he did not want them to interfere with his investigation, and he stood on the demon's hands and watched the capsules with his developments. He stood near the labyrinth, looking back, and understood that this was why he was here, because this labyrinth was ignored by everyone, and it became the perfect refuge for him. Then he took a step forward. The summoner stretched his hand out in front of him and looked at Ian and said that his laboratory used to be here. Then a huge building appeared in front of us, which was already destroyed and cracked. Ian threw his head back and looked at the huge demon factory. The protagonist and his comrades went inside the building and realized that it was not very beautiful inside. They stopped and looked ahead at the destroyed furniture. The summoner said that the escaped demon destroyed everything that was inside, and no one had taken care of it for thousands of years. Ian crouched in the corner, holding a stone in his hands, while his other comrades were trying to clean up this room. He said that they did not see a single demon on the road from area 110 to 107. It was extremely annoying for him. But the summoner calmly opened his mouth and once again reminded him of the Hasa stone. He stretched his hand out in front of Ian, who was stunned by this news. He said that all this was because they were all gathering here because of the Chaos Stones. Ian asked in surprise if there were really that many. The half-elf, half-demon put his hands on his belt and said that not only would they meet the magpies from zone 107, but they could also meet demons from zone 106 and 105 here, because for a demon, the Chaos Stone was like a drug. The summoner again sank into his thoughts, imagining the very same hybrid demon that he had created, and reminded that he had already told him about this, that the stimulant had a strong effect on the demon, and if the demon absorbed the Chaos Stone, it did not feel any pain, and also symptoms of addiction appeared. The half-elf, half-demon looked at the protagonist with a smile, holding the door handle, and said that now, if they open this door, something amazing will await them behind it. Then the door began to slowly open. Ian, putting his hands in front of him, began to cough from the abundant amount of dust that was flying in the air. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and noted that it was incredibly dirty and dusty here. The summoner opened the door, and he, the protagonist, and his comrades looked ahead. And ahead were many demons, who were greedily looking at our heroes. The protagonist, seeing this, was a little scared. The demons at this time stood and growled menacingly. Ian grabbed the door and closed it, after which the hero and the protagonist stood near the closed door. Ian looked at the summoner with a smile and reminded him that he probably mixed up the room and they had to enter another room. But a second later, a scream was heard behind the door, which made our heroes shudder. A long-haired guy with a confident face took out his weapon. Another knight was ready and held a spear in his hand. At this time, terrible sounds were heard behind the door, and it also vibrated strongly, after which the door was pierced by a demon with his claws. Then he tore the door in half, and his fierce gaze was visible through the hole. A second later, they broke the door, but the girl put a mana circle in front of her and filled everything with her blue energy while our heroes were in a battle-ready state. Ian looked ahead and shouted for everyone to block the demon's attacks. The enraged monsters opened their mouths at that moment and headed forward. The golem swung his fist, causing an energy wave. In an instant, he was able to throw the monsters back. The protagonist created a magic spell summoning. A giant wolf appeared, after which a small turtle appeared in front of Ian. And a second later, a black dragon crawled out, flying headfirst into the ceiling with all his might. He grabbed his head in disappointment, and the protagonist, looking at him, asked if he was okay. The dragon lowered his head in disappointment. Ian stretched out his hand to the staff. Smiling, he said that they would begin, and the wolf made a dash forward. His pet quickly headed towards his target. He stretched out his paw towards the demons, after which he tore one apart and immediately switched to another. Yan looked at him menacingly and called. The wolf turned around a second later. The protagonist watched him crush everyone, after which he asked if he had always been so strong. Some time later, the wolf comes to us, menacingly standing and looking at the defeated enemies. Yan approached him, his eyes lit up, and he asked what happened, if he had always been so strong, to which his pet replied that the owner of this place had good moonlight. Hearing this, the protagonist looked up in surprise, and the elf, looking at the sky, said that the 109th district has 3 moons. Raising his hand, he added that this was probably why he had become so strong. Yan called up the system window, after which he said that, apparently, this is exactly so. After which he read all the characteristics of his pet. Then he was attracted by the line in the system message that the air of the moon all movements become faster by 30% under the light of the moon and restores HP by 3% every second. Looking ahead, Ian thought that the passive skill of the air of the moon stacks with a triple boost. Frowning, he continued to think that this means acceleration by 90% and health restoration every second for 9. He looked at his wolf, thinking that this makes him an invincible fighter. The elf pointed his hand to the side, saying that they need to go further. The storage with Chaos Stones is in the very center. At this time, the protagonist continued to read the system message. Then Ian and his team walked along the corridor, and we were told that the golem summon was cancelled because it was too big. The wolf raised its muzzle and began to sniff. Looking up, he said that he smelled the blood of monsters. The protagonist turned around and asked what was there to talk about. After looking ahead in surprise for a few seconds, he added what kind of blood smell it was. The elf clenched his cane in his hand. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of them. They saw a demon devouring rocks. Several others were lying on the ground. Yang, looking ahead, frowned and asked if all the monsters were dead. The girl clenched her fists, asking what kind of crow-like creature it was. The elf, looking ahead, replied that he was able to tame this monster with great force. His former pet was greedily devouring rocks. Orin raised his finger, imagined the former pet in your head, and then said that it was a heroic class monster, but it was also strong as a legendary class monster. An image of a white bird appeared in his mind, and he added that his soul was a great ingredient to create a legendary class monster. The protagonist approached him, frowning. He asked what an ingredient to create a legendary class was. He replied that it was a rare monster. No one knew when they would meet another one like it. Turning around, Yang gritted his teeth, thinking that this was a nightmare. He did not have pure demon blood yet, so he would not be able to tame it. Why did it appear here? Suddenly, the creature turned around abruptly. The demon raised its wings, causing a strong wave of wind. The elf, frightened, covering himself with his hand, shouted that he noticed them. Yang stretched out his hand forward and, creating a magic circle, used a summoning spell. A huge three-headed dragon appeared in front of him. The protagonist looked to the side and shouted for the girl to summon a golem. She stretched her hand to the magic circle and then cast the summoning spell. All of the protagonist's pets rushed into battle. Ian raised his staff and shouted that they needed to work together to buy some time. He then looked at the elf and asked if this demon had any weak points, and he replied that there were things to be wary of. Looking at the huge creature, he added that the monster's plumage would catch fire once its HP dropped below a certain amount and it would burn for 5 minutes. He imagined a wing burning with scarlet flame, adding that if the fire was red, it would gain immunity to all magical attacks. Then an image of bright blue fire appeared in his head, and he said that if the fire was blue, it would gain immunity to all physical attacks. Ian turned around and asked if there was some order to the color of the fire. The elf frowned and replied that he didn't know, after which the protagonist thanked him. Ian looked ahead menacingly, thinking that they hadn't lost anyone yet, but it would be impossible to defeat this monster without casualties. The demon's wings lit up with blue flames. Seeing this, Ian smiled widely, saying that he really didn't want to just kill him. The monster flew up. He looked down menacingly for a few seconds. The three-headed dragon, looking up, said that he was flying in the air so they wouldn't defeat him. Ian, smiling, raised his hand, in which something glowed, and then said that it didn't matter if he would fly too. He stretched his palm forward, calling a magic circle and using a summoning spell. A red dragon with a griffin appeared in front of him. The protagonist, looking ahead, added that they would fight him in flight. The demon opened his mouth wide and let out a long cry. Then a bright flame began to form in his mouth, after which he released several fireballs downwards. The protagonist, riding a griffin, approached him. At the last moment, he was able to dodge the flying fireballs. A moment later, looking menacingly ahead, he shouted for his pets to use spray and breath and for the dragon to use defense. It bowed its heads and a yellow aura appeared around it. The man, looking menacingly ahead, transformed his hand and stretched it forward, then his clothes began to tear, after which he completely transformed into a dragon. A second later, he rushed upward. He watched as his allies fought in the sky. A moment later, he grabbed the monster by the wing. He looked menacingly ahead, restraining the demon, not allowing it to move. It opened its beak and began to desperately caw. A mixture appeared in its mouth, and a second later, a strong explosion occurred. The demon opened its eyes wide. He watched as the dragon opened its mouth, in which a sphere was formed. The monster desperately tried to get out of the grip, after which his entire body was absorbed by purple energy. His eyeballs rolled back, and the dragon threw him. The demon began to fall down at great speed like a stone. A small flame was coming out of his mouth. Then he opened his eyes wide. Below, he saw a wolf swinging its claws. It jumped and struck in front of itself, but the demon managed to come to its senses and soar into the air. The wolf cut the space in front of itself, failing to hook the enemy. The monster continued to gain altitude. Its wings were painted with blue flames. It hid its body and looked menacingly in front of itself. Then it spread its wings and released blue spheres down. The black dragon covered its face with its paws. The protagonist, squinting, stretched out his hand. Opening one eye, he wondered what was wrong with him. He expands the area of attack when his wings light up. Looking at their enemy, he continued to think that if he was burning blue, it means that he is now immune to physical attacks, and his pets will not work like that. He looked at the red dragon and the phoenix, thinking that their attacks were too weak and attacking him with breath would be difficult because this option had too much delay. He looked at the black dragon. Then, frowning, he shouted that he needed to focus on dodging now. Looking menacingly in front of him, he added that they needed to wait until they changed. They had to stand firm. The demon opened its beak wide. Then it rushed past the protagonist and his allies. The golem and the three-headed dragon looked up in surprise. It hovered right above them, preparing its claws to attack. Looking ahead in surprise, Yang wondered why he switched to the tanks. They were so intoxicated by the Chaos Stone that their vision failed. Narrowing his eyes, he continued to think that now he didn't have to worry about them. The demon made several attacks. Suddenly, his targets disappeared, and Ian, smiling, said that it was good that the fire was slowly dying out. Frowning, he shouted loudly for everyone to attack now. The demon menacingly extended his claws. The wolf in the night watched this. A system message appeared that someone was using the inherited ability Roar of Darkness. A purple aura began to emanate from the monster. Everyone who fell under its influence froze in fear. The wolf raised his head, blood gushed from its mouth, and a system message appeared that the pet summoned by the antagonist was losing 2,763,031 HP. The knight clenched his teeth. A system message appeared in front of him that he had also lost HP. The guy's pupils turned white, blood gushed from his mouth. A notification appeared that he was receiving additional damage due to demonic energy. The protagonist looked down in fear. He gritted his teeth in displeasure. Then, riding on the griffin, he rushed forward. He raised his spear, and then threw it down with all his might. The demon turned around in fear. A moment later, the spear pierced through his wing. He opened his beak wide, screaming loudly in pain. The demon fell to the ground, lowering his head. Then, he looked menacingly ahead. Yang, smiling, asked if he liked it now since he couldn't fly. Then, he frowned, thinking that, unfortunately, the effect of the Spirit King's judgment did not work. The demon opened his beak, in which a bright flame appeared. Then, he released a fireball towards the protagonist's team. Yang, looking menacingly ahead, called the three-headed dragon. It stood in front of him. Bowing its head, it created a barrier using absolute defense. The fireball crashed against it. The protagonist turned around sharply and shouted at the girl to heal the dragon after the end of the absolute defense. She looked ahead, puzzled, and replied that she didn't have much health left. Frowning, Ian replied that it was better to save the main tank. The dragon's face turned pale, and he continued to hold back the fiery blow. The protagonist looked away, telling the knight to attack with him, and he replied, "Okay." Looking menacingly ahead, Ian thought that it would be better for him to take a risk and fight together than to lose summons and subordinates, cutting the effectiveness of the demon hunt in half, after which he narrowed his eyes, and a moment later, he rushed into battle with his comrade. We are transported to some time later. Ian stands in front of the monster, pulling out his spear. Lowering his head, he tries to catch his breath. All of you comrades are seriously wounded. Their equipment is not in the best condition. The protagonist's pets are also very battered, but they look menacingly ahead. The demon is trying to catch his breath. Under his feet is a dead red dragon and a griffin. Ian raises his spear, shouting for everyone to stop. The knight looks ahead in surprise, asking what this means. The man clenches his fist, saying that they need to attack now if they want to catch him. The protagonist frowned, thinking that his fire shell had changed sixfold. According to the elf's words, his health should be reduced to 25%. He then turned around and said that he was going to catch him. The elf, frowning in displeasure, shouted loudly that he knew that a half-demon could not tame a demonic monster. The protagonist turned around and looked at the elf. He then smiled and replied that he knew. He then placed his hand on his chest, a green aura appeared around him, and he used emergency help. Turning to his comrades, he said that when he gave the signal, have the dragon use protection on him. The demon opened its beak, in which a bright flame was visible, after which it released a fiery projectile straight at the protagonist. Yang began to twirl his spear. Making a dash forward, he shouted that this is why. A second later, he swung his weapon, adding that he wanted to test it longer. Then, frowning, he shouted that protection was needed now. The dragon opened its mouth wide and began to concentrate energy. The protagonist pushed off the ground. He twirled his spear several times and rose above the enemy, after which he cut his stomach. Yang made several precise lunges at the demon's body. It screamed loudly and then struck with all its might with its wing. The protagonist, looking ahead, saw a system message that due to protection, he received 315,000 damage. He clenched his spear in his hand. A second later, he pushed off from the back of his opponent. The demon fell on his back, and Ian swung for the final blow. The monster opened its beak and covered itself in red fire. The protagonist, looking away, thought that he was immune to magical attacks, then this meant that he had 10% of his health left. Then suddenly Ian jumped to the ground. Smiling, he raised his head, thought that before he used his ult, he would beat the crap out of him. The protagonist pushed off the ground and swung for a blow. The demon raised his head in surprise. Ian made several accurate attacks. Many system messages appeared that he was taking a lot of damage. Then a white cloud appeared in the sky, and from it flew several green lightning bolts that hit the demon. The monster opened its mouth in pain. A system message appeared that he was not taking damage. Ian, smiling, looking at this, said that even though it does not cause damage, it should still hurt. He then swung his spear and dealt several blows. He gritted his teeth, thinking that his standard attack was physical, so it would do damage, but the effect of the King's Spirit's Justice would not do any damage. As he continued to attack his opponent, he thought that he would continue to hit him with his basic attacks and hit him with electricity so that he would not die. The knight, watching this, asked if he had seen this before. The man smiled and replied that it was a good experience. The two looked at each other, remembering how the protagonist hit the monster on the head with a spear. Meanwhile, Yang continued to deal a huge number of blows and hit with lightning at the same time. The fire on the demon's body began to gradually die out. Seeing this, Yang smiled widely. He extended his hand, in which a magic circle appeared, and used the confinement skill. The demon turned away in displeasure, and his body was covered in a blue aura. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed in pain. Suddenly, several system notification windows announced that it did not have demonic blood in its body and could not switch magical monsters until it received demon blood, so it was impossible to tame a heroic ranked Lachiel. After that, Ian landed directly on the ground in front of the injured opponent. He looked straight ahead with great displeasure. Then the boy grabbed his shoulder and was already very angry. With a mad expression on his face, the protagonist assumed that he must have been mistaken. Seeing this, the demonic raven was very scared. At this time, Adrian, holding his head, said that there was no need to scare him like that and that he would never be able to tame the monster until he became half human and half demon. The bird monster recalled the battles with Ian with obvious fear on its face. A moment later, the demonic raven lowered slightly. Immediately after that, he bowed to the boy standing in front of him, which greatly surprised the elf demon who was watching everything from the side. With great displeasure, he looked straight ahead and let out cries of denial. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of the protagonist. It contained information that a heroic rank monster wanted to become his summoned monster, but because the player did not have demonic blood flowing in his body, he could not be controlled by its summoning, and asked if he still wanted to make this creature his companion. Looking at the system notification window with a smile on his face, Ian realized that he was still able to listen and noted that it would be easier for both of them. Immediately after that, the boy poked the button in the system notification window and said that he accepted the offer. At that moment, the monster in front of him was enveloped in blue fog. Adrian, who was watching everything from the side, thought that this was terrible. The demon elf stared straight ahead with great displeasure, stating that he thought something like this would be impossible to accomplish for centuries. Looking at the protagonist standing in front of him, who was happy with his new acquisition, Adrian couldn't believe that he would just solve everything with cruelty. Then Ian noticed his words about cruelty with a smile on his face. With a look full of murderous intent, the boy turned around, stating that this was just a kick in the ass filled with sincerity. With a puzzled expression, the demon elf didn't understand that he would even give him a monster taming master quest. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the dungeon, where the boy was looking at the system notification windows. They contained information that he had passed the conditions of the advanced class and the hidden master taming class would increase by 1 level. Then the protagonist also received notifications that the master taming class would increase from level 1 to level 2, and he received new advanced skills communication and sacrifice. Looking down in surprise, Yang couldn't believe that his job also had levels, and he couldn't figure out how to raise it. Thoughtfully scratching his cheek, the boy thought that it was worth thinking about, and remembered something else. Then he looked at the system notification windows, which contained information about the new skills sacrifice and communication. In the system notification window describing communication, information about this skill was written, the essence of which was that if the distance between the summoned monster and the summoner is greater than the control range of the summoner, a limit of 300 minutes will occur. If the summoned monster is still not within the control range of the summoner after the time limit has expired, the summoned monster will be forcibly released. The system also described the skill sacrifice, which consisted in the fact that sacrificing a partner's summoned creature imposes a sadness and anger effect on the entire team, and its members receive a strong buff equal to the combat power of the sacrificed summoned creature. After reading the information, the protagonist imagined the communication skill as if he were hugging his hawk. After that, Ian imagined the tiger standing right in front of the demons, thinking that this was the sacrifice skill. With a puzzled expression, the boy thought that he didn't even know how to use it. Looking straight at Mr. Adrian, who was right in front of him, accompanied by knights, the protagonist asked him where all the other infected monsters were. Looking in his direction with fear, the demon elf asked him if he really wanted to hunt more. With an uncomprehending gaze straight ahead, Adrian suggested that he seemed to need a rest. In response to this, Ian noted with a wide smile that he still had to fulfill the request. Hearing his words, the demon elf rose from the ground. With a look full of seriousness, Adrian agreed, since he insisted so much. Immediately after this, the story moves to a moment when several corpses of monsters were lying right on the ground. The accompanying boys were standing next to them. The protagonist, along with the rest of his allies, was right in front of those same slain monsters. Suddenly, notifications came from the system that he had successfully eliminated all the infected monsters in Adrian's destroyed laboratory and had fulfilled all the conditions for completing the quest beginning of monster alchemy. So now he should talk to the demon elf. At that moment, Adrian, with a smile on his face, said that that was it, and they had eliminated all the infected monsters remaining in the laboratory, and also thanked him for his work. A moment later, a system notification window appeared, informing him that he had successfully completed the quest beginning of Monster Alchemy with SSS rank and had gained a huge amount of experience points and reputation, and that the demon elf had now begun to trust him. With a smile on his face, looking at Adrian standing in front of him, the protagonist thanked him, saying that he had done a good job. With his serious gaze fixed forward, Ian mused that because they had been catching Lackeel for a long time, he thought the grades would be low and the result would be very unexpected. Suddenly, the boy was greatly surprised when a system notification window appeared in front of him. It contained information about you, the hidden quest beginning of Monster Alchemy 2. Looking dumbfoundedly at the demon elf standing in front of him, who could not believe that he was the same frivolous person trying to accept the quest, the protagonist could not believe the conditions of the quest, half human, half demon, and how this quest even happened. Looking away thoughtfully, Ian guessed that it should be like this, and suddenly, he was distracted by Adrian standing in front of him, who explained that usually, in order to further test his skills, he was going to give him a mission related to taming monsters. Recalling the events of the recent past regarding the battle with the crow monster, the demon elf concluded that he tamed it as a human and asked if he understood the meaning of this mission. The boy looked straight at him with a dumbfounded look, saying that he did not quite understand. Then, he looked in surprise at the bright light that appeared right in front of him. It was the system notification window, which said that the quest beginning of Monster Alchemy 2 had been successfully completed. As if his eyes had fallen out, the protagonist looked at the system notification window, stating that it was terrible and could not believe that he did nothing, but the quest itself ended. Immediately after, Ian shook his head from side to side in denial. When the system notification window disappeared, the boy thanked Adrian, who was standing in front of him, for his concern and asked what he was going to do next. With a smile on his face, the demon elf replied that he planned to stay there and rebuild the lab. After shaking his hand after hearing this, the protagonist said that they should say goodbye at that point. With an excited expression on his face, Ian declared that he would get the demon blood and come back, and his friend only wished him luck. Immediately after this, Adrian headed to his lab, and the rest of the guys walked away. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, the boy said that they were now heading to the city. Realizing that everything was fine, the protagonist suddenly began to fall asleep. Noticing this, Ben, who was sitting on his shoulder, immediately spat water at him. This immediately woke up Ian, saying that he was cold. A little angry, the boy pointed at the turtle, thanking him for waking him up, and suddenly noted that, if you think about it, he had been playing for 17 hours already, so he should put it off until later and go to bed. At this time, George and Thomas were in the demonic land. Thomas looked at his ally in surprise and wondered where and what his brother Ian was doing now, and he answered that by now, he thought he had already defeated all the demons and monsters and became something like the Demon King. Immediately after that, George imagined in his head the boy sitting on a throne surrounded by monsters, and wondered why he was asking and whether he really missed his brother. The boy walking next to him gave a negative answer, explaining that it was not about that, and his friend laughed, looking at him, and stated that, of course, it was not about that, and then offered to go and look for his brother, because he still needed to ask something. A moment later, George imagined a black dragon grinning slyly in his head. The story moves to Ian's house. He rubbed his eyes and got out of bed. Looking at the screen of your phone, the boy wondered how long he had slept. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look and simply remained silent. Still in bed, Ian said that he needed to have a snack and return to the game. After some time, the boy found himself back in the video game near the ruins of the city. With a smile on his face, he looked at the system notification window and wanted to check where he had disconnected. Immediately after that, the protagonist inhaled a huge amount of air. Then Ian shouted loudly, calling the guys to him. Hearing his call, all the summoned creatures immediately rushed to him. When the monsters ran up to their master, he, coming closer, asked how they had hunted. Buck silently lowered his sad heads down. The black dragon, looking menacingly to the side, declared that he was tired and wanted to rest. At this time, Finn was happily chirping, flying in the air. Wagging his tail, the wolf said that he had fun. Hearing all this, the boy with a smile on his face said that the guys did a great job. Watching his subordinates sparring with each other, the protagonist wondered if this was the power of the communication skill. Imagining a pixel version of the game in his head, Yan realized that it was very similar to auto-hunting. Opening the system notification window right in front of him, the boy wanted to see what things the guys were able to get on this hunt. A moment later, he was extremely dumbfounded by what he saw. Looking at the precious stones in his inventory, the boy noticed that there were many more of them than he thought. With a smile on his face, summoning his spear, the protagonist declared that it was impossible to resist there. The system notification window showed information about a low-ranking gem with its full description. The system also notified about a mid-ranking gem with its full description. Yang took a pink crystal in his hand, about to say something. Activating the red magic circle on his spear, he announced the start. Immediately after, the system notified that he had successfully upgraded the Spirit King's Justice item and its level had increased from 5 to 6. But he could not further enhance the weapon and the level remained the same. After a while, he managed to upgrade the Spirit King's Justice item to level 7, and the boy fell to the ground from fatigue. With an exhausted look, the protagonist said that he had spent 30 stones and only raised 2 levels, not understanding what to do now. With a blank look looking down, he wondered whether to continue or stop here because he only needed 1 level. A moment later, Yang became inspired and jumped up from his place, about to try again. Looking at the gem in his hand, the boy stated that they were meant to be used, so he was using them, thinking that if the thing was accumulated, he could regret not spending it. Then the system notified about a huge number of unsuccessful attempts to improve the item Spirit King's Justice and the resulting result with the level dropping back to 6. Having received such a result, the protagonist cried from grief. He lay right on the ground and burst into tears, not understanding what the reason was. The wolf looked at him dumbfoundedly, asking the owner if he was okay. He turned his head towards the monster Yang standing next to him, noting that, as always, only he cared about him. Suddenly, Lu, with a look full of bloodlust, declared that they needed to hunt, so the owner should not lie down for so long, and he, hearing this, continued to cry. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the city of Wrath to a huge tower standing in the middle. It rushed high up, has a huge number of floors. Inside sat a monster with red hair. Turning back, the demon declared that he felt. When he realized that this was his energy, Ian, along with his companions, moved through the lands of demons. Looking forward, the boy declared that they had finally arrived. Then he announced that this was the city of Wrath and looked at the guards standing in front who were guarding the gate. Looking at the inscriptions above their heads, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded that these hunters were level 300. A moment later, awkwardly scratching his head, he greeted them. Shows an incomprehensible ball with an emblem. Ian said his name and explained that he received a task from one of the 12 guards of the demonic realm, asking if he could enter the city of Wrath. Then he extended the same ball with the emblem towards the guard. The demon silently lowered his gaze, looking straight at him. A moment later, the guard with an imperturbable expression said that everything was confirmed and asked him to pass. Entering the open gate, the boy looked at the demons with a smile on his face and expressed gratitude. The Kaiser with a look full of composure also passed forward. Suddenly, looking away, he was greatly taken aback. The demons looked at him menacingly, threatening his way. With a look full of menace, the guard, looking straight ahead, declared that he was not allowed to enter. Hearing this, the knight took hold of his blade and asked how the demon dared to speak like that. At that moment, the protagonist, turning back, stopped them, saying that there was nothing to be done and would return soon, so he asked to wait there and rest. Hearing this, Kaiser silently looked straight ahead with great displeasure. In the end, he had to agree, and the knight looked away with displeasure, declaring that he would close his eyes to this because of this terrible lord. Suddenly, the demon, opening his mouth, said that he wanted to share information. Turning to the side, the guard announced that the same demon was no longer one of the 12 lords, after which he added that he still asked them to be careful since this was a very sensitive topic in the city and if he was looking for him. Then he was in the tower in punishment in the central square, and after listening to him, Jan headed there, following the city street. The boy looked around in surprise, thinking that all the demons were there and, apparently, they were hiding there. Lost in his thoughts, the protagonist reasoned that in any case he was glad that he had reached the city of Wrath in one piece and was so glad to receive a pleasant reward for the first discovery. At that moment, the system notified that he had discovered the city of Wrath for the first time, so his reputation increased by 500,000 and he received the title of resident of the demonic realm. So until the end of next week, the price of all items that can be purchased in the city of Wrath will be reduced by 15% and relations with residents by 10 units. Stopping in place, Ian wondered if Bill was there. The boy stood right in front of the huge punishment tower and looked straight at it. Right in front of us, the bars of the cage appear. A demon was holding onto them with his hands. Suddenly, he screamed loudly, opening his mouth wide. Hearing this, Ian burst into tears of fear. He walked straight down the corridor of the tower, right on the floor of which was a demon, stretching his hands towards him. Continuing to move forward in fear, the boy could not understand what kind of atmosphere there was. He noticed that this place was very similar to the slave market. Suddenly, the system notification window announced that he had discovered the punishment tower first, and his reputation had increased by 100,000, and he also received a slave contract. The protagonist looked at the system notification window in surprise, reading this information, and with 100 passed, this reward was given to drive away all fears. After some time, he squeezed the roll of paper in his hand with great force. Looking straight at it with a thoughtful look, Ian did not understand what this contract was for. At the same time, the system notification window showed information about the slave contract, describing it. With a smile on his face, looking away, the boy said that at first he had no idea where to use this thing, so they would hold on to it for now because he needed to find Bill as soon as possible. Immediately after this, the story moves to 30 minutes later when the protagonist was standing next to the demon cells and saying that it was strange because it seemed like he had already passed through here. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, he could not understand why there were such confusing roads and so many slaves. Looking at the demon who was keeping track of the prisoners, Ian said that they said that it was very difficult to notice him. Suddenly jumping up to him with a smile on his face, the boy greeted him and asked that maybe he knew where Bill was. Hearing this, the demon silently looked away. Then the warden, looking at the protagonist standing in front of him, explained that he should be on the 10th floor of the central prison. Having said this, he slowly left to do his business. Surprisedly watching him go, Ian paused for a moment, thinking that he had said something wrong. At this time, some demon, enveloping his fist in flames, was preparing to strike. He struck straight at the knight in front. The red-haired warrior did nothing at all, taking the damage directly on himself. Suddenly, the system notified that the illusion of emptiness had dealt 748,000 points of damage, which greatly surprised the monster. A moment later, the knights used their secret attack, and the long-haired man ran past his ally. He rushed forward and made several swings of his blade, striking straight at the demon. After receiving damage, he fell to his knees on the ground. Holding his wound, the demon looked straight ahead in fear, noting that they were quite good for weaklings. At this time, Ramir was right in front of him with two knights. With a smile on his face, the guy told his opponent to surrender because he was no match for them. Pointing his finger up, the demon with a smile on his face noted that he was good and admitted that they could go inside. At that moment, the blade of the blade appeared right next to his face. The long-haired man asked that he was qualified enough and if he killed him, shouldn't they obey him? Also, with a look full of rage, the knight asked that if he killed him, he would gain fame and things, so why leave him alive? Kneeling on the ground right in front of his opponents, the demon immediately answered that, as he said, he needed to kill him and gain a lot of fame and wealth, and he just needed to think carefully. With a malicious grin on his face, he added that if he was killed, new gatekeepers would take his place, and if he wanted to pass through this gate again, he would have to fight him. Then he added that now they should think carefully about which option saves them time, and both knights looked at each other in confusion after hearing this. Immediately after, one of them grabbed the other's hand. The boy looked at his ally, coming closer, and said that he thought it would be better to stop there, and the latter did not understand why. Looking at the defeated demon, the long-haired man assumed that he would really be too lazy to deal with the next guardian again, but they would be able to get a decent reward. Looking straight at him, the knight noted that, as his ally said, it would be more profitable to get rewards, but this would have too good an effect on other players. At the same moment, he imagined other people in his head who were pointing at the gate, noting that there was no guardian there, and this was very charming, because it seemed that someone had already done everything for them. After that, the boy, lowering his companion's hand, explained that if they killed him, they would have to wait there until a new gatekeeper appeared, and other users would also get free passage in this section. Then he looked at the demon grinning slyly to the side, adding that therefore it was necessary to try to leave this guy alive. Then the knight imagined in his head how they would raise the flag above their heads together, and declared that this was also that she could monopolize the territory in Zone 110, and Ramir, who heard this, thought that she was not a titan. After listening to his ally, the knight removed the blade from the demon's throat. Turning his back to him, the long-haired man said that this would be the end of their battle. Suddenly, the notification window of the system notified that they were the first to defeat the gatekeeper of Zone 110 and received 400,000 reputation points. So from now on they can freely use the portal in Zone 110 while the gatekeeper of the demonic realm guards them. Immediately after that, the sorceress activated a purple magic ball in her hand and addressed Cassandra. Hearing the call of her mistress, the spirit appeared right on her hand and stretched after sleeping. With a smile on her face, looking straight at her, Ramir asked what about her, arguing that since there is still a guardian here, she needs to get there before that guy named Ian. Hearing this, the spirit with a smile on her face answered that it may be so, and maybe not. Looking at Cassandra in surprise, the sorceress asked what kind of unclear answer this was. They say that this time a notification appeared, which says that he defeated the guardian of the gate of the 110th zone first. Looking away, the spirit confirmed this, explaining that her team was the first to defeat Selakuma, the guardian of the gate of the 110th zone, but if he has the seal of a high-ranking demon, then everything is completely different. Imagining in her head the image of a boy who held a ball with an incomprehensible drawing in his hand, Ramir asked what kind of seal of a high-ranking demon it was. While imagining a person pointing out others to the demon who were bothering it, Cassandra explained that it was an item that allowed one to receive the same treatment as a high-level demon, and if he had the seal, he could safely enter the area guarded by the guardians. With her hands behind her head, the spirit explained that given that the gatekeeper was in the 120th area, there was a high probability that Ian, whom she mentioned, possessed the seal because she was the second person to enter the demonic realm. Looking at Cassandra in her hand, the sorceress stated that she was also a demon, and did she have the right to give her the same seal? Looking away, the spirit explained that, as she already knew, she had lost all her power and the conditions for owning the seal were very insidious. While imagining her previous demon form in her head, Cassandra concluded that she would eventually have to fight demons one by one and gain excellent skill. After hearing this, Ramir cried out in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the girl wondered what kind of monster this guy named Ian was. While she couldn't figure out who he was, the guy was looking straight ahead with a smile on his face, saying that he had finally found it. He was right in front of Bill, who was sitting in front. The majestic demon looked menacingly at the guest who had come to him. This ends the third season of the manhwa. The fourth season of the manhwa begins with the protagonist raising his hand and calling out to his friend, stating that he has fulfilled his request and wondering if he even remembers him. With a look full of rage, looking straight at him, Bill says that he did it faster than he thought, which means that he knows the cause of the infected monsters. Pointing his finger at himself, Ian explains that not only did he figure out the cause, but he also completely eliminated the source from which the demonic beasts began to become infected. Recalling the monsters that devoured the pink crystals, he explains that the source was the Chaos Stone. After hearing this, the majestic demon said that he didn't think that the power of the Chaos Stone had been infecting the monsters all this time, and right in front of the boy, a huge number of system notifications appeared, notifying that the Quest Demonic World Gatekeeper's request had been successfully completed with SSS rank, and rewards in the form of experience, mid-level magic stones, and he also received the object Pure Devil's Blood. With a wide smile, looking straight ahead, Ian was happy that he had succeeded. Looking at the system notification window notifying that he had received the object Pure Devil's Blood, the boy thought that he had finally gotten his hands on it, and this item was the key to solving all the current quests and achievements. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Bill, who said that in any case, thanks to him, his term would be shortened, and the protagonist, looking at him in surprise, asked what he meant by these words. Looking down at the man below, the majestic demon explained that he was currently stuck there, but because he had solved one of his crimes, he thought he would be able to get out sooner than planned, by about a month. Hearing this, Ian waved his arms and asked if he could just get up and leave, since it seemed like there was nothing holding him back. Not even barriers. Looking down at the boy below, Bill explained that unlike what it looked like, he couldn't move his limbs right now. Looking at the pillars around him, the majestic demon explained that they were sealing his demonic kai and holding his body. Hearing this, the boy took out his spear and asked again what he meant. He said it was all because of the pillars. Looking in surprise at the protagonist who had jumped up, Bill asked him what he was going to do. Standing right in front of him, Ian stated that that was right, if he wanted to get free, then. After which, with a smirk on his face, the boy asked what he was supposed to destroy them. Suddenly, the majestic demon laughed, telling him to stop, explaining that if that happened, he would probably not be able to see the sun tomorrow, because the moment he attacked the pillars, the owner of the tower would descend there and would not leave any of them alone, and these words seemed to fall right on the protagonist's head. Looking at his friend in shock, Ian asked about the owner of the tower and could not believe that this punishment tower had a separate owner and whether he was strong enough to fight both of them at the same time. And Bill, folding his arms over his chest, gave a positive answer, explaining that it was Lucica, the queen of the demons of hatred, who ranks 15th in the demon world and is the owner of this place. Then the majestic demon added that she was strong and they could not even be compared, and the boy who heard this twirled the spear in his hand, thinking that the queen of the demons of hatred was so strong. With a thoughtful look, the protagonist was immersed in his imagination, imagining a demon with a beard, and wondered if they fought, nothing would work out. At the same time, Bill, calling himself shameless, asked if he could ask him for another favor, which greatly surprised Ian. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of the boy, notifying him of the request of the guardians of the gates of the demonic world of Yantu 2 and showing its full description. Looking closely at the name of the quest, the protagonist was very surprised. Dumbfoundedly looking at the description of the task, Ian did not understand why it was so long, because this was not a novel. Continuing to look at the system notification window in bewilderment, the boy said that it was so long that he did not even see everything. After some time, having analyzed all the information received and looking at the system notification window, he was going to summarize. Looking at the moron in the sphere, the protagonist said that he was framed and punished for being trapped for about 100 days, and that's why he asks him to correct the injustice, to which he received a positive answer. Hearing this, Ian agreed to help his familiar demon with a smile on his face. Then Bill asked, "Please do it as soon as possible," and the boy standing below could not believe that this was such a heavy punishment. While blue mana was flying around, the majestic demon explained that it was all because these pillars were taking away his demonic energy, 100 per day, and in total 10,000, which was a huge amount, equivalent to almost 1/5 of his magical energy, and moreover, since he was close to seeing his energy level exceed 50,000, and every day it was getting more and more offensive. After hearing this, the boy looked at his hand, thinking about demonic energy and wondering that he had also received demonic abilities as his first reward in the demon world. Without moving his hand to the side, the protagonist asked what would happen when his demonic energy exceeded 50,000 and whether it had any special significance. And Bill explained that it had a great significance, because if the demonic energy surpassed the songman, then he would have the right to challenge to become a noblesse, a high-level demon. Hearing this, an image of a very powerful demon appeared in Ian's mind. With a thoughtful look, the boy thought that this was how it was, and he needed to figure it out, because if he successfully completed this quest chain now, he would definitely make Bill his vassal. Looking at the majestic demon right next to him, the protagonist reasoned that the problem of turning half human and half demon could be solved with the item Pure Devil Blood. If he rescued such a guy from there as soon as possible and made him a vassal, and then promoted him a little more, he could get a noblest class demon as a vassal. Looking at Ian, who was grinning maliciously, Bill was a little scared, thinking that it felt like everything had gone wrong. Suddenly, the boy raised his hand up, declaring that he would pull him out of there as soon as possible. Leaning a little closer to him after hearing this, the majestic demon noted that it was an unscrupulous request, but he would do it for him, so he was going to make sure to pay. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared, notifying that the intimacy with the ultimate class demon had increased by another 5. With a wide smile on his face, the protagonist wondered where to start from now on. Immediately after that, the story's narration shifted to Pyro's domain, in the form of a huge church with an orange roof. Inside, a red-haired girl was sitting at a table, looking tired. She was crying and was very unhappy that she was very busy. Lying right on her table, Kate was saying that she was proud that her territory was growing day by day, but she also wanted to go to the demon world, while others were bragging about their items and saying that quests were so much fun, but she couldn't go anywhere because she was busy managing her territory. Suddenly, Rena came into her room, asking if she could come in, and the red-haired girl asked what, hadn't she already come in? Walking a little further, the cook gave a positive answer, explaining that Ian said that he sent her something, so she stopped by on the way from the square. And Kate, spreading her arms to the sides, could not believe that he just sent things and that's all, because at this rate she would soon forget his face. Hearing these words, Rena blushed a little from embarrassment, holding her cheeks, and said that she could not forget because she sees him every day. Perverted by what she saw, the red-haired girl thought that perhaps she should find a guy somewhere and start dating, because she did not want to live like this. Then Kate asked what Ian sent, assuming that he also sent a parcel, and the cook, looking at the system notification window in surprise, asked for a second of time. Holding an unknown bag in her hands, Rena explained that she was not sure what it was, but it was called the lowest level magic stone and an item that was needed for strengthening. And the red-haired girl who heard this could not believe that she was talking about a magic stone. Joyfully holding the bag in her hands, Kate called Mr. Young the best, explaining that this item she mentioned was very expensive. The red-haired girl also added that now with just this she would be able to make all the parts of a rank 5 item, and the cook silently looked at her in surprise. Noticing this, Kate asked what was wrong and what was bothering her, and Rena, with a smile on her face, explained that she simply suddenly wanted to see the protagonist even more. Suddenly, a sly grin appeared on her face, and she added that she wondered where he was and what he was doing, whether he met other girls in the demon world. Frightened by what she saw, Kate laughed mockingly, declaring that it was good. Holding the magic stone in her hand, the red-haired girl explained that she thought about the master. There was no need to worry because she was sure that wherever he was doing well. At this time, Young swung his blade, leaving only a trail of energy. Right in front of him was a huge demon who was about to attack. Seeing this, the boy with a smirk on his face stated that, as he thought, it was too shallow. A moment later, the protagonist jumped up and sent Harley to attack, who immediately disobeyed the order. The huge tiger immediately pounced right on the demon. Noticing the right opportunity to attack, Ian rushed forward with great strength and speed, piercing his opponent through. After the attack, the boy landed on the ground along with his beast. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered if he was stronger than he thought. Trying to catch his breath, Ian saw a system notification window next to you, which said that he successfully defeated the 25th demon, and asked how many more we'll have to fight, because the system message did not indicate the number of times. We are then shown the events shortly before, when Bill gave the boy a small amount of blood and asked him to take it. Looking at the drop of blue in his hand, the protagonist received the answer that it was pure devil blood. Looking closely at this very blood, Young said that if you use it, you can become half human, half demon, and first you need to check the information before using it. Immediately after that, the boy opened the information window with a smile on his face. A moment later, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, which contained a description of pure devil blood. Looking at the gift he received from his friend with a little surprise, the protagonist asked what the devil was going to test them, thinking that he thought that it would be an item that would instantly turn him into a half-human, half-demon if he used it, but it was more difficult than he thought. Yang waved his spear, reasoning that he could handle it. After all, it was not for nothing that they asked to prepare the soul, and if this were some other test, then perhaps it would be more difficult. Looking at the corpse of the monster that was disappearing right before his eyes, the boy thought that he had almost reached his limit, and it seemed like it would be hard to hold out, but he would have to go as far as necessary anyway. Raising his weapon above his head, the protagonist declared that he would begin the next battle. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, which surprised him greatly. An unknown dark energy appeared around Ian, and the system notification window notified that he had passed all the demonic tests and the testing room would soon close, and he was surprised that this was the end. At the same time, the boy thought that this was not bad, and he felt like he was relieved to have left the toilet when he suddenly sank into darkness and disappeared, leaving only a blue light. Immediately after that, the system notified that the user Ian had succeeded in becoming the first half-human, half-demon. At that moment, the red-haired boy with a surprised look could not believe that a half-human, half-demon appeared. Immediately after that, in the discussion chat, someone asked if anyone in the demon world had seen Ian, intending to find out the way to become a half-human, half-demon, and received the answer that if he has pure devil blood, then he can become a half-demon, and so it is written on the official website, to which he received the answer that information is needed on where to find this very blood. The knight, looking at his ally, said that he is now in zones 112-115, and no one has seen Ian there, and he added that since the gatekeeper of zone 110 is still standing, it means that no one has entered this zone yet, and did not understand where the protagonist was then. At this time, Ramir with a sarcastic grin on her face looked at the system notification window. The girl, looking forward happily, declared that Young had become half-human, half-demon. The ghostly fire right next to her laughed and congratulated her, because now even if she could use demonic power, she would not be the first, and she asked him to shut up. With great displeasure in her eyes, the sorceress said that she thought she had found the key to the riddle of pure devil blood before anyone else. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, Ramir reasoned that if she was right, then the protagonist was not far from this enraged city. Imagining Kaiser Yang and his beast subordinates in her head, the girl thought that those on Respel's side thought that the protagonist's abilities were nothing special. But that could not be true, because it seemed that Chakran of Kaiman judged him most accurately. With a furious wave of her staff, the sorceress decided that she needed to reconsider her opinion about Ian. With a determined look holding the magic weapon in her hands, Ramir thought that perhaps he was more than the Respel Imperial family or the Titan Guild that was already in ruins and could be the most useful aid in achieving her goals. Immediately after that, the girl looked at Cassandra flying next to her and told her to follow her, and she happily agreed. Moving forward with her staff in hand, the sorceress reasoned that she needed to meet Ian and everything was wrong, and the demonic fire asked how it felt to be a dog chasing a chicken, wondering about something, that she really wanted to die again. The narration of the story then shifted to the guardian of the city, who looked forward in surprise when he was called. The demon in armor raised his head a little higher, looking straight ahead. In front of him, he saw Ian waving his hand and saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Noticing him, the guard immediately knelt down and said welcome to the gentleman, which surprised him greatly. The boy, very embarrassed, waved his hands, saying that there was no need to do this again unexpectedly. Continuing to bow his head, the demon in armor explained that he emanated the greatness of a high-class demon, so he could talk to him as he pleased. Pointing his finger at himself, the protagonist asked if he really felt like a demon. Realizing this, Ian smugly told the guard to continue, and he obeyed and asked him to take care of him. Immediately after that, the boy, moving his hand to the side, asked if he went a little further north from the eastern gate, there would be a seraphim mansion, and the demon in armor gave a positive answer, explaining that it was a mansion with a sharp, unusual roof, and so it would not be that difficult for him to find it. Looking at the real protagonist from the front, the guard asked why he was looking for Seraphim's mansion, and he replied that it was just Bill's request. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifted back some time to the place where the majestic demon was imprisoned, where Ian asked that he wanted him to find Seraphim, the owner of the castle, and then he would be able to free himself faster. Pointing his finger forward, Bill gave a positive answer, explaining that he could go to Seraphim and tell him that he was trapped here, and inform him that he had eliminated the source that was infecting the monsters, and then after that Seraphim would probably figure it out himself. Looking forward, raising his head a little, the boy heard that, of course, he could give him some task, and noted that he had heard Seraphim's name somewhere before. Then the protagonist would open the system window and look at it and say that this name was written in the Demon Station 2 Birth quest, and this was the one he was supposed to find anyway, so it could be considered double luck. Returning to the present, Ian would wave his hand at the armored demon, saying that he was going, and the latter would remark that if he ever needed his help, he would just have to find him. At this time, Ben would crawl on the ground and make cute sounds. He would chew grass with great joy on his face and say that there was a lot of food in the demon world that was full of energy, and it was a little tasteless, but he was still happy. Continuing his way through the unknown demonic forest, the turtle would say that he didn't know why, but he missed his master and meatballs a little, but freedom was better now. Then, with a smug expression on his face, Ben would declare that he nevertheless wanted to boast of the fact that he could now speak human language, and if the owner called him, he could go at once, but for now he would have to wait. Standing on his hind legs, the turtle began to wave his front legs and remember Ian, calling him a bad owner, and really wanted him to call him quickly, because he ate a lot of herbs, so his head became bigger and his shell harder, and he was eager to show it. Suddenly he noticed something to the side. Right next to him on the ground lay a demon, who, looking at him, said that he was very noisy. Directing his displeased gaze in his direction, the turtle asked why he was looking at him like that, because now he was very uncomfortable, and if he had any complaints, then he should express them, intending to scold him, and the monster was very surprised by this. After hearing everything, the demon only silently turned away from Ben. Sighing smugly, looking straight at him, the turtle called him a guy in whom there is nothing special, which irritates him very much. Continuing to slowly crawl forward on the ground, Ben imagined how he became bigger than Buck and said that he could not wait for compliments. Suddenly, the turtle noticed some grass to the side and said that he found something else tasty. A moment later, Ben bit off a small piece under it. Immediately after that, the turtle began to sparkle with a bright light. This very blue glow illuminated everything around. At this time, Ian, looking to the side, was very surprised. Directing his gaze straight ahead, the boy did not understand anything. The protagonist was right in front of a huge castle made in the Gothic style. Raising his hand to his head, Ian asked what kind of mansion this was and whether it was not a demon's castle, and Carsius, standing behind him, explained that, despite the size of the mansion, this garden is out of place there. Looking at the grass growing in front, the boy agreed with his truth and noted that in other places it is always dark, and there, on the contrary, it is light. Turning back, he said that, first, they needed to go and meet Seraphim, to which his companion agreed. Immediately after that, the boys headed forward together, walking through the garden. Suddenly, turning towards the dragon standing behind him in the form of a man, the protagonist asked him if he felt anything, and he, shaking his head in denial, explained that he did not know because there was something like a strong barrier around this entire garden. After his words, Yang looked to the side, thinking about the barrier. Then, with a look full of seriousness, the boy asked what else was there, and Carsius just silently looked at him. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, an unknown voice was heard, talking about people and dragons, noting that this was unusual and it would be difficult not to notice, and asking who had come to them and whether it was really a half-demon, because he had not seen such a thing for a long time, half-human, half-demon. Hearing this, the protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, did not understand what it was when suddenly an idea came to him. The stranger with a smile on his face said that it was true, and he was the owner of this house. With a smug look, sitting behind a chair, the demon declared that his name was Seraphim. The boys looked up in surprise when Seraphim asked that they came to meet him, and Ian answered that they came there because Iriel sent them. Iona wanted to talk about the demon of destruction. Hearing this, the higher demon with a look of complete seriousness declared that so they were more important guests than he thought. Snapping his fingers, Seraphim suggested a change of scenery. Then he asked if they wanted to talk inside, when suddenly a huge magic circle appeared around the boys. Noticing this, the boy looked towards the dragon in surprise and asked what it was, and he explained that it was something like a magic circle. While the surrounding area was covered in bright orange flames, the protagonist wondered if it was possible to draw a magic circle from a distance like this. As Carsius was about to answer his question, the magic calmed down after the boys were transported. At this time, a large number of players were fighting against the demons on their land. Squads of tanks and sorcerers used a special formation to attack. Warriors fought on the front lines directly with the demons. Blair watched all this from above. With her menacing gaze directed forward, the girl declared that the way to get a dual class is not just to become half human and half demon, and she is sure that there is another way that no one knows about. Imagining Ian with a turtle on his shoulder in her head, the warrior thought that he was lucky and talented and definitely a great guy, but she will show him that there are walls that cannot be overcome. Suddenly, a girl came up behind her, telling the master that all the maintenance work around her was finished, and the master remarked that they had done a great job. Then, taking out her blade, Blair told everyone to step back, because from now on, she would be going alone. Rushing forward, the girl thought that regarding the actual penetration into the demon world, she definitely arrived a little later than the protagonist. Suddenly, her gaze filled with rage, and she added that she had a hidden quest. At the same time, the warrior headed straight towards a huge demon, opening its mouth right in front of her. Blair quickly approached her opponent. Without a second's hesitation, the girl swung her magical blade. Then, she jumped to the side of the demon, who dodged her lunge. In an instant, the warrior was right above her opponent's head, which surprised him greatly. Looking at her, the monster saw Blair swinging her blade. Wrapping her sword in a huge amount of pink energy, the girl delivered her blow. After completing her attack, the warrior landed right on the ground. Right next to her, the demon was cut into two halves. A moment later, his corpse fell right behind her, and her subordinates rejoiced, saying that this was expected of her, the guild master. As Blair put her sword behind her back, her guildmates called her the strongest magical swordsman, while she thought that if she succeeded in this hidden quest, she could become a true demon. With her furious gaze directed forward, the girl thought that this was because a half-demon could never defeat a true demon. Then the warrior asked Ian to wait while he looked straight ahead with a puzzled look. Seraphim, with his hand forward, called him a child and said that all this was true and asked if they heard the story of the demon of destruction from Uriel. Sitting right in front of him, the boy gave a positive answer, explaining that the elf said that the demons of destruction were about to be born again and asked him to seek his help, and also conveyed that only by preventing the conflict within the demon world, they could avoid an all-out war between the human world and the demon world. After hearing this, the higher demon spoke thoughtfully about his help and noted that Uriel was indeed an amazing child, and did not understand how she knew about the situation in the demon world while being so far away. At this time, the protagonist, who was looking straight ahead with a puzzled expression, wondered if now was not the right time for the quest to appear, and did not understand why his companion dozed off. Suddenly, Seraphim, with a smile on his face, declared that in any case, he was there at the right time, because the elf sent him to him really amazingly on time, which greatly surprised Ian. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared right in front of him with a quest where he needed to find the Demon King Ricardo, the Lord of the Devil's Castle. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, the boy thought that for this task, too, he just needed to find an NPC, although, of course, penetrating Zone 80 would not be easy. Then the protagonist asked about the Demon King Ricardo, the Lord of the Devil's Castle, and the higher demon, holding his hand straight in front of him, said that his words were true. Suddenly, an unknown package appeared right in his hand. Then the system notified that he had received an item called Seraphim's letter, and he himself, throwing it to Ian, explained that he had to give him this letter, and it would be better if he carefully prepared before the road for now, and he said that whether it was necessary or not, but he was going to get a dual class and only then move on. Pointing to the craft tower in the window, the higher demon remarked that it was a good idea, because if they went there, they could get the dual class he wanted. Thoughtfully looking away, the boy said that that was it, and thought that they didn't need an open dual class, and that they should first go to the Serbian lab in Area 107. Immediately after that, the protagonist thought with great anticipation about the hidden class he would soon get, and Seraphim watched his reaction in surprise. Suddenly, Ian raised his finger up, asking the higher demon if he happened to know a higher class demon named Bill, and he remarked that he remembered him. Surprised, Seraphim looked straight ahead, wondering where he knew him from, and the boy was just about to explain what was going on. Then the boy, remembering his battles against Bill, told all this to the higher demon and explained that this is how they met, and he was very surprised by what he heard. At the same time, Seraphim with a smile on his face said that so that's what it was, and the majestic demon was imprisoned in the Tower of Punishment without his knowledge, and Ian stated that he did not even know that he was the Vice Lord of the City of Wrath. He was completely ignorant. Then Seraphim, imagining in his head a creature with red eyes, explained that this is because the City of Wrath is almost completely captured by the demons of destruction, and they close his eyes and ears, and the owner of the castle, the Demon King Hijin, was also under the influence of the demon of destruction for a long time. After hearing all this, the boy was puzzled, imagining in his head the salvation of Bill, and thought that then they would not be able to free him even with the help of Seraphim's power. Suddenly, the greater demon added that since he knew the truth, he could use his power to free Bill, so he didn't have to worry, and he would free him within 3-5 days, so he could get a dual class inside and come back, and the protagonist, sighing in relief, said that he was very happy. He then made a plan in his head for the trip, that he first had to visit the Seraphim's mansion, then the Serbian laboratory, then the craft tower, and finally come to the greater demon again, and thought that it seemed like he had done everything related to him, and if he just went to the Serbian laboratory within 3 days, he would have nothing more to do. Suddenly, Ian remembered something and shuddered sharply. Jumping up from his seat, the boy thought that he forgot about the slave market. After all, they should also look there. Getting up from his chair, the protagonist reasoned that he really didn't know what role slaves could play in the demon world, but it was better than nothing. Immediately after that, Yang, looking at Seraphim sitting in front of him, said that he had something to ask for the last time, and Seraphim asked him to speak. Taking out some paper from his inventory, the boy stated that he would like to get some information about the slave market in the main square of the City of Wrath. Hearing this, the higher demon looked away in surprise. Looking at the protagonist, who was puzzled, holding a piece of paper in his hand, Seraphim asked where he got it from. Yang was very surprised by this question and asked again what he was talking about, and the higher demon, slightly opening his mouth, asked what was he really deaf. With a look full of rage, Seraphim asked again where he got it from. Not understanding anything, the boy with a frightened face wondered what he should do now. Turning back with great anger, the protagonist did not understand how this impudent man could sleep so peacefully in such a situation, and told him to quickly wake up. Then we see how the blonde guy, leaning on his hand, clenched into a fist, looks forward in surprise. Ian stood with an outstretched hand, in which he held a piece of paper, and then the guy asked where the protagonist got it from. The blonde guy continued, leaning on his hand, opened his mouth and calmly repeated his question. After the guy, leaning on his hand, tilted his head, once again asked where Ian got the item from, angrily enveloping him with his threatening aura. Ian, with a frightened face, continued to hold the piece of paper in his hand, while his comrade slept on the chair. He was lost in thought, did not understand what was wrong, and he also did not understand what he should do. He turned around in fear and looked at his sleeping comrade, while the guy opposite him was piercing him with his gaze, enveloping everything with his red ore. Ian did not understand how this impudent guy could sleep so calmly without a back leg in such a situation, after which he asked him to wake up at that very second. The blonde guy tilted his head and moved his hand to the side. He did not understand what was happening in this room. Then he raised his palm forward in front of Iana, who was standing, did not understand what was happening, after which he laughed and with a smile asked for forgiveness, because he was momentarily distracted by what Ian had in his hand, because it was one of the amazing things, but Ian did not understand what was amazing about it, because it was just an ordinary contract. The guy, sitting behind a chair, stretched forward and with a smile said something that the protagonist did not understand at all about this thing. Then in front of us there appeared many cages in which demons and monsters were kept, and a man in a dark cape with a dark face stood and looked at them. The fair-haired guy told that one of the people owned a slave market in the city, and he also announced that he would be able to open the lowest level of the slave market, which was only allowed by the demon lord, and 1 time per year for anyone who could enter into a slave contract. The fair-haired guy continued to tell all this information with a calm face, looking at Ian's surprised face. He said that this was the place that was usually open only to demon lords, and after all, lords were the same people who were higher than nobles, and also for them all this was open for half a day. He also said that in this place they sold slaves, which were so rare that even he could not afford them. Ian was stunned by this information and began to ask what kind of slave contract it was. The protagonist clutched the contract in his hand and looked at it, lost in thought. He realized that this was a great opportunity for him, because at the same time he thought that this would be the beginning of an unpleasant mess for him. The blonde guy extended his hand to the standing Ian, who was holding a piece of paper, and said that he would tell him the answers to all his questions. And although the slave contract itself could not be of great value, however, there was one important thing that should be taken into account. He raised his hand and showed 3 fingers. He explained that they were very rare, and this was an item that was produced in only 3 copies per year in the entire demon world. Ian looked ahead in surprise and was stunned to realize that the thing in his hand was a certain very rare. And with such a level of scarcity of values, even unremarkable goods greatly increase their value. The blonde boy smiled and brought his hand to his face and covered it. He explained that even after all this, his value as a slave contract was too great that he couldn't imagine. He then asked why on earth the demon would do something like that for him, and the boy just laughed and said that there was a good reason for it. Ian was dumbfounded and stared ahead with his face and mouth open, when he realized that the demon was a rich father with a beautiful daughter. We are then brought to the southernmost part of the demon world, zone number 100, and we watch a bright cluster of energy that illuminated everything around and shot out red lightning. The sphere began to heat up and the larger one began to glow. We then watch as a girl tripped and rolled on the ground, and red lightning was heard from behind her. We then watch as someone reached out to the fallen girl with his hand. As she walked, she realized that he was actually quite strong. The guy in the cape grabbed the girl, whose face was dissatisfied, and helped her up. She assumed that her friend was dissatisfied that she was able to return alive, that he laughed and said that it was not so at all. He looked towards the table next to the girl at the bright sphere of powerful energy and decided to tell her what really happened here. The red-haired girl with a calm face began to open the jar and suggested that for some time it would be very difficult for them to get into the 90 zone, because it was a bigger headache than she thought, and the portal that entered the 2-digit zone was a little different from all those that they had used at the moment. Then a picture appears in front of us with a detailed description of how the portal worked. 3 people were standing near the open blue portal, which led to an unknown place, because they are all created so that several people can pass through it at the same time. Then after the people passed, they lined up on 3 paths, and no matter how many people entered the portal, they will meet each monster for themselves, which they will have to defeat, because they will all be in different rooms. Then in front of us is shown how the girl knight stood in front of a fierce demonic monster, and everything around was in its terrible demonic green energy, because in these rooms for testing, demonic beasts of the heroic level were waiting. The red-haired girl brought the bottle to her mouth and began to drink water, and the guy at that time, spreading his arms to the sides, began to ask questions, was able to catch the one she was hunting. The girl explained that if she could cope with her task, she would not have returned here. That is why they needed to move 99 in the zone. The guy, hearing this, was scared and said that the monster was alive. That is why, despite everything, the demonic beast was able to defeat his mistress, and that is why he was so dangerous. The red-haired girl looked at her stunned comrades and explained that he almost killed her, but when her health dropped below 10%, she automatically flew out of there, also explained that it was her. And also all of this was merciless, because she was beaten due to a slight difference in strength, and in the end, she could not even reduce the health of that very enemy by half. She said with a completely confident, unwavering face that they will stop trying to break through to the double-digit zone for now, and they can also return to Rusty City and reorganize their forces. The red-haired girl watched as the guy turned around with his comrades and accepted her order. Then we see how the sphere continued to glow and perform all its energy. The great warrior with a calm face looked forward, immersed in thought. She decided to try after she has 200 levels, she will fly to that very battle again. She continued to stand and look at the bright portal that was beating a lot of lightning. She understood that level 200 would not be enough for her, only if she did not have extra abilities in her arsenal. Then we are transferred to another place and see how Ian put his hand to his eye in surprise and looked at everything he saw. A blonde guy with a calm face walked forward. The protagonist understood that he had to try after he could get his dual class. The guy in the suit walked forward and with a smile told the protagonist that the daughter of that same demon Sasha was still a normal level demon. She did not pose any danger. Then we see how Ian, putting his hand to his chin, listened with interest to everything his comrade said. The demon girl kept her hands in a lock and stood in front of another demon. Told what this girl wanted to receive as a gift for her 20th birthday, her one slave, who she would like. Ian winked with a smile and put his hand behind his head. He realized that as a birthday present for his daughter, he needed a slave contract, and that was why it was so valuable. The blonde guy turned to Ian, holding his hand behind his head, and winked at him. He asked the protagonist if he didn't get a huge boost from signing that very Arab contract. Then the protagonist's comrade walked up to the door and stretched his hand out to the side, looking at him. He then offered him to enter the happy domain of the contract, and he also asked to let them tell him some important points when choosing their one slave. Ian and his comrade entered the building and walked forward on a bright red carpet that parted until the end of the corridor, and then they were greeted. Then a small red mustachioed demon appears in front of us, behind which was a trident, and he himself levitated in the air with a flying eye next to him. He greeted his friends and also introduced himself. He was the owner of the slave market. Ian's comrade extended his hand forward, while the protagonist stood and looked at the owner of the slave market, while he looked at our heroes with a smile, putting his hand to his chin. The fair-haired guy told the demon that it was his acquaintance, who was going to visit the slave market for the first time, and also he was recently mentioned there. Ian, smiling, listened to everything that the red demon said, who was flying in the air and voicing his thoughts out loud. He assumed that the protagonist would come as a high-level demon, and he was only a half-demon, especially not a summoner. Then the head of the slave market, smiling, began to laugh because he noticed that the protagonist was a rather special guest, to which Ian, smiling, holding his hand behind his head, said that at least to talk about one thing. A second later, he extended his hand forward with a piece of paper, which was a slave contract. The red demon took the glowing piece of paper in his hands and said with a smile that it was a very good offer and he knew what it was. He also said that he was very curious about how the protagonist could get his hands on such a precious thing, although he did not care at all. The demon shook the contract in the hands of the leader in the air while Ian looked at his blonde comrade. The head of the market said that the deal was completed and also asked to follow him because he was going to show him the lowest floor. We then watch as Ian walked down the steps, immersed in the meeting, watching the red demon. He remembered and understood what his comrade said about it. Ian and the head of the market reached the end, and the protagonist stood in surprise and looked forward. The demon, levitating in the air, put his hand to the side and said that this was the lowest floor of the slave market of the City of Rage, which was here. The protagonist stood at this moment and looked ahead. As a huge staircase twisted, there were many iron cages in the surrounding area, in which slaves were imprisoned. The demon flew forward, while Ian followed him and looked at everything. The head of the market said that once the protagonist entered here, he would also only be able to sign a contract for one slave, and the time limit was half a day. Either he did not sign the contract during this time, or he would be automatically transferred to the first floor as soon as he could sign the contract. Then Ian looked at the demon, who was giving off a bright red bloodthirsty aura, and then said that he hoped that the protagonist could find a slave higher than the hero's level. The protagonist calmly looked ahead and said that this was a great deal, and he decided to look around. The protagonist walked down the lacy staircase, lost in his thoughts. He remembered that according to his comrade, the information about the slaves would be mostly hidden. He continued walking forward, remembering what the blonde guy told him, and remembered how he told him that the most important information was the class of the demon slave, and it could not be verified until the contract was fully sealed. The protagonist stopped and continued to think. He realized that he had 3 types of slaves that his comrade recommended to him. He looked forward in surprise and froze. He passed by a cage, through the glass of which he saw a huge blonde girl who was chained, and just above was a blue demon who emitted a terrifying aura. He again immersed himself in his thoughts and realized that the moon elves and dark phantoms, as well as Kerrigan, were all races that were best for him to choose. After which we see the blonde guy turn around and say that usually those who want to buy a slave would only focus on its ability, and also not forgetting that those who thought that they would be useful as a force in battle in this way were very blatantly mistaken, because it was a very stupid thing to think. Yang confirmed all his words with an uncertain face, and it was also said that using slaves as a general fighting force was the best option. Yang then stretched out his legs with a satisfied smile, imagining his green demon slave sending him away. And then his comrade added that no matter how good the box's fighting skills were, he would never be able to defeat a high-ranking demon in a real fight. After which we see Yang with a stunned face watching his green slave being trampled by another high-ranking demon, because it was truly a waste of slaves. The fair-haired guy stopped and with his eyes closed and a smile told our protagonist that when choosing a slave, it was necessary to pay attention not to his characteristics and other strength abilities, but to his unique slave ability. Ian stood near the closed glass chamber and, raising his hand to his chin, plunged into thought. He realized that this is why his comrade recommended him 3 times with excellent unique abilities, because one of them was a moon elf. Then a girl with light hair and dark skin appears in front of us. Her face was calm, and she did nothing. Ian understood that for him it was also important how the possibility of racial specialization was related to the unique ability of his slave. Then a system message appears in front of us where there was an information table. The level of this slave was 105, a unique ability of rank A, and it was also said that she was a night fairy who received the energy of the moon and had a noble effect on her companions. Then we see the same moon elf stretching her arms forward, fluttering her hair, and rays of sunlight coming from her hands. Below understood that species specific meant that the unique ability was with its associated race, and racial specialization meant that it was a unique ability that activated at a full 2 levels of power when used by the race associated with the unique ability. Then a system message appeared in front of us where it was written that the unique ability was rank A and the unique ability for the species was unknown. The protagonist understood that racial specialization only made sense when the race specification was specified as a prerequisite, and if this slave was a moon elf, then he definitely had unique abilities that were not related to his race, and the effect would not be applied to him even if there was a racial specialization, but this did not suit the protagonist. After which Ian went forward, passing the moon elf, and realized that she belonged to the beauty of the moon elves, but there were no racial specialization options in her unique abilities, which is why she was not suitable for his slave. The Ian approached another cell and with a grumpy face and an outstretched hand immediately said that this drop was definitely not suitable for him, and behind the cage was a cheerful smiling demon who looked like a ball. Then the protagonist ran away in horror from various animals, whose gaze was full of rage. 5 did not suit him either. After which Ian with a shocked face grabbed his head and shouted that no one suited him. Then he went forward and looked up with a smile. Immersed in his thoughts, he realized that he did not have much time, and that is why he had very little left. He is sure that he will find the best slave for his purposes, and then he stopped, and his gaze caught on one of the slaves. He stopped in front of a huge cage, in which there was an incredibly large rat, from which ominous energy emanated. Ian with an old woman stopped and continued to think. He realized that this slave was a dark phantom. Then he turned his head to the side and saw a bearded man who shouted that this was his slave. Ian looked at the dark-haired guy in surprise and asked if he knew any information about this slave. Then we are transported to the southeast of the city of Rage, and we see a beautiful starry sky, and there were many houses ahead. After which we see how inside the building, a red-haired girl, spreading her arms in front of a crowd of people, said what everyone understood for themselves, that this guild quest was an unprecedented opportunity for their guild titan. She confidently clenched her hand into a fist and said that they would be the ones who successfully completed the guild quest, and they only needed 20 guild members in order for them to enter this city of Wrath. The warriors, hearing such a motivational speech, were overjoyed and supported everything said. The girl also added that they could not lose this opportunity in any way, and now was the best time. Then the red-haired girl raised her sword forward and said with a smile that they need to get rid of the shameful reputation of the second guild, because this is their chance to become the #1 guild. The lady continued to motivate many people with the sword in her hand, and the people, listening to all this, rejoiced with their hands raised and shouted the name of their guild. The red-haired girl with full confidence smiled and stretched out her hand forward and said that as soon as they can finish the reorganization, this quest will immediately end for them. After that, we are transported to another place, and we see how Ian with a stone face watched as the black-haired guy screamed and shouted that this simply cannot be. His eyes were wary and he could not believe that such a creature existed in the world. Then in front of us appears a beautiful cute blue dragon, who was holding his hands on his small belly. The guy said that he had never seen such a cute dragon. Ian saw this whole scene with a dumbfounded face, grabbed his hair with his hands. He couldn't believe that his comrade could be attracted to such a thing. Ian stood there with a ridiculous face, looking at the dissatisfied face of the dragon, while his comrade admired him. looking at him through the glass chamber. The protagonist couldn't understand that it was really a dragon, although it was too fat for that, after he assumed that it was just a lizard with wings. The protagonist, with him a critical face, pointed his finger to the side and asked his comrade if he really was once that fat when he was young. Something said that plumpness was a standard attribute of dragon beauty, although he can't be a god for dragons. Then Ian's comrade smiled and with a satisfied face said that this dragon was terribly cute. Then the protagonist went to another chamber and leaned his hands on it. Lost in thought, he thought that this demon in many ways resembled the characteristics of him. Ian looked forward with a shocked face. He couldn't believe that he actually had such characteristics. Then a system message was shown in front of us, where the information tables were shown. The level of this demon was 145. The blue dragon stood and looked forward with a pouting face, and also he was an ancient race that was now forgotten, and there were theories that they were originally a race of dark phantoms, and other people thought that they were the ancestors of the Kargan race, but no one knew the whole truth. His head was big, his body was small, which turned out that they simply did not grow. But for everyone it was a huge surprise that he put in at least 3,000 years, and the most hated him when he was called cute. Ian, drooling, with shocked eyes, stretched out his hands in front of the system message and could not believe his eyes, because the intelligence of this slave was 7812, and he could not just believe it. After which Ian grabbed his hand with a ridiculous face. While his comrade was watching this whole picture, the protagonist did not understand what to do. For him it was a devilish temptation. After which he continued to stand, putting his hand on the train, and looked at this very dragon. He began to think and realized that he needed to concentrate and make a decision with a cold and thoughtful head. Because, as his comrade said, if he did not have useful skills in combat, then he simply would not have any effects. A second later, Ian's face changed. He was shocked. Look at the system messages where his characteristics were shown. The protagonist realized that his characteristics window was very strange, and his intelligence was pumped up more than 3 times, which exceeded the level of his life force, because he had never seen anything like this before and did not understand what kind of creature he was. After Yan's pet bit the dragon on the cheek, the protagonist realized that, oddly enough, with level 145, he had less than 10,000 life force points. Although it was enough to just hit him, he would die immediately. The protagonist folded his hands in front of himself and began to think about what to do. After all, he was intelligent, but there was no point in this if he had no other specifications at all. He decided to talk to himself honestly and realized that signing a contract with him was very risky. The protagonist put his hand on the glass while the dragon watched all this with a smile. Yan's comrade stood with a calm face and watched as the protagonist asked if he wanted him to sign the contract. The bearded man put his hand on his chest with a smile and said that he recently learned a new word and it was difficult for him to understand all this before. But now, seeing the state our hero was in, he realized that he had already decided everything in advance. We then see how Ian put his hands on the glass and with a satisfied face wanted to get this slave, because the answer was already most definite, and he just wanted to hear permission from him. The protagonist's comrade spread his arms out to the sides and said that he has the right to choose what he wants, and Ian at this time asked for forgiveness for this whole situation. After which the protagonist extended his hand forward, while his comrade looked forward with satisfaction. Folding his hands in front of him, they decided to greet their new colleague. Then we are transferred to another place, and we see how the archer pulled the bowstring to attack a huge monster, which was accumulating energy in its mouth to release a bright beam. Many warriors were on the ground at the same time and stood in battle readiness to defeat their enemy. Then the guy in the hood extended his hand in front of himself, noticed something was wrong, while a shockwave was rapidly approaching him. At this time, Max saw the whole situation with fear, started shouting to his brother that it was a universal analog, and he in turn accepted his information with a confident face. Then the warrior gets into a fighting stance and uses his dragon flame order and strikes the fierce wolf. Then a system message appears in front of us where it was said that the summoner's order was used and also the dragon flame was ready. The huge demon, seeing this whole situation, ran forward with a scared and sweaty face, and also the system message said that the gatekeepers went into a state of silence for 10 seconds and fear for 3 seconds. The guy in the hood got into a fighting stance and held a staff in his hands. He used his power and sent one time at a time forward. The demons at this time stood in front of him and were ready. Then the warriors started to attack the green demon a lot, causing him to make a face. Many warriors, looking at this whole situation, started to rejoice and nail down the parts because it was really a great job and they would really be able to catch him. Then we see how the life force level above the demon's head was rapidly decreasing. The red-haired guy in the hoodie with a smile, looking at this whole situation, was lost in thought. He wondered if they would be able to raise the level if they could catch one more monster, and also if he could only raise one level, then it would be 180. Then he raised his staff forward and began to concentrate the dark energy that filled everything in the area. He understood that if this continued, then he would be able to get one more ability in his combat arsenal. Then he released several dark bolts of magical energy at the demon while the other warriors tried to attack him. The demo changed at that moment. Smiling, he put his hand forward in front of the people on horses. He said that he would only need 1 day. Then he stretched his hand forward to grab the red-haired guy. But then a bright red sphere appeared, which with its blinding light began to blind the demon, and he in turn stretched his hand in front of himself to at least see something. The red-haired guy, holding a staff in his hands, looked up and realized that this was the end, and if he could deftly dodge, then the battle would be over for him. The blonde warrior stretched his hand in front of himself with a smile and understood what was required of him. Then a huge ferocious animal appeared in front of us, which was ready to attack. The summoner warrior stretched his hand forward and summoned that very monster. The red dragon flew forward with a serious face to attack the green demon, who stretched his hand up. Then he stretched his finger forward and fired a powerful bright beam from his finger. The dragon at this time continued to fly to its target, and the guy in the hood held his staff. He understood that this was what he was aiming for. Then he stretched his hand forward and began to concentrate in front of him a lot of magical dark energy that was nearby. He used the spell Revenge of Dead Souls, and then in front of the demon, who was shooting a fiery beam from his finger, particles of dark energy began to appear, which blocked all this. Dark energy began to fill the space more, while the demon exterminated everything with his fiery beam. Then a powerful bright wave covered the ferocious monster, because this was the last attack with which they could catch him, after which the demon fell to the floor and stopped moving. The red-haired guy stood and smiled, pleased with himself, and he also covered his face with his hand while the defeated enemy ran behind him, after which a bright fiery portal appears in front of us. The warriors stood and watched as the green monster they had just defeated was being sucked into that very portal, and the path to Zone 109 was open for them. The blonde guy walked up to the mage and smiled as he let him hit his fist. He praised the mage and said that he was truly incredible because he was the strongest dark mage in the universe. After that, the great dark mage looked away and was lost in his thoughts. He understood that some players, including our protagonist, had already reached Zone 100, but he did not understand why Zone 110 still had gatekeepers. But after that, he smiled, and with a confident face, he realized that it did not matter at all. And then they went with a smile and together with their comrades forward into the portal, because their goal was to go their own way and find our protagonist. Then we are transported to another place where there was a huge mansion in the middle of an empty space from which a terrifying energy was leading. Then the doors swung open, after which the system messages appeared in front of us where it was said that the red-haired girl was able to enter the Demon King's Castle of Wrath for the first time, and the guild's reputation reached 150,000 points. The great warrior entered the castle with her comrades with a smile, and the system messages also said that each teammate's personal reputation was increased by 50,000 points, and their resistance was also increased by 0.5%. The girl with stunning eyes and expression looked forward, lost in thought. She was finally able to appear inside this castle for the first time, and they were the one guild that was able to go all the way from start to finish. She clenched her fist with indescribable joy and realized that this continent of the demon world was completely dominated by their guild titan, and no one was stronger than them. Then the red-haired girl walked forward and saw a guy sitting in front of her on a throne who said that he did not give his permission to enter this castle. This place was the office of the Demon King. The red-haired girl extended her hand in front of the demon who was sitting on the throne, and she did not understand what it meant because he refused to do her tasks. The monster with blue horns put his hand in front of his face and said that he would allow her to complete the mission only under his conditions. The girl's expression changed and her teammates were standing behind and watching this whole situation. The demon said that these people had to form a group of 8 people, 1 from each class, in order to complete his task. The great warrior's face twisted. Because she was dissatisfied, she twisted her thoughts and realized that everything was fine, and they were successfully progressing on their task, but everything was changing the unpleasant conditions that they had to adhere to. The demon with a calm face leaned on his clenched fist and watched. The red-haired girl continued to think and realized that the reward for completing the Demon King's quest allowed them to register member guilds in the guild management office of the City of Rage itself. Then a picture of people walking and receiving rewards for completing quests appears in front of us. The red-haired girl realized that if they could register as a full-fledged guild in the city, they would be able to receive many rewards for completing this quest, because at first glance it was too easy. The great warrior stood with her hand on her belt and looked at the castle disappearing into the purple dark sky, and under her feet at this time was a purple circle of mana on which she stood. She understood that the fee for using the city shops was significantly reduced, and the positive effects that she could get in the temple and the demon world of Blanc in the very central square, and these were the very gates that they would stand next to as soon as they were available. The great warrior closed her eyes and put her hand on her chest. She continued to think about it and realized that she couldn't believe that this whole quest had conditions. She said that they would come back next time once the conditions were all met and completed. We then watch as she and her warriors walked out of the castle, and then she said that there were assassins in the guild, and there was also a level 160 black wizard, and the two could somehow be transported to the demon world, but they had a small problem. The blonde guy held his hand out and said that the problem was the summoners, because only a level 140 user had the highest level summoners in their guild. The red-haired girl looked at that same guy and said that they couldn't even get a level 140 user, and so as the Demon King said, it would be impossible for even a mediocre user to pass the test. After which she raised her head up and put her hand on her forehead with a sad face. She did not understand how all this could be real, and also did not know where she could find such a powerful summoner. Then we watch as our protagonist grabbed his head with a ridiculous face because he was unable to choose the one he was supposed to. The protagonist grabbed his head, saying that he chose the wrong one. He looked at his pet, adding that who would have thought that this guy would be at such a low level. Looking at the dragon, he thought that if you look at the specifications of the hidden unique abilities, it is not that low. He watched his pet having fun among the monsters, thinking that, first of all, the skill Descendants of Darkness, which is a unique ability of this race. He is immune to all attacks except attacks involving light, but takes 50 times more damage from such attacks. He imagined opening the curtain and his pet screaming in shock. Then he thought that it seemed like he was dying when he saw the light and another unique ability. He looked menacingly in front of him and saw the dragon breathing out fire, thinking that it was a good ability, but only he had it. He smiled widely and thought that the ability was Greedy Demon Dreamer. He remembered lying on the bed, looking at his new pet, thinking that when he sleeps, an image appeared in his head when he was sitting by the fire, and it ran up to him, thinking that he was bringing rare items from his dreams. Smiling widely, he looked ahead, shouting that when he was going to sleep. The dragon raised its head, answering that it did not know how to sleep, his people did not sleep, he had not slept for 3,000 years. The protagonist grabbed his head, looking ahead dumbfounded. He thought what to do, since he was not sleeping. It was 100% deception that he chose him on a whim. Disappointedly lowering his head, he thought that there was only one thing he was good for. The girl's cheeks turned red, and she, clasping her hands, said that with such a big belly he was incredibly cute. Standing next to her, the guy lowered his gaze, adding that every time he moves his wings and his belly goes back and forth. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that he is also attracted to it. The protagonist, disappointed, lowered his head, adding that this is really his headache, however, despite the low level. After which he smiled, saying that his cuteness is useful. He imagined his allies in his head, saying that from now on they are going to the Siberian Institute. The one who makes the greatest contribution on the way there will receive exclusive rights to this pet. The eyes of his allies immediately lit up, and they looked menacingly in front of them. Yang watches his friends fight, said that he heard that dog poop can be used in medicine, but it kills the effect of the new life force. The dragon, looking up with displeasure, said that he is really cute, he hates it. The protagonist folded his arms and replied that this was the behavior of a cutie. We were transported to an elf who, looking ahead, said that she had seen such a monster before. Ian, approaching him, replied that he had not seen him for a long time, but he greeted his pet, not him. The elf, spreading his arms, replied that he thought they would arrive in a month, but this was amazing. In any case, now that they were here, they should move on to dual class. Ian, frowning, replied that this was great, thinking that it had finally happened. Then the protagonist looked ahead in surprise when the elf replied that he was sorry. He spread his arms, adding that he did not know that he would return so soon, and the lab was in the process of being prepared. He still needed some time. Ian lowered his head and, smiling, asked how long it would take. The elf replied that he did not know. At most he would need another week. The protagonist asked if there was anything they could help him with. He put his hand on his chest, adding that he should address calmly. The elf, putting his hands on his belt, replied that he was very impatient. We are carried to the house. The knight is lying powerlessly on the ground. The guy raises his head and asks that this is impossible. His comrade answers that since he has said this for the third time. The girl raises her fist, looking ahead with displeasure, and then shouts that she thinks, and they just need to try a little more. Looking at the depressed comrades, she added that why don't they just burst out? Their skills are insufficient. The karma of neglecting the recruitment of new clans returned. Disappointed, looking to the side, she asked if there was any way. And her comrade, looking back, thought that the master must already know the answer. The correct answer is to get participants for the quest who are not members of the guild. But this is not easy from the master's point of view. He clenched his fist, thinking that he couldn't imagine sharing the honor of completing a hard-earned rare quest for the first time with other guild users. Then suddenly the girl raised her hand, shouting that if they tried a little more, they would definitely be able to understand everything. They needed to apply force. The guild members looked at her with displeasure, and the guy, exhaling heavily, said that it was still very difficult. The girl, looking at him, replied that they could not invite other guilds. The guy, moving his hand to the side, replied that he would be happy to, but can't they see that they can't handle it? One of the guild members, sitting on the floor, said that the guild members had reached their limits. His comrade replied that they needed a solution. The girl, looking menacingly in front of her, said that then they would do the following: they need to recruit new ranker class users who are not in the guild, and then they will continue. After which she extended her hand to her comrade, asking if they should do so. The guy, frowning, clenched his fist, shouting that he had just come up with a cool idea. Yesterday he heard some interesting news from guild sources. He imagined a black mage in his head and, smiling, said that the gatekeeper of Zone 110 was killed. They say that the warlock user who managed to kill him is currently not a member of any guild. The girl, smiling, turned around, shouted that this is true, and why are they sitting then? They need to get him. We are transferred to the elf. He grabs his head, saying that he really knows how to surprise. A large bag appears in front of him. The protagonist, trying to catch his breath, lowers his head along with his comrades, saying that they caught everyone. A system message appeared that the collection of feathers 70 is complete. He has collected all the quest items. The elf, looking ahead in surprise, asks if he is okay, to which the protagonist replies that compared to this, the preparation will be faster now. His comrade opened the system window, then he did an excellent job. Several system messages appeared in front of the protagonist. The elf, smiling, stretched out his hand, asked if Yan wanted to learn the magic of handling demonic beasts. The protagonist, smiling, looked menacingly ahead, answered that it was not in vain that he came all this way here. He was changing classes. A strong energy appeared around him, and Yan looked at his hands in surprise. He was informed that he agreed to the change and he successfully became a demonic beast magician. He was the first to manage to get a dual class. In a week the level of proficiency in all dual class skills will increase by 1.5 times. The protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, saw several more system messages that he earned 200,000 reputation, acquired the item Egg of an unknown demonic beast. A huge pillar of light fell from the sky. The elf looked ahead in surprise. The wolf and the girl opened their eyes wide. The protagonist, smiling, held green energy in his hands. A system message appeared in front of him that he had successfully advanced to dual class for the first time. Someone's staff fell to the floor. The girl looked ahead in fear, asking what had happened so quickly. She grabbed her head, shouting that it was him again. The elf approached Ian and, grabbing him by the shoulder, said that he congratulated him. He was the first one who was able to achieve dual class. He replied that he was grateful and he was really happy. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. The elf, frightened, looking ahead, shouted that how was this possible, and the protagonist, rubbing his eyes, was covered in a blue aura, answering that everything was fine. He was very sleepy. His animals looked ahead with relief. A system message appeared that he had logged off the network. His pets began to rejoice when another system message appeared with the protagonist's words that he apologized. There were still 5 hours of hunting, and then they should come back and rest. Suddenly, everyone began to run in different directions. The man shouted that the owner was bad. He hated him. The wolf, smiling widely, ran forward. Someone shouted that it seemed that he met the owner very well. The dragon, looking at the wolf, said that he was a bit strange, to which the man replied that he completely agreed. The turtle sat on the floor, looking ahead. She frowned, thinking that, as he thought, they could not return, and the owner was incredibly scary. He made them work even when he was not here. Falling to the floor, he added that he could not even help if he went out there. Smiling, he introduced his friends, thinking that if he ate a lot of herbs to become stronger, he would become better than that bald-headed man. After which he imagined the protagonist in his head, thinking that he would return to his owner stronger. We are transported to a room. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, yawns and says that he has not slept so well in a long time. Looking out the window, he adds that the weather is incredibly warm and the world is beautiful. Smiling widely, he walks around the room. They say that on days like this, it is good to sleep well and fully recharge your batteries. Then his cheeks turn red and he lies down in the capsule, saying that he needs to play. He is going to return to the game right now. A dual class is waiting for him. We are transported to the game. The protagonist's pets are exhausted, lying on the ground. The man says that he can no longer fight. Ian looks ahead with a smile, asking if he was too cruel. The guy answered that he himself knows the answer. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that everyone should get a good rest before the next hunt, and then thought about how if they continued to work without rest, their cohesion would decrease. An elf approached him from behind, saying that he had returned. He extended his hand, asking that they needed to look at his class information. Young turned around, grinning widely, and shouted that of course he had worked so hard to obtain it, to which the elf replied that that was right, a hidden class demonic summoner. A huge system message appeared in front of him, with his new stats and abilities. The elf extended his hand, saying that just as a summoner like him needed leadership to summon, he also needed an ability related to work called demonic energy. He looked ahead in surprise, replying that demonic energy was not an ability that was consumed like mana. It seemed to be for finding a common language with demonic beasts, this version of the communication stat in the demon world. A system message of his abilities appeared in front of him, and he wondered if he still needed the agility stat. Then he looked ahead in disappointment, thinking that his hands were growing in the wrong place. Did he really have no choice but to overcome this with hard work? He imagined a blue sphere in his mind, thinking that the concentration skill was a skill that could reset the reuse time of all unique summoner abilities. Instead of disabling them for 30 seconds, it was a big risk for this skill that would be very helpful in battle. The protagonist looked away in surprise, and the elf said that the demonic beast transformation art was the core of the demonic beast transformation master class. He imagined the protagonist and his pets being surrounded by auras in his mind, saying that in essence, demonic beast transformation was a skill that created a stronger demonic beast by combining the main one, which would be the main body, with one or more beasts that would be used as materials. He then imagined a griffin combined with a wolf, adding that if he failed, the demonic beasts that became materials would disappear, but the main beast would not disappear. The elf raised his hand, saying that he would need to quickly improve his transformation skills. Even low-level magic could not be trained properly if their skill level was low. That even if he failed, wouldn't he have to continue training high-class demonic beasts to make his skill grow faster? The elf frowned and turned his head, saying that if the transformation failed, the skill level would not increase at the beginning. It would be more profitable to continue training low-grade demonic beasts. Yang lowered his eyes and thought that he would have no use for the advanced demonic beast he caught last time. The elf stretched out his hand and smiled and said that although becoming a magic caster is not easy, one can only become outstanding through endless patience and effort. So he needs an exploratory spirit. When it comes to fusing demonic beasts, the type of beasts he combines is an important factor. Endless research is necessary. The protagonist smiled widely and thought that research, exploration, and hard work. His eyes sparkled and he continued to think that this class was created specifically for him. What was that sparkle in his eyes? He did not expect such a reaction. The wolf jumped on the huge monster. The protagonist watched him and shouted at him to retreat. One more hit and he would simply die. After which, a golem appeared in front of Ian. The protagonist raised his head at the griffin, shouting for it to attract attention so that the demonic beasts would not get close. The dragon bit the monster. At this time, the protagonist extended his hand, creating a magic circle in front of its jaw. A system message appeared that he managed to catch a low-level demonic beast. Ian looked ahead with a smile, seeing the system message that the dual-class spellcaster skill increased by 0.15%. Raising his hand, he added that they did a great job. Looking at the system messages, he thought that the demonic energy needed to catch a low-level demonic beast was about 500 to 1000. His energy was about 17,000, so he could catch about 25. That was the limit. Looking at his comrades, he raised his hand, saying, "A little bit, and then they will move on." We are transported to the bonfire. The protagonist looks at the system message, thinking that he needs to research the beast summoner. Looking at the captured monsters, he says that if you select a low-level demonic beast as the main body and select a low level in strength as the material, and then add a magic stone as the mutating material. Yang put his finger on the system message, which said that the success rate will increase by 20%. Smiling, he said that this is great. A system message appeared in front of him, saying that the transformation of the demonic beast has begun. A knight approached him, who asked him displeasedly what he was doing, to which Yang, lowering his eyes, said that he should turn on the local broadcast. He was concentrating. The magic power mixed, creating a huge sphere. A huge flying monster appeared in front of the protagonist, and a system message appeared that he had successfully completed the art of changing the demonic beast. A mid-level beast was born. Yan's cheeks turned red. He clenched his fists, shouting that he had appeared. He was informed that the skill had increased by 1%, and he had successfully transformed the beast for the first time. His reputation had increased by 100,000. The skill of transforming the demonic beast had increased by another 10%. The protagonist smiled and looked ahead, telling the knight to be ready because the time had come. Turning around, he asked why he was confused. It was time for hard work. Yan stretched out his hand towards the monster, surrounding it with a blue aura, thinking that hard work never hurt. In the real world, studying English for 2 hours does not improve English much, but in the game, hard work pays off with honest results. His comrades glared at the enemy, and Yan thought that he still had to catch a few monsters of today. He is the master of the demonic beasts. After which he raised his in his hands, and then, covering his face, he pulled out one of them, shouting that the demonic beasts are all his. Looking at his comrades who were lying on the ground, he said that this is great, now they have a little rest. He extended his hand, creating a purple aura using beast transformation. Several strong monsters appeared in front of him and a system message appeared, which said that the art of demonic beast transformation was successfully completed. He failed in the art. The system message broke into 2, and he was told that in reality, the main monster is reduced by 5, the additional ingredient has disappeared. The protagonist turned pale, thinking about the fact that after 10 attempts, he managed to successfully upgrade a demonic beast to a high level only 5 times. The success rate is a little lower than he thought, but if he works hard until the end of the day, he will be able to raise it to level 1. A knight approached Ian from behind, and the protagonist turned around in surprise, asking why he was calling him. The guy approached menacingly, saying that even if it was hard work, where were they going now? Ian replied that if they continued hunting like this, they would return to the City of Rage. The knight looked ahead for a few seconds, and the protagonist said that they had a new family member that needed to be brought into the house. Covering his face, he laughed, thinking about how he would now have a boss, and he couldn't wait to see what expression he would have then. A girl approached the knight, asking where they were going. The guy replied that they were returning to the City of Rage. We are being transported to a huge City of Rage. The mage, looking ahead with a smile, asked that this was the legendary city. The guy behind him replied that they would finally not be able to truly enjoy the continent of the demon dimension. They stopped, and he continued to say that he had been told that he needed to complete a quest from the Public Peace Corps to get into the city. The mage replied that someone had posted it on a forum like the Titan Guild. We were transported to a knight sitting on a chair. Suddenly a guy ran up to him and pointed to the side, saying that the dark mage he had been looking for had come to see them. The knight smiled and replied that that was great. They needed to prepare the guests for the meeting. Suddenly Mac looked ahead in surprise, seeing a system message addressing him. He turned pale, screaming in fear. The knight wrote to him that he thinks that right now he is near the City of Rage, and the Titan Guild will help him with the party quest, as he proposed. The magician ran forward, shouting that they need to quickly enter the city. His comrade asked why he ran like that. Turning around, the guy shouted that they can now go through the gate. His friend added after him, "What is he doing? We are transferred to the gates of the City of Rage." The protagonist looks ahead with a smile. Ian approached the guy, saying that he returned, having received a double class. He replied that he exceeded his expectations. The protagonist, looking at the smiling face of the guy, added that this is how everything went with their comrade. He was freed from the Tower of Punishment. He replied that, of course, he took everything into his own hands. The protagonist, clenching his fist, replied that he was very grateful to him. Then the guy said that if it were not for him, he would not have been able to free him. He waved his hand and added that since he had solved the problem that was the crime, it was easy to free him. The protagonist looked ahead and shouted that he was still grateful, and where was he now? The boy replied that of course he was waiting for him. Ian sighed in delight, thinking that he was a high-level demon. Wasn't it time to get him another subordinate with excellent characteristics? Walking along the path, he frowned, thinking that no, he didn't have time to be distracted. He needed to focus on the quest to deliver the letter. He couldn't forget about it. He then walked up to the tavern. Raising his head, he asked what was here. Entering, he looked around, saying that this tavern was bigger than it looked from the outside. The protagonist imagined a giant monster in his head, thinking that if he thought about it, wasn't it colossally huge? Even if this place was wide, it didn't seem wide enough for him to enter. Then Ian stopped abruptly, hearing a voice behind him, saying that he had arrived. The protagonist turned around, wondering if he was really inside. A muscular man appeared in front of him, saying that he had been waiting for him. We were transported to the dying monster. The girl, looking menacingly ahead, said that she was finally finished here. Someone behind her shouted that she had done a good job. She raised her hand. A system message appeared in front of her, saying that she had successfully completed the task. She had earned 250,000 reputation. The guys, looking at her, shouted that she had worked hard. The girl looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that the honor of being the first to enter the demon world was taken away by the protagonist. A system message appeared in front of her, saying that the qualifications for entering the deep demon pool had been met. She looked at the shining portal, thinking that it was an honor to be the first to enter the deep demon pool, and then she confidently stepped forward, thinking that it belonged to her. We are transported to the protagonist. He turns around in surprise. In front of him stands a giant elf. He raises his hand, saying that thanks to him, he was able to quickly get out and was also able to preserve demonic energy as much as he could. Ian, approaching him, said that he looks completely different. He replied that it was all because someone helped him. He remembered sitting next to the boy as a giant, telling him that when he was released from the punishment tower, his strength was around 45,000. But thanks to the boy giving him a high-quality demonic herb, he was able to replenish his energy by 50,000. He remembered how his body quickly shrank, continuing to say that as the vessel inside him became more and more capable of containing the demonic energy that was overflowing inside him. His inner and outer appearance also underwent a complete transformation, becoming more refined. Smiling, he folded his hands, adding that thanks to this, he was awarded a new title. Of course, in order to become a true Nobel, he still needs to go through the promotion fight. The protagonist replied that it was incredibly cool. Then the guy looked ahead menacingly, saying that not only was he released from the punishment tower, but also thanks to him he was able to get over the obstacle. He was deeply impressed by his strength and was indebted to him. He wanted to become a vassal and help him at every step. After which he knelt down on one knee, adding that he wanted to be with him in the future. A system message appeared in front of Ian that a high-level demon wanted to become his vassal. The protagonist looked at the system message in front of him with a smile, after which he extended his hand to him, thanking him. Taking it, he added that he should serve him from now on. A system message appeared that he accepted the high-level demon as his vassal. Suddenly, many system messages appeared in front of him. He began to turn around in surprise. They said that in order to have additional vassals, he must obtain the title of Duke. Looking ahead in surprise, the protagonist thought that when the vassals are filled, this message also appears. He continued to think with his brows furrowed, that with the level of reputation he had now, even if he was promoted to Archduke straight away, he would still have 10 million reputation points. Yang stretched out his hands to the system windows, thinking that this was not the title that was needed now, and the amount of reputation itself was more useful. A system message appeared in front of him that he had declined the promotion. Looking at his new comrade, he continued to think that the fact that he was able to obtain an incredibly strong vassal was probably due to his incredible reputation, so he would check the information. Yang then smiled and called up the system window. A system message appeared in front of him, describing the abilities and characteristics of his new vassal. Looking ahead in surprise, he thought that indeed both the passive and the buff greatly increased the activation speed of magic, which means it can deal fixed damage with a high probability of damage. It is perfect for fighting strong bosses in defense. Then, folding his arms, he looked to the side menacingly, thinking that the only thing that upsets him. Looking at his comrades, he continued to think that of course he thought that the talent level would be legendary or higher, but this is the level of the hero. Since his level is so high and he is a high level demon, it is not such a big problem. The protagonist, looking at his friends, said that then they will go. He clenched his fist, adding that they are going to the Devil's Castle in Zone 80 of the Demon World. If they get there, they will meet the Demon King. Suddenly, his allies appeared in front of him, shouting what happened. How did this demon become his vassal? Yang smiled and winked, replying that this body was so beautiful that even demons were influenced by it. Since this was a new vassal, they needed to get acquainted. The guy, surprised, extended his hand, and the demon replied that he was counting on them. Was this really the warrior who fought side by side with him in the past? He looked menacingly in front of him for a few seconds. Then, looking at the small blue dragon, he asked how he recruited this guy. Yang looked away in surprise, replied that he knew this useless goat. The dragon immediately began to wave its paws in displeasure, replying that the useless goat was too strict. The protagonist replied that there was something in him besides cuteness. The demon, looking at the dragon, added that he was from the Dark Clan. He replied that finally someone had appeared who recognized this body. Yes, he was a member of the Great Dark Clan. The guy, looking menacingly in front of him, replied that he had heard of him, after which he frowned, adding that he was very cute. He watched as his vassal introduced himself to his friends, saying that if so, did he have any information about the dragon? The guy turned around in surprise. A dragon was flying at him at great speed, and he replied that he did not know much about it, but he read about them in an old book. He heard that they were very cute in appearance, did not sleep, because they belonged to the dark race. The protagonist, raising his hand, replied that there was a problem. Among the abilities that this guy possessed, there was a unique ability called Greedy Demon Dreamer. This is an ability that allows him to obtain rare items in his sleep, but he does not know why it was given to him, who does not sleep. The demon, lowering his head, replied that, of course, it is unusual, but there is a feature, it is not a useless ability. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. The demon, looking at the dragon, replied that when they awaken, they become the Clan of the Night. Since the Clan of the Night can sleep, this ability was also useful. Yan put his hands on his belt, asking how they could awaken him. He replied that he no longer knew. The dragon flew up to them, saying that he also did not know, and Yan, clutching his head, replied that he did not expect this. The protagonist and his party approached the castle, and he said that they first need to think about how to cross the gate from this area. We are transported to the gate of Area 100. In front of it there are two guards. Looking at them, the protagonist says that with the power of a high-level demon, he thinks they can just pass through the gate. The demon, raising his head, replied that, unfortunately, even the devil cannot pass the gate of Area 100. In order to pass, you need to pass a test. Looking at the castle, he asked what kind of test is here. We are transported to an office. The guy, stretching out his hand, says that he wants to say that he must help him with the Demon King's quest. The knight opposite him, stretching out his hand, replied that among the conditions of the quest, there is a part in which they must include users of all classes in the group in turn. The guy lowered his head, thinking that helping is mutually beneficial, but he can also get a hidden quest for free since the Titan Guild helped get into the City of Rage. Then he answered that how long does it take to complete the quest? The knight, putting his hands on the table, answered that one attempt usually lasts about half a day. Even if they fail the quest, they will not die, so let him not worry. The guy looked away, thinking that this is a good offer. First he wants to meet Yanui. We are transferred to the protagonist. He, looking at the mage, says that they are desperately in need of the help of a genius black mage. It's a shame. Despite the fact that they are the second guild in the north, there is not a single user who is as good as him, a genius mage. The guy, smiling broadly, hit himself in the chest with his fist, shouting that he can't do anything. He wasn't wrong, he's very strong, after which Ian thought that it was funny, praised a little, and he was already getting cocky. Looking at the smiling guy, the protagonist added that if he could help them, their guild, he would generously reward them for completing the task, then his reputation would increase. The magician put his hands on the table. Answering that this was great, they helped him with the task of ensuring security, and he would show exactly what he was capable of. Ian replied that then he would share the quest with him. The guy looked at the system message appearing in front of him with a smile. Suddenly he turned pale, thinking that he couldn't believe it. As in the case of the Immortal quest, this quest would not be shared with Ian. The protagonist turned around in surprise, asking what was going on. A system message appeared in front of him that users with established master-slave relations, the quest was automatically shared with the user. Ian, raising his head, said with a smile that now is not the time to calmly read notifications. A huge spiky monster appeared in front of him. Looking down, he thought that indeed, this is quite a difficult opponent, since even the Demon King cannot calmly cross this gate. The monster opened its mouth wide, menacingly looking up, and the protagonist thought that this is a tank-type beast with high defense, like a golem, and its attack power is not at all weak. The dragon swung its leg menacingly. Ian, looking at the huge golem, thought that, moreover, the most unpleasant thing is that it is immune to everything. A system message appeared in front of him that due to the effect of immunity to everything, the golem will not return to the state of stone. Stretching his weapon out in front of him, the protagonist thought he had never seen such power before, and then shouted that the guy was pretty strong, a very strong sandbag. A second later, he pulled out his spear and ordered his allies to attack the enemy. The dragon opened its mouth wide and released a flame that destroyed everything in its path. The wolf scratched the thick skin with its claws, and the knight swung his blade over the beast's head. Then he hit it with all his might, causing a strong flash. Having cut it in half, he stepped aside with a smile, saying that it was not difficult, there was nothing that his sword would not hit. Surprised, he turned around at the cut golem. The masked demon hit the unfinished enemy with all his might. The guy, smiling, turned around, and the demon, waving his hand at him, told him to be careful. The knight, frowning, replied that he couldn't believe that he had stolen his last blow. Ian, putting his hands on his hips, thought that it wasn't his style to subdue an opponent by weakening them with SS, but they still won, so it was okay. Looking at the pile of stones, he added that the next time he met a friend, he would definitely ask him how to train such a golem. The two guards knelt down, and the gate began to open. A strong energy was coming from there. The protagonist, turning around, smiled and said that before the cadetship, the gate to the 100th dimension opened. He and his allies jumped down, shouting that they were going. Green energy enveloped everything, and a system message appeared that he had successfully cleared the gate to the 100th dimension. The transition to the 99th dimension of the demon world, he was the first to pass this gate. He earned 150,000 reputation points. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, clutching his head. Then he looked at the open field in front of him in surprise. Lowering his head, he saw several demons, and a system message appeared in front of him that powerful demonic energy was felt everywhere. Movement was slowed by 5%. The protagonist's cheeks turned red, and he asked what this ideal place was. We are being transferred to the magician. Frowning, he wondered if the hidden quest view was shared with him. Menacingly averting his gaze, he continued to ponder why there was no reaction. He then pictured the protagonist in his head, thinking that given his personality, he wasn't the type to sit still when it came to hidden quests. He then looked ahead in surprise, thinking that this couldn't be happening. He wasn't connected to the game right now. His comrade leaned over to him, asking what he was waiting for. The mage clenched his fist and replied that he was on his side today. He extended his hand to the knight, adding that he needed to think about something. The knight said that it was okay, and he might not be able to answer right away. Looking at the surprised knight, he continued to say that he had one request. He then pointed at his brother, adding that if they didn't have a great summoner, could he join in? The guy looked ahead in displeasure, shouting, why is he suddenly saying this? He replied that the guy's level was low, 150, but his skills were pretty good. The knight lowered his head and thought about what he originally thought of Ian. Well, since he is the owner of a hidden class, and the mage said that he is strong, especially since he has one talent from a hidden class that appeared when they were on the continent of the demon world. The knight stretched out his hands, saying that they are glad to have new comrades, after which he thought that for them, this is a less burdensome Saquon than Ian. The mage clenched his fists, answering that this is great, and his brother, laughing, thanked him. He stretched out his hand to the knight, adding that then he hopes that they will not work together. He replied that he is also waiting for their joint work. We are transferred to the monster. Someone cuts it into 2 parts, after which she pulls out her iron glove, which contains dark energy. A system message appears at the final stage of Breakthrough 17. The girl raises her hand, releasing all her magic. A system message appears in front of her that she has successfully passed the demonic test, after which she clenches her fist, frowning, but does not see the system message that she managed to become a real demon, and she gained 500,000 reputation points. Now the amount of experience gained when defeating demons or monsters increases by 50%. Lowering her head, she said that she finally became a real demon, which surpasses even the half-human half-demon in strength. Now in the demon world there is no one who could keep up with her growth. A message will appear that all combat abilities in the demon world have increased by 20%. Looking at the system messages, she thought that she was a little sorry that the Demon Swordsman class was cancelled. The guild rejection, she read that since the guild Dark Moon that she was a member of belonged to the human race, she would be automatically expelled from it. Her race would become a demon, and the Demon Swordsman class, which is a class of the human race, would be deleted. After which, she exhaled and grabbed her head, saying that it seemed like she was too confident, #1 in the rankings and the guild leader. Imagining the protagonist in her mind, she continued to think that maybe this was why they defeated her back then. She recalled her allies, thinking that moreover, those who could be compared to her kept appearing. Now was not the time to cling to the title of first place in the rankings. She would gain great power over them. After which, she took a step forward, thinking that this was the reason she received a new class. She lowered her eyes to the hot magma. Moving slowly, she thought that she needed to go in this direction. Then she froze, seeing a sword in front of her. Looking at it, she shouted that it was a sealing sword. A system message appeared that she had found the weapon of the Demon King. After which she grabbed the hilt. She was told that if she took out the sealed sword, the magic circle would activate and the demon dragon would awaken. She turned pale, and the system message said that when the demon dragon awakens, the invasion of the demons of destruction into the human world will accelerate by 30 days, and their strength will increase. Lowering her eyes, she said that it was as she heard from that person, it will bring the wave of monsters to the demon world closer, and the level will become higher. She remembered the man in the red suit saying that the human world would still be swallowed up by the demon world. If that happened, the human world would become their only memory. If they pulled out the sword, they would be able to advance further. That was enough for them to become partners. The girl raised the sword above her head, shouting that this was incredibly interesting. A magic seal appeared below her, and a system message said that she had pulled out a sealed sword, after which she shouted that this was excellent and everything had already been decided. Frowning, she clasped it with both hands. She was informed that the demonic dragon seal magic circle was starting to take effect. She had fulfilled all the requirements needed to transform into a battle demon, a mad warrior. The girl watched as the world around her began to collapse. The system message said that the sealing magic circle installed on top of the cliff had been successfully dismantled. A huge yellow eye appeared in front of her, and a system message said that the demonic dragon was awakening from the darkness. We are transported to the protagonist in Area 95, drinking from a bottle. He exhaled, sitting next to his allies, saying that somehow they got from Area 99 to Area 96 in one day. Everyone worked hard, now they need to rest. The wolf placed his paw on the man's hand. Ian, looking at them, thought that these guys looked cheerful despite such a forced march. Maybe they developed stamina because he was too stern. Then the protagonist looked at his vassals, how they watched the little dragon flying. He thought that it was good. He did not intentionally have a positive effect on the well-being of his colleagues. His vassals watched the little dragon with a smile, and the protagonist thought that he had become everyone's favorite. The dragon looked at the protagonist with displeasure, saying that he had just laughed at him. The protagonist, smiling at his friends, thought that cute animals, it reminds him of a turtle. He refused his calls for a long time and let him act at his own discretion. And where is he now? We are transferred to a small turtle. He puts plants in his mouth. They say that he found delicious demonic grass. The turtle lived on a blade of grass. She imagined small creatures in her head with a smile, thinking that they just melt in her mouth. Undoubtedly, this is a high-quality product that has existed for at least 100 years. A system message appeared in front of her that she consumed high-quality demonic grass. Her characteristics are increased. The turtle frowned, thinking that if she consumed demonic herbs for a few more days, she could bring her level to the maximum. Smiling broadly, he thought that over time he would turn into a turtle cooler than usual. After which he closed his eyes, imagining how he turns into a human, thinking that he will become more beautiful than Caesar. Then he looked into the thicket of the forest, thinking that suddenly he thought about the evil master, how he is doing there. Slowly moving forward, he thought that today he wanted to see the evil master and the rest of his friends. We are transferred to the protagonist, who, frowning, asks what can call him a turtle after a long time. The dragon turned to him, asking what kind of pet it is. Yang, putting his hands on his hips, answered that there is one such guy. Looking towards the dragon, he added that this friend, who is a little more useful than him. Then he stretched out his palm and shouted a call. And in front of the turtle there was a system message that the owner is calling him. Does he want to answer the call? The turtle smiled widely, saying that, as he thought, the owner did not forget about him. He touched the system message with his paw, and then he jerked it back, shouting that it was close. He almost answered the call without realizing it. Irritably stepping aside, he thought that if he answered the call right here, he would become a turtle of easy virtue, and he has an incredible amount of pride. Then he opened one eye in displeasure, thinking that if he ignored it again, his owner might never call him again. A moment later, he jumped on the system message in annoyance, shouting that he can't stand being alone. A system message appeared that he answered the call of his master. A second later, the turtle flew out of the magic circle, shouting that he was coming. Ian hugged his pet with a smile on his face, saying that his little cute turtle. He responded to let him go, he can't breathe. A moment later, the turtle jumped to the ground, and Yan, looking at it, asked how long ago it learned to talk. Displeased, stepping aside, the turtle replied that he just suddenly started talking. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought that there was no information about this in the windows, after which we stroked his head, saying that it did not matter in any case. It was nice to see him after a long time. The turtle answered displeasedly that he was not angry at all. The protagonist pulled out meat patties to him, telling him to stop being angry and treat himself to his favorite meatballs. He, stretching out his paws, shouted for him to give them to him immediately. The dragon, looking at them, wondered what kind of stupid-looking turtle this was. One only has to look at this modest figure, bent over to the ground, in contrast to his noble body. Flying up, he displeasedly asked what happened to this turtle. The protagonist, looking up in surprise, replied that something was wrong, that he was trying to steal from his pet. The dragon cried out in displeasure that it was not the matter. There was no doubt about it. This turtle was definitely the last part of the 7 legends. He looked menacingly ahead, putting his hands on his chest. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his head in shock. He looked ahead silently for a few seconds, asked what it was. Behind him the knight said that he knew about it. His memories were blurred. Raising his hand, he continued to say that this was probably the legend of the 7 divine dragons. The protagonist, turning around, asked how he knew about it. They are transported to the city. A system message appears that the seal of the Demon King has been removed. The sealed demon dragon awakens from deep sleep. The invasion of the demon world will begin soon. After which a large purple portal appears in front of us and tells us that when the demon world invasion begins, 3 portals to the demon world will appear on the central and northern continents. A large-scale wave of monsters will begin through these portals. The monsters in the demon world are powerful. They need to be fully prepared to stop them. A user chat appears in front of us. Someone writes that he heard that the seal on the dragon was broken, and he is told that this is not true. Even if she ranks first in the rankings, is she really going to plunge the entire world into crisis just to complete a quest? Is that right? The guy stretched out his hand and said that there are many high-level ones on the central continent, so it won't be a problem, but it will be difficult for users hunting on the northern continent. His ally replied that he meant that most of the users hunting on the northern continent are beginners with a level below 100. The girl looked ahead with disappointment and said that doesn't this mean that from now on they will be able to hunt demon world monsters even if they don't get a building to enter the demon world? Someone shouted that getting into demons was difficult, but now it's easy. The guy, looking at the monster, said that they have 30 days, during which time he needs to reach level 150. His ally replied that there are many monsters here that are above level 200, so he is going to train some more. We are transported to the large building of the Lotus Guild. The boy looks ahead with disappointment, saying that in 30 days a portal will open through which a large number of monsters will come out. It is said that even the lowest level monsters are stronger than most of the field monsters on the central continent, so measures must be taken. The girl looked at him and replied that she wasn't really worried about the arsonist's territory, but she was worried about whether there was a force there that could stop the monster's attack. The guy folded his arms and replied that that was true, the Lotus territory would cope, but Oliver's territory had almost no defenses because there were no other guild's territories nearby that were in danger. Another guy frowned and said that besides, Ian didn't come out of the demon world. Had anyone contacted him? The redhead lowered his head and replied that no, it had been quite a while since he last saw Ian. No one knew the demon world better than the protagonist, so he was useful to them. The girl smiled and looked ahead, saying that Young probably knows about the monster wave, even if he got carried away with hunting and quests after logging in. She regularly goes to the community bulletin board and checks it. The last time she looked, she saw that the information about the demon world's monsters was organized by the program. A second later, everyone looked at her in surprise. The guy spread his hands and said that they say that people don't change, so he started writing down the characteristics of each summoner and comparing them every time they leveled up. The girl looked at him and said that that's why he is their leader. The guy stretched out his hand, said that they need to decide how to deploy the defensive forces on the northern continent, but they will decide after they get information about the demon world. Here is Yang who will participate in this. We are transported to the protagonist. He is sitting opposite his pet, and the dragon says that the legend of the 7 divine dragons is true. It is a story about divine dragons that played a decisive role in preventing the invasion of the demon world 1,000 years ago. Ian replied that it was because Caesar was a warrior then. His pet flew up to him, displeasedly answered whether his master knows the story of the 5 divine dragons that existed at the very beginning. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. A knight appeared behind him, who replied that he knew. He was always interested in learning about it. He imagined several dragons in his head, saying that as far as he knows, in the beginning there were again divine dragons, but how the 7 divine dragons stopped the invasion of the demon world. The protagonist's pet replied that he does not know such simple things. He is as stupid as he seems. The pet frowned and imagined a dragon in his head, adding that it was because of the hidden divine dragon. There were only 5 left. The protagonist turned around and looked at his subordinate, asking that he was probably a divine dragon, meaning he knew more than his pet. The man clenched his fists in displeasure and replied that they were a divine dragon from those days. How could he know something that happened a long time ago? Ian replied that it was true. After which the small dragon grabbed the protagonist's head with its paws, shouting that he should not be ignored and listen to what he was saying. The protagonist replied that it was fine, let him continue. His pet glared ahead, saying that the 5 divine dragons that existed in the beginning never gathered in one place until the portal to the demon world opened. He imagined a battle in his head, adding that at first the battle between the human world and the demon world was on equal terms. An image of a powerful being appeared in his mind, adding that after the demon dragon appeared through the northern portal, the nature of the war completely changed. He imagined the injured people, saying that the hero of the northern continent and the battle dragon fought hard to stop it, but they were unable to defeat the demon dragon, while the great sage leading the battle against the demon felt a crisis. The pet imagined a mage in his mind, adding that he thought that only by gathering the remaining 4 divine dragons scattered across each continent could he stop the demon. So he went to find his teacher, the conqueror of the Tower of the Abyss, to find the answer. Yang raised his head in surprise, asking who it was, to which the dragon replied that he did not know either. But that was not the point. The master of the tower had decided that the key to victory would be. He looked at the protagonist's pet lying on the ground, adding that it would be a turtle. Yang grabbed his head in fear, shouting that he had made this decision, to which the dragon replied that he should listen to the end. He folded his hands and looked at the turtle, adding that to be precise, it was his ancestor. The turtle, who was the key to gathering the 4 scattered divine dragons, he once had the ability to instinctively find dormant energy. He then introduced a large blue creature, adding that it was said that once he ascended to the heavens and became a dragon, he would be able to awaken the sleeping divine dragons and gather them all together. He did not know exactly what power this would be possible with. The yellow dragon lowered his head, saying that the Abyss race was the only race that could cultivate their own turtle spirit, so they could become a turtle dragon without borrowing the power of the dragon pearl. The protagonist's pet raised his eyes. The dragon continued to say that the clan that evolved into the turtle dragon did not borrow the power of the dragon pearl, can ascend to the heavens and become a dragon, a power equivalent to a god, if he borrows the power of the dragon pearl. Yang, listening to all this, thought that he had heard this somewhere before. The yellow dragon lowered his head and said that if the turtle succeeded in ascending to the heavens, all the potential abilities of the sleeping divine dragons would awaken. The pet stretched out his hand, answering that this is why the divine dragons who awakened their potential gathered together. Frowning, he thought that now that all the information was collected together, this incredible picture was complete. He looked in front of him in surprise, saying that it means that the 4 divine dragons of the fallen dragon warrior gathered on the continent, then there will only be 6 who are left. The pet formidable lowered his head, saying that the last, 7th of the 7 legends is a human hero. He imagined warriors in heavy armor in his head, adding that he also did not know his name, but everyone called him the Dragon Warrior. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead in fear. He directed his gaze to the side, thinking that this could not be. This is a dragon warrior, really. The knight, folding his arms, said that he remembered something. The dragon sat on Ian's head and said that the last 7th of the 7 legends is a human hero. He introduced the knight and noted that he also did not know his name, but everyone called him the Dragon Warrior. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. He noted with a puzzled look that this could not be. Folding his arms, Caesar said that he remembered. Standing in front of Ian, he said that until now his memories were blurry, as if there was a fog in his head. Only after hearing this story, his memories became clear. Looking down, Caesar said that the man from the 7 legends was called the Dragon Warrior, and that man's name was Kaiser. He placed his hand on his chest. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard. Ian looked at his hand and wondered how things turned out like this, noting that the legendary divine dragons were the key to the vast access. He looked at Caesar and his pets, then added that they were all on his side. We were transported to the central continent of Kalen, the central territory of the arsonists, where a city stood under the sunny sky. Pointing his finger, Rilson noted that the results of this expedition were also good. He looked to the side and thought that if it weren't for the arsonist's estate, he would not have been able to concentrate on such research. As he approached the gate, he reasoned that since they had built a fortress more powerful than any other base on the central continent, it served as a safety zone comparable to those in the Empire's major fiefdoms. As he passed through the gate, Rilson announced that he would be looking for Kalen's hidden items again today. He began to descend the stairs, thinking that it was a good thing he had joined the Pyro Territory's security detail. Looking through his binoculars, Rilson noticed that the Pyro Lord was exploring the surrounding dungeons at certain times. The new historical sites and the exploration experience he had gained by accompanying him were very useful. He stood in front of the chest and wondered what artifacts awaited him this time. Rilson was surprised. Looking at the book, he wondered if this was a legendary item. The boy with a happy face exclaimed that this was the first legendary item he had acquired since he started exploring the world. Now was not the time. He needed to quickly identify it with the highest quality identification stones. Green mana began to hover around him. Confused, Rilson saw that he could not identify the quality, and then stated that it would not be that easy, but he still had 27 identification stones. He asked the identifier with a serious expression to work. Looking at the book, Rilson received a message that he was the first to identify a legendary class artifact. Holding his chin, the protagonist thought that Ben was still important, of course. Watching the turtle, Ian emphasized the fact that when he first discovered the dungeon on the northern continent where Oakley slept, he was guided by Caesar's spirit. Standing over Ben, the protagonist stated that he could not believe that he was so important. Taken aback, Ian came to the conclusion that he owned 3 of the 7 legends that played a key role in stopping the demon world's invasion. Standing among his comrades, he noted that he had no choice but to place the biggest bet on this wave of demon world monsters. The protagonist's mouth dripped with drool as he reasoned that if only the pearl was passed on to Ben, Caesar would also awaken to the mythical rank. And what's more, if all the remaining divine dragons gathered together, he might be able to lasso them as well. The dragon crossed its arms and asked Ian if he knew what to do now. The protagonist looked at it and asked if he should evolve Ben into a dragon turtle, to which he responded positively. The dragon smugly said that Ben had to evolve into a dragon turtle to obtain the pearl and ascend to the heavens, so Ian should do that first. Buck lowered his head and explained that in order for Ben to evolve, he needed a spiritual plant with powerful spiritual energy that was hundreds of years old or more. The protagonist pointed at Ben and asked if the turtle would find him and eat him. Ian extended his hand and asked if that meant that if he just left him alone, he would evolve on his own. Ben stood up and cried out that he was evolving quickly and was almost level 100. The protagonist spread his arms and suggested that Sam forget about Ben's evolution for a moment, then asked if the turtle became an abyssal dragon, would the divine dragons gather with him to prevent the demons from invading the world like they did in the past. Sam shook his head and said that he would not, because the situation back then was different from the current one. Sitting on the rock, Ian reasoned that to summarize what Sam had explained, when the dragon turtle ascended to heaven and became an abyssal dragon, the divine dragons that had not yet been awakened would gather together. But unlike that situation, now the 4 divine dragons excluding Caesar had already awakened, so they would not appear even if Ben became an abyssal dragon. Sighing, the protagonist said that it was a pity because he had always expected to have the opportunity to tame them all. Confused, Ian asked if they would have to stop him this time without their help, if in the past, all the divine dragon forces united to stop the demon invasion. Sam sat on Caesar's head and replied that he did not know that. He only had knowledge of the past, he did not know what the future would be. The protagonist listened attentively as Sam said that he knew one thing. The power of the remaining 4 divine dragons would manifest in some form or another to prevent the demon world from attacking. Sam introduced the dragons and said that they had always tried to protect the human world from invasions from another world, and if they knew that the demon world had invaded, they would do everything in their power to help. Caesar extended his hand and added that the divine dragons might not appear in person. They explained with a satisfied look that the divine dragon could share its power with the humans, meaning that they could empower outstanding humans that they felt met their standards and help them protect the human world. Pointing his finger, Caesar noted that Ian should relax a little because he was not the only one among the humans. The protagonist listened to him with a serious expression. Ian smiled and said that Caesar was right. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. The protagonist pierced it with his spear. Fighting among the pets, the protagonist shouted that he also needed to become stronger to keep up with the leaders of the ranking. Extending his spear, Yang shouted for everyone to run to attack. Oakley's face was serious. the monsters began to disappear. Stretching out his hands, the protagonist announced that the next demonic beast was inside, and then read that the magical beast transformation technique had been successfully completed, training a new mid-level demonic beast. Smiling, Yang said that this was great and it was a new mid-level battle beast. Standing in front of the projection, the protagonist said that without hesitation, all the way to Area 85, the magical beast training technique was also developing successfully. He introduced the guys and added that they were also gradually becoming stronger. Yang looked at Ben and noted that if they wanted to quickly develop him, they would have to buy all the herbs at the auction and feed them to him. The protagonist imagined a lot of boxes behind him, and then began to reason that it might seem like it could be done by investing money from the guild budget. But most of the money from taxes was invested in developing the territory, so he couldn't spend it as he wanted. Closing his eyes, the protagonist added that in any case, the most important thing was to go to the Devil's Castle, which was in Zone 80. Raising his hand, Ian asked his comrades to stand up, because they would be moving on to the next map. He walked ahead and said that there wasn't much time left until Zone 80. He would let them rest when they reached the Devil's Castle, so they should perk up a bit. A blue projection appeared in front of Ian, and he read that the user Wilson had discovered the first legendary artifact. A 1,000-year-old relic of the first Demon World War record had been discovered. A history book that told the story of the dimensional war between the human world and the demon world. In 10 seconds, a 1,000-year-old story would unfold before their eyes. Stunned, Ian wondered what this was. He tapped on the screen to watch a video. While he was thinking that this was very important, the time hunt had just ended, and this might be information related to the demon world. The protagonist found himself in a dark space. A girl stood in front of him. She held a staff in her hands. She looked at the dragon and asked if it was awake. Stunned, Ian wondered if this red dragon was one of the 4 divine dragons. The girl looked at him. The dragon lowered its head and replied that it was true, while the protagonist reasoned that the red dragon bows its head and the sun goddess does the same. The girl calmly stated that there was an awakening of the divine dragon and it seemed to be fate. The dragon stood in front of her and noted that it needed to go because it felt that they needed it. A fiery cloud of mana appeared in Helena's hand. A powerful aura surrounded them. Watching the dragon leave, Helena asked to end this long war. The dragon flew away and accepted her request. The girl watched it. The immortal stood next to the dark dragon and asked if he could help Lugarix. The dragon nodded his head. The immortal extended his hand and asked him to go and complete his mission. The protagonist watched the video and guessed that these were 2 of the 4 other divine dragons that Sam spoke of. Ian saw the next frame and added that they were the god of wind and a dragon named Norphys, and the god of earth and a dragon named Maleka. The knight stopped. Kaiser's face was serious. Ian was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. Sam was watching him and asked Ben if their owner seemed a little strange. Looking at his face, Sam stated that it had been 15 minutes already, and that was strange because the owner usually didn't take breaks longer than 5 minutes. The confused dragon said that something was bothering him, so they needed to wake up the owner. Sam opened the protagonist's mouth and asked him to wake up. Frowning, the dragon wondered why he wasn't waking up. He grabbed Ian's face and screamed that all he had to do was wake up for a minute and say that he wanted to sleep some more. The protagonist's gaze was empty. A bright aura enveloped Sam's body. He looked at the screen and wondered if his powers had awakened. A cloud of dark mana hovered above the protagonist. The dragon began to look around. He flew into the dark energy. Sam was taken aback by what he saw. His gaze fell on a huge monster. He flew around the battlefield and asked if he dreamed about war and why he dreamed about it at all. As he studied the area, the dragon reasoned that he should take the valuables anyway before his master woke up. That's why he had the ability and dream magic. Looking at the huge monster, Sam wondered what kind of war this was. The demon was tied up, while the dragon thought that he had lived a long life, but he didn't think he had ever seen a war of this scale. He saw a crowd of people screaming loudly. Huge dragons were flying in the sky. Sam, dumbfounded, wondered if this was a war against the demon world. The dragons were shooting streams of flame at the demons, while Sam noted that no one would have thought that he would be in the middle of a mythical war. He happily exclaimed that this meant that there would be mythical items. He was suddenly taken aback. Sam flew around the battlefield and emphasized the fact that he wanted to take valuables to prove to Ian that he was not as useless as Ben. The guy was watching TV, where Rilson was saying that as everyone knew, he turned on the emergency broadcast because he first found a recording of the Demon World War, and then suggested that they analyze the video on today's broadcast together. Looking at the flying dragons, the guy noted that it was more than 1,000 years ago. A huge demon was shown on the screen, while Rilson was telling that this was a story related to the interdimensional war between the demon world and the human world. The guy was suddenly taken aback. He saw Kaiser, who grabbed the blade behind his back. Kaiser took out the blade from behind his back. Watching the video, Rislan asked the viewers if they thought Kaiser was Master Ian's vassal. Holding his head, he clarified if they were talking about the main character, Who's the unofficial number 1 on the list of summoners? Rilson raised his fist to his mouth and said that it was interesting. An important NPC in the main storyline of the game is a vassal of one of the users. He saw a huge wounded monster. Rilson said that they should continue watching, because they will discover something even more amazing. The demon roared loudly. The guy with a smirk on his face said that 4 of the 5 great divine dragons united to stop them. It was truly an honor. The stranger in the cloak replied that now the meaningless interdimensional war will end. The guy with a satisfied look said that although the power of the divine dragon is great, the power of the 5 great gods is not fully assembled. Raising his hands, he shouted that Khalifa and numerous Balrogs are with him, and then asked if they are sure they can stop him. Puzzled, Ian thought that it was amazing. If he has such power, he does not think they can win even if all the players of Kalen fight side by side. The warrior smirked and asked who said that all the powers of the 5 great gods were not gathered together. The guy replied with a crazy look that there was no point in bluffing. He had definitely killed Caesar with his own hands. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if the guy had killed Caesar. Raising his hand, the villain said that this was just the useless resistance of someone who was doomed to defeat. He extended his staff and shouted that he would bring them the promised defeat. The demons flew into battle. Dragons appeared in the sky. A powerful beam struck the demons. The broken wings of the demons lay on the ground. The guy was taken aback and said that he could not believe it. He saw the dragon's paw. The warrior smirked and asked if Shagan understood that this was not a bluff. The dragon stood behind him while the guy said that the one who leads the divine dragons, the greatest dragon of the abyss, is with them. Yang was shocked by what he saw. He looked at the dragon and wondered if they were saying that Ben would become like that. Shagan stood in the rain and replied that it was not a bluff. He spread his arms and said that even the Abyss Dragon could not fill the void left by Caesar. He knew that the power of the Abyss Dragon was enormous, but this guy was not able to refine the power of the 5 gods. The guy replied with a smile on his face that it was true, but the man on the back of the Abyss Dragon, the Dragon Warrior Kaiser, he would fill the vacant space. Kaiser moved his hand behind his back, raising his blade above his head. He shouted that from now on, he would activate the oath of the 5 great gods. Looking at the dragons, Kaiser ordered them to demonstrate their power in accordance with the oath. Shagan was dumbfounded as Kaiser spoke, saying that he would fulfill the will of the 5 great gods. The dragons circled around him and said that they would fulfill the oath. There was a bright flash in the sky, a powerful explosion. A frightened Shagan screamed that he couldn't believe it. The demons were incinerated. The guy raised his staff and cried out that today, finally, they would see the end of the long war of dimensions. The joyful people began to rejoice. A grin appeared on Ian's face. Sam held the scroll in his hand. He flew away from the guys and noted that he found several good things, after which he wondered what he should do to get out of the dream. Ben was sitting on his head. Looking at the scroll, the dragon noted that if he did not manage to return before the main character woke up, then this would disappear. He imagined himself standing on a pedestal below Ben and added that in that case he could not compare to him. Dumbfounded, Sam wondered why he had not thought of this before. He looked at the dark sphere and said that he just had to go through it again. The dragon flew towards the energy with a satisfied look and shouted that he would give his master a great gift when he woke up from his sleep. The plot takes us to the first gate to the demon world, where red mana sparkled. The guys started to fall. They landed on the ground. Holding her head, Lily mentally asked why all these quests were so incredibly difficult. Everyone was missing too much except for the little sorcerer. She looked at George and noted that he was better than the members of their guild, but he was not enough. The guy extended his hand and asked what they would do next, since there were only 3 chances left. He, with a puzzled look, suggested asking for help from other users who were on the rating. Frowning, Lily asked who to hire next, and the guy suggested that Ramir would be the best choice. She remembered standing in front of Ramir and hearing him explain that he wasn't in any guild and was very skilled, and George had worked with him not long ago. Lily had said with a dissatisfied expression that they definitely needed to hire Ramir, but it wasn't a problem that just one person could solve, even if it was Ramir. The boy had said with a serious face that she was right. Even when they tried their best, they could only break through 17 gates out of 30, so even if Ramir joined, they wouldn't have enough strength. Michael listened as Clark explained that the biggest problem now was the assassin class, but they needed to invite the archer Samuel, the number 1 ranked archer, from the rankings. Pointing his finger, Clark said that it was bad luck that he only had 1 card left. Holding his head, Michael thought about how he knew it would end like this. Looking away, Lily reasoned that Ian was a very reliable support. He would take the place of the summoner and provide them with at least 2 people. She imagined the satisfied face of the protagonist and added that, however, the protagonist was a member of the Lotus Guild of the Respel Empire. It broke her heart that they would have to share the reward for the guild's first hidden quest in the demon world with the Lotus Guild, but it was better than failing the quest. Stunned, Michael asked if they really needed Brother Ian. He tearfully reasoned that he tried to complete one hidden quest without his knowledge, but in the end he asked him for a favor for this quest too. Crossing his arms, Clark assumed that Michael knew him personally. Lily listened attentively to them. George stood next to Michael and said that his skills were definitely not enough to take the place of the summoner. However, if they asked the protagonist for help, they would be able to complete this quest. Ian's face was serious, sighing. Sam noted that it would have been a problem if he had woken up a little earlier. Closing his eyes, the dragon asked to let him explain from the beginning. Putting his hand on his chest, he stated that the power of the dream demon had awakened in this body. Now he too had become more useful. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard. He was in shock. Tearful, Ian hugged Sam and cried out that he was not useless and should stop hating himself. Wiping tears from his eyes, the protagonist asked how the dragon managed to awaken this ability. Sam began to wave his hands and said that he did not know how, but it awakened as soon as the protagonist fell asleep. He simply entered his dream and came out of it. The dragon flew in front of him and said that he had an amazing dream. He never thought that he would dream of a war between dimensions that happened 1,000 years ago. Ian looked at the projection and noted that the video he had just watched had been recognized as a dream. A notification about the greedy dream demon popped up. The dream demon is a devil with the ability to bring things from a dream into reality. Sam, the greedy dream demon, will come out of his dreams each time with one rare item. From now on, Sam can use this ability even in other people's dreams. Stunned, Ian came to the conclusion that Sam ended up in a world 1,000 years ago, which means he stretched out his hands and asked what the dragon brought, and in his thoughts he asked Sam to bring him the pearl that the abyss dragon owns. The dumbfounded protagonist waited to find out about the thing from the dream. Sam showed the scroll and cried out that he was great. Ian was furious at what he saw. He started screaming that he did not need this piece of paper and Sam should have brought the pearl. He grabbed the dragon by the cheeks while he screamed that he could not pull the pearl out from there. The scroll fell to the ground. The protagonist took it in his hand and asked if it was a legendary item. Closing his eyes, the dragon asked him not to be upset that he did not bring the pearl. Sam enthusiastically stated that this parchment was a map showing where the pearl was hidden. A joyful Ian cried out that the dragon was great. He sent green energy to the scroll and asked if this item had been identified. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that this was a high-level artifact, the level of which could not be identified using basic identification skills. Turning around, Ian asked why he could not use the identifier. Standing in front of him, Sam suggested that they would have to contact a high-level researcher, because people with the researcher class had special identification abilities. The protagonist introduced Rilson and added that he was the only one he knew, the man who discovered the records of the Demon World War. Encouraged, Ian cried out that in that case, they would find this guy named Rilson. Looking at the projection, the protagonist said that just at the moment when he was busy, he received messages from Michael that he needed help. Confused, Ian wondered what was going on with this guy again, noting that he addressed him as brother. Extending his hand, Clark asked if the protagonist refused. Sitting on the ground, Michael replied that Ian refused without even thinking for a minute because he was busy, after which Clark noted that the protagonist could not be like that, because this quest is important. The girl looked at him and asked if it was because the difficulty level of the task is so high that people get scared and do not want to do it at all, to which she received an answer that such a possibility is not excluded. Despite the fact that the reward is huge, the risk of losing is high, so he did not expect anything else. Michael thought with a serious expression that Ian was definitely not the type of person to give up on a hidden quest just because it was difficult. He was more excited when he saw something difficult. Looking at the sunset, Michael asked what was the matter, noting that if it was him, he must be working on an even bigger quest than this Demon King test quest. Smiling, the protagonist thought that if the offer had come a few days ago, he would have accepted it, but not now. He imagined demons crawling out of the portal and noted that he heard that it was impossible to enter the demon world for a while after the monster wave began. Raising his head, the protagonist emphasized the fact that it would save time and delay the search for researcher Rilson. Ian and his companions arrived at the Devil's Castle. While inspecting the castle, the protagonist received messages that he had received 100,000 reputation points. For the next week, all stats related to the demon world obtained in Zone 80 would be increased by 1.5 times. For the next week, the amount of experience gained would be doubled, and the number of dropped items would also double. Frowning, the protagonist thought that if it weren't for this quest, he would have traveled around the entire demon world and collected all the achievements as soon as he entered. Ian looked at Bill and asked if the Demon King Ricardo lived there. The joyful protagonist cried out that then he needed to meet him and complete the quest. Bill blocked the passage with his hand and said that something was wrong there. He said with a serious look that he thought something had happened to the Devil's Castle. A blue screen appeared in front of Ian. Dumbfounded, he read that the Devil's Castle was under attack by demons of destruction. Demons were flying in the sky. The protagonist asked with a serious expression if he needed to do anything, and then received a message that in order to meet the Demon King Ricardo, he must kill the demons of destruction attacking his castle. The more demons of destruction he killed, the greater his intimacy with the Demon King Ricardo would be. Smiling, Ian cried out that this was interesting and called his comrades to battle. They ran across the battlefield. Buck fired projectiles from his mouth. The demons suddenly turned their attention. Buck introduced himself to him. The elves stood quietly and wondered what kind of monster it was. They asked with an enraged look why the monster did not listen to their orders. Stretching out his hand, Ian cried out that everything went as planned and called Caesar. Caesar, in the form of a dragon, began to breathe fire. The protagonist turned his attention to the elves, who asked who he was. Lou rushed into battle. He began to strike at the demons. Ian was suddenly surprised. He had been watching the demons and reasoned that their stats were no better than those of the demonic beasts. However, unlike the demons, who were no better than animals, this artificial intelligence was no worse than a human, but its tactics were clearly different. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. Bill held a huge axe on his back. He dealt a powerful blow to the ground. Shifting his gaze, Ian said that it was their turn now. Kaiser and Siri were preparing to fight. Siri enveloped Kaiser in pollen green mana. Streams of blue mana were flying in the sky. Looking at the screen, the protagonist thought that he would finally be able to reach level 200 before the end of the monster wave. He imagined himself at the top of the pyramid and emphasized the fact that not long ago, the highest level in the entire server was 199. If he reached 200, he would become number 1 in the ranking. Bill walked up to him and assumed that they were done. Pointing his hand at the battlefield, he said that at this rate, reinforcements would arrive from the Devil's Castle and he thought that they would be able to enter the castle and meet the Devil King. Frowning, Ian thought that he was gaining experience now. If he met the Demon King now, the battle would be over. He could not miss such an opportunity and nothing would happen if they met a little later. The protagonist began to wave his hands and asked if it would be better for the Demon King if they killed as many enemies as possible. Bill touched his chin. Turning around, he assumed that Ian was right and he would do his best to kill as many monsters as possible. Raising his hand, the protagonist shouted for them to continue. Standing in front of the axe, Bill emphasized that he would then carry out his master's order. He raised the blade above himself, which exuded red mana. Bill rushed past the monsters like a whirlwind. He flew in the air. Bill slammed the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Holding his face, Ian said that it was incredible. Kaiser fought the monsters with a calm expression. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He saw the open gate and wondered if the demonic beasts would pour into the castle. A monster came out onto the battlefield. The protagonist was taken aback by what he saw. Bill and Kaiser shifted their gaze. Looking at the demon, Ian thought that it was the legendary monster he saw in the Demon World War, Barlog. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and noted that if he thought about it, it was in the announcement that the company made. Among the hundreds of new monsters that appeared in the Demon World, there are only 15 kinds of legendary ranked beasts. He remembered the man on the stage talking about the new monsters. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that he clearly saw him in his dream about the Demon World War among the numerous demonic beasts. Watching the monster, Ian emphasized the fact that there was only Balrog, a demonic beast that jumped out from the bloody castle wall. Balrog swung his fist. It created a stream of pink energy in front of it. A pink aura enveloped the area. The protagonist wondered with his mouth open, what kind of deal was this for 300,000 each? He looked at the demon and thought that the level was clearly lower than Bill, but his combat power was superior. Smiling, Ian emphasized that this guy could surpass Bill and have potential comparable to Kaiser. He clenched his hand into a fist and remarked that he wanted to get him. Kaiser and Bill watched him. Standing in front of a cloud of dust, Ian thought that the difference in levels was so great that it was impossible now. Balrog's level is above 300. Bill approached him and asked if this was the protagonist's first time seeing Balrog, to which he responded in the affirmative. He said with a serious expression that Balrog was a real tyrant, even noblest level demons could not easily deal with him, after which Ian asked how he suddenly jumped out of the Devil's Castle and whether Balrogs were different from ordinary demonic beasts. Raising his hand, the protagonist explained that demonic beasts were originally free creatures that lived throughout the demon world, but this guy jumped out of the demon castle, so he was curious about what happened. Smirking, Bill suggested that judging by the protagonist's interest, he wanted to get Balrog. He was definitely the kind of beast that could be tamed. Enthusiastic, Ian asked if Bill was serious. Stretching out his hand, Bill said that the proof was right in front of him. He pointed his finger at the demon and noted that this was the owner of Balrog. Watching the demon, Bill said that he ranked 7th in the demon world. The demon's face was serious as Bill said that it was Ricardo. Looking up at the sky, Ian asked if he was the owner of the Devil's Castle. The protagonist watched Ricardo and asked if they wanted to tell him that the devil had taken over Balrog, adding that then the Demon King was the same as him as a summoner. Ricardo shifted his gaze. He landed in front of Ian. Ricardo smoothly stopped in front of the ground. Standing above the protagonist, he said that it had been a long time since he last saw the half-demon, then asked if his summons had fought against the demons of destruction. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist replied that Seraphim had sent him there, while he was thinking that despite being the Demon King, he was too handsome. Looking at Ian, Ricardo asked what was wrong. The protagonist took out a scroll and said that Seraphim said that it was related to the demons of destruction. There was a letter delivered by Seraphim, so if he looked at it. Turning around, Ricardo said that they should first deal with the small groups that had gathered there and then talk, since they couldn't talk about important things in such a chaotic atmosphere. Ricardo spread his arms. Ian took out a spear and asked to be allowed to help him. The demon looked at Ian and reasoned that judging by the way he fought, he was not as strong as his Balrog. It seemed that he used quite strong spells and vassals. This half-demon would be very useful. The protagonist asked to rely on them with a satisfied look. Ian saw a message that said that the Demon King had invited him to a party. He rushed into battle and emphasized the fact that with such support, level 200 was almost guaranteed. The joyful protagonist wondered how he could prove himself so that rumors would spread that he was good at what he did. We were transported to the demon world, to the 89th gate, where there was a bright flash of mana. Ramir was releasing streams of flame. She was burning the demons in her path. Wiping the sweat from her face, she clarified that they barely managed to do it. The spirit flew around her, shouting that it was a good job, after which Ramir said that if she tried to sneak in, she would fail. She said with a smile on her face that she went through all this trouble to get a dual class. The spirit began to laugh and suggested that she was worried that she was not the first one with such a class. Ramir, with a serious look in her mind, asked how far Ian had managed to get. Adjusting her hat, she suggested that they go to Area 80, since they needed to quickly get to the Devil's Castle to complete the main quest, the Power of the Sun God. She imagined the shackled boy and told him that they said that the Supreme Mage Solar was locked in the Devil's Castle. They needed to save him to get the power of the Sun God because that way they could find out the location of the Jewel of the Sun. The spirit asked if this was her real goal that she was aiming for, and then Ramir calmly thought that her real goal was ahead of her in terms of content in the demon world. She imagined herself reaching out to the protagonist. A blue aura enveloped Ramir, who said that they would leave everything for later. The main task now was to reach the Devil's Castle. She began to fly. Screams were heard in the city. A dumbfounded Michael shouted that he would see if he could help when Ian needed help. Michael was taken aback by the words that he had done nothing for the protagonist and had achieved a lot by following him everywhere. An embarrassed Michael listened as George asked if he was the reason he became the best dark wizard on the server, noting that he tried to hide the quest but it was automatically added to him, so he decided to pretend to be generous. George started laughing and said that once the monster wave started, the quest rewards would become meaningless. They should not spare. Thanks to Ian, they would be able to save time and even complete the Pure Devil quest. Michael looked at his hand and stated that during this time, he managed to become a half-demon with the blood of a pure devil, so it does not mean that it did not work. Holding his head, Michael suggested that they get a dual class and only then meet again. He got up from the table, saying that staying there was a waste of time. Grinning, George replied that it was a good idea since there was not much time left. If they traveled together, it would be difficult for them to get a dual class before the demon world closed. They said their goodbyes. Walking down the street, Michael thought that they said that to obtain the Death Sorcerer you need to go to the east of the city of Wrath. He will do everything possible to obtain a dual class before the demon world closes. Enraged, Michael said that he can keep up with Ian. He calmed down. Turning around, he asked what they wanted from him. Kaiser and Bill stood back to back and said that they would start at the same time. They rushed into battle. They stood there with an unperturbed look, and Bill guessed that he now roughly understood. Joyful Ian thought that he had risen 2 levels. Moreover, the amount of demonic energy needed to obtain the title of Noblesse had increased significantly. He also gained fame. The protagonist was delighted. Ricardo stretched out his hand, saying that he liked his power. Now they could finish the conversation they had started. The city was illuminated by the rays of the sun. Rena happily handed over the dish and said to try it right now. Opening the lid of the dish, she said it was a giant goose foie gras steak. Kate chewed in delight and said it was incredibly delicious. The cook jumped up and down happily and asked if it was really delicious. The girl sheepishly closed her fingers and said that Carl tried it and said it tasted like the ice cream they serve at the diner. She imagined a happy Ian and thought that in any case, this was a success. In the afternoon she would buy the ingredients and try to cook it herself in real life because the protagonist said he would have dinner today at 8. Rena turned around in surprise. Looking away, the girl asked if someone was supposed to come today. Kate held her fork in confusion and said that Carl logged in at 12 o'clock, so it was unlikely. The girl stood in the doorway and asked if she could come in. Looking at Kate, she clarified if she was the lord of the arsonist territory. Ariel smiled and said that she had come to the right place. The arsonist fortress was so big that she was a little lost. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl introduced herself and added that she had come to see Ian, but he was not here. Rena looked at her with displeasure and wondered who this woman was who was looking for him, and how pretty she was. Kate put her hand to her chin and thought about what she had heard about her somewhere. Hitting the table, she asked if she, Ariel, was the official #1 priest in the ranking, whose identity was still shrouded in mystery. The girl smiled sheepishly and answered that it was true, specifying whether Ian was here today. Introducing the main character, Ariel said that she needed him for an important quest that she was currently working on. Meanwhile, the main character stood in the vacant lot and asked Ricardo if he could ask a question. Looking at the man, he asked why his Balrog was so powerful. Ian clenched his fist and said that he watched the Balrog fight during the battle and did not understand some parts. Presenting the book, the guy said that before he came to the demon world, he had some knowledge about demonic beasts from a book called Encyclopedia of Ancient Demonic Beasts, and of course about the Balrog. The protagonist recalled the monster's fight and said that the Balrog had abilities similar to other magic casters and legendary level demons, but his Balrog demonstrated power superior to them. He did not understand this point. Ricardo snapped his fingers and said that it was amazing. The man created a familiar behind him and asked if he wanted to say that he caught it. Stretching his hand in front of the guy, he said that as he said, the Balrog is a legendary beast. Ricardo created a flash of light and said that it has one slightly more special ability than other legendary beasts. The familiar exuded bright mana. Yang looked at it in shock. The man was holding a cluster of energy in his hands. Sam flew out in front of the guy in alarm. Looking at the cloud of mana, he said that this is a demonic ball. The protagonist grabbed his head in confusion, thinking what it is. Ricardo stretched his hand to the ball and said that demonic beasts are creatures that do not have an original ego, but only instincts, but the ego begins to awaken in high-level beasts. Looking at the Balrog, he said that the legendary monster the size of an ankle has the intelligence of a child. In addition, the Balrog has one special ability. The man introduced the familiar over the army and explained that it can manipulate the souls of demonic beasts that are weaker than itself. In other words, other than demonic summoners, it is the only being that can pursue demonic beasts. Ricardo raised the orb in his hand, saying that because of this, it has a unique ability called demonic energy sharing. It is an ability that allows him to infuse his own energy into a target or borrow their demonic energy. After releasing the orb at the familiar, he said that if the target he is sharing demonic energy with is weaker than himself, he can control them like this. Ian looked at it in shock, thinking that if there was such an ability, he could tame more powerful monsters, and asked how a demon lord could use this ability. Sam grabbed his head with a smile and said that it was because of the demonic orb. Looking at Ricardo, he explained that the demonic ball is an item that can contain one unique ability. This ball contains the Balrog's unique ability, demonic energy separation. The demon put his hand on his chin and said that this is unusual. The Hag Phantom, a legendary race, he did not know that there was someone who knew about the demonic ball. Introducing his fighting familiar, Ricardo explained that the more demonic beasts the Balrog has, the more demonic energy it can borrow and use this power in battle. The man extended his hand and said that moreover, because he transferred his magical energy to the Balrog, he was able to become especially strong with this ability. Ricardo closed his eyes with a smile, saying that it was nothing special. He should have told the one who helped him defend the castle about this. Narrowing his eyes, he assumed that the boy still had questions. Looking at the confused Ian, Ricardo said that he was curious about how to freeze the Balrog. The demon laughed, saying that it was normal for a summoner to be so curious. He stretched out his hands and said that the Balrog was not something he could dream of, and asked if the boy had not just stepped onto the path of a demon summoner. Looking at the boy lost in thought, Ricardo said that if he went there to catch the Balrog, it would absorb his soul. Smiling, Ian asked if he could at least tell him where there was. Ricardo stretched out his hand and said that if he went to the 15th zone of the demon world, the Tomb of Forgotten Souls, he would be able to find it without difficulty, and now he must give the Seraph's letter. The protagonist stood with his eyes closed. He looked at the Balrog. The enthusiastic protagonist noted that if he could tame this Balrog, he would be able to leave alive even if he had no energy due to a sleepless night. Ricardo studied the letter and stated that this was why the demons of destruction were so rampant, and then noted that since Ian knew little about the situation in the demon world, it would be difficult for him to understand. He held up 2 fingers and explained that there were 2 main forces in the demon world. He introduced the people of the different races and explained that the moderate faction of the common demon race made up about half of the entire demon race, another 10% were neutral forces, and the remaining 40% were hardcore demons of destruction, and whenever the demons destroyed a soul, some of that soul's power could be frozen into demonic energy. The monsters flew around the city while Ricardo explained that the demons of destruction wanted to plunder the multidimensional world against the natural order of things, but the common demons were against it. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if that meant they wanted the neutral forces to join them so they wouldn't oppose and why the neutral demon forces were opposing, to which he was told it was because their actions were against God's providence. In Ricardo's mind, the demons that had blades pointed at them appeared, and he stated that when the demon world attacks other dimensions, it has no choice but to become a common enemy for countless other dimensions. If that happens, the existence of the demon world will be in danger. Ricardo noted with a smile that the destroyers are confident that if things go like this, they will win. The higher demons appeared in his mind as he explained that recently, the demon lords belonging to the demons of destruction managed to gain a higher rank, and as a result, there was a threat of war in another dimension. Pointing his finger, Ian asked how they could stop the invasion. Lowering his head, Ricardo replied that it was impossible because the Khalifa demon dragon he had sealed deep in the darkness 1,000 years ago had awakened. Blair's face was serious. She raised the blade above her head, and Ricardo said that in order to open the dimensional gate to invade the human world, 5 or more of the top 10 demon lords must combine their powers. Among them there were a total of 4 destruction demons, so they were unable to open the door to the dimensions, and now there were even more, and the Khalifa demon dragon was released from the seal. The surprised protagonist wondered if they wanted to tell him that the Khalifa demon dragon was so powerful. Ricardo imagined the demons cutting through space and noted that they could now open doors to another dimension whenever they wanted, even right now. The girl raised the sword up and said that in order to open the dimensional gate to invade the human world, 5 or more of the top 10 demon lords must combine their powers. The guy, surprised, wondered if they wanted to say that the demon dragon was so strong. The eye was red, because now the demons of destruction could open doors to another dimension whenever they wanted. We are transferred to a room. The sun was shining from the window. Frowning, Rena said that he was the #1 priest in the ranking. He could find someone else with amazing skills. Putting her hands on the table, she said that this was a good opportunity, since the first priest in the ranking appeared, and if they could recruit her, she would be of great help to the guild. The girl looked, and they decided to find out what kind of quest. Kate asked to stop, and Rena asked what quest she was asking for. Poking at the screen, she said, because this is what she came to ask for. The girls were surprised. One of them thought that the task was so important that she needed to find someone. The screen lit up. Ariel shared the quest. Ian stood and wondered in surprise whether the demon dragon was strong. Looking at the screen and holding his head, he thought that he received this quest before he reached level 100, so he didn't think that he was so strong, and also if the conditions were not met, the quest would be cancelled. Blair sat up. Ian wondered who woke her up. Tears appeared in his eyes because there was something written on the screen, namely, that the hidden quest would be activated only if certain conditions were met. Seraphim sat and wrote and also knew that the demons of destruction were planning to release the demon dragon from captivity and invade the human world. And in order to prevent this, he tried to ask the demon king for help, but before his letter arrived, the demon dragon awakened. The demons of destruction will open the doors to the dimensions using a total of 6 summoning stones. In the area of 50 demons, if the magic summoning stone is destroyed, the demons of destruction that arrived in the human world will be recalled to the demon world. Before 10 days pass, at least 1 summoning stone must be destroyed. After all, this is how you need to send the demons of destruction back to the demon world and minimize the invasion. The protagonist was surprised because the reward was an advanced magic stone of 50 pieces, the blessing of the demon god 10 times. He thought about how he would stand with a spear, and if he used magic stones, he could get +10 to the court of the king of spirits and reach the 2nd stage of transcendence. He looked at Seraphim. He himself was glad that the task should already be completed. The guy with horns said that he looked motivated and enthusiastic to prevent the dimensional war. Ian could do it. Waving his hand, he said that if he said so confidently, then we can start now because they do not have much time. Putting his hand on his ribs, he said that he was a demon king and would be with him. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that if such a demon lord came out with him, then even a quest of SSS difficulty would be easy to complete. The girl on the screen said the news that they would send out notifications about the event of the invasion of the demon world. Barry ate at the chair and listened, because the event began in a week at noon on October 1st, when the gates from the demon world would open. There were 3 waves. If you do not win the wave of monsters, the central and northern continents will become demonic. Drinking the broth, he thought that the main reward is nothing special. The main thing is how much you increase the level and what reward you get. He was surprised, because the area where they planned to call the portal was a plateau in the central part of the continent. Putting his finger to his mouth, he thought that this field was located close to their arsonist guild Lotus, and if the creatures were called, they would walk through their territory. Fantasizing how people would fight, he understood that this wave could be overcome with all the power of the arsonist territory. The guy also thought that they could die, because otherwise the arsonist territory that he was developing could turn into ruins. Getting up from his chair and taking off his headphones, he said that he could not do anything if he only thought, and first he needed to log in and check the status of the territory. He looked into the distance and thought about when Yan was going to leave the demon world. A spear hit the ground. Holding onto it, he realized that it was more difficult than he thought. The monster clenched his fist, while the guy understood that it was difficult for him to keep up with Ricardo's pace and whether there was any point in moving from Zone 80 to Zone 50 in 3 days. The guys were tired. The guy with horns said to walk first. The guys stood and looked at Ricardo because he was the first to go to Zone 50. They walked around the pets. The main character was grateful that he opened the gates in Zone 60 and 70 in advance. The guy with horns stood with a stick and said that he arrived on time. Smiling, he replied that it was not too late and they arrived safe and sound. He was angry and clenched his fists because Ricardo said that he was asking a lot for someone who had just become a high-level demon. Looking back, he said that now they need to go with him, and first it is better to destroy the summoning stone in the southern part. Putting his hand in front of him, he asked to wait a minute. Spreading his arms, he asked where in the human world each of the 6 summoning stones opens a portal. Sweat was running across his face. He thought that the plateau was on the list of places where portals could open. The door to the dimension that opens there should be blocked at any cost. Looking up with Kaiser, he didn't know what would happen before the wave of level 6 monsters from the demon world. When advanced demons would start appearing, the territory wouldn't be able to resist them. Ricardo put his hand under his chin and thought. Ian put his hand to his chest because he was told that if he showed him a map of the human world, he would be able to indicate the approximate location. It was evening. We were moving to the devil's castle. There was a strong blow. The girl struck the guy. Looking up, she was glad because she succeeded. There was an object in the chains. Solar was in it. Cassandra, looking at her, said that she was lucky since she almost died. The girl replied that she had good skills. Stretching out her hand, she thought that she was lucky because of luck, because otherwise she would not have been able to figure it out alone. A blow came from the staff. She did not know what happened, but it was critical that the owner of the castle was not there. The coffin fell to the floor. The chains broke. She freed the archmage and successfully completed the task. The girl looked at him, and the notifications came that now he can be received as a vassal. He stepped onto the floor. Bowing before the girl, he introduced himself and also greeted the messenger of the sun god, and according to the old oath, he will follow her. The guy spoke and looked at her. Solar stood up. The girl said that she came to him to get power. Putting his hand to his chin, he said that the demon of destruction could not give up ambitions, and if they leave everything as is, then the door to another dimension will open soon. Extending his hand, the magic began. Solar replied that he again felt the energy of the magic summoning stone. The means of opening the door to another dimension worked. Closing his eyes, he continued that although they failed 1,000 years ago, now there is a chance since they found out their intentions in advance, and first of all it is necessary to reduce the number of portals. Raising his hand, the magic began. There was magic near them. They looked into the distance. The girl asked in surprise what kind of portal it was. The guy answered that this portal would lead them to the 50th Demon World Zone, where 6 summoning stones were located. Opening her mouth, she thought that they would immediately get to Zone 50. Putting her hand to her chest, she thought that the monsters would only be stronger, and in fact, she was very lucky. Cassandra looked at her and asked if she was afraid. She confidently said that they would go right now. Squinting, she wondered how strong you need to be to meet a monster, and in the best case, a high-level demonic monster will appear. Looking at the serious Solar, she realized that at least he was there, because if something happens, you can trust him. Looking at the girl, he said that he would go first. Ramir stood and thought whether she would overtake Yana if she went through the portal. Ricardo looked at the screen and thought. The main character approached him. Ricardo asked if he wanted to say that they need to destroy the summoning magic in 2 places like this. He agreed. Poking at the screen, he said that he would destroy the demonic stone and asked him to go in the opposite direction. Looking at him, he continued that they needed to destroy a couple of dimension stones as soon as possible, so it made sense to split up for this. Yan was shocked. He asked why he was hesitating, because there was not much time. Sighing, he said that he understood everything. The guys looked at each other. Kaiser asked where the dimension was that needed to be destroyed. Because they had been trying to find it for a long time, Yan replied that they were probably already at the target. He pointed his finger at the building. It was a dungeon of gloomy brightness. There was a bright explosion inside the room, so they entered the dungeon. The girl with the staff in her hands earned 100,000 reputation. Rejoicing, she thought that they had finally arrived earlier than Yan. Tears continued to reflect that no matter where he goes and what he achieves, he is still in first place. After she got into the demon world, finally his for the first time. Pointing at the building, the guy said that it had 3 floors, and the girl asked if the summoning stone was underground on the 3rd floor. The girl turned around, and Solar said that they needed to destroy it as quickly as possible. There was an exit behind them. He said that he had opened a portal and that there was a high probability that demons would find them, so if they slowed down, a demon of destruction would appear. She held a staff in her hands, and the thought alone terrified her. Holding onto her hat, she decided to hurry. Suddenly, the doors began to open. Both of them opened their mouths in surprise because they were quickly noticed. The door opened completely. A wolf-like monster ran out of them. He fell to the floor, and the guys were puzzled. Ramir watched, worried. Ian and his friends appeared near the doors. He said that the notice of the first opening had not opened, although there were no signs that anyone had entered. The girl thought that there was only one person who could do this. She extended her hand and asked if he was the main character. He scratched his head and asked who she was. Putting her hand to her chest, she asked how he could not know her. The pet pulled his cheeks. He said that he rarely leaves the house because he plays games. Sighing, she thought that she wanted to defeat him, but he did not even pay attention to her. Then she said her name. Putting her hand to her chin, she began to think, because he often heard this name. Hitting his fist on his hand, he said that she was the unofficial leader of the #1 rating among magicians. She agreed. The door was closed. She asked what brought him here. He answered that he needed to destroy the summoning stone to complete the quest. Raising his finger up, he offered to join them. The girl closed her eyes and thought that he had the same goal as her and she liked to compete with him. Looking down, she thought that she had come far alone and therefore she should try to defeat him. Solar pointed his finger and was surprised. Kaiser stood without a smile. He spread his arms and asked if he remembered him. Kaiser replied that he had collected many fragments of his memories, but could not put them together. He looked at Ramir and said that she needed to join them and then they could succeed. The girl was surprised because there must have been a reason for this. Looking at them, she said that since they had the same goal, they could work together. Clenching his fists, the guy was happy and thanked her. Shaking hands, they hoped that they would work together. There were two ladies sitting at the table. Julie, putting her hand on her chest, asked if this was a planned process. Ariel, looking down, answered that if Ian had grown faster, he would have been able to prevent Khalifa from waking up. Smiling, she replied that the guy tried his best and he almost stopped the resurrection of the demon dragon. The demon dragon woke up much earlier than expected, as if the world was hoping for its resurrection. Looking down, she said that now they cannot stop the war, so they need to find a better way to find it. With a cup in her hands and looking up, she said that she would have to assign a new task to the main character. There was a battle. This was the second floor. The guy, putting his hand to his nose, thought that the difficulty of this dungeon was no joke. The girl cast a spell, because if it weren't for her, they would have been destroyed in an instant. A notification came. The guy didn't like it because he was busy. Notifications came that he had failed the quest and the level of intimacy with Ariel had decreased by 10 and the quest had been updated to a new one. Not understanding what was happening, he again received a notification that he needed to go to her as soon as possible. There were 10 days left. Ramir, looking up, also cast a spell. Fighting off the monster, he thought that he didn't have a quest at the moment that he could fail, and why was the girl suddenly doing this to him? Kaiser looked back and was scared. After all, there was a monster behind the main character. The guy hit the monster with a sword. He shouted at him to keep his ear sharp. Scratching his head, Jan agreed. He had a spear in his hands. He thought that he shouldn't think about anything else. The girl also fought. The guy thought that fire magic was effective against a large number, but to use it effectively. Raising his finger up, he ordered that the opponents approaching the girl be blocked. Ramir looked at the monster and understood that the number of beasts was increasing and it would be difficult to hold out until the time of reuse of the skill. One of Pack's heads screamed upward. The monster screamed. The girl looked at it. Buck communicated with the monsters. Taking the spear, she spread her arms. Next to her was a pet. Her spear caught fire. She looked into the distance. Raising the weapon up, she cast a spell of smoldering fires. The girl rose higher. The monsters looked at her in surprise. There were dead monsters near her. Yan was surprised. Because such magic could hit many high-level demonic beasts at the same time, it was powerful. The girl looked at the spear. The guy thought that she was still the #1 wizard in the ranking, albeit unofficially. Crossing his arms, he called her a messenger of God. A pentagram appeared near him. He wanted to show his skills. The main character was surprised because he was better than others. Looking at the screen, I read information about him. He was a mythical level. Ramir looked at him and wondered if the summoner was originally so powerful. There were various pets near her, thinking that he provided excellent support and controlled the summoning so that she could use the skill. The vassals stood. They were just as strong. The protagonist raised his leg. She was surprised because he knew how to perfectly control the summoning, participating in such a battle. Yan and Ramir smiled because they wanted to find a good use for talent. They went down the gloomy brightness on the 3rd floor. Solar spread his arms and said that there was a summoning stone here, so you need to be on your guard. There was a huge pentagram near him. He continued to say that a powerful demon was waiting for them, guarding the stone. Opening the door, they entered the room. Near them was a devil dragon. Yan dreamed of such a monster smiling. The monster ran at them. One of the guys said that you either need to avoid breathing or block. Ramir ran up and created a shadow shield. Solar used the skill of the Hall of Chaos. Raising his hands, a dome appeared. The guys were surprised because even through the defense they suffered a lot of damage. Ian was nervous because one hit left 10% of health. There were pets near him. They died from one hit, and if he knew that this would happen, he would have called in the opposite order. Buck was behind him because the pet had everything in order with defensive abilities. The monster looked at Buck. The guy shouted the skill of the roar of the ghost dragon. The pet began to scream. The monster tried to attack. The girl with a staff in her hands and the guy were casting a spell. There were no scales on the back of the monster's head. Raising his hand up, he called the guys. Bill and Kaiser decided to attack him from the back of the head. They struck him on the back of the head. The main character jumped because 2 hits were not enough, and if they did not finish him off, then there might not be another chance. Taking the staff in both hands, he headed down. The staff pierced the monster's neck. His health decreased. They started attacking Yan, but he shouted Ramir. With the guy, she made a blow through the pentagram. This blow hit the monster right. The monster with red eyes was near Yan. Rubbing his chin, he thought if it was possible to catch such a guy. He stood near the monster. In his head he thought that this dragon was a legendary creature and the level was twice as high and it was not so easy to catch. The monster screamed, also thinking he understood that if he did not kill him now, he would destroy them with one blow at any moment. Behind him was Liu. He called him. Together with him, they jumped up and used the attack skill with pincers. They hit the monster and Yan stood on the ground. Bejav understood that he could not leave it like that. He hit the monster with his staff. Opening his mouth, he looked with his red eyes. Scratching the back of his head and clapping his hands with Liu, they successfully defeated the beast. Ramir and Solar exhaled because they finally did it. The girl looked up and asked why such animals were found here. The guy answered that it was one of the legendary animals and their numbers were small. Looking into the distance, the guy said that thanks to Yan they were able to cope. Looking at the screen, he smiled, while Solar said that without him, nothing would have happened. The main character opened his mouth because it was interesting what he would get for killing a legendary beast. His mouth shrank from surprise. Looking at his hand, he received the Devil Dragon's Soul Stone. There was a stone in his hand, but in his head it was that usually when you kill a boss level monster, many items drop. It was an exclusive item. It could be sold at a high price on the altar of the demon god in the 30th zone. Clenching his hand into a fist, he realized that it was a useless thing. The screen showed that if you collect all the parts of the soul stone and the soul is ready, you can summon the devil dragon. Smiling and remembering the monster, he realized that it was still possible to tame it. Ramir looked at the screen. The guy wanted to ask if she received the stone. The girl looked at him when he called her. Scratching her head, he asked if she received something. Putting her finger to her mouth, she said that she received the same stone, but she did not need it. She smiled. There were stones in her hands, asked if he needed them. Scratching the back of his head and looking to the side, he agreed. Looking at her, he asked if he could sell them. The girl did not know because the item could summon a devil dragon. Smiling, she said that she did not need it and also asked how much to sell it for. The guy looked down, baring his teeth, because for her she was not a magician, but a real witch. She smiled, while Ian thought that she might need it. The guy was at a loss. Ramir asked if he was thinking about what to offer her. He asked her to wait. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that she did not have time for this and needed to destroy the summoning stone. The protagonist was in great shape, but the girl understood that in any case it would be more useful for her to work with him. Showing a thumbs up, she asked to let her suggest it herself. Showing the stone, she asked to destroy the summoning stone for her. Extending her hand, she asked to destroy it again. Ian was lost in thought because he did not understand why she needed it. Spreading his hand, he said that they would do so, but she did not finish something. Putting her hands to her chest, she agreed. Showing a thumbs up, she asked to hunt with them for the remaining 3 days until the demon world closed. Ian was in complete shock. Opening his mouth, he asked if that was all. The girl sighed and agreed, because she does not throw words to the wind. Showing a like, he agreed. Smiling and holding the stones in her hands, she agreed. After all, she made a profitable deal and in exchange would give her useless goods. The protagonist was happy, while Ramir thought that she had accomplished a great feat when she blocked one of the waves of the demon world, destroying the summoning stone. Cassandra appeared, clutching her head. The pets and the boys understood that hell was beginning, but Ian was happy. Cassandra thought that the girl had made a big mistake. Smiling, she decided to leave everything as it was. Ramir asked if they were leaving. In her hands was the staff with which she cast a spell. Flames appeared near her. Stones fell because she destroyed the summoning stone and successfully completed the task, earning 350,000 units. The guys were reading the news on the screen because Yan and Ramir had successfully stopped the wave of monsters in the 4th zone and the portal was blocked. In the room, people with their mouths open were also looking at the screen because the second stone was destroyed. Raising their fingers up, They did not understand what was happening in the demon world. The guys wondered what kind of internal struggle was going on there. In any case, it was good that a third was destroyed, because if they did not stop the war, they would lose 2 continents. The guy was indignant, because the players who could not get into the demon world were looking forward to the wave of monsters, and because of the blockage, the opportunity for hunting was reduced. Barry looked at the screen and understood that they would have to say something in their defense because they deprived the players of opportunities. Taking off the earphone, he understood that thanks to this, the load on the territory of their guild would be reduced, but there might be noise. Ramir was sweaty and dirty, holding a staff in her hand. A little further, Yan walked, who asked what was going on. She pointed her finger at him and asked him to rest. Everyone stared at her because they had been resting for 5 hours. He showed a thumbs up and explained that it was unknown when such an opportunity would appear again to get to such places for hunting, when the demon world would close. The tired girl looked at him and considered him crazy. Crying, she understood that if she had known how everything would turn out, she would not have insisted. Yang ran. The girl was shaking. For her it was real hell. She remembered when they were happy, because initially everything was fine, they fought well, defeating monsters. There were bruises under her eyes, because they had been playing for 30 hours without a break. They walked barely moving their legs, because it was not normal. Falling to the ground, she thought that if she did not rest, she would die. Showing a thumbs up and crying, she asked to rest for 10 minutes, because it took time to restore skills and check the inventory. Exhaling, he agreed to rest. His mouth opened slightly, but Yang said that only 10 minutes. Cassandra laughed at her. Ramir looked at the inventory and wondered if she could have fun with this guy. Putting her hand to her chin, she thought. Looking down, she wondered when she had ever enjoyed hunting so much, because she couldn't imagine items, experience points, until she got to the demon world, as if a double event had happened. She picked up a stick and decided to endure everything, because she would hunt with the guy. Clenching her hand into a fist, she thought that she didn't want to give in to him in anything and would hold on to the last. When suddenly, she fell to the ground. The guys and pets began to look at her. Apparently she fell asleep. Buck looked and asked what to do. Thoughtfully, Ian thought, because they had rested a lot. Lou came up and said that wizards were weak and could not believe that she was tired of hunting, because it took place with a 5-minute break every 3 hours and a 3-hour sleep. The protagonist watched her evaporate, because there was a forced logout. Putting his hand to his chin, he understood that there were 3 hours and 50 minutes left before the demon world closed, and this time was too valuable to just part with it. Ian raised 3 fingers up and asked if they wanted to hunt for 3 hours and then disperse. Everyone agreed. He watched as he was called. A girl came up and said that something was wrong with Ben and he went somewhere. A portal was open in the rock. They looked at it and did not understand what was wrong with Ben. The protagonist watched the explosion. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what the hell was happening to Ben. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that a minute. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that this light really was. A notification appeared in front of him. The thought arose that Ben ate the grass. Ian grinned and thought that this insectivore was finally evolving. Taking a step forward, the girl told him to look. A bright light was emitted from the pet. Closing his eyes, the hero thought about how hard it was to raise this guy. This is what parents feel when they look at their adult children. Thinking about the monster, he added that it means that now he will become an abyss dragon. No, it was said that the abyss dragon must have a pearl. The girl looked in surprise. The thought appeared that so this will be the previous stage, the turtle dragon. Looking at the bright beam, the protagonist thought that he should show how cool he has become. A turtle's hand appeared. Its tail was peeking out from behind its shell. The pet was eating grass. They looked ahead in surprise. Sitting on the ground, Ian asked that he was still evolving. Looking at him, Ben asked what he was talking about. The hero shuddered. Hearing that he had not evolved, it was heard that he should control himself. The protagonist held out his hand and shouted, "What? Why? What the hell? Why didn't he evolve after such a great show?" The turtle raised his hand and said that there was a time for everything. Lying on the ground, the pet said that he felt like he could evolve now, to which Ian asked if that was true. He could evolve, to which he replied that well, yes, there were many opportunities for evolution. The protagonist held out his hand and shouted for him to evolve, and then thought that he really wanted him to do so. The turtle frowned and said that he should believe her. The protagonist looked at the notification in surprise and asked what again. It said that the summoned pet Ben had fulfilled all the conditions for evolution. The Abyssal Turtle Evolution Quest had been activated, and the thought arose that an evolution quest, what the hell is that? Frowning, Ian asked again. Looking at the notification, he shouted. The protagonist looked up and shouted what was that. Ben had not evolved, but had given him a quest. Lying in front of him, the pet said that it needed the Abyss Seal to evolve, to which the protagonist asked that he was his pet or master. If he said he was going to evolve, he should take care of it himself. Raising his eyebrows, the turtle asked what he wouldn't bring. A notification appeared that if he refused, Ben would be upset. Putting his hand to his face, Ian thought that he was trying to be nice. Closing his eyes, he asked that he couldn't disappoint him, to which the turtle replied that he knew his master wouldn't disappoint him. Looking away, the protagonist thought that yes, the reward for completing the quest even included evolution, so if he got the seal or whatever it was, he would definitely evolve, and then asked that in any case, where would he get the Abyss seal? Raising his hands, Ben asked that how about looking for that researcher, to which Ian asked again. Frowning, the dragon said, well, that was a good plan, the researcher who let him see in his dream what happened 1,000 years ago. Looking at him, the hero said that right, that guy named Rilson, he might know something. Grinning, he said that he was supposed to meet him anyway to evaluate the relic he brought with him from his dream, to which Ben replied that he did not expect compliments. But thank you. Lying on the protagonist's back, the pet said that they would rather go on a search, he wanted to evolve quickly, to which he replied that he should wait a little, first there was something to do. Waving his finger, Ian thought that the dragon demon quest had failed, but did not disappear, but was replaced with another. The duration was 10 days, about 3 remained. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that therefore the first thing to do was to go to the surface and meet with Iriel. A message appeared that at 00, that is, in 10 minutes, all the servers of the demon world will be closed. Looking at the notification, the girl saw that when the servers close, the guy lowered his head. It was said that all connected users will be forcibly removed from the game. The man was sitting on a stone. A notification appeared that they should disconnect in advance. The remaining time is 100 hours. The server of the demon world is closed. The girl was fast asleep. A message appeared that from this moment on, all open portals leading to and from the demon world will be destroyed. For some time no one will be able to use the content of the demon world. Looking straight ahead, the elf said that she was welcome, long time no see. A message appeared that in addition, in the next 12 hours in the 4 places named earlier, an invasion of monsters from the demon world will begin, so let them go there. Grinning, the main character said that he was back. It was true, long time no see. It was said that they hope that the users are ready to fight the monsters from the demon world. Standing by the table, the girl said that so much time had passed, he had grown so much that she did not even recognize him at first, to which he turned to her. Looking straight ahead, Iriel said that they would first talk about the current problem. Unfortunately, the demon dragon had awakened, to which she was told that it seemed so. They said that the War of Dimensions had begun because Khalifa had awakened. Putting her hand to her face, Julie asked how he knew. Grinning, the girl asked that it was true. How did he know all this? The protagonist waved his hands during his explanation. The girls opened their eyes in surprise. Raising her eyebrows, Iriel asked what she heard correctly. So much happened, so the reason for the destruction of one of the 2 summoning stones was him. Looking at her, Ian replied that yes, he broke one, and the Demon King broke the other. Looking at him, Julie shouted that he exceeded her expectations. When she heard that the 2 summoning stones were destroyed, she was so surprised, to which Iriel replied that she didn't even know about it. For a while she was angry at him for not contacting her when Khalifa woke up. The hero winked and thought that in the end, misunderstandings can only be resolved by talking. A notification appeared that since his intimacy with the sorceress had reached the maximum, he would receive additional rewards. Looking surprised, the protagonist thought that an additional reward. Holding the bag in her hands, the girl said that now that she was convinced that he was a more exceptional hero than she thought, she could trust him with this item. A message appeared that he had received the item, the spatial bead. Looking at the item, Ian wondered what a spatial bead was. He held the sphere in his hands. Information about it appeared. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was so valuable, how should he use it? To which Julie replied that he would understand when the time came. Rolling up the bag, he thought that he didn't think she would tell him anything else even if she asked, and then said that anyway, thank you. The protagonist winked when he heard that so there was something she wanted him to do to stop Khalifa, to which he replied that yes, I'm listening. A notification appeared in front of him. The treasure appeared. Notifications appeared that in order to stop them, they needed the treasure of the main warrior, one of the 7 treasures of the Holy King who rotates the wheel, which is filled with ancient knowledge. A mission to obtain the treasure of the main warrior appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that Ben also needs to evolve, and much more to do, but it seems that he was given an incredibly large-scale quest. Fortunately, there is no clear time limit. He will complete this task after Ben evolves. Grinning, he said that he understood. He will try to do it. Raising his hands, the elf said that they knew that he would answer like that. Let him come to the magic tower as soon as he is ready. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that good, see you soon. Looking at the notification, he thought that great, now he needs to find Rilson. He looked into the official community. It was written there that he is on the central continent. The guy looked surprised. He stretched his arms forward and thought that Yan, the real Yan. The hero lowered his head and thought that apparently he had become famous to some extent. Well, isn't it strange to achieve some success and not become famous? Closing his eyes, he added that but it is a little burdensome. Turning around, the protagonist said that okay, he agreed to meet. The pet grinned and said to hold, to which he thanked him. Ian put his hand to his face and said that it was a long time ago. They are going to the castle of the Lord of the Arsonist territory. A view of the Arsonist lands opened up. Looking to the side, the guy said that so, if a wave of monsters starts in these two places, it will spread to their territory, right? To which Barry replied that judging by the declared difficulty of the wave, it will be stopped by any ordinary reconnaissance squad. He sighed and added that it would be different from the second wave, to which Adam replied that he thought he was right. After all, he had been to the demon world. Barry closed his eyes, hearing that what the hell was Ian doing there, since even he didn't see him often, to which he replied that he thought he was preparing to meet someone important. Frowning, he added that if Ian said it was important, it obviously was, so they would just calmly observe. Notifications appeared in front of the hero and he thought that there were about 45 minutes left until the meeting with Rilson. Time is money, so he can't waste a minute, which means crystals flew in front of him, and he added that it was time to spend all the magic stones that he had earned with sweat and blood. The protagonist grinned and shouted that he needed to increase his fortification by plus 15 today, and wanted to move from the second to the third transcendence. He opened his eyes in surprise and thought, wait a minute, he remembered how he failed last time trying to enhance it. Ian frowned and added, no, he did it right then, didn't he? Even if he failed that time, he could make all his weapons plus 10 and at least 2 plus 15. Grinning, the hero shouted, okay, let's get started. A bright glow appeared from the building. People looked in surprise. A notification appeared that the enhancement was complete. The hero's legs trembled and he said, no, how could that be? Kneeling, the protagonist shouted that he had used up all 800 middle-class magic stones and still hadn't received any level 3 transcendental equipment. Holding the weapon in his hands, he thought, 4 level 13s and 1 level 12. The one that turned out the best is the King's Spirit Justice with a plus 14. Young put his hand to his face and thought that the most luxurious equipment with the highest fortification that was uploaded in the official community was plus 11. This is already a luxury, it is too bad to be satisfied. With wide eyes, he said that why not try the heart of the beast. The hero stretched out his hand, thinking that advanced magic stones are used to make 4th level transcendence items, but they can also be used for items that have not been transcended to the 3rd level. He knows that this is incredibly inefficient and dangerous, but, frowning, he shouted that he was courageous. Since he was going to do it, he must see it through to the end. The guy looked at the light in surprise. Putting his hand to his face, he asked what this item enhancement was. Notifications appeared that the transcendence of the Spirit King's Justice item was increased from plus 13 to plus 14. He successfully strengthened the Spirit King's Justice item. The protagonist covered his face with his hands. A message appeared that the item Spirit Justice had been increased from plus 14 to plus 15. User Yang had successfully increased the item to plus 15 and obtained a 3rd grade transcendence equipment. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he had done it, but he couldn't bear to open his eyes and look at the results. But he had reached the 3rd stage of transcendence, so he thought he had not wasted his money. Opening one eye, he added that it was still increasing after the 3rd level. He didn't have that many magic stones. A notification appeared above him that he had managed to strengthen the item to plus 20. The protagonist looked at the glow. A message appeared that he could no longer use high-grade magic stones on weapons above level 20. Grinning, he saw that he had created the first weapon of the 4th level of transcendence. His fame increased by 300,000. The guy looked in surprise, hearing that the heart of the beast caused a sensation. Looking at the weapon, Ian thought that as expected of the first 4th transcendence weapon in the entire server, its stats are simply killing him. How much will it cost? Maybe it is the price of a house in Gangnam. His mood improved. He smirked and said that he thinks he can catch it himself. Raising his hands up, the guy shouted that he should forgive him for coming in without permission. Who is he? Smirking, the protagonist said that it was Rilson. Closing his eyes, he added that he should forgive him. He just finished, to which Rilson replied that yes, everyone received a notification, nice to meet you. The protagonist turned around, hearing that it was the 4th transcendence item, to which he replied that yes, he was lucky, to which he was asked that he could take a look. Closing his eyes, he replied that of course, but since it is an account-bound item, he will not be able to receive it, to which the guy shouted that this is it. Rilson carefully examined the weapon. Standing in front of him, Ian said that he wanted to get to the main point now, to which the guy replied no, let him forgive him. Leaning on the table, the guy said that he was the first in the game to create a level 4 transcendence item. As expected of him, everyone might be indignant for a while, to which the hero replied that it was good, he thought so. Looking at the notification, he heard that by the way, why did he call him, to which he replied that he wanted to ask him something. Looking at the scroll, Rilson heard that it was a map indicating the location of the items he really needed. Since it was an ancient relic, he could not evaluate it with his skills. Grinning, he said that at first glance, it looked unusual, it was interesting, could he pass it on to him? Giving him the scroll in his hands, the protagonist said that of course, he hoped that he would help him with it. Looking at the map, the guy thought that if he did it right, it could become a unique relic. If someone of Ian's level could not appreciate it, then it must be a relic of a fairly high class. A bright light appeared around the scroll. A thought arose that where else could he see such an item? Rilson frowned, hearing a loud sound. Looking at the notification, he thought that this was a legendary item. Looking at it, the protagonist asked that something was wrong. Is there some kind of problem? To which the guy shouted that no, there is no problem. How on earth did he get this item? It is a legendary artifact. Looking to the side, he said that yes, since that is how it happened, to which the guy replied that well, he understands. Rilson smirked and thought how good it was that he had responded to Ian's request. How long had it been since he last appraised a legendary relic? And now he was doing it himself, and then said that he needed to go out to the auction house for a while before appraising. He needed a top quality stone to appraise it. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he would have told him that he needed this. Here it is. Looking at the stones, the guy shouted that no, they are expensive, to which he replied that he heard that appraising legendary relics requires a lot of top-notch appraisal stones, so he has plenty of them. The rest can be considered compensation and accept them. Rilson smirked and thought that this is amazing, no wonder he is the #1 summoner on the server, and then said that I understand, thank you. He stretched out his hands and shouted that the summoning would begin then. A notification appeared that he failed to appraise the relic map of the desired treasure. He had used up one high-grade appraisal stone. An unrolled scroll appeared. It was said that he had successfully appraised the map of the desired treasure. The guy raised it up and said that it was great, it worked. A notification appeared that the relic appraisal skill level had been raised from advanced from level 9 to level 10. Since he had successfully appraised a legendary item, he would receive 100,000 glory. The hero looked at the scroll, hearing that he should take a look at it, to which he thanked it. A notification appeared in front of him and he wondered what it was, why there were so many complicated words. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist added that he just needed to use this map and see where the pearl was, right. Holding the map in his hands, he thought that they would take a look at where it was now. A light spread throughout the room. Raising his head up, the boy asked what the map was, to which he was told that yes, it was a map that showed where the item he was looking for was. Stretching his hand forward, Ian said that they would look to see where the pearl might be. Frowning, he mumbled, and the boy turned to him. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero turned to Sam and said that he should come here, to which he asked what was going on. He was tired. Clenching his fists, he shouted that the map he gave him did not show the location of the pearl. Wasn't it a fake? Looking away, the dragon said that it couldn't be, it really wasn't. What the? Smirking, he said that he knew why the map didn't show the location of the pearl, to which the hero asked what and why. Raising his hand, Sam said that because the pearl was not an item of this time, and it was not an ordinary map. The protagonist looked at the dragon and asked what kind of map it was, to which it replied that it was a mysterious object that had a map of the continent that the owner of the map walked on, so to find the pearl, let him use this map. Ian gritted his teeth when he heard that to find the pearl using this map, he must first go to the continent of the place where the pearl was. Then a map of that place would appear, and there would probably be a mark of the pearl's location, to which he asked that it was true, then where is it? Closing his eyes, the pet said it was the Moria Empire. The boy opened his eyes in surprise and wondered what this summoner had just said, the Moria Empire. He asked out loud in amazement. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that yes, he knew it, to which Rilson replied that yes, it was an ancient empire that existed before the dimensional war that happened 1,000 years ago. Sam smirked and said that it was true, it was an ancient empire ruled by a king who turned the wheel. If he went there and opened the map there, he would definitely be able to find the pearl. Scratching his head, the protagonist thought, wait a minute, the king who turned the wheel, where did he hear about it? He widened his eyes in surprise and added that yes, the item that Ariel told him to get was one of the king's treasures. Ariel and Julie told him to get one of his treasures, the war treasure. Ian smirked and thought that he should go to the Moria Empire where everything was, and Sam thought that as expected, he quickly understood everything. Clenching his fist, the protagonist shouted that okay, let's go to the king who turned the wheel and evolve Ben, and bring the treasure to completely destroy the demon world invasion. He smirked and added that before that he needed to find the Abyss Seal to give to Ben. He knew of an item called the Abyss Seal. Rilson lowered his head and said no, he had never heard of it either. Sitting on his head, the pet said that the Abyss Seal was an item containing water and cold energy. Whoever carried it would gain resistance to all cold energy, and their magic power would increase by 10%, to which the protagonist asked that it would make ice wizards drool. He knew what it looked like. The guy looked surprised to hear that of course, his lord, it was a water drop shaped gem with a bright blue glow. Looking at the notification, he asked what the blue water drop shaped gem was. He said it was by accident. Rilson pointed to the crystal and asked that it wasn't like that. The dragon's eyes widened and he shouted no. Ben looked up, hearing that it was an Abyss Seal. Looking at Ian, he said that it was not, asked where he got the fake one, to which the protagonist replied that it was. Closing his eyes, the guy said that this stone was not an abyss seal, it had a similar name and an almost identical description, so he showed it to him just in case, to which the protagonist confirmed. Looking at the crystal, he added that this item was called an abyss fragment. Rilson adjusted his hat and said that a long time ago he had been to the Abyss Tower to help his friend, a wizard, with his quest, and accidentally received this item. Ian extended his hand to the side and said that what a pity, if it were an abyss seal, he would have bought it no matter how much it cost, to which the guy asked why he needed this item. Pointing back, the hero said that this item is absolutely necessary for the evolution of this glutton, to which Ben shouted that he is not a glutton. Putting his hand to his face, Rilson said that if he could help him find this item. The protagonist smirked when he heard that he could do him a favor, to which he replied that of course, any favor he could do. Scratching his head, the boy said that well, this is if he could become part of the Lotus Guild. A notification appeared that he had joined the Lotus Guild. Stretching his hand forward, he said that in fact, strictly speaking, this fragment of the Abyss is not an item obtained from the Tower of the Abyss. Right behind the magical Tower of the Abyss is a small secret dungeon. The boy knelt down on one knee. He looked surprised when he heard that in this place too, he found a precious stone. Rilson looked at the stone and said that it perfectly matches the description. Looking to the side, he said that he couldn't touch it because it was surrounded by an incredibly powerful aura, so he couldn't even tell if it was an abyss seal or something else. Smirking, the hero thought that his intuition was telling him that this item was definitely an abyss seal. The guy looked to the side and said that now let him go this way, to which the protagonist asked that wouldn't this path lead them to the northern coast and not to the tower. Rilson turned around and said that it definitely did, since the place itself was right behind the tower, but there was no way to get there normally. Ian looked to the side, hearing that it was here. Looking at the circles, he asked what this was. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that this was a high-speed gate to a secret dungeon, to which the guy said that he should follow him. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he began to recite numbers. A bright glow appeared in front of them. Lightning was flying around. They were flying out of the sphere. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and screamed loudly. He smirked and said how many magic circles they had to go through to get here and finally find the secret dungeon, to which the guy replied that anyone can do it if they have time, persistence, and curiosity. Looking at the guy, Ian thought that with the help of Ben, the dungeon detector, and Rilson, he could find even more hidden things in Kalan. Turning around, the guy said that he should be careful here, to which he asked again. Standing in front of the gate, Rilson said that when this stone gate opens, there will be a guardian. This is a strong guy whom he and his friend barely managed to defeat after they died several times. Smirking, he added that it is a giant golem with a level of over 130, which uses ice skills to move around a large area. It also uses various techniques, to which the hero replied that he should not worry. Stretching his weapon out to the side, the protagonist said that he was just about to test the functionality of his new improved weapon. Let him open the door. The guy looked at him in surprise and shouted that yes, of course, he would win without much difficulty, but it would be better to call their pets in advance. Turning his head, Sam said not to worry, no matter how huge he was, he would never be able to touch their master, who was simply incredible. Stretching his hands forward, Rilson said that then he would open the dungeon. Blue flames appeared on his hands. Standing in front of the entrance, the monster said that how dare he climb into the abyss. The creature looked forward furiously. The hero rushed forward, and the guy shouted his name. He was approaching the monster. The core inside the monster appeared. The thought appeared that he had identified a weak spot. The protagonist threw his spear and shouted that it was here. A notification appeared that fatal damage had been dealt to the Guardian of the Abyss. Ian smiled widely. The messages appeared that the health of the Guardian of the Abyss was reduced by 5,238,775 units. He successfully defeated the Guardian of the Abyss. Looking in amazement, Rilson asked what the, to which the dragon said that he told him that there was no reason to worry. Raising his weapon, the hero thought that the power of the attack exceeded all his expectations. He was starting to get drunk from the pace. Pointing back, the protagonist asked that he could go in now, to which the guy replied that he could go in. Turning his head, he thought that Ian really is more amazing than one could imagine. A notification appeared that he entered the secret dungeon of the Vigil of the Abyss. Suddenly, the wolves rushed forward. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that that was all. Ice gargoyles suddenly appeared in front of him. He struck them and added that compared to the demons of the demon world, this is incredibly pathetic. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped above the golem. He stretched his hand to the side and thought that it had been a long time since he had enjoyed hunting. He had released all his stress. Watching him, Rilson said that he was amazing. He could defeat these strong mobs alone, to which Ian replied that they were still far from where the Abyss Seal was. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that from here the area looked exactly the same as before, so what they were looking for was definitely in that direction. It sounded like it was there, inside. Looking straight ahead, the hero shouted that great, if Ben says so, then so be it. Let's go there quickly and take this damn thing. Rocks began to fall from the sky. Looking to the side, the guy asked what it was. It was an earthquake. A notification appeared that all the conditions for awakening the Abyss Seal were met. The power of the Abyss that was dormant in the void awakened. Raising his head up, Rilson asked why this had never happened before, what the hell was going on. The protagonist grinned and asked why such impressive special effects were needed. A bright glow appeared, and it was heard, which was only natural when a super awesome boss monster appeared. Suddenly, the wall burst. Covering his face with his hands, the protagonist exclaimed. He smiled widely when he saw that the creature that had been in a deep sleep for 1,000 years was awakening, to which he thought that it was finally. A huge monster appeared in front of him. A message appeared that the Lord of the Abyss was appearing to the world. The guy looked at it in surprise and said, "My God, a boss with such monstrous characteristics." Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that he should look there. A bright glow emitted from the crystal, and it was heard that the seal of the Abyss. The guy frowned and said that while they were running away from here, if he didn't bring his vassals, he wouldn't be able to fight the boss monster alone. Ian smirked when he heard that he wouldn't get any important items, to which he replied that it would be a shame if there was no such event. Holding his weapon in his hands, he added that he shouldn't worry, he would just take care of this guy. The pets appeared behind him and the hero said that he would take the seal of the Abyss. Looking at him in surprise, Rilson thought that he didn't even bring a vassal with him. Defeating the legendary boss monster of level 350 was impossible even for Ian. He was reckless if he knew that the dungeon would be so difficult. Smiling widely, the guy continued that yes, instead of dying and losing one level, if he could record Ian's battle on video, that would be great. Looking straight ahead, the monster asked that he was truly worthy of the power of the Abyss. Raising his head up, the protagonist thought about what was going on. The monster swung its weapon sharply. It struck the ground. Crouching, Young thought about a strong blow with a huge hammer, strong defense, but low speed, then agility. Looking to the side, he said to have the dragon prepare to use its breath and tell him when it was ready, to which it responded approvingly. Rushing forward, the hero shouted for Lou and Harley to join him in the attack. Tiger jumped up to the creature. Looking at his weapon, the protagonist thought that it was faster than he thought, not that he could not avoid its attack, but he needed to be careful, it was destroying the area. Jumping up, he added that even Buck's most reliable defense would not be able to withstand his attacks, it was necessary to increase the difference in strength. The monsters quickly ran forward. Finn could be heard increasing the power of the entire area. Looking at the tiger, Ian shouted for it to cast a reflex debuff on this guy. Minus signs appeared near the monster. He swung his weapon, and the hero said that it was great. Finn suddenly rose above the boss. Swinging his sword, the boss shouted that they were like this. Suddenly, the pet jumped on him. Lou began to attack. A message appeared that the familiar did a lot of damage. The boss's health was reduced by 187,698 units. Grinning, the protagonist said that great job, now Harley. An attack was flying towards them, and he shouted that they were moving forward. Ian swung his weapon sharply. Messages appeared that he did a lot of damage. His health was reduced by 448,739 units. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise. A message appeared that a judicial lightning was summoned. A bright beam flew at the monster. A notification appeared that it deals additional damage to the Lord of the Abyss in the amount of 224,368 units from lightning. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the judgment lightning, right? The chances of this are so small, he himself has only seen it a few times, and everyone usually falls immediately. The boss looked at him. A thought appeared that but even so, thanks to this lightning, the chances have increased significantly. This is the end. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. Putting his hand to his face, the guy asked what even after Ian's strike. The hero raised his head, hearing his name. The monster struck the ground near him. A thought arose that he was able to cope, and also, he is immune to lightning strikes. The creature looked angrily, and the protagonist thought that this was even more than he expected. Suddenly, the monster swung his weapon. Stones began to fly at the pets. A notification appeared that his pet received critical damage from an enemy attack. Looking at the fragments, Ian said what it was. Suddenly, Ben suddenly jumped out in front of him. The hero smiled, and he said that Ben is not a glutton, he protects his master. Smiling widely, he replied that their Ben is great, and then asked the dragon that he is ready. The creature opened its mouth wide. Hearing the command, he breathed out flames. The boss looked surprised and shouted that they. Swinging his weapon, he asked that he thinks he can knock him down like that. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that this guy, he is stronger than he thought. Pets were lying on the ground. A thought arose that damn, it would be easier if at least Ciri was with them. Even though she is not at the level of Caesar, she would support them with her healing abilities. The monster looked straight. A thought arose that but even so, the health of the Lord of the Abyss was reduced to less than half. Now, you cannot lose vigilance. Yan stretched out his hand and thought that he could use something new around now, so what was he going to do? Use a technique on everyone? A recovery skill. Beams flew around the boss, notifications appeared that all the Abyss Lord's combat abilities were increased by 30%, the Abyss Lord's life recovery speed was increased by 15%. A unique ability was activated. For the next 15 minutes, the Abyss Lord's defense would increase by 27.5%. Raising his head up, the guy thought, "God, this is too much, how can you deal with him? Even Yen can't handle this alone." The hero ducked and said that it was so difficult. Just one mistake and the game was over. Mounting the tiger, he shouted that this was more fun. "Let's go." The protagonist rushed towards the boss. The monster swung his hammer, it was heard that he should die. Yan's eyes widened, thinking that this was a new attack. The boss looked forward angrily. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that no, even Yan couldn't avoid this attack. The turtle jumped out in front of the hero. The spike stuck into the barrier. Looking away, the protagonist said that great, he was the best, to which the pet replied that the owner said that he would protect him. Yan quickly ran on the tiger, it was heard that yes, he would definitely do it. Jumping up, the hero shouted that he would deal with this guy. Swinging his weapon, he shouted that he would definitely make a turtle dragon out of him. The protagonist approached the monster. He stuck a spear into its head. The guy looked at him in surprise and thought about what he was watching right now. Lightning flew around the boss. A thought appeared that he would attack this high-level boss monster like this. The video cannot even contain this incredible battle. If it was edited properly, it would have gained tens of millions of views. No. The spikes flew at the hero and he thought that he could get 100 million views. He began to run away from them. The dragon attacked the boss with flames. A thought appeared that the madman, it was true, he was really going to cope with this boss alone. The boss struck the dragon, and the hero thought that this was really the strongest battle in the world. The dragon held a hammer in his teeth. The monster stretched his hand forward. The protagonist looked at them. A glow appeared from the boss's hand, and he said that he would freeze him. Sitting on the tiger, Ian shouted that it was great. They jumped up. Spreading his arms to the sides, the hero shouted that he was going forward. Harley grabbed the monster. Lou struck the boss. Grinning, the protagonist shouted that a weakness had been detected. This was the end. Ian stuck a spear into the boss's head. Rilson's eyes widened in amazement. The monster began to fall to the ground. The hero landed on the ground. A notification appeared that he had successfully defeated the Lord of the Abyss. Closing his eyes, he said that it was not easy. He said he had won. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked that he had filmed everything well. Messages appeared that he had completed the dungeons of the Abyss for the first time. He had acquired 350,000 units of fame. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes and he said that yes, from start to finish, he was sure that this would collect a lot of views. Looking at the crystal, Ian said that so, now, stretching his hand forward, he added that he really needed to find what they had come for. A blow flew at his hand and the hero asked what the hell, what was going on. A notification appeared that this item was unavailable. Grinning, Ben said that he should give it to him, to which the hero asked that for sure, so he was their qualified specialist, and now, let him really develop. The pet approached the crystal. A message appeared that he had fulfilled all the conditions and received the seal of the Abyss. The turtle raised his hands up. It was heard that the power was overflowing him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it was ready. This time he was really changing. Turning around, Rilson shouted that he should look at this. What was this at such a crucial moment? The man's legs began to glow. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that it was incredible. No more than 30 years had passed since the previous abyssal dragon left the human world, and already a new abyssal turtle had appeared, which fulfilled all the conditions, and he was the first human monster who had passed the test on his own. Looking at him in surprise, Ian heard that this was a series of surprises, to which he asked what he was who. Frowning, he added what was this, to which the dragon replied that he was what? He thought he was a wiki on this world. Looking straight ahead, Sam said that it was known that the Abyss Dragon only ascends from the sky after 1,000 years. It seemed that it had been 30 years since the previous Abyss Dragon ascended. The one that stopped the invasion of the demon world 1,000 years ago, since the Abyss Dragon is a divine being, two of which exist in the same dimension, and Ben. Closing his eyes, he continued that this is the one who will ascend as the next Abyss Dragon, to which the hero replied that it is clear. The pet waved his hands. It was heard that he also learned about this thanks to Ben. It takes at least 100 years for a new Abyss creature to form, but in Ben's case, no more than 30 years had passed. It is really amazing. Stretching out his hand forward, the man said that perhaps it was God's will that the Abyss Dragon was born so quickly. A beam appeared from his hand and he added that as the Lord who keeps the secret of the Abyss, he allows the birth of a new Abyss Dragon. A beam flew near the pet. The boys looked at the glow. The protagonist smirked, thinking that it was true. It had been a long time. He would evolve for sure this time. He looked away, hearing that he would be able to see him again on the day he got the pearl and became an Abyss Dragon. Notifications appeared that he had cleared the entire secret dungeon of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss acknowledged him for the first time. The pet raised its hand up. It had wings. The boy looked in surprise and shouted that it was the evolved Ben. The pet stretched out its hand forward. It sounded like an abyss dragon. A message appeared that the pet Ben had successfully evolved from an abyss turtle to an abyss dragon. Looking at it, the protagonist wondered what the hell was going on. The dragon raised its hands. The thought arose that no, it really evolved. That's right, it definitely grew, but he thought it would look a little cooler. Ben closed his eyes and asked what he thought. He was really cool, to which Ian asked again. Looking away, the hero replied that he was totally cool, the absolute best, and then thought that he was not cool at all. Looking at the notification, he thought that yes, looks are not everything. He should start by checking his information. Ben's information appeared. The thought arose that even when evolving, all his skills remained in place. Frowning, the protagonist thought that although the other abilities remained the same, the Blessing of the Abyss is an incredible skill. It is a valuable skill for restoring life. It was written about the Blessing of the Abyss. Pets appeared. The thought arose that until now the biggest weakness among pets was the lack of a healer, so they relied on priest-class vassals like Ciri to heal. The pet raised its hands up. The thought arose that but now they have Ben's powers. The pets were surrounded by healing particles, and the thought arose that only with the help of pets, they could become incredibly resilient in battle. Ben looked surprised to hear that it was really cool. He had become cool and strong, but his body looked a little clumsy. Raising his hand up, he said that it was just because of the shell, he did not need it. Looking at the shell, the hero asked that he could take it off like this, and since it happened, it was written about the shell and hard shell. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted that this is a turtle dragon, but he does not have a turtle shell, so it is not a turtle dragon. Walking around the room, he thought that in any case, Ben has developed properly and is ready. He needs to rest and then proceed to complete the remaining tasks. There was food on the table. He heard that Rena had prepared something for him, and on the note it was written that it was for Ian, that he should not skip meals and be sure to eat what she prepared. Closing his eyes, Ian said that he had to finish this quest and go on more dates with Rena. He began to eat the food. The correspondence appeared. Barry asked that he could not return to the guild for a while, to which the hero replied that he was currently logged out and eating. He needed to complete the task, so he would not be able to come for a while. What is it? To which the guy replied that he should say, someone came to the guild. He thought he should know. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that the reason she came to their guild is that. Lowering her head, the girl replied that yes, she came to see Ian. Putting her hand on her chest, she added that she wanted to be part of the Lotus Guild. Barry raised his eyebrows and wondered that even if it was a crisis, why on earth would she come to their mid-level guild, and then asked if that meant he wanted to join their guild. The girl stretched out her hands and shouted that no, I'm sorry, she expressed herself incorrectly. Raising her finger, she added that the Demon World monster wave had started recently, right? The humans were fighting. It sounded like thanks to her and Ian's efforts, the Demon World monster wave had decreased in size, but there were still a large number of humans and demons participating. The problem was that because there were so many users fighting. The mage looked up. It was said that it was impossible to conduct effective strategic battles together. The guy in front of her asked if that meant she was looking for a group that she could trust and fight together with, to which she replied that that was true. That was why she wanted to join them, but only while the monster wave was happening. Barry looked at her in amazement and said that they were always happy to see him in their guild, but there was one thing he didn't understand. Ramir's eyes widened when he said that she could join any other bigger guild, so why did she come to their guild? To which she replied that it was this. The girl looked at him in fear. She was shaking in fear. Flames appeared behind her. The mage fell to the ground. The thought occurred to her that the hunt she had with Ian in the demon world was pure hell, but pets appeared next to her. The thought occurred to her that the way he had perfectly created a situation where she could use all of her skills, and the way he had memorized all of her active skill cooldowns, she just couldn't forget it. The girl opened her mouth and thought that she hated to admit it, but she had to, and then said that it was true that. Closing her eyes, Ramir screamed that she couldn't be happy without Ian anymore. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what she had just said. What about Ian? The guy looked at her in amazement. A message came on his phone saying that he should do everything possible to survive. Looking at the message, the protagonist asked what he meant by surviving. Standing next to him, Rena turned to him, to which he replied that she had scared him. The girl closed her eyes and screamed that how could he do this to her? He was the only one she had, and he was always with beautiful girls. She began to beat the hero and screamed what the hell he was doing with Ramir. He was a pervert. He was a two-faced deceiver, to which he asked what the hell she was talking about. He should know what he was accused of and why he was being beaten. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist breathed heavily. Sam crossed his arms and asked him what he said about resting, so why was he so tired? To which Ben replied that it was true. Usually after going outside he would come back full of energy, but this time it was different. Looking at the protagonist, the dragon asked what happened, why did he look so tired, to which he replied that it was nothing serious. Looking straight ahead, Ian thought that he hadn't had a chance to rest properly because he had been busy sorting things out with Rena and placating her. Well, that was his karma for neglecting her all this time. then crossed his arms and shouted that what was more important was where they were heading now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that now that he had fully settled in, he wanted to immediately begin the quest that was related to the king, but of course, if he completed it, the enemies would be stronger than they were before. Frowning, he added that so he needed to prepare thoroughly. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the side and said that they said that the gate to the demon world was opening nearby, so they would go there. He smirked and added that they would treat it as training and hunt hard while raising their level. The outpost of the Dimensional War Defense Forces in the Shiranka Plains appeared. Pointing at the tent, the boy shouted that if they wanted to participate in the Dimensional War, they should go to the barracks and register. Putting his hand to his face, Yang asked what he also needed to register. A notification appeared that he was in the barracks of the Dimensional War Defense Forces. In order to participate in the war, he had to register as a member of the Suppression Forces. Looking at the knight, the hero thought that the registration was already complete. Entering the tent, he added that since he had the title of Marquis, he would probably be given a high position in the Suppression Forces, right? The boy was fast asleep. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. He smirked and said that he should forgive him. He came here to register as a member of the Suppression Force. Holding the paper in his hands, the guy asked what the heck, why was he here so late? He said that everyone had finished registering and dispersed. Okay, here, let him fill out the application and return it to him. Yang wrote on the paper and thought that it was such a tedious process. Handing over the document, he said that he should keep it. Throwing him a tag, the guy said that so, this is his rank. A notification appeared that he had been registered as a member of the Demon Invasion Suppression Force on the Shiranka Plains. Looking at it, the hero asked what, a private, and a D rank. Walking straight, he thought about the fact that he had more than 10 million accumulated fame points. Wasn't that too much for a private? Well, if fame had nothing to do with it, then there was nothing he could do about it. The protagonist smiled widely and said, okay, change of plans. Instead of lounging around here for half a day, he would spend about 3 days here, climb to a higher level. The monsters looked at each other with fury. The humans were fighting the creatures. It was said to stop this. If they continued to retreat, the Shiranki Plains would be broken. No, the NPC soldier formation could no longer hold. The monsters' eyes lit up. It was said that the formation had been broken. The humans screamed in fear. It was said that this could not be. It would be better to abandon Shiranki today. It seemed that it would be more effective if they blocked them on the Liberia Plateau. The creatures were attacking. It was said that no, if they arrived faster than yesterday, they could not guarantee that the Liberia Plateau would not be damaged. The demons were approaching. Amanda extended her hand forward and shouted that everyone should get out of the way. A flame appeared in front of her. A scream was heard. Looking away, she thought, well, this time the timing was right. Smirking, the girl said that they need to hold out here for 3 to 4 hours. She provides fire support, so they hold out a little longer. She stretched her hand up. Amanda's eyes widened and she asked again. The monster hit the ground. It sounded like this is crazy. A high-level beast is coming. Let them run. She opened her eyes in surprise and thought, why is there a high-level demon here? Even she can't handle a high-level demon. No, if she deals as much damage as possible, the rest of the players will come and finish him off. The girl raised the torch up. A monster appeared in front of her. A glow appeared around the creature. People looked in surprise. It sounded like why such a ranged attack. Amanda jumped up. A notification appeared that 13,200 damage had been received. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that she was thinking too simply. There was no tank here to reflect this attack, and she couldn't dodge or block it. Did she really have no choice but to give up on the Shiranka Plains like this? Lowering his head, the guy shouted that the target was a high-level demonic beast. Rushing forward, he added about the fire breath. Amanda looked up in surprise and wondered if it was a battle dragon. Lowering her head, she added that it was really that way. Putting her hands on her hips, the hero asked that he was so late. The people looked at him in surprise. It was heard that the summoner who summoned the dragons, really? That's right, the unofficial #1 summoner was Yang. Grinning, the protagonist shouted that he would join him. Raising his head up, the dragon asked that he wasn't going to call the other guys, to which he replied that he wanted to fight by himself right now. Frowning, Ian said that the power of this weapon is capable of destroying the planet. He wants to show it to everyone. The hero stretched out his spear in front of the monster. Looking to the side, he smirked. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and thought that he was able to easily defeat this high-level demon with only his own attacks, and not with the help of pets. Looking at the creatures, she added that even the pets are incredibly strong. It seems that he is stronger than anyone here. Smirking, the protagonist thought that the number of these monsters, the Sekalos, which he caught in the demon world with Ramir, must have exceeded 200. The monster appeared. It was heard that more high-level demons were approaching. The creature opened its mouth. It was said that one of them even has an incredibly high level. Looking up, the protagonist said that everyone else let them hold back the remaining demons. The dragon, standing above him, heard his name. He jumped on it and shouted to direct his breath at that big guy. The dragon released flames at the monster. He approached the creature. Lu jumped up abruptly, hearing to knock it down. Finn looked at the monster, hearing the command. Stretching his hand to the side, Ian said, "Great, now." The hero pulled his weapon forward and shouted to finish it off. The monster fell to the ground. The people looked in surprise. They heard what they saw. It was a higher demon over level 250. Amazing, this is crazy. Grinning, the main character asked what they were all doing. Were they going to keep watching him until he killed all the demons here? Raising his hand up, he added that they would wipe them off the face of the earth. They were their experience and money. The monsters stood in front of the people. Looking to the side, the guy said that the broadcast of the world event in Kylan was still ongoing. Some time ago, the users were clearly pushed back. The protagonist swung his spear. It was heard that, but the situation changed when Ian, the unofficial #1 summoner, defeated the monster. Frowning, the guy asked, "What so? He's not even from the melee class." The summoner was able to deal more than 400,000 units of damage to the named demon in one blow. He lowered his head, hearing that, "Isn't this a mistake? What are LB doing there? Let them hurry up to stop this malicious player and fix the mistake." Grinning, the guy thought about the strength of those who work late. Ian stood next to the monster. A thought arose that what kind of crazy gamer do you have to be for the content not to keep up with the user? Grinning, he added that okay, he thinks he is no longer an ordinary one. The hero put his hand to his face and thought that the final contribution is in the top 10%. This is what can be obtained in just a short battle. He thinks there are no worthy players in this place. Looking at the pet, the protagonist said that now it is their turn to act. He closed his eyes and replied that he understood when he heard that the skill was activated. Let him eat all the guys with weakened health. Clenching his fist, Ian said that okay, tomorrow he will fight in the rank of commander of the punitive expedition or something like that. The monsters looked furiously. A message appeared that the unique ability of the pet Ben Greedy Predator was activated. Ben began to attack the monsters. A notification appeared that the vitality of the targets is below 20%, so the Predator ability was activated. People looked scared. A thought appeared that this is very strange. It was said that the skill of Ben's pet was activated. It creates a shield with a durability of 343,762. Grinning, the pet said that it is not so tasty. The hero closed his eyes and thought that fighting trash and reducing aggression at the same time was more fun than he expected. Frowning, he added that, by the way, Ben's ability to heal large areas is quite real, but when will he be able to use it? The bird raised its head up. It was heard to let them look up. What the hell is this? He had never seen such a demon before. With wide eyes, Ian thought that this was a supreme demonic beast. This was a big problem. Flames appeared around the monster. A thought arose that this guy's attack range was incredibly wide. If he left things as they were, users with low health and defense would be swept away. Flames flew at the people. It was heard what kind of attack range this was. At this rate they would all die. Turning around, the hero thought that was right. Now was the time to use Ben's skill, and then shouted to let Finn carry him. He jumped on the griffin. Flying above the people, the protagonist shouted for them to gather around his pet. Looking at him, the girl asked what to gather. Is he crazy? Doesn't he know that if they gather around one place, the demon will use the area of effect skill, and they will all die from one blow? Amanda opened her eyes wide and shouted that Ian must have some kind of plan. Let everyone do as he says. Looking at Ben, the people shouted that yes, they will still die if everything is not decided. He will curse him on the bulletin board. The pet spread its wings. It was heard that she will write an article about Ian's contradiction in the wiki. The hero looked at the people and thought that great, they really are gathering around Ben. The monster released flames forward. Looking up in fear, the people shouted that it is coming. They are all dead. The guy grinned and said that so, now, activate the blessing of the abyss. A bright light appeared around the pet. A message appeared that a unique ability was activated. Looking down, the guy asked that they were being attacked by a higher demon, but their health was not decreasing. There were messages that he received 21,984 points of damage from Hellfire. With the effect of the blessing of the abyss, health is restored. Ben closed his eyes. A thought appeared that the attacks lasted a certain amount of time and dealt damage with fire points, but the blessing of the abyss restores a certain amount of health every second. The guy with the bow grinned. It was heard that this means that if he is not a water object that dies from one hit of this beast, then he will never die. Let him just use all his long-range attacks. Lightning appeared in front of the people. The beams flew straight at the monster. The hero stretched out his hand forward. He deftly cut off the head of the monster. Raising his hand up, the protagonist heard that they defeated the higher demonic beast. Thanks to Yan's command, this is really amazing. While watching the TV, Barry heard that they just heard the news about the battle in the wave from the demon world. He frowned when he heard that it seemed like the battle at the Shiranki Plains was coming to an end, thanks to the great performance of the summoner Ian at the northern continent front. To which he asked what that guy was. He said that he was busy searching, but when did he manage to go there? With wide eyes, the demon said that this body feels so empty. Ian smirked when he heard that the final boss was dead, thus ending this wave. He closed his eyes, and the crowd shouted that thanks to him, his points doubled, thanks to him, Ian is the best. The hero leaned on the table and asked that he understood what he meant. Yes, to which the guy said that it was okay, let him wait a minute. Holding the seal in his hands, the guy said that if he used all 28 million points, he would have a white seal and an S rank. The protagonist smirked and thought that the position was good, and the NPC's attitude changed, right, and then said that he had some questions, asked that how many more positions were above the white seal. Looking at the paper, the guy replied that there were only 4 positions, right above him was Centurion, and even higher was the General, Commander and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to which he asked that yes, how many points did it take to become a Commander-in-Chief? Yang asked in surprise when he heard that it took 300 million points and that one couldn't become a Commander-in-Chief just by gaining points. Lowering his head, he said that in order to become a Commander-in-Chief, he needed an item containing the authority of His Majesty the Emperor. It didn't matter whether it was an item from the Muspel Empire or the Kaiman Empire. Even the hero looked surprised when he heard that it could be a sacred item of the Emperor of a forgotten empire, the king who turns the wheel, to which he thought that he was involved here too. The warriors fought the monster. Smiling, Ian shouted for Buck to block the attack. Extending his hand, the protagonist ordered to put everything they had into it. Amanda created a stream of flame around herself after hearing the request to make a field of fire behind them to stop the approaching monsters. The flames enveloped the demon's body. The knights rushed at it. The monster pushed them away. Ian waved his hand. He raised the spear above his head. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist heard a cry that he had destroyed another boss. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, reasoned that this was good. Now other players learned how to deal with monsters. Looking at his comrades, Ian noticed that with the addition of high-ranking players, their strength had increased significantly, so it wouldn't matter if he left, but this difficulty jump was too big. Raising his head, the protagonist added that it was significantly higher than stated. He introduced the girl and thought about how, according to the quest given by Iriel, if they had the divine protection of the Sacred King, they could stop the demons of destruction, and wondered if it wouldn't be better to quickly complete the quest while the other players were repelling the waves. Ian approached Amanda and asked if she had a minute. Looking at her surprised face, the protagonist said that from tomorrow onwards, he would not be able to participate in the raid. He would like her to take over the role of leader again. He smiled and said that he had a quest that he urgently needed to complete and it would take about a week, to which he replied that Amanda had no choice in that case. Ian put his hand on his chest and said that they just needed to hold out for a week and he would come back with incredible power to stop the demonic monsters. Even if the contribution level dropped a little, he could make up for it all at once. We were transported to the demonic world as the purple sky surrounded the cliffs. The monster's body was cut. Blair swung her blade. She looked at the messages that her current demonic energy was almost 40,000 and said that at this rate, she could become a nobles in 2 weeks. Blair stood still and said that in order to fully charge her demonic energy and become a nobles, she needed to participate in the dimensional war, kill more than 500 human players, and earn the Demon King's recognition. Holding her face, Blair noted that she would easily deal with these weaklings and that once she had collected 50,000 units of demonic energy, she would return. The plot takes us to the Tower of Magic and Dimensions, from which powerful bursts of energy were emanating. Ian, with a satisfied look, said that it had been a long time since he was there last. Raising his hand to his mouth, the protagonist loudly asked if Julie was there. Looking around, Ian clarified if she was still with Iriel. He crossed his arms. The protagonist imagined himself running around the room and noted that he had long wanted to loot this place, so this was the perfect opportunity and he would see if there was anything useful there. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He examined the object, saying that it looked unusual, and then read the notices that it was a dimensional energy charger developed by the dimensional mage Julie after centuries of research. Looking at the item description, Ian learned that with the dimensional energy charger, even those who are not dimensional mages can control objects powered by dimensional energy. If he wears this item, the cooldown of all skills is reduced by 5%, does not apply to the unique abilities of summoned creatures or minions. The joyful protagonist cried out that this was the orb that Julie gave him last time. Blue mana began to flow from the orb. He tossed the orb and noted that this was it. Ian read the information about the item, the unique ability of which was that it could instantly teleport up to 1,000 meters for each unit of dimensional energy. The puzzled protagonist read how to use the orb. Ian, with red cheeks, concluded that with this, he could use the dimensional orbit well. Julie came out of the portal and said that she did not expect him to return so quickly. The protagonist extended his hand and replied that he had just arrived, at which point Julie suggested that he was ready to leave for the Maurya Empire. Julie began to run away, and Ian cried out that she should wait. He pointed at the sphere and asked her to give it to him, as he needed it for a quest. The dumbfounded girl asked how Ian knew about it, to which she replied that while he was waiting for her, he had been looking around and had come across this. He closed his eyes and explained that it turned out that the measuring sphere she had given him could only be used with this thing, which he needed to find the treasure of the Sacred King. Ian, looking pleased, asked if he had ever asked for a favor without offering anything in return. Taken aback, Julie asked if the protagonist had anything to offer. The protagonist began to laugh and stated that he had something as valuable as the measuring energy charger, while in his mind he wondered what he could offer her in return. He began to look through his inventory and reasoned that he had so many recently stolen items that he didn't even know exactly what he had, but if he rummaged around, he could find something valuable. Surprised, Ian noted that he found a replacement item. He thought with a serious expression that he had a monster egg that he had received when he became a summoner in the demon world. The dissatisfied protagonist noted that he still didn't understand what kind of egg it was or how to hatch it, so in the end, he didn't really figure out anything. Ian held the egg in his hands and shouted that he got it while fighting legendary monsters in Zone 50 of the demon world. Julie examined it and noted that at first glance, it looked incredibly rare. If it hatched, it could contain an amazing monster. The protagonist asked with a smile on his face. Julie took the egg and asked if Ian was sure she could have it, to which she answered yes. They looked at each other with a satisfied look while the protagonist said that only someone like her, who awakened the legendary griffin, could awaken this egg. She pointed her finger and replied that since Ian gave her such a valuable item, she would give him the measuring energy charger. The protagonist looked at the message that Julie's affection had increased by 5 points, and then remarked that he thought it couldn't be higher than 100. Julie opened a portal. Turning around, she said that they could now go to the Maurya Empire. Ian walked through the portal and thanked her. Blair walked through the demon world and thought that being the only demon among the players was cool. She could monopolize the demon world, and she also received rewards that no one else could. A projection suddenly appeared in front of her. She read that another player had completed the Birth of Demon Spirits quest. This quest was deleted from her. She was unable to complete it and the Demon King's affection for her decreased by 10 points. She remembered standing in front of the demon and thinking that the quest Birth of Demon Spirits was given to her by Ethan. She could complete it at any time. If she completed it, she would activate the Tower of Demon Spirits hidden in the Harpia Valley. This would allow other players to choose a demon race, and most importantly, they could turn into a true demon race. In her mind, there was a picture of a huge castle. Furious, Blair emphasized that this is why she deliberately did not complete it, but this idiot. Dark streams of energy were hovering around her, while Blair screamed that she should have completed it first and at least get the rewards for completing the quest. She grabbed the blade and noted that there was no point in regretting it now, which means she has a rival, in which case she just needs to become stronger than him as soon as possible. Light mana was hovering in front of her. Ian came out of the portal. Raising his head, the protagonist read that he had entered the first island of the 4 great continents, the southern continent, and entered the territory of the Maurya Empire. A bright light was coming from the windows of the building. The angry girl stood up from the table and said that they were overworking because of their users who were superior or did not follow the content they had created. Adjusting his glasses, the guy pointed out that if everything went according to the initial content plan, many users would have already progressed through the quest to become demons by now, but this event deviated from their predictions. He introduced Blair and stated that no one would have thought that a user with a ranking would intentionally not complete quests in order to monopolize the true demon quest. As a result, their content schedule was greatly disrupted. Originally during the Dimensional War, at least 30% of the old and new users should have turned into demons. Various players appeared in his imagination, after which he said that otherwise, the users would lose the advantage of choosing demons. Blair fought with the humans while the guy was explaining that the event of the Dimensional War was ultimately supposed to end with the demons winning, and the demon and half-demon users were supposed to firmly establish their power. That was their ultimate goal. The demon looked at the guy while the developer was talking about creating permanent PvP content where humans, demons, and half-demon users coexist and fight for power in the central continent. The girl closed her eyes and said that they were complacent and had overlooked the fact that the users would try anything they could think of. The guy raised his hand and shouted that because of this, they needed to strengthen their monitoring of the high-ranking users with significant influence on the game content, especially the unpleasant Ian from the planning group. The people listened to him attentively. The stranger looked at him and asked what the user had done, to which he replied that 30 minutes before the meeting began, they confirmed that they had even moved to the Maurya Empire. The guys looked dumbfounded and said that they wouldn't be able to avoid being recycled again. The guy raised his hand to his face and pointed out that on the other hand, the development of the Moria Empire was completed. It was not a repeat of the situation when the demonic realm's test zone was breached last time. He held his hand out to the side and said that this meant that there was a high probability that this content would end with the human race winning, which was completely different from their original plan. The guy held up 2 fingers and stated that they now had 2 options. One was to pray and hope that lightning would strike Ian's house so that he could not continue the quest, and the other was to return to their posts and create new content that could develop the demonic faction. He stood in front of the workers and pointed out that this needed to be done immediately. Looking at the rocks, the protagonist received a message that he had discovered Namzimbia for the first time. Looking at Sam, Ian asked if this place was similar to the world in that book. The protagonist smirked at the many messages he received and noted that all the buffs were pouring in. It was an exciting feeling to get the achievement for the first discovery. By now the automatic quest should have appeared. Confused, the protagonist read the notification that he needed to obtain citizenship of the Moria Empire within the next 12 hours. He could obtain citizenship by purchasing quality 6 from the map machine on the Matura field and offering it at the king's altar. Looking around, Ian said that he wanted to explore the dungeon, but he should first obtain citizenship. Furious, Sam asked where he put the map he gave him, adding that with it he could see a map of Namzimbuyu with a single glance. A bright light began to shine from the map. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, assumed that this map would show all the places he needed. Harley appeared while Ian was talking about how they should move on to the Matura field. They rode on a tiger while the protagonist reasoned that obtaining citizenship was his first priority. A man stood in his way, and the protagonist noted that without citizenship, he would never know when NPCs would attack him. Ian noticed a level 300 above the guard's head. The puzzled protagonist reasoned that fighting these NPCs would be troublesome, so as not to provoke them. He saw archers on the tower and concluded that if he sat on the flying creatures, he would be turned into a sieve. Stunned, Ian emphasized the fact that he had not played such an annoying game for a long time. He did not know what kind of monster Kartovi was, but if his level was below 250, Sam suddenly became scared. He pointed his finger to the sky and screamed that Kartovi was there. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, said that this could not be. Ian looked at the animal and wondered if what looked like a sheep was the Kartovi monster. The protagonist got off Harley while listening to how it was a quest to collect 6, after which he replied that he did not expect it to really be a sheep. Standing over the sheep, the protagonist reasoned that it looked like it would lose even if it fought the deer from the training area. Its level was 274, so he should not let his guard down. Smirking, Ian stated that they needed to hunt these creatures to collect wool. An angry Sam flew in front of him and shouted that she did not need to be killed to shear the wool and he was too cruel, after which the protagonist noted that he was used to killing to get what he wanted. Ian began to shear the wool from the sheep. He held a tuft of wool in his hands and read that he received all the items for the quest obtaining citizenship. The protagonist arrived at Capilla Castle and asked if he needed to go to the king's altar. With his hands on his hips, Ian inquired if the king's altar was inside, to which he received the answer that it was marked on the map, so it must be true. Looking at the guards, the protagonist noticed that they were quite menacing and there was a dangerous atmosphere there. The head of the guard approached Ian and stated that he did not look like an imperial citizen. The man was suddenly taken aback. Folding his arms, the protagonist explained that he was just a passing traveler, but he knew a little about the surroundings. Ian examined the guard's blade and stated that it did not match the status of a warrior, then offered his sword. The man was puzzled by what he heard. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he had an item that he kept in a secluded corner for such occasions, an epic level sword obtained while hunting demons. Holding the blade in his hands, Ian noted that in another situation, he would sell it for a solid amount, but it was an item that he could not sell because it had a level limit. The protagonist's eyes widened and thought that even the highest level demon he had killed was only 205, so this was an item that no one could use. Handing over the blade, Ian added that since no one could use it, it was a useless epic item that could not be sold, but the NPCs there exceeded the level of the sword, so they could use it. He handed the sword to the guard. The man examined the blade and stated that it was definitely a high-class sword. He began to laugh and cried out that he did not recognize his benefactor and made him stand there, after which Ian thought that he did not expect the affection to increase so much. Pointing with his hand, the guard asked him to hurry up. The protagonist followed the protagonist and told him that he was in a hurry to go there to become a citizen of the great Moria Empire. The head guard pointed to the side and said that the weapon shops and general stores were at the western gate, and the altar of the king he was looking for was in the northern square, and Ian asked how he would meet the King of Wheels. Taken aback, the man asked again. He replied with a serious expression that it was possible to meet the Wheel King, but he had to pass strict tests to meet the Wheel King. He had to pass the Iron Wheel King, the Eastern Wheel King, the Silver Wheel King, and the Golden Wheel King first. Young said goodbye to the head guard and heard that he had to pass their tests. The protagonist's face was serious. He walked through the city and shouted that he was sure he could do it, but he would first gain citizenship. Yang brought wool to the altar. He put it down and read that the protagonist had completed the quest and gained citizenship of the Maurya Empire. An old man stood behind him and asked if he was the one who offered the offerings. Yang turned around and replied that he was. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that it was a lot of work to get so much wool, since the chance of wool dropping was extremely low. Holding an unknown item in his hands, the old man stated that this was citizenship of the empire and this was just the beginning, so he would have to earn more merit in the future. As the protagonist examined the item, he thought it reminded him of the dog tag he had received from the expedition team some time ago. Holding the tablet in his hands, Ian read the information about the item. Sam began to cry with laughter. He rolled on the floor and could not stop laughing. The boys were surrounded by flames. A bunch of rocks were flying at them. Amanda, dumbfounded, thought about how little time had passed since Ian left, and they were already being pushed back so hard. She raised her hand and screamed that they were retreating and leaving the Rawlink plains. Amanda stood quietly and reasoned that they would be able to effectively hold off the enemy in the Rybelia Highlands. But if the Highlands fell, the border of the Empire would be threatened. They had no choice but to wait for the protagonist to return soon. Barry looked at the screen and said that this was just a disaster. Holding his chin, he remarked that there were rumors that more and more people wanted to turn into demons after the opening of the Demon God's Tower. Kate stretched and replied that fortunately, no one in their guild had decided to do so. If even one person left now, it would be a huge blow, but they were lucky. Sighing, Barry stated that it was true. Once someone changed their race, they would automatically be expelled from the guild. It didn't seem to happen to users from the top guilds, but independent rankers were increasingly choosing demons. Kate introduced the demons and remarked that their stat bonuses were really attractive. Lowering his head, Barry asked if it was true that those who became demons would side with the demon world, noting that they were already at their limit, holding back so many monsters. A dumbfounded Kate listened as he said that if the demon users joined the wave, the outcome of the interdimensional war would lean towards the demon's victory, as that was the developer's plan. He pointed out with a satisfied expression that the situation wasn't that bad. He thought the race change quest wasn't that easy, and only mid-level rankers, around level 170, would choose the demons. Pointing his finger, Barry noted that he would give it about a week before the demon users' numbers became significant. Until then, they probably wouldn't have to fight the users directly. Until then, they hoped for Ian's bright return. The protagonist held his head. He asked with an angry look if he was called a slave and a commoner. Ian looked at him and said that if Sam didn't stop laughing, he would confiscate his meatballs, to which he replied that the dragon was not at all scared. He introduced Ben, who said that the meatballs were serious. If he underestimated them, he would regret it. The puzzled protagonist asked if completing quests would free him from this label. He looked around at the passersby and thought that it was the elaborate and vast universe that made the game so appealing, because there was always something to enjoy. He noted with a smile on his face that quests were important, but one should enjoy the world that the developers had so carefully created. No one knew what hidden treasures might be hidden there. He walked down the alley, saying that he had a good feeling about this place. They came to a building. They entered a beautiful room. While examining the pot, Ian reasoned that antique shops were like premium gambling establishments. The price of items there was higher than in game shops, but the advantage was that he could assess their value with one glance. Holding his chin, the protagonist noted that of course, being in a new place, you can find a lot of interesting things. The prices are high, but he imagined a pile of money behind his back and cried out that it was not a problem for him. The man approached Ian and clarified what he was looking for. Turning around, the protagonist replied that he did not come for anything specific. He was always interested in antiques, and his shop was so cool that he could not resist and just went to it. The happy man said that Ian had a good eye for such a young man. This place is full of rare items that he collected over 450 years of traveling around the southern islands. You cannot find a store like his in the whole world. He shook the protagonist's hand and introduced him as Mark. Ian said his name with a smile on his face. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked what Mark could recommend him. The enthusiastic protagonist said that he was interested in anything, as long as it was something amazing. A smile appeared on Mark's face. He began to laugh and exclaimed that Ian was funny, because most people just looked for weapons and it was so boring. He was the first one. He pulled the lever. Pointing to the door, Mark said that he would open the third floor only for him. The protagonist was looking forward to seeing the secret collection. Mark spread his arms and said that Ian could choose whatever he wanted. The dumbfounded protagonist saw the armor and thought that the quality of the things there was clearly better than on the first floor. He was sorry that there was the same strict restriction as in the demon slave store. Sam was shocked. Holding the item in his hands, Ian said that he could use new accessories and boots with better characteristics. Sam threw a book in his face and asked him to buy it. He held the book in his hands and told him that they came to buy at an antique store, and he did not even know what it was. Sam, looking interested, said that his intuition told him that it was definitely a good item. Ian, looking calm, reasoned that Sam's chuka always brought good results. It was difficult to explain, but he probably recognized something rare in this store. Pointing his finger, the protagonist cried out that he would buy the book because he trusted him. The dragon flew around the room and looked around. He stopped and said that he found something else. He brought a medallion and a box, saying that these two items were the best. Ian hugged him and said that he knew that he had chosen him at the slave market for a reason. The protagonist smirked and said that 2 items were not enough to satisfy him, then offered to clear the first floor. Furious, Sam asked if this was too much to ask of him. Ian put down a lot of items. He said with satisfaction that he would take them all. Standing in front of the table, the protagonist noted that he would now open them. While examining the items, Ian received a message that he had successfully appraised legendary and excellent level items. The dumbfounded protagonist suggested that he had underestimated gambling too much. He would use it more often from now on, after which Sam stated that this was called gambling addiction. Closing his eyes, the dragon said that they were lucky today and received a 30% discount, so it was a profit. At the original price they would not have received any benefit. Ian looked at the items from the secret floor and noted that it was time to appraise them. The protagonist threw them up and began to appraise. Looking at the aura from the items, the protagonist read that he had successfully appraised legendary level equipment. Ian with a serious face noted that this was a pretty good option for mages and he would either sell it for a lot of money or give it away for cheap if Lord Pialin wanted. Looking at the book, the protagonist asked what it was. A very bright glow began to come from the items. Sam grinned and noted that he knew it. He doubted it, but his memory did not fail him. The chest opened. The protagonist held the statuette in his hands and read that he successfully appraised a mythical level item and received the imperial seal of the virtuous Sun King. Stunned, Ian asked again. Holding the seal in his hands, the protagonist thought that this was a mythical item needed to create a state. Only 2 players on the central continent managed to get it. He heard that they either accumulated battle points in the war tower or defeated the dungeon boss. He introduced the 2 players. The joyful protagonist noted that he also did a lot of crazy things trying to get the seal, and now he found it there. It's just incredible. He imagined the crown on his head and emphasized the fact that it was not necessary to have a jade seal to become a king and establish a country. Yang opened the description of the seal with a satisfied look. He began to study that this was the jade seal of the wheel lord who had ruled the 4 continents of Mount Meru for tens of thousands of years. The lord who possessed this seal would gain tremendous leadership and become an outstanding ruler, establishing an era of golden age. The protagonist stood surrounded by pets and thought that the increase in leadership by 35% was simply chic. He and his legendary rank summoned creatures lacked leadership. Yang hugged Sam and exclaimed that he was the best as expected. Putting a finger to his chin, the protagonist emphasized the fact that there was something wrong there, then asked if they were going to meet the Wheel Lord, so why was his jade seal in an antique shop? Looking at the projection, Yang stated that it did not matter and he would find out when they met. He started running, shouting that he had to pass the gates of trials first and that it was time to call his vassals. The protagonist arrived at the gates of trials. Dumbfounded, Jan wondered if he could pass through the gates of trials. The guard pushed him away and replied that it was true, because a representative of a lower caste could not even dare to do so and he had to reach at least the Kshatriya caste before he could even get there. Pointing his finger, the enraged warrior ordered the guards to take him out. Frightened, Jan replied that he was leaving there. With an angry look, he asked who the Kshatriyas were. Caesar, with a smirk on his face, said that he enjoyed watching the lord being humiliated. Enraged, Jan said that the lord had been humiliated, and his vassal, who did not know who the Kshatriyas were, decided to mock him, to which he received the answer that the Kshatriyas were a warrior caste in the Mauryan Empire. He presented the pyramid of castes and told that the lord belongs to the caste Shudra, the lowest, slave caste. The Kshatriyas are 2 levels higher. The puzzled protagonist asked if Caesar knew what to do to become a Kshatriya. Extending his hand, Caesar told him that he needed to accumulate merit in the Mauryan Empire. He stood in front of Ian and told him that he could register as a warrior in the Mauryan Empire, hunt monsters on the outskirts of southern Bharat to increase his merit. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he had no more than 2 weeks left. He needed to complete all the tasks and join the overwhelming force in 10 days. He ran down the street shouting that the first thing he needed to do was register as a warrior. The dumbfounded protagonist emphasized that from now on it was a real race against time, a fight against time. For this he needed comrades to fight with him. The monsters were enveloped in flames. Ramir cast a spell and exhaled. The satisfied spirit remarked that it was simply amazing. People were so jubilant when they saw Ramir. Frowning, the girl remarked that it was not enough. Holding her staff in front of her, Ramir emphasized the fact that no matter how many small mobs she killed, she did not feel satisfied, and it was boring. There was no excitement, no sense of victory. Looking down, she added that compared to the time she followed Ian, That crazy player threw hellish hunts. This was too easy and comfortable. She imagined herself running next to the protagonist. An exhausted Ramir remarked that it had been so hard back then that she thought she would die. She had managed to show her best in such a pleasant environment. She stood next to Ian. A happy Ramir remarked that challenging her own limits was fun. She folded her arms and said that now, with these routine hunts, she simply couldn't. She received a notification. Ian had written her a greeting message. She was surprised to read that the protagonist needed her help. Michael was releasing streams of dark mana and shouting that there were 10 seconds left before the cooldown of his skill. A message from the protagonist appeared in front of him. Stunned, Michael wondered what Ian was doing there at such a time. He read with a serious expression that the protagonist needed help with an important quest. Michael was taken aback by the words that Ian needed someone who could work well with him as a team. Ramir and Michael were puzzled. The girl read with a smile on her face that she would be given a suitable reward. If they agreed, they should have a good rest before the journey, and meet in 7 hours at the clearing in front of the castle of the Lord of the Territory Pero. Michael was delighted. The spirit behind Ramir crossed his arms. The boys were standing in front of the city. Michael stood next to them and noted that he thought that he would only invite him, but did not expect that Ian would also invite the number 1 mage, Lady Ramir, and the number 1 priestess, Lady Ariel. The girls were standing in front of him. Michael looked at Barry and asked why Ian had not arrived yet, since there were 2 minutes left until the meeting, after which Barry asked if he had ever seen the protagonist be late. Waving his hand, Michael replied that he was not worried and asked what Barry thought he was putting together such a team, adding that he could not even imagine how hellish the hunt would be. Confused, Ramir wondered why she was so tense. Ariel asked her with a smile on her face if she was worried. Ramir's hands were shaking as she answered that she wasn't, and then asked how Ariel ended up on this team. The priestess raised her finger to her cheek and said that she really needed Ian's help to complete her quest, and if she helped him now, he would repay her. There was a look of delight on her face. Ramir, with a smile on her face, thought that she was a new character, so she didn't even know how to react. Sighing, she mentally asked herself to focus and not get distracted by trifles, because she knew how much concentration it took to hunt with the main character. A blue portal opened. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Ian appeared in front of them. Looking at his comrades, he said that they would all be blessed. Ramir, dumbfounded, noticed that this monster was talking about a break, and he himself, obviously, had just been hunting. Dumbfounded, the main character asked who it was. Barry pointed at Ariel and told her that she had recently helped their guild. Ian happily emphasized the fact that with such a team, they could easily earn 6,000 merit points. He waved his hand and shouted for everyone to go through the portal. Surprised, Michael listened to the protagonist's words that once they crossed the border, he would explain everything, but he had to warn them that hellish trials awaited them on the other side of the portal. He had a smile on his face. They walked out of the portal and the protagonist asked to let him explain again why he had brought them there. He raised his hand and stated that according to the hidden quest he had received, in order to ensure humanity's victory in the dimensional war, they needed the treasure of the King of Wheels, and he had been going through the quest to get it. Closing his eyes, Ian explained that in order to continue the quest, he needed to increase his rank by 2 levels. For this he needed to collect 6,000 points through hunting. The situation in the dimensional war was already becoming increasingly unfavorable for humanity. In this situation, he simply would not have time to complete the quest in time. He imagined the warriors fighting. Barry said with a serious expression that things were really bad. In a week the players who had transformed into the demon race would join. If that happened, the war would most likely end in humanity's defeat. Pointing his finger, Ian suggested that there was someone there who wanted the dimensional war to end like that. He held the sphere in his hands and told them that he had this thing that allowed him to bring other players there for 2 minutes, and he was able to bring them there to ask for help with the quest. He believed that with their skills they were more than capable of helping him out so that he could complete the mission on time. The guys listened attentively to his speech. Ian extended his hand and suggested that they go on a hell raid for merit. It would be hard as hell, but the rewards would be worth it. Barry cried out with delight that he was in and it was time to act. Ramir closed her eyes and suggested that she was the only one who could withstand a hell raid with Ian and would gladly join. Michael put his hand on his chest and cried out that no one understood him as much as he did. Ariel put her hand to her chin and said that if they had gone through the protagonist's portal, they would not be able to get out until he opened it again. Her face was confused. The boys were taken aback by what they heard. The protagonist smirked and said that it was easy to enter, but it would be harder to get out. He madly suggested that they diligently complete the raid together, and once he collected all 6,000 merit points, he would send them back whether they wanted it or not. They entered the dungeon. The protagonist's monsters rushed into battle. Michael concentrated mana in his hands after Ian's request to cast a mass slow. He released a stream of energy at the opponents. Ariel folded her hands and cast a mass heal. Green mana enveloped the monsters' bodies. Ramir raised her staff above her head and cried out that her mass attack was ready. The flames struck down the guards. Turning around, the protagonist noted that they would now sweep away the remaining enemies. Ian noticed that the warriors had shielded themselves from the flames. Dark spirits appeared in front of them. The guards were frightened by what they saw. The protagonist asked with delight if this was the Black Mage's skill Revenge of the Dead. Ian looked at Michael and noted that he had a good sense of the game. He watched Ariel and added that she did not make the common mistake of a healer when a healing spell is used more than necessary. No trace of overhealing or overhealing, she controls her skills with amazing efficiency. Swinging his spear, Ian noted that for the first time organizing a group, this is impressive. This is an even more ideal team than he expected. In this case, he should also participate more actively. He looked at Barry and said that it was time to cut a couple of monsters. Barry rushed into battle, saying that he could barely stand on his feet, but since he was there, with him, it was time to cut. The protagonist raised his spear. Holding it behind his back, he asked if everything was okay. His comrades replied that everything was fine. Ariel, looking upset, asked if it was strange that the dungeon clearance percentage had exceeded 90%, but there was not a single named monster. Holding the back of his head, Ian replied that now that she said it, the situation did seem strange. Raising his hand, Barry suggested that there was a separate location with named monsters deeper in the far part of the dungeon. Pointing his finger, the protagonist stated that there was a passage there that should lead to the boss room. Holding his chin, Ian thought about how as soon as they stepped in there, all sorts of traps would be activated, but there was no one on their team who could disarm traps. He looked at Sam and reported that he would have to use the scroll of detect invisibility. Placing his hand on his chest, the dragon declared that there was no need for that. He would go and activate all the traps and disarm them. Sam flew away from him, screaming that Ian didn't even know his servant's abilities. The protagonist was taken aback when Sam reminded him that he didn't take damage from anything except light attacks. Frowning, the dragon asked him to just watch him. Sam rushed down the passage and activated the traps. Michael, looking surprised, assumed that the traps really did not cause harm. Sam flew back from the explosion. His face was smug. An enthusiastic Ian cried out that it was well done. The dragon, as always, copes well with important tasks. The protagonist looked at his comrades and said that they would continue on their way. They stood in front of the bridge. Disappointed, Ian thought that despite the fact that this was just a game, the next step was difficult to take due to nervous tension. Ramir closed her eyes and said that she was afraid of heights and would die if she tried. Ariel, with her eyes closed, suggested moving faster. She looked down at her feet and said that if the boss counterattacked while they were hesitating, the raid would fail. She jumped over the bridge. The dumbfounded protagonist said that she was truly an amazing person. He thought with satisfaction that if they just flew over to Jakey, they would get there quickly without using a rope. Ian extended his hand and asked Ramir to sit with him. He started to fly away and told Barry and Michael to either climb the rope or wait for Jakey to return. They jumped off Jakey. The boys were suddenly taken aback. They started running towards Ariel's voice. The girl, looking calm, said that she had found the boss of the dungeon. The man sat on the throne and asked who dared to invade his fortress. The puzzled protagonist called him a monster. The man stood in front of them and said that they should fight the Mountain King if they dared. The king swung his sword at the boys furiously. Gritting his teeth, Ian thought about the fact that he did not have time to wait for Jezreel, Michael, and Barry. The guy ran towards the enemy with a staff and shouted that they should deal with this themselves. They should stall for time until Michael and Barry arrived. Ramir swung the flame and said there was no need to waste time. She would deal with them with magic. She dodged the attack in fear. She looked at the gang in front of the king and said that they would make it impossible to get to the leader. They would destroy these fools. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it was no wonder that the monster with a name was not visible. It was a difficult dungeon where the boss and the monsters with names appeared together. The guy released Buck, thinking that he had to provoke the named monsters first to bind them. He looked at Ariel and said that he was going to use a provocation skill. Buck roared furiously. The leader raised his hand and said that they would not give in to such a trifling provocation. Ian looked forward seriously, thinking that as expected of the boss, his resistance to debuffs was very strong. If the speed was only reduced by 15%, it was impossible to attack recklessly. He looked at the formidable enemy and thought that first they need to separate the named monsters that are isolated on the left and right sides. They must isolate the Mountain King, separating them one by one. The protagonist rushed to the man with the axe. The guy watched the guys with a smile and offered to play a game after a long time. The sun was shining over the office building and the guy said that it was impressive. Nate happily sat in front of the screen, telling that as expected, the Mountain King is the best unofficial summoner user and the key to solving problems. If he watched this live, he could lose his entire monthly salary. Peter angrily hit him on the back and asked where all the salary went. Because of him they can't leave the one-room apartment. Stretching out his hand, but said that does the guy really not know the more he admires this game, the more overtime they end up having. Because of Ian, so many plans have collapsed. Peter closed his eyes and told him that there was a major update going on in the game right now. He really didn't want to see the plans they had made while working overtime ruined by crazy rankers. He was one of them after all. Looking at the surprised Nate, the guy asked if he understood why he had brought him to the monitoring room. Turning around, his partner replied that he understood what he had said earlier about the balance with the rankers, especially with those on the demon side, right? Peter grabbed him by the cheeks in displeasure and told him to cancel all plans for the next 3 days. Starting tomorrow, his workplace was the monitoring room. Nate looked at Blair on the screen and listened as his job for the next 3 days was to analyze the combat power of the demon rankers and Ian's party, and also prepare materials for the briefing for next Monday. Smiling, he thought about the fact that he hadn't just told him to monitor the protagonist's games for nothing. The boy watched the battle in the game, thinking that all the best rankers by class had gathered in one place. Now was the time to evaluate the combat power of human rankers. Michael and his friend ran forward in a panic. Barry looked at him in confusion and asked if this was already a boss battle. The protagonist blocked the blows with a spear. The man jumped up behind the boy. The mana clusters blocked his attack. Michael smiled and extended his hand to the boy and called him to join him. Ian stood in front of him with a smile and asked him to help him, and the rest should block the boss for now. The man with an axe flew at the protagonist and asked if they thought they could defeat them by just adding another wizard. Barry grabbed the axe and asked how about another warrior. The protagonist smiled and said that he was reliable. Ariel extended her hand with healing mana. The guy covered his friend with his staff and told Michael that he needed to crush him with a hard blow right away. Ian looked at the screaming buck and asked him to do the roar of a noble dragon again, because he needed to finish it in 20 seconds, slowing down with a provocative skill. Michael was gathering mana in his hands. Stretching his hands up, he activated the Seal of Darkness. The protagonist grabbed the dark energy with a smile. He rushed towards the enemy with a spear. The guy pierced the shocked man. The opponent swung his sword and shouted that he could not be defeated with such weak attacks. Smiling, the protagonist said that the attacks marked with darkness hit 3 weak points he had already lost. The man looked ahead in surprise and listened to the countdown. His body was enveloped in dark mana. Putting his hand to his chest, he cried out that this was not enough for him. The protagonist grinned and said that his health had already dropped below 20%. The opponent looked away in alarm. Ian smiled mockingly, then released mana at the screaming man. The enemy fell to the ground. Michael smirked and said that this is great. They will take one for starters. Ramir turned around in surprise and thought that this is incredible. Is it really possible to use such a damn skill as the Seal of Darkness in such a way? She looked at the happy guys and thought that knowing how to perfectly use the skill without synchronization with the user, it is impossible to do this as expected from Ian. Barry held back the blow with his shield. Gritting his teeth, he thought that thanks to Ariel, he will be able to withstand and respond with fire. The girl ran up to him and said that she will help. She swung her staff, saying that with one blow she will send him to God. Ariel threw the man into the air. The protagonist fearfully hugged Ben. Ramir brought her hand to her face in panic. Nate looked at the monitor in awe and thought that when a priest healer had a gap, the curse would immediately be launched. The best priest in the ranking was on a completely different level. Turning around, he said that the raid on the boss was going smoothly here. The guy smiled and said that he had seen this somewhere before. Looking at Blair, Nate asked if everything was really going much more fun than he thought. Ethan sat on the throne and told the girl that it was a good job. He watched as Blair sat on her knee and said that she had acquired all the qualities of a noblewoman except one, so she was the closest to receiving the title. The king covered his smile with his hand and listened to the girl quickly complete the task he gave her in return. Ethan watched the sitting girl and said that if she passed the last test, became a full-fledged noblewoman of the Minjong Empire, nothing could break his spirit. Blair stood up and replied that she would not let him down. A sparkling magic circle appeared above her. The tower was emitting red mana. Blair was trying her best to reflect the lightning. She ran forward and the system reported that the girl had fulfilled all the conditions to start the quest. Covering her face with her hand, Blair was told that this brought her closer to becoming a noblewoman and revealing even more power than before. She imagined a crowd of monsters and thought that if she just waited, like a true demon, she would lead the demon army to victory and prove to everyone why she was the #1 player. The girl spread her arms out to the sides and thought that she would especially prove to that summoner Ian that she had humiliated him and he himself, and she would destroy his guild territory with her own hands. The protagonist calmly turned around. The guy looked down, thinking what was it? He had just felt a strange chill, maybe everything was not so bad. Barry covered him with a shield and asked what to do now. Ian looked down in confusion and thought that he was distracted, but the fight with the boss was not over yet. He watched the guys fight and told Ariel to keep healing and Michael to put a buff on the Death Knight and send him forward. Looking at Ramir in the flames, the guy asked her to use her ult and put all her mana into it. The boss was burning in rage in the fire. Ariel and Barry were sitting in front of the flames. The leader was swinging his sword and shouting that they were scum. Tiger rushed towards the enemy. Ian swung his spear and shouted that the end was near. He flew to the opponent's head and said that this was the last explosion of damage. The main character stood on the shoulder of the defeated enemy. Exhaling, he said that they were finally done. Ian looked at the tired guys and said that everyone looked exhausted. Looking at the happy Ariel, the guy assumed that she seemed to be fine. The protagonist stood in front of the boys and said that the dungeon run was successful, so they were earning points faster than expected. They needed to go back to the real world for a minute and rest. Mental health was also important. Ian got out of the capsule and said that when there are many people in the team, the mental exhaustion of each of them can make the situation tense. The protagonist sat in front of the computer, thinking that transforming into a true demon in Kylan will change the meta dramatically. Judging by the bonuses of the true demon race, it is a real cheat. The guy imagined Blair and thought that as a true demon, he will be able to use powerful demonic magic, as well as wear some exclusive items made specifically for demons, and most importantly, the combat characteristics are changed to match the demonic abilities, increasing the strength by about 1.5 times. True demons also have an easier time ascending to noble status than half demons. He remembered the girl standing on the mountain and thought about how you can get special tasks due to the respect of the lower demons, replacing them with the need to participate in battles to increase status. Ian held the cup, thinking that in addition, they collect demonic energy much faster than half demons, with such advantages, no matter who changed race. But some see only part of the picture. Becoming a true demon leads to more losses than gains, and how they do not understand this. Putting the cup down, the guy thought that you can lose the guild, titles and territory, and mastery of skills, and all attacks will depend on the anti-demon characteristic. Ian happily stretched, thinking that everyone has their own thoughts. It will be necessary to stock up on items with the anti-demon characteristic. In the end, everything will be decided in the War of Dimensions. He climbed into the capsule with a smile and said that the break is over, it's time to begin. The corpses of monsters lay on the ground. Barry tried to catch his breath, saying that his legs were shaking. He was not the only one. Michael held his hand on his chest and said that it was a good idea. He was exhausted. Ramir also fell, probably because he hadn't hunted with Ian for a long time. It was hard to keep up. Ariel happily clasped her hands and said that she was fine. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he only needed 170 points to increase his rank. He would be able to level up soon. Looking at the happy guys, he said that it was a great job. Ramir looked at the guy with a smile and said that this time she was able to complete the task without passing out halfway. Michael closed his eyes and said that it was a pity, of course, but they finished 2 days earlier than planned. He would like to hunt with Ian some more. The protagonist smiled madly and asked if he wanted to continue. The guy looked at him in fear and replied that he was fine as is. Putting his hand on his chest, Ian said that he was going to use his points to get promoted to sergeant. They could go shopping or come back as they wished. He would open a portal for them. Barry frowned and said that he needed to go back to prepare for the war. Ramir adjusted her hat and said that she always heard bad news, so she would probably go back to the war. Ariel looked at the guy calmly and said that she wanted to continue helping with Ian's task. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that she was starting to scare him. For the first time, someone could keep up with his pace, and she didn't look tired at all. She was in control until the very end. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said that he was grateful, but the task he was doing could not be completed as a team. The protagonist watched the sad girl go, wondering if it was just him or if Ariel really wanted to stay with him. Ian extended his hand to the portal and said that he was opening it. The girl turned around in front of the portal and asked if he could do her a favor. She lowered her head and asked if the guy could help her with her task once his was done. The protagonist looked at her and said he would, thinking that thanks to her, he was able to complete his task faster than expected. Ariel bowed her head. She entered the portal, saying that it was quite a difficult task. The guy put his hand to his forehead and said that there were plenty of difficult tasks. The man pointed at him and asked how he dared to step on his holy ground. The protagonist happily pulled out a medal and asked, "So who is the lowest now?" The system reported that Ian had been promoted in status in the Maurya Empire. With his new rank, he was given the right to take the Capella Fort Gate test. The man raised his hand in confusion and apologized, adding that he did not know that he had promoted and made a mistake. Smiling, the guy asked if he could now challenge the test. He stood behind the man and told him to lead the way because he was about to enter. The protagonist turned away and asked if there was anything he needed to know, like any rules. The guard looked at the guy and said that according to rumors, everything becomes clear once you step inside. He pointed his finger forward in fear and said that it was over there. The man stood in front of a tall mountain and said that the test was taking place inside that mountain cave. Haynes happily pointed his finger at himself and said that he was the star MC of YTBC, a reporter for Kalen. Louise stood next to him in the cave and told him that they were in the Kalanus Desert on the central continent to broadcast live the Kalan World event, the Dimensional War. She cried next to her friend and shouted that they did it. They finally got on air television. Raising 3 fingers, the girl asked viewers to like and subscribe to their YTBC game channel. Haynes covered his face with his hand from the dust and said that the broadcast of the battle had begun. He watched the guys fight and said that there is an assumption that as a result of the war on the central continent, the underworld will separate and become independent. Compared to the northern continent, the wave of monsters here is larger and the distance between the gates of 2 dimensions is smaller. The guy watched the monster breathe fire and said that it is surprising that in this war, the players are in a dominant position. Lily menacingly raised her hand and said that they successfully withstood the icy hell of Kiel. We must attack at the moment when his abilities are on cooldown. She stretched out her hand to the monster and said that while she was talking, the strongest monster of Kiel was destroyed. Louise looked down with a smile and said that looking at what is happening, we can say that victory in this battle is on the side of humanity. Smiling, Haynes said that judging by his information channel, something should finally happen. Lily looked at the screen in surprise. The girl was stepping on the ground and the system reported that players with the demon race appeared in the war for the first time. Blair stood furiously in front of the other demons. Louise looked up in shock and said that these were players who had changed their race to demonic and that the one controlling them was the strongest warrior in Kyla. Lily looked at Blair with a smirk and said that she hadn't shown up for a long time, so she thought she had kicked the bucket, but it turned out that she had become a demon. The girl stretched out her hand and shouted that it was time for reprisal. Blair looked at the furious demons and ordered them to destroy everything, because Kyla now belonged to them. Louise happily raised her hand and said that the dimensional war had taken a new turn. Lily rushed towards Blair with her sword. Meanwhile, Ian stood in the desert and thought that he still couldn't understand what kind of test this was. The guy looked into the distance, thinking that he couldn't take spirit assistance here, so he couldn't even ask Kaiser. The protagonist created Sam with a smile. He stood in front of a sleeping dragon. Raising one eyebrow, the guy assumed that he had fallen asleep. Ian began to shake the familiar and asked him to get up. Sam scratched his eye and asked what happened because he had such a sweet dream. The protagonist looked at the surprised dragon and screamed that he could not sleep. The familiar raised its paws in panic and asked why he was sleeping. Looking at the shocked guy, it told him that it really belonged to the phantom race, so it did not know how to sleep. It had just fallen asleep for the first time. The pet threw its paws behind its head and asked if he remembered that old book that he offered to buy in the antique store. Ian remembered how the beast threw the book at him and thought that he asked to buy it, the book of Satrian's notes, or something like that. Sam looked up and said that in fact, this ancient book is a legendary item that opens locked abilities. The protagonist stretched out his arms and asked if he had swallowed this expensive item. The dragon spread his paws and said that it was an investment in the future. It had even unlocked his ability, so it would be useful to him too. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he was going to buy the scroll at auction anyway to remove the seal from it, but everything worked out well. But still, swallowing the owner's things without saying anything was terrible. He looked at the confused Sam and asked what his new ability was. The familiar climbed onto the guy's back and said that he would show his ability later. Let him look up. A giant stood in front of him. The protagonist waved his staff and asked when he had time. The man extended his hand and replied that the boy should stop. He did not come to fight. The examiner smiled and apologized, asking if he came here to take the test. Jan looked at him in shock and replied that he came here for this. Sean calmly stood in front of him and said that their Mori Empire had not seen outstanding people for a long time. He was definitely blessed by the king. He put his hand to his beard and said that he was a servant of the 7th Holy King, the Iron Wheel King Haishuk. The man walked ahead with a smile and said to follow him, because he would lead him to the test so that he could earn the right to meet the Holy King. Sean entered the cave with the boy and said that this was the place of the test. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that for a capable guy like him it would not be difficult. The examiner raised his hands to the glow and suggested to begin. Projections of demons appeared behind him. Frowning, Young thought that the level itself was lower than the monsters on the outskirts of the dungeons of the southern island, but since they were all named, it seemed like it would be easy. He held the spear in front of the enemies and said that they were projections of the demons that inhabited the Dongseung Sinju dungeon. They did not have half the strength, but they were still not easy opponents. Meanwhile, Blair jumped up with her sword. She quickly cut through the opponents. The girl happily stood in front of the demons and said that she was able to obtain a lot of power by throwing away everything earthly. Blair ran past the enemies, saying that moreover, these fools did not even organize an anti-demon force. She should kill them all, let them become her victims. Amanda held the staff in fear, thinking that it was already difficult to deal with demonic beasts, and there was no way they could stop her. Lily stood sadly behind her and said that it would be difficult for them to withstand this. They would lose much more than they would gain. She pulled her sword up and shouted that a general retreat was necessary. The members of the Titanic Guild should cover the other players. The demons laughed at them and said that their heels were shining. They never did this when they were humans. This was the taste of victory. Frowning, Blair thought about how she expected to see Ian here, but where is he? She will have to go to the northern lands, where his domain is. She pulled her sword to the side and thought that he is not the type to run from such a big game. Let him come quickly. This time she will definitely finish him off. Meanwhile, the guys watched the broadcast on the screen, in which they said that the support of the demon players was decisive. The people began to retreat. Kate sat anxiously next to her friend and said that as soon as the demons entered the battle, the situation began to change. Barry sat behind the guy and said that they would win, otherwise why would Ian go to the Mori Empire? He would find a way to change the course of the war there in return. He watched the protagonist among the monsters and said that as soon as he was here, they would definitely win. There was a plant in the corner of the room. The doors swung open, then someone apologized for disturbing, saying that there was an urgent requirement for testers. The guy in the tie stepped forward. Peter opened his mouth wide and said that one player was currently completing the quest abnormally quickly, and that the testers were required to establish control over the monsters to reduce the speed of completion. The guy with a glass in his hand asked about whether content completion issues were not the responsibility of the development team, adding that it was not even the task of beta testers, and why they should be doing this. The employee looked forward in shock when Peter replied that this was why he had discussed it with the director, and that if they made the player fail the quest, they would be paid a bonus in addition to the bonus rest and special time. Then they asked why he hadn't told them about it right away. The employees ran forward, shouting about whose vacation it would be and how grateful they were. The game capsules were closed. System notifications appeared that a connection was in progress with Kylan, and that the target of the connection was demons. The creature held a scythe in front of it. The two-headed dragon opened its mouth when a system notification appeared, saying that the summoned creature Buck had run out of life energy. The bird rushed towards the hooded enemy. An arrow appeared in front of it. A clot of energy appeared in front of the skeleton. A dark aura struck the bird. An enemy with a scythe appeared next to it. He swung his weapon, then a system message appeared, saying that the summoned creature Pin had run out of life energy. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he cursed inwardly that Buck and Pin were no more, thinking that the main problem was those two opponents. The hooded creatures held staffs, as Ian thought about that annoying monster using an incredibly powerful solo target attack at the crucial moment, and that the other one's area damage was very strong. The protagonist stood in front of the monsters, thinking about how it felt like those 5 demons were not artificial intelligence, but real players because they were very smart and moved organically. The guy opened his mouth, thinking about how much harder it was than he thought, and about where this test was easy. Ian bent his hand in front of himself and exclaimed that it was more interesting this way, and that he would consider it a 5-on-1 PvP. There were people standing in front of the screens when someone said that this had never actually happened before, that they controlled monsters to attack the player. Peter crossed his arms when the guy told him that there was a noticeable difference in skills and levels, so they couldn't do it perfectly even with 5 rankers. The man with glasses opened his mouth and said that even if the player thought that he could break them that easily, he was wrong, so he was told that they would look. The main character bent his arm in front of him and screamed. He pierced one of the demons with a spear. The guy put his hand on his head and exclaimed that this was his first elimination, cursing. Ian looked at the monster with the axe, thinking about how these guys didn't counterattack when attacking allies, but tried to increase the distance between them, and that these moves were definitely not something an AI could do. A scythe was swung in front of the guy. The hooded creature gripped the handle of the weapon as the protagonist thought that, however, the enemy's attack attribute was something like darkness. Ian held his hand out to the side, thinking that if he could withstand one attack, he could find out what type it was, but that wasn't always possible, because if he took a fatal blow, he could die, and that there was nothing he could do about it, so he would have to play as if his attribute was darkness. Ben waved his paw and asked his master to rely on him, when the boy exclaimed that it was his turn. The dragon appeared behind the protagonist as he added that this was a chance to use Sam's new skill, and that Carseus was coming with him, because he had to deal with that annoying monster first. Flames appeared from the lizard's mouth as he was told to use the mass breathing skill. The monsters were engulfed in flames. A protective barrier appeared in front of them. Yap jumped out of the flames and growled. Ben opened his mouth and exclaimed that he understood when his master turned to him and told him to use the skill Blessing of the Abyss to restore everyone's health. The hooded creature lowered his staff, thinking about how annoying it was that turtle or dragon was healing him and about not giving Young a chance to counterattack. A stream of dark energy appeared. The guy's pupils narrowed when he realized that everything was going perfectly as planned. The protagonist ran, smiling, thinking that a real player always starts by eliminating supports, and that he was acting like a human, which meant his guess was correct. Ben put his paw in front of him. The enemy swung his scythe when he exclaimed that he knew it and that it was too late. Yong's pet grabbed his head and screamed that it hurt. The dark-haired guy pointed at him and asked Sam to do it now. The blue dragon opened his mouth slightly when the unique ability Dreaming Demon was used. A system notification appeared that the use of the Dreaming Demon ability had triggered the Darkness Rain. Dark energy rushed towards the dragon when a system notification appeared that all damage with the dark attribute had been reduced by 50%. The protagonist looked forward with confidence when he thought about how he had checked all of Sam's unique skills when he became able to sleep, and that if his attacks suddenly belonged to the dark attribute, then with the help of the pet's unique ability, his damage would be reduced by half. Ben opened one eye and said that it didn't hurt at all, then the enemy asked where his damage was. The hooded creature raised its weapon above itself, thinking that no matter how much damage was reduced, they would die from this fatal attack. Ian opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that everything was fine and that Ben needed to do it now. The pet's belly expanded when the skill-greedy predator was used. The enemy held the scythe in front of him and asked what it meant when a system message appeared stating that Ben's summon ability called "Do not interfere when someone eats" was used. The protagonist and Lai rushed towards the monster when a system message appeared stating that a shield with durability of 343,762 appeared. Then the guy advised them not to underestimate Ben's ability, adding that he had been fighting him all this time. The pet touched the hooded creature when it cursed. Ben looked at him frighteningly and asked where he went, then asked to play with him. The man with glasses twisted his mouth when he realized that he had failed. There was a bright flash behind Yin. A system notification appeared, saying that the Lateros monster had been defeated. The monsters looked in the same direction. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth wide and asked the deputy what they should do without him, since this was a crucial moment. The protagonist turned around, smiling, and exclaimed that there were 3 left. The company employee bared his sharp teeth and shouted that everything was fine and that their level was still higher, and then called for the others to gather and play. The monsters stood in a row, when one of them exclaimed that the test team could not lose to a certain player. Ian attacked the enemy with a spear, when he added that it was for the sake of a vacation and a special bonus. The bodies of the monsters lay in front of the guy, when a system notification appeared, saying that all the enemies were defeated, and that he had successfully completed the ability's confirmation quest. The protagonist raised his hands in the air and exclaimed that everyone was great, and that it was very interesting. Sean stood behind the boy as he said that he was a good boy and that it was a truly incredible battle. Then Ian asked him not to overpraise him. He opened his palm to the protagonist and added that he had proven his abilities, so he would give him something to prove it. An ornament appeared in the man's hand as he explained that it was a sign that the boy had passed the test of their Mori Empire. A system notification appeared stating that he had successfully passed the Mori Empire testing station and that he had earned 150,000 glory. Ian brought his hands to the ornament as he was informed that he was now the strongest warrior in the Empire, so he could be confident. A system notification appeared stating that the item necklace of the strongest Mori warrior had been received. The man with glasses grabbed his head and said that it was crazy, then asked how they could lose to him. Then another employee cursed and exclaimed that they would have succeeded if they had held on a little longer. The manager stood in front of his saddened colleagues as he said that 5 outstanding workers controlled a boss monster with special characteristics, but still lost to some player. The man turned to Peter as he apologized to him, adding that they were unable to stop the player Ian from completing the quest, to which he replied that it was okay and that they just got a bad opponent, although it was predictable to some extent. The employees looked the same when they were told that Ian was the best ranker in Kylan, and that it was just newbies facing a pro gamer, so they shouldn't worry too much about it. The testers blushed when the deputy said that they were still great, and that he would ask the director for a bonus vacation for all of them. Then the guys exclaimed that it turns out he was a good person. The man with glasses crossed his arms over his chest when the dark-haired guy objected that they were too self-confident, and that it did not add honor to the test team, to which he replied that this was not only their team's problem, and that it was not every day that one player turns a game company upside down. Jasper looked seriously in front of him and exclaimed, turning to the main character, that next time they will definitely win. Ian looked at the necklace with admiration, thinking that no matter how much he looked, he could not admire it enough, and that it was time to change the item on his neck. The guy looked at the decoration in shock and wondered what it was and whether this accessory was really impossible to wear. Sean appeared in front of the protagonist and said that he seemed disappointed and that it was understandable that he expected a great reward for passing a difficult test. Then Ian exclaimed that it was not. The dark-haired boy brought the ornament to his face as the man stated that the necklace actually held great power and that it seemed completely ordinary now. But when the boy became stronger, he would understand what he was talking about. Then he thought that did this mean that when he removed the seal from it, it would become a legendary item. Ian stood behind Sean, who told him to follow him. They stood in a magic circle as the man explained that it was a pentagram that would teleport him to the inner garden of Mori Castle. A dragon hovered in front of the protagonist as Sean explained that after it transported him, he would need to follow the messenger that the king sent. Ian and his pet smiled widely as the boy thanked the man. The bearded warrior looked ahead and wished the protagonist good luck, then a system notification appeared stating that the quest the testing point had been successfully completed and that he had earned 150,000 fame. The protagonist stood in the middle of the pentagram in the Mori Empire castle when a system notification appeared stating that he had teleported. There was a plant in front of the boy as he exclaimed that it was unbelievable and that he had actually arrived in the inner garden of a foreign palace. He folded his hand in front of him when he was asked if he was Mr. Young. The man folded his hands in front of him and said that he was the spiritual messenger Mashimut sent by the king. He stood in front of the protagonist as he asked him to follow him, adding that the king was waiting for him. They stopped in front of the door when the boy was told that he should go there. Young extended his hand forward when Mashimut said that the king was waiting inside and that he should enter. The boy stood on the red carpet, wondering if the quest had already begun. He raised his head, looking up, when someone asked if this was the same person who had passed Sean's test. A man sat on the throne and greeted the protagonist, adding that he had been waiting for him. Then Ian thought that this was the great King Klaus, and that he was giving off a feeling of pressure that was much stronger than Mr. Sean. The dark-haired boy bowed before him and said that it was an honor to meet the great emperor. The man leaned forward and said that he had heard about him from Iriel. Then the protagonist wondered if the king knew him. Klaus held out his hand and said that Ian was a hero worthy of respect and carried the fate of this dimension on his shoulders, adding that even he respected his justice and bravery. A golden cube appeared in the emperor's hand as he said that he was giving him something that the boy would definitely need. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise. An object with hieroglyphs appeared as the man stated that it was the holy weapon of the Lord. Klaus looked forward, adding that this was what he had come to him for. Ian raised the object above his head, thinking that he had finally done it, and that with this he would be able to change the course of the dimensional war and then thank the king for the gift. The man looked at the youth and said that he hoped his efforts would be rewarded, as the youth exclaimed that thanks to Klaus, their dimension would be able to stop the invasion of demons from hell. They stood opposite each other as the protagonist asked if he could ask what effect this weapon would have, to which the emperor replied in the affirmative. The youth had his pets by his side as the man explained that if this weapon was used, the Holy King would send an army of gods across the dimensional boundaries, and that, in addition, his army would receive the blessing of the god of war, and with this, they would definitely be able to win the war against the demons. Ian looked ahead and asked about whether the Sacred King was not Klaus, and how this king who was outside the dimension would send an army. The emperor looked ahead as he answered that there was a reason for that, and that he was indeed the Mori Emperor, who was called the Great King, but that was only the title of the once existing rulers of this empire. He introduced the armored warriors as it was explained that the gold, silver, bronze, and iron kings were the 4 gods that held the titles of kings, and that if the boy used the sacred weapon, he would be able to receive the blessing of one of them. Young clutched the item to his chest as he said that it was just a title for each of the gods, and then asked if that meant the 7 treasures of the Chakravartin king were the treasures of the sacred kings. Klaus closed his eyes and nodded as he answered in the affirmative, adding that he knew that the 7 treasures were currently scattered all over the place, even on the southern island, and that he was in possession of one of them, namely the Lord's sacred weapon. The protagonist bowed before him as he thanked him for sharing the information, wondering what it meant that the dragon pearl was hidden outside of the southern island, and if even the king didn't know anything about it now. Ian walked behind Mashimut, thinking about how he had obtained the sacred weapon, and how he still needed to get the pearl that would help Ben evolve, and until the dimension's magical powers were replenished, he would search for the dragon pearl for the remaining quarter of the day. The dark-haired guy spread his arms out to the sides and asked if he could really go anywhere with this pentagram, to which he was told that he could go anywhere on the southern island. The protagonist bent his arm in front of him. He put his finger to his mouth and said that he wanted to go to a place called Saikai. Mashimut looked at the guy in shock. Ian stood in front of him when he asked if he was really going to go there, to which the guy replied that he just had personal matters, and then asked if there were any problems, and wondered why he cared. Mashimut closed his eyes and said that there was no problem and that he would send him right away, adding that he did not know why he was going there, but he should be careful. The protagonist stared ahead when he was told that this place was the land of dragons. A monster with horns rushed towards the man. The warriors hovered above the ground when the blonde exclaimed that they were still monitoring the developments of the dimensional war in the Kalanus desert today, and that the demon side was attacking again. A humanoid monster attacked the armored soldier when the guy added that the players who had defected to the demon side were especially active, and that they wanted to sow chaos among the humans. The commanders froze in front of the system window when it was reported that at this rate, the human side would lose again. Lily gritted her teeth and cursed, exclaiming that too many guild members from the Rustful Empire had defected to the demons, adding that they were rats. Kate held out her hand and reminded them that their guild, Lotus, was also from the Rustful Empire, adding that she felt like the ones leaving the most were Darkrun's guild from the Kaiman Empire, and that she wasn't very happy to hear about the rats, and they apologized to her, explaining that they were talking about the scoundrels of their guilds, Splendor and Olin. The girl looked away and said that she understood that everyone was upset about the situation, but Lily was right, because 2 of the 3 guilds of the Rustful Empire had left them in large numbers. She remembered how sweat appeared on the warriors' faces when she added that even in a one-on-one confrontation, she lost to them, because the demon players were strong, and that these guys were now on the demon side, so it was natural that they were being pushed back. Lily opened her palm and replied that it was true and that in order to not give in to demons, they needed more magic resistance. But it was not a very popular option, so finding items with magic resistance was not easy. Kate sat with her eyes closed when the girl added that, to be honest, she could not think of a way to deal with this situation. Then the blonde thought that everyone was in decline and that they were almost giving up, so they needed a way to quickly bring back Mr. Young. The guy's cloak fluttered in the wind when she realized that until then they had no choice but to endure. The protagonist looked carefully in front of him and asked if this was really Saikai, when system notifications appeared that he had entered the Saikai Plateau, which is the land of dragons, and that he was visiting this place for the first time. Sam appeared above Yang when he offered him to go out and see, to which he replied that he was sleeping and asked what happened. The dragon opened his eyes. The green lizard grinned. The 3-headed dragon stared ahead when the boy said that he definitely wanted to show him this place. There were stone cliffs in front of them when the protagonist said that this was the land of dragons. Sam looked ahead angrily and turned to his master with a question about whether he had forgotten that although he looked like a dragon, he was not one, adding that he was a phantom. Ian put his hand behind his head and answered that this was indeed the case when the pet asked about whether he should call Carseus. The black dragon appeared when he was told to go out and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. They were standing near a cliff when Carseus said that this was the land of dragons, and that he had probably been there in a past life. Sam hit his master on the head and asked what kind of hunt he was talking about when he asked the dragon about whether he really knew what this place was, adding that it was great, and that then they would arrange a hunt. The protagonist looked at the pet with disappointment, who asked if he wasn't going to return to the human dimension, stop the demons, and also quickly find the dragon pearl, and if he hadn't come to his senses yet, to which the guy replied that he understood, and that he just blurted out without thinking. Ian imagined the chest when he said that they were now in the land of dragons, and that the location of the pearl was marked. He pointed his finger at the inscription and asked what was written under the picture, to which he was told that it was an ancient language, and that it was written about the dragon altar. The protagonist and Sam looked ahead when the guy asked what kind of dragon altar it was, suggesting that it was some kind of dungeon, to which the pet replied that he didn't know, adding that he was hearing about it for the first time. Carseus appeared behind them and said that he hadn't heard that name for a long time. The dragon opened his mouth when asked if he had any memories from his past life, to which he replied that most of his memories had indeed been erased, but the knowledge he needed as a dragon remained, and was then asked if he knew what that place was. He introduced a lizard with a hatchling when he explained that the dragon altar was where dragons like him offered sacrifices to the dragon god, in exchange for new abilities, adding that if the sacrifice was not from a dragon, the god would grant him one wish. Young crossed his arms and asked why, when Carseus concluded that he thought he knew why the pearl was there. He imagined the man bowing before the dragon when his pet replied that someone must have offered the pearl to make his wish come true, and the chances were high that this someone was not a dragon, because for a dragon such a pearl was the most precious treasure that it would not exchange for anything. There was a pearl in the lizard's mouth when Carseus explained that even if it was a sacred dragon, he still could not sacrifice it. The protagonist stood in front of Sam, who addressed him, saying that they had a problem, and that if he was right, then everything had become much more complicated. Then the guy asked why. Sweat appeared on Ian's face when the pet replied that since the pearl was offered to a sacred dragon, then the altar would probably be hidden somewhere deep, and that in order to get it, they would eventually have to act very quietly. That is, it was a dangerous matter in which they could lose their lives. Ben spread his wings when someone asked him why he only thought of difficult ways to do things. Sam was by his side when he asked if there was any other way and that maybe he could ask the sacred dragon to lend it to them for a while. Then the pet asked his master not to talk nonsense because the pearl might disappear when Ben used it. The dark-haired boy looked away and asked if he couldn't pay back everything when he earned it. Then Sam called him stupid and asked how he was going to earn the dragon pearl. The pet raised his hand and explained that his master had 2 choices, and that the first was to leave the pearl and return to the human dimension with only the sacred weapon of God, and the second was to steal the pearl, risking his life. However, it would be difficult, and even if he succeeded, he would incur the wrath of the sacred dragon. Carseus opened his mouth and said that the dragon altar was protected by 4 guards sent by the sacred dragon himself. He imagined the silhouettes of the lizards when he added that they had the appearance of a dragon and their strength matched it, and that they were much stronger than him, who was not yet complete, so they would easily tear the master apart. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he thought that if he had servants, he could try, but he did not have time to bring anyone, and confronting the guards with the forces he had was already too much. Then he wondered what to do and whether he would have to give up. He opened his eyes when the dragon told him that he could not worry too much. They were opposite each other when the pet added that he just needed to find the pearl, and that with it everything would go smoothly, but failure was equal to death. Then the guy asked why that was so. They looked at Ben as Carseus replied that it was because he would turn into an abyss dragon with the pearl. Ian smiled widely and exclaimed that it was indeed so and that Ben could become an abyss dragon. The pet continued to eat grass when the protagonist asked how to believe it and that this glutton who was gnawing grass even now would become a powerful dragon. The lizard opened his mouth and objected that an abyss dragon was not quite an ordinary one. He imagined a majestic lizard when he explained that an abyss dragon was a whole creature with all the abilities of dragons in its paws, and that with such power, the guy would be able to defeat even the guards of the most sacred dragon. Ian looked at the pet, thinking that if Ben became an abyss dragon, he would move to the mythical rank and that in this case his power would be on a completely different level than that of the legendary rank. The dark-haired guy hit the pet and offered to try it once, even though he didn't believe in it, then it asked not to touch the stomach. Sam was behind Yang when he asked him about how the sacred dragon itself would not appear, to which he was told that sacred creatures cannot appear so easily in the material world. Then he compared it to how the director never gets involved in the small affairs of the company. The pet settled behind the guy when he said that this was great and that there was no point in delaying, adding that they would steal the pearl before Mr. Sacred Dragon found out anything. The lights were on in the multi-story building. The man was sitting in front of the screens. The man smiled widely and exclaimed that if he knew such an interesting job existed, he would have started monitoring earlier, adding that the salary was also excellent. He looked ahead in surprise and asked if Yang was really heading there. The main character was shown on the screen when he asked what this crazy guy was doing and whether he really wanted to enter the dragon altar. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that the player was originally supposed to go to the Mori Empire to get the Lord's sacred weapon and restore the balance between humans and demons, and that the quest with the pearl could not be done at this time. Ben appeared in front of the demons when he thought that if the Abyss Dragon appeared, the dimensional war would end with humanity's victory, and that then all the preparations of the planning and development team would turn to dust. The man smiled maniacally and exclaimed that he was not stupid, and then wondered if Ian would be able to get the pearl, adding that he wanted to see an interesting performance, so the guy should show what he was capable of. The lizards opened their mouths wide. The main character spread his arms out to the sides and screamed. He covered his head with his hands. Carseus bit into the enemy's neck and growled. He opened his mouth and addressed his master, exclaiming that it was not for nothing that this place was called the Land of Dragons, and that it was blessed by a dragon, so drakes were stronger than anyone. Yang looked back and replied that he understood. He held the weapon in front of him, thinking that it was difficult, and that drakes were vulnerable to magical attacks, but the emphasis was still on the physical aspect. The lizards rushed towards Yang when he said that it would take a lot of time to defeat them all. The guy sat on Harley and added that there was nothing to be done about it, although it was a pity for the experience points in hunting and items, and that he did not have time to fight them. In front of him was Carseus, whom he asked to clear the way. Blue flames appeared from the dragon's mouth. The protagonist and his pets rushed forward when he exclaimed that everything was fine, and that they needed to run quickly. In front of them was a green clearing. Yang looked ahead, confused. There were dragon statues in front of him when he asked the pet if this was the dragon altar. Sam was next to him when he answered that it looked like they were there and that now they had to find a way to sneak inside. The protagonist looked at the pet and asked that maybe they wouldn't steal and that he could offer something of his own in exchange for the pearl, to which he replied that it was impossible and that there was no thing that could compare in value with the dragon pearl. Sam looked ahead confidently and answered in the affirmative when the owner said that they had really taken a long time to get there, so it was not the time to relax, adding that the reconnaissance was on him. The pet froze in front of the statues when he asked the guy to trust him. Carseus stood next to the owner, who asked him if he knew where there was some kind of warehouse where all the items were collected inside, to which he was told that even he didn't know that and that he could only guess that it was on the very bottom floor. The dragon pointed to the top of the tower and explained that there were 77 floors in the altar in total, and that the topmost one had a pentagram that summoned the sacred dragon, and that the bottom, first floor, had a dimension door that led somewhere, as well as guards guarding it. Yang and Carseus exchanged glances when the boy exclaimed that the place where the treasure was probably kept was near the guards. Sam waved to his master and said that he had found the entrance. The pet pointed to the statue and explained that the altar tower was built at the bottom of the cliff they were standing on, meaning that the entrance in front of them led somewhere between floors 4 and 50. Sam was standing in front of the entrance when he added that there was one strange window open on the lower floors, and that it was possible to climb pin through it. The pet extended its paws to its master, who asked if there was a way to get to the first floor, to which it was answered that it was not that easy. Sam was hovering over the water when it was explained that there was a water dragon's protective field around the bottom floor of the tower, and that if you got too close you could be sucked into the trap. Then Ian asked if that meant there was no choice but to enter that window. A bird appeared behind the protagonist as he exclaimed that it was Ping's turn. The pet spread its wings. Everyone followed the bird with Ian, who suggested that they go to the dragon's altar. They flew to the entrance. The protagonist looked straight ahead and asked Ping if he could see the entrance, adding that they should go there. The bird swooped down from the entrance. The dark-haired boy began to fall, looking ahead. In front of him was Sam, who said that it was easier than he expected. Then the system notifications appeared stating that they had entered the time-limited dungeon Dragon Altar, and that this was the first time the dungeon had been discovered, and that upon successful completion, all rewards except for items would be doubled. Ian looked ahead in shock and asked what was happening, when the system reported that there were less than 20 minutes left. The system notifications appeared stating that the difficulty of the dungeon was SSSS, and that the dungeon would be completed if they destroyed the shield located on the bottom floor and opened the door between dimensions within the time limit. A white door appeared behind them. A system window appeared in front of the boy, stating that if he failed to complete the dungeon within the allotted time, the wrath of the sacred dragon would fall upon him, resulting in his death. The protagonist smirked and cursed, adding that he thought it would be easier, and then asked if this was too much. Carseus attacked the wall with his sword. Ian was standing behind him. When he said that there was no way, and that this door could not be destroyed at all, then the guy said that he knew it. The protagonist stood in front of the system window, thinking about what kind of time limit, and about how he had never seen or heard of such a thing, and also about whether this was really just a high-level dungeon with no information, and about how it couldn't be, adding that if he died there, everything he had done would be useless. Ian looked at Sam, who exclaimed that they needed to get out of there quickly. Then the owner asked him again. The pet pointed to the stairs and said that there was a strong dragon energy coming from that direction and that it seemed like the guards of the sacred dragon had spotted them. The protagonist looked away and said that they were very quick since they had sneaked in there secretly. Carseus stood in front of him as he said that there were 19 minutes left and that they needed to go down to the bottom floor before the guards caught them and returned to the human dimension by destroying the shield. The red-eyed man looked ahead as Ian thought about how he had originally wanted to wait until the cooldown of the summoned substances after entering the altar had passed, but now there was no reason to do so, and that Sam was not their main strength anyway. Tin looked away carefully as his master thought about how he would have to go through this dungeon with only him and Carseus. The protagonist bent his hand in front of him and exclaimed that this was great and that they would begin. He pointed at the pet and asked it to stay 20 meters ahead to scout the situation, to which it agreed. The dark-haired guy looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that if Sam was constantly scouting, they would find the enemy a little earlier, so there would be time to think of a counterattack, and that this was the best decision now. The blue phantom opened its mouth wide. Creatures with tridents appeared when it informed its owner that they were enemies. Yong attacked the enemy. He put his hand to the side, wondering what was going on with the summoned creatures. Kin was attacked by enemies. The protagonist looked at the pet, realizing that the tunnel in the dungeon was too narrow, so it could not properly spread its wings. The dark-haired guy looked ahead worriedly, thinking that this was bad, because he needed Pin, but he could not fight at full strength. The monsters rushed towards the bird. A flash occurred in front of Yang when he used the summon cancel skill. Carseus swung his sword when the protagonist thought that now he was the only one left to go through this dungeon, and that it had become really hard. The monster opened its mouth when he thought that he was lucky that the monsters were not that high level, so they were easy to deal with, and that in such a situation, he needed to change his equipment to something more suitable. The guy looked at the pet's blade. The man put his hand to his chin and asked about the fact that he was changing items in the middle of a battle. The protagonist's weapon was enveloped in a glow when he realized that it was an item that gave electricity. The monsters were attacked by electric discharges. Yang put his foot forward when the man realized that the most important thing for him now was to get to the bottom floor and not to catch the monsters. The observer clenched his fists in front of him, thinking about how he would use electricity to paralyze monsters and pass through them, exclaiming that he never imagined that he would see such a brilliant strategy while monitoring. The protagonist's mouth widened as the man wondered if he would be able to clear this crazy dungeon, and how he didn't know of any time-limited dungeons in Kalen, and how there shouldn't have been any battles at all until they encountered the guards. The observer looked at the screen with concern, thinking that the reason this happened was because the people in high positions in the company had set up a trap to stop Yang from clearing the content so quickly. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth as he looked forward. He was in front of the monster when the man realized that if the protagonist really destroyed the barrier and opened the dimension door, then almost all of Kalen's balance that the company had set up would collapse, so they wanted to stop that at least. Sweat was pouring down the observer's face as he asked Yang to go to the dimension door and get the dragon pearl, since that was the only way to complete this quest. The dark-haired guy raised his hand to his face and said that he had finally reached the bottom floor. A map appeared in front of him, then he exclaimed that he could go crazy and asked why everything was so confusing there. There was a brick wall in front of him. When he thought about how he didn't have time to explore every room, he shouted that it was just awful. Sam appeared in front of him and told the owner that he could feel the energy of darkness from there. Then the guy thought that if that was the case, then the pearl most likely had no connection with the darkness. Ian looked at the pet with interest, wondering if this meant that there was a dimensional door in that direction that needed to be opened to pass the dungeon. The guy put his hand in front of him and asked Carseus if he had yet felt the energy of the pearl, to which the dragon replied that he was not sure and that there was a feeling that the energy was coming from the western side. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and said that it was not the time to think, and that the pearl was more important than life now, so they would move west, following him. Sam closed his eyes and said that although he could be resurrected, he still did not want to die. The pet suddenly opened his eyes. Cracks appeared on the ground when he screamed that there was someone underneath them. The huge lizard bared its sharp teeth. Then Ian thought that he could go crazy and that it could not be a dragon. Sam rushed to the owner, who realized that he was level 420, which is the boss level in the dungeon, and that they would definitely not catch this one. They rushed past the huge lizard when he exclaimed that the game was made very badly. The protagonist put his hands behind his head, thinking about how if Harley was there, then with the ability to increase muscle strength, it would be 3 times easier, and about which room the boss appears after passing. The guy opened his mouth wide, calling for help, when he thought about how glad he was that they were slow and clumsy. In front of Yang stood Carseus, whom he asked about whether he had not yet spotted it, to which the dragon replied that now they were far from the energy of darkness, so he saw the pearl more clearly. The man pointed to the bars and exclaimed that it was there, and that he felt the energy from there. A magic circle appeared in front of the protagonist. Then he thought about the protective barrier nearby and whether he could destroy it in the remaining time. Ian bent his arm and decided that they would strike first. The barrier was attacked several times. The spear cut the castle in half. The guy was standing in front of piles of coins when he cursed and exclaimed that there were mountains of treasure. A system notification appeared that there was a little more than a minute left. Sam and Carseus rushed forward when they were ordered to look for the pearl. The protagonist sat among the treasures when he said that it was clear that he was going to die. Then a system notification appeared that there were less than 40 seconds left. The observer looked ahead worriedly when Ian added that if he died without finding the pearl, he would burst from anger. Sam raised his paws up. He stared in front of him. The protagonist turned his head to the side when the pet called out to his owner. In front of Sam was a glowing pearl when he reported that it was there. A system message appeared saying that there were 4 seconds left. Ian clenched his fist, thinking about how it glowed like it was wrapped in the light coming from the sacred scroll and how it definitely had to be the dragon pearl. The dark-haired boy ran past the pet when the system reported that there were 2 seconds left. He took a step forward. In front of him was the pearl when the system message appeared saying that there were 23 milliseconds left. The protagonist touched it when there were 4 milliseconds left. He gritted his teeth, placing his hand on it. Ian grabbed the pearl with a sharp movement. He squeezed it in his hand when the system message appeared saying that he had received the dragon pearl. Sweat poured down his face when he said that he had succeeded and that he had given it his all. He and Sam's mouths opened wide when the system message said that the time was up. The dark-haired boy looked ahead worriedly as the system notifications appeared, telling him that he had failed to clear the dungeon and that the spirit of the angry dragon god was manifesting into reality. The lizardmen headed in one direction. Carseus stood in front of them. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that this wave of monsters was just a plot device that could not be defeated. The dragons rushed towards Yang, who had cancelled the pet summon, deciding that he could not let his precious summons die in vain. The boy looked away when someone called him a worthless human. A white sacred dragon appeared and asked how he dared to think himself something big and encroach on the dragon god's treasure. The protagonist clenched his fists in front of him when he added that he should accept his death at his hands as an honor. Sharp fangs approached the boy. He opened one eye, thinking that he hadn't felt such dirty pleasure in a long time, and that at least they had successfully obtained the pearl, so everything wasn't so bad. A system notification appeared that the user Ian had died. Clouds were floating above the fortress in the territory of Pyro, which belonged to the Lotus Guild. The guy clenched his fist in front of him. Kate looked happy when she exclaimed that he was finally back. Ian looked in front of him and said that he was back. Sam was touching the owner's hair when the man said that he looked quite cheerful, and then asked if something had changed, to which he replied that it seemed so. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he explained that after the penalty for death, he decided to get a good night's sleep, so now he was 100% ready. Then Barry replied that it was better not to ask how long ago he slept last time. Ian winked at Kate, who asked if he was worried that Rena might be upset about his crush on Kylan, adding that she had been worried about him a lot lately, and he told her not to worry. He remembered the girl standing next to him when he told her that he was taking her on a date the next day. The protagonist extended his hand and asked how things had been going with the dimensional war during his absence, to which he was told that things were not going well. He imagined winged demons when it was explained to him that once the players who had defected to the enemy joined the war, the balance of power had shifted dramatically in their favor. He remembered Blair in armor when Barry told him that the biggest problem was her appearance, and that she was sweeping away the top players like the autumn wind sweeps away leaves. The sweat started to appear on the man's face when he added that their guild had already lost 20 elite fighters and that even Kate had almost fallen to her hand, and the girl asked if he knew what that damn Blair had said. The woman held her sword in front of her when she said that it was boring and wondered if that was all they could do. She looked ahead with confidence when she added that her interest had waned. Kate and Barry opened their mouths wide and exclaimed that it pissed them off and that she had run off to the demons because she couldn't win as a human and that even if they lost the war they would definitely tear her to pieces. Ian smiled and asked if that was what she had said, adding that she should be confident in herself for now. A pearl appeared in front of him when he exclaimed that he had brought the final key to ending this war. Sam hovered in front of his master, then held his hand out in front of him when he was summoned. The main character raised his fist to his face, thinking about finally getting a mythical summon beast and how he would probably be the first one on the entire server to do so. The guy raised his hand and asked the pet if it knew what he had brought him, and the pet assumed it was food. A pearl appeared in Ian's hand as he exclaimed that he had gotten it for him, then looked ahead in shock and replied that it was indeed a dragon pearl. They were standing in front of each other when the pet said that he honestly didn't think the owner would actually bring it, and the pet asked him again. He imagined the guy smiling in front of him and explaining that he had promised him meatballs so many times but never delivered. Tears began to flow from the pet's eyes as he exclaimed that the owner had lied to him too many times. The protagonist turned away from him and asked if he really remembered everything, adding that he had changed his mind and that such a summon animal that did not trust its owner should not be given a dragon pearl. Then Ben said that he was wrong. Ian looked at the pet with satisfaction, who exclaimed that he was wrong, and asked if the owner could forgive him at least once, adding that he promised that he would listen to him better in the future. Then the guy thought that before he became too impudent after evolution, clear rules should be established. Ben looked at the protagonist with admiration, who said that since he repented, he would trust him again. The pet bowed to him and thanked him, adding that even if he became an abyss dragon, he would always be loyal to him. Then Ian replied that this was the right attitude, and Sam thought that their master was a real tyrant. The protagonist handed the pearl to Ben and asked him to take it carefully. A system notification appeared that the pearl item and summon animal were being used. The pet looked at it carefully. A bright flash appeared in front of the guy when the system notifications appeared that all the conditions for the Ben summon evolution were met and that the evolution was starting. Ian and Sam looked at the silhouette in surprise, wondering what kind of size it was, since it was even bigger than Carseus, and how big it would grow to. The protagonist looked ahead in admiration, thinking that the abyssal dragon was incredible and that a mythical animal should be exactly like this. A cloud of white energy appeared when he asked Ben to become a real dragon. The pet spread its paws to the sides when the system messages appeared that part of the dragon pearl item's power was sealed and that it could not evolve. Ian looked ahead in disappointment and asked what this meant. Then the system reported that he had received the dragon pearl item. The guy grabbed Sam and asked why the evolution suddenly failed and what was going on, to which he replied that he didn't know and that Ben was probably so useless that he couldn't even evolve. The protagonist turned around and looked back when someone said that it seemed like his jewel was there. Then the guy recognized the voice. The sacred dragon appeared and said that all this was in the human world. Then a system notification appeared that the spirit of the dragon god was manifesting into reality. Sweat appeared on Ian and Sam's faces. Then the protagonist thought about how he managed to get there and how gods can interfere in the affairs of the human world, because it is a violation of sovereignty. Carseus appeared behind the guy when Ian thought about how he sacrificed his life to get this dragon pearl and how he really thinks that he will just give it away even if it is the dragon god. The pet started to spit out flames when the breath attack skill was used. The fire was engulfed in purple energy as the sacred dragon asked if the boy thought his brother's power would work on him, who was a deity. Ian jumped on Carseus and asked if the dragon's power didn't work, what about his attack? The protagonist looked ahead with confidence. Flashes of lightning appeared in front of him. The boy's mouth dropped open as the opponent said it was funny, calling him a mortal who challenged him. The dragon god stopped the blade with his bare hand and added that he was truly worthy of infiltrating his temple and stealing his treasure. The red-eyed girl looked ahead and said that it was very interesting. Sam was above the owner's head, who thought about what was happening and where she suddenly came from. The blonde girl smiled and said that her most precious thing was there. Then the guy thought about whether it was really a dragon god and that maybe it was some kind of polymorph or something. Young pointed his gun at her and told her not to come closer. Sweat appeared on his face when he asked if she really was a dragon god. The girl raised her hands and answered that he was right and that her name was Chloe. She looked ahead confidently and added that no matter how much he attacked her, he would not be able to hurt her. Chloe approached him and asked him to calm down because she could not hurt him either. Then the protagonist asked her again. He turned his head to the side and said that he didn't think she should tell him that, since she almost sent him to the afterlife in her temple, to which she replied that she was within her power there. So it was possible, but this was a different dimension, and that if she touched him, the gods of this world would not leave her alone. Then she was asked why she came there at all. Chloe put her hand in front of her and asked if she didn't need to get her thing back. Ian gritted his teeth, realizing that his body was not obeying him, and assumed that this was also her power, and then thought about how after all this effort to get the pearl, it would all end up so pointless. The girl looked at the jewel and began to speak. Ben was standing behind the guy when she said that her goal in this dimension was achieved, but she changed her mind. The dragon pearl was in front of her when she finished speaking. The protagonist looked at her in surprise when Chloe turned to him, saying that she would give him a chance to prove himself worthy. Ian propped his face up with his hand. He opened his mouth and wondered what she meant by worthy. He remembered standing in front of the girl when she said that she wanted to see if he had the right to become the master of the dragon pearl. Then he asked about how he could prove it. Chloe smiled and answered that if he could bear the weight of fate that was on his shoulders, then it would be enough to prove his right, adding that when she finished her judgment of him, she would return. The girl touched his shoulder, then he wondered if she would just throw out these mysterious words and leave, and about what the weight of fate meant, adding that it would be better if she gave a clear goal, like catching so many or finding so and so. The protagonist put his finger on the system window, deciding that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't change anything now, and realizing that even though Ben's evolution had failed, they had still obtained the Lord's sacred weapon, so now they needed to focus on the dimensional war. He was sitting in front of the system window when he said that first they needed to adjust the equipment, adding demon magic resistance options. Ian looked at another system window, adding that the king's spirit judgment was irreplaceable, so it should be left, and that the armor was a little questionable. Stones appeared in front of him, and he exclaimed that now they needed to strengthen the equipment with the remaining magical energy stones. The protagonist turned his head to the side and said that this was great, because a full set of anti-demon equipment with maximum resistance options was ready, and that this time he had also thoroughly pumped up the transcendence options, adding that, of course, there were some regrets, but this was the best he could do, and asked that perhaps it was time to go hunting with demons. The cliffs were visible behind the hosts as they announced that the dimensional war had resumed and that it was slowly leaning in favor of the demons, adding that today was already the 22nd day and that this battlefield was literally at the gates of the Lotus Guild territory. The warriors looked to one side seriously as they added that it seemed that the morale of the Lotus Guild members was especially high, and that after the losses in the last battle, the guild's numbers had dropped significantly and the human forces were still at a disadvantage, but today was different. The elf smiled widely and explained that it was because the best summoner on the entire server, Ian, had broken his silence and returned to the dimensional war. The protagonist looked at Sam with interest. The girl held her staff in front of her as it was announced that, in addition, the best of the best among humans had gathered on this battlefield. The boy adjusted his hood as it was announced that a fierce battle was expected to determine the outcome of this war. In front of Ian were Kate and Barry when he said that although he had heard about it, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that the number of guild members had really decreased a lot. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when his comrade replied that it hurt his pride, and that they were proud to be in the top 5 guilds of the server, and now because of one person they found themselves in this situation. Then the guy thought that if it was Lily, then it would be okay, but to suffer like this because of Blair, whose control is not even at that level, and that it seemed like the game company really decided to support the demons. Ian pointed in front of him and asked his comrades to focus on commanding the guild. He bent his hand with the weapon and added that they could leave Blair and the top demons to him. The girl with the staff looked forward when the guy addressed her. A system notification appeared that a dimensional war was about to begin. Ramir stared ahead as the protagonist asked her to follow him after the battle began. She stood behind Young as she agreed with him. A system message appeared stating that the 22nd day of the dimensional war would begin in 10 seconds. The hooded boy waved at the protagonist and asked if he could stay by his side as well, to which he replied that of course he could and that he should continue as he did. Then the system announced that there were 10 seconds left. Blair crossed her arms over her chest and said that Young had finally arrived. Harley appeared at the side of the boy as he summoned him. The protagonist looked ahead, smiling. He held his weapon in front of him as it was announced that the 22nd day of the dimensional war had begun. A demon appeared in front of the warrior. The two opponents crossed blades. The boy sat in front of the screen as it was announced that the demons who wanted to win this war and put an end to this confrontation and the humans who could not afford to lose this time had clashed. The soldiers were thrown around when someone exclaimed that demon players were extremely aggressive in combat, and that regardless of class, They openly rage on the front lines. A girl sat next to the guy, who said that there was a lot of talk about the balance between the races being off, and asked what Haynes thought about it, to which he replied that demons had only been around for a short time, so he thought it was too early to jump to conclusions. The host looked down and added that balance issues in Kalen often subsided over time, even without special patches, meaning that the balance would eventually even out, which is why Kalen was said to be perfectly balanced. Nate had a drink in his hand when he said that it was because they balanced it by sacrificing people and that it was an awkward statement. He frowned as he looked ahead as he thought about how the balance was actually miraculously balanced by players trying methods they hadn't even thought of, but when you put it the other way around, everyone praised them. Ian was sitting on Harley as he turned to Ramir. He grabbed the girl's hand. Nate's pupils narrowed as he thought about how one player could ruin the balance that the corporation had worked so hard to create. The protagonist pulled Ramir along with him. The girl hugged him around the waist as he shouted her name. They were riding Harley when Ian said that he noticed that she had a lot of useful support spells for hunting, to which she replied that she did and wondered why he asked. The guy looked away and asked her to cast haste and attack buffs on him, adding that she should only use attack spells when the cooldown of Light Strike was up. Ramir opened her mouth and replied that she would do so, thinking that Ian's commands always led to good results, so it wouldn't hurt to listen to him. The protagonist looked at his hand and thanked it. System notifications appeared, stating that the haste spell increased movement speed and that the attack was increased. Harley hovered in the air. The guy looked at Ramir and asked the pet to take care of her. The protagonist jumped high. The demons looked up in surprise. Ian held his hand out in front of him, then someone shouted that it was him. Electric discharges attacked the opponents. The demons began to retreat, shouting that the protagonist had appeared. The enemy held his weapon in front of him when he asked about the summoner appearing alone, and about how he dared to appear on the battlefield without his summoned animals, adding that he was a very impudent guy. The demon appeared in front of Ian and exclaimed that he would cut him in half. They crossed weapons. The protagonist struck the enemy when a system notification appeared that the unique ability Lightning of Judgment had been activated. The guy put the weapon behind his head and invited the prey to approach him. Someone stood with his back. Blair looked forward worriedly, saying his name. The demon behind Young was upside down. The opponents held spears and swords in front of them when someone said that this was an insignificant summoner. They surrounded the guy, saying that if they all attacked him at once, he would not withstand it and that they needed to crush him. The demon with a spear rushed towards him, wishing for death. The protagonist smiled and offered them a try. The opponents bared their sharp teeth. Blood gushed from their bodies. Yang put his hands out to the sides and asked if even after changing their race to a demon, they were still so weak. He swung his weapon at the enemy when someone asked why the summoner was so fast. The protagonist struck and replied that he should find a good buffer too. An arrow flew past the guy's face. The demon held his bow in front of him when Ian warned him that he would regret not hitting him. The protagonist smirked when the enemy asked what he was talking about since he could hit him again. The demon was struck by lightning when the system notifications appeared stating that the enemy's attack had been successfully dodged, that the transcendental option of the Spirit King's Judgment item had been activated, and that 1,976,500 lightning damage had been returned. The opponents looked ahead in fear and asked what it was, because Ian didn't even move, and the lightning struck the archer. Haynes and Louise looked worried when the boy explained that it was a transcendental option of the protagonist's weapon, and that it was said that it suddenly disappeared before the war, and now it appeared. Ian looked ahead when he added that he was fully prepared for the war with the demons, armed with new equipment. Carseus and Pin appeared behind the boy when he summoned them. The protagonist raised his weapon above himself and offered his pets a powerful blow. The bird prepared its tenacious paws. Energy appeared in front of the dragon's mouth when Ian announced that they were launching an all-out attack. Streams of fire rushed towards the opponents. The boy in the hood opened his mouth and said that something just happened. The demons began to run away when he realized that the number of opponents suddenly seemed to decrease, assuming that they were retreating. Michael smiled widely. The demons approached the protagonist as he added that he was really holding the line well. The enemies looked ahead, shouting about him summoning the summoned animals and that he was too stupid to go so deep into their territory. They rushed towards the guy and his pets, asking if he really thought he could handle them all alone without being hurt, and calling for them to kill him. Sam appeared in front of Yang as he ironically said that he was very scared and offered to play for another 10 minutes, and then summoned the pet. A blue space appeared around the guy when the skill dormant demon was used, after which a system notification appeared that his summoned animal's unique ability had been activated. Dark energy enveloped the enemies as system messages appeared stating that while darkness presence is active, all party members' attack is increased by 5% and all damage from the forces of darkness is reduced by 50%. A dark space appeared in front of the demon when the system reported that, in addition, all hidden enemies in the radius would be revealed. Lai appeared when the owner called him. The protagonist put his weapon in front of him and ordered the pet to follow him and kill those with less than half health. The wolf ran after the guy when he answered that he understood him. Ramir was sitting on Harley when she ordered him to follow his master. Yang happily looked at the girl who used the buff skill, then a system notification appeared that Ramir's player acceleration skill was activated. A system notification appeared that for 15 minutes, the movement speed of all party members increases by 23.5% and attack speed by 10%. The guy quickly moved in space when he thanked the girl. System messages appeared stating that Ramir's Flame Rage skill had been activated and that for 7 minutes, all party members' normal attacks would be given fire damage, and that all party members' attack would be increased by 5% for the same amount of time. The protagonist attacked the enemies at lightning speed, who were confused as to why he was so fast, and asked what kind of summoning spell it was that they couldn't stop. Ian struck the demon with lightning, thinking that Ramir, as always, had chosen the perfect time for a powerful buff, and then system notifications appeared stating that the player had been critically damaged, and that Lightning of Judgment had been activated. The girl was sitting on Harley when she realized that, fighting alongside the protagonist, she already knew all the moments to attack, even though she was not a buffer. Yang moved along with the stream of flames when Haynes exclaimed that he was breaking through the demons with incredible strength and that no enemy could stop him. Barry opened his mouth and said that he was doing great as always. Then Kate added that the protagonist was holding back most of the demon players and that their lines were broken. They raised their hands up, calling for the guild to move forward and crush them. The demons fell in front of Blair, asking about him using corrupted items and shouting that their lines were broken because of trying to stop him and that the humans were starting to push them back. The masked girl looked forward determinedly and said that this would not work and that she would deal with Yang herself. Ramir held her staff, sitting on Harley as she used another skill. The girl closed her eyes and exclaimed that she was not a support, but a main character, and that it was too serious when the guy asked if it was true that he was good at choosing supports. The protagonist turned his head to the side and said that he had already caused enough chaos, so he would retreat, and that they should deal heavy damage to the demons gathered for mass magic. Ramir opened her mouth and said that she shouldn't have said that, and that she would clean everything up so that there would be nothing left for him. They stood in the flames when the guy ordered Finn to move on. The bird flew into the air when Ian thought about how, thanks to him breaking their formation, the situation was starting to tilt in their favor and how everyone was controlling their zones well. Energy accumulated in the demon's hand when the protagonist thought about the problem with the enemy mage class, the Magans, and how their explosions of magical energy continued to press on their lines. He pointed to the rock and told Finn that they would be climbing a high cliff. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist as he said that it was good and that everything was clearly visible from there. He pulled the bowstring and exclaimed that he hoped that his shooting skills had not deteriorated in this time. The arrows shot down as the guy added that they were mythical projectiles worth 1,500 gold each. The arrows attacked the demons, who did not understand where they came from. Ian smiled widely when he realized that he had not shot for a long time, but he had not lost his skill. Blair looked at her allies with concern. The demon opened his mouth, then she assumed that this did not mean that this bow could kill a demon mage with one shot. The masked woman frowned deeply when she realized that only one person was capable of such a thing. She swung the blade in front of her. The protagonist stood at the edge of the cliff. Blair looked ahead angrily and shouted his name. The boy put his hand behind his head and said that he really seemed to piss her off, adding that he was scared. Barry and the other warriors jumped down as he exclaimed that she had finally arrived, calling the rest of the guild to follow him. The woman rushed forward as he added that they needed to stop her and not let her win again. Blair swung her blade and cursed, ordering the wretches to get lost and calling them a nuisance, and they responded that they could stop her and that they needed to hold on. The masked woman frowned, looking ahead, wondering when these disparate forces had become so organized, and then cursed again. An arrow struck her shoulder. System alerts appeared, stating that player Ian had dealt a critical hit and that his health had been reduced by 779,400. Blair opened one eye and asked the guy about how he had decided to play Archer now, and how he had dared to joke with her like that. She put her hands out to the sides, throwing the warriors away, when she suggested that the main character not hide like rodents do and not shoot a bow, but come out. Blair looked ahead resolutely when he answered that he agreed. The guy bent his legs in a jump. Ian held a bow in his hand when he suggested that they finish that unfinished duel from the last time once and for all today. Blair stood opposite Ian. The dumbfounded guy said that they had met. The demons watched this and discussed that they should go and watch this. The guys stood in anticipation of the fight and shouted that in any case, if they stood between them, they would only interfere. They wanted to watch, but they had to hold the front line. Ramir held the staff in front of her and thought that the two most powerful players on this battlefield had met. The result of their battle would determine the outcome of this war, and they could only watch. Michael's face was serious. Blair spread her hands and asked if the protagonist still liked showy entrances. Young twirled the spear in his hand and replied that from the beginning, she had only been making meaningless challenges, she had not changed since she was a human. The protagonist smirked and extended his hand and offered to start the fight, adding that she could not defeat him when she was a human and even changed her race to a demon, and now he would see how much stronger Blair had become. Blair ran into the fight and screamed that this time she would not favor him. Young asked with a satisfied look if she thought no one was watching. They ran at each other, shouting that today they would finally resolve this conflict once and for all. The protagonist flew at her. Their weapons clashed. There was a powerful blow that threw back the observers. Haynes and Louise shouted with a smile on their faces that the strongest fighters of this battlefield had finally clashed and began their one-on-one duel. The guy looked at the monitors with a surprised look. The protagonist and Blair were engaged in a fierce battle. A powerful shockwave appeared between them. Grinning, Ian noted that she was not joking. Blair held her blades in front of her and asked him to stop making threats because the games were over. Holding a fist in front of his face, the protagonist reasoned that she was much stronger than he thought. Blair suddenly disappeared from his sight. She was behind him. Ian managed to turn around and reflect her attacks. He swung his spear. The protagonist struck her. Frowning, Ian thought that she was close to his level, but due to the racial bonuses of demons, his pure physical strength is simply incredible. Watching Blair, who was preparing to attack, the protagonist noted that even worse, her insane speed was the main problem. Ian tried to dodge the attack and noted that it was even faster than when he was on Harley, so no matter how much he attacked, it was almost impossible to hit. The protagonist managed to jump back. He emphasized with a dumbfounded look that he had pumped up his magic resistance in advance, so at least he could withstand it. Blair watched Ian and assumed that he had pumped up his magic resistance and prepared thoroughly to resist demons. She created a powerful vortex around herself and screamed that anyway, in the end, Ian would simply melt under his attacks. The protagonist with a serious look reasoned that at the moment his reaction and speed only allowed him to barely hold back her attacks. There was nothing else to do. Shifting his gaze, Ian added that the chance would definitely present itself. Blair watched the protagonist and noted that his magic resistance was higher than she expected. No matter how hard she tried, it was impossible to seriously damage him with normal blows. She ran across the battlefield and came to the conclusion that she would wait for the moment to hit him with a powerful skill. A red aura emanated from Blair's blades. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that her skill was Demon's Rage Flash. He never underestimated Blair. He closely followed everything, his hunt, pumping, and even his skills as a demon. Ian was sitting at the computer and added that Demon's Rage Flash was a monstrous skill with a damage coefficient of 300% on one target. Blair killed a huge monster, while the protagonist reasoned that given the girl's skill level, the coefficient could rise to 400%, which meant that the incoming damage would be at least 600,000 units. Grinning, Ian asked what that meant. He stood in front of Blair and emphasized the fact that if this blow landed, it was a certain death in agony. Stunned, Barry called out to him. Kate, looking scared, said that it was too late to dodge. The protagonist examined the red aura and noted that Blair had seized the initiative. No matter which direction he chose, it was already impossible to avoid her demon rage outburst. In one of the self-help books he had read before, there was a saying that when you are standing on the edge of a steep cliff from which it is impossible to descend, then in order to survive, you need to take a step over the edge. There was a smirk on his face. The protagonist imagined himself taking a step off the edge of the cliff. The protagonist was moving towards Blair. She was flying towards him. Frowning, the girl wondered if Ian would dodge and counterattack. Noting that it was useless to resist, it was too late, but he would die from one blow from her. She looked at his satisfied face and said that even if the protagonist attacked her, some pitiful damage from the summoner could never kill her. A red target appeared in front of Yang's eye, which was supposed to detect weakness. A red target appeared on the girl's chest. The protagonist aimed his spear at Blair. He struck her armor. The girl was taken aback and said that it was impossible. Yang pierced her body through and through. The demons were shocked by what they saw. Blue energy began to flow from the spear. A powerful explosion was heard. Ramir watched the battle closely. Haynes and Louise opened their mouths in surprise. A thick cloud of dust rose on the battlefield. Blair's head was visible through the smoke. She fell to the ground with empty eyes. Louise looked at Blair's corpse and said that this could not be. The strongest of the demons had fallen. She noted with a dumbfounded look that this meant that Yang was the user. Kate and Barry stood in front of a cloud of dust. Ramir looked around. The protagonist began to appear from the smoke. His spear was lying on the ground. Ian clenched his hand. The guys smiled when they saw him. The protagonist stated with a satisfied look that he almost died. The people raised their hands and cried out that they did not understand how he was able to withstand a direct hit from the demon's fury flash and defeated Blair in a fair fight one-on-one without the help of summoners. Wiping the sweat from his face, Ian noted that it was good that he calculated his maximum damage in advance. If not, it would have definitely ended in mutual destruction. He ran to Blair's corpse and noted that it was time for him to collect the reward for all his work. Ian looked at the blue streams of energy and read that he received trophies from the demon user Blair. He looked at the items and received a notification that the protagonist received the legendary item Magic Destruction Cloak and Columbus Sword. The protagonist excitedly asked if he had even gotten 2 legendary items and how many players Blair had killed to collect all of them. Ian turned around to the sounds of people calling him. He asked them with a satisfied expression in his mind if they wanted some fan service. The protagonist raised his spear over his head and declared that he had defeated Blair, the demon's main force. Looking at the players, Ian said that the memories of the shame and defeats they had suffered so far, while LB openly supported the demons, humanity was in oblivion and humiliation. The demons were taken aback by this. The protagonist pointed his spear at them and declared that they would erase all of this today. Barry raised his hand and shouted for all of the Lotus Guild members to follow Ian. They rushed into battle shouting that they would fight and win, that they would take back at least 2 large fields today. The guys looked at each other and discussed that the main character is just incredible. He destroyed Blair and completely turned the tide of the war. But it's strange, because they don't understand how the summoner could defeat the swordsman mage one-on-one without his summoners. The guy pointed his hand at Blair and shouted that this is suspicious because Ian survived a direct hit from the demon's rage flash. Magic resistance will not help, because even if you collect all the available items with resistance now, their total effect will not reach even 50%. It is theoretically impossible for the summoner to withstand the demon's rage flash. As a result, we can conclude that either Ian uses cheats, or he was specially introduced by LB, a spy who was launched into the game in order to control its development at the right moment according to LB's plans. The girl stood behind the main character. Holding his head, Ian said that he would receive the highest praise of the player master of cheating. His friend stood in front of him with a dissatisfied look. Barry put his hand on the table and said that he was great at the game and deserved glory by defeating Blair, and the protagonist should focus on the meeting. After the victory of humanity in the war for the central continent, 2 large fields were returned. Thanks to this, the situation on the central continent has improved significantly. Kate put her hand on her chest and noted that therefore the next step would be to go to the front, after which Barry said that if they went north, and Blair appeared in the central region again, the situation could quickly turn against them. Ian seriously said that she would definitely not return to the central region and he could guarantee it. Puzzled, Barry asked why he said so confidently. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it was because he himself would be in the north. The puzzled guys thought that narcissism at this level was already a disease. Ian began to wave his hands and said that the one who considered herself the strongest lost to him and she would not leave it as is. The satisfied protagonist emphasized the fact that once the penalty for her death was over, Blair would immediately come to him. Demons were walking on the streets of the Wrath City in the demon world. Suddenly, a burst of red energy was heard. Blair was furious. Holding her face, she noted that Ian was still alive. Walking on the street, she thought she had relaxed. She should have foreseen that he had a hidden trump card. He probably had some kind of skill to counter powerful single blows, like the demon rage flash and that insanely powerful weapon. Blair suddenly stopped. A powerful aura began to spread from her. Veins appeared on her face from anger while she thought that all this happened because of her carelessness, but she would not make the same mistake a second time. Blair closed her eyes and calmed down. Standing on the wall, she emphasized that she knew for sure that Ian would not be able to keep up with her speed. No matter how powerful his attacks were, if they did not hit, it was meaningless. Frowning, the girl asked if the protagonist had escaped to the northern continent, adding that in that case, she would follow him. Standing in front of the portal, Blair declared that no matter where he escaped, she would find him and destroy him. She must become the strongest in Kalen. Ian stood on the cliff. Amanda, dumbfounded, cried out that the protagonist had finally arrived. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that she had endured a lot while they were gone. They heard that Amanda was there fighting alone on the northern continent, to which he replied that it was true. Due to the lack of top players, it was extremely difficult. Amanda folded her arms and said that when Michael also left, she thought it was over. A frightened Amanda noted that they were grateful that Ian had come to them, and then asked if he was sure it was safe and what if Blair appeared in the central region. The protagonist walked to the edge of the cliff and declared that as long as he was there, this war would definitely end in victory for humanity. The monster ran towards the humans. Buck stood in front of the monster and Ian screamed that they needed to stop it quickly. Yellow lightning began to flow from his spear. A powerful energy struck the demon. The protagonist landed on the ground and heard screams that he had arrived on Earth and now this war was in their pocket. The disgruntled demons asked why Ian did not stay in the central region and why he had come to the north. The monsters ran into the portal screaming that they were fed up with these death penalties. A red stream of mana pierced their bodies. A bright aura began to spread. Blair came out of the portal and screamed that with this attitude they would never win the war, everyone should stay in their places. The furious girl noted that the protagonist would be hers. She rushed into battle, leaving a red light behind her. Ian was taken aback by this. A smirk appeared on his face. The protagonist looked at Amanda and screamed that everyone needed to retreat back. Blair was in front of him. He managed to block her attack. They looked at each other while Ian said that he knew that she would return and they would begin a rematch. The protagonist's face was satisfied. He swung his spear and pushed Blair away from him. The girl flew back and wondered why Ian was so calm if she dealt sudden damage. Blair watched him and asked if the protagonist was sure that he could defeat her in a fair fight, wherever they were, in which case he did not run away to the north, but on the contrary, lured her to this continent. Standing in front of her, Ian noticed that Blair had arrived faster than he expected. Holding a blade in her hand, Blair said that she had a good rest. She did not know what Ian was counting on, but this time he would rest for a whole day. The girl rushed into battle. The protagonist repelled many attacks. The dumbfounded guys said that this was an incredible battle as always, and if they interfered, they would only hinder. A vial of red liquid flew past Ian's face. The vial exploded and created a red cloud of smoke. Standing in the smoke, the protagonist reasoned that he did not know what it was, but there was no harmful effect or damage. Pointing her finger, Blair said that this was a 1,000 Lie of Fragrance, an item that tells her his location. Wherever Ian is, she will find him and kill him again. The embittered girl emphasized the fact that in 30 days, she will kill the protagonist at least 25 times. The demon stated with a satisfied look that now the protagonist would not be able to prove himself on the side of humanity. Ian replied with a satisfied look that this was great and now he would not have to specifically look for Blair. Standing in front of her, the mad protagonist stated that in this case, he would kill her 29 times in these 30 days, even if she would cry and beg for mercy. Kate raised her hand and screamed for the warriors to hold the line. They should not be surrounded by the enemy. Holding her head, she reasoned that while Ian was holding Blair back, the situation had improved significantly. He was doing well. They were making many attacks while in the air. Blair was circling around him at great speed and offered to try to stop it. Kate opened her mouth in surprise and wondered what kind of speed this was, noting that the protagonist would not even have time to move. Barry stopped Kate, who wanted to rush to help Ian. He smirked and asked if she had forgotten how the protagonist confidently stepped forward, noting that this was all part of his calculations. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. He summoned Harley. Blair watched him and asked if Ian had decided to mount the summoner and catch up with her. The protagonist raised his hand and asked who said that he was going to mount the tiger. Keeping his hand raised, Ian ordered Harley to come to him, after which messages popped up that Harley's unique summoner ability, Wind Guardian, was used. For the next 2 minutes, all attack, defense, and intelligence stats are temporarily redirected to agility. Blair was surprised and wondered if he had used the summoner skill on himself. She rushed at Ian and noted that the skill should have activated earlier. The protagonist appeared behind her and said that it was slow. He struck the girl. Blair was on her knees. They continued to fight. The girl was furious. Young swung his blade and dealt a powerful blow to her. He blocked Blair's attack, which made her even more angry. The protagonist jumped back and asked if the girl could only deal 1,500 damage. Blair, dumbfounded, wondered why her damage was so ridiculous and how long he would continue to increase his magic resistance. Holding his staff above his head, Young thanked Blair for entertaining him a little and noted that she could spend a few coins if she was angry. The girl looked at him and asked if the protagonist thought she would just stand there and let him. Harley appeared behind her. Young swung his spear to throw it and was told that using a summoner in a single battle is dirty. Grinning, the protagonist asked what was wrong with a summoner using their pets. He dealt a crushing blow to Blair and asked him to rest for another day and come back. A powerful lightning struck the girl. Louise looked at the camera and said that another interdimensional war had broken out on the northern continent. And once again the results were astounding. Summoner Ian had won another victory over Blair in a single battle, leading humanity to triumph. She cried out with an embarrassed look that the protagonist was truly great and had defeated a top player twice. Haynes said with a slight smile that it was not only because he had defeated one of the strongest players, but also because he had completely turned the atmosphere of the war upside down, where it seemed that the victory of the demons had already been decided. Putting her palms together, Louise noted that thanks to Ian's outstanding achievements, his equipment had become the standard for confronting demonic players at the level of the entire nation, which is why there was currently a fierce competition for magic resistance items at the auction. The guy was selling the protagonist's items. The man looked at the screen while Louise was explaining that magic resistance was one thing, but the prices for items with magic resistance piercing had skyrocketed so high that even guild leaders couldn't afford to buy them easily. The protagonist said with a happy face that he had calculated everything in advance and bought up all the available magic resistance items at the auction. He was wondering how many times this investment would pay off. He held the items in his hands and thought that the moment to use the Wand of Madness and the Pearl of Wishes might never come, but he couldn't relax. They hadn't yet achieved complete victory in this war. The protagonist thought with a serious face that he knew exactly how to use the Wand of Madness, but with the Pearl of Wishes it was a complete dead end. He didn't know what this dragon's requirements were, but by the end of the war everything would become clear one way or another. The main thing was to focus on winning the war. Louise pointed at the projection and said that in this way, thanks to the distribution of equipment oriented towards fighting demons, the game balance is gradually leveling out, after which Haynes noted that this is exactly so. Before that there were many complaints that the balance was too much inclined towards demons, and as always, the public opinion is inclined to believe that the balance from LB is still ideal. The company building was enveloped in sunlight. The guy was showing a presentation on the screen and said that now in Kylan there is a serious failure in the planning of the game balance. If they do not take measures as soon as possible, the whole system will collapse. The man put his hand to his mouth and asked if the guy wanted to say that the balance between both sides was leveled before the activation of the Rod of Madness, and the plot introduced us to the head of the planning department, Leon. The dumbfounded boy replied that it was true. From the current situation, it was clear that the human side was gradually pushing back the demon side, but this did not mean that humanity had more strength. It was just that they were currently fighting in a more favorable environment, which gave them an advantage. It was expected that the front line would stabilize after it advanced to a certain point. The people were upset by this news. Leon folded his arms and asked what would happen if he activated the Wand of Madness. The boy imagined the warriors heading towards the portal and told them that once the Wand of Madness was activated, one of the interdimensional portals would be destroyed in order to stop the Wheel Lord army. At least a few demigods of the lower Demon Lord level would need to appear, but according to the current plan in the final wave, only one Demon Lord would appear at each portal. The demon side would definitely not be able to stop the Wheel Lord army. The puzzled guys listened to the guy who continued his speech and noted that in other words, all their long efforts to plan this war would be in vain, and it was all because of one player. Ian's face appeared on the screen. Leon slammed the table and asked if there was really no way to solve this problem and asked someone to suggest something. The dumbfounded guy stated that in his opinion, there was only one way to fix the current situation. We were transported to the demon world when the city was surrounded by a purple sky. Blair appeared in the game again. Her eyes were shining brightly. She grabbed her forehead and sighed. The girl began to laugh and screamed that now she understood what it was all about. He was so arrogant because this is all. He hung himself with items with demon magic resistance and just relied on the power of his items. He is a fool who thinks that the power of items is his own power. Ian held the spear above his head. Blair frowned and said that he shouldn't think that he was the only one with such resources. Since he decided so, she would also play by her own rules. More objects appeared near her. Clenching her hand into a fist, from which smoke came out, Blair added that with the help of 1,000 Lie of Aroma, wherever he was, she would pursue him to the edge of hell and destroy him. The guys were standing on the roof. Leaning on the edge of the roof, the stranger turned to the guy and noted that he told him to do his job well and not to make a mess, after which the guy replied that he simply prepared well and reported as he said. He remembered standing in front of the development team and declaring that using system privileges to transmit the Oracle and the Temple of the Demon God was the best way to solve this problem. Sipping coffee, the stranger replied that it was true. Kylan is a world where all systems run on artificial intelligence. They must avoid artificial creation or direct interference with any entities. He imagined himself flying above the players as a god and asked the boy to imagine that the operators were directly interfering with Kylan, a world that strives to be more real than reality itself. They would receive a lot of complaints about the loss of immersion. The boy extended his hand and said that they therefore had to intervene in the form of an oracle so that it would be in keeping with the world. He imagined the oracle standing in front of the demons and added that they were encouraging the demons that had not participated in the dimensional war to join in, so that even the moderate demons and demon kings that had only been watching the war up until now would be forced to join in. He imagined the demons gathering together. Pointing his finger, the bespectacled man noted that even if the army of gods were summoned, the demons would not be at a disadvantage, after which the boy added that he also did not like that this large-scale world event would end meaninglessly. Looking at the boy, the man guessed that he did not have an answer to the problem of Ian and his pearl. The boy closed his eyes and said that he could separate his work and personal fan feelings. The protagonist's problem was truly beyond their control. Unless the player abused the bugs, direct intervention by the operators was undesirable. All they could hope for was the actions of the NPC dragon god Cicado. He imagined the girl's face. He remembered the worker adjusting his glasses and saying that Cicado's decision to acknowledge the owner of the pearl was part of the main scenario, and they could not interfere. The man laughed and noted that because of this, they were stuck in overtime again. The warriors were fighting the demons. Blair was furious. She tried to strike Ian. She screamed with burning eyes that the protagonist was a fool who thought that the power of items was his own power. Today she would show him what real pain was. Young asked with a smile if she was attacking him again immediately after reviving, and then noted that she was definitely tracking him. The effect of Thousand Lie of Fragrance really worked. The protagonist swung his spear and asked to try again. The protagonist watched as Blair began to circle around him again and noted that she really prepared herself, having obtained items with magic resistance penetration. Turning around, Young cried out that she was still far from perfect equipment. He struck her. Blair looked at the armor and wondered how the protagonist hit her while she was moving at such speed. She rushed into battle, screaming that it was just an accident. Dodging the attack, Young said that it was slow. Kneeling, the girl asked how he did it. The protagonist dodged many attacks, saying that Blair had shown him too much. She was fast, but that was all. Her movements and attack patterns were too predictable. If so, she didn't even need to increase her agility. Blood suddenly began to spurt. The protagonist pierced her body and said that she was no match for him in control at all. Blood poured out of her chest. A powerful explosion was heard. Blair, dumbfounded, heard Ian ask again if she had said that it was all about his equipment. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that equipment was also part of the skill. She had a long way to go to reach that level. The girl was shocked by what she heard. She began to think about Ian's words with a puzzled look. She suddenly died. She stomped on the ground, covering her face with her hand. Blair thought that she needed to think calmly. Now she admits that it is hard for her to defeat the protagonist one-on-one, but she has a duty to lead this interdimensional war to the victory of the demonic side. She was suddenly taken aback. Turning around, Blair wondered if Ian was nearby. She defeated the guys and emphasized the fact that first she needed to maximize the amount of prey. Ian landed on the ground. He stood in front of Blair and asked if she was there again, and didn't 3 defeats from him teach her to be careful. Frowning, the girl replied that this time she did not come because of him. She enthusiastically said that after these 3 fights, she clearly realized one thing. Unfortunately, in a single fight it is difficult for her to defeat him. She stood in front of the protagonist and told him that the interdimensional war is not only about him, there are many other targets that can become her prey. She introduced the warriors and emphasized the fact that the more powerful players she eliminated from the battlefield, the closer the demon side would be to victory. The protagonist asked with a smile on his face if she was going to fight not for personal victory, but for the sake of winning the war, and that was touching. Young pointed his spear at her and asked if Blair really thought he would just stand by and watch, noting that if she wanted to win the interdimensional war, then both of them would have to fight. The furious girl said that holding him in place would already be a help to the demon side, and thanks to the arrow, she could track his location, so she would always know if he tried to chase her. The girl ran towards him. She reappeared in the demon world. Her body was enveloped in a red aura. Closing her eyes, Blair thought that if she had used the return stone a little later, she could have died again. She cried out with a displeased look that now that the portal to the demonic world was closed, he would not be able to follow her to the demonic world and would never be able to kill her again. Ian stood still. The protagonist smirked and asked if she had decided to go out and what she would do now. He had a way to open a portal to the demonic world that she did not even know about. A blue portal appeared in front of Blair. She was shocked by what she saw. Ian appeared in front of her. The girl was sitting on the floor and screaming in surprise. The protagonist swung his spear and declared that he would definitely finish her off this time. Blair, terrified, asked how this guy managed to get into the demonic world and if he should be commanding the forces of humanity now. She imagined Ian's mad face and wondered if he was so obsessed with revenge that he would give up everything for it. She flew away. Blair was dumbfounded, thinking that this guy was crazy. Standing above her, the protagonist told her that there was something she didn't know about him. Looking at her, Ian said that he was obsessed with players more than she could think. Haynes stood in front of Louise and said that even the seemingly endless dimensional war was now close to an end, with only a week left. After which Louise added that today, the forces of the human world and the demon world were once again fighting without the slightest concession, advancing and retreating. Pointing her fingers, Louise asked if what they said was true. There had been some changes in the dimensional war recently, to which Haynes replied that it was absolutely true. That was the reason why the dimensional war was now frozen in a tense balance, constantly changing hands. He added with a satisfied look that it was because the strongest representatives of both sides, Blair and Young, were no longer appearing on the battlefield, and because of the absence of these greatest warriors, neither side could gain the upper hand in the dimensional war. Michael looked up and asked Barry what was going on with Young and why he was nowhere to be seen. Barry smiled and asked Michael why they could fight Blair without fearing her and if it was because the protagonist was keeping her in the demon world. The night sky enveloped the demon world. The girl ran away and asked to tell him, for pity's sake, how long was Young going to hunt only her. The protagonist rode Harley after her and asked if she wanted to have fun like this until the very end of the dimensional war. Blair turned around and asked if he was crazy, noting that this was the 6th time. The protagonist pierced her body with a spear. She was reborn. Looking around, the girl asked if Ian would show up there. The protagonist appeared in front of her and said that it was offensive. He emphasized with a crazy look that he had been waiting for her to return, and she was just leaving and that it was no good. Blair put her hands out and asked him to wait a minute. She sat in front of Ian and reasoned that she had already been killed 6 times and had dropped to level 210. If she died again, it would be the end, nothing more than losses. She, looking dumbfounded, suggested stopping killing her because there were only a couple of days left until the end of the dimensional war. Interested, Ian listened to the proposal to stop the senseless fight at least until the end of the dimensional war. She pointed her finger and asked if the protagonist wanted to end the war as a hero. Raising his fist to his mouth, the protagonist replied that continuing to cling to each other there and then, returning to the dimensional war would be much wiser in every sense. Sighing, Blair said that it was a wise decision. If he returned to the dimensional war, she would keep her word and not fight him. Yang put a spear to her throat. He swung the spear and said that since Blair was hesitant, he would kill her again and then think about it. The girl was shocked by what he heard. She sat by the wall with an exhausted look. As he walked away from her, Yang thought that after such a defeat, she would hardly stick her nose into the dimensional war again. There was no time to wait for the dimensional gate, so he would return with the help of a top-ranked return stone. He teleported and noted that while he was dealing with Blair, he had some time to gather information about the dimensional war. The war was approaching its end, and the battles were becoming more and more fierce. This is because while he and Blair were gone, players from both sides who could not participate before rushed into the battle. He looked at the developers' presentation and added that the developers had announced a new system, titles for battle merit ratings. They clearly wanted to stir up the spirit of competition among players to the limit, and the title for first place in battle merit in the human camp was nothing less than Dimension Guardian. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. He began to study what the Dimension Guardian title gave. Walking down the street, Yan reasoned that players were already arguing about this title for battle merit, and it seemed that many considered its effects to be somewhat vague. Holding his face, the protagonist noted that if you use the first and third effects of this title correctly, you can increase your combat power by 1.5 times, and they don't even suspect what a cheap bonus this is. However, if he only understands its true value, it's even better. He touched the projection and added that he was currently ranked over 1,000th in merit. It had taken too long to get to Blair. He would have to give it his all to catch up to first place. Sam was flying around him and asked if he was going to return to his allies from the human world, to which he received a negative answer. He imagined himself standing on the monster and said that because of the merit system, he would do something heroic in the dimensional war. Then all the merit would be divided between everyone who participated in the battle and made their contribution. He imagined the guys releasing streams of gold and mana and noted that if he had a reserve of merit, he would do so. Ian seriously noted that he did not have such a luxury now, so he would have to fight alone. Away from the others, he knocked Blair out of the dimensional war, so he believed that everyone would cope without him without problems. Caesar and Bill came to him. Caesar put his hand on his chest and asked if the protagonist would give them the mission to protect the weak again, after which Ian replied that it was not so and this time everything was different. He said with a satisfied look that now they would be destroying everything on the front lines, which shocked Caesar. He noted with a satisfied look that the protagonist had not given such orders for a long time, and finally there would be a real battle, just like he liked. Ian crossed his arms and said that in the battles today and tomorrow they should not leave him and cover him. The protagonist stood behind Caesar and asked to become his shield. Dissatisfied Caesar cried out that this was even more boring than before and there was no need for this for the Lord, who would not die anyway. And Ian said that this way he would be able to focus on the battle and act more effectively. He held the helmet in his hands and noted that he had prepared a special reward because he understood that Caesar did not like this. Caesar looked at the helmet, dumbfounded, and asked where he got such a thing. Ian answered with a smile on his face that he didn't need to know. He remembered how he killed the girl and mentally thanked her for such a generous gift for free. The protagonist hugged Caesar and emphasized the fact that if he obeyed him until the end of the dimensional war, he would give him this helmet. Ian looked at Bill and added that he was counting on him too. He and his comrades were walking down the street and suggested breaking away and turning the entire battlefield upside down. Louise was taken aback. She saw the protagonist and said that she had finally broken the long silence and appeared on the battlefield of the dimensional war. Unlike the previous times, he was moving alone with his vassals, leading the front line. Barry, with a satisfied look, suggested that he understood what Ian was planning, after which he asked to leave the rear to them and collect his merits to the fullest. The protagonist pushed Bill and Caesar and asked them to smash the camp ahead into pieces. The demons covered themselves with shields. Ian's vassals ran at him. Caesar swung his blade. The satisfied protagonist screamed for them to continue in the same spirit and sweep them away together. The demon with a smile on his face said that he understood everything. He was sitting at the table and asked if the oracle had descended. We see a lit candlestick. The demons were sitting at the table and asking if the oracle had really been sent down. The man nodded and told Lucator that it was true. The demon stood in front of the mana cluster and said that they must help the destroyers create the demon's domain in the human world. This is the content of the oracle that was sent down. Nandi looked down with a smile and said that in any case, since the Oracle had appeared, they cannot just sit idly by. Lucator looked forward seriously and said that they might not have to intervene personally, but at the very least they should send the Demon Lord army. He closed his eyes and thought that it was difficult. Margie still needed time to recover her strength. If they sent the Demon Lord army, it would inevitably lead to a clash with the human world's defenders, but the Oracle was absolute, they could only obey. The man extended his hand towards Ethan and asked him to listen. The demon pointed at him and said that he would grant him the power to command 5 demon lords below rank 50th, let him use them and their subordinates to carry out the Oracle's will. Ethan stood up and replied that he accepted his order. He smiled evilly in front of the table, thinking that they would finally be able to carry out the long-awaited invasion of the human world. Meanwhile, the demon stood in the middle of the city and ordered his warriors to stand up, because they would finally shed blood in the war with the human world. Blair looked at the screen with the sudden quest Demon Lord army. Many demons looked at the screens in surprise. The main character fought fiercely with the monsters. He pierced his opponent with a spear. Frowning, Ian thought about the fact that today was the last day of the Dimensional War, and he was still in a pathetic 9th place in the merit rating. If he didn't make mistakes and gave it his all, then maybe he could still get back 1st place. The guy stood behind the guys and thought that these two were covering him well, reliably protecting him from all sides. The protagonist looked at the running familiar, thinking that Buck was building an impenetrable defense in places where there weren't enough tanks, and Ben was supporting him. Siri was nearby and healing him, so they definitely wouldn't collapse before the end of the war. Looking at the surprised guys, he thought that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to awaken the Abyss Dragon until the last day. Ben was definitely working off his share 100% with his mass healing. Ian watched as Barry stood in front of the vortex and thought about the attacks focused on their guild. He held out his hand to the guys, thinking about what they had entrusted to Bill, who was inferior to Caesar in maneuverability, but incredibly reliable, and if they strengthened their forces, there would be no problems. The protagonist looked forward seriously and thought that everyone was working more than their share. Looking at the angry Sam, he decided that it was still somehow sluggish. The guy looked at the dragon with displeasure, thinking that this guy was not even worth 1/10 of his share, let alone his share. The protagonist grabbed the familiar and told him not to stick his head out, but to stay close to him. Ian looked at the furious Sam, thinking that his mass skill was rather cheating, so he would save it for a really dangerous moment. He stood in front of the lightning, thinking that while everything was going the way he wanted, if things continued to go smoothly, he would easily regain 1st place by merit and win the war. Frowning, the boy thought that it was precisely because everything was going so well that he felt somehow uneasy. Could the last day of the Dimensional War really pass so calmly? Something told him that this was a bad sign. Sam looked ahead in shock. He pointed his claw at the sky and shouted to his master that trouble had happened. The dragon fearfully held onto the boy's shoulder and said that they needed to retreat immediately. Right there he felt an incredibly powerful demonic energy. Rock fragments fell in front of Ian. A glowing green portal appeared. Looking away, the boy thought that even when they saw higher demons like the Balrog, he did not blink an eye, and now he was shaking. This was clearly not a good sign. The protagonist rode on Harley and said that first they would retreat and assess the situation. He stopped in front of the green barrier. Looking at the portal, the protagonist said that a terrifying whirlwind of demonic energy was coming from there. Sam hid behind his shoulder in fear and said that it looked like it could be the opening of another dimensional portal. These would be creatures of a completely different level than those that had been so far. The dragon closed his eyes in panic and said that perhaps even the demon lords themselves would appear. The protagonist looked down and thought that indeed, it was unlikely that the final of a large-scale world event would be boring. As expected, they were preparing something grandiose for the end. He held out the tablet in his hand and decided that if anything happened, he could use it. The guy looked at the item seriously and thought that he would wait for now, even if he used it later. After he secured 1st place on merit, there would be enough time. And whoever appeared, he was sure that he could cope with any enemy. Cheat codes are the most delicious when you save them until the very end. The dragon anxiously pointed his claw at the sky and shouted to the owner to look there. Apparently it had begun. Clusters of flame appeared on the rock. The protagonist clenched his fist. He looked up in shock and said that this was truly something impressive. Ian looked at the monsters in front of him and said that who would have thought that they would greet them with 5 Balrogs. Blair stood on the monster and asked if Ian could see it. She returned. The girl remembered sitting in front of the Lord and thinking about Ethan giving her another chance. The quest Demon Lord army given to all players for demons. She imagined how she looked up in surprise and thought that she, as Ethan's vassal, got a special quest. Blair stood on the monster and thought about how she needed to lead the Balrogs and demonic warriors and join the fight on the battlefield. The girl clenched her fist seriously and said that even if Ian defeated her once, this war and the victory of the demons would be hers. She drew her sword and shouted that she commanded in the name of Ethan's power, all demon warriors must destroy the enemies that stand before them. The monsters flew up. Blair raised her hand to the Balrog and said that the greatest demon is with them. They will make this war a victory for the demons. The opponent clenched his fist in joy and said that they have Balrogs and elite demon warriors. They will definitely be able to win. Barry looked up in fear and said that this is a higher demon that few players have seen with their own eyes, and there are 5 of them. Michael looked up in shock, wondering if they will be able to defeat them at all in the remaining time. Ramir stood with a staff and said that she did not expect to see them here. Ariel looked into the distance with tension. Blair flew above the Balrog and ordered the others to crush those swarming below. People covered themselves with their hands in fear. A huge explosion occurred. The boys ran away in panic and asked how to fight such monsters. Balrog stretched out his paw and shouted that insignificant people should disappear in the flames of hellish horror. Stretching out his hand, the girl shouted that there was no chance in close combat. It was necessary to rain down attacks on them from a distance. A cluster of dark mana reflected the arrows. The girl frowned and asked what the hell was that. She watched the monster's hand and said that the demon world had sent its strongest forces. Sam sat on the boy's shoulder and asked what they were going to do now. Smiling, Ian clarified what could be done. The protagonist confidently looked forward and said that they had to win. The monster swung his sparkling hand. Tracy smiled and asked if this place belonged to people. Spreading her arms, she said that she was the ruler of the demons and had come here. The girl stood in the portal and ordered the warriors of darkness to believe in her and destroy all enemies. The protagonist looked at her in shock and wondered if the demon lord class had really infiltrated the human world. The demon was gathering mana in her hands. The guys looked up in fear and asked what it was, if this demon was up to something. Young anxiously reached for the object and thought that if this continued, they would all be swept away. Ramir looked up in panic and said that it looked like wide area magic. They needed to quickly put up shields. The protagonist looked at the crowd and ordered them not to try to resist this attack. He spoke through a megaphone that everyone should retreat back until they gave up the Almir Plain. They needed to retreat to the Sarine Gorge and regroup. A guy in the crowd looked at his friend and asked if it wasn't better to just hold out, since today was the last day. Ramir loudly asked why everyone was hesitating. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that if the master said to retreat, there was a reason. Stop arguing, let them move faster. Kate fixed her hair and said that their guild Lotus would retreat back as Ian ordered. The plot moves us to the Sarine Gorge, which was illuminated by the sun. The knight threw his head back and said that if they were late even for 10 seconds, because of the Balrog's skill, they would not have time to teleport and everyone would have died. The protagonist walked in front of the guys and thought that it was good that everyone listened to him. If they delayed a little, they would have lost most of their strength. Ramir and Kate did a great job. Stretching out his hand to his friend, he asked if he knew who the demon lord had just appeared. Frowning, Bill replied that it was Tracy, the demon lord, as far as he remembered. She was somewhere in the 90s in rank and is considered a tank among the lords. Ian stared at him tensely and thought that a demon lord who was only ranked 90th had such power. It was good that someone like Ricardo, a top demon lord, had not appeared. He put his hand to his chin and thought that it meant that fortunately, there would be no more demon lords stronger than this one. If a demon lord higher than Tracy appeared, the balance would collapse in an instant. Kate extended her hand and asked what to do, saying that they retreated and regrouped, but the gap in strength had become too great and she could not think of a way to fix it. The protagonist looked at her seriously and said that they would have no chance on the plains, but in this ravine, they do. He raised his head to the sky and said that this ravine, there is no place to hide from wide-range attacks. They have more wide-range skills than the demon camp, so the advantage is on their side. The guy introduced the army and said that it is necessary to accurately calculate the recovery time of skills for each player so that the cycle of mass attacks is not interrupted. This is the main thing. He imagined the guys attacking the monster and said that if they held on and continuously used mass attacks, even the Balrog and the Overlord would not be able to easily break through their defense. Holding up the screen with the timer, Ian said that there were about 4.5 hours left and they did not have to win the battle. If they held on until then, they would be forced to retreat and that would be their victory. Ramir raised her fist and said that she was not sure if such a strategy was realistic. Ariel looked down sadly and listened to him say that they had to give orders, calculating the recovery time for each player. Even the AI could not handle it. The protagonist looked forward, frowning. He said that if not this way, then no matter what they did, with their current strength, they would not be able to stand against them. The guy stood in front of the guys and said that he would still try to give orders, but in order for the players to obey his command, they all had to join forces and support him. Smiling, Ian said that if they were doomed to fail anyway, wouldn't it be better to challenge the impossible and fail than to just give up? Ariel nodded with a smile. She looked at the boy sweetly and said that she believed in the master and would be with him. Ramir anxiously stretched out her hands and said that if this was Master Ian's command, she could trust him too. Barry joyfully pointed at himself, saying that of course they would follow him. Let him give the orders. The protagonist clenched his fist and thanked them with a smile. Ramir stood in the crowd with her hands up. Ariel was explaining to the team what to do. Kate was walking seriously among the people. Stretching out her hand, Ian said that from now on, all the players must share the icons of their 2 key skills. He stood in front of the screen, thinking that this was a command system where you have to openly reveal information about your skills, and it is rarely used even in a normal party hunt, but now he has no other choice. It's good that the others helped convince everyone. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of an orchestra and thought that he was conducting an orchestra of war. The guy looked into the distance in confusion. Looking at the clouds of smoke, he shouted that there are enemies, demons are advancing. The protagonist anxiously stretched out his hand and thought that they were moving faster than he expected. It seems that they also want to solve everything in the remaining time. Clicking on Michael's icon, he thought that first he should sort out the situation in other regions. The guy looked ahead and asked how he was doing. Adjusting his hood, his friend replied that it seemed that it was no longer possible to cope here. He watched the monsters and said that now almost all neutral fields had gone to the demon camp. He looked at the attacking demon and said that the demon lord had also come here, and the tide of the battle had changed greatly. Only the last gorge remained to be passed, and they would find themselves on the lands of the Rustful Empire. If the northern territories began to be captured, they would reach the Lotus Lands in the blink of an eye. Looking down, Ian thought that the lands of their guild should be a priority, but if you coldly assess the value, then the lands of Pyro are the most important. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about the fact that as a commander, he must make decisions about what to give up and said that even if the Lotus Lands were taken away, he was obliged to defend this place. The protagonist walked seriously and asked to drag out time as much as he could, thinking that he believed in Michael and the players on the other side, and he himself would definitely hold out here. Looking at the monster, he shouted that the Balrog was coming. The protagonist shouted into the megaphone that from now on everyone should act according to his commands. He stood behind the boys and said that the priest classes, Eyesight, Noah and the rest should go to the front line. The guy watched the flying Balrog and said that it was now using a sound wave skill. Looking away, Ian ordered to erect a barrier of light. Ariel calmly looked up and listened to them say that they should stop the Balrog's sound wave. The boys walked through the desert and said that even if the Lotus Guild joins, since these are Ian's words, they should believe him. They ran away from the portal in alarm and shouted that the Almir plane is being abandoned. They need to retreat. Tracy raised her hand with a smirk and said that it was too late. She launched an attack downwards and shouted that it would sweep everyone away. Flames filled the ground. The boys ran away in fear. The guy turned around and said that this mass attack has a large area of effect. He looked at the light in shock and asked what the hell it was. Ariel hovered in the sky, reflecting the dark energy. The guy looked at the praying girl and said that this was her skill blessing of the sky god. She looked down and told the guys to take advantage of this chance and quickly use the teleportation scrolls. The team members quickly disappeared. Ramir released flames and said that they must stand and hold on until everyone activates the scrolls. Tracy put her hand to her chin and said that these people were not so simple. Looking at the furious Ian, she suggested that it seemed that this battle would be much more interesting than she thought. A magical brand appeared. The protagonist looked at the glowing circle and said that the final battle of the war between dimensions began. Louise leaned over and said that the Balrogs finally stepped into the Saring Gorge. From this moment the decisive battle begins, which will determine the fate of the war between dimensions. Putting his hand to his forehead, Haynes said that the northeast and northwest of the continent, under the onslaught of the demon lords and Balrogs, had given up 2 or 3 cards to the demon world in a matter of moments. People looked at Ian on the screen and listened to how there was not only a demon lord, but also several Balrogs, so this battlefield would be harder than all the others. The crowd gathered around the screen with the protagonist, listening to how if people had any trump card, it was his presence on this battlefield. A bright whirlwind quickly swirled and the system reported the activation of skills. Smiling, Ian thought that they had succeeded as expected. They were on the edge, but they held out. He looked at the monsters and thought that with a minimal set of skills he was able to stop the first mass attack of the Balrog. Stretching out his hand, the guy thought that the barrier would no longer withstand the next attack of projectiles from another Balrog. Then the next step and said Halicus that it was his turn to call the giant statue. A large knight appeared in front of him. The monsters flew in the sky in surprise. The stone monster landed between them. The guys looked at it in surprise and said that it was a giant statue. It had a majestic appearance. The monster stood menacingly in the fire. The Balrogs ran forward furiously. The guy looked ahead in surprise and wondered if it was just standing there and taking hits. Halicus approached the guys and said that the giant statue he summoned was a totem for distraction and tanking. Ramir looked up desperately, thinking that this statue would not be able to stop the mass attack. What was Mr. Young planning anyway? Blair walked towards the statue and said that while she was holding the Balrog's attention, as soon as its interest disappeared, the Balrog would immediately unleash a mass attack and destroy the remains of the barrier with one blow. Yang raised his fist with a smile and asked Noah to act. Looking at the guy with the staff, he asked to use the skill Elu's Blessing. Noah was releasing green stalks. Blair frowned, thinking that these fools were trying to erect another barrier. She looked at the demon in the sky and said that they can't be allowed to put up a barrier. Tracy stretched out her hand and asked how dare some noblewoman order her around. If it weren't for Ethan's order, she would have finished her off first. The demon released gouts of flame. The guys covered their hands in fear. The girl closed her eyes in panic. She looked up at the light in surprise. Noah was creating a barrier in front of the people. The protagonist happily listened to the army say that the barrier rose exactly at the moment the enemy released a mass attack. This is all Mr. Young, just an incredible sense of timing. The guy looked at the statue and said that even it was receiving the healing effect from the skill, now it will last even longer. Pointing his finger forward, he shouted that it was too early to relax. This is just the beginning. Ariel and everyone who has healing skills must support the giant statue with healing. Turning to Ramir, the protagonist said that it was her turn. The girl stood before the sorcerers with a smile and offered to show these demons the power of human magic. She flew up to the fire circle. The branches intertwined with the flames. The demons were struck by a powerful attack. The enemies burned in the flames. Blair held back the attack with her hands. The girl ran forward and shouted that they should respond with a massive magical attack. The demons reflected the flames with dark mana. Tracy launched an attack from the sky. The guys stood inside the shield and said that the barrier could not withstand everything. They had to dodge themselves. Ian looked at the fighting statue and said that the barrier was starting to weaken, and the giant was receiving more damage than healing and would not last long. The guy stood in front of the hovering Ramir and said that it was hard, but they had to keep up the mass attacks. One more round of attacks and they would cut off 30% of their forces. Gritting his teeth, he thought that everything was going according to plan, but the losses were greater than expected. He didn't want to use it now, but there was no choice. The guy created a happy bed and said that it was his turn. Ian looked at the turtle and used Blessing of the Abyss. The protagonist watched as Ben approached the statue and asked him to pour in a powerful healing. The girls looked at him in delight and shouted that he was cute. He still healed. They loved him. The protagonist looked at them sadly and wondered why this little guy was so popular. The reporter watched the Battle of the Balrogs and said that right now in the Saurian Gorge there was a fierce magical shootout between people and demons. The boy hit the hare in the face, listening to the spectacle of countless falling stars. He stood in front of the screen in amazement, which told him that humans masterfully used defensive skills, minimizing damage. The boy sat in front of the TV, listening to how the difference in power between humans and demons is so great that it is extremely difficult to predict the outcome. Ian stood seriously and thought that if they only exchange magic, they will eventually be crushed. The best defense is an attack. Raising his hand in front of the crowd, he announced that from now on, the warriors and knights will go with him beyond the barrier. They will attack the enemy. The girl raised her hand in alarm and asked if it was safe. If they were caught in the sound wave, they would all be swept away. Frowning, the boy replied that the Balrog cannot use the sound wave endlessly. He looked at the monster and said that the Balrog sound wave has a very long recharge. If they guess the moment, they will be able to hit and retreat. Ian looked at the tense crowd and said that if they did nothing, they would be crushed. The barrier would not hold for long. He himself would be with them at the forefront, so let them trust him and follow. The protagonist extended his staff to the guys and announced that on his signal, they would rush forward at full speed. The statue stepped on the ground with a crash. The guy looked at the cracking dome and said that the barrier's strength was below 70%. It was no longer possible to delay. He looked carefully ahead and decided that it was time to attack. Ian raised his spear and ordered everyone to attack. The guy in the crowd looked at them in confusion and said that there was a Balrog and demonic warriors there. Approaching them, Barry said that without the protagonist they would still lose this battle. Were they really going to let him die like this? The guy looked away at his friend and said that they were destined to die under the magic behind the barrier. Barry ran in front of the crowd, shouting that it was better to fight to the end and die in battle. We must follow him. The protagonist turned around with a smile and mentally thanked his friend. He shouted the names of the familiars. Looking at Carcius and Finn, the guy asked them to hit with a mass attack for a greeting. Blair looked at him in shock and wondered if he really decided to come out at that moment. Young was riding a tiger and shouting for everyone to quickly dodge. Opening his mouth, he began to shout the names of his pets. The pets were big. He said to greet them with power because each blow would be a crushing blow to the area. Blair looked in surprise and also thought why he decided to do it now. Young, sitting on a tiger, shouted for everyone to take cover. People ran because it was an attack of summoned creatures. Opening his mouth, he thought that it was a curse. People flew back from the explosion. The girl, clenching her hand into a fist, watched. Barry raised his hand with a shield and said that the enemy's vanguard had fallen, asking them not to stop, but to go only forward. People raised their hands and ran. Pa ran quickly. The protagonist with a spear in his hands was near the opponents. Bill put the spear down near his comrades. The monster looked at them with his mouth open. Dead people lay on the ground, because now the warriors of the human side had broken out of the barrier, delivering a daring counterattack to the demon camp. The protagonist also rode quickly, delivering blows. He looked at them and understood that the beginning was impressive, and if he held out for another 20 minutes, the barrier cycle would be restored, but it was not a fact that he would have enough strength. There was a huge monster next to him, but he thought that first in the battle he needed to earn merit points. Jumping off the tiger, he struck. Sitting down again, he wanted all the animals of the middle rank and above to be the same weaklings. Opening his mouth, he thought that then he would easily earn merit points, like in a sweet dream. Looking in different directions, he hoped to finish off at least one more. A sound was heard behind him. The monster was holding a man in his hands, while the others understood that they could not defeat him. Tiger ran with all his might and thought that it would be difficult for him to cope, and there were no players nearby who could help. There were many monsters near the man, because they were fighting. Holding the staff in his hands, he thought that he could not stand and just watch. He did not care what would happen. He hit the monster's body with the staff. He screamed and said, "How dare this man at all?" Yang, looking at him, received a notification that the monster received critical damage. Opening his mouth, he thought that the damage was higher than he thought. Yellow liquid flowed from the wound because his defense was weak. The wound began to heal because he used the legendary skill of magical energy regeneration, and his strength was also restored by 512 units. The monster raised his hand and screamed with all his might. Looking up, he realized that this was cheating and the balance in the game was just rock bottom. Raising his hand, he said in his head that the vile person imagined himself and asked him to disappear. Jumping, he began to strike. Running away from this blow, he asked what kind of devilry this was and how to fight it. Grinning his teeth and looking back, he thought that while he had this crazy recovery skill, he would never win and he needed to stall for time. The monster was on top of them and tried to strike. Holding a staff in his hands and opening his mouth, he tried to fight back. There was a big red explosion. The guys shouted the name of the main character because everyone saw it. Bill and the guard also looked at the explosion. There was a lot of ardor because Ian had just received a direct hit. Bobby stood next to the main character with a sword in his hands. He was the head of the Titan Guild and the #1 warrior in the class rankings. Smiling, she looked at all this while the guy stood with his mouth open. The girl had a microphone in her hands. Blair opened her eyes and didn't understand how he managed to get here. She looked at him in surprise and asked how he appeared here. Bobby answered that he once said that warriors ready to fight followed him. Smiling, he asked if he should help him. He clenched his hands and said that it was enough to show off, and if he wanted to help, then let him do it. He stretched his fingers and continued that in order to take down the monster, he would have to run around a lot. The monster stood in front of the two of them. He raised his finger up and said that he needed to use the trick with doubles, like last time, and he started shouting who he called an old man. Bobby stood behind him and asked who he called an old man, and if he didn't want to help, then he would go himself. He picked up the sword and said that he was not yet at the age to be called an old man. Holding the weapon in his hands, he began to fight because he was still in the dawn of his youth. He flew up to the monster because it was a team fight between two class leaders. The girl folded her arms and thought that if they attacked together, they would not kill the monster anyway. There was a sword behind her back that she was holding, and she thought that if they died trying to capture it, it would be a gift from fate. He struck the monster. Flying up to it, he struck with his sword. A pinpoint strike was performed and an additional attack reduced the effect of the legendary beast's passive skill. Opening his mouth, he was surprised, because it was not for nothing that Bobby was the leader, because he had never seen such warriors fight up close before. Grinning, he also made blows, because this combat talent is something beyond. Approaching him, he put his hand, then thought that if they fought together, then perhaps they would kill the beast. Smiling, he asked if the old man was a fool, because he was crucifying himself with optimism. Ian looked at him while he scratched his head and thought that there was a chance of victory, but now he does not see them. The monster clenched his hand into a fist while the monsters ran away from him. The protagonist looked at him and remembered that the monster had the ability to absorb magical energy, and while there were animals or demons nearby, it was like a perpetual motion machine. Remembering his pets, he understood that if he tried to destroy the animals around him, then the mass attacks had already been used up and they could not be used yet. Looking at him, he asked if he could deal with the small creatures around him. Bobby replied that it would not help much, but he alone could not hold out for long. Holding the staff in his hands, he ran towards the monster, saying that if he could at least delay them a little, it would reduce the damage to their troops. He heard a voice behind him asking him to wait. A flame appeared near them. The monsters began to die from the fire. The girl opened her mouth and said that they had gathered some warriors, and this is what it led to. Ariel was also near her and they wanted to join them and kill the thugs together. Clenching his hand into a fist, He approached them. Ramir closed her eyes and said that if they entered the battle, there would be a chance to defeat the monster. Fialan threw her hand back because the mages were in the rear and without her commands. Looking at the sky, she said that she knew that it was safer in the rear and that it was incredibly risky for mages to fight on the front lines. Looking back, she asked if they finished him off, would it not be much more useful? Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that he just lacked healing skills and powerful mass magic. They stood and looked at the monster because if this happened, then at least 3 of them needed to be killed. The girl spread her arms and used the hearth skill again. The monsters screamed and burned in the flames. One of them crossed his arms. Bobby swung and used the shining whirlwind of blades skill. The protagonist, baring his teeth, quickly approached the beast. His sight was on the monster. He decided to catch a weak spot and deliver a pinpoint blow. He pierced it, causing the beast to receive critical damage. Smiling, he finished it off, sitting on the tiger. The monsters were shocked and opened their mouths. The allies looked at the sky. Ian walked next to the tiger while the others were shocked that he had killed the monster. Bobby looked at nothing and shouted that he had stolen the last blow when he had almost demolished everything. The protagonist stuck out his tongue and apologized. Looking back, he said that in return he would leave the next last blow to him. Bobby jumped. The sword was in his hands. He said that he would take his own. The girl raised her hands and cast a spell while the allies were getting up. Ramir opened her mouth. Monsters were burning near her. In her hands was a staff, which she pointed down, then stunned him. The guy had a sword in his hands, which she pointed down, trying to finish off the monster. The monsters were angry because the people finished off 2 Balgars. Blair looked at the sky. She was also unhappy. The demon mistress was above. She thought what she was doing here at such a moment, and if she could not do anything, then let her order the Balgars to unite and finish off Ian first. Opening her mouth, she thought that she had such power, but she could not even break through the mass shield. Apparently she was an NPC for the entourage. His eyes were red. He began to scream because it was interesting how pain turns into a tear, and the main character makes this spectacle exciting. Blair looked at him. In her head was what he had in mind. A red aura appeared in her hands. She decided to give the true horror of demon magic. Everyone stood and agreed, because Ian said that destroying 2 Balrogs was already a success and it was time to retreat until the enemy regrouped his forces. Sitting on the tiger, he looked up. Tracy was up. The sky turned red. Surprised, he thought, what is this? Does the demon lord really have the power to crush them in one fell swoop? He had an object in his hands, and he began to understand that it was time to put it into action. A blue aura appeared from where people were coming, and Ian was waving at them. There were dead people behind him, and he was told that their defense was impenetrable, and if they held the point, even if they gave up the northwest and northeast, then victory would be theirs. Smiling, he thought that there were 3 hours and 15 minutes left, and if everything went smoothly, then humanity would win by points. But it was in such calm moments that the developers liked to throw in a hellish difficulty level. He still had an object in his hands, and he decided to use it as his trump card. Closing one eye, the demon began to ask, don't they understand that their pathetic efforts were useless? His hand was in a black aura. Smiling, he raised his hand, saying that a new heaven of demonic magic would unfold here. There was a big explosion in the sky. The explosion was very powerful. Ramir was scared because something was appearing. The monsters were looking at the sky. Then they started looking at the magician in the red hat. Ariel pointed her finger at the sky and asked to look. A black dragon was appearing from the portal. There were several of them. Their eyes were purple. Opening her mouth, she said that dragons had also appeared. Ramir replied that there were dozens of them. People were watching because they were already exhausted, and now there were devilish dragons that were not inferior to Balgars. He was watching and wanted them to appear. The whole sky was red. Dragons were flying across it. He looked with grinning teeth, realizing that this was no longer just hellish complexity. One of the guys sat down on the ground, holding his head, because he did not understand how to defeat them. Ramir looked down and thought how these bastards or LB Company decided to give victory in the war to the demons from the very beginning. Barry spread his hand and asked Ian if there were any other options. An object appeared with his hand raised. Smiling, he asked if he knew how much effort he had put into getting it. He lit up, saying that he should respond to the call of his rightful master. Rainbow smoke went into the air. People looked at it. Among the 7 treasures of the King of the Sacred Wheel, one was activated, the great treasure of the Divine Flame. Opening his mouth, he understood that it was coming. It was very bright because the power of the Sacred King was summoned by the army of heavenly gods. The main character was standing. Everything was bright near him. The guy at the computer was watching him, saying that he had used the treasure of the Divine Flame. Having called, he began to say that everything was working as planned. There were dragons on the screens. He continued to say that according to the original plan, the army of heavenly gods, summoned by the treasure, was supposed to crush the demons. But after the hasty implementation, the forces of the demonic world became much more powerful than expected. There was a bun on his head. He continued to say that their artificial intelligence was currently making calculations, but the chances of lunch were too high. His eyes were sleepy. He said again that if everything went according to their original plan, then Yan almost turned everything upside down. Putting down the phone, he said that if the people lost, they would have to return to the intended plan. It would be beneficial for their company. Looking at the screen, he continued that Yan always does the impossible in hopeless situations. Smiling from ear to ear, he asked to show it now. The main character was still standing near the bright aura. The guards were all with swords. There were many of them, all standing near Yan. Their faces were serious. People looked up and opened their mouths because this was an army of heavenly gods. Their levels were more than 400 and they could be swept away with one touch. One of the guys asked if Yan had called them. Holding the weapon in his hands, he introduced himself as Jin, the great general of the heavenly dragon army sent by the sacred king. Holding the item in his hands, he said that this talisman is the repository of the divine power of the great king and it is a sacred power that cannot be used frivolously. Pointing his finger at it, he asked what he wanted to use it for. The guards looked, and he continued that his answer depended on where they would turn their blades. They also looked at the guy with the scarves. Opening his mouth, he said that he wanted to protect the land and people from the invasion of the demonic world. Looking at him, he continued that the king of the sacred wheel is the one who rules everything according to fair laws and believes that such a ruler will understand his sincere heart and lend him strength. Smiling, he said that he has the merits of a hero worthy of owning the treasure of the divine flame. The monsters flew because these creatures are a gathering of ruthless robbers sowing destruction and death. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that they would stand by his side and lead the battle against the invaders. Hugging them, he said that the enemy was strong, but with the heavenly dragon army they had a chance to fight back. Raising his hand, he shouted that from now on the heavenly dragon army obeyed Ian's orders and together they would crush the enemies. The warriors also raised their swords and began to shout because they had accepted the order. Barry smiled, the girl looked. Ramir, smiling, thought that if they had the forces that Ian had called, then perhaps they would win the war. In their hands was a stick. They shouted that they would drive the hordes of demons from this land at all costs. Holding a staff in his hands, he ordered them to follow him to drive the demons from their lands. The guys looked seriously. They already wanted to fight. He shouted with all his might for the heavenly dragon army to attack. One of the guys blew a trumpet. Pointing his hand into the distance, he said that in the name of the king of the sacred wheel, they should destroy the enemy. The demons smiled, because that's what they needed, because the oracle was sent down, and for this, namely the war with the heavenly army. Raising his hands, he said that it was time to act. The enemies ran at them, because they decided to show these heavenly fools the heat of the demonic flame. They were nearby, they began to fight. A girl and a guy were standing, because the war was taking a completely unpredictable turn. It was no longer a battle, but a great war between heaven and the demonic world. The girl was sitting with popcorn and eating, watching a real heavenly demonic battle. Holding an object in his hands, he ordered to follow his orders. The man fought with monsters because one warrior of the heavenly army is able to cope with 2 devil dragons. They fought. There were pentagrams everywhere because for a Balrog, at least 2 from the heavenly army were needed to make the fight easy because the players were people and it was necessary to support the heavenly army as much as possible. Jan watched and thought that now Balrogs and devil dragons were not a problem. The monsters fell to the ground. Some of them were shooting bows. The main character looked up where they were flying, because the biggest problem was the demon lords. They came up to him and asked if they were the real problem. The spear began to emit electricity because he decided to deal with them himself. Monsters with swords began to fly up to him. Jin opened his mouth and said that such people were not even fit to hold a candle. There were others near the main one who were shooting bows, but he thought that getting into empty fights was not his style. His spear began to glow brightly. After all, he came here to punish them, dishonest and bloodthirsty creatures. Squinting his eyes, he said that this was cruel destruction and conquest. A demon flew up to Jin, saying that this was natural for them, like eating and sleeping. His eyes were bright red. The man said that this was just a pathetic excuse for a creature created with such a nature. There is no place in the laws of the universe. Raising his spear, he glowed even more. Yang looked with his hand on his chin and understood that he would not be able to squeeze into this battle, and would he ever be able to fight like that after leveling up? Grinning and looking at him, he replied that the valor of the general of the heavenly army was amazing and he would not be able to handle him. Monsters appeared behind him. Jin opened his mouth in fear. Turning back, he tried to avoid being damaged. Opening his mouth in pain, he was hit 4 times. The demon straightened his hand. He had a sword. She threw this sword straight at Jin. Yang, seeing this, began to scream. With blood on his chin and looking at him, he apologized because he could not repay his valor and could not answer. Looking sadly, he thought that this was the end because even the treasure of the divine flame could not turn the tide of the battle. The other guards were lying on the ground. He understood that now he had no options left, but in any case, he gave it his all. Squeezing the staff in his hand, he told himself that no, because this is not the end yet. The pet looked up, while Ian thought that he had one last hope. The guy, fighting with the monster, looked back. A blue aura appeared where the monsters were. This was the last hidden card that would end the war. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.